I'm clearly just the lowest level superhuman. Yet I've been classified as the highest level surveillance target by China's Special Affairs Bureau, all because when my powers awakened, 7 hells manifested within my body, each possessing terrifying world-destroying capabilities. To prevent my abilities from running wild and destroying the world, I had no choice but to suppress my powers to the lowest tier. Today, I sat in a couple's restaurant waiting to confess my feelings to Su Xiaoya, but after 2 hours, she still hadn't arrived. My uncle's steady voice came from behind me. She's not coming. My little sister's head peeked out from behind him. Brother, how dare she stand you up? Let's go find her. Once we find Sister Xiaoya, we'll cut off her head and keep it at home, that way she'll never leave you. Such horrifying words went completely unnoticed by the couples and waiters around us, as if they couldn't see my uncle and sister at all. My uncle pushed my sister's head back and lit a cigarette. Getting stood up isn't scary. Every man gets stood up a few times in his life. What's scary is refusing to admit it when it happens. My fists clenched as I glared at my uncle. Xiaoya will come. Just then, a black mist, invisible to ordinary people, began to seep into the restaurant. The couples nearby unconsciously rubbed their hands together. It's so cold. Seeing this, my uncle shook his head and led my sister back into the shadows. Before disappearing, he said one last thing. If you're so sure, why don't you just text her? I put down my knife, opened the chat window, and typed, no rush if you're stuck in traffic. I'll wait for you here. I added a crying laughing emoji, the classic simp move. Gulping, I hit send and waited nervously for a reply. But the next second, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Suddenly, the black mist surged and violently expanded, a shockwave shattering every window in the restaurant. The cozy atmosphere plunged into absolute darkness and chaos. A nearly 4-meter-tall flesh and blood troll suddenly appeared, clutching a woman in its grasp. At the same time, a tactical armored vehicle from the official Supernatural Response Organization, the Special Affairs Bureau, came to a halt 100 meters away. Lin Ke sat alone in front of the screen, reviewing the monster's profile. Flesh and blood troll, Tier 5, Supernatural Classification Object Manipulation, capable of controlling and absorbing human and animal flesh to strengthen itself, transformed from an ordinary office worker 65 hours ago. Already responsible for 17 deaths and 8 injuries. Lin Ke was the captain of Field Team 1. The woman held in the troll's grip was Lin Yibai, a member of Field Team 1 and Lin Ke's younger sister. Inside the restaurant, the flesh and blood troll lifted Lin Yibai and growled, I'll start with you. I've never eaten a supernatural before. Lin Yibai's face turned deathly pale. Holy crap, I'm only 20. I haven't even been in love yet, and now I'm gonna die? If heaven gives me another chance, I swear I'll go on dates, hold hands, and kiss someone. The troll opened its massive jaws, ready to devour her. Amid the suffocating silence, a voice suddenly cut in, excuse me, could you take this somewhere else? The troll whipped its head around, and Lin Yibai's eyes snapped open. Only then did they notice me, sitting calmly at the dining table. The troll slightly hunched its body, poised to attack at any moment. Its gaze locked onto me. You didn't collapse under my pressure. Are you a supernatural too? I pulled out a green ID from my pocket, a legally registered supernatural, before tucking it away again, my voice trembling slightly. I'm waiting for someone very important. Could you please fight somewhere else? Upon seeing the Tier 6 on my ID, the troll straightened its previously hunched posture, its tone dripping with disdain. A puny Tier 6? Not even worth mentioning. It thought it could crush me with one hand, unaware that my trembling voice wasn't from fear but from barely restrained emotion. A supernatural's power is deeply tied to their mental state. After today's roller coaster eager anticipation, being stood up, and getting deleted by a friend, my patience had reached its limit. Years of suppressing my own supernatural abilities had pushed me to the brink of collapse. With all the lights and windows shattered, the troll failed to notice the thickening black mist in the darkness or the plummeting temperature. It looked down at me and sneered. Waiting for someone? It's almost 9. Kid, just a few days ago, I was human too, a loser. Take it from my failed human experience, you got stood up. The woman you're waiting for? She's never coming. It burst into mocking laughter, and as my face grew paler, it only taunted harder. A supernatural too scared to use their powers, reduced to this. You're pathetic. A waste like you? You'll die alone. Standing in the darkness, third uncle watched the flesh and blood behemoth's frenzied provocation in the minefield and covered his forehead with a sigh. We're done for. The younger sister grinned from ear to ear, blood seeping between her knife-like teeth as she growled excitedly. Kill it. In an instant, the flesh and blood behemoth was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure of the supernatural ability I unleashed. Staring in agony at the black mist swirling around me, momentarily unable to tell who the real monster was. Who the hell are you? An undercover agent from the Special Affairs Bureau? I stepped forward slowly, crouching down before it. You ask who I am? Didn't you just say it yourself? I'm the loser who got stood up. I gripped the flesh and blood behemoth's head, my hand gradually tightening. Its skull emitted a horrifying crack. as if it were about to be crushed outright. The behemoth faintly glimpsed a massive, pitch-black gate and felt an unprecedented threat of death, as though its very soul were being torn away. In this life-or-death crisis, it suddenly lashed out, swinging its razor-sharp claws toward my chest. Faced with the lethal strike, I didn't even flinch. Just as the claws were about to land, a pale, lifeless hand materialized from the thin black mist surrounding me, seizing the behemoth's claws in a vice-like grip. In less than half a second, it lost all sensation in its left arm, which shattered into pieces, ice crystals visible amidst the flesh as it crashed to the ground. The flesh and blood behemoth let out a terrified shriek and scrambled backward, hurling Lin Yibai toward me as it fled. Lin Yibai felt the world spin before landing in an embrace that filled her with inexplicable calm. Gazing at my face so close to hers, her heart skipped a beat, her mind going blank. Suddenly, she yelped in pain. Ouch! I tossed Lin Yibai aside without a second glance, gritting my teeth as I chased after the fleeing behemoth. Don't run! Didn't you call me the loser who got stood up? Well, this loser wants to have a little chat with you. Inside the tactical armored vehicle at the rear, the camera couldn't capture any footage due to the angle. Lin Ke pressed the communicator to report the situation. We're not sure what happened either. As soon as we entered, we saw Li Xiao beating the flesh troll, and then the flesh troll was killed, saving Yibai. The demon that had plagued them for dozens of hours was killed so easily it felt like preparing tissues in a video, only for it to end before it even started. The process was over, but psychologically, it was a bit hard to adjust. Still, the demon was dead, there were no new casualties, and his sister was successfully rescued. All in all, it was a good outcome. Lin Ke asked, "What's Li Xiao doing now?" After killing the flesh troll, he also destroyed the couple's restaurant kitchen. I looked at the couples who had been showing off their affection earlier, now covered in dust and looking miserable, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Lin Yibai, lying on the ground receiving treatment, looked at me with shining eyes. She wanted to say something, but the pain in her chest made it impossible to open her mouth. A field operative pressed his earpiece. "Captain Lin, he's leaving. What should we do?" "Follow him, but not too closely. His abilities erupted today, and his supernatural power might be unstable. Monitor him until he gets home." Lin Ke stared at my retreating figure through the surveillance screen, a pleased smile breaking through his resolute expression. Such talent has been wasted among civilians for so long. We must recruit him into the Special Affairs Bureau and make him one of my team members. Back home, the house was dark and empty. I lay on the sofa and slapped my forehead. I forgot about third uncle and my sister at the restaurant. Before I could finish speaking, the refrigerator slowly cracked open, a faint blue light seeping out. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared straight at me. My sister's head was tilted at a 90-degree angle, her ear pressed against her shoulder, her pupils vertical as she gazed at me. "Don't scare people like that at night." I walked over, opened the fridge, and carried her out. Third uncle emerged from the shadows and asked, "It's been 2.5 years. Aren't you reaching the limit of suppressing your abilities?" "I can still hold on." Third uncle took a drag from his cigarette, "but suppressing it won't solve the problem." I leaned against the wall, looking at the moon outside the window. "Yeah, suppressing it will only make the accumulated power explode more violently when it finally breaks free. But what else can I do? My awakened ability is, I am hell." In the empty old house, I raised my right hand and drew a vertical line in the air with my index finger, murmuring, "I am hell." Cold, dark mist began to swirl around me, unnoticed until now, and a massive door, 4 to 5 meters tall, materialized out of thin air. The door was pitch black, like a black hole in the universe. Just staring at it for a few seconds felt like my soul was being pulled away, devoured by it. This was the Hell Gate, evolved from my ability, visible only to me and those truly on the brink of death, the frozen hell. It was the first, and for now, the only hell I controlled. Although on the day he awakened his ability, Li Xiao instinctively knew. In addition to the extremely cold hell that had already been unlocked, there were still 6 other hells waiting for him to unseal, and each of them had a very different and terrifying power. But soon, Li Xiao realized a problem. The power of I Am Hell was too powerful. He simply couldn't use and restrain this power perfectly. He had to keep the power suppressed 24 hours a day. Otherwise, once he woke up, the whole building might be frozen, and if he accidentally released some of it, it would kill an entire block of people. It took 2.5 years of dead containment before Li Xiao was able to slightly manage to manipulate the power in such a way that it wouldn't randomly injure ordinary people. Crunch, crunch. The foot stepped on the snow, slightly denting it with a toothsome sound. No matter how many times I see it, it feels so real. Li Xiao cupped a handful of snow. Ice and snow that could freeze everything, but couldn't take away even an ounce of Li Xiao's body heat. This was the privilege of the Lord of Hell. It's a pity that even if it's real, it's still a snowflake from hell. The snowflakes and cold of the extremely cold hell possessed extreme lethality for ordinary people, and absolutely could not be exposed to ordinary people. Otherwise, Li Xiu would have gotten rich by selling snowflakes in ice long ago. Other than that, just selling to large ice storage, cheap refrigeration technology to save electricity is a large sum of money. Li Xiu walked through the icy sky and snow, following the direction of his perception for almost 5 minutes. Found it! Rolling up his sleeves, Li Xiu waved his hand, and a gust of wind rolled up out of nowhere in front of him, taking away a large swath of ice and snow, revealing a frozen and stiff familiar figure. Flesh and Blood Troll. I Am Hell's first ability was to bring the power of hell down to earth, such as the super cold temperatures from the extreme cold hell before. The second ability of I Am Hell is the souls of all the creatures that were killed by Li Xiu's ability, after their deaths, would fall into the corresponding hells and suffer in hell for eternity. This was another reason why Li Xiu always suppressed his ability. Once the power was unleashed, it was just a matter of taking out the demons, but if it accidentally involved innocent people, then the innocents would have to suffer eternal torment in hell. This was too cruel. And the hell under Li Xiu's control existed boundaries, and outside the boundaries was a vast mist that could not be explored. For every additional soul that was tortured in hell, the mists would retreat backward by a certain distance, and the scope of hell would expand by 1 point. The more powerful the soul, the greater the territorial expansion it could bring about, and the more powerful i.e. hell would become. The easiest way for Li Xiu to become strong was to keep killing and become a murderous demon. However, would that be Li Xiu controlling the power, or the power controlling Li Xiu? The wind and snow bypassed, and the flesh and blood troll lay stiffly in the snow as if it was dead. Li Xiu squatted down and stretched out his finger to poke the flesh and blood troll. Hey, you're already dead, it's useless to play dead. The flesh and blood troll twisted its head extremely slowly, looking at Li Xiu's eyes full of chaos, just like a retard, which still had half of its previous domineering spirit. Li Xiu helplessly scratched his head, frozen stupid? He hooked his hand and the flesh and blood troll slowly floated up and settled in mid-air, followed by a gust of wind that wrapped the flesh and blood troll. Faced with this wisp of wind, the snowflakes floating in the air avoided on their own, and the cold that tormented the flesh and blood troll quietly disappeared. After a while, resentment finally welled up on its bewildered face. It's you! Li Xiu nodded, it's me. What exactly do you want to do? What do you want to do? Li Xiu shrugged, simply put, an ordinary citizen wants to take precautions in advance in order to ensure his own safety. The flesh and blood troll froze in midair. When it fell into the extremely cold hell, it knew what this place was and what would happen to it in the future. It stared at Li Xiu, who was in control of this heaven and earth. What the hell do you call this ordinary citizens? If Li Xiu is an ordinary citizen, then what are these demons? Social disadvantaged groups? Is it necessary to set up a special foundation to protect the legitimate rights and interests of demons against discrimination? The cold and unforgiving flesh and blood troll inexplicably felt the desire to spit in his heart. Li Xiu squatted down, cupped the snow, and kept kneading it in his palm. I remember when you were pretending at the restaurant, you said that you were transformed from an ordinary person? Want me to tell you? Daydreaming. The flesh and blood troll held its chin up with irony. It hated Li Xiu with a passion, and if it wasn't unable to fight, it would have rushed up to strike. No? Li Xiu spread out his palm, revealing a snowball, aiming at the flesh troll's leg and throwing it over. The snowball landed lightly on the flesh troll's leg. The flesh troll looked down and saw that this impact, not to mention it, would not scare even a 3-year-old child. It thought that Li Xiu had lost his mind, and was about to taunt with a "that's it," but in the next second, a heartbreaking pain appeared. Don't forget what place you are in, this is not an ordinary snowball. The thigh that was hit by the snowball froze again. And being frozen again after thawing was far more painful than staying frozen. Still tough-mouthed? Li Xiu squatted down and lowered his head to rub the snowball, and calm but unnerving words from the flesh and blood troll drifted over. Next time, just hit the little ding-dong-o. The flesh and blood troll's legs unconsciously clenched, his angled chin closed up, and a pained yet fawning smile hung on his face. I'll move, big brother, you collect the divine power. This is not bad, Li Xiu, who was about to give up his torture, looked at the spherical snowball with an extremely perfect arc in his hand and fell into deep thought. Throw it, a bit of talk. Don't throw it. Feels so unfortunate. It was the first time he had made such a round, standard snowball. The flesh and blood troll in midair gulped. After a few seconds of hesitation. Didn't we say we wouldn't fight? The wail of the flesh and blood troll drifted away with the wind. Li Xiu patted the snow on his hands, took a look at the flesh and blood troll that was covering its crotch, and felt that his mind was much more enlightened. For a murderous demon, Li Xiu had no intention of keeping his word. Alright, fun time is over, say what needs to be said. The flesh and blood troll was just an ordinary social animal before it transformed into a demon. After gaining power, he seemed to have gotten stronger, but inside he was still just as vulnerable. When faced with someone stronger than him, he reverted back to his usual coy appearance. After a few minutes of question and answer session, Li Xiu gradually smoothed out the whole thing. You mean, on the way home from working overtime last Friday, I met a strange man wearing a black robe, couldn't see his face, and couldn't distinguish between male and female, or his age. He gave you an ancient-looking gold coin and told you to eat it to become a demon and you ate it? Li Xiu was a bit confused about the flesh and blood troll's brain circuit. Didn't your mom tell you that you can't just eat things from strangers? The flesh and blood troll lowered its head, and the fear in its eyes turned to pleasure. I don't know, the moment I saw that gold coin, my body reacted. Not that kind of reaction. My body told me that eating the gold coin would make me stronger, become free of the need to obey the damn law, free of the need to be a licking dog, free of the need to whoever I want, free of the need to grovel. Interrupt. Li Xiu raised his hand, you are groveling right now. Flesh and blood troll. And dying. Having been stabbed twice in a row, the flesh and blood troll's chest was stuffy. The smile wouldn't disappear, it just shifted from the flesh and blood troll's face to Li Xiu's face. No wonder Lin Yibai liked to zap hearts, so zapping hearts felt so good. Li Xiu ignored its depression and continued to ask, so, you guys are working in a gang? You also have a handler, a weirdo who specializes in handing out coins? If I finish you off, there won't be a dog-blooded plot like hit the little one, come to the old one, right? The flesh and blood troll was angry, but still answered honestly, no, that person gave me gold coins and left without contacting me again, and he only had one request for me. Go make a big mess, go experience the meaning of life, live freely. As he said this, the flesh and blood troll reared his head, as if boundless ambition had appeared in his heart. Ha! A cold snort interrupted the flesh and blood troll's memories, frightening it to shrink its neck again. Li Xiu shook his head. You seem to be freer than you were in the past, but in fact, it's nothing more than a puppet that follows the manipulation of desire. This kind of freedom doesn't even deserve to be called freedom. The flesh and blood troll said jealously, a ridiculously strong guy like you certainly has the qualifications to say pretty words, and it looks like a great young master who hasn't suffered much. Big young master. Li Xiu hadn't heard of any big young master who would have to work 3 or 4 odd jobs every month in order to save up for tuition and living expenses. However, Li Xiu was too lazy to argue with the flesh and blood troll and snapped his fingers as it fell back into the snow. The moment it fell into the snow, it was once again frozen, and its screams only just reached its throat before it froze and became an ice sculpture. Li Xiu squatted down and balled up a snowball while thinking about what to do next. Even though this guy said that it's not a gang, we still need to be a little bit careful in the next few days. After all, creatures like demons aren't very clear-headed. There were 7 or 8 snowballs placed on the ground, but no matter how much Li Xiu tried, he couldn't ball up the perfect sphere from before. TSK. Forget it, go back. Li Xiu came over in order to interrogate the flesh and blood troll before it was too late, otherwise, after 2 days of being thrown around in the extremely cold hell, his brain would freeze silly. It was really frozen stupid, the kind that couldn't even speak. Now that the result of the interrogation was out, he was too lazy to continue staying in this icy land. He snapped his fingers and returned to reality. However, Li Xiu left in a hurry. He didn't realize that at the border of the extreme cold hell, because of the blood troll's soul joining in, the mist quietly dissipated for a distance after. Half of a huge ice coffin was revealed. Inside the ice coffin, there was a slender figure. Chapter 6, Li Xiu, Rob the Goddess. Li Xiu, who always maintained a restrained attitude towards his own abilities, didn't notice the half-ice coffin that appeared at the border of hell in the first place. He returned to the life of an ordinary person. During the 3-day New Year's Day mini-vacation, Li Xiu had a particularly fulfilling time. First, he went to return the rented suit early in the morning, and after grinding his lips for half a day, he finally wiped out the cost of wear and tear on the suit, and only paid for dry cleaning. This was followed by a run to the Special Affairs Bureau's clerical window, where a full set of checks were done and a new ability level was registered. He didn't think about it last night in his anger, but when he thought about it the next day, his act of taking down a 5th-order flesh and blood troll on his own as an untrained civilian transcendent was just too shocking. Before going, Li Xiu was mentally prepared to be pestered by the Special Affairs Bureau. The result was different from Li Xiu's guess, and the filing and registration process went very smoothly. The window staff on duty had a businesslike attitude throughout, and didn't make things difficult at all, or persuade him to join the Special Affairs Bureau. With the full set of ability tests down in less than 2 hours, Li Xiu got his new documents. Name, Li Xiu. Rank, 5th Order. Transcendent category, Energy Control Department, capable of releasing black mist to manipulate the temperature within 30 meters. Adjusted to the 5th rank. This was not good news. Civilian transcendence above the 5th Order, when encountering a transcendent out-of-control incident that the Special Affairs Bureau could not handle, they must unconditionally accept the temporary deployment of the Special Affairs Bureau to support the scene. But the need to specially summon ordinary people as combatants is already considered an extremely dangerous situation, right? It's not like in Yuan City is a metropolis. I shouldn't be able to encounter this kind of situation. Li Xiu's life was 3 points in one line: school, part-time job location, and home, so unless one was unlucky to the extreme, it would be impossible to encounter special call matters. After getting a new little book, and the Special Affairs Bureau didn't come looking for trouble, the matter is over. Li Xiu thought, put away his documents, and started his part-time job in the afternoon. The location of Li Xiu's part-time job was located across the street from an Yuan University, where he attended, and it was a chain of milk tea stores. His job was to get into the mannequins and hand out flyers, and from time to time, he had to interact with and take pictures of customers passing by. The work hours were 4 hours and the pay was $80. Tired and cold, $80 is not much, but the good thing is that dinner is included, which is a fatal attraction for Li Xiu. With toilet paper, needed 2 small paper balls stuffed into the nose, the doll inside the long years of accumulated sweat odor is isolated outside. Li Xiu drilled into the snow-white doll. You love me, I love you, manhwa iced tea sweet honey. The poor quality stereo of the milk tea store repeated the theme song over and over again. Li Xiu handed out flyers to the pedestrians on the road, looking at their smiles and the festive and cheerful atmosphere everywhere. Suddenly, the roar of the milk tea store owner came from behind him. Little Li, jump up, let the customers see your vigor. Or I'll deduct your pay for today's work. The Snow King mannequin compared a salute posture, and obediently replied loudly, okay boss. People paid, Li Xiu worked. Party A made requests within reason, and Li Xiu was able to accept them all without complaint. Nose blocked, can't smell the stench, have the power of extreme cold, hell don't need to be afraid of the cold, except for standing for a long time the soles of the feet are a little sore, other than that there is nothing else. This point of soreness at night to go back to take hot water to soak the feet on the good. Just as Li Xiu was thinking this way, a beautiful figure not far away attracted his line of sight. Su Xiaoya was walking towards the milk tea store. Her dress today was still very plain. A black tweed trench coat, dark-colored skinny jeans, and a pair of khaki-colored short boots. The entire outfit emphasized her tall figure, and the date red scarf added a touch of New Year's atmosphere to the overall elegance. Li Xiu had just involuntarily revealed a smile when he saw the woman who had madly taunted him last night, Wang Yanhong, jumping up and wrapping her arms around Su Xiaoya. Wang Yanhong was still dressed in heavy makeup and was staggering all the way. Su Xiaoya was expressionless and did not respond to her words at all. Wang Yanhong, this woman, is a very complicated person. Although she has a bad brain, she is especially good to her friends on weekdays, especially to Su Xiaoya. When Su Xiaoya was targeted by off-campus hooligans during her freshman year because of her outstanding looks, and was almost harassed, it was Wang Yanhong who took half a slate and chased after the 3 off-campus hooligans to beat them up so that they never dared to come back. She seems to be born not knowing the sense of demarcation between people, take the mouth as a character straight, like to praise high and step on low, especially keen to mock Li Xiu. Getting closer, Li Xiu heard the conversation between them. I really know it's wrong, I just wanted to make a joke, I didn't expect it, anyway, I'm sorry, I'll turn around and apologize to Li Xiu. Xiaoya, you forgive me. Cartwheel words came out one after another from Wang Yanhong's mouth. Speaking again for the 5th time, Su Xiaoya calmly said, last night, you consumed my trust in you. Of course, my trust isn't worth much. But you hurt Li Xiu, and that's important to me. So you need to ask for forgiveness from him, not me. Then I apologize to him. Seriously. A sincere apology. I swear. Su Xiaoya looked at Wang Yanhong seriously and nodded slightly. Apologize? Li Xiu rolled his eyes. After last night, Su Xiaoya and him had rejoined WeChat, the misunderstanding was solved, but the hate for that crazy woman was not reduced at all. Li Xiu walked towards Wang Yanhong, raised his middle finger, shallow expression of dissatisfaction in his heart. Wang Yanhong, who was crazy about people, saw it and let out a scream. Xiaoya, look, that Snow King is waving at us. Hey! Which one of your eyes saw that it was waving? Li Xiao simply put up the middle fingers of both hands. Wang Yanhong, it's asking us for a hug, yeah. So cute. Li Xiao, convex dish convex. The two girls wait in line for milk tea. Wang Yanhong swipes her cell phone. Xiaoya, who do you think that girl on the motorcycle was yesterday? Is it really Li Xiao's girlfriend? Hearing this question, Su Xiaoya's eyes became complicated, her mouth half open with thoughts. As Li Xiao on the side tried to figure out how to defend himself, Wang Yanhong, who asked the question, actually laughed again. The laughter was 3 parts helpless, 3 parts funny, 3 parts questioning, and 91 parts mockery. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even though the campus poster said that Li Xiao, whose family is poor, was adopted by a motorcycle-riding rich woman, but which rich woman would be so ungrateful? Hearing this, Su Xiaoya's face, which had slightly eased, once again became icy cold. Li Xiao came over and took a glance. In the campus posting, there were photos of him being lifted high and pulled onto a motorcycle by Lin Yibai like a little petite wife. Which birth was this taken? Wang Yanhong's nostrils rose. Most likely there is a special reason. If she can really like Li Xiao, I will run naked in the school with my bare ass. Upon hearing this, all the boys who accompanied their girlfriends in line next to them unconsciously turned their heads to look over. When they saw Wang Yanhong's flat body, they turned back again in disappointment. Then they were eye to eye with their own girlfriends. The sounds of being beaten and wailing followed. After the two left, Li Xiao took advantage of the break to take out his cell phone and read what was in the campus posting bar. Since it just happened to be the night before New Year's Day, for one thing, there weren't any school activities and it was quiet in the posting bar, and for another, the students were all on vacation and had nothing to do in their dorm rooms with cats. As soon as the photo of Li Xiao and Lin Yibai was released, it immediately attracted the attention of this group of energetic young people. From last night to now, less than a day's work, there were hundreds of messages under the post, and the heat of the post even soared rapidly to the top of the campus posting bar. Any Yuan University student who entered the posting bar would be able to see Li Xiao at first glance. It could be said that Li Xiao, who had kept a low profile on campus for a year and a half, had caught fire overnight. Although, the fire was a bit strange. The goddess in the photo is also too beautiful. It's still wrapped in bandages. Is it cosplay? Who is this guy? Economics Academy, sophomore, Li Xiao. Shengbei Li Xiao is not as beautiful as me, I'm not convinced. Disconcerted +1. Kill Li Xiao, snatch back the goddess. Kill Li Xiao. Li Xiao. Anal Li Xiao. As Li Xiao swiped down the page, there were already 114 male students who wanted to finish him off, and the number was still increasing rapidly, with a few daisy-tightening replies mixed in. Although most of them were lessies and of a joking nature, even if there were only 1 or 2 serious ones, it would be a not-so-small trouble for Li Xiao, who was pursuing a peaceful life. At least they were classmates, so they couldn't be dragged to an extremely cold hell to play snowball throwing, could they? What exactly are the people from the Special Affairs Bureau doing? Isn't this situation a one-click trifecta of deleting posts, banning, and blocking information? How can we allow the photos of the Special Affairs Bureau field personnel to spread outside? Just as Li Xiao was disgruntledly spitting, on the other side, a heated meeting was underway within the Special Affairs Bureau, targeting him. Just because Li Xiao was able to get his new credentials safely today, it didn't mean that the matter was over. It was entirely because the Special Affairs Bureau hadn't yet decided on what attitude to use to engage with Li Xiao. Inside a plain conference room, a dozen people sat around a table. They were both male and female, and the youngest age was 30, and the man sitting in the most central position, with hair that was already half white, Lin Ke, was clearly sitting among them. The table sign in front of him read, Field Section, Acting Section Chief. This was an internal management meeting of the Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau, and the simple conference room was decorated with dozens of jamming, guarding, and anti-surveillance measures to avoid information leakage to the greatest extent possible. On the large screen of the conference room, Li Xiao's profile was being placed. The theme of this meeting was to determine how the Special Affairs Bureau, as an official organization, was going to contact Li Xiao. A man wearing glasses, around his early 30s, stood up. Our security section has analyzed Li Xiao's ability attributes, as well as the strength of the abilities he displayed when facing the flesh and blood trolls. It is proposed that Li Xiao be placed under round-the-clock surveillance and captured if necessary, or even shoot to kill. Chapter 7 Invitation from the Secret Service. Boom! Lin Ke stood up violently and slammed heavily on the table. Let go of your mother's ass. The military-born Lin Ke didn't have such a good temper. A newcomer pops up and says there's danger. Chief, Li Xiao saved my teammates, he's a benefactor to the field team, so on what grounds do you judge him dangerous? Lin Ke stared at the opposite side, Section Chief of the Safety Supervision Section. I think he's a good candidate to join the Anomaly Bureau. The mature woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a navy uniform with a wrap-around skirt pushed her glasses up. Personnel Section, agree with the proposal. Section Chief had thin lips, his face alone felt mean. He let out a heh. The Personnel Section can't just let anyone in to catch up with the end-of-the-year hiring schedule. As for why he was judged dangerous. Section Chief pulled up the test data and projected it onto the large screen. Li Xiao, ability level, 5th order, the possibility of intentional concealment cannot be ruled out, and the ability is displayed in the form of ultra-low temperature. But according to the footage returned from the flesh and blood troll scene, he was also able to summon a pair of arms. The security section analyzed the residual ability attributes from the scene, and the positive and negative value of his ability is -77. A transcendence ability localization mainly depends on 3 factors: category, equivalent order, and positive and negative values. Among them, the category and equilibrium would be clearly written on the documents, but the ability positive and negative values would not. It served as a hidden attribute that could only be found within the Special Affairs Bureau. The ability positive and negative value was an indicator that was synthesized from hundreds of data. It represented the danger of a transcendent or demon. Most human transcendents were positive, and most demons were negative. Of course, there were a few exceptions, but the probability was extremely small. The higher the number, the higher the danger factor representing the transcendental ability. -77. Could definitely be considered a high-risk ability. In the Special Affairs Bureau system, there are a total of 143 human transcendents registered with a positive or negative value of -50 or more, and as of today, there are only 9 people left who still maintain their human identity and live. Section Chief spoke of the cold data. This Li Xiao, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow turns into a demon one day. Leaving him out there is a huge security risk. Section Chief spoke in a heavy tone, everyone, I know I don't speak well, but since I'm in the safety supervision section, I have to be responsible for the city's safety. Or, you guys can remove me and replace me with a good old boy who says okay to everything if you guys think that's better for the city's safety. The crowd fell silent, and Rinko clenched his fists. He could feel the atmosphere in the room changing, and a number of people were convinced by Chief He's words. A 5th rank, -77 transcendent, if demonized someday. Flesh and Blood Troll was a younger brother in comparison. The result of the arrangement for Li Xiao was about to be finalized, when the head of the RD section, who was sitting in the corner, thin and weak, and had never spoken, suddenly raised his hand. We found a cursed gold coin in the corpse of a flesh and blood troll. A gold coin engraved with an unknown text appeared on the large screen. The style of writing on the cursed gold coin resembles the ancient Phoenician alphabet. The Phoenician alphabet, also known as the Byblos alphabet, was the oldest form of letters that present-day humans had ever deciphered. The head of research and development continued, but only similar, we have compared the Phoenician scripts that exist in recorded form today, and no letters match exactly. We all know that standardized coins represent the existence of a civilization. The particular script behind this gold coin represents a civilization that has never appeared in history. Of course, I'm not saying all this to discuss history with all of you. Counting the one inside the flesh troll, this is already the 2nd one this month. After analyzing the cursed coin's ability ripples, it can be determined that it is indeed related to the first 2 incidents of ordinary humans transforming into demons. Those sitting in the conference room were all smart people who heard the words of the head of research and development. The cursed coin of the unknown script had the effect of transforming ordinary humans into demons. If it was just 1 or 2 isolated incidents, it was nothing. But if an unknown civilization was behind it, who could guarantee that there would be a 3rd or 4th cursed gold coin, and beyond the gold coin, would there be other even more terrifying and treacherous demons or items? Thinking of this, the heads of the departments twisted their heads to look at the field section. With the high-intensity frequency of operations, there were already quite a number of field personnel who had been injured and hospitalized. As the end of the year approached, demonic incidents were frequent in major cities, and no one had any extra manpower to send for support. The Special Affairs Bureau was in dire need of fresh blood. Li Xiao, as a 5th order, newcomer with high-risk abilities, was indeed the best candidate. Vote. The director sitting at the front took a sip of tea and spit the tea leaves into the cup again. The customary minority follows the majority. Those who agree to absorb Li Xiu raise their hands. Looking around the circle, the director nodded. All right, this is settled. Li Xiu was not yet aware that a meeting concerning his fate was undergoing a final vote. He had just finished his day's work and was sitting in the back kitchen of the milk tea store eating a boxed lunch. It had been a while since the boxed lunch was delivered. He took a bite and it was cold. Forget it, let it get cold. On the strength of his youth, Li Xiu was about to force it into his mouth. But just after taking a bite, a big furry hand reached behind him and snatched the boxed lunch away. The boss glared at Li Xiu and scolded, "Cold and still dare to eat, not afraid of stomach disease, ah? If you don't pay attention to it when you're young, you'll suffer when you're old." He pulled out a microwave from under the counter, threw the cooled rice into the microwave, turned it for a minute, and when he took it out again, rolling heat and aroma emanated out. "Eat?" the owner said, handing over another cup of hot milk tea. Li Xiu grinned up, "Thank you, boss." Eating the hot meal and taking a sip of the sweet and creamy milk tea, Li Xiu let out a contented sigh, and the fatigue of the day seemed to have disappeared. This was the reason why even though Li Xiu was poor, he had never thought of using his extraordinary abilities to commit crimes. He liked to work, and although he was sometimes tired and unlucky enough to encounter harsh, petty employers, most people were still kind. This kindness might be very small, like a cup of milk tea, like half a degree of electricity when heating up the microwave oven, but the human flavor emanating from it was enough to dispel the winter cold. After dinner, Li Xiu received the daily wage, walking home. The dormitory accommodation fee at Yuan University was 1,000 a semester, which was 2,000 a year, which was a huge amount of money for Li Xiu. So at the first moment of enrollment, he chose to walk. Yuan University is about 20 minutes away from Li Xiu's old neighborhood, 2 stops by bus and 5 minutes away. In order to save money, Li Xiu walked to school every day, leaving just enough bus money to cover a morning meal. Thinking about last night, her sitting in a Western-style restaurant, wearing a suit, holding flowers, today is squatting on the ground to eat cheap boxed lunches. This sense of contrast gave Li Xiu a feeling as if he was dreaming. If only Xiaoya really came last night. But if she came, would I really dare to confess? Since the second year of junior high school, they had known each other for 6 years, and during that time, Li Xiu had countless chances to do so, but he backed out on the grounds that the timing wasn't right. For some reason, Li Xiu suddenly thought of Lin Yibai's kiss last night, touched his cheeks, and naturally that brief moment of softness and warmth appeared in his heart. If only I was as brave as her. However, once the gender is changed, I guess I have to be sued for sexual harassment. Li Xiu suddenly stopped. He raised his head. The light that was vaguely emanating from the location of his own balcony, all the chaotic thoughts in his mind disappeared completely. As an extreme environmentalist money-saving, Li Xiu would turn off all appliances and lights except for the refrigerator before going out. He calculated that this would save about $20 on his electricity bill every month. When Li Xiu left the house today, he turned off the lights and power as usual. But now he vaguely saw the faint lights from the balcony windows, and then thought about the end-of-the-year thieves performance rush publicized by the neighborhood committee some days ago. Uncle San. Third uncle in a trench coat quietly appeared from the darkness and nodded to Li Xiu. Someone is coming. Li Xiu's face instantly turned gloomy. Layers of black mist were released, the temperature plummeted in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters, and snowflakes appeared vaguely in the air if at all. The Special Affairs Bureau scout who was quietly monitoring in the shadows immediately reported upwards, found Li Xiu. Hiss, it's so cold, I don't know why, he suddenly cast his ability. Have you guys been discovered? Shouldn't have been. The investigators sniffled, just for a moment, their mouths were already frozen, and they couldn't speak well. In the master control vehicle, the monitor station data spiked. The strength of the ability is still rising. Then when he killed the flesh and blood troll before? If Li Xiu could hear their conversation, he would definitely say one thing. Compared to having a burglar in your house, a flesh and blood troll is nothing. With the Western restaurant, renting a suit, and buying flowers, Li Xiu's expenses for this month had long exceeded his budget. If his home is stolen again at this juncture, he will really have to drink the northwest wind to survive. The black mist wrapped around Li Xiu's body, and his body became extraordinarily light. Just by gently stepping on the ground, the black mist in the ground produced a violent reaction force, driving Li Xiu's body forward like an arrow. In less than 5 seconds, Li Xiu crossed a distance of 200 to 300 meters and rushed downstairs. He slightly bent his knees, and then his body catapulted upwards, occasionally stepping on the air conditioning unit in the middle, and came to the 6th floor in a few leaps. The black mist entered from the window gap and unscrewed the security lock. Snap! Li Xiao slapped one hand on the window, and ice flowers spread on the glass. He was like a life-suppressing god of death from hell, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Slowly pushing the window open, Li Xiao walked in and saw the source of the light. Lin Ke was sitting on the sofa with a table lamp lit beside him. He was holding Li Xiao's textbook in his hands and was looking at it seriously. Hearing footsteps, Lin Ke raised his head and revealed a smile. "You're here." He closed the book. "Sorry, I waited for a while and just read your book for a while. I joined the army right out of high school, and I've always been kind of curious about what you guys study in college. Who are you?" The black mist was released and filled the room, wisps of it, falling in Rinko's eyes with a frighteningly dangerous quality, as if it were a slender blade. Lin Ke stood up and took out the blue ID of the Special Affairs Bureau from his pocket, opening the door and saying, "My name is Lin Ke, I belong to the Special Affairs Bureau, Field Section, Squad 1. Today, we suddenly came to find you because we see your ability and want to invite you to join us." "Ah. Oh, like this. I thought that you guys came to steal my family's refrigerator, color TV and old double-barrel washing machine." This is something Li Xiao could never say. The ice coldness in his eyes instantly disappeared, and Li Xiao blossomed into a warm smile as he hurriedly turned on the lights to greet Lin Ke. Aya, the government leader over how not to tell me in advance." "Leader, you sit down first. I will go to make white water for you." There was no such luxury as tea or instant coffee in Li Xiao's house. The atmosphere in the house changed all of a sudden, and Li Xiao greeted warmly. After a little while of fussing around, Lin Ke had an extra cup of plain water in front of him, as well as a plate of very neatly arranged bear cookies. Looked at Li Xiao's silent bag written with shelf life that side, quietly turned away. Lin Ke decided to not eat. Link took out a craft paper bag and placed it on the table. "Like I just said, on behalf of the Bureau, I officially invite you to join the Special Affairs Bureau." Li Xiao looked at Lin Ke and then at the craft paper bag with confidential labeled on the upper right corner. He pressed his hands on the craft paper bag and pushed it back. "Since it's classified, I won't read it. Thank you for the organization's recognition, but I think my current life is quite good and don't want to change too much." Lin Ke persuaded, "Since 6 years ago, when your parents disappeared, you've led a miserable life. Join us and your living conditions will improve a lot. We won't skimp on treatment for those who truly contribute." "Thanks, I know that, but..." Li Xiao said calmly, "Forget it, I don't want to utilize my abilities for anything. Go to school normally, graduate and go to work, try to marry a girl you like and get married. Living a calm to somewhat boring life, that's what I want for the future." "You this." Li Xiao shook his head, "I'd better not be too high up." In the rear, in the tactical armored vehicle, the head of the security supervision section, he had a grave expression on his face. After the meeting of the Special Affairs Bureau, the course of action against Li Xiao was finalized. If Li Xiao was willing to join the Special Affairs Bureau, then all would be happy, he would be a comrade in arms in the future, and if he really demonized one day, the Special Affairs Bureau would be able to react in time. But if Li Xiao refuses, then the first time to start an arrest operation. Section Chief, he took a deep breath and picked up his communicator. "Groups 1, 2, and 3, wait for the order to swoop in and assist Section Chief Lin in launching an arrest of Li Xiao." "Yes." Considering the danger of Li Xiao, the Special Affairs Bureau directly sent all 3 teams from the field. 3 captain level, plus 16 transcendent members? Li Xiao couldn't escape with his wings. Listening to the voice in the headset, Lin Ke frowned, his tone coming down heavily as he said to Li Xiao, "Your ability has been judged to be very dangerous. If you insist on refusing, it's likely that you'll be judged as a risk factor and be arrested." Li Xiao bowed his head in contemplation for half a second, and slowly put on a smile. "I've read a saying before. When friends come, there's good wine, when jackals come, there's a shotgun. For so many years, I have not used my ability to do a bad thing. I have no shame, if you must use a trumped-up charge to take a shot at me." In the darkness, Uncle Sam and his sister walked out and silently stood behind Li Xiao. Outside the residential building, one group of team members stood on the top floor, the second group of team members guarded outside Li Xiao's house, and the third team waited on the periphery of the neighborhood to prevent Li Xiao from escaping. The black fog reappeared without a sound. Li Xiao picked up a small cookie, stuffed it into his mouth, and gently bit it. "You guys can try it." Chapter 8, Lin Ke's Judgment. Li Xiao sat on the chair and silently locked eyes with Lin Ke. He could sense the numerous transcendents ambushed outside. Each one of them was well equipped and exuded an aura of having fought 100 battles. Actually, Li Xiao's character wasn't as tough as he said. If the Special Affairs Bureau had a different front, instead of threatening his personal freedom and adopting a softer recruitment tactic, Li Xiao might have actually considered joining them. From the perspective of input-output ratio, although Li Xiao felt that becoming a Special Affairs Bureau field officer, all day long, only to earn that dead salary, not cost-effective at all. But the conditions can be negotiated. Moreover, as a civil transcendent who knew about the existence of demons, Li Xiao knew very well how much the Special Affairs Bureau had contributed to maintaining the smooth operation of the city. Because he couldn't do it himself, Li Xiao admired the staff of the Special Affairs Bureau. However, this is not a reason for the Special Affairs Bureau to come and coerce me. Intuition told Li Xiao that if he conceded tonight because of the other party's strength, something worse would likely happen in the future. I Am Hell's ability was too weird. If they were coerced into joining today, what if one day they realized the anomaly and coerced Li Xiao into wanting to examine his body? There were times when it was wise to withdraw appropriately. But there were times when, once you withdrew that step, you were constrained in every way. The temperature inside the house dropped to freezing point, and complicated and radiant ice flowers appeared on the windows, floors, and walls. Every time the field agents waiting outside breathed, their lungs would feel the sting of countless fine needles passing through them. Lin Ke glanced at the white boiled water that had frozen inside the teacup in his hand. Is this your choice? It's really throwing me a big problem. Lin Ke placed the teacup on the table and stood up. Thinking that Lin Ke was going to make a move, Li Xiao similarly stood up. The atmosphere of saber rattling reached its peak. Ugh. Lin Ke sighed and pressed the communication headset. All personnel, retreat immediately, operation terminated. What? Chief He, who was sitting in the tactical armored vehicle, slammed the table and stood up. The members of Field Unit 2, who were ambushed in front, had already raised their feet and were about to kick in the door. Roger. Hey. After he came back to his senses, he hurriedly stopped. But it still left a 44-yard large footprint on the door. Carrying a straight sword, Lin Yibai, who was standing on the roof of the building, heard the order on the communication channel, sighed in relief, and sat on his butt on the ground. Scared me to death. I thought there was really going to be a fight. This is my first love. If anyone's hand is black and accidentally kills it, I'll be left with a lifelong psychological shadow. Inside the communication channel. Captain Lin, this is a withdrawal? But the Bureau's request is. I know. Lin Ke said. The judgment made by the Bureau was not wrong. Li Xiao was too dangerous. After 5 years of figuring out the situation of large-scale mysterious events erupting all over the world, various countries shared their experiences and summarized a meticulous set of rules for the division of superpowers. Ability levels: Level 6 is the lowest, Level 1 is the highest. Classification of superpowers: Object Manipulation System, Energy Mastery System, Telepathy System, Causal Concept System. As well as judging the danger of the ability user, the most important indicator: positive and negative ability values. Section Chief He is right. If we judge by big data analysis, Li Xiao is almost a quasi-demon on the board. But Lin Ke picked up the teacup once again, blew away the floating ice on top, and took a sip. It was raw, bitter, and had a strange flavor that belonged solely to boiling tap water. Lin Ke looked at Li Xiao and said, I'm not asking to close the team because you once saved my sister. I didn't go to college and can't figure out the complicated data provided by the safety section. All I know is that a person who awakened his transcendent ability 2.5 years ago, if he really intends to use his ability for evil, he could never live in this damp and shabby old house. There is no way that he would work 3 odd jobs a week for tuition and living expenses. There's no way he'd go to the trouble of turning off all the power before going out every day just to save some money on electricity. The Special Affairs Bureau personnel waiting outside looked at each other. They were well aware of how unreasonable this thing called transcendent ability was. Transcendence, as long as they slightly step over that line of morality and law. It didn't need to be too much, taking half a step was enough, and his quality of life would take a qualitative leap. Before Lin Ke came to this room and actually met Li Xiao face to face, his thoughts were the same as most of the people in the Bureau, that Li Xiao was indeed a dangerous being. Because of his 2 experiences in joining the army and the Special Affairs Bureau, Lin Ke had met too many people, and he had his own judgment on whether a person was good or bad. After sitting in this old, dilapidated little house, drinking astringent plain water, expired cookies, and talking face to face with Li Xiao, Lin Ke made his judgment. The slightly somber young man sitting across from him would never give in to his desires and transform into a demon. This is purely my subjective judgment, something like intuition, unsupported by data, and does not comply with the Bureau's security regulations. Rinko said over the comm channel to the field team members waiting outside. My order violates the Bureau's regulations, and if you refuse to carry it out, I have nothing to say, the choice is yours. As for the responsibility that arises as a result, I'll take full responsibility. This stubborn fellow. In the tactical armored vehicle, Section Chief he was furious with rage as he pressed his communicator. What are we waiting for if we don't do it yet? If intuition is useful, why do we need a logistics team? Once Li Xiao refuses to be recruited, immediately launching an arrest is an order set by the director. A dozen field members stopped outside. For this operation, it was 3 field teams acting together. Because Lin Ke had the strongest battlefield command ability, it was customary to follow his command. But now that Lin Ke had violated the Special Affairs Bureau's orders, it was up to the other 2 squad leaders to decide how to act. After a moment of silence. Second squad, retreat. Third squad, retreat. Crowd, yes. Lin Ke quietly breathed a sigh of relief, his face remaining calm. What was said above was indeed from his heart. Lin Ke did think that Li Xiao was not the type of person who would abuse his abilities and end up demonizing him. However, outside of Lin Ke's subjective judgment, the reason why he made this decision when it came time to act was also partly due to the chief's instructions before he left. Lin, it's true that the field team is not doing well right now, I can understand that. However, Section Chief Xiaoya is right, safety is the most important issue. You are an old man, and when you do your work, more or less give him some face. Lin Ke read the meaning of the old leader. To put it bluntly, the director's end was in favor of Lin Ke. Whether it was arresting Li Xiao or having a big battle with Li Xiao in the city, neither of these 2 endings were what the Special Affairs Bureau wanted to see. The director, as a leader, valued the stability of the general situation. The captains of the 2nd and 3rd teams had similarly heard the words. Lin Ke believed that they could hear the meaning of the old leader's words. However, Chief He, as the head of safety supervision, had to respect his opinion even if he was the director. If Lin Ke wanted to let Li Xiao go, he had to have a reason to save face. The good thing is that Li Xiao is also competitive, all poor, so that people cannot pick fault. But although there are leaders default, but go back after the review book, certainly is less, after all, the surface is a violation of the organization's rules. Lin Ke sighed in the bottom of his heart. The members of the first squad led by Lin Ke stood on the top floor, and one quietly sighed in relief. If the 2nd and 3rd squads had really rushed in, it would have been embarrassing for them in the first squad. Should they follow the Bureau's orders, or should they follow their own captain's orders? Lin Yibai crossed her arms and shook her head, revealing a confident smile. I told you that old brother can't do it, turn around and I'll go do my homework for Li Xiao. With my girlfriend's identity, he will definitely agree to join the Special Affairs Bureau. The other 3 members of the first squad silently walked a few steps away, distancing themselves from Lin Yibai. That night, they had monitored the entire process of Lin Yi by sending Li Xiao home, confessing his love, and being rejected. That little Yibai, it's okay to lie to us, don't lie to yourself, it's nothing to be rejected, don't be like this, we can't stand it a bit. Standing at the edge of the penthouse, smiling against the wind, Lin Yibai completely did not hear the words of his teammates behind him. On the other side, Section Chief He in the tactical vehicle was simply going to explode with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't fight, Section Chief He couldn't wait to rush up and strangle Lin Ke. The field personnel had been evacuated and the operation was suspended. As for how Lin Ke was going to take responsibility, that was an afterthought. The combat-less Chief He could only be impotent and furious. Close ranks and close ranks. Outside, the Special Affairs Bureau staff began to pack up their instruments, preparing to evacuate. Next to them, a logistics section, older staff member, glanced at the slowly declining superpower reaction in the instrument and smiled as he handed Section Chief He a cigarette. No matter how angry Section Chief He was, he wouldn't get angry with an unrelated staff member, said thank you, and asked, "What's your name?" "Just call me Old Zhang." Old Zhang smiled at Section Chief He and said, "Did you just transfer here this year? Didn't you do the safety supervision position before?" Section Chief He nodded, "That's right, until last year I was in the research and development section, and this year I was transferred to a Yuan City's safety supervision section." Really young and promising. Old Zhang helped section chief. He light up his cigarette and said, "People in the field section, sometimes things are just like that. Because they have to face the demons head on, sometimes they're more willing to trust a split-second intuition than data. It's a feeling that we, hiding in the back, can't experience. I know, Chief He, your job is to ensure that all dangers are nipped before they happen, but once in a while, it's appropriate to trust them. After all, they are the ones who really face danger head-on." Looking at Li Xiao and Lin Ke, who were shaking hands in the surveillance screen, section chief He frowned slightly and sat back in his chair without saying a word. When Lin Ke led a group of people to leave the old building, Uncle San came out from the shadows. A few of the more threatening people are gone, but there are 4 remaining stakeouts, and a number of surveillance cameras have been installed in the neighborhood. Hearing Uncle San's words, Li Xiao, who was packing up the teacups and small cookies on the table, paused in his movements. "They can monitor if they want to, I'm doing the right thing, what am I afraid of?" The corner of Uncle San's mouth rose slightly, like a smile. "I'm just reminding you to remember to close the curtains when you're in the bedroom. That's something yourself." Ahem. Li Xiao's old face reddened. His younger sister crawled out from under the table. "Brother, what is that? What?" "Adults talk, children don't interrupt." Li Xiao rubbed his sister's head hard and shoved the plate with small cookies to her. Seeing that there are snacks to eat, his sister happily let out a jeh laughter, bare feet, snapping and running around the house, making cracker crumbs everywhere. Li Xiao looked at his sister running around, tense nerves for a whole night, finally relaxed. Finally, there was no fight. Uncle San lit his cigarette on fire and inhaled deeply, exhaling a long stream of smoke. "That's because you ran into a stubborn guy." "Stubborn? Lin Ke?" Li Xiao thought that Lin Ke was still quite nice to talk to. Uncle San nodded and said, "His stubbornness lies in sticking to his principles and insisting on procedural justice. If it were someone else who believed in resultant justice, or someone who was easily influenced by orders from higher-ups, a trouble would have been inevitable today." Li Xiao shrugged. Anyway, having solved the trouble without making a move, Li Xiao was very satisfied with this ending. With the Special Affairs Bureau giving up on recruitment, Li Xiao's life finally returned to its usual calm. With the end of the vacation and the reopening of the school year, the campus posting bar was once again filled with all sorts of student activities, couples quarrels, roommates tearing each other apart, and other trivial matters. Except for the students who knew Li Xiao, not many people still remembered the picture of him and Lin Yibai. Li Xiao majored in economics, and the male-to-female ratio within the major reached a horrifying 7-to-1. There were less than 30 male students in a major of 200 or so. Because of the scarcity, the boys were particularly united with each other. Li Xiao does not live in the dormitory, but the relationship between him and the boys in the same specialty is very good, and he has the best relationship with the guy called Ji Shukuan. Li Xiao generally call him Chicken Brother. A week later in the afternoon, Chicken looked at the linear algebra professor on the podium and poked Li Xiao beside him. "So what exactly is your relationship with the motorcycle cosplay goddess?" Li Xiao whispered as he took class notes. "Like I said, she fell in love with me at first sight, tried to woo me, and then, I rejected her." Chicken compared a middle finger. "Make up a story and go force who to make it up, I'm asking you seriously." Li Xiao sighed. No wonder it was said that the truth is always in the hands of a few people, saying words that are beyond other people's perception. Even the truth can't be believed. Li Xiao looked at Chicken with eyes full of pity. "Call Daddy and I'll tell you." Chicken didn't hesitate to arch his hand. "I've been drifting for half a lifetime, and I only hate that I haven't met a bright master. If my brother doesn't abandon me, I would like to be a righteous father." Li Xiao gave him a blank stare. "Speak up," Chicken urged. Li Xiao casually lied. "I heard that Su Xiaoya crossed New Year's Eve with someone else and didn't call me, so I was angry and wanted to pretend in front of them, so I paid a girl to help me act." "I told you, it's true." Chicken clapped his hands and rummaged through an old I Ching from his bag, saying with a solemn face, "But I brought your birth date in a few days ago and divined a hang. The divination shows that recently is the first peach blossom period you've encountered in the 20 years since you were born, and for the next period of time, you'll have peach blossom luck." Chicken didn't have any other hobbies, other than singing, dancing, and playing basketball. He was happy to drum up some godly things. Li Xiao shook his head and pretended not to hear it, concentrating on memorizing the knowledge points the professor said in his book. The trigrams show again that if you miss this round of peach blossom period, the next time you commit peach blossom, you'll have to wait until 50 years from now. 50 years from now, Li Xiao will be 70 years old, and the peach blossom that he invites will probably be a 60 or 70-year-old granny. Ka-ching! The tip of the pencil that was taking notes broke off. Li Xiu pretended as if nothing had happened, replaced the pencil, and continued to listen to the lesson. Suddenly, the classroom became a bit of a commotion. A beautiful silhouette wandered around in front of the classroom, looking also a little familiar. Quite a few people threw over the line of sight, and the number of people who paid attention increased. To the back of the large half of the classroom looked over. As a poor and lonely youth, Li Xiu was very enthusiastic about learning. Because he firmly believed that the more he learned and the more refined he was, the higher his income would be after graduation. The idea was utilitarian, but as a result, Li Xiu was indeed one of the few students in the classroom who listened attentively and took notes intently. Now that the professor was talking about a crucial point, the commotion in the classroom made Li Xiu frown slightly and follow the student's line of sight. Lin Yibai, who hadn't been seen in days, was standing at the door. Seeing Li Xiu looking over, she revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. A smile like a March cherry blossom. Chapter 9. But I refuse. Looking at Lin Yibai's smiling face, half of the boys in the classroom were dumbfounded, while the other half turned their heads and glared at Li Xiu. A week ago, the anal Li Xiu declaration that had been circulating in the campus bar had once again appeared in their minds coincidentally. Under the gaze of a pair of eyes, Li Xiu actually had some phantom pain, as if his buttocks were being poked with a needle. Li Xiu lowered his head. Good guy, Li Xiu is directly a good guy. Where is the phantom pain? Chicken was having a hideous expression, poking Li Xiu's ass with a ballpoint pen. Are you sick? Li Xiu slapped his hand away. Damn, so envious. Chicken tugged at Li Xiu's collar, his eyes slightly red, with the look of a defeated dog in life. Come on, you still paid for it this time, say it. Li Xiu was too lazy to tangle with Chicken, the same move of poking his butt with a water pen, painfully making Chicken let go of his hand. Taking advantage of the professor twisting his head to look out the window, Li Xiu slipped out from the back of the classroom with a cat's waist. After coming out, Li Xiu hid in a dead corner where the professor couldn't see and waved at Lin Yibai. Lin Yibai didn't wear a tight uniform anymore today, just a plain white tracksuit. Due to her overly proud figure, her chest and hip position looked a bit tight and taut, while her two legs looked extraordinarily slender. Lin Yibai trotted over, her short shoulder-length hair and chest clothing shaking in unison with her steps, paired with a sunny smile. Li Xiu's self-esteem is good, but in this kind of visual impact can be called terrible, but also froze for a full 3 seconds before the old face red, averted the line of sight. A light fragrance of cherry blossoms drifting over, Lin Yibai smilingly grabbed Li Xiu's hand. Slightly cool, soft. These two words surfaced in Li Xiu's mind. Inside the classroom, a group of single dogs glanced over through the window, and one by one, their back teeth were about to clench. Fortunately, Li Xiu is not a person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. A wisp of black mist quietly appeared behind his head, relying on extraordinary power to forcefully give his brain a physical cooling. Li Xiu peeled away Lin Yibai's hand and took half a step back, maintaining a healthy social distance between adults. Just talk, don't get so close. Lin Yibai stared at Li Xiu in a daze, her eyes full of puzzlement, as if to say, is your action of taking half a step back serious? She tilted her head, cupped her chin with her right hand, and said after a few seconds of thought, are you still shy? What shyness? It's that day, didn't you say the words to reject me because you were shy? Li Xiu felt that he was a bit unable to keep up with Lin Yibai's brain circuits. He pursed his lips, weighed his words, and tried his best to ask in a way that didn't hurt Lin Yibai's self-esteem, at the risk of asking, who was it that told you that being rejected wasn't pure rejection, but that the other party was being shy? Everyone. Lin Yibai, as the youngest and cutest child in the family. Because of her outstanding beauty since childhood, everyone in her family had told her that as long as she liked someone, no one would reject her. Originally Lin Yibai did not believe it, but later, when she went to school, her classmates said so, and when she went to the police academy, her roommate also said so. In Lin Yibai's worldview, for most ordinary boys, her active confession could not be considered a confession at all. It was called a love notification. Li Xiu covered his forehead. What kind of wrong outlook on love is this? At this time, the bell rang for the end of class, and the boys in the class who had long been unable to hold back ran out, especially Chicken who ran the fastest. Dabbling, he ran to Li Xiu's side, looking at Lin Yibai with an Alzheimer's-like expression. Then I'll show you. Lin Yibai said to Chicken, hello, classmate. If I want to be your girlfriend, would you be willing? If it were a cartoon, the demented-looking Chicken would probably have steam starting to rise from his head. He squirmed and lowered his head. How can this be? Lin Yibai glanced at Li Xiao and continued to pursue. Do you mean to refuse? No. No. Of course not. I'm just a little embarrassed, I'm shy, I'm willing, Pa. Lin Yibai clapped her hand hard, interrupting Chicken's later words. Suppose it stops. Chicken's face was ashen. Lin Yibai shrugged towards Li Xiao. Bold hypothesis, careful evidence, theory confirmed. Li Xiao sighed and decided to change places and explain things clearly. He took a look at the crowd of onlookers, ignored the ghostly cries of the boys behind him, and pulled Lin Yibai out of the school building. Finding a corner on campus where no one was around, Li Xiao finally managed to break Lin Yibai's twisted view of love that she had been molding for 20 years. Lin Yibai asked, you mean, even though you know that between you and Su Xiaoya, the probability of you being able to become lovers is almost zero, you're still not willing to give up? So, you're really rejecting me, not because you're embarrassed or shy. That previous sentence is redundant. Li Xiao covered his chest that was zapped. Lin Yibai's body and face value were so good that it was bursting, and she also had the Special Affairs Bureau field team member, an identity that was full of mystery. Being liked by her did give Li Xiao a great sense of being recognized, and the man's self-esteem was immensely satisfied. But putting down these external things and thinking about it in a man's unique sage time, Li Xiao realized he didn't have the good feelings between a man and a woman for Lin Yibai. From the first exchange, Li Xiao could tell that Lin Yibai was a bit foolish emotionally. For the sake of his own vanity and lust for sex, he went to cheat a little cutie. Others didn't know that Li Xiao couldn't do such a thing. It's true that you're excellent in all aspects, the type of girlfriend that many men dream of. But. Right. Lin Yibai interrupted him. My brother said you're having a harder time living, it just so happens that my family is very rich. If you become my boyfriend, you won't go hungry anymore, and you don't have to work a part-time job. Li Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Li Xiao, who wasn't mesmerized by his face, body, or profession, was blinded by money. At this moment, a path to a soft meal was right in front of him. Can't lie to the little cutie. Can't cheat the little cutie. Can't cheat the cutie. Li Xiao whispered silently, gritting his teeth, so what if I'm rich, so what, I refuse. After receiving Li Xiao's accurate reply, Lin Yibai's mouth opened wider and wider, and in her clear eyes, uneasiness and trepidation gradually emerged. So, you're really? Then, I'll be. In the next few days. Lin Yibai fiercely grabbed Li Xiao's hand, but this time, it no longer carried any semblance of flirtation. Yes. I'm sorry. It's me who took it for granted. My brother scolds me every day for doing things impulsively, and this time it was me who acted without thinking clearly again. Anyway, I'm really sorry, if it causes you trouble, I can pay for it. Li Xiao hurriedly waved his hand, it's fine, don't take it to heart. That. Lin Yibai slightly tilted her head to look at Li Xiao and said pitifully, you shouldn't go to the bureau to report me for sexual harassment, right? The Special Affairs Bureau was an official organization anyways. Lin Yibai's various behaviors towards Li Xiao would properly be sexual harassment if the genders were swapped. Of course not. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Yibai was moved to say, you're really a good person. Receiving a good person card, Li Xiao was a little bit in tears. Lin Yibai was like the three-body person in the novel Three Bodies, completely devoid of any semblance of heart, writing all her thoughts on her face. Getting along with her, Li Xiao had a long-lost sense of relaxation. So, what did you come to me for today? Li Xiao asked. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Lin Yibai clenched her right hand into a fist and gently hit it on her palm, remembering the purpose of this trip. She had come over this time, firstly, to ascertain Li Xiao's intentions. This was confirmed. The second was to. This. Lin Yibai handed over an old flip phone without a logo from the belt bag she carried. For me? Lin Yibai nodded and explained. I originally wanted to persuade you to join the Special Affairs Bureau today in the name of my girlfriend, but I didn't expect. She smiled awkwardly and skipped the topic. This cell phone is specially made by the RD Group, it has a strong anti-jamming effect, even if the mass release of the ability, there will not be no signal. Because you killed the flesh and blood troll, we are worried that its accomplices will retaliate against you. This cell phone holds my brother, also known as Lin Ke, and my number. Once something goes wrong, be sure to contact us first. Lin Yibai still didn't know that Li Xiao had long interrogated the flesh and blood troll. Judging by its confession, as long as Li Xiao didn't take the initiative to mess with it again, that mastermind behind the scenes shouldn't come looking for it. However, Li Xiao didn't reject the Special Affairs Bureau's good intentions. Li Xiao took the cell phone. He wasn't sure if there was a listening or positioning device in it, but it didn't matter. He was on the right track, and with the power of the officialdom, he didn't need to go through so much trouble if he wanted to investigate him, and it would be more convenient to directly invade his cell phone and computer. As long as the Special Affairs Bureau does not lose heart and inquire about my browser records, I am the most legitimate citizen in the entire city of Yuan. Li Xiao thought. Considering from the perspective of interests, having one more contact information of the Special Affairs Bureau might be a good thing. In the future, when he encountered something difficult to deal with, Li Xiao would also be considered to have someone above him. The stuff has been delivered, so I'll go back. Leaving here? Li Xiao looked at the time. The morning class was over and it was already noon. Have a meal before you go, I'll treat you. No need. Lin Yibai waved her hands frantically, her hands almost shaking into electric fans. My brother said you're so poor you can't afford to get out of bed, how can I let you treat me to dinner? Although it was true, being said so to his face, Li Xiao felt a headache, and he gritted his teeth and said, there's still money to treat you to the cafeteria. It wasn't that Li Xiao was having second thoughts about people after rejecting Lin Yibai. At least it is a long way over to send him something. People get along with each other to pay attention to the return. If a meal are not invited Lin Yibai, Li Xiao is too inhumane. Take Lin Yibai to eat cafeteria, in addition to attracting a lot of boys peeping outside, to not cause other similar outcry, shocked, second generation of rich people to pick a fight and other disturbances. Li Xiao is not afraid of getting into trouble. He is worried that if there is really any ungrateful rich second generation to come over to molest Lin Yibai, with her character, it is estimated that the rich second generation classmates, the next week do not have to come to the cafeteria to eat, you can go directly to the hospital to eat fluids. Li Xiao invited Lin Yibai to eat barbecue meat with rice, also added an egg, a total of $15. Before leaving, Lin Yibai bought a bunch of fruit, snacks left Li Xiao. She looked as if she was afraid that Li Xiao would go hungry in the evening because she had invited her to eat at noon. Without waiting for Li Xiao to refuse, Lin Yibai ran off without a trace. Looking at Lin Yibai's disappearing back, Li Xiao himself didn't realize that the corners of his mouth were unconsciously rising. Chapter 10, The Night Demon. Another week had passed since Lin Yibai's visit. Yuan University, library, study room. Su Xiaoya rarely did not read a book. She held her cell phone, her large almond eyes quietly looking at the phone screen out of focus. The cell phone wallpaper was two middle school students wearing school uniforms. Standing on the right with fair skin, hands then smiling sweetly is Su Xiaoya. The one on the left who twisted his head in embarrassment was Li Xiao. Ever since you were little, you've had the look of an autistic kid. Su Xiaoya's finger gently points at teenager Li Xiao's face. Growing up as childhood sweethearts, coupled with being neighbors across the street, their relationship had always been very good. But ever since they went to college and Su Xiaoya moved away, there was less and less communication between the two. The two people who had spent 6 years together, obviously attending the same school, got along more distantly than strangers. Su Xiaoya didn't like this. Over the past year, she had looked for many opportunities to make things clear, but it turned out that Li Xiao seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Half a month ago, on New Year's Eve, because of Wang Yanhong's obviously excessive jokes, the relationship between her and Li Xiao became even more awkward. In the past few days, Su Xiaoya had always wanted to meet Li Xiao face to face and have a good chat with an open heart, but there was never a particularly good opportunity. Su Xiaoya's eyebrows slightly knitted, alabaster-like fingers gently pointing on the table, writing and drawing on the sketch paper, from time to time, slightly puffing up her cheeks in chagrin, trying to think about how to improve the relationship with Li Xiao, the autistic child. She was thinking very seriously, did not realize that because of her cute expression of puffing up her cheeks, the male students at the tables in front and behind completely lost their motivation to study. The books on the table were spread out for half a day and froze without turning a page. Contemplating Su Xiaoya, suddenly smelled a strong perfume flavor, followed by a flat, not the slightest with the soft embrace from behind. Wang Yanhong pulled open a chair and sat down, hold Su Xiaoya's arm and asked. The party that Sun Chang organized, are you really not going? He's doing it especially for you, yeah. Sun Chang was the 1 meter 8.5 handsome man that Li Xiao had seen standing beside Su Xiaoya on the night of the New Year's Eve. He was a notorious talent in the art academy, and had been pursuing Su Xiaoya for over a year, which was considered to be a true love affair. Tonight Sun Chang organized a party and invited Su Xiaoya 3 days in advance. But she wasn't interested in such noisy occasions and refused many times. Seeing that it was Wang Yanhong, Su Xiaoya's smile faded and she said indifferently, I won't be going, and besides, Ms. Wang, please don't speak to me until you've gotten Li Xiu's forgiveness, thank you. Wang Yanhong said, but Sun Chang said that he specially invited Li Xiu this time, wanting to apologize to him for the New Year's Day night, so I thought I'd just come along. Xiaoya, don't you want to see it with your own eyes? Hearing this, Su Xiaoya hesitated. Tonight seemed like a good opportunity to be able to open up the conversation with Li Xiu. Please send me a copy of the location and time of the party, I'll be there on time. Yeah. Wang Yanhong let out a cheer. The time of the party was at 6 o'clock this evening, and the address was a day rental villa located in the northern part of the city. It was already 4 o'clock now, and counting the distance traveled, it wasn't exactly a lot of time. Wang Yanhong said prettily, I have to go back to my dorm room to get the charger, but also to change into a complete set of underwear, hee. Xiaoya, do you want to go back with me? No, I have to go out for a trip, later I will go over directly. What are you doing to go? Su Xiaoya did not answer, she looked at the cell phone screen, the youthful and tender Li Xiu, slightly revealing a smile, white teeth good looking like pearls. An hour later, Su Xiaoya walked out from a cake store. She was carrying a box of strawberry cake in her hands. Su Xiaoya stepped on the light-colored masonry on the sidewalk, deliberately avoiding the dark-colored ones, and walked forward with a bounce. When she encountered a few oncoming elementary school students, Su Xiaoya hurriedly returned to normal. Lifting the cake box in her hand, her beautiful big eyes curved into a crescent moon. This was the old-fashioned strawberry cake that Su Xiaoya had to run to several cake stores to buy. Since she was a child, she remembered that Li Xiu liked strawberry cake. Whenever he couldn't eat, as long as he was tempted with a piece of strawberry cake, he would be able to smother his head and eat a whole piece. Su Xiaoya thought for a moment, lifted the strawberry cake, took a photo, and sent it to her friend's circle, with the caption. A small gift for a certain autistic child. Visible range, only visible to Li Xiu. Post. Su Xiaoya pressed publish, and she made up her mind. Tonight, must make up with Li Xiu. Putting away her cell phone, she walked into the villa area, and from a long distance Su Xiaoya could hear loud music and the noisy sounds that belonged uniquely to the young people of the restless period. Xiaoya. Here. Wang Yanhong waved at her from a long distance. 5 hours later, late at night at 11 o'clock. It was still this villa area. The sounds of laughter and music disappeared, and even the rich night color could not hide the pungent smell of blood. A yellow cordon was arranged around the area, stopping the curious residents in the neighborhood as the police maintained order at the scene. However, the police officers were filled with bewilderment between their looks. It was only when they saw 3 blackened vehicles with Special Affairs logos drive by that the veteran police officer in charge of the scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ke led the first team of people, jumped down from the first car. The logistics and reconnaissance personnel in the remaining 2 vehicles quickly carried down a piece of equipment. Lin Ke walked into the villa, and the first thing that caught his eyes was the swimming pool that had turned into a pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood wafted out, sickening. Ironically, a cute little yellow duck was floating in the pool of blood, in which a colorful lady's bathing suit was also floating, seemingly highlighting the happy atmosphere of a few hours ago. Lin Yibai, who was carrying a straight sword, followed behind Lin Ke. She walked inside the villa, which still smelled faintly of beer. Lin Yibai walked around the villa, looking for possible clues, and suddenly, on the kitchen floor, she saw a piece of strawberry cake that had been stepped on and deformed. There was a small card inserted into the strawberry cake. Lin Yibai walked over and picked up the card. After the logistics personnel of the Special Affairs Bureau handed over the information with the police officers on the scene, the police officers quickly withdrew. As for the onlookers, as they saw the logistical personnel began to set the anti-chemical suits on their bodies, they were so scared that they thought that there was an outbreak of viruses or radiation inside, and without the Special Affairs Bureau specializing in dispersing them, they had long since run away one by one without a trace. A few minutes later, one of the logistics personnel walked up to Lin Ke and handed over a tablet computer to report on the scene. After investigating the nearby surveillance footage, there are a total of 37 people who entered this villa tonight. Other than the 2 specially invited bartenders, the remaining 35 people are all students of Anyuan University. According to the feedback from the residents in the neighborhood, the music of the party started around 5:30 until it stopped at 10:20. At 10:37, the police department received a call from a resident claiming to smell a strong odor of blood. By the time the officers arrived, the villa was empty, and the surveillance didn't capture anyone leaving. This was the result of the police investigation. What about the results of the Transcendent Realms investigation? The logistician continued, intense residual shadows of the ability were found at the scene, and it is presumed that the rank is at least 5th order, with a positive and negative ability value of -37. 5th rank, positive and negative value of 37 demon. A lightning bolt flashed through Lin Ke's mind. It's it again? The logistician nodded. In the previous month or so, 24 disappearances had occurred one after another in Yuan City. The vast majority of them were girls between the ages of 16 and 24, and after confirming with their parents, it was basically certain that almost all of the missing persons were virgins. The Special Affairs Bureau, after investigating the remnants of the supernatural abilities at the scenes of the disappearances, determined that they were the work of the same demon. However, it was too cunning to hide in the shadows and did not cause large-scale destruction, so the Special Affairs Bureau was unable to catch its tail. The Special Affairs Bureau set a code name for the demon that committed the crime, Night Demon. It signified a demon that hid in the darkness of the night. Lin Ke rubbed his chin. Tonight's action doesn't fit the Night Demon's logic of operation. 37 people disappeared in one breath, and there were both men and women. The previous Night Demon wouldn't have such a big appetite. Between thoughts, he lowered his head to look at the list of missing persons on the tablet. When he saw Su Xiaoya's name, Lin Ke's heart thumped, and a strong sense of foreboding emerged. The reason why Lin Ke trusted Li Xiao was because he saw the shadow of his own youth in him. The same stubbornness, the same having his own principles, but that was also the biggest problem. Lin Ke knew that if the demon really hurt the people he cared for, he didn't know how crazy he would do. Especially since Li Xiao was still a wild ability user and hadn't gone through the Special Affairs Bureau's professional superpower control training. With Li Xiao's ability positive and negative values as high as 77, once he fell into a rampage, the entire city would suffer, causing damage that could be far higher than the so-called Night Demon. Immediately block the news. Definitely don't let Li Xiao know. Lin Ke gave the order, but in the next second, the sound of an external private line requesting access rang out over the communication channel. Whose dedicated line? The logistician gulped. Li Xiao. Chapter 11, Perception Lock. A few hours ago, Li Xiao, who was working at the milk tea store, saw the friend circle posted by Su Xiaoya. The familiar strawberry cake, the familiar flirting. Li Xiao stood frozen in place for a full 10 seconds. Is this speaking to me? This is saying it to me. The bearded boss, who was busy making milk tea for his customers, noticed that Li Xiao was touching the fish and was about to come over to admonish him. Li Xiao suddenly took off his doll coverall and said he wanted to take a vacation. This scared the bearded boss. Although Li Xiao is a part-time job, but in his work for more than a year, has never taken a vacation, can be called a model employee. Upon hearing that Li Xiao wanted to take a leave of absence, the bearded boss rushed over and asked, "What's wrong? It can't be that something happened at home, right?" Li Xiao pondered over his relationship with Su Xiaoya and solemnly nodded his head. A major life event. Then what's the point of dilly-dallying? Hurry up and go. The boss urged while helping Li Xiao put the pre-ordered boxed lunch in a plastic bag so that he wouldn't forget to take it away. The boss knew Li Xiao's character too well. If he forgot to take it with him, this kid would be able to carry on all night without eating in order to save money. Li Xiao ran home with the boxed lunch, didn't bother to eat, and changed into what he thought was the most handsome clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he slapped his cheeks hard. Today, say whatever you have to say in your heart, you can't run away anymore. Then, Li Xiao sat on a chair and waited for Su Xiaoya's call. From 6 o'clock until 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. The familiar feeling of loss reappeared. When the pointer pointed to 10 o'clock, Li Xiao opened the boxed lunch that had long been frozen through, lowered his head, and silently stuffed flavorless food into his mouth. More than sadness, what was saddening was empty joy. My sister quietly appeared from the darkness and jumped up to hug Li Xiao's neck. Her body temperature was cold, but the warmth that passed through her heart was extraordinarily hot. Third uncle pulled out a chair and sat across from Li Xiao. Third uncle, I'm fine, this kind of thing is normal, it's just me getting ahead of myself. No one said that Su Xiaoya buying strawberry cake can only be for me. None of us are children, we should have our own lives. Not true. Third uncle interrupted Li Xiao's words. Something's not right. Li Xiao raised his head. In the past, the third uncle, no matter what dilemma he faced, always had a breezy demeanor and silently provided Li Xiao with advice. At this moment, third uncle's face rarely showed gravity. The mark I left on Su Xiaoya is gone. In Li Xiao's eyes, the mature smile that he had forcibly disguised disappeared. Uncle San was able to leave a mark on a designated target. As long as the markings weren't erased or covered, within a few hundred kilometers, he would be able to sense where the target was with a single thought. On the last New Year's Eve, the reason why Li Xiao was able to find Su Xiaoya in the sea of people was under the guidance of Third Uncle. However, due to privacy considerations, Third Uncle would not actively sense it, and even if he did, he would not tell Li Xiao. In Uncle San's words, young people's matters are left to the young people. However, now was clearly not the time to be concerned about privacy. Uncle San knocked out a cigarette, his voice low. There are only two possibilities for the logo to disappear. Su Xiaoya left in Yuan City, beyond the range of my perception. Or, she fell into the range transcendent field of a transcendent or demon. The domain force field isolated the release of the marking signal, causing me to be unable to perceive it. Li Xiao's brows furrowed as his fingers gently tapped the table. Su Xiaoya's home was in Yuan City, her parents and grandparents were all here, and there was no sudden reason for her to leave for another city. Could it be that she was really accidentally caught up in the transcendent out-of-control incident? Li Xiao shook his head. He couldn't make such wild guesses, it was too much of a waste of time. The problem now was insufficient information. After Su Xiaoya posted her friend circle at 5:40, there was no more news from her. Li Xiao wasn't a famous detective, he knew clearly that what he had to do now was not to reason, but to seek help. From his bag, he pulled out the Special Affairs Bureau's special line cell phone that Lin Yibai had sent over. There were two numbers in the address book, one was Lin Ke and the other was Lin Yibai. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xiao pressed Lin Ke's name first, and after a long wait, the call did not connect. Didn't you say to contact any time when there's a problem? It was impossible for the field officers of the Special Affairs Bureau to also work from 9 to 5 and not answer the phone when they were off duty, right? Li Xiao didn't have time to think too much and dialed Lin Yibai's number, and after 10 seconds or so, the call finally connected. Without time for too many pleasantries, Li Xiao revealed the matter of Su Xiaoya's disappearance. I want to ask the Special Affairs Bureau to help check if there is a record of Su Xiaoya's ticket purchases in the transportation system, and if there isn't. I suspect that she was caught up in the transcendent runaway event. With the speed of the car and the road conditions in Yuan City during rush hour after work, it was impossible for Su Xiaoya to have left the marking perception range before Uncle San realized it. There were only two ways to leave Yuan City at a very short speed. High-speed rail or airplane. Li Xiao was waiting for Lin Yibai's reply. Lin Yibai on the other end of the microphone had a pained expression on her cute little face. Her character was straighter than the knife on her back, and she really wasn't good at lying. Lin Ke glared at his sister from the side in hatred. It was originally decided that this cell phone would only contain his direct line contact information, so even if Li Xiao's phone didn't get through to him, he could still find a reason to temporarily hide it. However, if Lin Ke and Lin Yibai didn't answer the phone at the same time, although they could also use on a mission as an excuse, it would be too intentional. That's why Lin Ke asked Lin Yibai to answer the phone, to make a random panic, to delay some time. As a result, Lin Yibai was like being drugged, and after half a day of mumbling, she couldn't say a word, and in the end, she even handed her cell phone directly to Lin Ke. Helplessly, he took the cell phone. I'm Lin Ke, Yibai, and I are out on a mission. I'll focus on your matter when the mission is over, don't worry. Well, good. Li Xiao didn't say anything and hung up the phone, turning his head to ask Third Uncle. Is the location locked? Li Xiao had fought with Lin Ke and Lin Yibai, and Uncle San had left markings on all of them. Lin Ke's markings were erased. Either his transcendent power is ranged, or he's wearing some sort of disruptive equipment. But I have a lock on Lin Yibai's location. Uncle San walked over to the map of Yuan City posted in the living room and pointed his finger at a location. 5 kilometers away from us, the villa area. Li Xiao wasn't a member of Sun Chang and Wang Yanhong's handsome men and women's circle, so he didn't know about the party in the villa area tonight. However, Li Xiao had other ways to investigate. He zoomed in on Su Xiaoya's selfie with the strawberry cake, and the name of the cake store was written on the cake box. Put it into the map software and search. Because it was an old-fashioned cake, not one of those chain stores, there was only one search result in the whole of Yuan City. It's less than 800 meters away from the villa area. Xiaoya didn't need to run to such a faraway place just to buy a piece of cake alone. That friend circle was indeed sent to me, only that later, due to her unfortunate involvement in the transcendent out-of-control incident, Xiaoya wasn't able to notify me in time. But why did Lin Ke lie to me? Without needing to think too much, Li Xiao came up with the answer. He didn't feel comfortable with me participating in the operation, worrying that I would be careless and make a wrong decision because of my concern for Su Xiaoya. The causes and consequences of the matter had been made clear here. Being deceived by Lin Ke, Li Xiu's heart originally surged with anger. However, when he thought of his behavior a few days ago, in order to help Li Xiu, he did not hesitate to violate the orders of the Special Affairs Bureau and resisted all responsibility. The anger in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Li Xiu shook his head and whispered to himself, "Since I trust, I'll trust to the end." Lin Ke didn't want Li Xiu to get involved. In other people's place, Li Xiu definitely wouldn't ask too much, willingly pretending to know nothing at home. Only Su Xiaoya can't. He wanted to go over and rush to the scene immediately. Go and figure out what exactly was going on. Walking to the balcony and opening the window, the cold winter wind blew on Li Xiu's face, messing up the hair on his forehead. Li Xiu held onto the window with one hand, flipped over and jumped out, falling straight down towards the ground. The distance between him and the ground shortened rapidly, leaving only half a meter. When Li Xiu was about to break his legs, wisps of black mist appeared in the air out of nowhere. Like countless gentle arms, they wrapped around Li Xiu and stopped his falling momentum. Li Xiu gently stepped on the ground. Phew! The wind howled, and in one step, Li Xiu swept forward tens of meters. With a solid effort, he disappeared into the night. Did something just happen? The two scouts who were responsible for monitoring Li Xiu's daily activities were sensitive to the fact that something was wrong. Li Xiu's speed was too fast, so fast that the miniature cameras they had planted couldn't even capture it. Because the transcendent power was only used to accelerate, not in a large-scale burst, there wasn't much feedback from the scouting instruments. Is it an illusion? Another scout said, "Take a closer look at the video for insurance purposes." Li Xiu sped through the darkness. His speed was no slower than a car's, and more importantly, he didn't need to follow the road. If one looked down from a high altitude, they could see that Li Xiu was walking in a straight line. Buildings, rivers, and bridges. Li Xiu was walking like a ghost in the night. The two scouts who had been monitoring Li Xiu earlier kept zooming in and checking frame by frame. After a few minutes of unremitting efforts, they finally got a good look at the silhouette that flickered in the frame. They hurriedly pressed the communication channel, "Captain Lin." Something's wrong. What is it? A sense of foreboding surged in Lin Ke's heart. Li Xiu. The investigator repeated, "Li Xiu went out and used his transcendent power, and we suspect that he's targeting the crime scene where you are." Lin Ke said suspiciously, "How could he?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a cold, piercing chill coming from behind him. Lin Ke had carried out hundreds of operations and had seen I don't know how many hundreds of hideous and terrifying demons. But there had never been a demon that gave him this feeling. Deep, heavy, as well as warily cold. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the scene, all the staff members stopped what they were doing, and it was as quiet as a pin drop. Lin Ke lowered the finger pressed on the communication headset and asked Lin Yibai in front of him. "Is there a guy standing behind me, with displeasure written all over his face?" Lin Yibai nodded and immediately shook his head again. Lin Ke sighed. In order to pull Li Xiu closer to the Special Affairs Bureau, Lin Ke had done a detailed background check. It could be said that Lin Ke was one of the few people in the world who knew Li Xiu the best. What Su Xiaoya meant to Li Xiu, Lin Ke knew better than anyone. But the more it was like this, the more he couldn't let an ability person who was controlled by his emotions join in. This was for the safety of all the people in the operation, as well as for the smoothness of the operation. Thinking so, Lin Ke was about to persuade Li Xiu to give up. But turning around, he hesitated after seeing Li Xiu's state. Li Xiu was running out of breath and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Lin Ke was clear about how strong Li Xiu's power was, and the last time he confronted him, although Li Xiu was still only at the 5th rank, the terrifying fluctuations he emitted were already no less than certain auxiliary 4th rank transcendence. If Li Xiu released his power at full strength, it was only at this distance that he wouldn't feel tired at all. This kid hasn't gone through a systematic transcendent power workout. He's worried that over-releasing his power will accidentally injure ordinary people along the way. Because focusing the range of power release on himself instead creates a heavier burden on the body? Lin Ke locked eyes with Li Xiu. He saw anxiety, anger, and uneasiness in Li Xiu's eyes, but the only thing he didn't see was loss of control. Snap! Li Xiu grabbed a bottle of water from a nearby logistician, ignoring the words "no, that might be evidence," and drank most of the bottle. The remaining half bottle of water was shoved back into the hands of the logistician. Li Xiu wiped his mouth, pointed at Lin Ke and said the words he had been holding back all the way. "Let's look down on people. I'm not a brat who lies on the ground and howls when something goes wrong. Forget about other things, when it comes to Su Xiaoya's matter, there's no way I'm going to mess around for her safety. Not to mention. Li Xiu's line of sight swept past the thick bandages around Lin Ke's waist and abdomen. Without me, are you guys really okay? Chapter 12 The Past. Lin Ke was injured. A very serious injury. As a captain-level field officer, Lin Ke's equivalent order was at least 5th order, and most likely 4th order. 4th rank had a meticulous control over their abilities, and if they didn't actively release them, others couldn't tell if the other party was a transcendent. Last time, when Lin Ke led people to surround Li Xiu's home and invited him to join the Special Affairs Bureau, Li Xiu realized it. Lin Ke's transcendent force field would occasionally fluctuate. The range of the fluctuations was small and the intensity was very subtle, but Li Xiu still detected it. Considering that the flesh and blood troll had captured Lin Yibai, and that Lin Ke, who was his brother, couldn't even be there to make a move, Li Xiu was basically able to determine that. On the New Year's Eve, your injuries were already so severe that you couldn't perform your abilities normally, otherwise, it would have been impossible for you not to step in when Lin Yibai was in danger. Between New Year's Eve and now, less than half a month, even if you have recovered some of your fighting strength, there is definitely still a certain distance from your full strength. Not to mention Lin Yibai, who was injured on the night of the New Year's Eve. Li Xiu calmly analyzed, there are a total of 5 people in the first squad, 2 of the team members are injured, and one of them is still the strongest captain in the whole team. You guys need my help. It wasn't that Li Xiu liked to take the initiative to introduce himself, but he was well aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. I Am Hell was an extremely powerful ability, bizarre and unpredictable, able to easily kill demons of the same rank. This was Li Xiu's advantage, but his disadvantage was also obvious. He was only one person. Just like the Special Affairs Bureau needed Li Xiu's power, Li Xiu similarly needed the Special Affairs Bureau, into a systematized team of reconnaissance, research and development, and analysis. He was indeed upset with Lin Ke's deception, and with Li Xiu's strength, it was completely enough to make a big fuss to vent his dissatisfaction. But children are the ones who talk about emotions, adults only seek results. Ever since Li Xiu's parents disappeared 6 years ago, he was no longer a child, no one took care of his emotions, and he had to take responsibility for every decision he made. Lin Ke read the realization in Li Xiu's eyes. As a former soldier and now a field captain, Lin Ke had seen a similar look in many people's eyes. And without exception, all of the people who possessed this kind of look were comrades who were secure enough to trust their backs to them. I understand. Lin Ke pressed the communication headset. Captain of the 1st Field Squad, Lin Ke, requesting to enforce the 3rd Special Regulation to temporarily enlist a civilian transcendent to assist in launching the operation. Intense keyboard tapping sounds came from the headset, and a melodious and gentle female voice replied, "Application received, please inform the name and ID number of the civilian transcendent." Li Xiu, number ID Y2839. The sound of pounding on the keyboard paused for half a second. In the system, Li Xiu's danger level is high-risk person. Captain Lin, with your authority level you are able to directly include him in the operation, but afterward, the process will be sent to the director for a review of the review. May I ask if you will execute the special regulations? Execute. 3rd Special Regulation executed successfully. Li Xiu, number ID, AY2839, temporarily included in the Night Demon Crusade. The gentle female voice took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Good luck with your operation." Thanks. That's good? Li Xiu thought it would be troublesome after all, he had almost come into conflict with the Special Affairs Bureau a few days ago. Lin Ke nodded and pulled a yellow, button-sized badge from the small pocket of his tactical undershirt. With a flick of his thumb, he tossed it to Li Xiu. Wear it, and you'll have free access to the site until the operation is over. Good. As the captain and head of the operation, Lin Ke had too many things to be concerned about. After telling Li Xiu not to move around the scene and wait for the operation to be arranged, Lin Ke thundered off to busy himself with other things. Li Xiu received the badge, which was engraved with crossed swords and spears, while underneath the swords and spears was a silhouette of the city, representing the Special Affairs Bureau's vision of guarding the city with force. Not only him, but also Lin Ke, Lin Yibai, or the staff of reconnaissance and security supervision present, each of them wore a different color badge on their chests. Yellow means temporary worker? Li Xiu looked halfway, and he was the only one wearing a yellow badge. Yellow badges are special badges that only the captain level, in the face of a crisis situation, is authorized to issue temporarily. Lin Yibai walked over to explain. She pointed to Lin Ke, who was not far away and was frowning, checking the scene's detection data with the reconnaissance team, and whispered to Li Xiao. Don't look at the ease my brother gives, that's because his position is not only a captain, but he's also the acting head of the field section in Yuan City, able to dispense with the vast majority of processes. But when the operation is over, he still has to make up a ton of paperwork. My brother isn't afraid of fighting demons, but he's afraid of that kind of complicated paperwork too. After getting halfway through, before, Lei Wei was a swollen face. When he thought of the tall Lin Ke ambling around on the keyboard, mending the process documents one word at a time, Li Xiao wanted to laugh a little. Li Xiao turned his head and said to Lin Yibai, "You don't need to accompany me, just busy yourself with your work." Lin Yibai slightly tilted her head, "I didn't purposely accompany you But they, Li Xiao looked towards the busy staff at the scene. Lin Yibai revealed a bright smile. I'm not good at on-site investigation and the cross-departmental docking work. I've tried a few times, and it's not very suitable. I also want to help, but everyone says, Little Yibai, you'll be the biggest help if you get your strength up and use it to the fullest when you engage the demons, so I usually don't have anything to do at the scene. Lin Yibai smiled and raised her small fist, proudly saying, after all, I'm the team member of the first team who was the best at fighting head-on. If it was a manga, 3 black lines should have appeared on Li Xiao's head. This wasn't a compliment, it was clearly saying that he thought she was in the way, so he told her to get her strength up and focus on being a fighter. As for being the best at frontal combat, when she thought of the last time she was captured by such a poor flesh troll, are you cursing again? The flesh and blood troll captured. This best at is really to be proved. Right, this is for you. Lin Yibai handed over a cream-stained card. I found it on the kitchen floor, I guess, it should be written to you. Li Xiao took the card, and there was a line written on it, I hope that a certain autistic child is happy every day. The font on the card was too familiar to Li Xiao, elegant and graceful, with a restrained stroke. Just like Su Xiaoya's character, it was gentle and considerate. Lin Yibai quietly stood beside Li Xiao, because she was too well protected since she was a child. She indeed did not know much about the world of people, and sometimes she spoke and did things that looked a bit silly and dumb. But also because of this, she is like a pure white negative, sometimes, more able to feel the emotions of others hidden in the bottom of the heart. At this moment, Lin Yibai could clearly feel the worry that was so thick in Li Xiao's heart that it was extreme. You care about her a lot? Lin Yibai asked. Li Xiao looked into the darkness of the night and was silent for a long time. Just when Lin Yibai thought that he refused to answer, Li Xiao suddenly opened his mouth. Su Xiaoya is very important to me. 6 years ago, my parents disappeared. When I was in my second year of junior high school, junior high school students, sometimes they would encounter some inexplicable school bullying. Back then, I was bullied quite a bit. At first it was backstabbing taunts about how mom and dad were too much of a pain in the ass to leave me behind and run away. Later it was bright ridicule. A few school bullies heard that I had inherited the old house and the bank book, so they extorted money from me. Li Xiao showed a reminiscent look. At that time, I hadn't awakened my abilities yet, and was just a skinny, weak, stupid kid. Neither knew how to fight back, nor would I seek outside help. Missing parents, schoolyard bullies, and distant relatives who were trying to steal the house. I got tired and I started refusing to go to school, refusing to eat, locking the front door, lying in bed and trying to starve myself to death. If you die, you don't have to suffer. Lin Yibai listened quietly. She seemed to be able to see the image of a skinny and weak teenager, lying alone on the bed, his face thin, lips dry and cracked, waiting for death in despair. She wanted to hold Li Xiao's hand, but when her hand reached over, she remembered Li Xiao's refusal earlier, and silently withdrew it. Then what happened afterward? Lin Yibai asked. Later. I don't know, after a few days, just when I thought I was dying, I heard a knock on the door. Seemingly thinking of the scene at that time, the corners of Li Xiao's mouth rose slightly. There was a person who kept knocking on the door for so long that even I, who was bent on dying, got bored. With no other choice, I got up from my bed and ferociously went to open the door, ready to use the last bit of strength in my life to tell the guy outside the door to get lost. But when I opened the door, I saw Su Xiaoya smilingly holding a piece of strawberry cake, saying she wanted me to eat it. Probably because I've been hungry for too long, that was the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life. Li Xiao picked up the card and carefully wiped away the cream on it. Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the card, it was as if he could see Su Xiaoya's smiling face. Su Xiaoya is not some girl to me that I casually fell in love with because she was pretty. It was she who saved me from the darkness, it was she who gave me back my hope to live. After my parents disappeared, she was the one who took care of me, helped me kick out the school bully, and stood up for me in front of my classmates. Without her, I might have died a long time ago, or lingered on and survived, and after awakening my transcendent powers, I became a demon that plagued one side of the world. After glancing at Lin Yibai's complicated expression, Li Xiu's words stopped. Lin Yibai had at least once confessed her love to him, and to go on about how important Su Xiaoya was in front of her was a bit too much. Li Xiu thought that Lin Yibai would be angry or dissatisfied. However, her reaction was the opposite of what Li Xiu had guessed. Lin Yibai collected her complicated expression and said solemnly, "I will definitely save Su Xiaoya. Such a good person, she shouldn't die in the hands of a demon." Oh. Oh. Lin Yibai's clear eyes burst out with boundless strength. After she finished speaking, she clenched her small fists and kept hitting her palms, as if she couldn't wait to fight the demon right away. In the end, the overly energetic Lin Yibai ran to the corner and went to do stretching exercises, warming up for the next battle in advance. Looking at Lin Yibai, who was seriously warming up, Li Xiu felt pure enthusiasm in her. She was truly moved by the experiences Li Xiu had recounted, and from the bottom of her heart, she longed to save Su Xiaoya. Still really pure to the point of being a cute girl. Li Xiu was a bit touched. Lin Yibai was warming up. Li Xiu couldn't waste any time. Opening his right hand, wisps of black mist concentrated in his palm. For the first time since the awakening of I Am Hell, he was seriously practicing his ability to manipulate. Just as Lin Ke had said before, the night demon had made too much noise tonight. Not only the field group led by Lin Ke, the second and third groups also received orders to assist, in addition to the field team, logistics, research and development, security supervision, reconnaissance. It could be said that the Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau, up and down hundreds of people moved. With 37 missing people appearing at the same time, there were too many karmic consequences involved, and the karmic conceptualization faculty abilities of the reconnaissance team had gradually narrowed down the scope. Locked in. Found the suspected night demon's hideout. Chapter 13, Threads of Karma. Found it? Hearing this news, the spirits of everyone on the scene were lifted, and the fatigue from a busy night seemed to have disappeared. They had been staring at the night demon, the monster roaming the city, for a full month, and the field team was fine, except for the period of their mission. They could rest and reorganize a little. However, the people from the logistics, reconnaissance, security supervision, and research and development departments lived in the Special Affairs Bureau almost every day. In order to catch the night demon early, the people in the investigation team slept less than 4 hours a day on average. After countless days and nights of seemingly useless searching and organizing, they finally waited for a breakthrough this evening. The Bureau used that ace from the reconnaissance section. Lin Yibai, who had finished warming up, came over and said she had tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, her face was slightly red, and her whole person was filled with the vitality and vigor of a young girl. Li Xiu noticed the key in her words. Ace? Lin Yibai picked up her saber and carried it on her back. That's right, most of the transcendents in the reconnaissance section lack frontal combat power, but are extremely good at stealth, analysis, and tracking. There's one of them, whose transcendent category is the cause and effect concept lineage, and his ability is this: as long as there's enough fruits, he'll be able to unleash his ability to reverse the corresponding causes. To explain it simply, as long as enough information about the victim is given to him, he will directly pinpoint the murderer's location without any other clues. So strong? Li Xiu didn't expect there to be this kind of bizarre transcendent ability. Having awakened for 2.5 years, Li Xiu had a general understanding of transcendent powers, and he knew that transcendent powers could be roughly differentiated according to their ability categories. Energy mastery, control of energy that does not exist as a physical entity, such as magnetic fields, lightning, flames, and temperature, with extremely destructive properties. Telepathy, manipulation of the mind and soul, capable of creating virtual personalities, implanting false memories, and transforming enemies into slaves out of thin air. Object manipulation, ability to strengthen and manipulate physical and external objects. Concept of cause and effect, the ability to change the concept of cause and effect, the world, the most mysterious. Mythic branches, the ability to utilize various divine powers from mythology, extremely rare, and each mythic branch is very powerful. Agnostic, those with abilities other than the above. Objects, energy, mind, cause and effect, myth, and agnostic. These are the 6 classifications of transcendental powers by humans, with the vast majority of transcendentalists clustering in the direction of object and energy mastery. For example, the lousy physical body enhancement, becoming stronger and more powerful, or being able to manipulate water currents, flames, and so on. Of course, rotten street does not mean bad. 6 categories, which category to the extreme is incomparably strong. To take the simplest example, if there was a flesh-strengthened transcendent who exercised transcendent strength every day, practiced himself until his head was bald, and his transcendent class was raised to the first class. Then even without cool special effects and weird abilities, he would be able to overcome all doubts with his fists alone. Because Li Xiao was currently only in control of the extreme cold inferno, the category of ability he displayed was categorized by the Special Affairs Bureau into the Energy Control Department. In reality, Li Xiao's transcendent category should be considered the Mythic Branch Department. After all, hell was also a product of mythology. However, for his own safety, Li Xiao didn't intend to take the initiative to clear up the misunderstanding, and just let others think that he was a mediocre energy control department. The ability to trace the cause based on the result. Li Xiao sighed and said, if this transcendence name is spread out, no demon would dare to cause trouble in Yuan City. As a law-abiding ordinary citizen, Mr. Li, he truly hoped that one day demons would become a vulnerable group that would have to be specially protected in order to avoid the picture of extinction. It would be great if it could really be like that. Lin Yibai said, because it's so powerful, it's rumored that every time this scout section ace casts it, there are many complicated restrictions and a serious price to pay. Even with the many restrictions, there are still many people who try to assassinate that ace. For that reason, his personal information is a top secret of the Bureau, and only the director knows his true identity. We only know his code name. Thread of Karma. Thread of Karma. Silently reciting it in his mind, Li Xiao memorized the code name. If he had the chance, he would like to see for himself what the ability to trace karma was really like, but he had more important things to do tonight. Rescuing Su Xiaoya safely and securely. A voice rang out in Lin Yibai's headset, and after listening for a few seconds, she turned her head to Li Xiao and said, the details that the support squad has compiled are transmitted over. Let's go listen to it together. By the time Li Xiao and Lin Yibai walked to the tactical master control vehicle parked outside the villa, there were already quite a few people inside. As the acting head of the field section, Lin Ke was solely responsible for the deployment of the operation when the 3 teams were operating together. At this moment, the other 2 field teams were waiting for Lin Ke to give orders. There were dozens of screens arranged in the general control vehicle, and now all of them were pasted together, and on top of them was a map of Yuan City. On the map, there were 4 red dots that were labeled. Lin Ke said, based on the victim's information, the line of karma has reverse pushed out 4 demon hideouts. 4? Lin Yibai asked, the night demons are working in a gang? Lin Ke shook his head and said, no, the thread of karma determined that there was only 1 night demon. 3 of the 4 hideouts should be fake, and only 1 is real. The reconnaissance section attempted to infiltrate with a drone, and upon approaching it, found a strong transcendent realm force field at all 4 suspicious locations. The current RD group has yet to produce a drone that can withstand the transcendent domain force field on its own, and we have no way of knowing what's going on inside the 4 hideouts. But there is one thing that can be determined. Rinko paused to deliver the bad news. The Night Demon may not only be a demon of the martial arts faction, it is highly accompanied by an awakening that grasps part of the knowledge that belongs uniquely to demons. Knowledge? Li Xiao looked at Lin Yibai. This was the first time he had heard that awakening would bring knowledge. Lin Yibai explained in a small voice, there are a very few lucky ones among humans and demons that have an extra portion of knowledge in their brains on top of their awakened abilities. This kind of demon that possesses natural knowledge is far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary demon that only knows how to kill. Lin Ke glared at Lin Yibai, signaling her not to rustle during the tactical meeting. Lin Ke continued. Based on the night demon's behavior of taking living people captive on a large scale, and comparing it to the Bureau's previous information, it is speculated that the knowledge the night demon possesses is most likely related to rituals and sacrifices. It's using the blood and lives of the living to exchange for power. Hearing this, Li Xiao thought of Su Xiaoya, who was still in danger and couldn't help but ask. You mean, it's right now that the night demon might be opening an altar and practicing to kill those people it took captive? Lin Ke glanced at Li Xiao and nodded somberly. Li Xiao's breathing became rapid for a moment as he stared at the 4 red dots on the map, itching to rush over there right now. However, the 4 red dots were far apart, located in the southeast and northwest corners of Yuan City, and the idea of rushing in and trying one by one which one was the night demon's real hideout was unrealistic time-wise. Calm down, Li Xiao, calm down. Can't be controlled by emotions. Su Xiaoya is in danger. One wrong step could cause irreversible results. Li Xiao took a deep breath and pushed down all the tumultuous emotions. Lin Ke gave Li Xiao an approving look and continued. Based on the transcendent residue left behind when the Night Demon's ability was unleashed, we can surmise that it's roughly located at the 5th rank, however. This is the data from half a month ago, and if we're right in our speculation, it should have had a substantial increase in power through killing and sacrifice. Conservative estimates put the Night Demon's transcendent equivalent at the mid to upper 5th order, and to take it down while protecting potential hostages would require at least a captain level. Hearing this, everyone froze. There were only 3 captains in the field section of Yuan City, yet there were 4 hiding places on the map where the Night Demon might appear. Chapter 14 4 Teams. Whether it was the field and reconnaissance personnel attending the meeting, or the director and deputy director who were listening to the meeting from the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters, everyone had grimness written all over their faces. For hideouts, 3 captains. How were they going to be distributed? Regardless of how it was distributed, the only place without a captain would be in danger once they encountered a Night Demon. The Special Affairs Bureau wasn't like the rest of the Crown. Seniority? Ranking by seniority? Not to mention the fact that the Special Affairs Bureau has only been in existence for 5 years, let's just say that they face demons and transcendent criminals all day long. Demons and criminals don't have the argument of keeping their hands off, they hate the Special Affairs Bureau the most, especially the field section. Once the 2 sides meet, it's basically a do-or-die situation. The captain of the field section, as the head of the section, his own combat power was bound to be higher than the members and a notch higher. Don't look at the fact that Lin Ke was still in an injured state, it just meant that he couldn't fight for a long time. After nearly half a month of recuperation, in a short period of time, he had been able to forcefully suppress his injuries and burst out with captain-level combat power. For hiding places, none of them can be spared. Lin Ke set the course of action. The Night Demon doesn't know that we've found 4 suspicious locations through reverse causation. This is our greatest advantage. We absolutely cannot miss a single one. Captains of Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3, paired with 2-3 personnel from their own teams, head to the southeast and west, the 3 locations of the suspicious locations. As for the suspicious locations in the north, 1-2 of the strongest frontal combatants from each of the 3 squads will form a makeshift squad to explore the operation. Although the 4 target locations were arranged in the 4 corners of Yuan City, the terrain of Yuan City itself was on the narrow side, similar to an irregular oval shape. The northern location, and the eastern and western locations were relatively close. If the north was really the location where the Night Demon was located, the makeshift squad consisting of the strongest frontal combat power of each squad would also have a great possibility of holding out until the captains of the east and west directions came to support them. With the plan of action arranged, the next step was the meticulous division of duties and preparation of equipment. The logisticians who arrived at the scene in advance cleared the scene without any trace, avoiding the Night Demons from jumping over the wall and attacking the ordinary people living in the surrounding area after they were attacked. Everyone was methodically doing their share of the work, and Li Xiao squeezed through the crowd to find Lin Ke. Put me in the northern group. Lin Ke didn't ask why. He knew very well that Li Xiao was worried that without a captain-level temporary squad, he wouldn't have the extra energy to save ordinary people if he really encountered a Night Demon. Are you sure? Although your ability is strong, you've never participated in an official operation and haven't experienced training. This will be dangerous. Lin Ke asked. What responded to Lin Ke was a pair of unwavering eyes. I understand. Lin Ke handed over a portable communication headset. When used by Transcendence, it is able to automatically resist signal interference and will not be affected by the demon realm. The Northern Squad communication channel is 115. Thanks. Li Xiao took the headset. He had just plugged it into his ear when he felt as if there was a small bug burrowing into his ear, startling Li Xiao so much that he was about to take the headset off. The sensation of drilling inward stopped again just as he put his hand on his ear. Immediately followed by the subtle sound of water flowing, something was slightly expanding in his ear, just filling the entire auricle. Wasn't that a shock? Lin Yibai walked over with a knife on her back, a cute bad smile on her face. Did you think there were little bugs drilling into your ears? These are headphones specially developed by the Bureau, and unless the head is bitten off by a demon, they definitely won't fall off. Li Xiao tugged on the headset. There was a very obvious sense of blockage. It took a lot of force to pull it out. The environment at the scene was complicated. This was to ensure that the communicator wouldn't be lost due to the intense battle. He adjusted the frequency band to 115, and less than half a second of subtle electronic noise later. Phew! In an instant, countless messages came swooping in like a swift wind. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Reconnaissance section analyzing the scene data as follows. Medical section is in position and ready to go. The site blockade is complete, and the evacuation of nearby citizens is expected to be completed in 15 minutes. A message appeared in the communication channel in an organized manner. The field officers rushing through the battlefield were the facade of the Special Affairs Bureau, but this tiny headset, with support from every aspect of every department, was the real strength of the Special Affairs Bureau. Field Group, Lin Yibai and temporary team member Li Xiao, please take the helicopter to the northern target immediately. Hearing his name on the headset, Li Xiao froze for half a second, having the unreal feeling of an ordinary person suddenly appearing on TV. Wait, Lin Yibai? Li Xiao twisted his head and looked at Lin Yibai, who was carrying a long sword on his back and a box in his hand. Lin Ke's order was each of the 3 squads to draw 1-2 members with the strongest frontal combat power. Did Lin Yibai really have the strongest frontal combat ability outside of Lin Ke? Is it really okay for her to be such a rookie? Benchmarking Lin Yibai, Li Xiao was now very worried about the level of the rest of the northern temporary team. Lin Yibai slightly tilted her head. What's the problem? Li Xiao looked away to hide his panic. No. The sound of helicopter rotors came from the sky, and the gusty wind whistled, causing the blood pool inside the villa to ripple. When Li Xiao raised his head, he saw a helicopter with Special Affairs printed on it hovering in the air. Instead of descending, the helicopter opened its hatch and threw down a soft ladder. It was time to go. Lin Yibai gave Li Xiao a look to follow her, carried her equipment, and grabbed the soft ladder to climb up. Li Xiao didn't want to delay and was about to follow. Lin Ke's voice came from behind. Lin Ke walked over. I'll go to the eastern target point, and if the night demon is really at the northern target point you're at, I'll be the first to get there. Also, while I'm gone, I'll trouble you to take care of Lin Yibai. Lin Ke knew his own sister's character, and when hot-blooded, she would do impulsive things. Normally, it was fine to have him calming her down, but now that Lin Ke had to go to another location, he could only rely on Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded and responded, if Su Xiaoya is in your direction. Don't worry, I will absolutely protect her. The 2 men reached out their hands and shook them vigorously, parting ways with a promise. Depart. Li Xiao grabbed the soft ladder and climbed up. But after climbing for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and when he slightly raised his head, he saw Lin Yibai's round and plump. Cough. Li Xiao hurriedly lowered his head and focused on climbing the ladder. However, this Special Affairs Bureau's female uniform was really tight. Li Xiao unconsciously sighed and couldn't help but look upwards again. But just the moment he raised his head, Li Xiao remembered that Lin Ke was still watching from below. With his overwhelming perseverance, he lowered his head again. Lin Ke, who was standing on the ground and quietly staring at Li Xiao, saw the scene and nodded with satisfaction. Don't look at Lin Ke's appearance of an iron-blooded man, a fierce man of steel. As an elder brother who was 10 years older than Lin Yibai, he was a standard sister controller, and would definitely not allow any man to dare to take advantage of his sister. The helicopter's hatch closed, and the fuselage tilted slightly, suddenly pulling up and flying towards the north of Anyuan City. Li Xiao looked at the city skimming below his feet. 15 minutes later he would arrive at the scene. 20 minutes later, the operation would officially begin. Speculating the location of the villa area, arriving at the first time, joining the investigation as a temporary team member. He had already done the limit of what he could do, and now, there was only one thing that Li Xiao could do. Pray that Su Xiaoya was still alive. Worrying about Su Xiaoya? Lin Yibai, who was sitting beside him, captured the change in Li Xiao's mood. Li Xiao didn't hide it and frankly nodded his head. Lin Yibai patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, revealing a healing smile. My intuition tells me that I'll definitely be able to get her out this time. My intuition is spot on. Li Xiao couldn't help but be infected by her, thanks to your good advice. Right. Lin Yibai clapped her hands together. You still don't have a weapon while you're at it. While there's still a bit of time, do you want to choose one temporarily? Chapter 15, Temporary Squad in the North. Weapon. Li Xiao pointed at the straight sword that Lin Yibai was carrying. Your kind? No, this moonflower blade of mine is a bloodline weapon made by the Bureau's research and development team, using my blood mixed with special materials. Lin Yibai pulled out the moonflower blade, and the not-so-bright cabin looked like it was lit with a bright light. There were no unnecessary decorations, and the blade was clean, pure, and straight. Just like Lin Yibai himself. A sliver of moonlight was cast on the blade from outside the window, emitting a glittering light. My ability is the Object Manipulation Department, and the full name of my ability is Metal Frenzy. I am able to enhance the ability of the metal object I touch in all directions. For example, if it is the same moonflower blade, it will be sharper and stronger in my hands than in yours. And if I were to pilot this helicopter instead, its speed and maneuverability would be enhanced. Of course, because the helicopter is so big, the enhancement wouldn't be great. Lin Yibai resheathed the moonflower blade and continued, bloodline weapons are the exclusive armament of field personnel, and each person only has one. In order to cope with different operational environments, the Bureau has also prepared a variety of standardized weapons for us. Lin Yibai stood up and walked to the back of the cabin, lifting a layer of cloth to reveal a single large metal case underneath. The metal box that she touched automatically read the fingerprint information, and with a slight click, the box popped out a gap and slowly opened. A faint smell of oil wafted out. This was the smell left behind by firearms and swords after careful maintenance. Li Xiao walked over and looked at the box full of weaponry, unconsciously gulping. From the cold weapons of knives, guns and clubs, to the hot weapons of pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and even explosive fragmentation grenades, aluminum thermite grenades, and smoke bombs. As expected of an official organization, this logistical support is really overabundant. This box taken out was enough to fight a small battle in certain war-torn areas abroad. Li Xiao's eyes involuntarily glowed as he looked at the various weapons within the box. Which man could resist this kind of temptation? If he could resist this kind of temptation, could he be called a man? As a middle-aged teenager who used to be able to play for a day with a wooden stick, Li Xiao couldn't wait to carry a full load of firearms and go out one by one to try the recoil. This time, he forced into the Special Affairs Bureau's mission. The next time there is such a random opportunity, I do not know when to wait. However, Li Xiao's reasoning was still online. He fondly touched the gun, then turned around, from the bottom of the box. Like carrying grapes, he picked up a bunch of grenades. Li Xiao hadn't practiced marksmanship, and in a chaotic battlefield, there was no chance that he would make a mistake and painfully hit a friendly army. Guns, pass. As for sword-type weapons, Li Xiao hadn't had any specialized practice, and wielding them haphazardly might not be as convenient as if he had just cast his abilities with his bare hands. Knives, guns, sticks, and clubs, pass. Only this grenade. Li Xiao was no longer trained, but throwing a grenade was still more than enough, right? Anyway, this is just an auxiliary means. His real killer is the I am hell ability. After learning how to use grenades from the old-timer Lin Yibai on the helicopter, Li Xiao easily unlocked his secondary occupation. Throwing goblins. Both of you, get ready, there's only a minute to go. The pilot reminded. Lin Yibai pulled open the cabin door, and the gusty winter wind messed up her hair. Li Xiao, who had changed into his Special Affairs Bureau uniform, stood beside her, looking down at the city below. The target point in the north of Anyuan City was in a wetland park, adjacent to a medium-sized lake called Luowu Lake. For fear of being discovered by the target, the helicopter hovered 1 kilometer away from the wetland park. For the next kilometer, they had to walk on foot. The pilot said, "Gentlemen, good luck with your operation." Aha! Li Xiao nodded at the pilot and jumped from the helicopter together with Lin Yibai. Black mist appeared and wrapped around his body as Li Xiao floated to the ground. Unlike the easily thankful Li Xiao, the way Lin Yibai landed was much wilder. She was seen falling straight through the air without slowing down in the slightest, banging down on the masonry floor and smashing out a spiderweb-like pattern. And Lin Yibai only bent her legs slightly, then she dissolved the impact of the fall and stood straight again. Purely relying on the strength of the physical body can withstand the impact of falling from a high altitude. Li Xiao looked at his eyelids slightly straight, and again felt that it was particularly in line with Lin Yibai's persona. You guys are the ones who came the latest. Li Xiao was just about to inquire about Lin Yibai's type of ability when he heard a not-so-friendly voice coming from the darkness on the side. Following the voice, he looked over. 3 people also wearing Special Affairs Bureau uniforms walked out, 2 men and 1 woman. The man at the front had extremely short hair and a menacing face, and he was wearing a pair of coffee-colored sunglasses even though it was clearly late at night. Following behind was a teenager, clearly looking like a minor, holding a compass in his hand. At the end of the line, there was a woman who looked about 30 years old, with a big wavy hairstyle, and under the tight uniform, her body was too curvy, a bit of Kardashian style. Everyone briefly introduced themselves. However, Li Xiao was so focused on saving Su Xiaoya's life that it was a bit rude to say that he really didn't remember the names of these 3. The positioning of these 3 in his head was the sunglasses brother who wore sunglasses in the middle of the night and had a very impulsive tone. The fortune teller with a look of godliness and a compass in his hand. as well as the in Yuan City Kardashian who unconsciously exuded mature femininity at all times, or simply, Sister Keiko. These three, together with the hot-blooded girl Lin Yibai and the temporary worker Li Xiao, formed the Northern Temporary Squad. Well, the people in this Northern Squad, other than me, how come one looks more unreliable than the other? Li Xiao thought so. But he forgot that in the eyes of several other professionals, Li Xiao was the most unreliable unknown factor in the team. Brother Sunglasses walked over, suspicion and nonchalance written all over his face. Kid, I don't know what kind of relationship you've gone through with Lin Ke to shoehorn you in, but I'm warning you. When you get into the scene later, don't touch anything, don't release your abilities willy-nilly, there are hostages inside. I don't expect an amateur to come over and help, you just don't drag your feet, got it? As for your safety, be careful yourself. We are not your parents, no one will protect you. If you really accidentally die inside, count your bad luck, understand? The Sunglasses brother's tone was very impulsive, a look of eyes above the top. Without waiting for Li Xiao to open his mouth, Lin Yibai who was standing next to him was like an old mother hen protecting her young, rushing up in a furious manner and pushing Sunglasses brother away. Do you want to fight before the action starts? Brother Sunglasses spread his hands. Why so angry? I was kindly reminding him. By the way, I heard that you even confessed to him? The result was rejected by this kid? Brother Sunglasses mocked, ha! The relationship within your first team is really confusing. If you ask me, the title of the strongest squad in Yuan City should be given to our second team, so you guys can just focus on playing house within the team. Lin Yibai's straightforward temper was exasperated by Brother Sunglasses' conspiratorial face. At this moment, and without Lin Ke to hold the stage, she was almost about to pull out her sword and go punch someone. Li Xiao grabbed Lin Yibai's hand that was about to draw her sword and shook his head at her, signaling not to waste physical strength before acting. Having worked part-time for many years, Li Xiao had seen all kinds of people, and had seen all kinds of old yin and yang masters. This level of Brother Sunglasses was just enough to gaslight the straight-tempered Lin Yibai. Li Xiao calmly said, "Thanks for the reminder, although you said that you won't protect me, but don't worry, since we're all in a squad, if you're in danger, I'll definitely protect you." When these words came out, Brother Sunglasses' face instantly became ugly. Disliking people in a weird way was only a small way, but Li Xiao's frank expression of strength, tolerance and goodwill, forming a contrast in personality, was the real right way to dislike people. With Li Xiao's words as a comparison, it appears that Brother Sunglasses is a catty villain. Brother Sunglasses' sarcastic smile faded, his blood pressure rose, and his face became even more smelly. Old me still needs your protection? Li Xiao quickly pursued, what if I really am protected? Brother Sunglasses was so angry that he blurted out, then I'm your son. Good, a deal is a deal. In 2 or 3 sentences, Brother Shades was tricked into falling into the pit. When the time came for action, Brother Sunglasses didn't need Li Xiao's protection, then Li Xiao wouldn't suffer. If it's really not coincidental and you need Li Xiao's help, then Brother Sunglasses would be doubly happy. Not only did he save a life, but he also got an extra pro father. Those present were all smart people, and they understood the key to this after a second thought. Sister Katsi and little brother Fortune Teller couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. The Sunglasses brother, who reacted with an expression of having eaten unwashed large intestine sashimi, just wanted to say something more. The headset had already transmitted the reminder that the action was about to start, so he had to bite his teeth and eat the muffled loss. Carrying their respective weapons and equipment, they arrived at the outer gate of the wetland park. Without any instruments, as a transcendent, one could see a layer of dark purple semicircle that was shrouding the sky over the wetland park just with the naked eye. All squads prepare, the operation will begin in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action. The 4 squads, at the same time, entered into the middle of the 4 demonic fields. The fortune-telling little brother held a retro-shaped bronze compass in his hands. The spoon on it first swayed crazily from side to side for a while, and before long, it was pointing in a direction. Everyone follow me. The 5 were quick on their feet, and 10 minutes later, they found a deep pit hidden in the grass. Lin Yibai looked at the deep pit. This is the night demon's lair? Sister Katsi took out a fluorescent stick from her backpack, broke it and threw it in. The pit wasn't that deep, but she could see several canals leading in different directions. This should be it, the fortune-telling junior said. The previously frustrated sunglasses guy stood up and said, "Look, I'll go down first and give you guys a sample." He tried to think of a way to regain face. Brother Sunglasses' bloodline weapon was a pair of finger tigers, and he easily jumped into the cave entrance, waving at the crowd above him, signaling that everything was safe. However, he didn't see it, but the crowd crouching in front of the cave entrance saw it clearly. A giant snake with a human head and snake body had been quietly lurking on the ground. Because the scales of the giant snake were extremely similar to the color of the rocks, with this natural camouflage, Brother Sunglasses did not even notice the giant snake behind him. The giant snake slowly opened its mouth and was about to attack towards Brother Shades. The crowd on the cave entrance couldn't help but look at Li Xiao with odd faces. This is going to be a father so soon? Chapter 16 Underground Cave. Seeing that the human-faced, snake-bodied monster was about to pounce and bite Brother Sunglasses' neck from behind, Li Xiao raised his hand and was about to cast his ability. Suddenly, Brother Sunglasses let out a cold snort, as if he had a pair of eyes behind his back. He suddenly twisted his body and punched the human-faced, snake-bodied monster in its 7-inch position. His fist looked like it had been spiked with inferior page game special effects, blossoming with colorful light, and its power naturally leaned towards the page game, hitting a 99,999 blitz-like effect with a single punch. With just one punch, the human-faced, snake-bodied monster exploded into 4 or 5 segments, spilling blood and flesh onto the ground, dead beyond repair. Just this? Just this? Facing the dead monster, Brother Sunglasses didn't forget to taunt. How dare you come to cheat at this level? Come to sneak attack? Oof. The Li Xiao from above jumped down into the deep pit and examined the corpse of the human-faced, snake-bodied monster. After just a glance, Sister Keiko swayed her waist slightly and shook her head. It's not a night demon, it should be a derivative monster it made based on its awakened knowledge. The Special Affairs Bureau badge came with a camera, capable of transmitting images from the scene back. A message from the rear support team came through the headset. After facial verification, the monster's face belongs to the victim who disappeared 17 days ago. Counting the 37 people who were partying in the villa tonight, the number of missing people in the night demon incident totaled 61. But that was only the number of people reported missing. Although Yuan City was not considered an international metropolis, the city's population was nearly 10 million, with homeless, vagrants, and runaway lunatics. Under the huge population base, there are many special people in the unattended corners between the cities. The number of people taken by the night demons would only be more than the number counted by the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Xiao squatted down to observe. Inside the human-faced, snake-bodied monster's head, what flowed out wasn't brain matter at all, but some kind of black and gray pus that emitted a foul odor. The internal structure of its mouth had similarly changed. The teeth were sharp, and the tongue had turned into a viper's letter. Even if Li Xiao had no medical foundation, he was able to make the deduction that this monster had completed monstrosization everywhere except for its face, which was still human-like, and there was absolutely no possibility of reversing the recovery. Could it be that the night demon captured people just to make this human-faced, snake-bodied monster? Li Xiao asked. The fortune-telling junior held his chin. It shouldn't be that simple. This kind of synthesized monster looks bluffing, but it only scares ordinary people. Don't even need a transcendent, just 3 or 4 ordinary people trained in shooting and armed with firearms would be enough to deal with it. The night demon lurking in the city, taking great pains to capture people and setting up 4 hideouts, it shouldn't just be for the sake of making this kind of inferior product. The fortune-telling little brother was very meticulous in his thinking. Li Xiao felt that he was right and was about to ask a question again when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin Yibai, who was half squatting on the ground. What's wrong? Li Xiao asked. Nothing, I just think. It's a pity. Lin Yibai's right hand brushed over the eyes of the human-faced, snake-bodied monster, causing those bright red, hideous eyes to close. If one didn't look at the lower half of the horrifying severed limbs and snake body, this was a young girl in the prime of her life. Lin Yibai stood up again. Let's go, let's not delay any longer. Her tone was tinged with uncontrollable anger. At this point, even Brother Sunglasses, who had been at odds with Lin Yibai, didn't say anything more. The group quickly walked amongst the underground tunnels. On the ground was a wetland park that was visited by tourists every day, but underneath, there were underground tunnels dug out that were even more complicated than the subway in Yuan City, which were connected in all directions. Fortunately, there was a fortune-telling junior among them, and the compass in his hand could always make precise judgments at the fork in the road. Sister Kotzi said, "We've been going down." Lin Yibai raised her wrist and looked at the value on her wristwatch. It's already 40 meters underground. Li Xiao touched the tunnel, the damp, sticky earth walls. Although he had taken quite a few forks in the middle and spent a lot of time going back and forth in circles, Li Xiao's sense of direction was still quite good. If I remember correctly, the direction of travel we came all the way over here seems to be towards the lake next to the wetland park? Could it be that the end of the tunnel is the lake, and the night demon's lair is hidden at the bottom of the lake? In the face of the question Li Xiao threw out, the other 4 people in the squad's faces turned a little worse. The Special Affairs Bureau's uniforms were carefully designed by the Research and Development Department, and had self-contained miniature oxygen devices that were able to cope with sudden underwater actions for a short period of time. But the human body type was inherently unsuitable for fighting in water. Except for a few transcendents whose awakened abilities were related to water and the ocean, other transcendents would inevitably have their combat power greatly reduced when plunged into water. So what? Brother Sunglasses slowly turned his neck, making clicking sounds. Can the whole of Yuan City find anyone better suited for the mission than us? If there's a difficulty, go up against it, that's being a true man. If you wimp out, go back. This Sunglasses brother's mouth stinks, the sense of responsibility that should be there is not 1 point less than others. Li Xiao thought and smiled. That won't do, I'm still waiting to recognize my family today. After saying that, Li Xiao ignored Brother Sunglasses, whose veins were jumping on his forehead, and continued to walk forward. They continued to go deeper down, occasionally stopping in the middle to liaise with the squads in the other 3 directions, exchanging information about each other. 3 minutes into the operation, the current 4 squads were still in the exploratory stage, unable to determine which direction was the night demon's true hideout. During the process of exploration, they once again encountered several attacks from the human-faced, snake-bodied monsters. However, Li Xiao never made a move. It wasn't that he was scared as Brother Sunglasses said, but Li Xiao wasn't sure if these victims who had been transformed into monsters still retained their consciousness. If their consciousness had already been erased, it would be fine. If they still retained their pre-birth consciousness, they just couldn't control their bodies to attack others. If Li Xiao made a move to kill them, these innocent victims would have to suffer for eternity in the extreme cold hell. This was too cruel. Of course, if the number of monsters were too many and too strong, and Li Xiao didn't make a move, the others would be injured and die. Li Xiao wouldn't put his teammates in danger just for the comfort of his own heart. But the Sphinx monster was just excessively weak. Even the seemingly weakest fortune-telling junior in the squad was able to single-handedly kill a human-faced snake-bodied monster while holding a compass in one hand. Thus, Li Xiao was content to be the team jerk. Along the way, he said awesome 21 times, gave thumbs up 13 times, nodded to his companions, and gave eye affirmations 10 times. In just 10 minutes, Li Xiao got a triple-double of 21 13 10. This kind of groping behavior within the team, without even acting, looked at Brother Sunglasses with his eyelids jumping straight up, and on his face was the slightest bit of undisguised revulsion and disdain. Before also feel Li Xiao good card sister, fortune-telling little brother, quietly, and he pulled away a little distance, for fear that this unreliable teammates affect their actions. This is being isolated and ostracized. Li Xiao, who had suffered from school violence in middle school, was sensitive to the change in the team's atmosphere. In response, Li Xiao expressed indifference. He had come to save Su Xiaoya, not to make friends with the field officers of the Special Affairs Bureau. Anyway, after today's operation, they probably wouldn't see each other again. Those who ostracized and those who were ostracized heartily kept the surface calm, only. Does that? You want to stay away from me a little bit? Li Xiao said helplessly. Lin Yibai was like a guard with a sword, guarding Li Xiao's side. No way. Lin Yibai said, your ability is strong, but you lack experience in dealing with sneak attacks. It's possible that before your abilities can be utilized, you'll be taken out by the night demon hiding in the shadows. As long as I can withstand the first round of sneak attacks from the night demon, after dragging it into a frontal battle, that's when you'll be able to utilize your true strength. Half a month had passed since the New Year's Eve, and Lin Yibai was never able to forget the image of Li Xiao easily killing the flesh and blood troll. She believed that as long as the night demon dared to appear, Li Xiao would definitely be able to blow its doggy head off. However, Lin Yibai's trust fell in the eyes of the 3 Sunglasses brothers, which was naked love brain. The 3 of them glanced at each other and gathered together to mutter in whispers. It's over, within the team, there's not only a groping asshole. There's also a love brain cutie. This time, the action is very bad. While the 3 of them were whispering and plotting, Lin Yibai's little head suddenly poked out from behind them. What are you guys talking about? The 3 of them were so shocked that their hearts stopped, turning their heads and saying, no, nothing. Yes, nothing, let's get going. Li Xiao, who had witnessed everything from behind, shook his head helplessly. He took big strides forward, and the guard with the sword, Lin Yibai, rushed to catch up and carefully protect him. The three sunglasses brothers exchanged a look with each other, as if they were silently saying, let's hope that the night demon isn't on our side. Lacking a captain level and having two unstable factors within the team, in the opinion of the three of them, this makeshift squad would definitely not be able to fight against the night demon in the enemy's lair. As elites of the field section, they were not afraid of death. When they joined the field section, they were ready for the realization. But this realization was, at the critical moment, rush up to be the hero who saves the world. Instead, because their teammates were unreliable, they would directly give in vain in the face of the demons. No, it's not necessarily going to happen, even if the night demon is really here with us, just hold on until the captains come over. The fortune teller said. Well. Yeah. Right. The three of them let out a slightly embarrassed laugh, then fell into silence again, looking at the back of Li Xiao, who was about to disappear around the corner of the tunnel. They gripped the bloodline weapons in their hands and chased after him with heavy steps. But when they turned the corner, they almost crashed into Li Xiao's back. Why did you stop? Sister Keiko asked. Li Xiao raised his hand and pointed ahead. We're here. In front of them was an excavated, huge open space that was about 5 meters high and covered an area of close to 300 square feet. And in the direction of Li Xiao's finger, one could clearly see the drawn with congealed blood and arranged with unnameable bloody organs. Bloody altar. Chapter 17. Dad's dad is grandpa. Bloody, cruel, and sickening. The bloody altar was slightly higher than the ground by 10 centimeters, and the black blood slid down, spreading all the way to Li Xiao's feet. The altar was painted with blood mixed with some kind of unknown special sticky liquid, drawing complex lines that were devoid of any logic or regularity. It was like a madman who had cut off his own arm and used his injured severed limb to draw on the ground the visions he had seen during his seizure. Sister Keiko gulped. The invisible, shadowy transcendent force field emanating from the bloody altar that belonged uniquely to demons caused her bare arms to break out in goosebumps. Rustle. The communication headset was disturbed by the transcendental force field and emitted a slight buzzing sound. Through the miniature camera, the support team restored the picture of the altar in the screen on the computer, converted it into data modeling, and sent it to the RD section at the rear. The researcher would compare and match the modeling data with the Special Affairs Bureau's database records to deduce the true role of the bloody altar. This process wouldn't take long. Li Xiao half squatted down and observed the blood on the altar and the blood, flesh, and internal organs laid out. The blood hasn't dried yet, and the internal organs are fresh. It's almost as if a living sacrifice was just performed a few minutes ago. This underground altar was the end of the tunnel. The blood and flesh were fresh, but they didn't encounter any night demons, nor did they find any captured victims. Enduring the fishy odor and checking around the vicinity, they didn't find any secret doors or anything like that, so they could confirm that the night demon wasn't where they were. Brother Sunglasses, Sister Keiko, and Fortune Teller quietly sighed in relief. But for Li Xiao, it wasn't good news. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other three squads, but battles between transcendents and demons couldn't avoid spilling over to ordinary people. To take the simplest example, at the same time, only Su Xiaoya or another innocent citizen involved could be saved. Li Xiao didn't have to choose, he would only save Su Xiaoya. But others, there is a possibility to save another citizen. Su Xiaoya has a 50% probability to be abandoned. This may seem selfish, but human nature is inherently close and distant. The so-called trolley problem is not a problem at all in front of the truly important people. After determining that the night demon wasn't here, Li Xiao listened carefully to the response in the communication headset, waiting for the other three teams to reply, while turning around and striding out. This was because Li Xiao had individually instructed within the communication channel that the rear support team would notify Li Xiao at the first opportunity if they discovered that Su Xiaoya was amongst the slain human-faced snake-bodied monsters. As of now, none of the four squads had encountered a monster with Su Xiaoya's face on top, which meant that there was a huge possibility that she was still alive. Li Xiao had to return to the surface as soon as possible, get on the helicopter, and when he had determined the location of the night demon, he would be the first to rush over to rescue her. Lin Yibai was definitely going to move with Li Xiao. She turned back to the three sunglasses brothers who were still stuck in the altar and asked, "We're going up, aren't you guys leaving?" Seeing that Li Xiao was leaving, the sunglasses brother trio, who couldn't wait to be happy, waved their hands back and forth, looking for an excuse to stall. "We'll check the scene for a while longer." Right, there might be clues. "You guys go up first, don't mind us." Even the slow-witted Lin Yibai felt the exclusion of the three of them. She was tempted to go and find them to theorize head-on, but noticing that Li Xiao was gradually walking away, she gave a dissatisfied glance at the three left behind and turned to follow Li Xiao. Just as Li Xiao left the altar and was about to re-enter the tunnel, a message from the other team came through the communication headset. The southern squad has similarly discovered the bloody altar, and no traces of night demons have been found. Western squad here as well, again no night demon. Wait a minute. What is this? Boom. A violent explosion came from within the headphones. Southern squad, watch out, it's rumble. A second explosion appeared. What's happening? Li Xiao pressed the headset. The southern and western teams were nowhere to be found. The support squad, who had witnessed everything through the miniature camera, yelled within the channel, "Leave!" The northern team leave quickly. It's the altar. The sound ended abruptly, leaving only the zip, zip, zip sound that signaled the disappearance of the signal. This was because there was a high-risk hyperactive reaction at the scene, affecting the signal pathway, and it would take at least a few minutes to regain the link with the rear. Altar? Li Xiao remembered the last word the support team said before the signal was interrupted. When he turned his head, he saw that on the ground, the dark red lines made up of blood were gradually transforming into bright red and getting brighter. Terrifying transcendent reactions appeared from the bloodlines. I see. Li Xiao realized that the 4 suspicious locations were not just a cover to confuse the Special Affairs Bureau, but also a trap to kill field personnel. Because they wanted to return to the surface immediately, Li Xiao and Lin Yibai had already stepped out of the altar's range and stood in the tunnel. However, Brother Sunglasses, Fortune Teller Jr., and Sister Katsi were still standing in the center of the altar. The increasingly scarlet lines of the altar couldn't reflect the redness of their miserable cheeks. Field officers who had been through 100 battles, their instincts of danger were frantically chirping. Will die. Definitely going to die. Brother Sunglasses had been worried about being pitched to death by Li Xiao for the whole night, but he didn't expect that the one who finally pitched him to death was actually himself. If he followed Li Xiao to leave the altar's range, with their transcendent power, together with this protective suit they were wearing, they could pick up a life if they were lucky. But now, it put up a fight. 7 colored rays appeared in Brother Sunglasses' hands, and he put his hands on Sister Katsi and Fortune Teller's shoulders, distributing the 7 colored rays to them to protect his teammates with his transcendent power. However, Brother Sunglasses' 7 colored radiance was limited, and in this way, his legs were exposed. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance that they survived the explosion, Brother Sunglasses would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Clang! Lin Yibai drew his moonflower blade and prepared to rush inside the altar to save the others. Seeing the scene, Brother Sunglasses yelled at Li Xiao, "Take Lin Yibai and get out. Don't come over." The bloodlines were already crimson to the extreme, rolling in waves of heat and scorching the hair in slight curls. The 3 Sunglasses brothers closed their eyes in despair, and Lin Yibai gritted her teeth, wanting to rush over, but she already had the answer in her heart. It was too late. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lin Yibai's wrist. "I kind of understand why Lin Ke instructed me to keep an eye on you." If Li Xiao didn't stop him, Lin Yibai would have really barged headlong into the center of the explosion looking for death. "With me here, they can't die." A plain sentence fell on Lin Yibai's ears, but it somehow had a convincing weight. Li Xiao raised his hand, and a wisp of black mist appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the 3 people of Brother Sunglasses in the center of the altar. As Li Xiao gently pulled back, the 3 people wrapped in the black mist rose up in the air and flew towards Li Xiao's direction. The trio was delighted in their hearts, but in the next instant, rumble! The 3 people in mid-air didn't manage to leave the center of the explosion before a violent explosion appeared. The earth began to tremble, and as far as the eye could see, it was as if the world was ending. If they were still in contact with the rear support squad, they would be able to know that after detection, the power of the trap explosion was comparable to a 200-kilogram TNT bomb. This kind of power was enough to blow up a building. Not to mention that in addition to the power of the explosion, it was also mixed with the corrupting and malevolent power unique to demons. The 3 Sunglasses brothers held their heads and bent their bodies as much as possible to protect their vital internal organs and heads from being hit by the blast shockwave. However, the imagined shock and high temperature did not appear. All the explosive power was blocked by a thin layer of black mist. Li Xiao pulled violently, and the black mist rolled the 3 people and fell behind him. They fell to the ground and rolled a few times, seemingly in a sorry state, with dirt on their clothes and faces. But if they were able to save their lives from that kind of powerful explosion, what more could they ask for? They raised their heads from the mud and looked at Li Xiao, who had silently blocked all the impact of the explosion, and then thought of their prejudice against Li Xiao a few minutes ago. With mixed feelings in their hearts, they couldn't help but start reflecting. Is that what people call touching fish? Is that called mixing? That was an expert not bothering to make a move. They ostracized and alienated each other without figuring out the cause of the matter. And when they were in deep danger, instead of being jealous, Li Xiu repaid the favor with kindness and stepped in to save them all. Thinking of this, Li Xiu didn't how they upright back, suddenly became taller, and then compare them that little bit of small mind. Sister Katsi and the fortune-telling little brother were so ashamed that they wanted to transform into earthworms and burrow into the cracks in the ground. Especially Sister Katsi, it dawned on her why Lin Yibai had a crush on Li Xiu. As an enchanting and charming mature woman, Sister Kazi had long since gotten rid of her teenage girl's reserve and condescension. When women wait for men to chase them, they often wait for the ones they can't see. Like Li Xiu, a quality man with commitment, ability, and generosity, you should take the initiative and make the first move. Keiko's sister looked at Li Xiu's eyes, from the beginning of the contempt, changed to shame, and now gradually to the direction of the development of childish. Li Xiu didn't know that in a few seconds of work, the three people behind him had so much inner drama. As a matter of fact, the fact that Li Xiu would step in to save them wasn't really how noble his moral level was. For one thing, saving them was a show of hands. For Li Xiu to risk his life to save three people who had ostracized him just a few minutes ago, he would never be able to do it. Secondly, if Li Xiu didn't make a move to save them, the hot-blooded Lin Yibai might really rush into the center of the explosion. Li Xiu had promised Lin Ke to entrust him. He couldn't watch Lin Yibai get hurt. The third and most important point. Li Xiu walked to Brother Sunglasses. Call it. Everyone froze for half a second, and then, immediately afterward, remembered the agreement between Li Xiu and Brother Sunglasses before the operation. If Li Xiu saved Brother Shades during the operation, he would have to recognize Li Xiu as his father. Brother Sunglasses' lips quirked slightly as he took half a step back, his face full of fear, just like an elementary school student who was about to be physically examined by his senior male classmates. He had been arrogant for his entire life, and had never wimped out on anyone other than the captain of the second team. He would like to renege, but manly man, a mouthful of spittle, a mouthful of nails, let the Sunglasses brother play a scoundrel and let go of what he said as a fart. This is even worse than killing him. Cluck. Brother Sunglasses half opened his mouth, and because his emotions were too emotional, his throat actually made a hen-like sound. Just when he was planning to bite his teeth and say those two words. Bear. Bear. A stream of water was bared down above the tunnel and chunks of mud and rocks began to fall. It's the lake. The crowd then remembered that they were located directly underneath Lake Luowu. The explosion just now didn't just blow up the altar, it also triggered the ground to tremble, and with the lake pouring in, it wouldn't be long before this complex tunnel would all collapse. Quickly go! If they didn't leave, they would be buried alive in the ground. They had just run a few meters away when they turned their heads and realized that Li Xiu wasn't following them. Hurry up, Li Xiu, if you don't leave, it'll be too late. Lin Yibai said, running over to pull Li Xiu's hand. Who? As she ran, Lin Yibai suddenly realized that the air she exhaled was a white mist. The temperature around them fell off a cliff, and the water that seeped in had already frozen. Only Li Xiu gently pressed one hand on the wall of the tunnel, and the cold passed upwards with him at the center. If it was an ordinary collapse, Li Xiu really didn't have half a clue and could only follow the others and run away. But with the lake water seeping in, he could easily freeze the infiltrating lake water and transform the tunnel into a stronger layer of frozen soil. The trembling of the ground gradually stopped. The crowd stared blankly at Li Xiu. Was this really the power of the fifth rank? Li Xiu ignored their sight and pointed at Brother Sunglasses, who was standing at the very back, and continued where he left off. I saved you twice. According to the set rules, Dad's dad is a grandfather? Chapter 18 Lost Link. When going down, one had to be careful of the sneak attacks of the night demons at all times, so the speed was very slow, and it took almost 30 minutes to go back and forth. But when going up, the speed was much faster. On the one hand, they didn't have to worry about night demons attacking, on the other hand, it was Sunglasses Brothers' three people who were worried that Li Xiu wouldn't be able to maintain his freezing ability, and the cave would be flooded by the lake again. The group ran as fast as they could, and in less than 10 minutes, they returned to the surface. Breathing in the unique, slightly damp grassy smell of the wetland park, the group had a feeling of having survived the robbery. Communication still hasn't been restored. Lin Yibai pressed down on the headset, and only a rustling electronic tone could be heard. Without the signal restored, they couldn't contact the rear, couldn't call the helicopters over, and didn't know exactly which direction was the night demon's real hideout. The compass in the fortune-telling junior's hand rotated irregularly, and he carefully observed it for a while and said, "The magnetic field chaos triggered by the transcendent power is expected to last for another 1 to 2 minutes." Li Xiu was eager to head to where Su Xiaoya was, but he was clear that it was obviously more efficient to wait for accurate information before acting than running around like a headless fly. The optimal choice now was to wait. The crowd got a short break, so the eyes once again turned to Brother Sunglasses. "I'm true to my word." Due to shame, Brother Sunglasses' nose flared slightly and his old face was slightly red as he rushed at Li Xiu and Lin Yibai, arching his hand, bending over, and shouting, "Big brother and sister-in-law, good new year. You are my grandfather, I am your son." The crowd first shook their shoulders slightly and endured for a few seconds before Lin Yibai was the first to fail to hold back first. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." One after another laughed with reckless abandon. Brother Sunglasses first reddened his face and glared at the group of guys, but in the back, he couldn't help but laugh as well. To be able to survive that kind of desperate situation, wasn't that exactly what one should be laughing at? After experiencing the danger together, the relationship between the 5 people became a lot closer, and when they looked at each other, they really felt a bit like a newly formed squad. Because the relationship was a lot more cordial, Li Xiu asked the question to Brother Sunglasses that he had been holding back all night: "Why do you wear sunglasses all the time?" When the explosion happened just now, Li Xiu could see clearly that this guy didn't protect his head, but kept protecting the sunglasses on his face. The Sunglasses brother smiled slightly awkwardly, because of private reasons. Private reasons? Brother Sunglasses tangled for a moment and slammed his thigh. "Forget it, you saved my life, then you're my benefactor, so I'll show you." Sunglasses brother took off his sunglasses. Even Sister Keiko, who belonged to the same second squad as Brother Sunglasses, could rarely see him take off his sunglasses in normal times. A few people were immediately interested and all gathered around. Before taking them off, Brother Sunglasses' overall aura was fierce, hard and brutal. If he wasn't wearing the uniform of the Special Affairs Bureau, changing his clothes and throwing them outside, he would be a proper cadre of the Black Asteroid Society, a potentially dangerous person who would have to have his ID card checked by the police uncle even if he rode the subway. However, as soon as the sunglasses were removed, Li Xiu saw a pair of beautiful, delicate, and elegant peach blossom eyes, as well as pupils that emitted a light pink glow. Shocked Li Xiu for a year. If he blocked the other 5 features and photographed the eyebrow and eye part alone, it would be a standard, beautiful boy only found in romance novels to anyone. But temperament completely does not match. Imagine Lu Huaxian with a pair of beautiful boy's peach blossom eyes, go to the watermelon stall and ask, "Do you keep this melon ripe?" Which is still half a bit intimidating? And still pink pupils. I'm so pissed off. Sunglasses brother's old face reddened, coughed lightly, and put his sunglasses back on. He extended his hand to Li Xiu. "Anyway, thank you for today. I solemnly apologize for my previous words and behavior. To reacquaint myself, my name is Su Dongxiang. You're my savior, so call me Dongzi or Qiangzi from now on." Li Xiu shook Su Dongxiang's hand and memorized the name of this righteous son. The fortune-telling little brother similarly reached over his hand. "Yitong, thank you for today." "You're welcome." Seeing that both of her companions shook hands with Li Xiu, Sister Katzi's heart was tickled, twisting her slender waist and plump hips to come over. "Then I'll get reacquainted as well." Sister Katzi thought. Li Xiu rejected Lin Yibai, it's probably because he doesn't like her kind of pure model and prefers mature and sexy. To say that the European and American style was sexy, Sister Katzi wasn't stuck. Li Xiu has such a strong ability, whether in the future in the Special Affairs Bureau or in other organizations, have a great future, proper future quality male. The older leftover woman, Sister Kazi, wouldn't let go of any opportunity to sell herself. She stretched out her hand, exuded mature female charm to Li Xiu, and said, "My name is." Before Sister Kazi finished her words, a rustling sound came from her headphones and the communication replied again. "Sister Keiko. Northern Squad, are you guys okay? Please report on injuries and damages." The voice in the headset was urgent and garbled. With the successive explosions a few minutes ago, the support team was busy trying to re-establish the communication channel. Lin Yibai pressed down on the headset. "We're the Northern Squad, no personnel injuries for now." "What? No casualties? How did you guys do it?" Lin Yibai turned around and smiled at Li Xiu, slightly lifting her chin, a proud little expression on her cute face. "It was Su Dongxiang's old father who saved us." "Support team, eh?" "Nothing. Su Xiaoya hurriedly interrupted and inquired, "What's the situation now? Have you found any night demons?" "The situation is very bad. Southeast, northwest, and 4 squads have simultaneously encountered massive explosions. In addition to your northern squad having no injuries or losses, the southern squad was seriously injured by 1 person, lightly injured by 2 people, and the western squad was seriously injured by 2 people. And the eastern squad has not made contact with the headquarters as of yet." A few minutes ago, the atmosphere that was still cheerful because of Su Xiaoya's father suddenly heaved down as they looked towards Li Xiao and Lin Yibai. The eastern squad was none other than the first squad led by Lin Ke. The reconnaissance team's trump card, the ability of the threat of karma, was able to ignore the heavy interference, directly linking karma and locking the location of the night demon. In other words, southeast, northwest, and north, one of the 4 suspicious locations was bound to be the night demon's true hideout. North, south, and west, none of the 3 teams found the night demon or the captive innocents. The eastern squad led by Lin Ke broke contact again. It was almost possible to conclude that Lin Ke had encountered a night demon. Li Xiao looked at Lin Yibai. Was Lin Ke fighting the night demon? Or had? What about Su Xiaoya? Is she still alive? Li Xiao and Lin Yibai looked at each other and read the worry in each other's eyes. Li Xiao pressed the headset. "Where's the helicopter? We need to go there immediately." The support team said with difficulty, because of the explosion a few minutes ago, the overflowing transcendent power destroyed the helicopter's internal electronic equipment. Until the parts are replaced, it can't fly missions. This. Li Xiao's body suddenly froze and his muscles tightened. West, north, and south, explosions have occurred in all 3 directions. Doesn't that mean that none of the squads are able to go to support Lin Ke right now? Yes. Support team, the captains of the southern and western squads, who have already settled the wounded, are currently on their way to the scene, but... The latter half of the sentence didn't need to be said, everyone present understood. By the time the other 2 captains rushed over, the battle might already be over. A battle between transcendents wouldn't be like a martial arts novel. A big battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Regardless of whether it was a human or a demon, the defense of the physical body would always be fragile compared to all the abilities that possess terrifying effects. Transcendent battles, whoever can occupy the first hand and take advantage of the intelligence will be able to establish the victory. Often a few rounds, 3 to 5 minutes, up to 10 minutes, can distinguish life and death. Will brother die? In Lin Yibai's impression, as if superhuman Lin Ke, at this moment, life and death are uncertain. She felt incomparable panic, breathing seemed to become difficult, and her eyes went black for a while. Right at this moment, a hand that wasn't very warm tightly grabbed Lin Yibai's shoulder. "Wake up a bit. We still have a chance." Li Xiao shook her awake with force. In an instant, it was as if Lin Yibai had fallen into the sea and was about to suffocate when she was suddenly pulled up, breathing air again. She stared blankly at Li Xiao, who was close by. Chance? Lin Yibai couldn't imagine what other chances they had. Li Xiao grabbed her shoulders and said, "Others can't, but we can. Don't forget, we're the closest to the eastern battlefield, and besides, we have your ability." Metal Frenzy. Chapter 19, Metal Frenzy. Metal Frenzy. Object Manipulation Department. The effect is to drastically increase the own effect of the metal object touched. When holding a long knife, the knife is sharper. When using firearms, the bullet shot were more powerful and accurate. And that was just for weapons. Li Xiao clearly remembered that in the helicopter, Lin Yibai had said that if she piloted the helicopter, she would be able to make the helicopter faster and maneuver better. It was only because the helicopter was too large and heavy that she couldn't raise it too much with her ability level. The helicopter is too heavy, so let's change it. Li Xiao pointed at the residential neighborhood not far outside the wetland park. Let's find a motorcycle, which has a speed of around 80 to 120 kilometers per hour. But with your increase, there's no chance it can be raised to 150, or even 200 kilometers per hour. The more Lin Yibai listened, the brighter her eyes became. This was already no less than the flying speed of a helicopter. Li Xiao wasn't comforting her, they really had a chance. Su Xiaoya, who was listening next to her, thought of a problem, and although he couldn't bear to pour cold water on it, he still said, "But a motorcycle isn't a helicopter, you have to circle along the roads within the city and worry about the vehicles and pedestrians on the road, there's no way to maintain top speed." "No, we can." Li Xiao turned around and pointed at the calm lake behind them. The explosion a few minutes ago, coupled with the collapse of the underground cave, had changed the structure of the nearby landscape. The lake had spread to their feet. We don't need to go in circles or worry about running over people. Let's take the waterway. Waterway? Not only the 4 people at the scene, even the members of the support squad who were silently listening to their conversation at the back were confused. It was still Lin Yibai, who was most familiar with Li Xiao, who was the first to react. Are you planning to freeze Lake Luowu? Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard this question. The water area of Lake Luowu was close to 8 square kilometers, with an average depth of 3 meters, and wanting to freeze such a behemoth. Whether it was something a transcendent could do or not, they didn't know, but it was by no means something that a transcendent of the 5th rank could do. I don't need to freeze the entire lake. Li Xiao walked to the edge of the lake and his transcendent power exploded. The coldness from hell spread and frost appeared on the grass within hundreds of meters. He headed towards the lake and took a foot. Without waiting for the soles of his feet to get wet, the lake water under his feet froze. Li Xiao steadily stepped on the lake water. With him as the starting point, a 5-meter wide road of cold ice condensed rapidly, extending deeper into Lake Luowu. He turned his head to the crowd and said, I just need to create a road that can carry the motorcycle, as well as my and Lin Yibai's weight. Whether it was Su Xiaoya's few people who were at the scene, or the support team who were observing the scene through the miniature camera. Upon practically seeing that frigid road, each and every one of them were all silent. Is this the transcendent ability of? Plus minus 77? Obviously only at the 5th rank, the effect of the ability that was exerted was able to drastically change the natural environment. The support team suddenly reacted. There were special sensors in the uniforms of the field personnel, capable of recording the state of impact, burning, and stabbing that the wearer received, transmitting it back to the rear to facilitate the support team in providing medical assistance. It was only then that they realized that in the face of the previous explosion, it was just that no one from the northern team had been seriously injured, and they didn't even have a single scratch. If not for the sludge still on the uniforms of Su Xiaoya's trio, the support team would have thought that they were touching the fish. Because of the communication interruption, the support team didn't see the scene where Li Xiao came to the rescue. They had thought that the northern team had been more lucky and had escaped the blast, but now it seemed that it was Li Xiao, the temporary team member who saved everyone. Found it. A cheer from the support team came through the headset. There's a motorcycle in the underground garage 470 meters away from you. Li Xiao was busy freezing the lake, and Lin Yibai wanted to conserve power. Su Xiaoya and Sister Katsi ran out without a second thought. In less than 2 minutes, a motorcycle presenting a sharp, avant-garde appearance, black in color, with only some curved parts of dark green, drove up. This is? Li Xiao looked a little familiar. Kawasaki Ninja, a steel monster that claims to be able to reach a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The support team said, this is the fastest motorcycle in terms of speed per hour that we found in the neighborhood. Lin Yibai carried his long knife and mounted the motorcycle. Li Xiao, let's go. She held out her hand. The scene of déjà vu reminded Li Xiao of the night of the New Year's Eve, when they had just met. That night, they had saved each other from a flesh and blood troll and interclassmate bullying, respectively. This time, it's our turn to save the people we care about most. Lin Yibai said. Li Xiao nodded, grabbed her hand, rolled over onto the car, and tightly hugged Lin Yibai's waist. In Lin Yibai's pupils, a silver-white glow appeared, and invisible ripples of ability emanated, wrapping around the entire motorcycle. She twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle let out a low hiss, the tremor of the engine resembling a violent heartbeat. Depart! Dirt splattered as the motorcycle suddenly lunged forward, leaping high into the air before landing heavily on the ice. The hearts of the crowd were suddenly suspended in the air. The ice surface shook slightly, and the motorcycle's wheels slid on the ice surface, looking like it was about to fall into the lake. Behave yourself. Lin Yibai fiercely stepped on the ice. The thick ice stepped out a deep pit. With the help of the reaction force, the motorcycle righted itself again and sped towards the depths of Luowu Lake. The speed soared in a split second. So fast. The support team recorded the speed. 100, 200, and still rising. It's already 370 kilometers per hour. A fine black mist wrapped around the motorcycle, breaking the air for them. Because of the sudden over-release of her ability, a slight bead of sweat appeared on her forehead in only a few seconds. But she didn't lower her speed. Instead, she increased her speed again. It's broken through 400. This is simply a humanoid high-speed train. In the twinkling of an eye, they whistled and plunged into the darkness, and only the faint red light of the car's taillights could be seen from afar. Looking at the disappearing back of Li Xiao and Lin Yibai, Su Dongxiang sighed softly. When everyone is desperate, stepping into the darkness to find a ray of light is so damn handsome? Sister Katsi asked, who are you talking about? Li Xiao? No, I mean the two of them. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai couldn't hear the exclamations behind them, their full attention was ahead, on the opposite shore of this lake. Wait for me. Brother Su Xiaoya, we're going to save you now. The eastern part of Anyuan City was a cluster of industrial enterprises. In order to facilitate the management of sewage, the municipal government's management committee personnel specially drew an area in the east where there were relatively few residents, specifically for the construction of industrial-type enterprises. As a result of the explosion a few minutes ago, a number of factories collapsed, destroying equipment and piping and leaking large amounts of industrial wastewater. Fortunately, the Special Affairs Bureau had evacuated the surrounding people in advance before taking action, and there were no casualties. At this moment, inside the industrial area, Wan Yanhong was carrying a stone in her hand, panting heavily, and there was also a deep wound on her abdomen that was bleeding out. Because of the sweating and tears, the big thick makeup she had specially painted in order to participate in the party to fish for men was all blown out, flowing down a path of black and red liquid. Don't come over. 3 heads of human face and snake body monsters, spitting letters, slowly approached. Wan Yanhong gritted her teeth and threw out a stone, ruthlessly smashing it on the head of a human-faced snake-bodied monster. The monster's head broke open and oozed dark green blood. However, this did not make them retreat. Instead, because of the smell of blood, it aroused their ferocity. One by one, they opened their mouths wide and pounced towards Wang Yanhong. Wang Yanhong closed her eyes in despair. Just when she thought she was dead, a few sharp swoosh sounds came from her ears. Roar, roar, roar. The human-faced, snake-bodied monsters let out agonizing hisses. More than a dozen long spikes the thickness of a small thumb appeared on their bodies and faces, and a few of them were lucky enough to pierce into the eyes of a human-faced snake-bodied monster, sealing off its field of vision. Here. The voice that had been heard for I don't know how many times, at this moment, was like heavenly music. Wan Yanhong opened her eyes and followed the voice, seeing Su Xiaoya kneeling on one knee. She was holding a nail gun in one hand, and the other hand was bent up and placed on her semi-crouched knee to provide stable support for the nail gun. Su Xiaoya slightly tilted her head, her eyes, the nail gun and the Sphinx monster, the 3 points forming a straight line. Patting her knees and elbows, her hand holding the nail gun did not need to bear weight at all. The only thing Su Xiaoya had to do was aim and shoot. Chapter 20 C3H8. Swoosh. A steel spike shot out, piercing through the human-faced, snake-bodied monster's body. It's not enough. Su Xiaoya whispered to herself. There was no need for too much combat experience, just seeing the monster's thick body plate, and the length of the steel nails was enough to make a quick judgment. With these few nails alone, it was impossible to kill them. To be precise, before killing the monsters, I will be pounced on and bitten to death by them first. Su Xiaoya thought so, but there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, and her once gentle smile disappeared in favor of a calmness that did not match her age. Hurry up! Come to my side. Wang Yanhong stood frozen in place. She didn't dare to move at all for fear of being hit by the nails that were shot over. She looked back at the human-faced, snake-bodied monster that was becoming more and more vicious because of the pain. Whatever. Even if I get killed by Xiaoya, I don't want to be eaten by the monster. Wang Yanhong covered the wound on her abdomen and ran towards Su Xiaoya. During this time, Su Xiaoya kept shooting, maintaining the suppression of firepower against the 3-headed monster. When Wang Yanhong ran over, Su Xiaoya immediately stood up and took her to run in the other direction. The 3-headed human-faced, snake-bodied monster hissed as it caught up. Wang Yanhong ran while looking back at the 3 monsters that were getting closer. Xiaoya, they're catching up, won't you fight a few more times? There's no point in continuing to fight. Su Xiaoya said, steeply reversing her direction and drilling through a gap in a piece of collapsed factory building. Cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe. Su Xiaoya reminded. Ha! Wang Yanhong froze for half a second, and it was this half a second that she accidentally inhaled a mouthful of turbid air. She immediately felt a subtle burning sensation in her lungs and couldn't help but cough violently. Su Xiaoya immediately covered her mouth to prevent her from inhaling more. They held their breath and ran out of the poisonous gas area before suffocating. Remembering the pain in her lungs just now, Wang Yanhong wanted to continue running, but Su Xiaoya pulled her back. Give me your cell phone. Su Xiaoya said. Cell phone? Wang Yanhong obediently handed over her cell phone. She turned her head to look behind her and couldn't help but ask. What do you need this for? I just looked, there is no signal anymore. Aren't we going to run? Those monsters are coming soon. Oh, I understand. Wang Yanhong's eyes lit up. You are planning to poison those 3 monsters that are coming after us. No, relying on poison shouldn't be enough. Putting aside the dosage, talking about toxicity was all bull. Not to mention whether a human-faced, snake-bodied monster that didn't belong to any known species would be poisoned. Even if it still maintained the characteristics of a living creature, with its enormous size and weight, wanting it to be poisoned was simply impossible unless an absolutely airtight environment was created. Su Xiaoya pulled a cloth from her clothes and tied her loose hair behind her head. She pointed in the direction they had just run over. A huge silver-white metal canister collapsed on the ground. Because of the previous explosion, the rebar on the roof smashed down and smashed a hole in the metal canister. C3H8? Wang Yanhong read out the English letters on top of the metal canister. Su Xiaoya could already hear the sound of 3 human-faced, snake-bodied monsters, crowding, pushing and crawling their way here. C3H8, propane. The human body will experience a state of anesthesia and loss of consciousness when exposed to high concentrations of propane, and extremely high concentrations can lead to death by asphyxiation. Su Xiaoya raised her hand and threw Wang Yanhong's cell phone over. It just so happened that the 3-headed human-faced, snake-bodied monster drilled out of the collapsed crevice. The cell phone bounced on the ground and fell in front of the 3-headed monster. And it has another characteristic. Su Xiaoya raised her nail gun and aimed at the cell phone on the ground. Once it fuses with the air, it can form an extremely dangerous explosive mixture. Shoo! The trigger was pulled, and a long nail spanned a distance of more than 10 meters, accurately hitting the cell phone on the ground. The long nail pierced through the screen and pierced through the cell phone's battery. The 3-headed monster lowered its head and stared at the cell phone. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the cell phone, coming into contact with the cloudy and sticky propane in the air, and then it was. Boom! The fire from the explosion lit up the dark night. Wang Yanhong, who was hiding in the corner, stared dazedly at the scene in front of her and unconsciously opened her mouth wide. Xiaoya, how did you do it? Su Xiaoya stood up and smoothed the few strands of hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. The properties of propane, we learned them in high school. Then what's with your marksmanship? Yanhong Wang asked. It wasn't like they were in a free and beautiful country. Where would they have the opportunity to train in marksmanship? Su Xiaoya was a professional at first glance, no matter if it was the accuracy of her shooting or her mentality in the face of danger. I learned it during the summer vacation of my senior year of high school when I went to Hawaii with my dad. It's been too long since I practiced, so I'm a bit rusty. Wang Yanhong recalled the image of Su Xiaoya's shot piercing through a dozen meters away, a palm-sized cell phone. If that wasn't even close, then what level was Su Xiaoya in her senior year of high school? A female version of Yan Shuangying? Su Xiaoya stayed alert and stared at the blazing fire. The smoke from the explosion dispersed, and the 3-headed human-faced, snake-bodied monster had become a snake barbecue, emitting an unpleasant burnt odor. Su Xiaoya quietly sighed in relief in her heart. The calmness she displayed was in order to deal with the unexpected situation, using her reason and forcibly suppressing all her emotions. Now that the crisis was temporarily lifted, she began to recall the events of tonight. At 5:57, Su Xiaoya arrived at the party. She stood in a corner with fewer people and waited for Li Xiu to come over. Because according to Sun Chang, he would take the initiative to invite Li Xiu. Until 6:20, when Li Xiu hadn't shown up, Su Xiaoya decided to call Li Xiu and found that her cell phone had no signal. After asking others, the same was true. However, because the party program was just at a heated time, not many people were paying attention to this matter. At 6:30, she didn't intend to continue waiting and was ready to leave the villa area and find a public phone to contact Li Xiu. And then, Su Xiaoya's memory lingered on, the moment she went to the kitchen to get the cake. It was followed by a blank, and when she woke up again, she was locked up in a dimly lit warehouse with a few of her less familiar classmates. She had a scrape on her leg, and was guarded by a human-faced, snake-bodied monster next to her. Su Xiaoya tore open her clothes and did a simple bandage for herself, and stood silently in the corner of the warehouse. Until the explosion a few minutes ago, the warehouse was blown through a gap, and the monster was smashed to death by the collapsing wall. The chance to escape appeared. Su Xiaoya wanted to take a few classmates with her to leave, but one of the female classmates with curly hair compelled a few other boys, saying that Su Xiaoya had injuries on her legs and was a liability, and that taking them with her would instead drag them down. In the end, they left Su Xiaoya behind and went in another direction. After that, Su Xiaoya luckily picked up a nail gun and groped for an exit, not expecting to meet Wang Yanhong. As the recollection ended, thinking of the monsters and explosions she encountered along the way, Su Xiaoya was a bit thankful that Li Xiu didn't come over. To think that I left you alone, that Bai Qi. Wang Yanhong was so angry that she pounded her chest. Su Xiaoya shook her head, not taking such things to heart. The priority now is to find a way to leave. She pointed at the sky, and the night sky that should have been black looked like it was shrouded in a thin blood-colored barrier. I climbed up a building on the way over to observe it. The industrial area we're in is covered by a spherical barrier, and the coverage is roughly shrinking inward at a rate of 1 meter per minute. Su Xiaoya picked up a stone and drew a circle on the ground. All the things touched by the barrier can see obvious traces of corrosion. I don't think that there is a way for us to go straight through. Then, what then? Here. Su Xiaoya drew a fork in the circle. It's our position. Immediately after that, she put another fork in the center of the circle. Let's go to the center area. According to the barrier's tendency to shrink, the center area must be the last to be affected. An explosion of this magnitude will soon draw the attention of the officials, and we can wait for help as long as possible in the center area. There's one more thing. Su Xiaoya pulled out the clip of her nail gun and checked the number of long nails remaining. The demon and the barrier. Don't understand what's going on though. But it's clear that someone behind it must be leading the charge, forcing us to draw closer to the center area. If we go there first, we will be able to take advantage of the favorable terrain first. You mean there might still be a fight? Wang Yanhong's face was pale with fear, and with the heavy makeup she had put on, it looked particularly appalling. The magazine was reinserted, making a crisp click sound. Su Xiaoya said, "Try to hide behind me." As a classmate, even if she was not a friend, with Su Xiaoya's character, she would not leave Wang Yanhong behind. No! Wang Yanhong wiped her tears hard, which made her makeup even more spent, looking like a special forces soldier wearing camouflage. She picked up a blown-up steel pipe from the ground. I won't hide behind you. I'm strong enough to protect you in the front. I'll leave my back to you. Su Xiaoya looked at her deeply and nodded slightly. Good. Chapter 21 War Commander. In Su Xiaoya's speculation, the center area would become extremely dangerous in the final moments of the blood-red barrier shrinking. This danger could come from the human-faced, snake-bodied monster, from the black hand that was hiding behind the scenes, crafting all of this, or from classmates who were driven mad by fear. Therefore, Su Xiaoya decided to enter the center area in ADV. Ants before the bloody barrier shrunk. With the long-range shooting advantage of the nail gun, she searched for a safe corner. This judgment wasn't wrong, it was just a pity that the opponent she speculated on wasn't a sophisticated conspirator, but a thoroughly insane demon. In the central district, a chemical factory. Holding his two teammates in his arms, Lin Ke found a hidden corner and laid them flat on the ground. I'll leave the two of them to you. Behind Lin Ke was also a female teammate who looked to be 20 or 8 years old, with beautiful looks and a dignified demeanor. Her name was Cheng Shuqin, and her role in the first squad was that of a field doctor. A glistening white light emanated from Cheng Shuqin's hands, enveloping the two team members who had been injured and unconscious in the explosion, maintaining their fragile balance. Once she disarmed her ability, their fragile blood vessels would collapse in an instant. The eastern squad that Lin Ke was in consisted of a total of 4 people. Like the other 3 squads, they had found an altar and caused an explosion during their exploration. Lin Ke exerted his ability at the first opportunity to protect his team members. The night demon, hidden in the shadows, seized this opening. Taking advantage of the chaos of transcendent fluctuations during the explosion, it quietly appeared from the shadows and attacked towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke dodged it at the last minute. Unexpectedly, this was a feint by the night demon, and after forcing back Link, it turned to attack the team. Under the double threat of the explosion and the attack, 2 of the team members were immediately seriously injured. Lin Ke temporarily forced back the night demon, and for the sake of his team members' lives, he gave up the chase and brought them to a safe place first. This place should be fine. Lin Ke took off an ancient white jade pendant from his neck and handed it to Cheng Shuqin. Hide here, help them heal, and don't come out until the operation is over. Cheng Shuqin's eyes were complicated. This white jade pendant can be your lifesaver. Lin Ke held Cheng Shuqin's hand and placed the jade pendant in her palm. Your lives are more important than mine. I don't want to see my teammates die again, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. As the first batch of field officers to awaken and join the Special Affairs Bureau. In these 5 years, Lin Ke had worked with many teammates. Some of them had given up this job because of their families, some of them had transferred to other cities and other departments, but more of his teammates died in front of Lin Ke. The death of teammates was the most painful moment for field officers, the moment when they felt the most powerless. With me here, you guys won't die, I promise you. Idiot. Cheng Shuqin stood up and hugged Lin Ke forcefully, as if she wanted to melt him in her arms. What you have to guarantee is that you come back alive. If you die, that thing, I will never forgive you. Rinko stood in a daze, his arms raised stiffly. Suddenly, he sensed the trembling of the woman in his arms, and he sighed softly, wrapping his arms around Cheng Shuqin and gently patting her back. Okay, I promise you. The embrace loosened, Lin Ke nodded and in the next instant, disappeared in place. The white jade pendant emitted faint ripples that could not be seen visually, enveloping a range of almost 2 meters centered around it, ensuring that everything within the range would not be leaked. This alabaster pendant was the reason why Uncle San was unable to lock onto Lin Ke's position, and with its protection, Lin Ke did not have to worry about his teammates being discovered by the night demon. Lin Ke was like a phantom, swiftly traveling through the chemical plant, searching for traces of the night demon. Blasts of wind appeared from behind his head, and a short knife appeared from the darkness, stabbing at his neck. Facing the sudden attack, Lin Ke merely slightly sidestepped his head, dodging the blade with the smallest margin. He drew the pistol on his leg, and without aiming, followed the direction the blade stabbed from. Bang bang bang! 3 bullets accurately pierced through a human-faced, snake-bodied monster. However, having been pierced through, this human-faced snake-bodied monster surprisingly did not die. Several tentacles suddenly grew out from the wound, winding towards Lin Ke. As time passes, the monster has gotten stronger. Lin Ke thought. He drew his tactical dagger and detected a subtle wind sound. Behind him, to his left, and above him, 7 or 8 sphinx snake-bodied monsters pounced on him at the same time. Not only have they gotten stronger, but they have also gained some of the concealment abilities that are unique to demons. These monsters are gradually transforming into demons? Even when faced with a trap, Lin Ke remained absolutely calm. Over the past 5 years, he had faced an unknown number of enemies hundreds of times more dangerous than this. A few monstrous monsters that hadn't fully become demons were just that, not enough to make him panic. Even if he didn't use his abilities, he would be able to take care of them with just his pistol and knife. Just as Lin Ke's entire attention was attracted by the incoming monsters, a sniper rifle formed entirely of vipers, blood, flesh, and bone stretched out from the darkness of the factory. Sniper rifle. With one hand, a narrow fang was placed into it, and the scope locked onto Rinko's back. The sniper rifle squirmed, and the mouth of the viper used as a muzzle opened, and the next second, bang! The fangs pierced through Lin Ke's sleeve, nailing a human-faced, snake-bodied monster. In less than half a second, the human-faced, snake-bodied monster that had been struck by the fangs melted into a puddle of dark green blood, emitting a dizzying stench. Gotcha! After the explosion ended, Lin Ke had been searching for the night demon. The night demon, just like its codename, always hid in the shadows, dispatching some monsters to tangle with Lin Ke, never showing its face. Considering how strong the human-faced, snake-bodied monster had gotten, Lin Ke was sensitive to the fact that the night demon seemed to be deliberately stalling for time. In order to lure the night demon out, Lin Ke left the white jade pendant that isolated his breath to Cheng Shuqin, using himself as bait. You really took the bait. Hooked? In the corner of the second floor of the chemical plant's manufacturing workshop, a handsome-looking man in casual clothes with long hair walked out. If Li Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize that the person who walked out was none other than his number 1 love rival, the organizer of tonight's villa party. Sun Chang. Sun Chang, or Night Demon, pointed at Lin Ke from a distance. If I had seen you guys a few minutes ago, I probably would have had to hide, but didn't you realize? My children and I, we are getting stronger. The tables have turned. Now it's me who's stronger than you, and we're outnumbered. I purposely hid in order to give you the illusion that I'm still afraid of you, so that I can lure you out. On the night demon's handsome face was a hideous smile that didn't resemble a human. The one who took the bait was you, Captain Rinko. Long before the operation began, Lin Ke had memorized the names and personal details of all the missing people. He remembered that Sun Chang was a native of an Yuan city, his parents were alive, his family was happy, and he was an ordinary human. Sure enough, this was another incident of demonization of an ordinary human. Captain Lin Ke, where are those teammates of yours? Come out, all of them, can't you see that my children are hungry? Children? Lin Ke looked at these monstrous and twisted monsters and felt something was wrong. The monsters were all wearing the faces of living people, and Lin Ke vaguely remembered that there were a few monsters he seemed to have seen not only once. How is this possible? The night demon appreciated Lin Ke's shock. After becoming a demon, the night demon still maintained his human form, or rather sheathed a human skin. His initial power was far worse compared to a flesh and blood troll, not to mention confronting the Special Affairs Bureau. Even a random ordinary person with a blade could kill him. The night demon gained his abilities earlier than the flesh troll, and he carefully lurks in the city, hiding himself while silently using his abilities. And the night demon's ability is called snake breeding. It was able to sow seeds in a female's body by mating with a virgin. In about 24 hours, dozens of human-faced, snake-bodied monsters with the faces of their mothers will be born, ripped from their mothers' bellies. The first thing they do when they come into the world is to compete with their siblings to eat their mother's remains. The night demons carefully nurture their heirs within the city, and when a certain number are bred, they then sacrifice them all as food. By sacrificing their bloodline heirs, the night demons gain power. Relying on killing, reproducing, and sacrificing over and over again, the night demon stepped into the 5th stage. But it wasn't enough, it craved for more. After continuous attempts and research, the night demon found a way to advance to the 4th rank. When it reaches the peak of the 5th order, it can give birth to a 4th order heir by bonding with a human female with the most outstanding genes. Through a ritual, its soul can detach itself from its body and descend into the body of that 4th ranked heir, accomplishing both the seizing of the body and the advancement at the same time. And the heavenly destined daughter that the night demon has set its sights on is Su Xiaoya. It captured more than 30 people today, and its plan was to use the women to create an heir and use the men as food to feed them. When the human-faced, snake-bodied monster grows up, it will sacrifice them all and rush its power to the top of the 5th order for a short period of time. In the end, it would combine with Su Xiaoya and give birth to a 4th order heir. In the night demon's plan, the entire process would not exceed 48 hours. In order to buy time, it had also prepared countless misleading clues, as well as 3 other suspicious nests. It seemed to the night demon that with such complicated clues, even if the Special Affairs Bureau's work efficiency was as strong as it would take at least a week to find his true hiding place. After a week, it would have long since promoted to the 4th rank and left in Yuan City. The night demon didn't realize that the Special Affairs Bureau still had the threat of karma, this kind of unreasonable bug-level transcendent, ignoring all of its arrangements and directly locking down its location. But it doesn't matter. The night demon's eyes turned into snake-like vertical pupils. You guys destroyed my other 3 strongholds and killed my heirs, but you didn't realize that it was equally part of the sacrifice. The more you kill, the stronger I and the remaining children will be. Captain Lin, as long as I kill you, everything can start over for me. The only cost the night demon had paid in the entire plan was the cost of time, but for the Special Affairs Bureau, it was not just time that was paid, but a real human life. Through the pheromone feedback from his son before his death, Nightmare knew the general situation of the other 3 locations. The other captain-level personnel won't even be able to make it here in time, so I'll have at least 20 minutes of safe time to kill you and get out of there in style. Hundreds of human-faced, ghastly snake-bodied monsters that had become huge and ghastly came out from the darkness, and the night demon pointed at Lin Ke and laughed. More than enough. The human-faced, snake-bodied monsters had gotten stronger again. If in the beginning, it only took one gun-toting soldier to solve it, now, it would take at least a squad of 4 to barely solve one. Lin Ke's sight quickly locked onto the incoming monster. There's no way to solve them with just pistols and tactical daggers. That's what you're aiming for, isn't it, Night Demon, to force me to expend my power and to help you kill the heir and speed up the ritual? Since you want to see it so badly, I'll show you what it means to be captain level. Lin Ke straightened his back, ignoring the nearly 100 human-faced, snake-bodied monsters that were about to pounce on him, and extended his right hand, chanting softly under his breath. Return, my comrades. A gust of wind that seemed to come from the underworld blew by. The shadows beneath his feet suddenly spread, and a residual shadow resembling a bad signal appeared above the shadows. The residual shadows quickly solidified, and in an instant, Lin Ke was surrounded by 6 field officers in Special Affairs Bureau uniforms. Cough. Lin Ke covered his abdomen and coughed slightly. 3 of the 6 people who were visualized by the shadows immediately became blurred and eventually dissipated, ultimately leaving behind 3. At this moment, hundreds of human-faced, snake-bodied monsters had already pounced, and the closest one to Lin Ke was less than half a meter away. What kind of disgusting thing dares to come near me? Among the remaining three silhouettes, a tall man with long hair let out a cold snort, and a fierce wind swept around with him at the center, blowing all the incoming human-faced snake-bodied monsters out. With just one blow, half of the human-faced snake-bodied monsters were torn apart by the gale, and the rest were either maimed or on the verge of death, with only a very small portion of them still able to get up. What? The night demon looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Lin Ke was very strong, and for that, the night demon knew it very well. But Lin Ke was severely injured, and it seemed to the night demon that he should be the weakest of the three captains. What exactly is your ability? Night demon stared dead at the sudden appearance of three people. They didn't look like living beings, but each one of them, invisibly, displayed a transcendent power in the middle of the fifth rank. That previous explosion, which caused all of Lin Ke's team members to go offline, coupled with Lin Ke's own serious injury, was the source of Night Demon's confidence. Now Lin Ke summoned out three fifth-ranked team members with a single wave of his hand. Night Demon's forehead veins jumped. Lin Ke's extraordinary ability was called War Commander. He was able to retain the personal messages of his former comrades who had died in battle, just like storing a negative, and once he unleashed his ability, he was able to reproject his departed comrades back into existence. The projected comrades were able to retain a part of their memories, combat experience and extraordinary abilities, and they shared their thoughts and perspectives completely, enabling a perfect match with zero error. Looking at a familiar face, among these three, there were Lin Ke's former team members, as well as his captain when he first joined the Special Affairs Bureau. Lin Ke took a deep breath. Everyone, we've worked hard today. It's not hard work to be able to briefly come alive and come up to meet old friends. Yeah, Kobayashi, what's the point of being polite with us? Shaolin. How long has it been since Lin Ke has been called that? Good, when the operation is over, if there's any energy left, I'll buy everyone a drink. Good. 3 lines of sight locked onto the night demon. Kid, don't cry when your brothers beat up the pain later. Chapter 22, Sorry I'm late. 2 summoned projections rushed up to fight the night demon, while the other one stood in front of Lin Ke, wary of attacks. After the sacrificial ritual, the night demon's current transcendent equivalent rank was already in the upper reaches of the 5th order, and the 2 projections displayed a battle power that was probably at the lower middle level of the 5th order. As a matter of course, the night demon should be the one to press them to fight. The strange thing was that no matter how many terrible wounds the night demon left on their bodies, the wounds would always heal in an instant, not affecting the battle at all. The battle was at a stalemate. Suppose Lin Ke hadn't been injured. Suppose the jade pendant hadn't been left to Chung Shuqin. Lin Ke would have been able to use the white jade pendant to hide his breath, quietly hiding in the shadows, summoning 6 battle-hardened immortal teammates to beat up the group. Even if the enemy was strong enough to face 6 unkillable opponents, sooner or later, they would reveal their cracks, and if they weren't killed, they would be hardened and worn down. This was Lin Ke's true battle power. Looking at the night demon that was caught in the melee, Lin Ke calculated the time. Although there was no way to kill it, it should be no problem to hold on until the Bureau's support arrived. Dang! Lin Ke had just breathed a sigh of relief when the door of the chemical plant was smashed open, and 7 or 8 young men entered. At the head of the group was a tall and robust youth with a crowbar. A woman with revealing clothes and permed curly hair held his arm. If Su Xiaoya was there, she would be able to recognize her. The curly-haired woman was the same bitch who had called for Su Xiaoya to be a liability and called for everyone to leave her behind. They also noticed the narrowing of the blood-red barrier and arrived at the chemical plant in the center in advance. The curly-haired woman thought she had arrived in the safe zone ahead of time, and then was met with the corpses of hundreds of human-faced, snake-bodied monsters on the ground. The pungent smell of blood caused many of them to vomit directly, and the curly-haired woman vomited bile. What's that? Someone with sharp eyes saw the night demon and the 2 projections in the midst of the fierce battle. It's Sun Chang. What's going on? What's wrong with him? A few people were at a loss. They fell into a coma before they were captured here and had no idea that Sun Chang was the one who started it all. After experiencing a night like a nightmare, seeing a familiar face, and Sun Chang displaying superhuman strength, these few people took the 2 projections fighting with Sun Chang for granted as the bad guys, and went over in the direction they were fighting in. Among them, the curly-haired woman ran the fastest. She let go of the hand of the tall young man she was holding, shook off her high heels, and ran while waving at Sun Chang. For its former classmates, the night demon didn't half care about any classmate friendship. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to use the name of having a party to wipe out all of its friends in one fell swoop and use them as bait for its heir. The night demon glanced at Lin Ke, who was standing still, and the corner of its mouth grinned a slit. Under its control, all of the human-faced, snake-bodied monsters that were still alive, all turned around and attacked in the direction of the curly-haired woman. Lin Ke frowned, wanting to send a projection for support. The night demon suddenly raised the intensity of its attacks, ignoring its injuries and forcibly retaining the two projections around it. A great situation had turned sour. Lin Ke, as a field officer of the Special Affairs Bureau, couldn't do anything to watch ordinary citizens die. He had no choice but to raise his hand, and the last projection guarding his side rushed in the direction of the curly-haired woman. The projection rushed into the midst of the human-faced, snake-bodied monsters, stopping them from attacking ordinary people. "Go, get out of here, the farther away the better," Lin Ke shouted to the curly-haired woman's group. At this moment, there was no guardian beside him, but the night demon was stopped, and there were only a few scattered sphinx snake-bodied monsters in the vicinity, so even if they were constantly being strengthened through the ritual process, it was impossible for them to injure. Boom! The odd sound of a gunshot rang out, interrupting Rinko's thoughts. There was a warmth in his thigh. Lowering his head, his thigh was pierced by a fong, and Linko's vision instantly became blurry as the toxin spread rapidly. It was the night demon's fong sniper rifle. Linko turned his head and saw a woman. An ordinary human woman. Lin Ke still had information about this woman in his memory. Zhang Weiwei, female, 18 years old. After firing a fong sniper shot, the woman's internal organs were shattered by the massive impact, but there was no remorse in her eyes, only endless relief and twisted love. She was compelled by a night demon to turn her back on being human and fall in love with a monster. Because it was an ordinary person who was no threat, just like no one would pay attention to an ant on a chaotic battlefield, Lin Ke didn't even notice her until she actually shot. Swish, Rinko drew his tactical dagger and chopped off a large portion of muscle from his thigh. But it was too late, the toxin was eating away at his flesh at an extremely terrifying rate. Lin Ke half kneeled on the ground, and the three projections, shaking slightly like a TV with a bad signal, eventually disappeared completely. Ha ha! The night demon let out a loud laugh as it pointed at the line of curly-haired women who had already been torn into pieces, and said to Lin Ke, "Just like you still want to save others?" It gave its final order. Kill him. A human-faced, snake-bodied monster crawled over and opened its mouth, revealing pitch-black fangs. Roar! It lunged towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke closed his eyes in despair. Swoosh! 3 long spikes flew out, taking advantage of the sphinx snake monster's open mouth and accurately hitting the upper jaw that was not protected by scales, churning out its brain. The human-faced snake-bodied monster thudded and smashed heavily on the ground, revealing 2 slender figures. Su Xiaoya held a nail gun, Wang Yanhong clutched a steel bar, and the two of them, one after the other, ran to Lin Ke's side. Because of the short time bought by Su Xiaoya, Lin Ke finally took out a dark green syringe from his jacket pocket. The needle popped out, and he forcefully stabbed it into his leg, injecting all of the antidote inside. The antidote couldn't completely remove the toxin, but it could at least restore some mobility. Lin Ke's blurred vision refocused. "You're Li Xiao's girlfriend?" "What girlfriend?" Su Xiaoya's cheeks burned slightly as she changed the topic. "You know Li Xiao?" Lin Ke's equipment was excellent, and the uniforms also had text printed on them. At first glance, they were affiliated with an official organization. Su Xiaoya didn't remember Li Xiao being connected to such an official organization. She picked up the gun from the ground and handed it to Lin Ke. Lin Ke shook his head laboriously, his eyes hadn't fully recovered yet, and he couldn't see anything more than a dozen meters away. Know how to use a gun? Learned 1 billion points. Then you use it. Okay. As she spoke, Su Xiaoya skillfully and quickly checked the status of the gun, the capacity of the magazines, and took out a few more magazines from Lin Ke's tactical undershirt, placing them in the most convenient position to reach. The 2 closest human-faced snake-bodied monsters attacked, and Su Xiaoya raised her gun. Bang! The first shot missed. Her expression did not change as she felt the recoil of the firearm and finally adjusted her posture. Then, the second shot. Bang! The bullet hit the nose of a monster. Bang! The third shot, the bullet drilled in from the most vulnerable eyeball and blew up the monster's brain before shooting out from the back. It took 3 shots to kill the first monster, while for the second, only 1 bullet was used. It took 3 shots to kill the first monster, but for the second one, only 1 bullet was used. Lin Ke froze in place. "You call this a little bit?" Wang Yanhong proudly said, Xiaoya has learned in Hawaii. No. Lin Ke had once dealt with the beautiful country's FO Bowl organization, and their ace agents were at this level. It was good to have an extra sharpshooter on our side, but in terms of the overall situation, there wasn't much change. The night demon floated down from the second floor and said confidently, Captain Lin, don't waste your time, my venom isn't that easy to dissolve, you'll feel more and more pain as time goes by. The night demon looked towards Su Xiaoya, the lust and fascination in his eyes hard to hide. Not to mention that my goddess has already come, I don't want to waste any more time, let's get it over with. A field captain who was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand up, and an ordinary teenage girl with a gun might be able to withstand a few human-faced, snake-bodied monsters, but they definitely couldn't hold back a fifth-order demon. Night demon raised his hand, his palm cracked open, a tiny poisonous snake gushed out from the crack in his palm, the poisonous snake entangled and twisted together, forming a snake ball with a diameter of 3 meters and a hollow interior. Night demon pointed at the snake ball, Xiaoya, this is the wedding room I prepared for you, is it still satisfactory? What responded to him was a bullet. He dodged the bullet without a care in the world, and his handsome face was filled with a lecherous smile. I'll let you experience the extreme pleasure that all women crave for, and let you become the mother of my child. At that time, you'll definitely fall madly in love with me. Love your grandma's leg. Wang Yanhong cursed angrily as she tightened her grip on the steel bars in her hand and turned back to Lin Ke and asked loudly, don't you have any support? The army? Or anything else? What responded to her was Lin Ke's silence. No one could come, the only one who could come over was Chang Shuqin, but coming over was pointless, just sending her to her death. Moreover, Lin Ke was worried that she would do something stupid, and specially stimulated the double isolation effect of the jade pendant before leaving. If Chang Shuqin didn't take off the pendant, she wouldn't be able to sense the situation inside the chemical plant. Therefore, no one would come. Their end, from the moment Lin Ke was hit by the Fang's sniper rifle, was doomed to failure. Wang Yanhong covered her abdominal wound and bared her teeth, while Lin Ke bowed his head in silence. Only Su Xiaoya was still firing shot after shot, replacing the magazines when the bullets were empty. The more bullets fired, the more despair grew. It is simply useless, this monster in human skin is invincible. The night demon admired Su Xiaoya's absolutely beautiful face, especially those eyes that still bloomed with reassuring warmth in the desperate night. It's so beautiful. The night demon's crotch squirmed abnormally, his eyes narrowed slightly as if he was fantasizing about some kind of image. I really can't help but see it earlier, such a stubborn you, gradually turning into my slave, what kind of picture would that be? As he spoke, his figure flickered and instantly arrived in front of Su Xiaoya, stretching out his hand towards her. Don't touch her. A steel bar slammed heavily on the night demon's back. He didn't move at all, slowly twisted his head, looked at Wang Yanhong, grinned and asked, are you always this brave? In the next second, Wang Yanhong was heavily knocked out and smashed into a piece of chemical equipment. The gunfire stopped. Night Demon looked at Su Xiaoya again, but heard her say, sorry, you're going to be disappointed. Su Xiaoya stopped her shooting motion. Just when everyone thought she was going to give up, Su Xiaoya suddenly turned her gun around. Because of the overshooting, the rolling muzzle of the gun was pressed against her jaw. She was preparing to shoot herself. Since she couldn't beat them, she would end her own life and not give her enemy a chance to humiliate her. This was a wise and rational choice. However, humans were not machines, and even if they knew that they would suffer, few people actually chose to die. What are you doing? Don't pretend there! The night demon yelled. He was only a step away from Su Xiaoya, but even if he was faster, he couldn't be faster than the speed of his finger pulling the trigger. Su Xiaoya was his carefully selected mother, only she could give birth to a fourth-order flesh. If she died, Night Demon's plan would be completely shattered. Su Xiaoya's eyes were calm, and her hand holding the gun did not tremble in the slightest. With this gesture, she told the Night Demon that she was not pretending. It's a pity that in the end, I still couldn't talk to Li Xiu properly, just like when I was a child. But he is fine, better than anything. Su Xiaoya closed her eyes, and her fingers began to exert themselves. Xiaoya. Perhaps because she missed it too much, Su Xiaoya seemed to hear Li Xiu's voice. When was the last time he called me that? It seems like it was senior year of high school. After that. Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya opened her eyes violently. It wasn't an illusion, although the voice was distant, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. It was Li Xiu's voice. He came over. What voice? Lin Ke followed the sound and looked in the direction of Luowu Lake, which was not far from the chemical plant. It seemed to be a motorcycle? For some reason, Night Demon felt a chill down his spine. No, a motorcycle can't come this fast. The roar of the engine, which was very distant 1 second, was close by the next, as if at any time. Clatter! The glass of the chemical plant was shattered. A motorcycle burning with a blazing fire fell from the sky. Without waiting to land, two silhouettes leapt high from the motorcycle and landed in front of Su Xiaoya, Lin Ke, and Wang Yanhong. A black mist swept past, revealing Li Xiao and Lin Yibai. Li Xiao's entire body was entangled in black mist as he turned his head sideways and said to Su Xiaoya, "Sorry, I'm late." Chapter 23 Poisonous Rain. Lin Ke was half kneeling on the ground, and Su Xiaoya had the muzzle of her gun against her jaw. Li Xiao didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he had been a few seconds late. What might have been left to him was only a field of corpses and endless sorrow. Li Xiao. Why are you? Su Xiaoya's mouth was half open as she stared blankly at Li Xiao, her thoughts unable to turn around for a moment. She didn't understand why Li Xiao came over and made his appearance in such a dangerous way. I am a transcendent, sorry for hiding it from you for so many years. Li Xiao spoke the truth that had been buried for years. Su Xiaoya froze for half a second. Su Xiaoya's eyes were filled with incredulity. She hadn't expected that Li Xiao, who she had been spending time with, would be a supernatural ability. Even more shocked than Su Xiaoya was Wang Yanhong, heavily slammed on a piece of equipment. She felt that she was about to die, but when she heard this news, she steeply came to her senses, and the pain in her body was forgotten. She couldn't understand why Li Xiao was living in such poverty since he was a supernatural being. But enough bizarre things happened today. Another human-faced, snake-bodied monster, another Sun Chang turning into a demon king. Compared to these, it didn't seem like it was something hard to accept that Li Xiao was a superpower. Su Xiaoya suppressed the shock in her heart as she looked towards Lin Yibai standing beside Li Xiao, remembering the scene on the night of New Year's Day, and then thinking of Lin Yibai's uniform that was just like Lin Ke's. Then this one is also. Lin Yibai turned her head sideways and raised one hand in greeting. Li Xiao told me a lot about you, so when the operation is over, we can have a good chat. But before that, we have to take care of the Night Demon first. Lin Yibai drew out his moonflower blade and brushed his left hand over the long blade as the Metal Frenzy ability was activated, and the blade shone with glittering moonlight. Hearing this, the Night Demon laughed. With just the two of you? During the time that the Night Demon had been lurking in Yuan City, it hadn't just secretly taken victims and massively cultivated heirs. It had also gone through various ways to collect information from the Special Affairs Bureau. Because he knew that there were only 3 captains in all of Yuan City, he set up 4 hiding spots. Because it knew that the Special Affairs Bureau had a reconnaissance team, it acted with extreme restraint and care, not leaving too many clues. On top of that, the Special Affairs Bureau's operational standards and procedures, the Night Demon had a certain understanding of them. It looked at Li Xiao's collar, the yellow badge that represented temporary enlistment, and then at Lin Yibai's uniform and bloodline weapon. The Night Demon snorted and said, Li Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a transcendent as well, hiding deep enough. However, a temporary worker, an ordinary team member, wants to act like a hero in front of me? It wasn't just Night Demon who had this thought. After Li Xiao and Lin Yibai drove their motorcycle into the blood-red barrier, the support squad took advantage of the transcendent realm tearing open a gap and seized the fleeting opportunity to rebuild the signaling pathway. Through the badge's miniature camera, everyone within the Special Affairs Bureau was watching their movements. The voice of the support squad came through Li Xiao's headset. Just hold off the Night Demon for 15 minutes. The captains of the 2nd and 3rd squads are on their way to the scene. No one thought they could win. With the signaling pathway restored, Lin Ke transmitted the Night Demon's intelligence to the rear, knowing that the Night Demon was able to draw power and keep getting stronger by sacrificing Sphinx monsters. Now that almost most of the human-faced snake-bodied monsters had been killed, the Night Demon's transcendent reaction was infinitely approaching the peak of the 5th order, judging by the detection instruments. It was simply impossible for Li Xiao and Lin Yibai alone to be the Night Demon's opponents. Even stalling for time might be. No. It might not be possible for others, but I'm sure Li Xiao will be able to do it. Su Dongqiang and the others who stayed in the wetland park said. But they were the only ones. The Night Demon twisted its neck as the skin on its neck tore from the exertion, revealing the mottled snakeskin underneath. It seems that this skin has also reached its limit, indicating that it's time for me to molt. Li Xiao, I've been looking at you with displeasure for a long time. I'm taller than you, more handsome than you, better off than your family, and better at coaxing women to be happy than you, and as a result, Su Xiaoya, that stupid woman, only hangs on to you every day." The night demon's smile was extremely terrifying. The corners of its mouth split to the root of its ears, and as its power increased, it changed more and more in the direction of a real viper. Tear. Tear. A piece of human skin fell off, and the dead human-faced, snake-bodied monster melted into a puddle of blood that flowed to the night demon's feet. The night demon's body was expanding silently as the moonlight fell, leaving huge shadows on the ground. When the change was over, Sun Chang had disappeared, and what appeared in front of Li Xiao was a huge snake that was dozens of meters long, with a head alone that was the size of a van. "This is the real me, don't worry, Li Xiao, after I kill you, I will let Su Xiaoya experience what it means to be happy as a woman." Snake nature is inherently lustful. Returning to its native state, the lechery in the night demon's vertical pupil was undisguised. Desire gradually engulfed its reasoning that belonged to humans, and it didn't want to wait a moment. Even the night demon wanted to make love to Su Xiaoya in front of Li Xiao. No, it could also add Lin Yibai, who came with Li Xiao. It felt that at that time, Li Xiao's expression must be very interesting. The night demon curled its body, and then like a spring, it suddenly shot out towards Li Xiao. Lin Yibai was standing at the front. With her speed, she was completely able to dodge it and then swing her sword to counterattack. No, Lin Ke is still behind, there is still Su Xiaoya. The night demon approached rapidly, its snake's kisses opened, revealing fangs the length of an adult's arm, and a foul-smelling poisonous gas pounced up, suffocating people. Lin Yibai reversed his sword-wielding stance, his aura soared, and in his eyes was the realization that he would not go forward. "In the past, it was all my brother who was protecting me, now it's my turn to protect you." "Hey!" A hand grabbed Lin Yibai's collar and threw her back like she was carrying a kitten. "What are you doing?" Lin Yibai, who was thrown to the back, shouted. She stared at Li Xiao's back in a daze, and then she heard Li Xiao say, "You can't handle this one, switch to me." Li Xiao took a step and stood alone at the front. "It's over." Because of those words from the night demon, Li Xiao is still impulsive. Lin Ke reached out his hand towards the front, trying to summon his former comrades once again to help Li Xiao fend off the night demon. The air shimmered slightly, and just as the projection was about to condense, Lin Ke violently vomited a mouthful of black blood, and the projection dissipated again. Li Xiao. The night demon's excited vertical pupil shrunk, and its snake tail swayed violently. It could almost foresee tearing Li Xiao apart, leaving behind only a head that retained its consciousness to torment his future forever. At this moment, everyone who was paying attention to this battle couldn't help but clench their fists. Many women with sensitive hearts had silently lowered their heads and closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the images that followed. Facing the night demon that was close at hand, Li Xiao did not dodge or avoid. The incoming gust of wind blew Li Xiao's hair, and with one hand in his pocket and the other, he pointed at the night demon's ugly snake face. "Die, Li-er!" The momentum of the night demon's onslaught came to a screeching halt as if someone had pressed the pause button. A pair of slender, ghastly white arms coalesced in the air at some point. The heavy train-like impact was stopped by such a pair of slender arms. Under the effect of inertia, the night demon's serpentine bodies crashed together unnaturally, and a scale the size of a table board crumbled, stabbing like darts at all corners of the chemical plant. Only Li Xiao's back was unaffected. Stop it." The support squad observing from the back gulped. Where it was touched by those hands, the night demon felt cold enough to freeze its soul. It threw its head violently and broke free of the hands. Those slender arms reappeared invisible. But it was not gone. Snap, 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 snap. The night demon's huge body provided it with terrifying vitality and great destructive power, but the price was that the area it was attacked increased drastically. At this moment, a palm print appeared on its snake body. The palm prints were snow white at first, and soon became pitch black due to the frozen flesh and blood. Along with the palm prints appearing, a force that squeezed inwards appeared. It seemed that there were countless hands squeezing the night demon's body, wanting to crush it alive. What the hell? The night demon that didn't panic when it was raided by the Special Affairs Bureau and didn't panic in the face of Lin Ke's terrifying doppelganger ability, and always felt that it was in a position to win. Tonight for the first time, he panicked. From start to finish, Li Xiao didn't even move a bit, just quietly pointing at it. But an invisible pressure, like the coldness of this moment, instantly wrapped it up and ran wildly towards the end called death. Impossible. Others are even, Li Xiao, you tiny Li Xiao, how could it be possible? Li Xiao always looked at it quietly, with those calm eyes, as if he had already witnessed its death. This made the night demon feel an unprecedented humiliation. When it was still a human, the night demon was the pride of heaven. After becoming a demon, it was even more different from ordinary fools who only knew how to destroy and kill. It had a pride that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Li Xiao, who had been mocked by it for more than a year, never put in its eyes, and looked like a poor man, actually had such a terrifying power. This sense of contrast caused endless anger to well up in the heart of the night demon. It no longer considered what fourth rank, what future. It only wanted to mess with Li Xiao now. Just as a zip, zip, zip sound was heard, the night demon once again molted its skin, shedding its body that was about to be crushed by an invisible palm. I wanted to keep Su Xiaoya's life, but I can't now, all of this is due to you. It suddenly leapt into the air, its huge snake's kiss spreading out to 180 degrees. I want you all to die. A stream of dark green venom sprayed into the air. A portion of the venom corroded large holes in the roof of the chemical plant, and more, turned into poisonous rain that landed. Night Demon was planning to poison everyone on the scene. This kind of widespread poisonous rain was impossible to counteract, even if Lin Ke could return to his full strength. In the face of this kind of attack, all he could do was try his best to escape. Because of the molting, the Night Demon's entire body was bloody, and many of its wounds were still bleeding. But it didn't care about the pain. The Night Demon looked down below, its snake pupils staring at Li Xiao in death as it hissed in a low voice. Now, what are you going to do? Chapter 24, It's Snowing. What the Night Demon spat out was no ordinary venom. It was terrifying not only because of its toxicity and corrosiveness, but also because of the extraordinary power that belonged uniquely to demons, and was by no means something that could be resisted by ordinary metals. Unless a giant shield-style bloodline weapon suddenly appeared on the scene, there was no way to stop this poisonous rain with human power alone. Li Xiao, what are you going to do? This question appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Li Xiao's answer was... He tilted his head slightly, looking at the venom spilling in midair, and asked Lin Ke, no matter what I do today, the Special Affairs Bureau should be responsible for the compensation, right? Lin Ke froze. Because of the poisoning, his mind was half a beat slower than usual and didn't understand what Li Xiao was trying to convey. There was a short pause, and it looked like the poisonous rain was about to fall. That's right. Go do what you want to do, today the whole house. The Special Affairs Bureau pays the bill. Lin Yibai shouted as she looked at Li Xiao's back, her clear eyes swirling with light. It was this kind of feeling. Even if Li Xiao had clearly refused, even if Su Xiaoya was standing right beside her, her heart still raced when she gazed at Li Xiao's back. Good. Li Xiao looked at the sky, his line of sight piercing through the dense poisonous rain and locking eyes with the grinning Night Demon, and said in a low voice. Then. Descend. Extreme cold hell. A pitch-black doorway appeared behind Li Xiao, and this was the first time he had formally summoned the gates of hell in front of others. No one could see the door, and the cameras couldn't capture it, all they could see was the reaction of the rapidly soaring transcendent force field. The black mist condensed into chains that wrapped around the hellgate. With Li Xiao's will, the chains unraveled on their own, and the pitch-black doorway opened a tiny gap. Phew! A wisp of cold wind came out, freezing heaven and earth. Snap, snap, snap. The poisonous rain was frozen in an instant, becoming a tiny hail that fell to the ground. Because it always remained frozen, the toxicity simply couldn't be released in time, and even if it fell on a person, as long as it was slapped off, it wouldn't hurt the slightest bit. It's snowing, it's snowing? Su Xiaoya looked at the sky, a piece of tiny snowflakes, falling from the hollow corroded by the Night Demon venom. Not only the chemical plant, with Li Xiao as the center, tiny snowflakes appeared within a kilometer. As the snowflakes fell, they froze the earth with cracks, walls shattered, and hard mechanical equipment exploded from within due to the sudden ultra-low temperature. It could be said that with Li Xiao as the center, a 1-kilometer radius had become a ruin. Fortunately, Li Xiao still maintained a certain degree of control. The snowflakes avoided the living, which allowed the Special Affairs Bureau in the periphery of the logistical personnel to be safely evacuated. The Night Demon seemed like a frozen fish that had just been taken out of the freezer freeze, and it fell to the ground with a bang, falling apart. Only one head remained barely active. The Night Demon stared at Li Xiao, who was walking over, and asked spitefully, "Is this your true power? You've actually been pretending to be a pig, pretending to be an ordinary person, and secretly elevating your transcendent power? Upgrading? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You've watched too many TV dramas, haven't you?" Li Xiu walked up to it. I've been like this since I awakened. It took more than 2 years of inhibition to barely make the ability less dangerous. What he said was true. Every moment he had to suppress the transcendent power to avoid releasing it to hurt others, and he also had to worry about the ability automatically getting stronger every day. This kind of hard work was not enough for outsiders. But these words fell into the ears of the night demon who was killing and calculating in order to advance. It was simply an incomparably humiliating mockery. You. The night demon was still about to say something when Li Xiu simply interrupted it. Stop acting. Li Xiu pointed at a pipe and turned back to Lin Yibai. Cut that pipe. The night demon's pupils suddenly shrunk. Lin Yibai didn't understand why, but silly as this girl was, she always had unconditional trust in Li Xiu. She aimed in the direction Li Xiu pointed and violently threw the moonflower blade. The pipe was cut, revealing half of the section, and looking down, one could see a small snake that was only as thick as a thumb and full of wounds, crawling hard in it. The small snake twisted its head. It was topped with a face that Sun Chang had shrunk in the same proportion, and its demeanor was full of incredulity. How could you possibly discover? The night demon considered itself to be very careful, and the moment it fell to the ground and its body broke, it hid its main body among the broken limbs and quietly hid in the pipe. On the ground, the snake head that was conversing with Li Xiu was just a strand of its consciousness, specifically used to fake death to confuse Li Xiu. There's no way I'm letting you go, you've been locked. What Li Xiu hated the most was the scenes in movies and TV dramas that allowed the villain to get away and make a comeback. At the first moment of the encounter, Uncle San's mark locked the night demon, and if it dared to make a move against Su Xiaoya, no matter how far it fled to the ends of the earth, Li Xiu would chase after it. Then, slaughter it. Li Xiu half squatted at the mouth of the pipe and went to grab the small snake. You. Don't come over. The night demon's confidence was broken in just a few minutes. At this moment, it had no advancement in its mind, much less revenge. It only wanted to get as far away as possible from the monster named Li Xiu in front of it. Li Xiu grabbed twice and realized that he couldn't reach it. Forget it. You like it so much, just stay inside. He unhooked a row of grenades from his waist, learned the method Lin Yibai had taught him, pressed down on the handle, pulled out the safety pin, and then, let go. Night Demon looked at the falling row of grenades in despair. Boom! Surrounded by black mist, all the explosions were confined within the pipes, not a single bit of power was wasted. When the explosions dispersed, not to mention the corpses, not even crumbs were left inside the pipes. A gold coin was blown high into the air and eventually spun around and landed on the ground. It's over. The gentle female voice of the support team seemed to have a slight crying tone. After a month, the Night Demon Crusade, at 1:39 a.m. on January 16, was declared successful. Fellow frontline combatants, it's us who won. In the communication channel, dozens of departments in the field, reconnaissance, and security supervision, and hundreds of Special Affairs Bureau staff members simultaneously let out cheers. Far away in the wetland park, Su Dongxiang, Yi Tong, and Sister Katzi hugged each other. Su Dongxiang exclaimed, "I told you he could definitely do it." Awesome. Sister Katzi quietly made up her mind to carefully investigate Li Xiu's personal information when she returned. She was a mature young woman, and fishing for innocent young men like Li Xiu was not a handful. Inside the ruins of the chemical plant, Chang Shuqin was busy treating Lin Ke, her eyes full of urgency and worry. The medical team of the Special Affairs Bureau entered the scene to look for survivors who were still alive, but there was little hope. The blood-red barrier was a transcendent force field created by the Night Demon performing a ritual, and ordinary people would die from mere contact. In order to stay alive, they could only move towards the center, and the further in they went, the more human-faced, snake-bodied monsters there were. Not everyone had Su Xiaoya's marksmanship. Of the 37 people who disappeared tonight, Su Xiaoya and Wang Yanhong were most likely the only survivors left. After handling the scene, Li Xiu walked towards Su Xiaoya, just then. "Excuse me." Li Xiu looked back and saw Wang Yanhong who was receiving treatment. Seeing him look over, Wang Yanhong first misplaced her eyes, then immediately forced herself to look at Li Xiu and said, "I'm sorry, Li Xiu, I shouldn't have joked with you about Xiaoya on New Year's Day." After saying that, she immediately said, "But don't overthink it, I'm not apologizing to you because you saved me today, because you're a transcendent. This is what I promised Xiaoya, and I really didn't know that there was such a deep connection between you and Xiaoya, in short. I'm sorry." Li Xiu froze for half a second, and then squatted in front of Wang Yanhong. "Being injured so badly, it still doesn't affect your mouth, and you're also..." He revealed a smile. Wang Yanhong looked at Li Xiao nervously. She wasn't nervous about the power that Li Xiao displayed because Su Xiaoya had said to her that Su Xiaoya would only forgive her if Li Xiao forgave her. Wang Yanhong was waiting for Li Xiao's result. I accept your apology, and... Li Xiao looked at the crooked steel bar on the ground. Thank you. If it wasn't for this crazy woman with an iron head, who dared to swing down the steel bar at the night demon at the last minute and delayed for half a second, Su Xiaoya might have died. Leaving Wang Yanhong behind to continue receiving treatment, Li Xiao came to Su Xiaoya's side. A paramedic helped Su Xiaoya bandage the wound on her calf. Li Xiao squatted next to her and carefully asked, "Will it leave a scar?" The paramedic smiled and said, "If you put it in an outside hospital, it will, but if you hand it over to us, then it definitely won't." The paramedic said to Su Xiaoya and Wang Yanhong, "Later on, the two of you will have to go back with us to receive a full body checkup to avoid demonic power erosion. After the examination is over, and the memory of tonight is cleared, you can go home." Li Xiao froze. Clearing memories? Chapter 25 The Covenant. Why do you want their erased memories? Li Xiao asked. Memory wiping, it wasn't a good thing once you heard it. The human brain was so fragile, but if there was a mistake, it turned into a cutie. But what to do? Ordinary people's spiritual power is too weak, the existence of demons is nothing to transcendence, but for ordinary people, even if it's just memories, it will continue to produce damage. The one who gave the answer was Cheng Shuqin. Her function in the team was that of a field doctor, and she had already helped Lin Ke with the emergency treatment. The rest would be left to the people in the medical section to use specialized instruments to get rid of the remaining toxins in his body. Cheng Shuqin's gaze toward Su Xiaoya was full of appreciation and gratitude. Thank you for saving Lin Ke. She continued to explain. If we don't eliminate tonight's memories in time, it may not be visible for a short period of time, but after a long time, a person's personality will be involuntarily affected by the demons in their memories, becoming gloomy, violent, and twisted. Li Xiao, you don't want Su Xiaoya to become like that either, right? So that's how it is. Faced with such a good reason, Li Xiao had no choice but to agree. Well, with so many things happening, you guys should have quite a lot to talk about, so we'll leave you alone. Cheng Shuqin stood up and pulled away Wang Yanhong and Lin Yibai, who was standing dumbfounded, leaving space for Li Xiao and Su Xiaoya. Before leaving, Cheng Shuqin whispered in Li Xiao's ear. You guys have gone through a lot tonight, but I'll give you a piece of advice from the experience of someone who has been there. Tonight is not a good time to say those words. Li Xiao froze. Cheng Shuqin was a member of the first squad, and she witnessed Li Xiao's affection for Su Xiaoya on New Year's Day night as a love observer. Later, in order to recruit Li Xiao, she got information about Li Xiao and Su Xiaoya. She understands the weight they carry in each other's hearts. Cheng Shuqin, who was 29 years old, nearly 10 years older than Li Xiao and Su Xiaoya, and had experienced successful and failed relationships, said in the tone of a person who had been there. There are some words, once they are said, the second time you say them, they don't have the initial magic dot. If you're a real man, then wait for the memory to be erased, and say what's in your heart in front of her, in a dignified manner. Cheng Shuqin's gaze was calm and peaceful, and after meeting her eyes for a split second, Li Xiao understood her meaning. Thank you, I understand. Looking at Cheng Shuqin's back as she walked away, Li Xiao suddenly felt a tranquil line of sight. He turned his head. Su Xiaoya was sitting beside him, not speaking, just quietly gazing at him. Her sight was full of curiosity, like a kitten that saw something new, carefully observing Li Xiao's eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. Li Xiao had the illusion of a slender feather crossing his cheek, and he waved his hand in a panic to block Su Xiaoya's line of sight. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Su Xiaoya didn't answer and grabbed Li Xiao's hands, holding his hands down. The soft body leaned forward slightly, and a good-looking face came over, accompanied by a good-smelling floral fragrance. So close. Long eyelashes, high nose, pink moist lips, and blown cheeks. Li Xiao's eyes didn't know where to look. It's been a long time. Su Xiaoya sighed softly. What? Just looking at you so quietly and carefully. Su Xiaoya shrunk back, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned in a warm smile that recalled the past. Didn't we always do this after hours? Oh. Right. Because Li Xiao didn't have any adults at home, he often ate his food. Su Xiaoya then often brought some food over from home, and on weekends, when there was no schoolwork, she would also help Li Xiao cook. She was worried that Li Xiao was hungry, so she would press his face from time to time to check if his face had lost weight recently. Li Xiao scratched his face and remembered Su Xiaoya's food throwing during that time. Her mom's cooking was really delicious, but her own well. It wasn't too much to say it was dark cuisine. However, Li Xiu didn't want to disappoint her, so he ate all of it with a hard-on, resulting in an upset stomach at night. It's really been a long time. Li Xiu said. What about your test results? Su Xiaoya compared her hands to a fork in front of her chest. Failed. You're too skinny, boys still look good with a little meat. Like chicken then? No, that kind is too much. Thinking of chicken's almost square physique, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The sense of distance that had been drawn out over a year and a half was quickly brought closer with the laughter. The night breeze messed up Su Xiaoya's long hair, and she pulled it behind her ear, revealing her white neck and delicate collarbone. So, you're a superpowered person now? Just like Spider-Man and Batman? Well, pretty much. Li Xiu told Su Xiaoya everything that had happened in the 2.5 years since his awakening, except for the true power of I am hell. So you're carrying so much, but... Su Xiaoya slightly puffed up her cheeks, her eyes staring at Li Xiu with dissatisfaction. Why don't you look for me? As long as it's your business, no matter what, I will definitely help you. Why are you always avoiding me this year and a half? Li Xiu didn't know how to speak. He wanted to talk to Su Xiaoya, wanted to be with her. But the college campus was not like high school, it wasn't class-based, and the school's resources and connections would be normally distributed and concentrated in the most outstanding group of students. And among the most outstanding group of students, Su Xiaoya was the most outstanding. There would always be people around her who were attracted to her. Li Xiu subjectively wanted to associate with her, but the subconscious inferiority complex caused by poverty made him unwilling to get close to that small group of heavenly talents. At the root of it, it's still that Li Xiu is too decent to ever consider his I am hell ability as his personal advantage. He didn't think of using it to harm others for profit, or to devote himself to fighting demons. Otherwise, with Li Xiu's extraordinary power, he could easily stand at the top of the pyramid of power in an Yuan city if he wanted to. Let's take Lin Ke as an example. Don't look at the fact that he was seriously injured every time he appeared, but with a single word from Lin Ke, he could mobilize the police force of An Yuan City. As for the other subordinate departments, they even had to unconditionally cooperate with his actions without even knowing who gave the orders. This was the power of the Special Affairs Bureau, just like its name, Special Affairs, Thunder and Lightning, and would never be slowed down by any relationship or process. Li Xiu thought of a bunch of excuses, but when he met Su Xiaoya's emerald eyes, the lies all vanished. I'm sorry, it's me being too petty. Su Xiaoya shook her head shallowly. The one who should apologize is me. You didn't take the initiative to come to me, I should have gone to you. Promise me one thing. Su Xiaoya stretched out her right hand and raised her slender little thumb. When I wash away my memories, I won't remember tonight's events. However, I will definitely take the initiative to look for you in the future, so don't avoid me anymore, okay? Suck. Li Xiu's nose was slightly sore as he nodded his head vigorously. Good. The two thumbs tightly entwined together, Su Xiaoya revealed a satisfied smile. When I'm healed, I'll cook for you. This. Li Xiu couldn't help but wince as he thought of that horrible flavor. Miss Su, time's up, we should go and carry out the treatment. Two medics came over carrying a stretcher. Su Xiaoya laid onto the stretcher, flashed a smile at Li Xiu, and was sent to the Special Affairs Bureau's ambulance. She could no longer be seen from Li Xiu's perspective. Suddenly, in the window of the ambulance, a small snow-white hand appeared. The small hand raised its little thumb and gave a final shake towards Li Xiu, and then the ambulance drove off and disappeared from his view. Li Xiu felt empty in his heart. But when he thought of the conversation between the two tonight, a long-lost warmth and fulfillment surged in his heart. Chapter 26, Task Force. Lin Yibai was lying on a piece of equipment, her eyes empty, like a soulless salted fish. Cheng Shuqin, who had assisted the medical staff in handling the scene, walked over and half-squatted down beside Lin Xianyu, following her line of sight. Li Xiu was sitting on the ground, putting up a small thumb, with a smile that couldn't be melted on his face. Jealous? Cheng Shuqin asked. Jealous? Lin Yibai repeated. She could understand the meaning of the word, but she couldn't substitute herself into it. Holding the moonflower blade, Lin Yibai's small face was full of tangles. The issue of feelings was really too difficult for her. Compared to jealousy or liking, she prefers the life of Lin Ke pointing in a random direction, and her carrying a sword to cut down people. And demons. Seeing Li Xiu and Su Xiaoya laughing happily gives me the feeling of being bitten by a demon. But Su Xiaoya is really a good person, she even saved my brother, I can't hate her at all, I even want to be friends with her. Lin Yibai let out a slight wail after taking a deep breath. Sister Shuqin, I always felt before that studying and memorizing was the hardest thing in the world, and for a while I was envious of those students who fell in love during their high school years. I now realize that this kind of thing is not easier than memorizing books at all. Chen Shuqin felt that Lin Yibai's outlook on love seemed to be moving from one extreme to the other. She pondered the words of persuasion in her mind. Suddenly, Lin Yibai stood up violently. No, I can't indulge in childish love. If it wasn't for Li Xiu today, my brother and I might have both died, I'm going to go exercise. As for Li Xiu, Lin Yibai slightly raised her chin. When I get stronger and I save him a few times instead, he will naturally be able to see my charm. This. Cheng Shuqin felt that her train of thought was a bit off, but she didn't know how to persuade her. But getting back on her feet was better than anything. Anyway, Xiao Yibai is only 19 years old, let her slowly figure it out. Cheng Shuqin thought. The closing work was more complicated and tedious than Li Xiu had imagined. Investigate the scene and look for clues to the altar set up by the night demon. Remove the remnants of the transcendental power, lest the workers be affected by the transcendental power when the factory reopened. There was also the need to carefully handle the buildings that were affected by the battle, to avoid secondary injuries caused by accidental collapses after ordinary people entered. It was only until the sky dawned in the east that the staff of the Special Affairs Bureau ended the night's cleaning work. However, Li Xiu didn't have anything to be busy with. He followed Lin Yibai back to the Special Affairs Bureau's headquarters in Yuan City early in the morning. After going through a whole set of inspections and confirming that there were no traces of demonic power invasion, the Special Affairs Bureau arranged a reception room for Li Xiu. The decoration wasn't luxurious, with the characteristic simplicity of an official department, but there were all the beds and showers that should be there, and there was a hot midnight snack on the table. Opening it and looking at it, it was a bowl of brine noodles, the toppings were braised beef and poached eggs, and there was also a small dish of pickles. Seemingly worried that drinking tea at night would affect sleep, there was no tea next to the brine noodles, but a cup of steaming hot honey water. On the market, about $200 hotel standard room, and a bowl of halibut noodles and a cup of honey water. Is really plain. That's why I said that selling your life to the Special Affairs Bureau is a money-losing business. Li Xiu spat with dissatisfaction on his lips, but his complexion felt indescribably relaxed and comfortable with this kind of environment. It could be that he was used to being poor, or it could be that mountain pigs couldn't eat fine chaff. Compared to big fish and meat, a simple bowl of beef noodles after a whole night of being on edge gave him a solid peace of mind after a robbery. Taking a big bite of the noodles, he took a bite of the beef. If only there was a head of garlic, Li Xiuzhuang thought so, and found that under the small pickles, there were 3 or 4 peeled garlic. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of meat, a mouthful of garlic, feeling too spicy, then a glass of honey water. Gulp gulp gulp. Li Xiu even finished the noodle soup and let out a sigh of satisfaction. After taking a shower, he changed into the clothes prepared by the Special Affairs Bureau and laid down on the bed. Li Xiu wanted to guard Su Xiaoya's side, but idle people were prohibited from entering during the memory erasure surgery. There was no other way, he could only close his eyes and force himself to sleep. Just as he tossed and turned in bed, the lights were still on in the other departments of the Special Affairs Bureau. In the conference room, the heads of the departments were sitting in their chairs, and in order to combat their drowsiness, many of them had lit up cigarettes. There were some non-smokers on the scene, but in this situation, no one cared about the triviality of inhaling second-hand smoke. Everyone looked at the big screen, their expressions filled with gravity. On the screen was an ancient gold coin. The cursed coin of an unknown civilization. Section Chief He of the Security Supervision Section was the first to speak. We found the cursed coin in the night demon's corpse. This is the 3rd time in the past 2 months that an ordinary person has transformed into a demon, and over the 3 times, the transcendental loss of control that was triggered has gotten worse one after another. As the head of the Safety Supervision Section, Section Chief He abhorred matters that were already known to be safety hazards but could not be resolved. Section Chief He pushed his glasses and threw out the most explosive proposal in the coldest tone. I suggest that a request for support be made to the headquarters to elevate the level of investigation of the cursed gold coin incident, and that the problem be solved by a task force dispatched from the headquarters. What? This? The heads of the various departments exploded, some with furrowed brows, some directly speaking out in rebuttal, and others whispering with the people next to them. The Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau they were in was a municipal unit, and on the way up there was the provincial level, as well as the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters at the very top. Now that it was near the end of the year, it was the time for all the major provincial and municipal special affairs bureaus in the country to evaluate their work for the whole year. This evaluation, to put it in a small way, is related to everyone's year-end bonus. On a larger scale, it involves the face of the entire city, hundreds of special affairs bureau staff, and is closely related to next year's budget. At this juncture, to apply for support from the headquarters, or the highest level of support, asking to be sent down to the task force to investigate, it is obvious that the lack of ability to perform. It is estimated that the annual regional review will be given the lowest score, right? Busy, 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 busy. The end of the year bonus is greatly reduced, and next year, when you go to another city to exchange, you will also be unable to raise your head in front of your colleagues in other cities. I agree. Lin Ke's voice overpowered the chaos in the conference room. Everyone looked at Lin Ke. This acting head of the field section, his face was an unhealthy pale color, his entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his hand was in a sling. As a wounded man, Lin Ke was not required to attend the meeting, but the first time he woke up, he got out of bed and wanted to report to the chief. The medical section couldn't argue with him, so they had to send 2 doctors and nurses to follow him throughout. At the moment, they were waiting outside the conference room, and if Lin Ke couldn't hold on, the first time they rushed in to treat him. Captain Lin. The head of the reconnaissance section sitting next to him wanted to whisper a reminder. When the special task force intervened, the one who would be most affected would be the field section. After all, the field section was the only department that dealt with demons head-on, and once the task force got involved, the field section would be completely reduced to being the task force's miscellaneous staff. I agree with Chief He and apply for the task force to intervene. Lin Ke coughed lightly a few times, drew out his handkerchief, wiped the ebony blood from his palm, and continued, "Everyone, this is not the time to take care of face." But... Click. The old director sitting at the top gently put down his teacup, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 27, Mountaineering Club. The successive events had caused the old director, who was in his 60s, to look fatigued. From the beginning to the end of the operation, holding a cup of tea, he sat quietly at the back of the support team, observing the situation of the field team at the scene through a large screen. Everyone has been working hard lately. If I could, I'd love to give everyone a vacation. Unfortunately, it's not the right time, yet. Lin Ke was right, it's not the time to take care of face, however, it's not your face, it's mine. The old chief gave a gentle smile. You guys have done a good job. I'm the director, and the biggest responsibility for the consecutive transcendent out-of-control incidents within my jurisdiction lies with me. I'll be responsible for taking all the blame, and if everyone's bonuses are affected, I'll make it up to everyone out of my own pocket. The old director's smiling eyes opened a slit, and an icy cold aura flashed through as he looked at the cursed gold coins on the screen. Disgraceful or losing money, no matter what the cost, I will never allow anyone, anything inhuman, to reign supreme in Yuan City. Sensing the old director's determination, the crowd unanimously straightened their backs and said loudly, "Yes." But the words are. The old director's aura reined in as he sighed, "We're one step too late." The crowd was puzzled. What do you mean by a late step? The head of the logistics section sitting on the right side of the old director explained. A large-scale out-of-control incident erupted in the north, and the headquarters had already dispatched a task force over yesterday. In fact, the director had me request support from the headquarters before the meeting started, but the reply was insufficient manpower. At least for a month, the headquarters doesn't have the extra manpower to support us. Inside the conference room, everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect that the old director had already filed an application for task force support, and they didn't even expect that at the same time, other cities had also erupted with unsolvable transcendent out-of-control incidents. The old director took a sip of tea and said, "You guys have endured a lot of pressure this year. Anyway, in a month's time, the support from the headquarters will come. In the meantime, just put down the burden in your heart and let go." The old director's words were already clear. Within a month, if there were results, then there was no need to ask for support from headquarters, and if there were no results, he would also give his subordinates a bottom. In short, the big guys don't have to worry about anything, just focus on their work, and he'll take care of all the problems. The meeting was dissolved. Lin Ke was pushed by the doctor to go back to the ward, and was stopped halfway by Chief He, who caught up with him. The doctor glared and said, "The patient needs to go back and rest." His section chief, who spoke coldly to everyone, faced the doctor and said in a rare plea, 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes is fine." Lin Ke also said, please. The doctor took a deep breath. He had never seen a patient who didn't take his own life so seriously, looked at his watch, said, just 3 minutes, and then stepped aside to wait. Waiting for the doctor to walk away, Mister, he said, I didn't think you would take the initiative to support my opinion. Lin Ke corrected, I'm not supporting your opinion, but the right opinion. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have. The RD section doesn't ask about the world, the reconnaissance section is too focused on trivia, and the medical and logistical support departments don't know anything about this. Only the field and security departments know how terrifying the enemies currently facing in Yuan City are. Section Chief he glanced at Lin Ke. When he was first transferred over, he looked at Lin Ke particularly unfavorably, thinking that Lin Ke was reckless and didn't follow safety regulations. But when he really encountered things, Section Chief he realized that he and Lin Ke were the same kind of people, both of them putting their best foot forward for the safety of the entire city. The only difference is that because of their different positions, the way they deal with problems is different. As Chief he thought about it, he heard Lin Ke remind, half the time has almost passed, what are you looking for me for, hurry up and say it. Yes, I'm looking for you for another matter. Chief he asked, you have a good relationship with Li Xiao, is he still refusing to join the Special Affairs Bureau now? Lin Ke hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. With his judgment of Li Xiao, as long as the demon didn't affect his life and didn't strike at Su Xiaoya, he would never consider joining the Special Affairs Bureau. That would be troublesome. What? You still think that Li Xiao is a danger factor and want to get rid of him early? Section Chief he blankly glanced at Lin Ke, of course not, I admit that I was biased against him before. Li Xiao's actions tonight proved your opinion. I'm worried about another thing. Section Chief he spread out a document in his hand. At the top of the document was a printed out old photo of 6 young men wearing rushing jackets and carrying hiking bags. Below it was written the date of the photo, December 19, 2001. An old photo from 20 years ago? The doctor waiting nearby nodded his watch, signaling that time was almost up. There was no time to wait for Lin Ke to look at the information in detail, as Chief he explained in his fastest speech. At the very beginning, we thought that the cursed gold coins were randomly picking their hosts, until today, when we determined Sun Chang's identity as a night demon, and we found a connection between the 3 gold coin hosts. Section Chief he pointed to the 3 people in the photo. Their parents had been members of the same hiking club more than 20 years ago. The hosts chosen by the cursed gold coins are the children, relatives of these 6 people. If this speculation is correct, the next cursed gold coin host can basically be delineated within 30 people. But that's not the most important thing. What I'm going to say is that the cursed gold coin's possessor, the originator that created all of this, isn't as irregular and random as it appears to be. It has its own logic, and there will be good and evil, and there will be revenge. The more Lin Ke listened, the worse his face became. A demon that had no logic and randomly chose its host was just instinctively creating chaos. Then no matter who killed the flesh troll or night demon, it wouldn't matter to it. However, a demon that had ideas and would even actively choose a designated target group would most likely develop hatred towards Li Xiao, who had ruined its plans twice in a row. Li Xiao was strong, there was no doubt about that, but he was ultimately a human being. A person who hadn't undergone special training couldn't be vigilant 24 hours a day, and just one oversight could give the demon hiding behind the curtain an opportunity to take advantage of it. Lin Ke rubbed his brow. It's still my fault. If I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have had to drag him into the action. Anyway, that's all I have to say. The doctor came over with a grimace, not caring if they had finished, and pushed Lin Ke's wheelchair towards the medical section. Section Chief he threw the information onto Lin Ke's lap. If there's anything you need my help on Li Xiao's issue, feel free to find me. I made a lapse in judgment last time, so I kind of owe him a favor. Lin Ke raised the folder, thanks. Being pushed back into the hospital room, his entire body wrapped in dozens of testing instruments, Lin Ke closed his eyes. Thinking of Li Xiao who was sleeping in the reception room. Within the area of the Special Affairs Bureau, he didn't need to worry about encountering retaliation from those behind the scenes, but once he left and returned home, no one could guarantee what would happen. This is probably the last peaceful sleep he'll have, thought Lin Ke. But in fact, Li Xiao did not fall asleep. Because of his poverty, not having lived in a dormitory, much less traveling out, Li Xiao realized for the first time today. He recognized his bed when he slept. After tossing and turning in bed for nearly an hour, Li Xiao silently sat up, stretching out his hand towards the bed. I am hell. He recited softly, and a door to hell quietly appeared. Since he couldn't sleep, Li Xiao decided to go to the extreme cold hell to talk to Sun Chang. His finger touched the door to hell, and in an instant, heaven and earth reversed. Li Xiu once again came to the vast snowy land. Almost as soon as he descended into hell, he sensed that something was wrong. The snowflakes falling in the air were drifting in a regular direction, as if something was attracting the cold. Chapter 28, Divine Messenger. Because of the characteristic that i.e. hell would slowly become stronger even if it didn't actively cultivate. The extremely cold hell would undergo subtle changes every day. Every time Li Xiu came in, he would notice slight differences, but in general, it was nothing more than snow falling more heavily, lower temperatures, and the like. Today's changes are a bit different. As the master of the extremely cold hell, Li Xiu could easily control everything in this world. However, in the distance where the wind and snow drifted toward, he vaguely sensed that something was out of his control, standing in the icy sky and snow, and divided a portion of the authority of hell. Li Xiu clasped his hands in his arms, facing the problem. Different people have different ways of dealing with it. Some people like to take risks with curiosity. Some people like to plan and then move, withdraw from the unknown zone, and wait for a proper plan before acting. He chose to ask the locals directly. Li Xiu stepped on the snow, making a crunch 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 sound, leaving a long series of footprints behind him, which were instantly covered by the wind and snow. He found a small snowbank, and with a wave of his hand, his long-lost old friend was lying dumbly on the ground, occasionally shivering in pain as the snowflakes fell. Li Xiu snapped his fingers, the snowflakes on the flesh troll's body disappeared, and the temperature gradually rose. However, after waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, the flesh and blood troll's eyes were still chaotic. Even if Li Xiu hit it with a snowball, apart from the fact that it would unconsciously wail twice, it didn't react half-heartedly, as if it had completely lost its soul. The soul that had fallen into the extremely cold hell, every minute and every second, the soul was always suffering from the cold from the inside out. When tortured for too long, even if the soul was intact, the spirit that represented the personality inside had long since collapsed. No, it looks like it's completely frozen stupid and can't ask anything. Waving his hand, the flesh and blood troll fell back into the snow pile and was buried by the wind and snow in the blink of an eye. Li Xiu continued to walk in the direction he sensed, and before he even got close, he heard agonizing wails and curses. Surprisingly, they can still scream out? The souls he remembered being thrown into the extremely cold hell froze hard in less than 2 minutes. Not to mention screaming in agony, their mouths, nostrils, and eyelids would freeze together, and they wouldn't be able to open at all. After getting closer, he finally understood why. A dozens of meters long giant snake was writhing frantically in pain on the ground, and as the snowflakes fell, the frequency of its writhing rapidly decreased. Seemingly sensing the end of being frozen, the giant snake twisted its head and began to gnaw at its skin. It tore open a crack, and a slightly shrunken giant snake crawled out of the crack. And the faded snakeskin was thrown on the ground, frozen in the twinkling of an eye, and the giant snake hurriedly swallowed the skin in one bite, its body slightly expanding and resuming to its initial size. In this way, by molting its skin again and again, it resisted the cold. Accurately speaking, it is to survive. And, because the new skin born from molting is more sensitive, the pain it endures is actually far greater than lying flat and freezing. Looking at the night demon, who didn't forget to actively torture itself even after it died, Li Xiu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Li Xiu walked over to greet him. Busy? The night demon stared at the huge snake eyes full of resentment. After another molt, it didn't even eat the snake molt on the ground, pounced up and bit towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu stood still and didn't even move. The huge snake head went straight through his body and landed in the snow behind him. Ah! Contacting the snowflakes on a large scale, the night demon let out a miserable agonizing scream. But thinking of the ordinary people killed by it, as well as the kidnapping of Su Xiaoya, Li Xiu did not have the slightest bit of compassion. The sins committed by the night demon, even dying 10 times, was not enough to pay for them. Li Xiu slightly raised his finger, and the night demon, which was still rolling around in the snow in the last second, felt its body lose control and float into the air. After continuously defrosting and freezing, about 2 or 3 times, the night demon's resentment transformed into fear. It should be said that it was worthy of being a demon that liked to sneak around behind the scenes to get things done, and the speed of the goon was even faster than the flesh and blood troll in the first place. What the hell are you? With this kind of power, why are you willing to live that kind of life? Li Xiu sighed, one by one. After seeing me, why do you ask such words? Who says that with power, you have to do great things? Can't one live a down-to-earth life? Seeing that Li Xiu didn't answer, the night demon seemed to see an opportunity and grinned, compellingly saying, "Let's join forces. With your power and my wisdom, I dare not say anything else, we can easily control the small and Yuan city." Moreover, I can also help you get to know Lord God Emperor, and if he grants you the treasures of the divine temple and becomes a divine descendant, you will definitely be able to obtain a substantial increase in your abilities, and at that time. Stop. Li Xiu raised his hand. He had looked for Night Demon originally to ask about the changes in the extremely cold hell, but he didn't expect to extract other information. He sat cross-legged in the snow and held his right hand in vain. The snowflakes in the air coalesced into an ice cup in his hand, and the remaining snowflakes automatically melted and turned into 45 degrees of particularly nourishing warm water. Divine messenger, treasure, divine descendant. Li Xiu sipped the water. You go on to fool. Well, tell me in detail what happened, I'll listen. The coldness that tormented the Night Demon dispersed, which gave it hope, and it continued. I met Lord God Emperor more than a month ago. That night, I came out of the nightclub restroom because I had just finished, so, feeling tasteless, I wanted to go home and sleep early. A month ago, the Night Demon was still Sun Chang. At that time, Sun Chang acted like he was in love with Su Xiaoya every day, but he didn't realize that it was all an act. Dog scum man. Li Xiu despised and cursed. Luckily, Xiaoya didn't fall for your dog's tricks. Li Xiu decided that when Su Xiaoya's memory is cleared tomorrow, the first time he will find her to explain clearly and never give any man a chance again. Hearing Li Xiu's tirade, clearly a giant snake, a human-like helplessness actually appeared on its face. With his looks, his family, and not having established a relationship, casting a wide net, wouldn't that be a matter of course? Thinking that its future was still pinched in Li Xiu's hands, it had no choice but to endure. In short, Lord God Emperor found me and asked if I wanted to experience the meaning of life. At that time, I thought he was selling laundry detergent and even spoke out of turn to tell him to get lost. Fortunately, Lord God Emperor didn't get angry, but instead took me through the splendor of the transcendent world. Thus, I chose to sell my humanity and received a divine temple coin. Temple coin. Li Xiu remembered the ancient gold coin he found at the scene. You said you got it by trading humanity? Li Xiu pointed at the blood troll frozen dumb not far away. That's not what it said. The Night Demon sneered. He's nothing but a slave who submits to his desires. He's like the cutie who walks into a bank to make a deposit and somehow ends up buying a bunch of financial products, not even realizing that the transaction process had already happened. Li Xiu couldn't understand. So, you sold out your humanity that simply? For a little bit of power? Night Demon asked rhetorically, what is humanity? Can you take it out, can you show it to me? Li Xiu was stumped by the question. The things you can't take out, like stories and time, are fictionalized by the human brain. I use fictional things to get real power. Why not? Li Xiu is studying economics, not philosophy. This kind of metaphysical problems, he does not want to discuss with a murderous demon. After all, he finished the physical persuasion. Li Xiu asked, then what do you mean when you say, let me get in touch with the so-called divine messenger? You can contact him? Of course. The Night Demon raised his chin slightly. Otherwise, how do you think I know about the sacrifice formation? All of this is knowledge imparted to me by Lord God Emperor. I see. Previously, the people from the Special Affairs Bureau thought that Night Demon was a rare knowledge awakening, but now it seems that he got this kind of forbidden knowledge of sacrifice from the so-called God Envoy. Looking at the contemplative Li Xiu, the smile at the corner of the Night Demon's mouth grew more and more intense. It was as if it had already seen the image of Li Xiu stepping into its verbal trap step by step and eventually falling into the abyss, never to be recovered. You seem to be very proud of yourself, huh? Li Xiu suddenly raised his head and asked. The Night Demon's smile froze. There was a lie in your words just now. No, it wasn't a lie either. It should be that you drilled the hole. What was said was the truth, but the combination was a lie. Li Xiu's calm words fell on the Night Demon's ears, but they were like a demon's whisper. Don't look at me like that. Even though I control hell, I'm not a demon. I can merely sense if you're lying or not. Li Xiu took a sip of warm water. His clear eyes were a disappointment that made the Night Demon panic. Being able to lie means you don't trust me yet. The Night Demon felt that the protective power wrapped around his body was dissipating, and the coldness that tormented his soul quickly encroached. Then let's deepen our trust in each other again. Chapter 29 Ice Cold Building. In less than 5 minutes, Night Demon's trust in Li Xiu was forcefully filled. It couldn't be fuller. In the face of someone who could detect lies and still torment himself endlessly, continuing to hide. That would be a bit too rude to oneself. That is to say, you can't even take the initiative to contact that so-called God's envoy. It's all about him taking the initiative to come over to you. However, because you've captured enough people, some of the stupid women with Stockholm Syndrome took you for an evil domineering president and fantasized about true love. Listening to your bull sold humanity to the God Emperor, which gave you the means to sacrifice your heir and raise your power in exchange. This was the real reason why the Night Demon was able to cause such a massive out-of-control event. Without the sacrifice method, the Night Demon would have at most created a few hundred human-faced, snake-bodied monsters. A random group pulled out of the 3 field teams would be enough to hang the Night Demon. You understand the power of Lord God Emperor now, don't you? Just the little bit of knowledge thrown out is enough to make me stronger. If you cooperate with him, not to mention Su Xiaoya, the entire women of Yuan City are yours. Li Xiu was a bit speechless. He wasn't Teddy. Why would he need so many women? What if I don't cooperate with it? He will kill you. Not a lie. Li Xiu nodded. If he could, he would really like that so-called God's envoy to come to his door before it was too late. The two of them would go to the clearing by the river and have a choke fight. Don't hide in the back and sneak around creating demons to disrupt his life. One last question, did you feel any changes occurring after coming to the extremely cold hell? Changes? The Night Demon pondered for a long time, his snake tail pointing remotely in the direction of the wind and snowdrifts. I heard someone calling out to me. Calling out? Since awakening his transcendent ability, Li Xiu had always actively suppressed the power of I Am Hell, and his exploration of the extremely cold hell was even more extremely shallow. Could it be that underneath this snowy land, there was something else, or something else? Li Xiu pondered, walking towards the direction that the Night Demon was pointing at, intending to go over and see for himself what was going on. Wait, you promised me. Night Demon shouted from behind. Oh yeah, almost forgot about you. Li Xiu waved his hand and the Night Demon fell back into the snow. Li Xiu! You lied to me. Li Xiu was surprised and asked, I can't see that you're such an innocent person. You don't really think I'll let you go, right? No way, no way? The Night Demon's tirade was covered by screams. In order not to be completely frozen, it repeated the never-ending molting once again. Let's hope it can last a little longer. That way, the pain could last longer as well. Saying goodbye to the Night Demon, Li Xiu walked in the direction of the wind and snowdrifts. Time became a blur in the icy sky and snow, and he only felt that he should have walked for a long time. As time passed, the gusty winds grew stronger and stronger. At first, Li Xiu was able to maneuver the wind and snow to actively avoid it, but gradually, some of the wind and snow even got out of his control. He felt cold. Although it was only an extremely subtle trace, the meaning behind it was extremely terrifying. That thing or person hidden at the end of the wind and snow was able to affect Li Xiu's control over the extreme cold hell. What to do? Should we continue onward? Or should we go back today and think about it in the long run? After thinking for 3 seconds, Li Xiu made a decision. Go onward. Since he had already started, he had to finish things to the end. Regardless of work or life, this was Li Xiu's way of dealing with people. Not to mention that the hidden danger in front of him was still present in the extreme cold hell. If it was left unattended, it would be too dangerous if the ability suddenly went out of control one day when it was exerted. This matter must be resolved tonight, or at least, the cause must be clarified. Li Xiu bent over slightly, arching his upper body and using his torso to fend off the blowing cold wind. His body temperature was falling off a cliff, and if he had a mirror, Li Xiu would be able to see that his lips were starting to turn blue, and his skin took on an unnatural reddish frostbite. And the same cold that was inflicted on the soul level fed back into the real world. Li Xiu, who was sitting on the bed in the Special Affairs Bureau's hospitality room, at this moment, the same skin appeared to have a subtle redness and swelling, and some of them cracked and oozed blood. Wiping the nosebleed and casually wiping it on the snow, Li Xiu gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. After walking forward for an unknown amount of time again, he had to stop. His eyebrows were covered in frost, and the wind and frost violently pushed against his body, and with every step he took, the gusts of wind were pushed back again. The limit was reached. It was true that Li Xiu was the master of the extremely cold hell, but the unknown mysterious existence in this small area was the only one that could stand apart from him. Even as he gradually went deeper, the mysterious existence was able to suppress his power instead. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, and at the end of his line of sight, at the location covered by wind and snow, he could vaguely see a huge shadow that looked like a mountain. The distance between him and the shadow would not be more than 100 meters, and it was this 100-meter distance that seemed to have become a moat, not allowing it to pass. At least let me see exactly what it is. Li Xiu stretched out his right hand, and a layer of frost immediately condensed on his exposed arm. Phew! He took a deep breath, and the power he had accumulated was released in one breath towards the front. The wind swept through the snow in front of him was blasted away, and a hurricane blew from behind Li Xiu, driving him to seize the last opportunity to sprint forward. This was a tricky approach. The confrontation between him and the mysterious existence before was like a head-on confrontation between two currents in the ocean. And now, it was Li Xiu who gathered all of his strength like a knife, breaking open a narrow pathway. This tricky approach couldn't last long. The wind direction had begun to change, and the resistance to moving forward skyrocketed. Li Xiu seized the last moment and ran forward furiously. 80 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. The resistance peaked, like a spring compressed to the bottom, and all of it was exerted on Li Xiu. Tread. Li Xiu heavily stepped on the snowy ground, his eyes, which were squinted up because of the cold, glared round, and he stared dead on 50 meters away, and finally, he saw a nearly 20-meter-tall, square, frigid building. Saying it was a house, it was too square. Saying it was a fortress, it was carved with complicated and ancient patterns and designs, as well as numerous words that he couldn't understand, and it was full of art than solemnity. Not waiting for Li Xiu to take a closer look at the drawings on the building, the pent-up resistance was exerted on his body and a brain. He bounced out with a bang. Just this instant of impact, if it was an ordinary person, he would directly become mush. It was Li Xiu who was also filled with pain. Fortunately, after being thrown out of the range of the cold ice building, Li Xiu regained control of the extremely cold hell, and with the identity of the Lord of Hell, the wounds automatically healed and eventually disappeared completely. The wound is gone, but the pain is really painful. Returning to the edge of the cold ice building's sphere of influence, he stretched out his hand and felt the subtle changes in the wind and snow. He circled along the edge, and after walking around, he roughly determined the range of influence of the cold ice building. It's roughly a circle with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Within 3 kilometers after entering, there is basically no resistance. After 2 kilometers, the level of resistance soars, with the last kilometer being the most powerful. Li Xiu stroked his chin and sat in the snow, thinking while habitually piling up snowballs. It's not like it's Ice City's ice world, so why is there such a large-sized cold building in my extreme cold hell? Due to the automatic boosting effect of my hell, coupled with the recently joined in flesh trolls and night demons, the extreme cold hell interview was very vast. The area of influence of the ice-cold buildings occupied about 1/10 of the total area of the extreme cold hell. After observing it for a while, Li Xiu didn't find any suspicion of expansion for the time being. If the status quo was maintained, 1/10 of the area going out of control didn't seem to count for much. But this feeling is just a bit unpleasant. It's like a husky suddenly popping up in the house. Even if it just eats and doesn't work, it doesn't give a jerk off, and you have to worry that it will mess up the house someday. Li Xiu stared into nothingness. His sight seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of wind and frost and landed on the frigid building that had inexplicably appeared. If I could control a bit more power, wouldn't I be able to touch it? The area of control of the cold ice building looked like it was fixed, and the bigger the extreme cold hell, the stronger the power that Li Xiu controlled. As long as I keep practicing and taking out demons to throw into the hell, I can keep getting stronger. One day, I'll be able to in turn suppress the power of the cold building, touch it directly, and figure out where it came from. Li Xiu violently threw a snowball. What a melodramatic King's Road manga setting. The power of I Am Hell was too difficult to control, and in order to avoid losing control of his ability, for 2.5 years Li Xiu had deliberately suppressed it. It was only in the final moments of tonight's battle that it was the first time Li Xiu fully unleashed the ability. Now that the extreme cold hell had an additional uncontrollable factor, or in order to avoid the ability going out of control, he had to actively raise his power again. Scratching his face in a bit of distress, Li Xiu sighed softly, and in an extremely sincere tone, he spoke words that sounded arrogant and irritating to the vast majority of transcendents. Then, let's grudgingly exercise a bit. I hope I don't raise it too much. If I rise to the 4th order, I don't know if I'll have to open a new hell. Then it'll be troublesome. Chapter 30 Memory Removal Surgery. Li Xiu opened his eyes just after dawn. Then, he was in trouble. The injuries he had received in the extremely cold hell had healed when he was out of the area of influence of the cold ice building, and along with it, his body in the real world had recovered. But the injury can be healed, the blood that flows out cannot flow back on its own initiative. On the snow-white bed sheet was a pool of bloodstains. A 20-year-old single male, after sleeping all night, a puddle of bloodstains appeared on the bed. Li Xiu gulped and felt that there was a crisis in his life. How was this going to be explained? His brain spun rapidly, popping up one option after another. A. Say you have hemorrhoids. B. Say I have relatives. C. Say that my good dream killed someone and accidentally hurt himself. D. Say I had my first night. Roll on. Li Xiu slapped his hands on his cheeks and threw out all the unreliable thoughts in his head. He took the simplest and most direct way. The black mist was released, instantly freezing the bed sheets and quilts. As the temperature continued to drop, Li Xiu gently exerted force and broke off a piece, rubbing his palms together and thwarting the entire bed into a powder smaller than a fingernail cap. After spending a few minutes getting it all into powder, Li Xiu poured the powder into the toilet and hit flush. It clattered and destroyed the corpse. As for how to explain it, Li Xiu wasn't a Special Affairs Bureau employee, so he didn't need to explain to anyone. Well, at least I helped them solve 2 demons, so I shouldn't ask for money from me, right? Looking at the time, it was past 6 in the morning. The bed was bare. Li Xiu wasn't in the mood to go back for another nap, so he simply washed up and walked out of the hospitality room. After walking out, the corridor was empty, no one could be seen, it was quiet. The sun rose later in the winter, the window was still gray, and a lamp in the corridor pulled Li Xiu's shadow long. He followed his memory and headed to the medical section. Last night Su Xiaoya was brought over for a memory erasure surgery. Li Xiu had wanted to go to the medical section to wait for the end of the surgery, but he was told that patients during the surgery were not allowed to visit, so he had to wait in the reception room. Calculating the time, Su Xiaoya's surgery should be over, so Li Xiu planned to go and take a look. After walking out of the guest reception area, the surroundings gradually became lively, and through the windows of the office, one Special Affairs Bureau employee who was meditating on the computer could be seen. They were pulling out their few hairs, dark circles under their eyes as if they had put on heavy makeup, and the instant coffee on the table. Li Xiu was just waking up, and this group of people were simply not sleeping. The content of last night's meeting, after a few hours, has long been spread to all departments of the Special Affairs Bureau. There is still a month for the headquarters task force to come. Although the old director said to let them take it easy this month, don't have too much pressure, if they really deducted the end of the year bonus, he will take the responsibility. But they want to face can join the Special Affairs Bureau of the People, which is not once other departments of the elite. They are accustomed to rely on the ability to fight for honor, rather than rely on the leadership of the handouts. Thus, after finishing off the night demon last night, the personnel from various departments who had managed to get a day off, all took the initiative to cancel their leave and came back to continue investigating the cursed gold coin incident. They wanted to catch the mastermind behind the coin scattering within this month. Li Xiu held high respect for the busy staff of the Special Affairs Bureau, and then, once again, he sighed in his heart. Luckily, he didn't listen to Lin Ke's bull and join the Special Affairs Bureau. With this kind of work intensity, he wouldn't go bald before he was 30 years old. Due to a number of restricted areas Li Xiu had no way to go through, he had to make a detour, and the people he met along the way all looked at him with a very strange look. Luckily, they were all very enthusiastic when asking for directions, and after circling around the building for quite a while, he finally arrived at the medical section located on the 4th floor. Without waiting for Li Xiu to walk over, a small nurse took the initiative to stand up. "Hello, Mr. Li, are you here to look for Su Xiaoya? You recognize me?" After last night's operation, Li Xiu returned the yellow badge that represented his temporary worker status. "Of course." The little nurse smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. "To be precise, most of the people in the current bureau should know you. Last night's large-scale operation, all of the various departments were involved, and even those who hadn't joined in were still paying attention to the outcome of the operation. Lin Yibai's riding across Lake Luowu at a speed of 400 km per hour, and Li Xiu's exploits of taking out the night demon alone had spread throughout the entire Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau in the first place. It could be said that overnight, Li Xiu became famous. Although this fame didn't manage to bring him any monetary benefits, he gained the goodwill of the Special Affairs Bureau up and down, which was an intangible asset. Noticing the adorable gaze of the little nurse's adoration and curiosity, Li Xiu was a bit embarrassed and misplaced his eyes. It turned out that all the way over, those strange eyes meant this. He finally realized it. As for why the little nurse was the cute gaze, others were strange. A group of 30 or 40-year-old, full of vicissitudes of life, seems to have not rested for a long time. Oldest brother, with worshipful, curious gazes look over, to say strange is light. It was also in the Special Affairs Bureau. If it was in a bar or some other place of entertainment, Li Xiu would have long since covered his butt and run away. "Yes, I came to see Su Xiaoya." Okay, please follow me. Following the nurse lady, Li Shou walked into the medical care area. In the air was the hospital's unique smell of disinfectant water, and for some reason, smelling the smell of disinfectant water and looking at the medical staff who passed by one without any haste, Li Shou's mood, which was originally still a bit worried, slightly eased a lot. This is the place. The little nurse opened the door of the ward and made a gesture of inviting in. Miss Su is still not awake, the visiting time is 10 minutes, I will wait outside for you to come out. Thanks. Li Shou walked into the ward and the little nurse helped him close the door. When he walked over, Li Shou had heard her introduction. Su Xiaoya had repeatedly launched attacks against the human-faced snake-bodied monster and the night demon last night, and the impact on her mental level was much more severe, so her surgery process was much longer, and after it was over, she was arranged to be placed in a separate ward for a 10-hour period of rest and observation. At this moment, Su Xiaoya's head was covered with a helmet-like device, and a dozen or so wires extended out of the device, connecting to a half-man-high device next to it. A streak of ripples and data appeared in the device's display. Seeing Su Xiaoya lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in various devices, Li Shou stood frozen at the door for a long time. Although he knew that under the medical technology of the Special Affairs Bureau, she definitely wouldn't be injured, at this moment, Li Shou's heart still felt like it was being clutched tightly. Until a slight choking sensation appeared, Li Shou gasped for air as he snapped back to his senses. He carefully walked over, seemingly for fear of disturbing the girl in the hospital bed. Pulling over a chair, he sat on the edge of the hospital bed. The air in the hospital room quieted down. Li Shou didn't say anything, he just quietly looked at Su Xiaoya. The bits and pieces that he had experienced with her over the years did not need to be deliberately recalled, they naturally appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes. If I had confessed my transcendent identity to her earlier. If I could have chosen to go and take out the mastermind behind the scenes after encountering the flesh and blood troll. If only. All sorts of thoughts shouted in the bottom of his heart, contemplating for an unknown period of time. Knock knock. A soft knock came from outside the door, and without realizing it, visiting hours were over. Okay, I'll be right out. Li Shou responded. He held Su Xiaoya's hand, the small hand that was warm whenever he remembered, was now very cold. When I was a child, it was you who protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Li Shou stood up and opened the door to the hospital room, where the little nurse was waiting at the door. And next to her, there was another person. Lin Ke, who was hanging a hangnail, was sitting in a wheelchair. I heard you were here and came over. Li Shou nodded, just in time, I have something to find you too. Chapter 31 Joined the Special Affairs Bureau? Seeing that Li Shou and Lin Ke wanted to talk, the nurse lady silently left, leaving the space for them. What do you want to see me about? The two asked at the same time. You first. Again, they said at the same time. Li Shou and Lin Ke stared at each other for a few seconds, and in the end, it was Lin Ke who lost first. He raised his hand and handed over a file. Noticing the word top secret on the folder, Li Shou didn't take it directly, but asked, what is this? Some information about the night demon, the flesh troll, and the real mastermind who caused the riot. Lin Ke threw out the answer bluntly as he glanced at the closed ward door. I assume that's what you were looking for me about? He was right. After witnessing the image of Su Xiaoya losing consciousness and lying on the hospital bed, Li Shou made up his mind. He wanted to take out the person behind the spreading of coins and the creation of demons. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. If there is a night demon today, there will be a white demon, a pink demon, or a green demon some other day. This time, Li Shou was lucky and rushed to save Su Xiaoya at the last minute, but what about next time? He didn't want to gamble on the future, and even more so, he didn't want to put all of his hopes on the probability that the demon wouldn't make a move against Su Xiaoya. After thinking clearly about the causes and consequences, Li Shou reached out to pick up the top secret information. But unexpectedly, Lin Ke put his hand back again, and his demeanor became serious as he solemnly asked, Are you really mentally prepared? He pointed to the top secret on the document bag. You should know what this represents. Ordinary citizens don't have the authority to read this information, and once you take it, it means you've accepted the invitation from the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Shou wasn't the least bit intimidated by Lin Ke's words. He grabbed the top secret information from Lin Ke's hands and said, Of course I know, while tearing open the file seal. Isn't it just becoming a field officer? I'll do just that. Hearing this, Lin Ke's heart was greatly relieved. He had been busy for so long, but he didn't see Li Shou's ability and wanted to pull him into the Special Affairs Bureau. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Ke's face. But halfway through the smile, he heard Li Xiu continue. As an official organization, you guys can't not allow your employees to resign, right? Lin Ke froze. Wouldn't it be fine if I apply to leave my job after dealing with the coin scattering incident? Lin Ke stared at Li Xiu, gradually burning with anger. Joining the Special Affairs Bureau as a field officer was clearly an extremely solemn matter, and how many people took this as an honor and couldn't even get in if they wanted to? How did it come out in this kid's mouth like some kind of street-side part-time job? What kind of place do you think the Special Affairs Bureau is, where you can come and go as you please? As an official and violent organization that held a large amount of secrets and power, the Special Affairs Bureau's procedures were very cumbersome, whether it was joining or quitting. Li Xiu spread his hands indifferently. If I'm not allowed to resign, I'll just sit in the office every day and touch the fish without working. His parents had disappeared, and Li Xiu had no children and no mortgage. What is the penniless Li Xiu afraid of? As long as I lie flat enough, no one can cut my leak. Even now, Li Xiu still sticks to his original intention and does not intend to work at the Special Affairs Director. Lin Ke was infuriated by Li Xiu so much that his blood pressure spiked, and due to his heart rate rising too fast, the health monitoring device he was wearing issued an alarm, and several doctors nearby all rushed over at the sound of the alarm. Good guy, the acting head of the field section of the Special Affairs Bureau didn't die on the battlefield with demons, but was almost exasperated to death by Li Xiu. Lin Ke stared viciously at Li Xiu, the newcomers he had once recruited. Either they were hesitant and ready to join the Special Affairs Bureau to do something. Either they were full of zeal, ready to dedicate their lives to guarding the citizens in the darkness. With a wave of his hand, Rinko signaled to the doctors who had rushed over that he was fine. Taking a few deep breaths and calming his emotions, he said bitterly. You're only 20, don't you have any dreams at all? Shouldn't a young man your age be fantasizing about saving the world every day? Saving the world? Li Xiu turned back and looked at Su Xiaoya lying on the hospital bed through the window of the ward. The world didn't save me in the first place, it was her who saved me. The fantasies and expectations that belonged to young people disappeared the moment their parents disappeared. There was only one kind of heroism in the world, which was to still love life after recognizing the truth of life and to hold innocent fantasies about the world. Li Xiu was not a hero, nor did he want to be one. Heroes are short-lived, and all he wants to be is an ordinary person who can protect the people he cherishes. Lin Ke read Li Xiu's eyes and shook his head, giving up his intention to persuade him. Right. The gloom in Li Xiu's eyes disappeared, rubbed his hands together, and asked with a smile, but if we have a part-time job here with a decent income, I'd be willing to help out. Off. The matter about Li Xiu joining the Special Affairs Bureau came to an end for the time being. The two of them were also hungry after arguing for a while, and under Lin Ke's guidance, Li Xiu pushed him to the cafeteria. Seeing Li Xiu take his meal card and order a table of breakfast, Lin Ke's eyelids jumped. Are you planning to just take care of all 3 meals today? Li Xiu took a big bite of his bun without any mental burden. I helped you guys deal with the demon incident twice in a row, and even if I didn't receive a penny, I'm still not allowed to eat something. The bun's skin was thin and stuffed, and when he took a bite, the gravy was piping hot and the aroma filled his mouth, making his fingers tingle. Another mouthful of soybean flour, spicy flavor, with a smooth and tender texture. Li Xiu's eyebrows rose. The Special Affairs Bureau's cafeteria chef's craftsmanship was really good. Hearing Li Xiu's complaint, Lin Ke said, the Bureau won't let you work for nothing, the bonus for assisting in the operation will hit you this month. There's a bonus? Li Xiu's eyes lit up at once. Of course there is supposed to be a bonus for outside personnel assisting. The 2 operations added up to almost $30,000. $30,000, considering the danger of the demons, it was actually not much at all. Other than that, hiring an assassin, hiring a professional fighter, would be more than this price, not to mention that Li Xiu was still a transcendent. But considering the official attributes of the Special Affairs Bureau, this was already a hefty bonus. Thinking that his savings would immediately go up by a large margin, Li Xiu was very satisfied with this. It was still early and there weren't many people in the cafeteria, so Li Xiu ate his breakfast while discussing the matter about the cursed gold coins with Lin Ke. You've read the information once, what are your thoughts? Lin Ke asked. It's mostly about night demons and blood trolls, and before that, the monster introduction of the first case of human transformed demon incident. Actual intel on the God Emperor. The Special Affairs Bureau found the diary in Sun Chang's home, and based on his name for the Black Hand behind the scenes, it gave the Black Hand behind the scenes the operational code name, God's Envoy. Li Xiu bit into a piece of scallion pancake, the intelligence about the God Envoy is almost zero. The God Envoy always hid in the background, merely selecting the right people and bestowing cursed gold coins. Without actively plotting anything or ordering the transformed demons to do anything, the karma left behind was pitifully small. Even that mysterious thread of karma had no way to reverse the position of the divine messenger with just this bit of karma. In the field of criminal investigation, the most difficult thing to crack was not the murderer's carefully laid out ruse. The so-called secret room murder, forged alibi, in modern criminal investigation technology, almost a catch. What is most difficult to investigate in reality is undifferentiated crime. Find a place with no surveillance, stab a random stranger with a knife, ignore the body, and leave immediately. This kind of case where there is no social connection between the victim and the murderer, without any extra clues, is almost an ironclad unsolved case. The divine messenger hidden behind the curtain was this kind of undifferentiated modus operandi, as if it had no purpose, and the reason why it kept transforming living people into demons was for the sake of having fun. It's simply a pure joy, man. Li Xiao said. Quite a few people in the bureau thought the same thing a few days ago, until last night after locking down the night demon's true identity, we found this. Lin Ke put the photo that Chief He had given him on the table. The photo was taken 21 years ago, and the 6 people on it, we investigated the background of their identities. Chapter 32 3 Teams. Lin Ke took out a pen and drew a circle on the heads of the 3 people in the photo. There have been 3 incidents of humans transforming demons, and the protagonists of the 3 incidents are the relatives of these 3 people in the photo. Li Xiao raised his head. You are suspecting that the God Envoy is one of the 6 people in the photo? No, these 6 we checked out and had initial contact with them. They are still alive, and after checking, these 6, as well as their relatives in Yuan City, are currently ordinary people. Li Xiao glanced at the time. It was not even 7 o'clock. They had learned of the night demon's identity in the early hours of yesterday morning. In other words, within a few hours, the Special Affairs Bureau had completed the full process of locking down the identity, finding out the common social circle, identifying the potential risk group, paying a visit to the door, and completing the examination. Are you guys not sleeping? Li Xiao couldn't help but ask out. Lin Ke gave him a blank look, ignored the question, and took out another photo from his arms. In the photo was a woman with a high ponytail and a bright smile. We found another thing in our investigation. There was another member of the 21-year-old mountaineering club. Her name was Chu Menglan. During a mountaineering operation, Chu Menglan inexplicably disappeared, and no bones have been found. Li Xiao picked up the photo. Are you suspecting that the divine messenger is related to the missing Chu Menglan? The female hiker who disappeared 21 years ago. 21 years later, the relatives of her companions who traveled with her became demons one by one. This seemed to fit the pattern of suspense movies. According to domestic suspense movies, the ending is probably that after Chu Menglan's death, her boyfriend father-brother, realizing that her death was related to the 6 people in the photo, and coincidentally acquiring the ability to transform living people into demons, decided to take revenge on these 6 people. Li Xiao took a sip of soy milk, burped contentedly, wiped his mouth, and shook his head. If it's really this kind of melodrama, it would be much more convenient. Demons' brain circuits are different from humans, and they can't be speculated with human thinking. But this kind of thing doesn't matter to me. Captain Lin, although I'm not stupid, I can say that I don't know anything about things like deductive analysis and psychological speculation. I joined you guys for one purpose, and as I said clearly just now, it's to take out the God Emperor. And there's only one thing I'm going to do. And that's to be a decent sword. With Li Xiao's years of part-time experience, the most important thing to do when newly joining an environment was to understand one's own positioning. Trying to do everything would only keep you busy and you wouldn't be able to do anything right. Li Xiao continued, the last thing the Special Affairs Bureau lacks is professionals, experts in all kinds of psychology, scene identification, and intelligence investigation. Since I joined you guys in order to take out the divine messenger, it was to utilize your team of professionals, otherwise, why don't I go it alone? Lin Ke looked at Li Xiao dumbfounded. Because the field team was at the forefront, many newcomers who had just joined the Special Affairs Bureau would commit a kind of detective disease, preferring to investigate everything on their own. He didn't expect Li Xiao to be so calm. Are you really 20? Li Xiao ignored Lin Ke. Is there anything else? I'll go back if there's nothing. With that, he took out a neatly folded plastic bag from his pocket and filled it with the buns and donuts left on the table, intending to heat them up and then continue eating them at night. Lin Ke hurriedly pressed him. It's not finished yet. Your political review information, it's long been prepared, I'll submit it today, and I'll get an approval within 3 days. But before that, you have to tell me which squad you plan to join? There were 3 field squads in the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Xiu thought that he had joined through Lin Ke, and would inevitably join his first squad. Of course not, I'm not talking to you as the captain of the first squad, but as the acting head of the field section. Your abilities are of the medium to close range release type, and your fit with all 3 squads is good. The Bureau will use your opinion as an important reference to assign the squad you are in. Lin Ke introduced the different characteristics of the 3 squads. Squad 1, the strongest frontal close-range attack squad in all of Yuan City. The squad was characterized by a strong all-round comprehensive ability, capable of dealing with many different real-world combat scenarios, and suitable for the complex terrain environment within the city. Especially the ability to cooperate with Lin Ke. Other squads were still 5 people acting bitterly. After Lin Ke activated the war commander, he directly summoned 6 of his former teammates, and together with the existing 5, he directly put together a soccer team to find demons to swarm. Lin Ke continued his introduction. The second squad is likewise a frontal attack squad, but they are more inclined towards mid-range and long-range engagements. Oftentimes, the demons are killed at long range before they even get a few hits in, before they even know what's happening. Lin Ke said, the first and second squads work at about the same intensity, and will be in charge of the God Emperor's investigation of the incident together. However, I'll also be honest with you, because I'm injured, so in recent times, it would be safer for you to join the second squad. After all, the captain of the second squad is in a healthy state. Su Xiaoya and Yang Jasmine from last night's action are from the second squad, so you should recognize them, and it will be easy to familiarize yourself with them after joining. Yang Jasmine was Sister Kotzi. I didn't realize that underneath her European and American-style appearance was such an Oriental name. Li Xiu nodded his head after listening and didn't make a direct comment, but asked, what about the third squad? If the third squad is... Lin Ke said in a deliberate tone, it's a bit different. Unlike Teams 1 and 2 who were responsible for frontal assaults, the members of Team 3 were each Jedi brothers. They were special handling teams formed to deal with special events that couldn't be solved by force. For example, inexplicable curses, widespread and unable to find the source of spiritual loss of control, and so on. That Yitong Jr. who was holding a compass was a member of the third squad. Join the third team, you won't normally encounter too many transcendent events, but there's a race of bizarre ones. But with your abilities, you'll be able to cope with it no problem. With the ability of the third squad, there's no chance that it will be the first squad amongst us to find the divine messenger. After listening to all the introductions of the 3 squads, Li Xiu thought for a moment and asked with a slightly odd expression. I probably understand, but can I ask a question? Speak. It seems like you don't really want me to join the first squad? Lin Ke's expression froze. As a matter of fact, shouldn't you, as the head of the first squad, be snubbing me about the benefits of joining the first squad? Like something like you're injured and I can be of more value when I join, or something like that. In his previous part-time jobs, Li Xiu had eaten I don't know how many big pies drawn by his bosses, and knew all sorts of routines. This. Lin Ke awkwardly averted his eyes. Before last night's meeting, Lin Ke got the action report that the support squad had put together. When he saw the video footage of Li Xiu freezing the lake, and his own sister riding a motorcycle as a high-speed train, Lin Ke to the point where his right eyelid felt like it was popping. With a speed of 400 km per hour, if this fell, any transcendent would be useless and directly die on the spot. Just imagining Lin Ke was a burst of fear, and then thought of his own sister's favorable impression of Li Xiu. It wasn't true that Lin Ke wanted Li Xiu to join the Special Affairs Bureau, he really saw Li Xiu's potential, his heart. But as an iron-blooded sister controller, Lin Ke still hoped to throw Li Xiu into the second or third team. Anyway, the 3 squads were working together to advance the Sprinkler God's envoy incident, and he could shine just as well in either squad. The old Lin family wasn't good at lying, and this could be seen from Lin Yibai. Lin Ke didn't come up with a reason even after half a day of this. Alright, don't hold back your reasons, I've decided. Li Xiu said. Chapter 33 Hostility. Lin Ke was pushed away in his wheelchair by the nurse lady with a complicated expression. Li Xiu finally chose the first squad. Rationally, Lin Ke knew that this was a good thing, but emotionally. Self-sister, jeopardy. The reason why he chose the first squad, in fact, there wasn't any too special reason, simply because the people in the first squad were more familiar. Anyway, in terms of intelligence, it would be shared between the 3 squads in real time. If they really caught the tail of the scattered coin divine messenger, the three squads would act together, and which squad they joined wouldn't have much of an impact on Li Xiao. After Lin Ke left, Li Xiao packed the rest of his breakfast. Although the Special Affairs Bureau had promised to give him a bonus of $30,000, Li Xiao, who had been thrifty for 6 years, wouldn't forget what it was like to be hungry. Not to mention that other people had mom and dad to help save their wife's capital, Li Xiao could only rely on himself. Su Xiaoya is in yuan people, the local bride price is usually around 100,000, but there are also cars, live, it is impossible to live in the old house, to 26 years old to get married, either 6 years to get to save. Li Xiao is still in the bottom of his heart calculating, just to hear halfway to the Lin Ke suddenly turned his head and said, "By the way, I suggest you don't get too close to Su Xiaoya during this time." "Why?" Li Xiao promised Su Xiaoya that he would tell her the truth about everything when she awoke. As you just saw, the God's messenger doesn't commit crimes indiscriminately, its choices are logical. You killed the night demon and the flesh troll, and in the future, you will join the Special Affairs Bureau, and you will inevitably confront the God's envoy. If you continue to get close to Su Xiaoya, it's highly likely that the God's envoy will go after her. Seeing that Li Xiao was about to retort, Lin Ke raised his hand. "I know you're not afraid, you can protect her, but can you stick by her side 24 hours a day? Not to mention if it's unrealistic now, if you're really by Su Xiaoya's side 24 hours a day, how would you still have time to deal with the God Emperor?" Although he was unwilling to admit it, Li Xiao knew that Lin Ke was right. Moreover, you don't have to wait too long. Yesterday, the old director said that if the divine envoy isn't captured within a month, the headquarters will send a task force over, and with the level of the task force. Believe me, as long as they come, this matter will be declared over. The task force from the headquarters is really that powerful? Lin Ke laughed and smiled confidently. You can't imagine how powerful it is. In the entire Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau, the only transcendents of the fourth rank were Lin Ke and the captain of the second team, and perhaps that mysterious thread of karma. As for the headquarters special task force, the fourth rank was the lowest level, and the team leader responsible for leading the team was at least of the third rank. How strong was a third-order transcendent? Fifth-order Li Xiao froze an ice road in Lake Luowo, able to lower the temperature within a kilometer, drop snow out of thin air, and affect the weather on a small scale. The third-order transcendent was able to change the climate within a range of nearly 100 kilometers, and if it was put into the battlefield, it was able to win a medium-sized regional battle alone and unharmed. In the event of an outbreak of third-order transcendent loss of control, half of the city would be directly affected, and the death toll could be as high as tens of thousands. Starting from the third order, transcendence officially left the realm of humans and developed towards humanoid natural disasters. Li Xiao managed to be convinced. This awkward state between him and Su Xiaoya had lasted for a year and a half, and for the sake of her safety, enduring another month or two wasn't a difficult task. Saying goodbye to Lin Ke, this old yellow ox-like captain of the first team was pushed back for follow-up treatment. Li Xiao originally wanted to wait for Su Xiaoya to wake up and go back to school with her, but thinking about Lin Ke's previous words, he had to give up and go home himself first. Walking out of the Special Affairs Bureau's building, he looked back. Who would have thought that a 7-story, ordinary-looking, old-fashioned office building would have the transcendence protecting an entire city working inside? Rarely hailing a cab, as it was just in time for the morning rush hour, it took close to half an hour for Li Xiao to return home. "Handsome, do you want an invoice?" the driver master asked. Li Xiao looked under the meter beater, a row of invoices that no one wanted. "Master, pick the one that costs the most and give it to me." The driver master revealed a know-it-all smile and tore it off with one hand. "Okay, all for you." Li Xiao had stayed overnight because he was helping the Special Affairs Bureau, and the transportation expenses incurred could be reimbursed by taking the invoice to Lin Ke. This kind of replacement invoice, wool-gathering small means, Li Xiao as early as 18 years old that year brushed to proficiency. Back home, Uncle San sat in front of the window, reading a book while smoking. The black smoke slowly exhaled, taking away the warmth of the sun, and it was as if he had fallen into a freezer as soon as he came in. My sister's head rotated 180 degrees hanging on the roof. COS Spider-Man, the mouth also issued a jeh laughter. Li Xiao took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile. It's still comfortable to go home. Since that day, he once again lived a life that was no different from normal. Going to school daily, going to the milk tea store for a part-time job after school, and working out at home in his free time. I am hell, slowly increasing the scope of the extreme cold hell's territory. More than 30 people who attended the party disappeared strangely, and the only ones who eventually came back alive were Su Xiaoya and Wang Yanhong, and this incident was screened in the campus posting bar for a long time. The Special Affairs Bureau's version was that a vicious explosion had occurred that day, and the students had unfortunately died. Su Xiaoya and Wang Yanhong's memories were altered and adjusted to, because of some trivial matters, they didn't go to the party that night, and were lucky to escape. After this incident, many people called Su Xiaoya Goddess of Luck. As the exam week was approaching, when Su Xiaoya was studying in the library, from time to time, people would come over with snacks and quietly worship her with folded hands, hoping that the exam would go well. And the snacks were left on her desk as tribute for worship. When she came back to her senses, she realized that the table was already piled with all kinds of snacks and pastries. Li Xiao, like in the past, always hid in the corner, looking at her from afar. Whenever Su Xiaoya looked over, he deliberately misplaced his eyes. At most 2 months. Li Xiao told himself. But after waiting for a week, Li Xiao still hadn't waited for the official recruitment notice from the Special Affairs Bureau. What's the situation? A verbal acceptance that results in no official offer? He called Lin Ke, but he couldn't get through at all, so he had no choice but to contact Lin Yibai. Originally, Li Xiao wanted to inquire about the situation on the phone, but Lin Yibai said that he just happened to be on duty nearby and made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop near the school. To the coffee shop, because it is consulting Lin Yibai problem, he bit the bullet and ordered a cup of latte coffee. He wants a cup of white water. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, he heard the engine humming and roaring from far and near. A Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle of the same model as last time stopped outside the coffee shop. Lin Yibai took off her helmet, and with her right hand, she smoothed her messy shoulder-length short hair behind her head, matching her black leather jacket, looking particularly valiant. Li Xiao noticed a black case hanging next to the motorcycle. Looking at the length, it should be her moonflower blade. Lin Yibai hadn't even come in yet, and just standing outside the window, getting off the bike, and taking off her helmet attracted a vote of attention. When she pushed the door and walked in, the eyes of one male compatriot went straight, and the girlfriend sitting across from her looked at her with eyes on fire. Li Xiao waved at her. Lin Yibai, who was slightly high-strung because of her clothing, blossomed into a bright smile and couldn't wait to trot over and sit across from Li Xiao. "Coffee ordered for you." Lin Yibai had just received the coffee when she suddenly saw the clear water in Li Xiao's cup across from her. "Do you only drink water?" "I don't like coffee." Lin Yibai slightly puffed up her cheeks. "You say that like an old mother who gives up her fish to her children and only eats the tail of the fish." She grabbed Li Xiao's clear water without a second thought. "Ah, wait." Li Xiao tried to block her. Lin Yibai moved fast, tons and tons, drank it all, then poured half of her own coffee over. Comrades in arms should have the same blessings and difficulties, which has me eating and drinking coffee and watching you drink water. I want to say that this cup of water I just drank. Li Xiao pointed to the mouth of the cup, 2 vaguely visible overlapping lip prints. Lin Yibai's fair face suddenly turned red. "This? Me? You?" Looking at the stammering Lin Yibai, Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh out, and his mood couldn't help but become lighter. She seemed to have a kind of magic power. The slight rawness that arose from not seeing her for a week was gone in less than 10 seconds and a few words. After raising his cup and thanking her, Li Xiao stepped to the point and inquired about the matter regarding his joining the Special Affairs Bureau. "Regarding this matter, I've also heard a little bit of news recently. My brother and the old director both agreed to your application, but it got stuck when it was submitted to the top for approval. They seem to be a little hostile to you." Chapter 34, Temporary Workers. Hostility? Li Xiao thought of a possibility, because of my abilities' positive and negative values? Lin Yibai nodded. The Special Affairs Bureau almost never recruited employees with negative ability, positive and negative values, and even if there were, most of them were placed in rear support, research and development type positions. Although transcendents weren't as fragile as ordinary people and needed to have their memories cleansed after witnessing a demon, they would always be affected after experiencing more. Transcendents were also human. Being human would be affected by life and work, not to mention that Li Xiao applied for the field section that was always located at the front line, and considering his ability positive and negative values of up to 77. The people up there think that letting you join the Special Affairs Bureau is leading the wolf into the house and decided to reject the application. Lin Yibai fought back. "Those guys who sit in the office every day, they have no idea how powerful you are. My brother recently traveled with Section Chief He of the Security Supervision Section to go to the people above to fight for your spot. Because of confidentiality requirements, when they go to talk, their cell phones must remain off, so you can't connect to him. So that's how it is." Thinking of how Lin Ke looked a week ago, Li Xiao pursed his dry lips. "He wouldn't be pushing a wheelchair, right?" Lin Yibai nodded and said, "Yeah. Li Xiao held his forehead. Lin Ke could really be a model of labor. Lin Yibai looked at him and thought that he was worried about the results and comforted him by saying, "Don't worry, there's definitely no problem, my brother went over 4 days ago. Counting the time, the results should be almost out today." The words did not finish. Li Xiao pocket came the sound of vibration. Caller ID is precisely Lin Ke. It was really speak of the devil, speak of the devil. Answering the phone, Lin Ke's low, slightly weak voice came from the microphone. "It's me. I saw your phone records. I've been out for the past few days and have only just returned to Yuan City. The above gave approval for your application to join. It's a bit uneventful, however, it's not as bad as imagined." Li Xiao and Lin Yibai glanced at each other, a bit confused by what they heard. Due to his military experience, Lin Ke had always spoken one way or the other, and would rarely say something so ambiguous. "It seems that things are a bit complicated, Li Xiao thought. "Just listen to the microphone," Lin Ke continued to say. "In short, you come to the bureau, I will tell you the details, and your bonus is also approved. Take a taxi and come, get reimbursed." "Okay." Li Xiao was just about to agree, when Lin Yibai came over and said to the cell phone that was sitting on the table, "No need, I'll go back with Li Xiao later." "Lin Yibai?" Lin Ke's tone suddenly rose. "Why are you with Li Xiao? He had something to ask me out, and it just so happened to be." "Asking you out?" Li Xiao felt that if he said any more, Lin Ke would probably have to get straight up from his wheelchair and perform a medical miracle. He picked up his cell phone and quickly said, "I'll be right over," then without waiting for Lin Ke on the other end to say anything, he directly hung up the phone. Picking up half a cup of coffee and drinking it all in one go, Li Xiao's expression was slightly pained as he looked at the little bit of coffee left in the cup. "This is it? A cup still needs more than 30, the milk tea store where I work part-time, a cup of milk tea only costs $6, it's much better than this." Walking out of the coffee shop, in the envious gazes of a crowd of young and old, Li Xiao got on the motorcycle. Lin Yibai brought her helmet. "Let's go." The motorcycle accelerated violently, and Li Xiao almost lifted over and had to hurriedly wrap his arms around Lin Yibai's waist. Her cheeks couldn't stop burning, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, so it was good that she was wearing a helmet and no one could see it. When Li Xiao and Lin Yibai arrived at the Special Affairs Bureau, at the entrance position, Lin Ke was sitting in a wheelchair, quietly waiting for them. At the sight of Li Xiao's hand that landed on Lin Yibai's waist, Lin Ke's face darkened by 3 points. When Lin Yibai, who had taken off her helmet, revealed her delicate peach blossom-like scarlet face, Lin Ke's face almost stank of murder. Luckily, Lin Ke was already 30 years old, he could still distinguish between work and emotions, and after glaring at Li Xiao, he pushed the wheelchair and led them towards the office. Lin Ke's office was very clean and simple, with only the most basic office facilities and not a bit of extra decoration. From a drawer, he took out a craft paper file bag and threw it on the table. "This is the final result after approval, see for yourself." Li Xiao picked up the craft paper file bag, tore open the seal, and there wasn't much in the bag. An approval signature document, a certificate, a badge, and a bank card. He picked up the approval document first. Lin Yibai came over to look at it with him. The front was all political approval content, nothing to see. They looked directly to the end, the handwritten approval opinion. Li Xiao's political examination is qualified, his family lineage is clean, and he meets the Special Affairs Bureau's criteria for joining. However, due to a positive and negative ability value of -77, due to security risk considerations, Li Xiao's application to join is rejected. Rejected? Nope, a rejection wouldn't issue a certificate and badge. He proceeded to read down. However, given that Li Xiao has assisted the Special Affairs Bureau on many occasions, is enthusiastic, and has a spirit of dedication. Li Xiao, is this really about me? After comprehensive consideration, it has been decided that the Special Affairs Bureau of Yuan City is authorized to recruit Li Xiao as a supernumerary to assist in the execution of tasks. Below was a row of signatures and stamps. Li Xiao looked at it horizontally and vertically a few times, lifted his head and said, "Am I becoming a labor dispatch temporary worker?" Although he intends to finish the job. Not in deal with the God's Envoy incident, he intends to carry a bucket and run away, but this temporary worker is not too. Lin Ke could see Li Xiao's mind and said lightly, "The salary and benefits are the same as those of regular employees." "Okay, then I have no problem," Li Xiao said cheerfully. He joined the Special Affairs Bureau for 2 things. First and foremost, to take out the spreading God Envoy. Second, to take advantage of the convenience of the job to capture more demons and throw them into the extreme cold hell, in an effort to solve the problem of the cold ice building as soon as possible. Temporary labor or establishment labor, it had no effect on either of these two purposes. Lin Ke continued, after completing some more tasks and staying up for years, I'll help you apply for a formal establishment at that time. Okay, thank you leader. Li Xiao casually coped and ate this big piece of pie drawn by Lin Ke. The documents and badges were no different from the official team members, so it seemed that only in the Special Affairs Bureau's files was Li Xiao recorded as a temporary worker. Finally, he picked up the bank card. The $30,000 bonus that we talked about last time is credited to the card, the password is your birthday, and the future salary will also be credited to the card on the 1st of every month. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction and casually threw the approval documents, IDs, and badges into the file bag. Only the bank card was carefully placed in the inner pocket of his jacket and kept close to his body. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Ke's mouth twitched slightly. Money, I received it, Boss Lin, what are we going to do next? Li Xiao's role change was so fast that Lin Ke didn't even react. Doing one line of work and loving one line of work, this was his secret to straddling the part-time market in Yuan City. There wasn't a single boss he worked with who didn't give a thumbs up and praise. Since you're in school, you won't be assigned tasks during class. After class, you'll mainly do two things. First, team up with squad members in pairs and patrol the inner city. Second, take the time to participate in newcomer training and complete your induction training as early as possible. As for your induction training instructor, Lin Yibai, who was standing at the back, brushed her hand up. Her large eyes flashed with a round of expectant light, and her face was close to writing pick me. Chapter 35, Spending Money. Lin Ke pretended not to see it as he mulled over a few names in his mind. After thinking for half a day, he finally sighed. If he had an extra choice, Lin Ke would never choose to let his own sister serve as Li Xiao's training instructor. However, after the Night Demon Crusade, he and two other team members were injured, and the only ones still healthy in the first squad were Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin. Chang Shuqin was again on the side of healing auxiliary ability, generalized class guidance to no matter, but when it came to training for head-on combat, the help she could give was limited. Don't look at Lin Yibai's silly foo-foo look. When she participated in the national newcomer competition, she took back the 9th best score in the country. With Li Xiao following Lin Yibai, at least from the work aspect, he should be able to get up to speed quickly. Alright, just Yibai. Lin Ke gritted his teeth and wrote Lin Yibai's name in the instructor's column on the newcomer's entry sheet. Okay, yeah. Looking at his own sister's happy appearance, Lin Ke was about to say that he should keep a distance between him and Lin Yibai or something like that. As a result, Li Xiao, as if he guessed in advance what Lin Ke was going to say next, picked up the file bag and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Wait, you. Captain Lin, is there anything else from work? Li Xiao said the word work very heavily. Lin Ke was so angry that he glared at him. No, I'll get out. Seeing that Lin Ke was about to get up from his wheelchair in anger, Lin Yibai hurriedly pushed Li Xiao out of the office. Scared me to death. Why did brother suddenly get angry? Lin Yibai patted his chest and said. Li Xiao looked at the closed office door and smiled, not answering Lin Yibai's question. This is considered the end of the onboarding process. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I almost have to go back. Today is temporarily no more. Hey. It's so early, I'd like to go over it with you in detail. Some other day, there's something slightly going on today. Lin Yibai recalled the process of his joining the Special Affairs Bureau. The logistics section will arrange a detailed class schedule later today, and the specific information will be emailed to you. There will be a part of the online training course in there, mainly about rules and regulations, demon categorization, and operational precautions. As if recalling a painful memory, Lin Yibai added, this one is going to brush up on the lessons. Offline, there's also firearms, fighting, and physical fitness training. This one is just different according to each person's talent, so as long as they fulfill the corresponding criteria, they can end their training. Li Xiao thought of a situation. Doesn't it need to be pulled to a certain designated location and go for centralized training? Divided into situations. Lin Yibai raised two fingers. If it's a transcendent awakened by the military or the police, they will be unified together for half a year of centralized training. But if it's a civilian transcendent, because of differences in age, education, and living habits, centralized training will rarely be arranged, and it's usually just online classes plus offline training like I said. Lin Yibai shrugged. This has also divided the Special Affairs Bureau into two factions within it, the Academy faction and the Liberal faction. So you're the Academy faction? Li Xiao remembered that she had once attended the police academy. I'm the liberal faction law. Lin Yibai said, I awakened my transcendent power in my freshman year and accepted the draft in advance and didn't go to the intensive training. My brother is in academy school, he was even invited to be an instructor last year. Li Xiao nodded, feeling that he had added a lot of useless trivia. Besides the training course, what else do I need to do? Outside of training, there are two things. One is daily patrols. Since it's not every day that a transcendent out-of-control incident occurs, the security section will design a route where a transcendent out-of-control may exist based on the data provided back by the detection equipment placed in Yuan City, and patrol it in teams of 2. On the other hand, it's time for a team operation when a transcendent event occurs. You've experienced this one once, and the process is similar to the last night Demon Crusade. Li Xiao nodded and memorized them one by one. Right, there's one more important thing. Lin Yibai turned around and patted the moonflower blade she carried in her hand. Your bloodline weapon, you can start working on it. Bloodline weapons were exclusive weapons for field personnel, and were also a form of welfare, customized according to each person's fighting habits and ability traits. Every time he saw Lin Yibai's moonflower blade, Li Xiao had to be attracted by its beauty, and it was impossible to say that he didn't covet it. Do you need me to write an application report? Lin Yibai shook her head and said, no, but blood will need to be drawn. The blood sample will be sent to the headquarters, where it will be designed by the RD team. After waiting for about a month or two, the finished product will be mailed over again. Listening to her description, Li Xiao's mind inexplicably showed the image of an ancient blacksmith, beating iron and forging knives, and finally splashing blood on the blade to enlighten it. It shouldn't be so primitive, right? After coming to the 4th floor medical section to draw blood, all the work on the first day of employment was considered done. The two returned to the 1st floor lobby. Shall I send you back? Lin Yibai said. No need. Li Xiao was embarrassed to let a girl send him back every time, and those who didn't know really thought that he had ranked a rich woman. And he did have things to take care of today. Lin Yibai wasn't the kind of character that liked to ink in one way or another. Seeing Li Xiao's refusal, she sparedly said to be careful on the road and then trotted back like a child. After leaving the Special Affairs Bureau, Li Xiao took his bank card to a nearby ATM and checked the balance. Just right, 30,000. Is actually directly tax-free. Should I say that it really deserves to be the Special Affairs Bureau? After admiring the balance for a while, Li Xiao took out 7,000, hesitated for a while, and took out another 3,000, making up 10,000 whole. He didn't go home, nor did he go to his part-time job. Instead, he got on a bus and headed to the shopping district in the city center. 2 hours later, carrying a large bag, Li Xiao got off the bus and returned to the old neighborhood. He first went to the neighborhood committee, looked around to see no one, and stuffed an anonymous letter. The old air conditioner in the community workstation has long been bad, and every winter, the community ants are freezing. When Li Xiao was cheated and bullied on his part-time job, these old ants didn't help him much, and now that he has money, he quietly bought a new one. Tomorrow there will be a mastered door-to-door installation. As for the anonymous letter, is worried that the ants will not accept it, and send it to them in the name of outsiders. After delivering the letter, Li Xiao went to the 5th floor and sent the health massager to Grandma Wang downstairs. He didn't say he bought it, but said he worked at the mall and his boss gave it to him. Just like that, Granny Wang still refused to accept it, until Li Xiao said that it wasn't worth much, and if she didn't want it, she would have to throw it away, and only then did she say a few good words and accept it with slightly red eyes. Grandma Wang pulled Li Xiao and talked for a long time, telling him to eat well and live well. Li Xiao obediently nodded. Finally, he went to the milk tea store. In the afternoon time period, the students of Yuan University hadn't gotten out of class yet, there weren't many customers, and the bearded boss was squatting on the road smoking a cigarette. Here. Li Xiao handed over a box of tea. The bearded boss took a look and his thick eyebrows rose. Did you kid win the lottery here? Li Xiao smiled. Shall we? The bearded boss waved his hand. I can't take it, this box is a few $1,000s, if you don't want to drink it, take it out and sell it. Li Xiao seemed to have guessed it and said with a smile, just think of it as me winning the lottery. Boss, thank you for this year or so. I'll probably have less attendance for the next period of time, so bear with me. The bearded boss looked deeply at Li Xiao and gradually grinned. Although I don't know what's going on, you kid means you're mixing it up, right? I told you that you're good, you kid can sooner or later, not an ordinary person. Li Xiao said, I took a come money fast short-term temporary labor, will not dry too long 2 or 3 months it, busy after the return. The bearded boss's action of picking up the tea gave a start, and his expression became serious. You won't be going to do something illegal and dangerous, right? Of course not. Illegal is definitely not, but dangerous. That's really hard to say. After saying goodbye to the bearded boss and returning home, Li Xiu took out a bear doll from the bag and a strawberry cake. Without him having to greet him, his sister was barefoot, snapping out of the bathroom ceiling crack. Thank you, brother. His sister opened her bloody mouth, and together with the cake box, she ate the strawberry cake, picked up the bear doll and drilled back into the bathroom. Li Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at his sister's adorable appearance. He then pulled out a silver white lighter from his pocket and threw it towards the shadows behind him. In the shadows, a hand reached out and caught it with precision. Thanks. Uncle San flung away the new lighter and lit a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Spending over $10,000 in one breath, doesn't it hurt? Chapter 36, Night Duty. For me to spend, it hurts my heart. But for Granny Wang, the boss, the community ants, and you, Uncle San, to use it, it doesn't hurt me at all. Li Xiu loved money and saved in various ways to the point of being a bit stingy. But he saved in order to bring happiness to the people around him in the future, and to those who had been kind to him. If it wasn't for the fear that if he bought too much in one breath, he would 100% be rejected, Li Xiu would want to spend all of his newly arrived bonus in one breath. Compared to the 6 years they've taken care of me, this amount of money is nothing. There was still one last gift left to give out, and that was for Su Xiaoya, which was wrapped up in a beautiful gift box. This gift would wait until after taking out the God's envoy, making sure there were no more hidden dangers, and telling her the truth about everything before giving it to her. Li Xiu thought so and put the gift box under the TV cabinet. Afraid of falling dust, he also carefully covered the top with a layer of floral cloth. Another shopping mall, another gift, a circle of busy work. It is already evening, the stomach has long been hungry grumbling. He went to the kitchen and gave himself a bowl of noodles and clear soup, and after thinking about it, added a poached egg. Third uncle quietly looked at Li Xiu's back as he ate the noodles, the smile in his eyes growing stronger. From the day he exposed his ability, the Special Affairs Bureau had been worried about Li Xiu's positive and negative abilities. They didn't know that as long as the group of people Li Xiu cared about was still around, even if his ability positive and negative values spiked to -100, he would never experience a loss of control. There was no need for a reason, no need for data speculation. Giving the people he cared about could send out a gift of more than $10,000, and he himself would hesitate for a few seconds when he went home and ate a bowl of noodles, whether or not he wanted to put eggs in it. Li Xiu was such a person. Grunting and eating noodles, he turned on his computer, a computer that had been in service for nearly 7 years, the fan whirred and spun, making a sound like a fighter jet taking off. Waiting for 3 minutes, finally turned on the computer, he found out the Special Affairs Bureau received back the bag of documents. Written on it is his mailbox and password in the Special Affairs Bureau. After logging in, there were 2 emails on it. One was an email congratulating him on joining the Special Affairs Bureau, and it spelled out his benefits clearly in detail. A month's base salary plus a mess of benefits, $7,500 before taxes. That sounded like a lot, a student, earning $7,500 a month before he even graduated, with a bonus at the end of the year. But the Special Affairs Bureau is a sale of life. Not to mention the transcendentalists, that is, the mercenaries in Syria, a month or more than this price, right? There was no way around it, it was an official organization after all. Although it had a lot of invisible benefits in other areas, such as purchasing a house, children's education, and medical care, the explicit income was, indeed, pitifully low. Shaking his head, he closed the email. The second one was the training materials for new employees that Lin Yibai had mentioned. Li Xiu clicked on the online course. Dang lang. The chopsticks fell on the table. Online course length, 199.7 hours. Learning an average of 3 hours a day, it would take more than 2 months, not counting the various exams in the middle of the course. He kind of understood what was going on with Lin Yibai's pained expression when she talked about online learning. Anyway, I'm a temporary worker, so what can I do if I don't finish learning? Just as Li Xiu was thinking this, he caught a glimpse of a line of small print below. Completion of online newcomer training within 1.5 months will result in a $5,000 newcomer incentive bonus. Li Xiu's waist stopped at once, his body released a rolling aura, and his eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. This scene startled Uncle San and his sister all ran out. What's wrong? Brother, who are you going to kill? Kill what to kill? Li Xiu finished the last bite of noodles, gulped down the soup, and put the bowl down with a thud. Study. In the following days, his days were incredibly fulfilling. Every day, he woke up at 6:30 and went to bed at 11:30. In addition to attending the school's specialized classes, he was brushing up on the Special Affairs Bureau's online courses, taking exams, and taking the time to go offline to participate in marksmanship and physical fitness training. Tonight was his first time going out on patrol, and even at times like this, Li Xiu would take advantage of the break time to take out the knowledge points he had organized and read them a few times, just like a fresh senior. Snap! A drop of rainwater fell on the car window. It clattered down in no time, and Lin Yibai turned on the windshield wipers and lowered the speed of the car as it traveled through the city. Li Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger side, put down his notebook and rubbed his eyes. Because transcendent events usually happened at night, the events of their duty were scheduled between 10 at night and 2 in the morning. It was raining winter rain outside, and the air-conditioned car was warm, which, combined with the slight shivering of the vehicle as it traveled, made him unable to resist getting sleepy. Want to eat? Lin Yibai handed over a crispy shark. 2. Li Xiu took the crispy shark, tore open the package, and his spirit was slightly lifted by the sweet and crispy taste. And Yuan City could be said to have almost no nightlife, and after 10 o'clock at night, there were not a few cars to be seen on the road. Driving in the quiet streets, outside the drizzle, ears of the classic music played on the radio, as well as Lin Yibai sometimes briefly full of girlish humming. The feeling of tranquility and peace was so comfortable that Li Xiu felt comfortable. Will it feel too quiet? Lin Yibai suddenly spoke. Thinking of the weaponry that was specially checked before they left, Li Xiu nodded. I thought it would be a little more exciting. Tonight, they just kept circling back and forth on the designated route, not to mention the out-of-control incidents. They didn't even see any fights or brawls. Comparing it to the night of the Night Demon Crusade some days ago, it was like two worlds. My first patrol was like this too. Lin Yibai said, thinking that there would be situations happening all the time, but in reality, the probability of encountering a transcendent out-of-control incident during on-duty patrols is very low. The purpose of the patrol mission was for early warning, serving as a precautionary measure. Transcendent runaway is still a small probability event in general, if it happens every day, frequently. That was Gotham City where Bateman lived. It's always good to not have to fight. Lin Yibai said with a sideways glance, when the patrol is over, let's go for a late-night snack. I know a new scorpion restaurant that's delicious. The orange streetlight reflected on her round and cute cheeks, soft light glistening. As the vehicle traveled, the shadowed parts illuminated by the light slid subtly, bright and dark, except for those clear, crescent-like, slightly curved eyes, which always faintly glittered with the characteristic radiance of a young girl's divinity. Even if she didn't do anything, simply being in a car with Li Xiu, on duty together, she was in a good mood. Being gazed at by this kind of gaze, the words Li Xiu wanted to refuse inexplicably became difficult to speak. ZZ. A signal sound came from the communication radio, interrupting Li Xiu's words. An unusual transcendental energy reaction has been detected in the Wu Gate area. Please ask the field members on duty and patrol in the vicinity to go and check it out in time. Li Xiu looked at the location outside, picked up the communicator, and pressed the switch. This is Li Xiu and Lin Yibai. We are near the Wu Gate district. Go over now. The shortest driving route planned by the support team popped up on the vehicle's center screen, and underneath it was the data of the transcendent power fluctuations detected at the scene. Equivalent rank 6th order, ability type unknown, ability positive and negative values. Positive 59. According to the International Division rules. 030 is a low level of danger. 3060 is a medium level of danger. 6090 is a high level of danger. And 9100 is abyssal level danger. A plus or minus 59 value of transcendent power has already touched the edge of high danger. Especially for the 6th rank with weak control, once a transcendental loss of control occurred, it could result in a serious casualty event. Lin Yibai turned the steering wheel and followed the navigation into another road. Li Xiu thought for a moment and took out a string of grenades and hung them on his waist. Throwing goblins, he went online again. Chapter 37, Walker in the Rain. Encountering a transcendent out-of-control incident on the first day of duty, I really didn't know whether to say it was lucky or unfortunate. Lin Yibai pressed the gas pedal to the floor, a white light faintly surfacing in her eyes. The metal frenzy ability was unleashed, and the car's speed soared. If she was born in the wrong era, if she was born 100 or 200 years later, and the level of science and technology had increased enough to develop a mechanical battle armor similar to Iron Man's, with her metal frenzy, she would probably be able to beat the vast majority of people with the same level of ability. Between Li Xiu's thoughts, Lin Yibai slammed on the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and drastically turned the steering wheel. The black Volkswagen sedan, which looked plain and ordinary on the outside, drifted magnificently on the rain-filled highway. The taillights left a bright red arc in the air, and a few drunken young men who had just come out of a nightclub were dumbfounded. Especially after seeing that on the driver's seat was Lin Yibai, female version of Fujiwara Takumi. The field officer duty vehicle looked plain, but in fact, all of the internal accessories were remodeled according to the standard of a top sports car, in order to allow the field officer to arrive at the scene at the first time. The tires rubbed sharply on the ground, emitting ear-piercing sounds. In the next moment, like an arrow off the string, it traveled towards the direction of navigation. The Special Affairs Bureau had hidden the transcendent power monitoring equipment into streetlights, signal stations, and garbage stations, placing them in all corners of Yuan City to ensure 24-hour monitoring of the transcendent out-of-control situation in the city. As the distance gradually approached, the intelligence passed over by the support squad was gradually enriched. The protagonist of this transcendent out-of-control was a young man of only 18 years old named Zhao Xian. Tonight, he had a quarrel with his family over a trivial matter, and due to his overexcited emotions, his mental power soared to a critical level and awakened transcendent powers. Subsequently, he ran away from home and went to kidnap a language teacher named Su. This teacher, Mr. Su, was none other than his classroom teacher. I can understand. Running away from home, but why did he kidnap his teacher? Li Xiao asked. A photo that had just been taken was placed on the car's center screen. Because of the rain and the darkness, the photo was very blurry, and one could only roughly see a teenager in a bodysuit, holding a female, flying through the air. Lin Yibai guessed, maybe he was PUA'd by a teacher at school? So after awakening his ability, he couldn't help but want to take revenge on the teacher? 18 years old was right at the tail end of puberty. A teenager at this age could do anything. Suddenly, she pointed in midair. Found him. Li Xiao squinted his eyes and looked over. In the night sky, Zhao Xian was holding teacher Su and stepping on the rainwater as he kept leaping in the sky. Only just awakened, he dares to go up to the sky. Really isn't afraid of death. The 6th rank was characterized by unstable ability casting. Regardless of what exactly Zhao Xian's ability was, once the ability failed in the air and fell down, it could be 2 lives. Lin Yibai picked up the communicator, pressed the amplify button, and shouted to the top, Zhao Xian, please come down immediately. If there's anything, wait down and talk slowly. In exchange for a demon or an adult transcendent out of control, a sniper shot would have been fired long ago. But Zhao Xian was still considered a half-grown child, and if she could, Lin Yibai didn't want to use force. Zhao Xian in the air obviously heard the shouts from below, but I don't know if it was anger or the arrogance of having just gained power. He simply ignored it and swept off into the distance at a faster speed. Lin Yibai was so angry that he slapped the steering wheel. Let me do it instead, Li Xiao said and opened the car door. As he sped along, rainwater hit him diagonally, and he put on a rainproof hood, the shadow of the brim covering most of his face. Hell didn't have the ability to fly for the time being, but with the added power of Hell's black mist, Li Xiao was able to keep repeatedly jumping sideways between buildings, pulling up in height. In a few flashes, Li Xiao jumped behind Zhao Xian, fought for a moment, revealed a kind smile, and was about to persuade. Zhao Xian was running in the air with teacher Su in his arms, when he vaguely heard the sound of wind coming from behind him, and when he turned his head to look, he saw Li Xiao, who was entangled in the black mist, suddenly appearing behind him like a midnight bell, and was looking at him with a fierce smile on his face. Mr. Su immediately screamed in fear. Zhao Xian was simply so scared that his ability failed, and his body swayed, holding Ms. Su and falling down. Li Xiao awkwardly touched his face. The first time he was on duty, he was still thinking about being gentle. How come everyone looked like they had seen a ghost? Saving people was important. Li Xiao couldn't think too much and unleashed his ability. The rain that fell in the air condensed into a sheet, and he stepped on the ice with both of his feet, and while stepping on the ice, he gained a reaction force and chased after Zhao Xian and the two of them at a faster speed. Finally, Li Xiao wrapped the black mist around them before they fell to their deaths, bringing them together to gently land on the ground. At the same time, the black sedan drifted with precision, stopped, the door opened, and Lin Yibai, who was carrying the moonflower blade, walked down. Is everything all right? Lin Yibai asked. Li Xiao shook his head. You guys don't come over. Zhao Xian grabbed his teacher and stood up. He raised his right hand and all the rainwater within 2 to 3 meters nearby stopped in the air. The stagnant raindrops were only the size of soybeans, but inexplicably gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, as if some sort of power was condensing between the tiny raindrops. Because of the weak maneuvering ability, a few drops of rainwater broke away from Zhao Xian's control and landed on the ground with terrifying inertia. A thumping sound was heard, and the tarmac ground was hit with a dent, as if it had been shot by a rifle bullet. The raindrops that he had immobilized were estimated to be in the thousands, and once they all fell, everything around them would be in ruins. This was the ability with a plus-minus value of 59, the name of the ability, Rainwalker. Zhao Xian was able to control every drop of rain within the range of his ability. He could step on the rain and walk in the sky, or he could manipulate the rain into the most terrifying weapon. Since he had only just awakened, there were still many specific ways of applying his ability that he hadn't developed, and the ability was limited to rainy days before he could properly perform it. Even so, he showed terrifying potential and danger, and because of the restriction of only being able to use it on rainy days, once the rainy season did enter, Rainwalker was able to explode into a combat power far beyond that of his peers. Ka-ching! The Moonflower blade was pushed out an inch by her thumb. Lin Yibai's right hand rested on the hilt of the blade, as if she had already entered a state of combat readiness. Let go of the hostage, Zhao Xian, this is the first warning. Lin Yibai said. The other party had already exerted their transcendent abilities and displayed a terrifying threatening nature. No matter how old they were, that was a potential transcendent out of control. There could be no mercy or negligence. Don't underestimate any transcendent. This was a precaution that Li Xiu had learned in an online course and had been verified by the blood of many Special Affairs Bureau field officers. Zhao Xian was unmoved. Second warning. Lin Yibai drew his long knife, and moonlight blossomed between the blades. The stagnant raindrops in the air trembled slightly, as if they would save up and shoot out in the next second. Let me do it. Li Xiu pressed down on Lin Yibai's knife-wielding hand and stepped forward. Zhao Xian stared at him warily, but the raindrops quietly moved away by a few centimeters. It was obvious that Zhao Xian was a wimp in his heart, and after seeing the power of his ability, he was even more afraid to actually make a move against Li Xiu or Lin Yibai for fear of killing them. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to leave and didn't want to hurt anyone. Only just awakened, he thinks he can crush 2 5th-rank transcendents. It's good to be confident, but, sorry, your ability seems... Li Xiu slightly raised his right hand, and the power of extreme cold was instantly released. All the rainwater within hundreds of meters froze into ice slag and crackled down. Restrained by my birthright. In the face of the extreme cold hell, most of the water-based abilities of the same rank were just for show. After changing his liquid form, Zhao Xian just held his face up, and the ice slag on the ground didn't react half-heartedly. Alright, don't bother. Li Xiu maneuvered the black mist to wrap around Zhao Xian, and with a slight force from his palm, the black mist suddenly tightened and hung him in the air. He took out a roll of black tape from the vest of his uniform, which had special words and charms printed on it. This was a binding tape designed by the Research and Development section for Transcendence, and as long as the hands and feet were bound, it could inhibit the user's transcendent power. Of course, it could only inhibit transcendent powers at the lower 5th order level at the highest. Transcendents at the middle stage of the 5th order and above would not be able to rely on this mass-produced prop. This thing was mainly used to deal with newly awakened transcendents who didn't know the rules yet. Li Xiu tore open the tape and headed towards Zhao Xian, who was stomping and struggling in mid-air, intending to bring it back and call it a day earlier. Suddenly, a person stopped him. Standing in front of him was the kidnapped teacher Su. I don't know who you guys are, but please don't hurt Zhao Xian, everything is my problem. Li Xiu shook his head. It's normal for a teacher to be harsh on a student. No matter how angry a student is, he can't kidnap. No, it's all my fault, I'm the one who promised Zhao Xian. Teacher Su raised her head, her clear face, filled with tears. I shouldn't have fallen in love with Zhao Xian, much less promised him to elope. This is all my fault. Li Xiu and Lin Yibai froze at the same time. Ha! Chapter 38 Awesome, brother. As Ms. Su spoke, she ruffled the rain-dampened hair in front of her forehead, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. She looked to be 23 or 4 years old at most, and appeared to be a young teacher who had just graduated not long ago. A young and beautiful teacher, and an 18-year-old, bloodthirsty teenager. Li Xiu and Lin Yibai glanced at each other. It seemed to make sense. So? Li Xiu glanced at the two people sitting in the back row through the rearview mirror. You guys decided to elope because your family was against it? Teacher Su lowered his head in shame, while Zhao Xian slightly raised his chin instead. Since my family can't tolerate me, I'll take her far away. With my power, I can't make a name for myself anywhere. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into a dragon, and I believe that I am that dragon. Li Xiu couldn't help but cover his face. This speech was too middle-aged, it was really full of shame. Foreign countries didn't know, with the strength of control over transcendent events in the country. Whichever city Zhao Xian went to, as long as he casually exercised his abilities, he would be arrested within 24 hours. There was no doubt about that. Lin Yibai, who was driving the car, had her shoulders shaking slightly, she could barely hold in her laughter, and the car was driving crookedly. Thanks to the fact that there was no one on the road at night, there was no need to worry about hitting anyone. By the time Zhao Xian and the female teacher were sent to the Special Affairs Bureau, his parents had already been waiting in the parlor for over an hour. Seeing their son and teacher Su come in together, the two middle-aged men's faces darkened. Zhao's father rushed up with a few big steps and raised his hand to smack Zhao Xian with a big pen pocket. As a result, his hand was just halfway waved when it was tightly grabbed by Li Xiao. "Let go!" Father Zhao roared. Li Xiao smiled at him and let go of his hand. Father Zhao raised his hand again, swung it down, and then was once again grabbed by Li Xiao. Li Xiao didn't say anything either, letting go of his hand and quietly chiming in with a smile. Zhao father tried a few times. How can an ordinary person's strength be compared to Li Xiao? He was so angry that he yelled, "I'm an old man. Beating my own son you have the right to control." Li Xiao smiled and said, "If you beat him to death in the feudal era, I would not care. Because back then, he didn't count as a human being, he was all yours." His smile gradually tightened, and the chill that caused Zhao's father's entire body to tremble slightly was released. But now is the era of the rule of law, and although he is your son, he is also a person with an independent consciousness. Father Zhao couldn't see it, Zhao Xian, who had awakened his transcendent power, could see it clearly. As Li Xiao's smile disappeared, a ghastly wisp of black mist floated silently around Zhao father. Zhao Xian was too aware of the horror of this thin wisp of black mist and couldn't help but say, Don't hurt my father. If there's anything you want to do, come at me." Seeing the worry in Zhao Xian's expression, Li Xiao smiled in relief. On the way over, he read the information that the support squad had compiled. Zhao Xian's father was an ordinary laborer, and because his wife's health was not good, he could only work as a housewife, so the burden of the family was all on Zhao's father. Zhao's father worked early every morning and came home late every night to save up money to enroll his son in tutorial classes and pay for his schooling, so that he could make a name for himself and not have to do manual labor. Zhao Xian also good luck, playing a small outstanding results, to get into a famous university is not a problem. I did not expect that at this juncture, Zhao's father found out about his son's love affair with his school teacher, and immediately stormed out. That's what led to tonight's events. Li Xiao ignored Zhao Xian who was blocking in front of him and directly asked Zhao's father at the back. Zhao Xian's romance with his teacher lasted for half a year. During this half a year, did his grades drop? Father Zhao reluctantly said, no. Next to him, Zhao mother added, it seems like his language grades have even gone up. Father Zhao glared at his wife. I know you're working class, so let's not talk about falsehoods, let's talk from the most utilitarian point of view. Li Xiao pointed at Zhao Xian and teacher Su. Do you guys think that Zhao Xian's grades will go up or down if we break them up now? Father Zhao and Mother Zhao glanced at each other, their lips quirking slightly, not opening their mouths. Let's switch to a more utilitarian perspective. Zhao Xian is 18 years old, and teacher Su is 24 years old. There's a 6-year difference between the two of them, and let's not even talk about whether or not they'll make it to the end. Teacher Su is a teacher on staff, has multiple sets of properties in Yuan City, and has a wealthy family. Putting aside the 6-year age difference, when Zhao Xian graduates from university, the probability of him wanting to find a girlfriend of the same level is almost zero. Li Xiao said it very directly. Zhao's parents thought they were at a disadvantage, in fact, with the capital gap between the two families. It was Zhao Xian who had climbed high. Of course, I'm saying all this not to persuade you to accept this romance, but I hope that you can calm down and think about how this matter is going to be resolved. Say it again. Li Xiao pointed at Zhao Xian. He's a person with a sense of self. I hope you guys look at him as a human being and interact with him as a human being. Brotherly. Zhao Xian's eyes reddened slightly as he thought about his father's tirade tonight. Zhao's parents sighed and nodded somberly. Alright, have a good chat with your parents. Li Xiao patted his shoulder. The signing of the subsequent confidentiality regulations was a matter for the logistics section, and there was no need for Li Xiao to continue worrying about it. Not bad. Lin Yibai came over, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear. Li Xiao touched his itchy ears and didn't answer. 6 years ago, after his parents disappeared, he envied children who grew up with their parents. Every time he saw a family like Zhao Xian's, the parents or the children, they obviously cared about each other, but because of face, temper and other irrelevant things, they hid their concern in the bottom of their hearts, and their mouths casually said words that hurt each other. Every time I see, Li Xiao will be angry, want to grab them by the collar, tell them that they should cherish the people who are still around. Otherwise, when they could no longer see them, they wouldn't even know who to cry to. But this kind of words were good to think about, and could not be said to Lin Yibai. Finished tonight's patrol work, when Lin Yibai sent Li Xiao back to the old neighborhood nearby, already close to 5 o'clock in the morning. The street could see the grandparents sweeping the street, and some breakfast stalls were starting to branch out. Although the sky was still not yet bright, the atmosphere of life gradually thickened. The night snack time is over, do you want to have breakfast together? Li Xiao proposed. Lin Yibai readily agreed without hesitation. Li Xiao brought her out of the car and made 7 turns to find a breakfast store that was open in an old neighborhood. Agu, little Li, so early. Yes, there's work. The uncle and aunt of the breakfast stall greeted Li Xiao enthusiastically. They had set up a stall here for almost 10 years, and could be said to be elders who had watched Li Xiao grow up. In a short while, omelette, soy milk and 2 drawers of xiaolong bao were brought up. Li Xiao looked at the tea eggs. Uncle Sun, I didn't order this. It's for you. As he spoke, Uncle Sun also looked in Lin Yibai's direction and gave Li Xiao a wink, signaling him to take this opportunity to peel the eggs for the girl and enhance their relationship. Seeing the misunderstanding between the old couple, Li Xiao was dumbfounded and didn't explain much. The omelette is fried to perfection, and this xiaolong bao, it's hand-breaded with hairy noodles, it's delicious. Lin Yibai ate deliciously, or rather, this girl always had a kind of magical magic that made any food taste good. She tore open the egg cake and stuffed small pieces into her mouth like a cute little hamster. Thinking back to tonight's experience, Li Xiao sighed. I didn't expect that the first time I was on duty, I encountered an out-of-control incident, and even more, I didn't expect that it would be the direction of this romantic style. I see your words to Zhao's parents, you are supporting Zhao Xian? Lin Yibai asked. It's definitely wrong to use transcendent powers indiscriminately. What about students and teachers falling in love? Lin Yibai's eyes flashed with a light called gossip. From an adult's point of view, it's inherently wrong for a teacher, as an adult, to fall in love with a mentally immature student. But from a man's perspective. Li Xiao revealed a smile. I would say, awesome, bro to Zhao Xian. Chapter 39, Caught You. Lin Yibai looked at Li Xiao with an exasperated look, as if questioning how he could say such tone-deaf words. But as she looked, she couldn't help but giggle. Seeing her laugh, Li Xiao also laughed out loud. The two of them were bathed in the morning sun of dawn, their mood unprecedentedly free. After waiting to laugh for a while, Lin Yibai asked, how do you feel on your first day of duty? A bit different from what I imagined. The Special Affairs Bureau field officers in Li Xiao's impression were always synonymous with mysterious and powerful, flying around in helicopters in the sky like superheroes dealing with incidents that jeopardized the city. Earlier, the actions of the night demon and the flesh troll had given him such a feeling. He thought it would be fine if he didn't run into a superhuman out-of-control incident, but once he did it would definitely be something earth-shattering. I didn't expect. It would be such a grounded triviality. Li Xiao gave his answer. There was also a part-time job as a family mediator. Lin Yibai plucked the tea eggs. The freshly fished-out tea eggs were a bit hot. But with the strength of her flesh she wasn't afraid of this temperature, it was the sauce that kept dripping down, she couldn't spare it, so she peeled it while licking the sauce from her fingertips. Demons even, human transcendents are mysterious to say the least, but the awakened abilities aside, the essence is still human here. She took a small shivering bite of the sauce on her fingers and handed over the freshly peeled tea egg. Oh. Thanks. Li Xiao took it. Lin Yibai continued, that's why I like this job. At first, when I defied my family's opposition to enroll in the police academy instead of joining the army, it was because I preferred becoming a police officer over a soldier. Coming into contact with different people every day, being on the front line to help people in trouble solve their problems, or bringing bad people who commit crimes to justice. Just sounds cool, doesn't it? As she said this, the corners of Lin Yibai's mouth rose slightly, overflowing with the light called ideal, and even the rising sun seemed to become a companion. Li Xiao nodded. So, when I knew that by awakening my transcendent power, I would be able to join the Special Affairs Bureau and be able to silently protect everyone living within the city, I didn't hesitate to sign up. Being a police officer, she might only be able to help a few dozens of people a year. But being a field officer of the Special Affairs Bureau, the number of people she could protect would be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. Looking at Lin Yibai's silly smile, Li Xiao envied her simplicity and purity a little. Right. Lin Yibai clapped her hands together and asked with a hefty bad smile, you say, do they have that? But Li Xiao directly spewed out all the soybean milk in his mouth. He coughed violently, frightening Lin Yibai to come over and help him pat his back for a while before he could take a breath. How can a girl ask such a question? Hey! Lin Yibai said, why are you talking like my brother? When I was still in the police academy, my roommate's sister would often give us science. Are all the girls' dormitories so wild? Li Xiao suddenly remembered a question. You awakened your power in your freshman year and then joined the Special Affairs Bureau? Aha! Lin Yibai nodded her head obediently. Then how old are you now? 19. Surprisingly younger than me? Because of Lin Yibai's biased mature features and figure, Li Xiao had always thought that she was around 21 or 22 years old. If you're only 19 years old. The clear stupidity in her eyes explained it. After breakfast, Lin Yibai had to go back to catch up on her sleep, and before parting, Li Xiao greeted her. For the next few days, I won't be able to go to training, and if I'm on duty, it might be a bit difficult as well. Noticing the grimness in Li Xiao's eyes, Lin Yibai similarly boarded up a small face. Did something happen? Something very important. Li Xiao was facing a dilemma that millions of college students across the country face together: the final exams. Although he didn't have much time to review, the good thing was that he usually listened to the lectures quite attentively. Topping the class was not to be thought of, and flunking wasn't to be, maintaining a middle-of-the-road level above the passing line. After finishing the last exam, Li Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to fighting with demons, going to write a whole paper on microeconomics is obviously more of a headache for him. The class president was organizing the meal afterward, sort of the last meal we all had together this semester. Li Xiao hadn't wanted to go, wanting to go home and continue brushing up on the Special Affairs Bureau's online course, grasping at straws to pull in the wool of $5,000. However, Chicken was pestering him with a look that if Li Xiao didn't go, he would jump off the building and die in love. Li Xiao had no choice but to agree. Asked to know, Chicken is interested in the same class of a girl named Cheng Hui. But he didn't dare to confess, so he wanted to take advantage of the meal to ask Li Xiao to help spy on Cheng Hui. Why me? The boys were fine, but Li Xiao wasn't familiar with the girls in his class at all. It's just to be unfamiliar. A few other guys, the girls have long since figured out the nature of a pervert, and instead of stealing information, they'll be exposed if they come over. You're different. Because of the last cosplay goddess photo thing, you're mysterious in the girls group. They're all interested in you, so you'll take the opportunity to ask for me. Li Xiao. Brother Li, you're my own brother. After it's done, no, it doesn't have to be done, just ask for me. I'll pay for all the breakfasts for the first month of next semester. If it doesn't work, it's a deal. Upon hearing that breakfast was all-inclusive, Li Xiao agreed without hesitation. The office building of the Special Affairs Bureau was a bit far from his home, and after calculating the cost of backtracking on public transportation, he had to give up his intention of going to the restaurant at a fixed time every day. Anyway, it was just a meal and helping Chicken to find out what was going on, so it wasn't a difficult thing to do. Holding this thought, Li Xiao followed the crowd to the dining hall. The 200 or so people in the School of Economics were divided into 5 classes, and his Economics Class 1, totaling 36 people, had booked a large private room in the poor man's hotel near the school. Li Xiao sat in the corner position, during which his classmates entered one by one. Some beauty-loving female classmates even went back to their dorm rooms to change their clothes. For the youthful and beautiful female classmates, Li Xiao did not pay too much attention, silently drinking tea, waiting for the meal to come up. Until the box door opened again. Su Xiaoya, who was wearing a pure white down jacket, walked in. Cough cough cough. Li Xiao was so scared that he choked on his tea. She wore light makeup today, and her hair was simply pulled up, looking simple and spontaneous. The chaotic box was quiet for half a second the moment she came in, and then the girls erupted into cheers as they enthusiastically greeted Su Xiaoya and sat over. And the boys who were still talking loudly in the last second, at this moment, one by one, as if they were pinched in the throat, inexplicably straightened their backs slightly. Even their movements were elegant, as if they were not drinking cheap tea, but red wine from Bordeaux. How did she come? Li Xiao was confused. It wasn't like Su Xiaoya was from the School of Economics. Only after asking did he realize that it was the class president who invited her to join him. Because there aren't many boys, in order to regulate the atmosphere, the class president specially arranged for boys and girls to sit crosswise. Li Xiao's left side is Chicken, and no one is sitting on his right side for the time being. In the past, Li Xiu would definitely want Su Xiaoya to sit next to him, but now that the coin-spreading god's envoy hadn't been caught yet, he had been deliberately distancing himself from Su Xiaoya over the past few days. Sometimes Su Xiaoya had just locked eyes with him and tried to walk over, when he hurriedly ran away with his bag. Li Xiu lacked confidence in his own self-control, and he was worried that if he sat face-to-face with Su Xiaoya, he would definitely be unable to resist pouring out all the truth. "Don't come over. Don't come over," he muttered in a low voice, and before he could recite it a third time, the chair to his right was pulled back, and a faint, familiar floral scent wafted over. He slowly turned his head and met with a pair of smiling eyes. A white, slender hand, underneath the table, tightly grasped his sleeve. Su Xiaoya's pink moist lips opened and closed, silently spitting out 4 words. "Caught you." Chapter 40 Mysterious Leak. Su Xiaoya's hand was soft and didn't use much strength. Just like when she was a child, her left hand silently grasped the hem of Li Xiu's coat. It was such a simple action that Li Xiu seemed like the 7 immortals in Journey to the West, who were under a fixation spell by Sun Monkey, and froze there motionlessly. "Wah! T's wrong, not feeling well?" Seeing that Li Xiu did not move his chopsticks, Chicken on the side was all sorts of attentive to help him with dishes and pouring water. "Nothing." Li Xiu pursed his dry lips and pretended to stuff food into his mouth. After eating for half a day, he didn't remember what he was eating, and the only impression he had was the faint fragrance of flowers that always lingered around him. Su Xiaoya always ate with one hand and grabbed Li Xiu with the other, afraid that he would suddenly run away, but the movements were natural and elegant, no one could see that it was abnormal. As a dish was served, some students poured beer. Li Xiu was a poor drinker and chose a drink, and when the bottle was turned in front of Su Xiaoya, she thought for a moment and said, "Let's have a drink then, there are so many things I want to say, and I'm afraid I can't say them if I don't drink." As she spoke, she didn't look at Li Xiu, but her voice was small, so small that only Li Xiu could hear it. It was clear to whom the words were addressed. Li Xiu's movements stiffened even more. If Lin Yibai's magic power was to make people around her relaxed, then Su Xiaoya's magic power was to make people around her relaxed, then Su Xiaoya's magic power was to make people around her relaxed. If Lin Yibai's magic power is to make the people around her relaxed, then Su Xiaoya's magic power is that as long as she is present, all the topics, gazes, and centers of gravity will quietly shift towards her. Even the overhead light, when it shines on her, is a few points brighter than others. In less than a moment, she became the center of a group of students at the dinner table, and a simple 2-sentence reply, 1 or 2 casually thrown questions, could lead to laughter or cheers. What seemed like a headache to Li Xiu appeared to be a breeze in her hands. This talent for dealing with people was simply more impressive than transcendent abilities in Li Xiu's opinion. The students didn't have so many petty thoughts about eating and drinking, they wouldn't cheat or pretend to be drunk, the meal was only half full, the wine had already passed 3 rounds, and many of the students had a large red face. "Brotherly! Just waiting for you to step up." Chicken today combed his center-parted hair and wore backpack pants, although his body was fat, he was dressed with great care. His eyes were full of hope. Li Xiu said in his heart, "Brother, I also want to help you, but I am now sealed, I cannot move on." He turned his head, wanting to apply to Su Xiaoya to temporarily lift the seal. Unexpectedly, she just looked at Chicken twice, and guessed what he wanted to do. Turning her head, she whispered a few words to the female classmate on the other side, and a few minutes later, the girl that Chicken had a crush on, named Cheng Hui, actually walked over by herself with a glass of wine in her hand, and pulled Chicken over to the empty small table next to her to chat. Li Xiu, who witnessed the whole process, had his mouth half open. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't feel a transcendent force field on Su Xiaoya, he would have almost thought that she was a psychic perception faculty ability. "How did you do that?" "I just told her that someone in the class is secretly crushing on her. As for who this person is, it seems that only Chicken knows." "Ah, this." Li Xiu mentioned that Chicken pinched a sweat, and twisting his head, he saw Chicken giggling, and the conversation between the two went much smoother than expected. Su Xiaoya ran her hair backhanded, her movements graceful and moving. "You boys all like to sidestep and wait for an opportunity to make a move, but for girls, what we like the most is to simply have something to say." Li Xiu was not a cutie. She was ostensibly talking about Chicken, but she was explicitly referring to Li Xiu. The main customers were cheap hotels for college students, and the wine glasses used were also very cheap glasses that were just right for white wine and slightly too small for beer. Su Xiaoya used her thumb and middle finger to hold the wine glass up. Seeing Li Xiu pretending not to understand what she said before, she no longer beat around the bush, but asked bluntly, "Why are you avoiding me?" As she spoke, she looked straight into Li Xiu's eyes, and there was no blame in her eyes, only a faint loss. Because she had drunk some wine, her cheeks and lips looked even more scarlet than usual. Li Xiu thought that the ancient saying that the face is like peach blossom and the eyes are like spring water was probably like this. In fact, before today, he had thought of a lot of excuses in advance, but when he really met Su Xiaoya's eyes, he couldn't say any of them. I'm sorry, No, it's me who should say sorry. Su Xiaoya tightly clutched the hem of Li Xiu's coat. I should have gone to you earlier, instead of coming over to say these words to you only now. A strong sense of vestigial vision appeared. Li Xiu clearly remembered that on the night of the Night Demon Crusade, before Su Xiaoya had her memory erasure surgery, these were the words she said. He was tempted to do nothing and tell the truth of everything in a brainwave, painfully. But thinking of the god's envoy hiding in the dark, for the sake of Su Xiaoya's safety, he couldn't do that. Of course, he could say it clearly and then temporarily pretend to pull away from Su Xiaoya. But Li Xiu wasn't a robot, and once a lot of things started, it became difficult to stop. He would want to call, he would want to meet, he would want to share the annoying things in his life with her. There are no absolutely secret things in this world, as long as they are done and hidden well, they will still leave traces. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, Li Xiu was not willing to gamble with her safety. In the middle of his thoughts, Li Xiu felt a burst of warmth and softness on the back of his hand. Su Xiaoya, who was known as the campus goddess and didn't know how many boys from Anyuan University had a crush on her, had quietly held Li Xiu's hand under the dining table. If this scene were to spread out, it was estimated that Li Xiu would be able to be directly promoted to the public enemy of the boys. But there was no flirtatious atmosphere between the two of them, it was as if they had returned to their childhood. Su Xiaoya said, I can tell that you've been under a lot of pressure lately, is it because of the money? Is there anything I can do to help? Just like Li Xiu was silently paying attention to Su Xiaoya, she was likewise silently caring about Li Xiu. Li Xiu took a deep breath and suppressed all the mixed voices in his heart. It's true that there are some things that aren't money, but don't worry, it'll be resolved soon. When it's all over, as long as you don't mind me nagging, I'll tell you what happened in detail. Good. Beneath the dining table, Li Xiu's little thumb was wrapped around a slender finger. Su Xiaoya slightly tilted his head and smiled, say yes oh. He wanted to say that this matter had already been promised, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just nodded heavily. Having received a satisfactory answer, Su Xiaoya smiled happily. She gently clinked her cup with the one Li Xiu placed on the table and whispered. Since you can't talk about a lot of things, then today, just during this meal, is it okay to talk to me properly? Say anything, I just want to talk to you. Of course. Halfway through his sentence, Li Xiu heard a buzzing vibration coming from his bag, took out his cell phone, found that there was no phone, and rummaged around in his bag for a while before turning out an old flip phone. The Special Affairs Bureau's special phone. It was the first time he had received a call from this phone. The caller ID was 6 zeros. In the Special Affairs Bureau's online course, Li Xiu had learned that different numbers represented different meanings. The 6 zeros represented that there was an urgent transcendent out-of-control incident in the vicinity, and the field personnel in the vicinity had to put down the non-important matters at hand and immediately go to deal with it. Favorably at such a time. Li Xiu glanced at Su Xiaoya, who was full of curiosity, and helplessly picked up the phone. Hello, Li Xiu, sorry to disturb your party, but the situation is urgent. At a location 3.6 kilometers away from you, an acute transcendent out-of-control event is erupting, and if it is not handled properly, it will most likely lead to a mysterious leak. Hearing the words mysterious leak, Li Xiu stood up violently. Tell me the details. Chapter 41 Silver Bee Needle. Transcendent out of control refers to the random use of abilities by demons or human transcendents, causing mass casualties or destruction. Mysterious leakage was a spin-off event of a transcendent out of control. It referred to when a transcendent out of control was photographed, videotaped, and spread online, causing the mysterious side to be disclosed to the public. If it is only to satisfy the curiosity of the public, it is just a matter, at most the net police comrades will work hard and stay up all night to delete the posts and ban the words. The trouble is that certain extraordinary abilities have the special effect of modal contamination. Once you see, hear, or know the corresponding existence, you will be harmed by the transcendental ability. Or mental epilepsy, or physical mutation. In the modern era of highly developed information technology, it could cause widespread casualties in a few minutes or seconds. Is modal contamination involved? Li Xiu asked. Not sure yet. What is known is that the entire building where the target is located has all experienced an abnormal reaction. The medical section is standing by below, waiting for the field agents to enter the scene and follow them in. Roger that, I'll be right there. The logistics section has arrived downstairs at the hotel where it is located with the equipment you need. Good. The location of the crime was less than 4 kilometers away from an Yuan university, and this distance, whether it was for a transcendent out-of-control event or modal contamination, was almost negligible. Once it did get out of control, it would spread over in a split second. Li Xiu was unwilling to delay any longer and was about to turn around and leave when Su Xiaoya stood behind him at an unknown time. Li Xiu froze in place, not knowing how to speak. She didn't ask you're leaving or where are you going or anything like that, and smiled as she handed over Li Xiu's backpack and jacket. Since Li Xiu couldn't say, she wouldn't ask. Thanks. Li Xiu put on his clothes, picked up his backpack and walked out of the box with big strides. When he walked to the first floor, he accidentally collided with a drunken middle-aged man because he walked too quickly. Li Xiu was fine, but the other party was already drunk and almost fell to the ground when his legs went limp. Fortunately, Li Xiu's quick eyes and hands rushed to help each other up, said sorry. 2 people are men, and did not really fall, Li Xiu thought, apologized. Things will be over. I did not expect that the drunken man is not relentless. Pulling on Li Xiu's clothes, cursing on his mouth, a gesture to make a move. Chicken and Cheng Hui did not know when to come to the first floor, is holding hands and talking, see the scene, get up and intend to go over to help. Just at this moment, the hotel door suddenly opened, pouring in a cold wind. 3 men wearing uniform black jackets, tall and muscular, walked in aggressively. Their temperament was clearly different from the norm, even without saying a word, just standing there gave people a heavy sense of majesty. The last time Chicken had a similar feeling was when he went to Qingjing City and woke up early for the flag-raising ceremony. After coming in, the 3 men didn't look around, striding towards Li Xiu. One of them directly wrapped his hands around the drunken man who was causing trouble and picked him up. No matter how much he screamed, he directly pushed and shoved him towards the corner. The other 2 walked up to Li Xiu, nodded slightly, helped him take the backpack in his hand, and handed over something the size of a small thumb, black and narrow. It wasn't until he saw Li Xiu shove the object into his ear that Chicken realized it was a headset. The 2 of them watched in awe as Li Xiu got into a black jeep under the escort of those 2 men. Chicken was considered to know a little bit about cars, and looking at the appearance and details, he could roughly tell that this was a vehicle that had undergone strict special modifications. Only when the jeep drove away and disappeared from sight did they return to their senses and look at each other. Cheng Hui asked, could it be that Li Xiu was an invisible rich man? Was he pretending to be poor to experience life before? Chicken recalled the moments he spent with Li Xiu and said with an odd expression, if it's fake, I hope it's true. If this is true, he is pretending too much, right? Sorry, according to the regulations we shouldn't go in. The 2 logisticians apologized. Li Xiu changed into the uniform of the Special Affairs Bureau. It's nothing, it's urgent, did you bring over the information from the scene? A logistics officer handed over a craft paper file bag. After unwrapping it, Li Xiu looked at it while the logistics officer explained the situation to him. The cause of the incident was a short video that was circulating on the Teasing Voice and Parak platforms. The video was shot with a cell phone, it was still dark, so the shooting wasn't really clear. Even so, the video, which was less than 20 seconds, had gained millions of plays in just 2 hours. The content of the video is in the barbecue stall, a few punks and a small couple conflict. It sounds like the punks look at the girl in the small couple, want to buy her a drink. Originally, we thought that the next thing we saw was another picture of bullying, and were about to send a pop-up screen to spit on it. In the next second, they saw the man in the couple violently raise his hand, and countless electric currents shot out from between his palms. 7 or 8 punks immediately flew out, and one by one, they fell to the ground, with rolling blue smoke, no movement, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. The video came to an abrupt end. The video should have been shot secretly, a little shaky, and in the end it simply flipped an unknown number of times, so it was evident that the filmmaker was terrified. The original intention of the filmmaker should be to help the couple, to film the small punks moving their hands and feet, and keep it as evidence for the convenience of the subsequent police. He didn't expect to capture the images of Transcendent losing control. An hour ago, a colleague from the network monitoring discovered the video, and after confirming that it wasn't synthesized, it was immediately deleted. 40 minutes ago, we locked the identities of the couple and the victims in the video. The 7 victims are currently still unconscious in the hospital, and the young couple's residence is our destination later. Li Xiu flipped through the information as he listened. The man who released the thunderbolt was called Chen Quan, and his girlfriend was called Zhou Fangfang. The 2 were from the same hometown and came to work in Yuan City half a year ago, gradually becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. About half a month ago, the chemical factory where they worked was affected by the Night Demon Crusade, and several production lines were shut down, so in order to save costs, Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang, who were labor dispatch employees, were the first batch to be dismissed. Something's not right. Li Xiu had also gone to the factory to work during his winter and summer vacations. At that time, he was also recognized as an outstanding screwing employee, so he was roughly aware of the living habits of the factory's employees. Now that it's nearing the end of the year, since there's no more work, most people will choose to go back to their hometowns to spend the new year and then come back. How come they're still staying in Yuan City? And he flipped through the information. The place of the incident is a newly built residential district, just handed over less than 3 years. The house is very new and good type. The rent naturally rises, more than $4,000 a month. This is not a cost that ordinary production employees are willing to bear. Associated with Chen Quan's display of extraordinary power, and today's riot. It seems like a lot has happened to them in this half-month. The only way to know the rest was to arrive at the scene. Li Xiu pinned the golden badge representing the field personnel to his chest position, the miniature camera activated, the support squad came online, and a familiar gentle female voice appeared in his ears. "Hello, Li Xiu, you can call me Xiao Shi, I'll be in charge of your remote support today." "Hello, Xiao Shi." Li Xiu asked, "Who's the one acting with me today? Is it Yibai Lin, or is it Lin Ke? Captain Lin and Yibai have other duties and can't make it here for now. The one who entered the scene with you and launched the first round of investigation is Vice Captain Chang Shuqin of the first squad." Chang Shuqin. Li Xiu's mind surfaced a serene and calm face. It turned out that she was the vice captain. Between thoughts, the jeep drove into the neighborhood and stopped under a building. A cordon was drawn nearby, and medical section personnel in protective suits were pretending to spray disinfectant water, disguised as if there was an unknown virus spreading. There is no need to deliberately disperse. The residents of the nearby buildings, seeing this scene, have long been scared to close their doors and windows tightly, not daring to approach. Li Xiu stepped out of the car, and Chang Shuqin nodded slightly towards him. When the members of the first squad didn't act collectively, they would randomly form groups to patrol, and this was the first time Li Xiu had seen Chang Shuqin since the last Night Demon Crusade. She wasn't really tall, she should be less than 1 meter 6, but her body was slim and proportioned, especially her slender legs were very beautiful. A head of long hair was delicately coiled behind her head, with a few silver-white hairpins inserted. When she looked over with her eyes, between her eyebrows, rather than tenderness, it was more of an indefinable calmness, just like the silk compiled by a young girl's slender fingers in the water town of the south of the Yangtze River, elegant and thin. Time is short, the two did not have too many pleasantries. In a crowd of logistics, medical personnel expectant gaze, walked into the silent building. The cell door banged shut behind them, and the air was suddenly filled with an additional annoying smell, and when you smelled it carefully you couldn't smell anything. Li Xiu remembered that Chang Shuqin's transcendent ability favored healing and assistance, and he took the initiative to stand in front. Currently living on the 13th floor, but on this occasion, taking the elevator wasn't a wise choice, he and Chang Shuqin walked towards the stairs. Just as soon as they opened the staircase door, dozens of blood-covered people crowded and pounced on them, hissing and screaming wildly, their reddened eyes completely losing the emotions that belong to human beings, leaving only the purest mania. "Kill you, kill you. All go to hell." Li Xiu raised his right hand and was about to drive the hellish black mist when Chang Shuqin behind him spoke. "Don't hurt them, they're just affected, they're still human and have the possibility of recovery." The black mist that drifted out stalled in mid-air. He was good at killing people, and 1 or 2 would be fine if he utilized the black mist to bind them, just like he dealt with Zhao Xin before. But as far as his eyes could see, there were nearly 40 or 50 people piled up, trying to not hurt them and just trap them. For Li Xiu, it was like pinching an egg with a pair of pliers, and if he wasn't careful, they would all be crushed. "Let me do it instead. Although I'm not as powerful as you or Xiao Yibai, I'm quite comfortable doing this kind of chore." Chang Shuqin took half a step forward and plucked a silver-white hairpin from her head. With a flick of her finger, the silver-white hairpin swept up into the air. "Go, Silver Bee." Chapter 42 Confusing Data. A slender silver needle was like a hummingbird that paused in the air and rushed at times. Almost in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the heart of one crazy resident. Seeing this scene, Li Xiu's jaw dropped as he glanced sideways at Chang Shuqin. "Didn't you say that you wanted me to not hurt them? How come you took action instead and killed all of them? Is it because you don't think I'm sharp enough to do it?" However, this thought only appeared in Li Xiu's mind for half a second before it was forcibly interrupted by the image he saw in front of his eyes. The residents who were pierced through the heart by the silver bee needles did not die, and the madness on their faces gradually faded away in a few breaths, like psychiatric patients who were injected with tranquilizers and became unusually calm. Not only that, they originally had large and small wounds on their bodies, flowing with cenching blood. Because of the adrenaline spike under the violent anger, they ignored the pain. But now, a faint blue light surged out from the location of those wounds. Li Xiu clearly saw that at the wound on a person's head, the blue light solidified into something like jelly and wrapped around the wound, and the blood that gushed out instantly froze. There was also someone who had broken a finger, and the blue jelly directly solidified into a finger-like shape and replaced it. The hummingbird-like silver needle automatically flew back. The needle did not carry a single drop of blood, clean as if it had just been carefully wiped with a soft goose-down towel. It lightly leapt into Chen Shuqin's coiled-up long hair and resumed its appearance as a hairpin, and only then did Li Xiu notice that there were 8 more similar silver needles. There were 9 silver needles in total, imagining that once she exerted her ability at full power, with all 9 silver needles flying rapidly in the air together to defend the enemy, it was estimated that unusual demons would be pierced before they could even get close. It's still the first time you've watched me use my ability, isn't it? Seeing Li Xiu looking over, Chang Shuqin said. My ability is in the energy control department, and my full name is Virtual Cell. I'm able to generate virtual cells and use them to create blood, flesh, skin, and organs for the purpose of quickly stopping bleeding and healing wounds. Create blood, flesh, and organs directly out of thin air? Li Xiu didn't expect there to be this kind of ability. As long as the squad had Chang Shuqin in it, wouldn't it be invincible? Of course there are all sorts of limitations. Chang Shuqin carefully and patiently explained. As the first squad's field doctor, she needed to make her team members clear about their abilities and the limit range of their abilities. This way the team members could fight to their heart's content on the battlefield without any worries, and make sure that the injuries they sustained were within the range that she could save back. The medical section, with the help of equipment and transcendence, is able to achieve 100% remanufacturing of organs. But the organs or flesh and blood that I generate can only exist for up to 3 hours, and the ability can only be performed once on the same person, before he heals from his injuries. In game terms, it meant that when a teammate lost blood, as long as he wasn't dead yet, Chang Shuqin could ignore the injury and forcefully lift up the bloodline. However, the lifted bloodline was fake, and if they couldn't return to the medical section within 3 hours to receive proper treatment, when the ability expired, the bloodline would fall back to what it was when they were injured. For example, Li Xiu's kidneys were taken out. Chang Shuqin was able to help him temporarily create 2 new kidneys, but when the time was up and he hadn't returned to the medical department to receive treatment, he would have no waste at all. Due to the restriction of only being able to perform it once on the same person before the injury healed, she was only suitable for emergency treatment on the battlefield. Otherwise, Lin Ke wouldn't still be sitting in a wheelchair, and it would be good for Chang Shuqin to continuously cast her abilities. Even with the many restrictions, having such a battlefield doctor in the team, the chances of survival could be said to be greatly improved. The two of them walked upwards as they talked. Almost the entire building's residents fell into a frenzy as they first attacked each other, and then when they found the normal Li Xiu and Chang Shuqin, they seemed to be summoned by some sort of feeling and all pounced towards them. A hummingbird flew and quickly returned to its nest, carrying a comforting rhythm. Chang Shuqin said to Li Xiu as she tackled the insane residents, by the way, I'll say sorry to you on behalf of Lin Ke for what happened last time. Last time? Last time, he promised you to protect Su Xiaoya, but he ended up being saved by Su Xiaoya instead. Lin Ke was a person who was good at saving face. He didn't say anything on his lips, but in his heart, he definitely feels sorry for you. Thinking about Lin Ke pushing his wheelchair to apply for a place at the headquarters for the sake of Li Xiu joining the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Xiu nodded and said, I know, you can tell him not to take it to heart, it turned out well anyway. It sounds like you and Lin Ke are familiar with each other. Have you worked together for many years? Chang Shuqin steps up the stairs, paused, turned her head, and asked in slight surprise, didn't Lin Ke or Xiao Yibai tell you? Say what? That I'm Lin Ke's ex-wife. Ha? Li Xiu almost didn't stand still. When he had just met Su Dongxiang, he had said that the relationship in the first teen was too confusing, and Li Xiu hadn't taken it seriously. Thinking that it was because of the conflict between the first and second squads that Su Dongxiang had spoken sarcastically. Now it seems. None of the Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas in the midnight slot would have this kind of plot, right? Li Xiu silently spat in his heart as the two of them fell into a short silence, and a moment later, Chang Shuqin suddenly turned back and asked, You're not going to ask why? Or maybe ask why they don't get back together or something like that. Li Xiu thought for a moment and said, although the contact time wasn't long, I can feel that Lin Ke was a reliable person, and the wife he chose, the odds are that you are too. For two reliable people to make such a choice, there must be such and such a reliable reason. Even if I ask about it by digging down to the roots, I'll probably just let out a ah, like that unsavory exclamation. Li Xiu looked up at the floors. They had already reached the 12th floor, and one floor up was the floor where Chen Quan lived. This kind of exclamation, on this kind of occasion, I don't think it's very appropriate. Cheng Shuqin looked at Li Xiu with quite an interest. Her sight seemed to be trying to pierce through his skin, pectoral muscles and ribs to peer directly into his heart. You're very different, no wonder little Yibai is interested in you. The corner of Li Xiu's mouth tugged, and he looked away, pretending not to hear it. When he arrived at the 13th floor, a reminder from Xiaoxi of the support team came to his ears. Please be careful, there is a very chaotic transcendent force field on this floor. The ability level is in the middle of the 6th order, but the ability positive and negative values can't be judged. I've literally never seen data this cluttered, simply. Sissy pondered the wording, giving a conclusion a few seconds later. It's almost like there are hundreds of extremely weak demons that are releasing their power at the same time. The values were not high, but they were very disorganized. Between walks, Li Xiu propped up the wall, and a sticky, wet touch came from between his palms. Spreading out his hand, just by touching it, a dark, mold-like, slowly wriggling thing appeared in his palm. The black mist automatically wrapped around it, and the mold automatically froze and pieces fell off. He and Chang Shuqin glanced at each other, and a thought surfaced in their minds at the same time. Could it be another transformation event triggered by the cursed coin? The formation of the two changed, with Li Xiu, who had a stronger frontal combat ability, standing in front, and Chang Shuqin standing at the back on guard. The black mist was quietly released, and the temperature plummeted. Arrived. They stood in front of door number 1314. Chang Shuqin took out a miniature detonator from her backpack and prepared to blow the door open when Li Xiu waved his hand. The black mist automatically drilled along the door cracks, and a moment later, a slight click sounded, and the security door naturally opened. Li Xiu took the lead and walked in. There was no one in the kitchen, bedroom, or living room. Only the bathroom remained. Dense, chaotic, and maddening transcendent power seeped out from the thin wooden door of the bathroom, and without the need for any instruments, just standing in front of the door made one feel uncomfortable. Li Xiu slightly closed his eyes, as if he could see behind the door, a monster made of countless demonic limbs and arms, pinched together. Without hesitating, he pushed the door open and took half a step in before settling in place. What's wrong? Chang Shuqin asked. The alert is lifted. Li Xiu pointed at the bathtub. Chen Quan is dead. Inside the bathtub was a light pink liquid made from melted human flesh and blood. Chen Quan's face skin floated at the very top, like a piece of a small boat, constantly rocking and swirling. For some reason, Li Xiu felt that those empty eye sockets were staring straight at him. Chapter 43, Zhou Fengfeng. Last night, Chen Quan, who had been so powerful that he had injured 7 punks by himself. It had only been less than 12 hours, and he had died in his own bathtub. Or in an extremely treacherous and gruesome manner. It's like a melted candle. After the alert was lifted, the logistics and medical personnel entered the blockaded area, moving the injured in the entire building outside, in order to start treatment at the first opportunity. Thanks to Cheng Shuqin's ability, most of the deranged residents saved a life, but there was still a small number of people who had been killed by their deranged neighbors and family members long before they arrived. No amount of ability could revive the dead. The reason why the residents went crazy has been found. Cheng Shuqin said, handing over a bottle of water. Thanks. Li Xiu thanked him. After Chen Quan melted, he corroded the waterproof plug, and part of his melted body entered the drainage pipe, traveling all the way down the 13th floor and affecting everyone in this building. The logistics team has sent people to the drain pipes to collect the remains of the missing melted bodies, so I hope no new victims will appear. After saying this, Cheng Shuqin was busy interfacing with the medical section to deal with the injured. Li Xiu relied on a car and took a small sip of water, thinking about today's events. Chen Quan was a human who was able to check his biography, and originally he was just an ordinary person, but recently, for some reason, he had awakened or been given transcendent powers. He utilized the power to earn money. Presumably by improper means. He then moved to this house with his girlfriend, expecting to get a qualitative leap in his life, but never expected to end up in this situation. Now there are 2 questions. First, did he awaken his powers on his own or was he given them? Second, who killed him? And why? If it was his own awakening, then it would just be a very ordinary transcendent murder. Leave it to the recon section to investigate, wait for someone from the recon section to send a locator over, and Li Xiu would just roll up his sleeves and punch the person. But if it's an ability that was given to someone, then it's most likely related to the Sprinkle God Envoy. Since finishing off the Night Demon, the God Envoy hadn't made any more moves, as if he had been beaten up. But Li Xiu was certain that he hadn't gone away, hadn't left in Yuan City. He was always there, hiding in some dark corner like a poisonous spider, waiting for the right opportunity to bite his prey and release his venom. So annoying, this kind of work. Investigating, analyzing, and speculating on the opponent's heart. This really wasn't something that Li Xiu was good at. He subconsciously scratched his hair, an action that seemed to relax his brain slightly for a few seconds. But after grabbing it for a few times, he violently stopped his movements. Looking at the few strands of hair in his hand, he shivered. No, can't keep pondering this, or else he'll really go bald. The on-site investigation lasted until late at night before it ended, and because he was worried that there were other dangers, Li Xiu stayed at the scene on standby to protect his colleagues who were responsible for the investigation work. With nothing to do, he sat in the car and swiped through the online course, and 3 hours passed in a flash. Li Xiu put down the borrowed tablet, rubbing his slightly sore eyes, doing eye exercises. As he did so, suddenly, he felt that something was wrong, and he had the feeling that he was being stared at. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a white and cute little face that was clinging to the car window glass, making a face at him, seemingly wanting to scare him. There was only one person in the entire Special Affairs Bureau who could do such a thing. Li Xiu. He pressed the window, and Lin Yibai couldn't help but move along with the window because her face was pressed tightly against it until it disappeared. He moves to press the rise switch again, and Lin Yibai, like a small dolphin surfacing, reappears. Along with her little face, along with her, there was an exquisite lunchbox. Yibai takeout, at your service. Lin Yibai said with a smile. I heard Sister Shuqin say that you were on duty and thought that you shouldn't have had dinner yet, so I bought one on the way over. Li Xiu remembered that she was on duty in the new district in the western part of the city today, so she didn't have time to participate in the afternoon's action, and the western part of the city to this place crossed half of Yuan City, so it wasn't even related to by the way. However, he did not break down Lin Yibai's lies, opened the car door, moved a seat to the side, let her in. After the lunchbox was opened, it was a boxed meal, regardless of packaging or dishes. It seems to be from a high-end hotel, specializing in the production of customized dishes. The disposable heat preservation box was very effective, and when it was opened, a rich, warm aroma immediately wafted from the car. In the afternoon, Li Xiu did not have time to eat a few mouthfuls of rice, was called out by a phone call from the Special Affairs Bureau, busy to 9 o'clock has been hungry. He didn't politely talk to Lin Yibai and picked up his chopsticks to eat with a big mouthful. Seeing him eat so happily, in the case of an ordinary girl, she could show a smile of throwing food. As a result, Lin Yibai ate at a speed not inferior to his. Sometimes the two chopsticks will also be in mid-air wrestling together. 10 minutes later, Lin Yibai, half lying on the seat, like a salted fish gently patting the slightly bulging belly, said, satisfied. She turned her head and asked, how does it feel to have your first action with Sister Shuqin today? Li Xiu was keenly aware of Lin Yibai's slightly curled up corners of her mouth, as well as the undisguised laughter under her eyes, and probably guessed what she was thinking. Chang Shuqin told me about her in Lin Ke. Then what? Lin Yibai came to be interested. Nothing. Hey? Just like that? What else? Lin Yibai said, the first few new teammates, after hearing this gossip, because Sister Shuqin deliberately kept her mouth shut, they would all go to my brother to inquire. Don't look at Sister Shuqin's polite and skillful appearance, but in reality, she's especially willing to tease people about small things. Every time she saw my brother getting a headache from being asked by others, she would hide in the corner and snicker. Li Xiu nodded slightly, so it was like this. Then what's going on with the two of them? You guess? Lin Yibai said while smiling badly, with an expression of want to know. Come beg me, and I'll tell you. Li Xiu shook his head, giving up his intention to ask, and turned his head to look at the logistics section outside wrapping up. Lin Yibai, whose small mind was ignored, puffed up and glared at Li Xiu. Suddenly, the radio in the car resounded with a subtle zip current sound. The voice of the support squad appeared. A transcendent out-of-control incident has occurred. Please rush to the scene immediately. On the vehicle's central control screen, a guide route appeared, less than 7 kilometers away from them. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai glanced at each other and nodded, only to see Lin Yibai gently supporting her hands on the back seat, like a dexterous kitten, lightly leaping from the back seat to the driver's seat. Ignition, handbrake, gas pedal, along with the engine roaring, the vehicle sped out. On the way, the support team introduced the details. The protagonist of the runaway incident was Chen Quan's missing girlfriend, Zhou Fangfang. After Chen Quan's death, Zhou Fangfang disappeared, and the reconnaissance section thought that she might know the truth about Chen Quan's death, so they launched a search for her whereabouts. The men of the reconnaissance section may be weak in frontal combat, but when it comes to tracking traces, they are experts among experts, and in less than 4 hours, they had locked down Zhou Fangfang from a sea of people. But to everyone's surprise, the scouts, who had intended to follow Zhou Fangfang and wait for support, were somehow discovered. What was even more unexpected was that Zhou Fangfang was also a transcendent, and she was able to release scorching flames from her hands. Facing the scouts, she cast her ability without a second thought, and a fight broke out between the two sides. The scouts wore badges with them to record the engagement, and Li Xiao's feeling after watching it was rookie chickens pecking each other. The reconnaissance section's people were not mentioned, with a reconnaissance tracking ability of 100 and a combat ability of 5. Although Zhou Fangfang's transcendent ability was somewhat offensive, she couldn't use it at all, and would only yell and scream while throwing fireballs indiscriminately towards the pile of people. When she forced back the people from the recon section, she suddenly ran onto the main road, smashed the windows of a car, robbed a car, and drove off. What an Yuan City version of Give Him Love. Li Xiao casually spat. The drone was always tracking Zhou Fangfang, and as he glanced at the navigation, he would be able to block her after the next intersection. But just at this moment, boom! A violent crash came from around the corner. Lin Yibai pursed his lips and accelerated, turning the corner. She saw the car that was snatched and crashed into the isolation zone, and Zhou Fangfang, whose whole body was burning with flames, rolled and crawled out of the car. Half of her body was melting into pink liquid. Chapter 44, Human Skin Tattoo. Half of Zhou Fangfang's body was burning with flames. Obviously, the transcendent power was out of her control, and underneath the scorched skin was the body that was like grease, slowly melting and dripping. Are you guys here to kill me too? Zhou Fangfang roared in despair. She condensed fireballs in her hands and threw them towards Li Xiao. With this kind of crude technique of ability usage, he didn't even need to make an evasive blocking maneuver, and the hellish black mist swirled up a breeze, naturally extinguishing the fireball without waiting for it to get close. Lightly erasing her confident ability, Zhou Fangfang was too frightened to move. Seeing Li Xiao walking over step by step, she lost her confidence to resist and plopped down on her knees. I don't want to die. Please, A hand reached over, and Zhou Fangfang moved back, not wanting to let herself hurt anyone else. However, until that hand landed on her burning flaming shoulder, there was still not a single strand of fire that could touch Li Xiao's skin. Who? A gust of wind inexplicably blew by, accompanied by a slight chill, and the flames on Zhou Fangfang's body were forcefully suppressed. Zhou Fangfang raised her head, the corners of her mouth wriggling slightly as if she wanted to plead with Li Xiao to spare her life. Any more wishes? Li Xiao's words were like a death notice from the hospital, completely shattering her psychological barrier. It wasn't that he was scaring the other party. When the flames went out, the melting process of Zhou Fangfang's body still didn't stop. Her melting wasn't due to the out-of-control flames, but was a process from the inside out. Once again, Li Xiao sensed an extremely chaotic and disgusting transcendent force field from her body. Her body was like a slop bucket, rotting inside long before it was scorched by the flames. Unless the Special Affairs Bureau had developed the technology to mold a body out of thin air and instantly accomplish soul transfer. Otherwise, no one could save her. Even if Li Xiao forcibly froze her melted body, he could only get a frozen corpse. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Chen Quan to. Go to what? Go where? Halfway through her words, her tongue froze, as if there was a mysterious power that prohibited her from saying the next words. She wanted to bite through her fingers and write on the ground, and with her blood-stained fingers, she couldn't write a single word at all. She looked at Li Xiao in horror, as if she wanted to convey a message wordlessly. However, the blankness in Li Xiao's eyes made her feel deep despair. The melting process was accelerating, and in a few seconds, she would become a puddle of slime just like Chen Quan. In the midst of despair, Zhou Fangfang's clear face suddenly surged with ruthlessness. She condensed a fiery flame in her hand, turned around, and slashed heavily on her back. The flames burned and cut through her skin, and before she melted, she hardened and ripped off a piece of skin from her back and threw it on the ground. Li Xiao picked up the skin from her back that she threw on the ground and froze it in order to avoid melting. Zhou Fangfang couldn't say anything, she just looked at the burning sedan behind her, and the uniform on Li Xiao that was similar to that of a scout, and said sorry with her mouth. Then the glimmer in her eyes was like a light that was suddenly turned off, snapping away, never moving again, and her whole body began to melt at an even faster rate. Lin Yibai walked over and saw the human skin in Li Xiao's hand. Tattoos? On the human skin, a hideous ghost was drawn, and it could be guessed that the complete tattoo should be a picture of 100 ghosts walking at night. It was hard to imagine that Zhou Fangfang, a clear and lovely girl, would have this kind of terrifying pattern tattooed on her back. A sickening transcendent aura emanated from the tattoo. Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang, two ordinary people with no transcendent powers, suddenly awakened their transcendent powers at the same time, and died in a strange and bizarre way at almost the same time. Obviously, this is all because of this tattoo. It has the flavor of a demon, a low-ranking demon. Lin Yibai scrutinized it up and down. It's almost as if the blood of a demon was used as a pigment tattoo and a special method was used to brand this power into an ordinary person's body. Demon's blood carries its own transcendent power. This point is common knowledge as long as it is known by the Special Affairs Bureau employees, but how to graft this power onto an ordinary person's body, no one has ever really researched the results. Or rather, it is expressly forbidden to research the results. This piece of human skin tattoo, no need for the recon section to come over and analyze it with professional equipment, just by holding it, Li Xiao vaguely felt a hint of a connection across the city. Their deaths were artificially triggered. This piece of tattoo was able to give ordinary people a certain amount of transcendent power, but it was likewise a ticking time bomb. The person hiding behind it could turn the tattoo user into a solution with just a thought. Could it be the God Emperor? Besides cursing gold coins, did he have the means to tattoo? Regardless of that possibility, Li Xiao had to take a look. Following the connection of the human skin tattoo, there was no chance that he could find the real culprit. He opened the car door and sat on the passenger side, fastened his seatbelt, and twisted his head to see that Lin Yibai was still staying where he was, seemingly wanting to help Zhou Fangfang collect the corpse. Get in the car, there's no time to delay, the body will be handed over to the logistics section that rushed over to deal with it. Lin Yibai obediently sat in the driver's seat. Where are we going? To find the real culprit who triggered all this. Li Xiao handed her the human skin, but after Lin Yibai touched it, she cocked her head slightly, a blank look on her face. You can't perceive it? Lin Yibai shook her head. When Li Xiao was about to speak, the phone rang, he picked up the phone, and Uncle San's voice came from the microphone. This child's sensitivity in terms of perception is too weak to detect this weak connection between transcendent powers. Replacing it with someone from the scouting section should be able to perceive the exact location of the power link more clearly, but don't have time for that. The link is starting to break, at most 10 minutes will be broken. If you want to find the real culprit, you must hurry. It turned out that Uncle 3 had already come over, presumably not wanting to get involved in the actions of the Special Affairs Bureau, which is why he didn't show his face. Third Uncle's perception ability was far stronger than his own. Li Xiao knew this early on. Don't hang up the phone, I'll take the image I perceived and share it with you. A kind power quietly appeared, and with his eyes slightly closed, Li Xiao could still see a map of a Yuan city in his mind, and there were dozens of brightly lit dots on the map. Those were all people who had been left marked by Uncle San and were important to Li Xiao. Reopening his eyes, when Li Xiao looked at the human skin tattoo again, he was surprised to vaguely see a line full of filth that floated into the distance. Are you okay? In Lin Yibai's perspective, Li Xiao's face suddenly became grim, one hand pressed to his ear in thought. I'm fine. He pressed the communication radio on the vehicle and reported to the rear. I've found a clue to the suspected divine messenger, and I'm rushing over with Lin Yibai. Please arrange for follow-up support. The moment he heard this news, the rear support team's war room fell silent for 3 seconds. What? Please report the situation in detail. Wait, Li Xiao, are you planning to go to the God Emperor with 2 people? It's 2. A murmur appeared on the communication channel. In the next second, Lin Ke's voice appeared. You're crazy. That's the God Emperor who has continuously triggered multiple incidents of transcendent loss of control, and it's highly likely that he's a peak 5th order, or even 4th order demon. If you go over there now, you'll only lose your life for nothing. Lin Ke's furious roar echoed in the communication channel. Without the slightest hint of fear in his tone, Li Xiao calmly said, I know it'll be dangerous, but I joined the Special Affairs Bureau for this, you can't talk me out of it. Letting this opportunity go, the next time he found a clue, he didn't know when he would have to wait. Being fearful would only lead to nothing. Lin Ke on the other end of the microphone was silent. He knew it was useless for him to say anything now. Li Xiu's purpose of joining the Special Affairs Bureau was to find the God's envoy and take out the other party. Other than that, he didn't have a single bit of attachment to the Special Affairs Bureau. Violating the captain's orders? Disregarding operational discipline? Li Xiu wouldn't be Li Xiu if he practiced these things. Lin Ke was clear that Li Xiu was an absolute pragmatist, and he had a system of principles that were logically self-consistent. Moreover, Li Xiu and Lin Yibai being together, objectively speaking, was in line with the Special Affairs Bureau's requirement to operate in a minimum of 2 people and did not violate the regulations. Lin Yibai, get down from the car immediately. Lin Ke ordered. Unexpectedly, Lin Yibai said, "What? Hey! Older brother, I have a bad signal here," hanging up. She directly took off and shut down the vehicle communication, ripping off the line in the process. "Is this okay for you?" Li Xiu asked. What he had wanted was for Lin Yibai to drive him to the neighborhood, and then, he would go face the enemy alone. "I don't know if it's okay." She took out a leather band from the pocket of her tactical undershirt and tied her shoulder-length hair behind her head with a small tug. "But..." Lin Yibai turned her head, her eyes as bright as the moonlight in a midnight lake, her face a blush. "My heart is beating so fast right now." Chapter 45 White Candlelight. Don't look at Lin Yibai as if she was an idiot in love. As the youngest daughter of a rich family, she had seen too many outstanding men. Some of them were wealthy. Some of them have handsome faces and majestic bodies. There are those who are rich in knowledge and have become regular readers of major academic journals at a young age. Li Xiu's looks were not bad, but compared to the pride of heaven standing at the tip of the pyramid, it was not comparable at all. But I don't know why, with Li Xiu's side, Lin Yibai can always feel the others can't give her the throbbing. Doing what ordinary people couldn't do, deciding what ordinary people couldn't know. When she was initially saved at the hands of the flesh and blood troll, the Night Demon Crusade, pulling her out of the quagmire of despair and leading her across Lake Luowu. And now, at every moment, Li Xiu, who was mediocre in most people's eyes, radiated a dazzling light in Lin Yibai's eyes. What bureau rules, what brother's anger, she didn't want to care. She only wanted to step on the gas and remember this moment forever. Noticing the round of white light appearing in Lin Yibai's pupils, Li Xiu glanced at the dashboard and silently grabbed the safety armrest. The vehicle traveled through the city. 17 minutes and 29 seconds later. Snap. With a tiny snapping sound that only Li Xiu could hear. The human skin tattoo spread out if the link broke. At the same time, Lin Yibai turned the steering wheel violently, parking sideways in a drifting manner and leaning precisely against the side of the road. Thanks to the fact that the citizens of Anyuan didn't like the nightlife, the road was smooth and unobstructed, along with Lin Yibai stepping on the gas to the end. They finally found the enemy's hiding place before the link between the human skin tattoo and the person behind the scenes broke. Li Xiu stepped out of the car. At the end of his line of sight was a tattoo parlor that opened in an alleyway and was worn out. On both sides of the tattoo parlor were a barber store and a record store, but they had long since been emptied, and on the window were the words "store transfer," which were so big that even the owner wouldn't believe them. Next to it, there are also small advertisements for high-priced recycling, and for children. Located in the middle of the two stores' tattoo parlor is very old, the glass on the black piece, like the kitchen window, a long time did not wipe the dirt left behind. Through the dark window, a faint white light could be seen inside the tattoo parlor. The light swayed slightly, and it looked like it should be candlelight. White candlelight. Lin Yibai shivered slightly, a trace of fear spreading in her heart. Something wasn't right. Ordinary people, even Lin Yibai as a transcendentalist, her mental power was tough. As a rule, she would not be easily infected by the emotion of fear. But at this moment, she was completely unable to suppress the endless fear that welled up inside her heart, and she couldn't wait to immediately turn around and run wildly. Don't underestimate people. Lin Yibai fiercely drew a short knife from her waist, the blade flipped in her hand, turning from a positive grip to a negative one, and stabbed hard at her thigh. She was going to rely on the pain and forcefully dispel her fear. Snap. Li Xiu held her hand. A coldness instantly traveled along her wrist, and she instantly got rid of her fear. Li Xiu held Lin Yibai's hand tightly, his eyes gazing in the direction of the candle flame. Knowing that Lin Yibai was at least a transcendent who was in the middle stage of the 5th rank and specialized in melee sword techniques, she had joined the Special Affairs Bureau for more than half a year, and had experienced many crises between life and death. Not yet formally exchanged hands, just exudes out of the transcendent force field, is enough to make her almost lose the ability to resist. The guy inside was stronger than the Night Demon. Stronger by a notch. You stay away, I'll go take a look. Li Xiao said. No, I want to go in with you. Seeing that Li Xiao was going to refuse, Lin Yibai said with a rare positive look, I'm not playing with your temper, much less being capricious. In a fight between transcendents, since the defense of the physical body was always smaller than the attack, whoever could take the first move would have an absolute advantage. The reason why the Special Affairs Bureau required at least 2 people to start an operation was so that once one team member suffered an enemy attack and fell into a state of mental or physical control, the other team member would be able to support them in time, giving the injured team member time to recover. Even the strongest person needs an assistant to help keep an eye on the back. You need me. Lin Yibai spoke decisively. But Li Xiao was tempted to say that this would be dangerous for you. But the moment he locked eyes with her, he swallowed all his words. The one standing in front of him was not the foolish Lin Yibai, but a professional field officer of the Special Affairs Bureau. Refusing her assistance because of the danger was an insult to her. Li Xiao helplessly asked, It's just that you won't listen even if I say that you're not allowed to follow me in, right? Lin Yibai revealed her white teeth and said with a heated smile, Just like you ignored my brother. It's really a presentiment. After saying that, he didn't tarry any longer, raised his right hand, and the black mist suddenly expanded. Boom! The gale rolled with flying sand and stones, directly smashing all the doors and windows of the tattoo parlor into pieces. At the same time, Throwing Goblin aka Throwing Thunder Old Mother Li Xiao once again came online. He ripped off a series of high explosive flake, warm pressure, and steel ball grenades from his belt and threw them in with a brain. Li Xiao said he was going to take a look, but he never intended to be like the adventurers in the movies and TV dramas, taking his sister into the enemy's lair. Again, it was cracking puzzles and stepping on traps. Isn't it tiring? It was the guy inside the house that caused the tragedy of Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang, regardless of whether the one in the tattoo parlor was really a god's messenger or some other demon or devil. Li Xiao hooked his hand. Black Mist opened the back of the jeep and took out an RPG grenade launcher, which Li Xiao carried on his shoulder. Eat a rocket from me first. Boom boom boom. The successive explosions shook the earth and trembled with them, and the electric cars a few blocks away sounded alarms. Further away, a number of homes lit up, wanting to check what was going on. It wouldn't take long for someone to call the police, and there might even be residents from the neighborhood coming over to check out the situation. Li Xiao threw the emptied bazooka on the ground. But dealing with the closing of public opinion, that was the logistics section's business. His job was to find the demon. And then, finish it off. With a wave of his hand, the gusty wind whistled past and the smoke dispersed. Li Xiao's pupils stared. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the interior of the tattoo parlor had become a ruin. However, the only thing that was left was an old-fashioned candle lamp burning with a miserable white flame, exuding a creepy and eerie aura. Within half a meter of the flame, the tables, chairs and benches were immaculate, as if the previous explosion was just an illusion. And on the chair, quietly sat a man with his head lowered, carving a wooden sculpture. The carving knife in his hand steadily carved along the line in his heart. The palm-sized wooden sculpture gradually formed a woman's figure. The mysterious man put down the carving knife and placed the wooden sculpture in his hands on the table. Li Xiao could see clearly at this time, what he was carving was a woman with a slender figure. Just the figure and movements alone had a gentle water-like temperament. Only that face was empty, not carved with even a single slash. You guys came faster than I thought. The mysterious man raised his head. His tone was without oppression and full of friendliness, like an old friend catching up on old times. But upon seeing his face, Li Xiao's heart stopped half a beat. It was clearly a face drawn from white paper. He was a paperman. Chapter 46: The People's Iron Fist of Justice. Miserable white skin, gaudy to excessive blush, scarlet lips, and a pair of flat, lifeless eyes outlined by simple strokes. This was the most common paperman in funeral stores. But the weird thing was that its hands were human. Feeling a bit out of place? Noticing Li Xiao's line of sight, the paperman very kindly pulled out one of its hands and showed it to him. The bones were protruding, the blood was dripping, and judging by the freshness, it had been chopped off in less than 2 hours. Hands made of paper are too brittle, and those made of wood are stiff, so after trying and trying, I found that human hands are the best to use. But it's best for the hands of boys between 15 and 20, any smaller and no stronger, any older, and they're as stiff as wood. Of course, with the advantages, there are disadvantages. A pair of human hands can only be used for a dozen hours or so before they have to be replaced, otherwise they will stink and smell bad. Don't look at me like this, I'm actually more or less a bit of a clean freak. The paper person popularized the bizarre knowledge to Li Xiao. Who are you? Li Xiao could be sure that the paper man in front of him was not a god emperor in the descriptions of the night demon and the flesh and blood troll. The god emperor had been wearing a black cloak since the beginning of time, with his entire body hiding in the shadows. The paper man reinserted his hand back in, the corners of his scarlet mouth rising slightly. Oops, after all that I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. How can I put it nicely? If you're not from the Special Affairs Bureau, I don't mind telling you my real name. After all, we're the same kind of people. But now then. You can call me puppeteer. Li Xiao frowned slightly. A class of people? What do you mean? I mean, oh, sorry. The paper man gently knocked on the table, sound waves accompanied by an invisible force field spreading outwards. Instantly within a 1-kilometer radius, all electronic devices were disabled, while Lin Yibai's eyes, who was standing beside Li Xiao, abruptly lost their luster. In just an instant, a fifth-order transcendent lost consciousness without resistance. The black mist suddenly filled the air, and Li Xiao grabbed Lin Yibai's hand and tried to wake her up, but it was simply useless after several attempts. Li Xiao's is not a pure psychic perception transcendent. I am hell's ability is more than enough to protect him, but trying to extend it out to protect others is a bit of a struggle. The gate of hell appeared behind Li Xiao, his aura sword, ready to strike at any time. Don't rush, I'm only temporarily shielding her senses. When our conversation is over, the shielding will naturally be lifted. Back to the topic just now. Yes, a class of people. The puppeteer pointed at Li Xiao and said without haste, a class of people who, as long as they are willing, can get rid of their human identity at any time and take the path to becoming a god. But is really powerful. Although I can't see it, I can feel that a grand, spectacular power has descended into this world with the help of your body. The gate of hell, which was usually not visible to the onlookers at all, at this moment, drew the puppeteer's drawn eyebrows to rise high. This was the first time in as long as Li Xiao had awakened his ability that someone could actively notice the hell gate. The puppet master said, "Think it's unbelievable? It's nothing, you can do it soon if you want to. I actually noticed you the first time you struck out and took care of the flesh and blood troll. However, at that time, you had empty power but no desire for power, so I didn't choose to make contact with you. It wasn't until recently that I saw the changes in you." The puppeteer lowered his head slightly and grinned, revealing 2 rows of beast-like teeth. "You're craving more power, and I happen to know the way to help you. For some reason, I can't move easily, so I can only use this method to lure you over, and I'm really sorry for wasting some of your time." Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang were compelled by the puppeteer to accept the power of the tattoo. They used the power to gain money, but before they could enjoy it for long, their lives were manipulated by the puppet master and used to trigger a chain of events. In order to lure Li Xiao here. And the process of luring was the same process of screening. If Li Xiao didn't have enough reconnaissance and analytical skills, or lacked the necessary confidence and courage, he wouldn't have been able to find his way here, and wouldn't have been able to become one of the kind of people that the puppet master was talking about. Ha! Li Xiao let out a light laugh that was filled with sarcasm. Wasting time? He has been selflessly helped by too many people in his life: Su Xiaoya, Granny Wang on the 5th floor, the community neighborhood committee aunt, the bearded boss. People live in the world and face a lot of suffering, and in the cracks where suffering meets suffering, it's because of this weak goodwill between people that people are able to face everyday life with a smile against the heavy pressure. Chen Quan, Zhou Fangfang, and the ordinary people who died in that residential building due to the loss of control of transcendence. Among them, some were the pillars of their families, some were the mothers of their children, and some were the hopes of the whole family. Just for the sake of the puppeteer wanting to see Li Xiao, these people became innocent victims. You look angry. Because you haven't gotten rid of your human identity from the bottom of your heart, you will have empathy for your own kind. I can understand that. Once upon a time, I was like that too. The puppeteer smiled and spread its hands, calming Li Xiao's emotions as it continued. Since 5 years ago, when transcendent power swept across the globe, the major countries have realized that the past saying that all men are born equal has become a joke. The naturally awakened transcendent power has divided humanity into 3 equal classes. At the bottom, there are the ordinary people with no talent, whom I refer to as ants. The meaning of the ordinary people's existence is to create production value for the upper tier and to produce offspring, nothing more. The middle tier are guys who have awakened transcendent powers, but whose abilities are nothing more than mediocre throughout their lives. I refer to them as pets. Puppeteer pointed at Lin Yibai, who was in a trance next to him, and said with a smile, "This is a very cute pet you have here. As for the last, it's us." From the day of awakening, even if the transcendent level is not high, the gap between them and ordinary people, and ordinary transcendence has been opened. What happened today may seem incomprehensible to you. But to me, it's just picking up a few ants with a wooden stick to get your attention. In my opinion, you who are angry with me because of a few ants are truly unbelievable. Finished? Finished. Li Xiu's heartbeat became flat, but each one was extraordinarily strong. The heavy thumping sound seemed to travel along the blood, the skin, and to the outside world. It was like the war drums that sounded during an ancient battlefield engagement. I thought you had made such a mysterious row to say some tall tale before I patiently listened to your ramblings. I didn't realize it was still the last century, that mustachioed bit of Nazi populist racial excellence. Other places, even if, in this land under our feet, not popular your set of things. The black mist wrapped around Lin Yibai, and Li Xiu waved his hand and pushed, sending her 100 meters away. After you finish your words, then take some beating. Before you get beaten to death, remember the one who beat you up is. Li Xiu lightly tapped the golden badge of the Special Affairs Bureau on his chest. The people's iron fist of justice. The gates of hell opened, and the cold from the underworld surged out in an instant. Chapter 47 Fire in the Hole. 1 second, there was a calm conversation. The next second, the battle erupted steeply. The black mist was released, the temperature dropped rapidly, and the cold ice was centered on Li Xiu, approaching the puppeteer. But when it approached 1 step away from the puppet master, all the black mist and cold ice were not allowed to move an inch under the ghastly white candlelight. Li Xiu frowned slightly and raised his right hand, pointing his index finger straight at the puppet master, and his ability release level was once again raised by 1 degree. The majestic black mist dispersed in all directions, wispy and thin as a cicada's wing, seemingly less powerful than before. However, when the mist passed through the walls and the ground, it was like a knife cutting through tofu, instantly cutting out a deep trail. The black mist looked thinner, but it was actually the result of extreme cohesion of power. In an instant, countless mists surrounded the puppet master, forming an impenetrable dragnet. Swoosh! Accompanied by a faint air-breaking sound, all the mists surrounded towards the puppeteer. It's really amazing. In the face of a surefire attack, the puppet master was not only not intimidated, the 2 thick piles of redness on the paperman's cheeks seemed to have thickened a few more points. It gently tapped on the table. In an instant, the entire tattoo parlor, whether it is a broken wall or blown-up tattoo equipment, all live over. The floor, the wall wriggled, constitute a huge head, open the mouth. Before the mist attack came, first a mouthful of the puppet master swallowed. Hiss hiss hiss. The mist quickly flashed by, cutting the huge head into palm-sized shreds. But the puppet master was long gone. The ground on the other side melted and faded like a tidal wave, and the puppet master slowly rose from it, unharmed, as it raised its hands slightly. Go! Accompanied by a command from the puppet master, on the ground, the countless debris that had just been cut out by Li Xiu transformed into a butterfly full of sharp and pointed foot whiskers. The butterflies flew up, their compound eyes belonging to insects filled with scarlet and brutality, and pounced towards Li Xiu. He was about to drive the black mist to defend himself, when an invisible and shadowless thread quietly jumped along the shadows and eventually pierced into Li Xiu's brain. His mind appeared to stagnate for a split second, and all of his means of defense slowed down by half a beat. On the battlefield, this short moment was able to determine life and death. The bloodthirsty butterflies all stretched out their mouthparts, and when the originally curled mouthparts were straightened out, they were as long as an adult's small arm, with the ends glittering with a sharp, cold light. They all stabbed towards Li Xiu's body. Seeing that he was about to be pierced through by countless mouthpieces, Li Xiu violently got rid of the boundaries of thought stagnation. In the face of a death crisis, he had no more reservations, and his surging and raging transcendent force field was released in its entirety. Bang bang bang! Without the need for black mist, without the need for cold ice power, relying only on the transcendent force field that was so thick that it could almost condense into a solid body, all the bloodthirsty butterflies were all sent flying out. One by one, they smashed heavily on the ground and walls, like mosquitoes that had been swatted, leaving a circle of radiating blood. Snap! Li Xiu grabbed a slender, invisible thread at the back of his head and yanked it with force, directly ripping it off. The silk thread fluttered back into the puppeteer's hands. In less than a few breaths, the two exchanged blows several times, displaying their different extraordinary abilities. Still really powerful. The puppeteer gave a heartfelt admiration from the bottom of his heart. In the place of an ordinary transcendent, the moment my soul chain links up, it would have become my puppet. I didn't expect that for you, it was broken free after just 0 seconds of trance. Fully releasing I am hell without restraint, Li Xiu was no longer able to control the power particularly finely, and snowflakes once again drifted in the sky. 10 degrees below zero. 30 degrees. 60 degrees. The temperature in the neighborhood was still dropping rapidly, and the underground pipes were freezing and bursting open. Fortunately, this is a demolition zone to be remodeled. The residents have long since moved out and there will be no casualties. There is no room to stay, Li Xiu told himself. This is the first time since he awakened his power that he is not sure that he can defeat the enemy. In the past, opponents could be frozen into pieces and thrown into the extreme cold hell with a slight release of black mist. Even the last time he faced a peak 5th Order Night Demon, Li Xiu had never had any doubts, and if it wasn't for the sake of protecting Lin Ke and the others in the poisonous rain, he wouldn't have needed to unleash his abilities at full power at all. But the puppeteer in front of him, able to manipulate spirits, defenseless against soul threads. Puppetry that was able to change the surroundings and give short-lived life to dead things. As well as the white candle lamp that is able to resist the power of I am hell. What's it going to take to cope? Li Xiu's brain was running and analyzing at an unprecedented speed. He didn't realize that his eyes, which were always flat and dull, began to gradually burn with a flame. This flame was fueled by anger at the death of innocents, contempt for the puppeteer, but more than that, it was excitement that originated from instinct. Perhaps the puppet master was right. To a certain extent, Li Xiu and the puppeteer were one of a kind, and unusual opponents simply couldn't stir up their excitement. Even if it was Lin Ke or the top brass of the Special Affairs Bureau, they were higher than Li Xiu when it came to the transcendent rank, so Li Xiu might not be their opponent for the time being. But Li Xiu was clear that as long as he raised his transcendent equivalent rank and unlocked more hells, they wouldn't be his opponent. It would be a bit Versailles to say the least, and this faded sense of invincibility had always caused Li Xiu to lack interest in battles between transcendents. Until today. Fighting a human machine isn't as interesting as fighting a real person, right? The puppeteer seemed to have seen through Li Xiu's heart and laughed maniacally as he crossed his arms and an invisible, heavy transcendent force field was released. After a moment of silence, the entire building moved. Pairs of arms, blades, and guns stretched out, the earth collapsed, the houses deformed, and even the air seemed to have a will of its own, moving away from Li Xiu in droves, turning his surroundings into an absolute vacuum. Puppetry technique, everything manipulation. At this moment, the entire world was against Li Xiu. However, the puppeteer was able to manipulate the world, but he was unable to control the tiny snowflakes falling in the sky. One by one, the puppets that came to life were frozen in droves without waiting to get close to Li Xiu. The power of I am hell and the transcendent power that awakened the puppets collided and obliterated each other, and in the end, all the puppets lost all their activity and reverted back to dead things. Li Xiu raised his hand, and dozens of black mists grazed the protective range of the ghastly white candle lamps and nailed onto the ground under the puppeteer's feet. The black mist gathered into filaments and condensed in Li Xiu's hand. He gave a strong tug with his left hand. The ground was lifted, pulling the puppeteer along with its candlelight protection range. A dozen or so slim, transparent soul chains shot outward from the puppet master's paper human body, trying to immobilize himself and take advantage of the situation to counterattack. With a single thought, Li Xiu's mist whistled through and cut off all the soul chains. The puppets that were summoned all became dead, the soul chains broke, and the puppet master no longer had any other method for a moment, but could only watch himself fly towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu's right fist was clenched. The transcendent force field coalesced in his fist, and the air around the fist blade twisted and distorted under the massive power. When the power built up to its limit, the puppeteer came before him at the same time. Li Xiu exhaled a breath, his whole body in the most comfortable and natural way. Swung the heaviest punch. Buzz. The fist plunged into the white candlelight range, as if it had hit the middle of a quagmire, and its power was being weakened by leaps and bounds. Blocking Li Xiu's surefire strike wasn't without cost. The candle's burning speed was like it was pressed 12 times faster. At this speed, it would burn out in a second at most. Was it worth it to consume a bizarre treasure just to block Li Xiu's punch? A bizarre smile blossomed on the puppeteer's terrifying paper face as he opened his mouth wide and countless scarlet soul chains gushed out from his mouth. It was too worth it. This second, it would be able to complete the soul docking with Li Xiu at close range. At such a close distance, Li Xiu couldn't dodge at all, and at that time, he would become the puppeteer's true puppet. Just when the puppeteer was feeling smug in his heart, a crazy swept in. Lin Yibai, who should have been 100 meters away, appeared between the warring duo. How is that possible? This time, even the puppet master was shocked. Lin Yibai's eyes were still blank, obviously his spirit was still in a state of being trapped, but there was no need for spiritual guidance. When he saw that Li Xiu was in danger, this body moved on its own. Lin Yibai heavily stepped on the ground, and power was transferred along the earth to her hands. Her left hand gripped the sheath of the blade tightly, and her right hand hovered over the hilt. Battling blade moonlight slash. Bright moonlight appeared, and with just one slash, the scarlet soul chains spewing out of the puppet master's mouth were cut off in every way possible. Thud. The puppeteer backhanded a punch that heavily struck Lin Yibai's abdomen, sending her flying out. The ice coldness in Li Xiu's eyes became even more intense. I haven't lost yet, the puppet master said with a smile. With the protection of the miserable white candlelight, Li Xiu's punch full of anger couldn't hurt it. However, a pair of arms that were even more miserably white than the candlelight coalesced out from the black mist. The hands covered the candle flame, blocking all the light. The puppet master's movements froze. If I say I'll let you taste the iron fist, I can't go back on my word. Li Xiu and the puppeteer were only half a step away from each other as he stared into the puppeteer's eyes and said, I have always spoken and counted. The cold and heavy fist smashed heavily on the paperman's face. Boom! The bizarre smile on the paperman's face was completely torn into pieces. Chapter 48, Metaphors. With just one punch, the puppeteer's body was exploded. The whole body looked like rags as it exploded from the inside, flying a dozen meters away and smashing into the wall. Li Xiu shook off his hand, the excitement of defeating a strong enemy not in his eyes. The moment he personally touched the other party, he sensed that this body, the paperman, was not the other party's original body. Its strength, speech, and movements were all driven by the heart location, a wooden sculpture. At this moment, the puppeteer's chest collapsed, and the wooden sculpture was exposed and covered in cracks. That was brilliant, Li Xiu, you really aren't an ordinary person. The puppeteer laughed loudly. Li Xiu walked over and grabbed its tattered head. Third uncle, can you sense where its main body is? In the darkness of the alley, there was a click, and a silver white lighter gushed out a faint flame, reflecting the mature vicissitudes of Uncle San's face. No, his technique is subtle, there's no way to trace it in reverse. Replacing it with that line of causality from the Special Affairs Bureau might be possible, but by the time the line of causality rushes over, it will have long since run away. As soon as Uncle San's words were finished, the puppeteer's paper body sprang into flames and began to spontaneously combust, looking like it wouldn't take long before it burned out. It was planning to delete its number and run away. It was a pleasure meeting you today. That underworld fire candle lamp will be used as a meeting gift. The method of use: I wrote a sticky note and glued it underneath the candle lamp. The underworld fire candle lamp was the white candle lamp that stopped Li Xiu's attack before. Li Xiu picked up the underworld fire candle lamp from the ground and turned it over, and there was indeed a sticky note stuck to the bottom with the operation steps written on it. Gather transcendent power in your fingertips and touch the candle wick to light the candle lamp. Each time you use it, at the end of it, offer 3 kilograms of blood and a piece of fresh liver as an offering for the candle lantern. When the candle burns out and the underworld fire candle lamp loses its effect, please shatter it immediately and bury it 5 meters deep in the ground. In 3 short sentences, the method of use, the cost, and the follow-up arrangement measures were introduced, and it was evident that the puppet master had truly taken the underworld flame candle lamp as a meet and greet gift. However, Li Xiu and the puppeteer's sights simultaneously fell on the candle that was only less than an inch long. Just now, Li Xiu's punch had almost completely burned the candle clean, leaving only this much left. The puppet master smiled awkwardly. You can't blame me for this, who made you too powerful? Then, as a gift for meeting you, I'll attach another message to you. You've been dealing with the God Emperor recently, right? You have news about the Divine Messenger? Li Xiu's expression turned serious for a moment. Of course I do, that fellow has been very active lately. It's planning a grand event and wants to invite me along. I didn't think it was worthy of working with me, so I declined. However, unworthy as it is, its tactics are still a bit of a nuisance, and its activities would not be good for me if they were to unfold properly. Intuition tells me. There is only one word of caution I can give you. When the boots burn with the brightest flames, and Yuan will be plunged into eternal darkness. Li Xiu frowned slightly. What do you mean? Don't look at me like that, I'm not a riddler, these are the original words of the God's envoy, I'm just paraphrasing them to you. As for the true meaning behind the metaphor, it's up to you to decipher it. The words have been spoken, the fight has been fought, so. The puppeteer strained and wobbled as it rose from the ground. The flames burning in its body grew more and more intense, and amidst the roaring flames, it looked like a theater actor on a stage, bending towards Li Xiao in a final salute. I look forward to seeing you next time. The flames suddenly grew larger, burning the paper man into pieces of ash, and the puppet master dashed away without a trace. A rush of air came in, and the world felt like it had been rinsed, the distorted feeling of everything being manipulated gone. Li Xiao waved his hand and the gates of hell closed. After the last snowflakes drifted down in the sky, the temperature began to gradually rise. Recalling the short but thrilling battle just now. It's really a tough one. And what was released was really just a paper puppet, not a real body. When he initially engaged the puppeteer, even though he was wearing a paper human face, the transcendent power emanating from him was very thick and massive, and during the engagement, the power was meticulously controlled. None of this was like something a puppet could do. Transcendent power could sometimes bring about irreversible changes in appearance, and Li Xiao had thought that the puppeteer had turned into this inhuman appearance because of his awakened power. But now, it seemed that either he had a special ability that allowed him to perfectly realize remote manipulation, or his level was stronger than it appeared. At least 4th rank. Another god envoy and a puppeteer. When did the tiny and Yuan city become so lively? Li Xiao walked over to the collapsed wall, peeled back the shattered masonry, and dug out the gray-haired Lin Yibai. Facing the unconscious Lin Yibai, Li Xiao thought for a moment and utilized his lifelong medical knowledge. Pinched her middle. Lin Yibai opened her eyes, her trance-like pupils gradually coming into focus. It really worked? This time, it was Li Xiao's turn to be shocked. Li Xiao? Where's that paper monster? Lin Yibai leaned in Li Xiao's arms with a half-asleep look, her mind seemingly not fully awake yet. I just had a dream that you were in danger, and then rushed up and fought that paper man away. Li Xiao checked that there were no external injuries on her body, slightly relieved, and said in a tone of coaxing a child. That's right, it was knocked away by you. Really? Well, aren't I great then, he. She let out a silly giggle. Yes, you're the best. Li Xiao coaxed her. Lin Yibai's mental state was a bit abnormal, as if she had turned into a small child, and her spirit was in a state where she was very dependent on bystanders. Li Xiao guessed that this was the puppet master's ability. The person who was inflicted with the ability would lose the ability to think on their own and follow the puppet master's orders in everything. The sound of sirens approached, and 2 police officers got out of the car. As soon as they got out of the car, they couldn't help but rub their arms. Li Xiao had dispersed the power of the extreme cold hell, but it would take some time for the nearby temperature to recover. Don't move, put down that girl. A young police officer with a rich sense of justice, seeing Li Xiao holding Lin Yibai, thought he was an outlaw and intimidated him in a loud voice. Li Xiao put his hand into his arms and was about to take out his documents. Suddenly, a whistling gale appeared in the sky, and several people looked up to see a helicopter traveling rapidly and hovering above their heads. Accompanied by a 7-colored glow, Su Xiaoya, who wore sunglasses and finger tigers on both hands, fell from the sky and crashed violently to the ground. Another graceful silhouette is much more dynamic. A bright red silk ribbon fell, her whole person as if no weight, with the ribbon slowly floating down. The last person, 9 silver needles in the air condensed into a short sword. Cheng Shuqin feet on the short sword, like a sword fairy landing. Special Affairs Bureau Field Team 2, Su Xiaoya, Sister Katsi, and the closest Cheng Shuqin, as support came in the first hour. There were a host of subsequent support that were on their way. Su Xiaoya domineeringly took out his credentials and waved them in front of several police officers. The Special Affairs Bureau is on business, idlers evade. Cheng Shuqin smiled apologetically towards the police officers. A few of you please go back first. If you don't feel at ease, you can call your direct. No, call your director for advice. It's very unsafe here right now. Rich sense of justice. Young police officers still want to say something. Do not wait to open their mouths. Directly by the side of the older police officer forcefully pulled back to the car. Brother, don't we care? What kind of people are these? The older police officer said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do you think that what people say not safe is to put you off? Remember old son who went crazy half a year ago? He just didn't believe in evil and had to investigate some unsafe things, and the results. And they were? All said don't ask, you kid, go back and I'll treat you to a midnight snack. The police car drove away, and the scene was left to the Special Affairs Bureau personnel. Su Xiaoya looked at Lin Yibai who was lying down in Li Xiao's arms. Although he was a bit upset with the first team, it was a product under healthy competition. Everyone was at least comrades in arms in life and death, and that bit of displeasure was limited to mere lip service, seeing Lin Yibai in this state. He couldn't help but sniff his nose and asked with a slight nasal tone, "Brotherly, are we late?" Sister Kotzi's elbow violently disliked him, blah blah blah, what are you talking about? Cheng Shuqin half squatted down to check Lin Yibai's condition, and after a few seconds, she said, "It's just an adverse reaction after being infected by the mind, it's okay, others might have a hard time for a few days, but if little Yibai." Mind infections were almost terminal for people who had many thoughts and looked ahead. The distracting thoughts that were once pressed in the bottom of the heart would turn into a thorny vine under the mind infection, wrapping itself around the soul to death. However, with Lin Yibai's simple to somewhat one-sided mind, "I guess it'll be fine in another 10 minutes or so." Confirming that Lin Yibai was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they have the presence of mind to observe the scene, the almost collapsed building, the cracked ground, the blown-off water pipes. Su Xiaoya swallowed his saliva. "Brotherly, are you planning to raise the entire neighborhood?" Chapter 49 Merit Value. Waiting for Lin Yibai to regain her senses, Li Xiao recounted what happened tonight to them. The second support squad disbanded on their own after hearing that there was no danger at the scene. Lin Ke, who was busy with another mission, called over and scolded Li Xiao and Lin Yibai. As a result, the two people who were scolded, one would only laugh stupidly and the other simply pretended to be deaf. Lin Ke couldn't wait to come over in a helicopter right away and beat these two up one by one. He was angry not because Li Xiao and Lin Yibai didn't follow orders, but because they didn't take their lives seriously. Lin Yibai was, not to mention, his own sister. Li Xiao was recruited in by him, and if something really happened, suppose one day Li Xiao's parents came back, how would Lin Ke explain to them? Ensuring the lives of his teammates was Lin Ke's primary responsibility as captain. He didn't want to see any more of his teammates die, and he didn't want to add new shadow players to his battlefield commanders. Hanging up on Lin Ke's call, Li Xiao rubbed his ears and asked Cheng Shuqin, "Isn't he a soldier? I thought soldier brothers were all short and concise, he talks too much." Old Lin is like that, it's inevitable that he's dense with words when it comes to people he cares about. Cheng Shuqin said with a smile. The logistics and security teams entered the scene and began to clean up the scene and organize the suspicious items. Li Xiao picked up the underworld fire candle lamp. "This thing is my trophy, I don't need to turn it in, right?" Su Xiaoya came over and scrutinized the underworld fire candle lamp. "Brotherly, this is a cursed item, right? It doesn't look like the grade is low." Sister Kazi also came over to look at it and said enviously, "It is indeed a cursed item, at least of the 5th rank. Whether you want to turn it in or not, it still depends on your needs." The so-called cursed items were some special props with mysterious powers that appeared with the mysterious awakening of the world. For example, a small scarecrow, labeled with a name and pierced with a nail, could curse the owner of the name. Another example is a dagger that will cause blood to flow to death as long as it stabs the enemy, even if it's a tiny little cut. Cursed items have all sorts of mysterious powers that are no less than those of the supernatural, and are more direct and pure. But with the word cursed, it means that it is not the kind of thing that can be used safely. Each cursed item carries a special curse. Each cursed item carries a special curse, either a negative effect that causes flesh to rot, or a mental madness. Or it requires blood sacrifice and slaughter of innocents. In short, the use of each cursed item was often accompanied by bloodshed. Even so, a cursed item would be sought after whenever it appeared in the transcendent realm. After all, it represented an ability unknown to the enemy, an undercurrent to death. The Special Affairs Bureau's bloodline weapon was likewise considered a type of cursed item, except that its negative effect was fixed as a curse that did not kill. A non-bloodline connected owner could not function properly. Sister Keiko explained, "We work in the Bureau, and based on the number and level of incidents of removing transcendent out-of-control events, corresponding merit values will be issued to the system's back-end personal account. The merit value can be used to exchange for different items, permissions, and when accumulated to a certain level, it can also be exchanged for cursed items. Of course, it usually takes several years of work unless an earth-shattering event is made. But other than merit value, there is another way to obtain cursed items." Sister Keiko pointed to the underworld flame candle lamp in Li Xiao's hand. "Bartering for items. I see." Li Xiao nodded. He had joined the Special Affairs Bureau less than half a month full. These days, he was busy studying for online courses and reviewing for final exams, so he didn't have any extra time to study the Special Affairs Bureau's backstage system. He planned to go back and study it to see what things the underworld flame candle lamp could be used to exchange. Taking advantage of the time for Lin Yibai's mental state to recover, Li Xiu sat in the corner and rested while reviewing tonight's battle. The Paperman puppet was a rare flagging opponent, and he had to tense his nerves the entire time he was engaged in battle, unable to relax halfway. Li Xiu believed that his opponent was the same, even if the main body hiding in the back was stronger. The paper puppet fighting him was still at the peak level of the 5th rank. In order to fight back and forth with Li Xiu, the puppeteer was also doing his best to maneuver. And just at the most critical moment of the engagement, the pair of miserable white woman arms that appeared out of nowhere. Li Xiu fell into reminiscence. A long time ago, he had discovered that pair of inexplicably appearing arms, that seemed to appear only when he had large emotional fluctuations. At one time, Li Xiu took it as a derivative power of the extreme cold hell. It was like snowflakes that appeared out of nowhere. But today, during the fight with the puppeteer, Li Xiu felt for the first time a discovery that he had never felt before. Along with the appearance of those arms, a power surged out of the cold building located in the corner of the extremely cold hell, the only cold building that was not under his control. So the arms that have helped me so many times actually came from that mysterious cold ice building? What exactly is this cold ice building? On the one hand, it refuses my control, and won't let me even if I want to look at it or touch it. On the other hand, it helped me at critical moments, repeatedly blocking enemy attacks for me. What kind of green tea trope of rejecting and welcoming is this? Li Xiu couldn't figure it out, and he wanted to go into the extremely cold hell, knock on the door, and ask for a clear explanation. But it wasn't true that he had been exercising his strength these days, and he was still a bit short of being able to touch the cold buildings. If only a few night demons and flesh trolls could fall from the sky. Just as Li Xiu was rambling, 100 kilometers away from the demolition area, a certain villa area in Yuan City. It's really good, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. A man who was about 35 years old and had a handsome appearance stretched his waist comfortably. He was very well dressed, with pure white suit pants and vest, a silk striped shirt inside, and a navy blue neckerchief tied around his neck. The man gave off a comfortable aura, with a pair of black and white eyes that had the vigor and curiosity belonging to a young man, as well as the wisdom and composure of a middle-aged male. There was an exquisite model on the table, and it looked like it was purely handmade. If Li Xiu was here, he would be able to recognize the location in the model at a glance. It was the previous tattoo parlor, and the several thumb-sized figurines inside were none other than him, Lin Yibai, and the others. This man was the puppeteer who had just fought with Li Xiu. He gently tapped on the table and whispered to himself, the seats have already been planted, and with Li Xiu around, the God Envoy's plan shouldn't succeed. And after the God Envoy is defeated, that organization behind him will probably die down for a while, so it won't affect my arrangements. However, Li Xiu is a hidden danger, despite having crossed paths. The puppeteer revealed a distressed expression, then laughed out helplessly. Still haven't been able to determine the core characteristics of his ability. He still seems to be hiding something. Is he in fear? Worried that fully unleashing his ability would bring about some sort of change? The puppet master silently projected. Bang bang bang. Outside the tightly closed study, a heavy knock came from the door, and along with the knock, a putrid odor, if any, wafted in. Puppeteer interrupted his thoughts and rubbed his cheeks, putting on a gentle smile. Come on, come on. He opened the door and lowered his head as a small figure jumped up and hugged his leg. It was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl, whose eyebrows seemed to have a few resemblances to puppeteers, powdered and adorable. However, it was such a cute little girl. At this moment, a large amount of dirty blood was flowing out of her belly, emitting the stench of a corpse. Daddy, the belly is rotten. The puppet master didn't care that his pure white clothes were soiled by the sewage, as he picked up his little daughter and touched the tip of his nose with her affectionately. It's okay, Daddy will get you a new one. Yeah, so it won't stink. Yeah, our baby smells the best and is the cutest. Puppeteer hugged his daughter and walked out of the study. Like he said to Li Xiu, human limbs were the most suitable for making puppets. Unfortunately, each one had a shelf life. Fortunately, the most this world has is the bodies of useless people. He hugged his daughter and walked down the steps to the basement. Chapter 50, Putting on a Paste. The downstairs basement of the puppeteer villa. The floor was clear and spotless. A wonderful young girl was lying quietly on the operating table, her whole body without a piece of silk, her youthful and fresh body exposed under the shadowless lamp. She seemed to have been injected with some kind of neurological agent. Her consciousness remained awake, but her body was motionless. Only her eyeballs were able to move from side to side in a strained manner, looking for a way to escape. Click, click, click. The sound of boots on steps appeared, each one felt like it was stepping on the young girl's chest, and her eyelids fluttered slightly with it. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, will it be a bit cold?" The puppeteer's voice was gentle, and he carefully turned the air conditioning up to 28 degrees. It would have been better if he hadn't pushed over a handful of surgical and cutting props, but instead afternoon tea and pastries. He came over and thoughtfully held the young girl's head upright, and ruffled the hair from her forehead, revealing a slightly youthful, pretty face. He opened the scalpel box, selected the most suitable blade from it, and fixed it on the scalpel handle. The movements were skillful, just like a professional surgeon. While carefully making preparations, he said in a calm, reassuring tone, "I know you're scared, and for that, I guess all I can say is sorry. If I could, I'd love to inject you with anesthesia and let you die in a painless environment, although I said something like that to Li Xiao. I personally don't like abusing ants. When it comes to empathy, I'm more or less the same." Puppeteer said as the blade descended with precision, slicing through the skin. Unfortunately, there's no way around it, just like there are abilities that have to be activated on a rainy day, and there are abilities that only work on dark nights. In the case of my ability, it's fine against dead things like wood and paper, but with humans, it has to cause you enough pain to work. It's like a chef cooking seafood, you can't freeze it, you can't kill it in advance, you have to kill it now to make it fresh enough. My ability, pretentious as it is even more pretentious than those so-called gourmets. So, no way. His movements were precise and swift, and even though he was doing the most insane act, his eyes were still clear and clean, without the slightest hint of madness, not to mention guilt, pity, and other irrelevant emotions. What emotions would a human have when killing a fish? A few minutes later, a corpse was left on the operating table. The puppeteer beckoned, and his youngest daughter snapped over to him. "Is sister asleep?" "No, she's dead. Besides, she doesn't deserve to be called a sister to you, she's just an aunt." The daughter cocked her head, seemingly understanding. At her young age, she could not yet comprehend her father's words. But with time, sooner or later, this notion would be etched into her brain like a brand. She opened her arms and allowed the puppeteer to lift her belly open, placing the fresh organs removed from the young girl's body into her body one by one, and taking out the rotting ones. "There, that smells good again." Hearing her father's words, the daughter broke into a smile and opened her arms. "Fragrant." Puppeteer hugged his daughter and walked up the steps. "Although there is no sister, Dad met a brother today. When you get better, we'll go meet him together, okay?" The site cleanup was left to the logistics section. Su Xiaoya and Sister Katsi volunteered to stay behind and assist in the scene investigation work, just in case there was an ambush by the puppet master other. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai had gone through the basic inspection, and there were no hidden dangers for the time being. However, considering the terrifying manipulation ability of the puppeteer, it was decided that it was better to return to the bureau to get the specialized equipment and ability of the medical section to conduct a detailed examination. Cheng Shuqin, who was about to return to the bureau, drove them back together. Cheng Shuqin drove much more steadily than Lin Yibai, not rushing, hardly feeling the inertia between stopping and accelerating. After Lin Yibai experienced a period of time in a state of stupidity, she finally came to her senses halfway through the drive. And the pain came along with it. She was paralyzed on the seat back, not daring to move a muscle. "Are you okay?" Li Xiao asked. "Not good." Lin Yibai strained to turn her head, and her large eyes were tearful and full of water. "It hurts like hell." When Lin Yibai got involved in the fight, the battle between Li Xiao and the puppeteer went into white heat, with both sides not holding back. It could be said that she had eaten the full force of the puppet master's blow. The reason why it was only a flesh wound was purely because Lin Yibai's skin was solid and durable. If it was an ordinary person, she would have already become a puddle of flesh. Taking advantage of waiting for the traffic light, Cheng Shuqin, who was driving in front, took out a pair of ointments from the box she was carrying and handed them to the back. "Xiao Yibai's injury I see over, not serious. This is the bureau's specially developed bruise cream, paste it on and it will be fine tomorrow. But slightly side effects." "What side effects?" Lin Yibai asked. "It will increase your appetite for a few consecutive days, and you will inevitably gain a few pounds. With Xiao Yibai's recovery power, even if you don't use it, it will naturally heal in 2 or 3 days." "I'll use it," Lin Yibai said without even thinking. As for a huge increase in appetite? Which meal didn't she eat until she was 12 points full before stopping? Lin Yibai received the ointment, and as soon as she uncovered it, a strong fragrance wafted through the carriage, and Li Xiao even felt a faint trace of transcendent power from it. It was not a mere potion, but a product of transcendental power mixed with modern medicine. Lin Yibai took off her uniform jacket, and she was wearing a black t-shirt inside, which would be slightly tight for ease of movement. Her upper body was very well proportioned, the only thing that was too fierce was the undulation of her chest, so that people's eyes couldn't help but fall up. Li Xiao twisted his head with perseverance and pretended to look around at the scenery outside the window. As a result, he found that because it was pitch black outside and the car window glass was reflective, he was instead enjoying Lin Yibai's body at a more obscure angle. Lin Yibai took the plaster and compared it to her back, and since the injury was just right in the middle, she found out how she couldn't stick it on. So, she reached out with her hand, looking like a small child asking her parents for pocket money. Li Xiao, help me paste it. I am not appropriate, right, Sister Shuqin, why don't you come? Shang Shuqin did not turn around, faintly said, I cannot, driving, now the highway, not convenient to park. Her tone was bland, however, with her back to Li Xiao and Lin Yibai, a bad smile had long surfaced on her face. Lin Yibai was right, she was casual and light-hearted on the surface, but in reality, she was more or less a bit wicked. Li Xiao didn't guess Chang Shuqin's thoughts, his entire attention was attracted by the corner of Lin Yibai's slightly lifted coat. Black as ink clothes and white as snow skin, the overfullness of her breasts and the slenderness of her waist, a strong contrasting contrast, so much so that Li Xiao forgot to breathe as he watched. Here please. Lin Yibai pointed to the center of her back waist, where two shallow waist sockets slightly changed shape as she moved. Until this moment, Li Xiao didn't even think about breathing, took a big breath, and with a heartbeat, aimed at her waist and put the plaster on it. OMG. Pain, pain, pain. The miserable scream that Lin Yibai let out washed away the charming atmosphere. Li Xiao was slightly relieved, and in just a few seconds of work, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Worried that Lin Yibai was in too much pain, he used his fingers to gently press the plaster to make it fit the skin better. Through a thin layer of plaster, Li Xiao's fingers felt the elasticity of her skin, and for the first time, he realized that the touch of his fingers would be so sensitive. At first, Lin Yibai was still screaming in pain, but gradually, she felt the hotness of Li Xiao's fingertips, her voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, she lowered her head in silence. The exposed white neck, cherry blossom pink. The music on the radio changed to a Hungarian round dance at some point. Shang Shuqin fingers gently tapping the steering wheel, narrowed eyes filled with the word pleasure. Chapter 51, Logistical Commissions. Back at the Special Affairs Bureau, after a round of meticulous examinations, dozens of doctors in white coats with thinning hair who looked very professional at first glance issued their conclusions. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai were extremely healthy. They could eat a pig and a cow. After confirming her health, Lin Yibai found a restroom, washed up, and laid down in less than 3 seconds before the sound of even breathing came. Eat until you're full, sleep by putting down all burdens. This was her attitude towards life, never being bothered by annoying things. After completing the examination, Li Xiao was not half sleepy. Yesterday, she had experienced too many things, starting with the final exams, being caught by Su Xiaoya at the party, the tragedy of Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang, and finally the puppet master. It seems that the final exams, which gave countless college students a headache, was the most insignificant thing. Li Xiao mentally spat. He sat on a chair in the lounge, opened the computer that came with the room, and entered the Special Affairs Bureau's employee system. The underworld flame candle lamp was casually thrown on the table by him. This thing had just been sent for inspection, and after confirming that there were no hidden eavesdropping devices or traps, the research and development section had resent it to Li Xiao. When Li Xiao logged into the system's backend and clicked on the personal interface, there was already information about the underworld fire candle lamp in there. He first looked at the merit value he possessed, 1200. So little? After checking the backstage records, he realized that the two actions that Li Xiao had taken before joining the Special Affairs Bureau, the Night Demon and the Flesh and Blood Troll, weren't able to be converted into merit value. The 1,200 points of merit value, respectively, came from catching the newly awakened runaway teenager, Zhao Xian, 100 points. Solving Chen Quan and Zhou Fangfang, the mysterious leakage crisis, 400 points. Defeating the puppeteer's doppelganger, 700 points. The calculation of this merit value was handled by the logistics section, and there was a whole set of extremely complicated formulas, roughly related to the enemy's rank, the number of potential casualties, the number of people saved, and other values. 1,200 points of merit value, say not too much, say not. Actually quite little. There are roughly 3 things that can be exchanged for merit value. Operational supplies category, such as vehicle modification parts, weapons and equipment in line with personal habits, and so on. Logistics service category, such as asking the logistics section to help investigate things, aka going to advance some personal private matters of course, within the scope of legal compliance. Lastly, there were the cursed items. With Li Xiu's authority, cursed items of the 4th order and above could not be viewed, and cursed items below the 5th order, which were organized by the Special Affairs Bureau, could be exchanged externally for a total of 346 of them. The abilities of the cursed items dazzled Li Xiu, and the corresponding side effects were also varied. The most terrifying one was that after using it, the user would be hunted down by unkillable spirits for 24 hours, so he really didn't know how the user was going to survive. There were also more comical side effects, such as the fact that after using it, the user would let out an incredibly smelly fart every 5 minutes. In all, Li Xiu looked from beginning to end for a long time. The cheapest cursed items all cost more than 100,000 merit values, so it could be said that they didn't have half the relationship with him. Unless Li Xiu chose to put the underworld flame candle lamps on the shelves and exchange them for merit value or directly barter for them. Doing what he said. When the underworld fire candle lamp was handed over to the research and development section for inspection, it had already been entered into Li Xiu's personal file. He clicked on submit under the information of the underworld candle lamp, and a message immediately popped up in the background, indicating that the underworld candle lamp was being valued. With its protection ability, even if there were only a few chances left, it could still be sold for at least 100,000 or so merits. After doing this, Li Xiu glanced at the cursed item interface with reluctance, and finally closed the interface and opened the logistic services category. Li Xiu took a deep breath, and with slightly trembling hands, he wrote his request in the logistic service request field. Please help me find my parents. The required merit value will be deducted from the selling price of the underworld flame candle lamp. He would love to have a powerful cursed item, but more than these external items, his missing parents would always be the thing Li Xiu cared about the most. Just because he couldn't find clues to something didn't mean others couldn't. With the help of the Special Affairs Bureau's country-based information network, it might be possible to find clues from 6 years ago. The content was confirmed to be correct. Enter, submit. The simple action of hitting the keyboard was like draining Li Xiu's strength. He leaned back in his chair, his brain inexplicably blank, not wanting to think, not daring to think. If you find it, the result. If he couldn't find it, does that mean? He shook his head and tried to interrupt his thoughts, only to get tangled up in them. The whole person was like a sugar man, wrapped up in all kinds of sticky and unclear thoughts. He was a little envious of Lin Yibai next door, sleeping through the night, open and honorable. Ding! The backstage system beeped, and Li Xiu clicked on it. I'm sorry, your application to bid on the underworld fire candle lamp has been rejected. Look again at the dismissed person is. Link. Li Xiu looked at his watch, 3 o'clock in the morning. Did this big brother really evolve away from sleep? He took a screenshot of the dismissal message, opened the message window, and sent it to Lin Ke. A few seconds later, it showed that the other party had read it and was in the process of typing. Lin Ke, this item can save your life once, don't sell it, because of the number of times limit, the merit value from selling it is not enough to exchange it for a curse item of the same strength, it's not worth it. As for the cost of finding your family, I'll help you out. Li Xiu thought about it and replied, no, this is too much trouble for you. Looking for 2 people that still disappeared 6 years ago. Who knew how long it would take to find them and how much merit value it would cost? Thinking of the way Li Xiu and Lin Yibai grouped up to violate the order today, Lin Ke tapped the keyboard and replied, you've already caused me trouble, so just don't keep troubling me, and just accept it without worry. Moreover, during the last night demon operation, as the captain, he was so seriously injured that he needed to be rescued by Li Xiu. He had also given Li Xiu trouble a long time ago. Lin Ke always felt that he owed Li Xiu a favor, and if he could, he hoped to help Li Xiu a little. After Li Xiu's end had read, there was no response for a long time, but it kept showing that it was being typed. After a while, Li Xiu sent a smiley face, thank you leader, love you love you. Lin Ke, who was drinking tea, almost spat out a mouthful of water. Sending a middle-aged emoji of happy cooperation, the two ended the conversation. After taking care of the matter of finding his parents, Li Xiu felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. It might not be accurate to say that it was lifted, but rather, it should be said that he was able to take a short break, and had the energy to lift his head and look into the distance, and had the extra energy to think about something in the future. He shut down the computer, washed up, and lay down on the bed, following the example of Lin Yibai next door, trying to empty his brain to sleep. I don't know if he was really too tired or if it was Lin Yibai's magical magic, Li Xiu really fell asleep in a few minutes. clean sleep, without a trace of dreams, 6 o'clock in the morning, without a trace of drowsiness, natural wakefulness. After getting up, he washed and brushed his teeth, and then did a set of radio gymnastics by the bedside. This was a habit that Li Xiao had deliberately developed in order to exercise his body in the cheapest and most convenient way. His parents were not around, and with his savings, once he went to the doctor, not only would he incur large expenses, but it would also affect his classes and part-time job. After radio gymnastics, he went to the cafeteria and ate a full meal, and also packed rations for lunch and evening portions. A perfect day. Li Xiao thought, carrying the whole day's rations out the door. He walked out of the Special Affairs Bureau's entrance, and then he encountered a familiar teenager. Zhao Xian, who was wearing a school uniform, was squatting on the street corner. The moment their eyes collided, a thought inexplicably arose in Li Xiao's heart. It seems like something troublesome is coming? Chapter 52: The Coolest Person. Before he could say anything, a dark intuition told Li Xiao. This teenager who once tried to elope with his teacher was squatting him. Li Xiao looked around, didn't find Zhao Xian's parents, and Mr. Su was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had come alone. Zhao Xian, who was squatting on the ground, stood up. Li Xiao walked over, originally wanted to ask what's the matter, but seeing Zhao Xian's frozen red cheeks, he took out a big steaming meat bun from the breakfast bag he was carrying and handed it over. Have you eaten? No. Zhao Xian took the bun and took a big bite. The sizzling gravy scalded his tongue. Li Xiao took out another packet of soy milk from the bag and handed it to him, and he gulped down a half bag before he could slow down. Zhao Xian's silly smile appeared on his face again, which still had half of the spirit that he had when he eloped with Mr. Su. Li Xiao ignored the dirt and walked a few steps, finding a step to sit down. Zhao Xian followed close behind and sat next to him. Ran away from home again? Or did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Neither. Zhao Xian ate the last bite of his bun, his oil-covered hands fumbling in the air for a while, and finally took out a test paper from his school bag and wiped it clean on it. My dad and I made a deal that we'll only interact with Mr. Su in a teacher-student relationship until we graduate from our senior year of high school. After college, if I still have feelings, I'll try to fall in love. When I graduate from college and still plan to be with Teacher Su, they won't care. Li Xiao nodded. Nice ending, things are settled. What are you looking for me for? Brotherly, I have an unkind request. Not waiting for Zhao Xian to finish, Li Xiao interrupted and said, No, love can't help, you find someone else. AI, brotherly, you should at least listen. No need to listen, intuition told Li Xiao, and this kind of adolescent teenagers involved in things is certainly incomparably troublesome and not good to deal with things quickly and easily. Seeing that Li Xiao was about to run away with his bag, Zhao Xian simply stood up, formed a big shape, stopped in front of Li Xiao, and said with the same speed as a comedian saying slam. Brotherly, I want to join you. After I went home that day, I thought for a long time, I don't want to spend my life like my dad, working hard for others. Brotherly, that night, your ability, what you said, it was so cool, I want to be like you. Live in the world in style, get rid of violence, and become the Black Knight of Anyuan City. The sister in the personnel section of the Special Affairs Bureau also said that I have talent, so if you want to join you can contact her. The long paragraph was finished in less than 15 seconds. Zhao Xian was panting heavily, his head shaking slightly, with the appearance that he was about to faint from lack of oxygen. Finished? Li Xiao asked. Finished. Zhao Xian honestly said, I squatted in the corner last night and thought of a lot of words, but now my brain is a bit lacking in oxygen and I can't think of them, but everything I wanted to say has been said. Having finished, then I'll tell you that you're not suitable for this job. Li Xiao's tone was blunt, without any semblance of taking care of Zhao Xian's emotions. Although he was still just a temporary worker, he hadn't even brushed up on the newcomer training course yet. But after this period of time, he probably understood what kind of organization the Special Affairs Bureau was, and what kind of group of people worked here. Li Xiao pointed to the plane building a few steps away. The guys who work here have all sorts of reasons, but roughly summarized, it's nothing more than responsibility, dedication, mission, and things like that. A guy who's really in his right mind wouldn't work day and night at this place just to make that little bit of money. If it's for the sake of a career, I don't know how many units that are easier than this and still easy to climb up the ladder. Li Xiao pointed at himself. Like me, full of benefits, I wanted to join because of my selfishness, and I was quickly pulled out. If it wasn't for the fact that the transcendent ability is still passable, I guess I wouldn't even have the status of a temporary worker. As for you saying it's cool. Li Xiao scratched his face and said in recognition, it is pretty cool. After all, spending taxpayers' money, having enough guns and bullets, flying around, fighting demons and transcendent criminals. Zhao Xian nodded vigorously, a light shining in his eyes. At his age, the desire for heroes could almost rival lower body desires. Become a masked knight, or become Shigaraki Yuki's boyfriend? It was the teenager's eternal dilemma before bedtime. But your dad is cool too. Li Xiu took out a packet of soy milk, unscrewed it and took a sip. If you go to college and are unfortunate enough to choose economics and finance, you'll have access to a concept called the labor supply rate. The so-called labor feeding rate is the number of people a worker can support by going to work. The labor feeding rate in the pretty country is 1 to 4.8, which means that one worker going out to work can support 4.8 people. A couple of countries in that part of Northern Europe, it's probably around 1 to 6.5. Eastern Japan, the kimchi countries, seem to have a high daily suicide rate, but they also have a labor supply rate of 1 to 3.8. That's why women in their countries, as soon as they get married, can be full-time wives. Of course, the other dimension of this is the exploitation of men, and raises the cheating rate of human wives. Hey, you kid, don't let your eyes light up at the mention of human wives and cheating. Zhao Xian reddened and lowered his head in a sarcastic smile. Li Xiu blankly glanced at him and continued, and our country, because of special historical reasons, although it has been working hard in the last decade or so, the labor support rate is still very low. Guess how many? 1 to 3? 1 to 2? Zhao Xian guessed, it couldn't be lower than kimchi country. Li Xiu shook his head, it's 1 to 1.1. When he was in the library at first, flipping through the book and seeing this short line without adding too many descriptive words, the shock to his entire being was like dropping a nuclear bomb in the bottom of his heart. A worker with both hands just can feed 1.1 people, that is, the worker himself, plus a hamster? Zhao Xian froze there like a wooden chicken. This is the data from 10 years ago. It may have improved in recent years, but it definitely won't be more than 1 to 1.5. And your father, who feeds you alone and also feeds his seriously ill wife, you can imagine how much he is given. A man who carries all the pressure on his shoulders, leaves the pain to himself, and leaves the peace and happiness to his beloved family. Li Xiu turned to him and looked at him quietly. Is there anything cooler than this? Zhao Xian lowered his head. He seemed to understand something and couldn't catch a clue. Like a dolphin searching for water in the ocean, the answer had actually been with him for a long time. Li Xiu patted his butt and stood up. Life planning is not my specialty. There is a well-built personnel sister in the bureau. If you still have questions, you can try consulting her. After all, you are a transcendent. You should have this power and be able to get more professional advice. I just told you the words in my heart. Consider it as my dream words that I didn't wake up, listen to it, or take it as a whisper. You judge for yourself. After saying that, Li Xiu didn't care about the contemplative Zhao Xian, carrying his breakfast bag towards the bus stop. The bus just arrived. Li Xiu boarded the bus, swiped the card. Early in the morning there are not many people. He found a seat in the back and sat down. Taking out his cell phone, he was about to continue brushing his classes when suddenly, "Brother Li, I've decided." Zhao Xian's voice came from behind. Li Xiu twisted his head to look, and saw that stupid kid running and shouting at the same time. I still want to join you guys, but not for the sake of being cool. I want to be like you, Brother Li. When I graduate from high school, I want to be a hero and make money at the same time. I want to make it easy for Dad. Listening to his words, Li Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Gathering the wool of the Special Affairs Bureau was not an easy thing to do, but if he wanted to learn, Li Xiu didn't mind sharing tips. Having only just awakened, Zhao Xian's physical abilities hadn't changed much, and he held his knees as he looked at the bus that was drifting away, panting heavily. The heart was empty. Just then, a hand reached out from the window of the bus, and the thumbs up silently praised him. Chapter 53: Destroying Demons with a Wave of the Hand. The school program ended, and for a period of time after that, Li Xiu only did 3 things every day. Fair, or ing. Nope, it was brushing up on class hours, patrolling on duty, and exploring the extreme cold hell. Perhaps because of the total dedication, the speed of brushing up the lesson hours was faster than Li Xiu had imagined. With over 190 hours of lessons, with the current process, it was estimated that the end-of-course exam would be completed next week. The head of the personnel section stated in a marvelous tone. Li Xiu was about to become the first field officer in the history of the Special Affairs Bureau to finish the online course in less than a month. Field personnel were divided into the Academy School and the Liberal School. The Liberal faction is not to be mentioned, known for being free-spirited. Those from the Academy School would be pulled over for unified off-the-job intensive training, and even for them, because of the very tight training schedule, it would take at least a month and a half to learn the entire theory course. Hearing her exclamation, Li Xiao smiled faintly, deeply hiding his merit in name. For the sake of wool gathering, a small amount of time spent brushing the course was not enough. The time outside of brushing the course was when Li Xiao was on duty missions with different teammates. Because in the first squad, there were still 2 members who were hospitalized. The poison wounds they suffered during the Night Demon Crusade were too severe and complicated to treat. Li Xiao would occasionally go on duty with Su Dongxiang and Sister Katsi Jasmine Yang from the second squad. When he's with Su Dongxiang, he's quite happy. Don't look at him like he's a menacing figure, but he's actually a chatterbox who can't stop talking. But when he was alone with Yang Jasmine, Li Xiao was a bit awkward. Aya, Li Xiao, look at me, did this shoulder strap fall off? It's a bit uncomfortable, I'm driving, can you help me pull it up? I've put on new lipstick, I always think the flavor is a bit too fragrant, can you smell it? I have kittens at home that perform backflips. When the action is over, do you want to visit my house? Her enthusiasm was too blunt. Li Xiao really couldn't resist, so he had to not listen or ask. It wasn't that Li Xiao wasn't good with women. He was at least 20 years old, a good young man with bursting hormones. But young Jasmine's passion was too targeted, as if she would become her prey if she wasn't careful. Tonight was another duty patrol with members of the second team, and luckily, the person driving was Su Dongxiang. He hummed a Hong Kong and Taiwan song from the 90s, the car window rolled down, one hand outstretched with a cigarette between his fingers. Yang Jasmine, sometimes. It seems a little overzealous. Li Xiao described it in as neutral a language as possible. Su Dongxiang's sunglasses pushed down a little, his pink peach eyes looked at Li Xiao through the rearview mirror with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. She's just lustful. Teammate of his own squad, comrade in arms born to die, Su Dongxiang spoke without a hint of subtlety. When I was young, I was too discerning, thinking sister is noble, you guys aren't worthy. As a result, when she got older, she began to rush, and when she met the right target, her eyes would light up. It's like a wolf that's been starving for a week in the forest. Su Dongxiang took a drag on his cigarette and hemmed and hawed, brotherly, you're being targeted by her. What's staring or not? Li Xiao didn't take it seriously. Su Dongxiang looked at his attitude, his face suddenly condensed, and he spoke. Brotherly, my mind is not as broad as yours, and my transcendent power is much worse than yours, so I guess I only have the slight advantage of having lived a few more years than you. With my more than 20 years of life experience, ordinary men, even if you're kind of excellent men, must pay attention to protect themselves. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll get drunk, have a one-night stand, and marry your child. When you come back to your senses, you've been living with a woman you have absolutely no feelings for 10 years, and there's a nose-picking brat standing next to you, reaching out to you for money. Originally not very interesting words, since Su Dongxiang's mouth came out, it inexplicably made people feel fancifully funny. Brotherly, don't believe me, I'm telling the truth, hey? So soon. Su Dongxiang stepped on the brakes. And Yuan City was a large city with a population of 10 million, and things like demons, like mold in a southern bathroom, could never be cleaned up. Luckily, most of the demons were merely of the 6th rank, and the ones that could easily cause large-scale destruction like the Night Demon and the Flesh Troll were still in the minority. Tonight's demon, who had just stepped into the 5th rank, was a guy with an extremely cautious personality. Hiding in the darkness of the city, every time it made a quick strike, even if it was unsuccessful, it would immediately withdraw. The reconnaissance section had been staring at it for a full month, and finally caught its tail. The black Volkswagen sedan stopped, its lights hitting over distantly, illuminating a demon squatting on the ground and eating. It was a demon with 4 arms, 1 eye, 2 mouths, 1 on the face and 1 located at the navel, and a body that was black and emitted a foul odor. At the moment, the one-eyed demon was eating a dog. Yes, eating a dog. Obviously the owner of the dog, a beautiful woman of about 30, wearing yoga pants and sportswear, fell down and sat next to it, and it surprisingly didn't eat the person first, but ate the dog first. This is like a black silk double ponytail JK girl, sitting next to you, said to you let me do anything, but in the end you asked her to help you harvest wheat together. Li Xiao looked at the information of the reconnaissance section. The demon has committed crimes, really hurt only a few human beings, most of them are pets, wild dogs and so on. Su Dongxiang shook his cigarette butt and said, I guess it's worried that hurting more people will draw our attention, so it specializes in animals. It's true that there are more demons, and there are all kinds of strange and weird ones. Li Xiao spat. When the beautiful woman saw the scene of her beloved dog being devoured, her legs went soft with fear and she sat on the ground, not daring to move. It wasn't until the one-eyed demon turned around, opened its large mouth in its abdominal cavity, and hissed for a while that the beautiful woman snapped back to her senses and cried out for help. A black Volkswagen sedan stopped, its headlights shining on the beautiful woman and the one-eyed demon. "Brotherly, or you come?" "I'll do it." Li Xiao stepped out of the car. The ice-cold building stood there, as if it was a green tea that wanted to refuse to be welcomed. In order to unlock its secrets early, Li Xiao's work ethic was high lately. Especially after being out of school classes, he was almost doing nothing but sleeping, staring at the Special Affairs Bureau's radio station and waiting for intelligence on the appearance of demons. As the week went on, the area of the extreme cold hell expanded outward once again, and Li Xiao was able to manipulate even more power. The distance he was able to explore in the out-of-control field manipulated by the cold ice building extended forward by 10 meters once again. At most, if he took 1 or 2 more steps forward, he would be able to see the murals and ancient writings on the outside of the cold ice building, and at that time, he would be able to analyze what exactly was on the inside of the cold ice building based on the corresponding writings and drawings. As Li Xiao pondered, he got out of the car and walked towards the one-eyed demon. After the one-eyed demon saw the Special Affairs Bureau field officer badge on Li Xiao's chest, its huge pupils suddenly tightened and its 2 mouths bared their teeth in an attempt to intimidate Li Xiao. At the same time, it reached out and grabbed the beautiful young woman, pressing its slender fingers against her temples as blackmail. "Don't cross-lie, yell at me. Play." Non-human transformation of purebred demons, brains are not very good, can mouth human language, has been regarded as the more intelligent of the demons. The beautiful young woman looked at Li Xiao in panic, because her waist was embraced by the one-eyed demon, her clothes were torn out of shape, and the edge of her neckline revealed black lace edges, as well as her white breasts. Li Xiao slightly averted his head, not looking at her exposed skin, and softly reminded, "Please close your eyes and mouth." The beautiful young woman didn't know what Li Xiao was going to do, but still obediently did as she was told. The next second, she heard a pop sound. There was a mass of sticky stuff on her face and body, and immediately afterward, she felt that the monster that was binding her seemed to have loosened its grip. The beautiful young woman closed her eyes, did not see, behind the cigarette Su Xiaoya saw clearly, the hands of the cigarette fell to the ground, did not realize, he swallowed saliva, could not believe his eyes. He knew that Li Xiao was very strong, obviously the same 5th rank as him, but ridiculously strong. On the other hand, the other party, the one-eyed demon, had just advanced, only stepping on the threshold of the 5th rank. If Su Xiaoya were to make a move in his place, he would be equally able to resolve the other party. But a little too outrageous. Under Su Xiaoya's observation, Li Xiao merely raised his hand slightly, aiming at the one-eyed demon, followed by a false grip. There was a snapping sound. The opponent was like a raw egg that was directly pinched and popped without any room for struggle. To say that an adult bullying a child was excessive, this was clearly as simple as a human dealing with an ant. "May I ask if it's over?" The beautiful young woman's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and just when she wanted to open her eyes, Li Xiao said again, "Don't open your eyes first." "Okay. Okay." Li Xiao took down the blanket from the car and wrapped it around her, and used a towel to wipe away the blood stains on her face, which allowed the other party to open her eyes. Feeling Li Xiao's meticulous wiping, the beautiful young woman blushed slightly, and her gaze was like water. "Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I might have." "You're welcome, this is my job," Li Xiao reflected in his mind. Next time, after pinching the demon, he should freeze the residue in time so that it won't fall on the hostage, otherwise, an ordinary person who sees the demon's flesh and blood sticking to his body will probably leave a serious psychological shadow. The kind that can't even be erased by memory erasure. If I make this kind of mistake, I guess I'll get my wages docked, right? Li Xiao thought vigilantly. Looking at the time, Li Xiao said to the beautiful young woman, "Wait for a minute or two, our people will come over to wrap things up, you can leave with them, and there will be a specialized person who will do a full body check for you." "Are you leaving?" The beautiful young woman looked at Li Xiao fondly. "Can I know your name?" Li Xiao looked at her in surprise, knowing the name for what? He had a steep shock in his heart. Could it be that she wanted to go and complain about me because of the matter of being blown up by the demon's blood and flesh just now? Deduct my wages? Can't. Li Xiao refused on the spot. After saying that, he sat back in the car without looking back. Su Xiaoya, who witnessed all of this, inquired with slight suspicion, "Brotherly, does that mean that you're the subtle type of woman pleaser?" "Me? Pleasing to women?" Li Xiao laughed self-deprecatingly. "Don't kid yourself, I'm eternally single, who would like me?" Su Xiaoya looked through the rearview mirror at the beautiful young woman who was still standing in place, looking at the back of the vehicle in fascination, shrugged his shoulders and didn't continue the topic. Let's go, brotherly, work is over, jerk off, my treat. Chapter 54 Translation Commission. 50 sheep's loins, 30 sheep's eggs, 20 bullwhips, 10 roasted leeks, and a pot of shabu shabu. This was what Su Xiaoya called jerking off. Li Xiu lightly coughed a few times, rattled off the 10% set on top, and silently took a skewer of lamb from the bottom. Speaking back to the issue of marriage by marriage, brotherly, you have to pay attention to it by all means. Come on, dry one. Li Xiu took a drink and clinked glasses with him. How do you know so clearly? You've been married to a child? I didn't, but my old man did. Su Xiaoya pulled down his sunglasses, revealing a pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes. These are the only eyes I inherited from my dad, and his whole face, it matches these eyes, you can see what I mean, right? The kind of handsome man among handsome men, the kind that can debut as an idol star anytime. Then he was tricked into bed by my mom, tricked into getting married, tricked into having kids. He was 37 by the time he came to his senses. He ran away in the night, taking nothing and leaving nothing behind. I haven't seen him since. Li Xiu's smile froze on his face as he gently patted Su Xiaoya's shoulder. Didn't think to rely on the Special Affairs Bureau's power to look for him? Don't want to, with his looks, even if he lies down every day. I guess there are women who come over to serve him. What's the point of looking for him to come back, to be beaten by my mom? I arm wrestle with my mom. If I don't use transcendent power, I can't beat her. I'm also a man, so I can understand him. Su Xiaoya drank wine one cup at a time, talking about the pressure inside. Li Xiu always listened silently, giving a word or two of advice from time to time. After a late-night snack, he still wanted to pull Li Xiu to pinch his feet. I know a girl with especially tender little hands. Oh. Li Xiu shook his head and refused. He wasn't used to being served and he still had important things to do at home tonight. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaoya, he returned to his cold and quiet home. Li Xiu sat on a chair and softly recited, I am hell. The gates of hell appeared and the world turned upside down. The familiar feeling of control reappeared, and Li Xiu closed his eyes to feel the subtle changes in power, territory, and strength before slowly opening his eyes and exhaling. On the snowy ground, there was an additional small snow pile that shivered slightly from time to time. It was none other than the one-eyed demon from this night. The current Li Xiu dealing with this kind of ordinary 5th stage demon was really no different from chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. On the one hand, it was the fact that hunting demons one after another had boosted the power of the cold ice hell. On the other hand, and most of all, his level of control over transcendent power was rising rapidly. Just like a heavyweight boxer and a weightlifter of the same weight, the latter might have more power than the former, but when it came to fighting, the boxer could blow away the weightlifter. This was the difference in training styles. In the past, Li Xiu was like a weightlifter with empty strength but no fighting skills. Because the outside world was too fragile, he was deliberately avoiding using his strength. But after joining the Special Affairs Bureau, his enemies were demons that needed no mercy, and his teammates were transcendents with similarly strong physical bodies, so after not having too many scruples, Li Xiu was gradually able to let go. And after relaxing a little bit, the techniques of power usage were like instincts, learned naturally with each action. He realized that he was inexplicably gifted in this aspect. Li Xiu snapped his fingers, and a wisp of cold wind followed beside him. He stepped into the runaway domain, and the wind and snow that attacked him were either crushed or driven to deflection by the wisp of cold wind. Li Xiu's speed didn't decrease at all and came to the last kilometer. He stretched out his right hand, and from top to bottom, it split down like a blade. As if Moses parted the sea, a straight windless belt appeared in front of him. Li Xiu still had one hand in his pocket, walking forward without any hurry. Letting the uncontrollable wind howl and snowflakes fall, he could not blow a single hair on his head. After walking forward for 10 minutes, Li Xiu came to the end of the windless belt. With the one-eyed demon falling into hell today, the windless belt was able to advance 3 steps forward. If Li Xiu was willing to fight through his injuries, he should be able to take another 5 or 6 steps forward, but it didn't mean much. The distance between him and the cold ice building was still 20 meters, it wasn't something that could be made up by these 5 or 6 steps. Standing at the end of the windless belt, Li Xiu looked at the cold ice building 20 meters away. Over and over again, he mentally noted down the words of the murals carved outside, and from time to time, he squatted down and traced them on the snow. When he was sure that he wouldn't forget, Li Xiu snapped his fingers, and he slowly disappeared into the extreme cold hell. A few seconds later, the windless belt automatically dispersed. Back to reality. Li Xiu took out the pen and paper that he had prepared long ago, and wrote the words of the mural that he had memorized, following the instructions. He wrote very carefully, especially the text part. After all, it was a completely unfamiliar ancient script, and a wrong stroke could represent a very different meaning. After all the writing was done, Li Xiu took out his cell phone, raised it vertically and took a picture. He opened the Special Affairs Bureau's backstage system, entered the Delegated Logistics section interface, and pasted the photo in, seeking the help of the logistics staff for translation. When it came to the extreme cold hell, it wasn't that Li Xiu hadn't thought about cracking it himself. When he first risked serious injury and came to the depths of the runaway realm, Li Xiu memorized 3 ancient characters. He ran to the library to study them outside of class. After rummaging around for a few days with no results, he approached the history professor at the school. Although an Yuan University was a comprehensive institution, there were strengths and weaknesses in this comprehensive. And Yuan University's strong majors were popular majors such as finance, electronics, and computers, and the professors of the corresponding majors had outstanding levels of knowledge. The other weak majors, such as history and literature, were relatively average. When Li Xiu wrote down 3 texts and took them to the professor of the School of History for advice, he could see that he was indeed a good teacher, and even though Li Xiu wasn't a student of his major, he still took the trouble to try to help him out. But there are some things that won't be just won't be. After waiting for 3 days, Li Xiu didn't get the answer he wanted. The history professor said that he would turn around and consult his teachers and brothers, but when he got back the news, he didn't know when he would have to wait. At least Li Xiu had waited for half a month and still hadn't heard anything back. Instead of waiting endlessly, he chose to give a certain level of trust to the Special Affairs Bureau. After hanging up the commission, Li Xiu didn't continue to sit in front of the computer and wait. It was already late when he ended his duty assignment, and after having a late-night snack later on, he was already sleepy. Lying on his bed, he fell asleep in no time. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the buzzing vibration of his cell phone woke Li Xiu up from his sleep. He squinted his eyes and groped around the bed, finally finding the source of the vibration and bringing it to his eyes. Unknown caller. There wasn't the slightest hesitation. Hang up, pull black, flight mode. Throwing the phone to his pillow, Li Xiu fell asleep again. But when his consciousness had just drifted off and was about to fall into sleep, the phone unexpectedly vibrated again. Picking it up. It was still an unknown caller. Li Xiu's sleepiness suddenly disappeared. In the middle of the night, the cell phone that was on flight mode received an unknown call, just like a ghost call in a horror story. Li Xiu's cold hairs were slightly. Then he remembered that the last thing he needed in his own hell was ghosts and stuff like that. It was even very welcome, and more was better. He pressed the call button. Is this Li Xiu? This is LV Su from the Research and Development section. What the hell, so it was someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Xiu looked at the time again and sighed. You know what time it is, right? Isn't it only 3 o'clock at what time? Now. Hearing Lucy's surprised tone, Li Xiu shook his head helplessly. It was a common occurrence for the Special Affairs Bureau's Logistics and Research and Development sections to work overtime, and this group of people's routine could simply be described as monstrous, as if they had literally evolved away their need for sleep by awakening their transcendent powers. For them, maybe going to bed at 3 o'clock is really a kind of nourishment. Li Xiu thought. Is something wrong? Li Xiu said, didn't you post a commission seeking a translator in the system backend? The logistics section forwarded the information to me because they didn't have anyone who specializes in Gene1. I've just translated it. But if you're already resting, why don't we get in touch tomorrow? Li Xiu scratched his hair that was messed up from sleep and sat up. No need, let's talk now. Chapter 55, The Golden Writings. With questions, Li Xiu would never be able to sleep, and would probably stare at his eyes waiting for dawn. He sat up, opened the refrigerator, poured himself a glass of ice-white water, put his cell phone on the table, and turned on the external playback. Go ahead, I'll listen. Okay. Lucy on the other end of the microphone flipped through the information. The text you sent over belongs to a type of ancient writing called Gene script. Gene Dynasty script? The one that Yu Fei used to fight against Gene? No. Lucy hesitated for a moment, and considering the merit value earned, decided that he should be responsible and start explaining for Li Xiu from the beginning. The most widely known script that was circulated during the Shang and Zhou periods, do you know what it is? Oracle Bone script? Li Xiu guessed and said, but then he added, but I've looked it up, and these writings don't seem to belong to the known Oracle Bone inscriptions. Because of the similarity in styling, the professor from the history department had previously dedicated time to checking the recorded oracle bone inscriptions and did not get any clues. During the Shang and Zhou periods, the most well-known, indeed, are the oracle bone inscriptions, but if we want to talk about influence, it is the gold inscriptions that are more influential and valuable for examination. The oracle bone script has thin, straight strokes and many turns, and is square. In Jinwen, the strokes are fat and thick, with many curved strokes and clumps. This difference should be obvious at a glance. Li Xiao, who can tell at a glance? History professor, you curse again? The years of development of Jinwen roughly started at the end of the Shang dynasty and reached its peak in the Zhou dynasty, and because its record carrier is bronze, it's also called bronze script. Lucy's voice sounded archaic, and Li Xiao's mind unconsciously conjured up the image of a thin and weak researcher in his 30s, with thinning hair and wearing glasses. So, what exactly is written on this? Li Xiao pulled the topic from text research back to translation. The recorded grammar of Jinwen is very different from modern grammar, and there are individual characters that have yet to be deciphered in their entirety, but this conversation, through the paraphrasing of the preceding and following texts, is probably. Lucy's voice suddenly became low, as if the person speaking on the other end of the microphone was no longer him, but another, someone from 1,000 years ago. In the extremely cold ice coffin, there is something sealed that has committed an unforgivable sin, do not release it. After Lucy finished speaking, the room fell into dead silence. After a long time, it wasn't until the cell phone screen automatically rested that Li Xiao snapped back to his senses. Lucy on the other end of the microphone spoke once again. Every time I see and read this passage, I always feel a cold chill running through my body. Just now, Li Xiao felt the same way. In short, based on the structure of the text, if this passage isn't a forgery and ordinary people don't have the ability to forge it, the text and grammatical structure alone is not something that ordinary people can master. Then it's very likely that the words were given to some sinner who committed a heinous crime by the royal family in the late Shang dynasty or early Zhou dynasty, and carved on the other's coffin. You know, in that era, commoners were not worthy of being associated with the concept of words, and the overwhelming probability that the one who could commit an unforgivable sin was an aristocrat. Li Xiao nodded. Thank you, it's been a great help. You're welcome, I also received merit value for my work. But I'm interested in this subject, can you tell me more details about the coffin or the writing? Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, there isn't more for now, if there is, I'll contact you first. No problem. Hanging up the phone, Li Xiao sat in the living room and pondered. First of all, there was one thing that could be ascertained, that frigid building was actually a huge coffin. A coffin that big, what? Retreating giant is lying inside? Li Xiao spat to himself in a low voice, gradually clearing his thoughts in this way. Sinner of the Shang dynasty, huge coffin, seal. Li Xiao's mind flashed through one familiar name after another, and one by one, he hung in his heart, not daring to make a judgment. Exactly who the person in the coffin is, we won't know until we actually open the coffin. As for the last sentence, never release them. Li Xiao didn't take the so-called sinners and seals seriously. Thousands of years of morality, law, and today's very different. If in accordance with the Shangzhou's argument, Li Xiao this kind of common people, which is qualified to learn, born to be a lifetime as a birth. Whether the guy in the coffin is good or bad, we have to talk face to face to know. Anyway, in the cold hell, Li Xiao is not afraid of what he will do. In front of absolute power and control, it was the evil ghosts of 1,000 years ago that had to honestly go down and pile up snowmen. Although it has not really touched the cold ice building. Cold ice coffin, but to a certain extent, it has solved its mystery, and when it really faces it, it is also psychologically prepared. After thinking clearly about the key, Li Xiao drank the ice water in the cup clean, the cup washed and put into the draining basket, and returned to bed to continue to sleep. Lu Su hung up the phone. He scratched his hair, naturally leaving a few slender, soft strands between his fingers. On the phone with our star player? The researcher sitting across from him asked. Which one? The one from the first group? Lucy put down his cell phone and sighed as he recalled his conversation with Li Xiao. The first temporary worker in the history of the Special Affairs Bureau, I heard before that he even ignored Captain Lin's orders multiple times. I thought it would be that kind of fierce character, but I didn't expect an unexpectedly good talker. A female researcher held her pen in her mouth, really? I thought he'd be the kind of character who says what he wants and is overbearing. Another male researcher in his early 20s asked, did you ask him if it's true that he's dating Lin Yibai? That kind of question, ask yourselves. Lucy rolled his eyes. The people in the research and development section usually wore white coats and indifferently recited materials during meetings with other sections, looking extremely high and cold. In reality, it wasn't high coolness at all, but rather facial muscle stiffness caused under severe social terrorism. When they were in the lab, one raced against the other in terms of sullenness. No more questions, no more questions. Work, work, work. The 47th experiment is about to begin, please prepare your units for shock readiness. Directly across from the laboratory was a huge empty room with an area of about 200 to 300 square meters, in the center of which was placed a scarecrow with the word spell written on it. The scarecrow looked very simple, as if some bare child had gone to the field to pick up some straws, pulled a line, and tied it up haphazardly. Even the word spell on it is also twisted and looks a bit funny. Such a simple thing was actually an extremely terrifying curse item. Name, curse word scarecrow. Grade, high level 5. Effect, the target's name, birthdate, month and year are written with one's own blood underneath the spell word, and then the target's hair or flesh and blood are embedded into the spell word to the inside of the Superman, which can spell the target to death. Targets below the middle of the fifth order will die directly, and above the middle, they will be continuously subject to the curse effect for 12 hours. Side effect 1, the curse word scarecrow will attack endlessly, all creatures within 20 meters of its center to hold it, you must wrap it in transcendent power at all times, isolating it from outside perception. Side effect 2, after using the curse effect of the curse word scarecrow, the user's spirit will be contaminated to a certain degree, and the state of contamination is irreversible. Note, a 5th ranked ability user is known to have fallen into permanent insanity after using the curse word scarecrow 4 times. Lucy stared at the monitor screen and gave the order. 3, 2, 1. 47th experiment, begin. A pipe stretched out from the corner of the empty room, and a poor little white mouse was let in. As the mouse entered, the humble scarecrow suddenly changed. Nothing seemed to have changed, the angle of the straw or the shape of the spell was exactly the same as before. But what poured out, extremely heavy, depressing, unknown atmosphere, so that the previous comical, transformed into a creepy bizarre. Even through the screen, everyone knew. It woke up. Chapter 56, The Eve of the Rainstorm. The empty room where the experiment was conducted had a specialized name. Anti-Transcendent Force Field Special Building. The empty room's walls alone were a full meter thick, and the outermost layer was 10 layers of steel plates, between which were embedded transcendental force isolation devices made by the research and development section. Further inside, there was another layer of flowing special liquid, used to absorb and mitigate shocks. And at the very core layer, another copy of the cursed item was placed, capable of isolating most of the psychic perception department's abilities. This triple barrier was enough to trap the vast majority of demons or transcendents below the high 5th stage. At this moment, in this empty room, a defense experiment was being conducted with a divine messenger as an imaginary enemy. 47th experiment, begin. The mice representing ordinary people entered the hunting range of the spell word scarecrow. The simple scarecrow instantly came to life, and 2 faint scarlet eyes appeared between the gaps in the straw. The next moment, it suddenly disappeared, so fast that the retina could not catch the point. Anyone knew that as their eyeballs rolled past, the spell word scarecrow would appear behind the little white mouse and swallow the poor little guy in one gulp. Just in the turn of an instant, the roof of the empty room suddenly opened up 3 slits. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, 3 half-meter wide, 2-meter high, pitch black, sword blade-shaped metal plates fell from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 pitch black metal plates pierced into the ground, precisely trapping the curse word scarecrow, who could not even be captured by the human eye. The spell word scarecrow slammed heavily into one of the metal plates with a dull sound. The metal plate shook slightly, but soon, its bottom automatically popped out 6 feet, more solidly fixed to the ground. But the spell word scarecrow's attack was only the beginning. There was a gap between the 3 metal plates narrow enough for it to burrow through. It turned and rushed toward the gap. Buzz. An invisible, yet tangible barrier stopped the spell word scarecrow once again. Lucy from the rear shouted, "Quick, record the data. Impact force 3.7 tons? Equipment is being interfered with by a malignant transcendental force field, calculating anti-interference waveforms. There's no time, push the anti-transcendent force field to 89% and prepare for the second impact." Boom. Second impact, third impact. The sound of heavy impacts one at a time, hearing the hearts of the crowd trembling as if they were following. Lucy stared at the monitor screen dead on, silently calculating the number of times and frequency of the spell word scarecrow's impacts on the metal plate in his mind. In the end, with a loud bang, the metal plate shattered, and the curse word scarecrow arrived in front of the shivering little white mouse, swallowing it in one gulp. With no life present within the nearby 20 meters, it fell silent again, resuming its appearance as a child's toy. Data logging complete. This is the best record yet, lasted 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The three-sided metal plate, which didn't need to be manipulated by field personnel, was able to block the impact of a fifth-order high stage for nearly 3 minutes. This was placed on the battlefield and was able to greatly reduce the pressure on the field personnel. But it was still not enough. The prophecy relayed by the puppeteer was known to all up and down the Special Affairs Bureau. Analyzing the enemy's psychology and making judgments based on mere words, this was something for the logistical support team. As the research and development section, they had to come up with a solution to minimize the harm before the riot caused by the God Emperor actually happened. The scientific name of the metal plate was Extraordinary Defense Force Field Generation Device. The material itself was extremely special, able to withstand the impact of most fifth-order demons, and between the two generating devices, a special barrier could be formed. Ordinary people could enter and exit normally, but all the transcendents or demons with transcendent abilities would not be able to pass through smoothly. It was like a fishing net, where small fish and shrimps could easily pass through, but large fish would be caught in a death grip. The research on the Transcendent Defense Force Field Generation device was already in its third year today, and Lu Si had been exploring this field with the researchers at the headquarters since the very beginning. It wasn't until this year that there was finally a breakthrough. A mechanical arm dangled from the ceiling, pinching the scarecrow to place it back in the center of the empty room. Lu Si stared at the monitor screen, silently praying in his heart. Must make it in time, or at least raise the isolation time of the generating device to 5 minutes before the God Emperor actually starts a riot. Not only the field officers, the entire Special Affairs Bureau was running around for the information that Li Xiu brought back. When the boots burned with the most dazzling flames, and Yuan would be plunged into eternal darkness. A simple sentence with a heavy weight that was enough to make people gasp for air. It wasn't that no one had ever wondered if the puppeteer had some other plot to deliberately spread misinformation. However, experts in the field of psychology had carefully analyzed the diary left behind by Sun Chang Night Demon, using its one-word description of the God Envoy as a blueprint, and had made hundreds of mental profiles of the logic of the God Envoy's actions before making their judgment. There is a 77.32% probability that these words were really spoken by the God Emperor. Boots, flames, eternal darkness. The logistical support team searched for 49 doubtful risk points based on key elements, including the God Emperor's use of some kind of boot-type cursed item, triggering an earthquake-induced flood in Lake Luowu which is roughly boot-shaped, and so on. The safest thing to do would be to place manpower at all of the suspicious locations, so that if any of them erupted into a problem, they would be able to respond at the first opportunity. But that's simply not realistic. The 3 field teams, counting the wounded who were still receiving treatment in the hospital, plus Li Xiu as a temporary worker, had a full complement of only 17 people. According to the minimum 2-person team rule, at most they could only arrange guarding for 8 locations. Moreover, even if it was arranged, once the God's Envoy really appeared, whether the non-captain level personnel could cope with it, and whether they could hold out until the support felt was also a question that had to be pondered. If only the entire staff had the same level of combat power as that temp, Li Xiu. Someone in the logistical support team let out a genuine exclamation. The rest of them listened and followed suit with a long sigh, but everyone knew that it was impossible. If the bureau was full of monsters like Li Xiu, who could kill demons of the same rank with a wave of his hand, then it wouldn't be the Yuan City field team. It would be a special task force at headquarters. The research and development section is making new equipment, the logistics support section is designing the best contingency plan, and the field personnel have become more urgent than usual. Lin Yibai got up an hour earlier every day to practice his knife skills, and dried an extra bowl of rice at mealtime. Lin Ke, accompanied by the doctor, sweated in the training room. After finishing the online course, Li Xiu was more fully engaged in the head-grabbing business, constantly shortening the distance between him and the cold coffin. At this moment, it was like the calm before the storm. Everyone was silently accumulating power in their own way, waiting for the moment when the storm hit, to give the enemy a head-on blow. There are still 3 days to go before the Spring Festival. 4 more days until the arrival of the task force. Chapter 57 New Year's Eve Dinner. Time passed quietly, and it was quiet and peaceful in Yuan City, and soon it was New Year's Eve. After tonight, the task force from the headquarters would arrive in Yuan City tomorrow morning. Li Xiu, who was on duty, suddenly had a message pop up on his cell phone. Su Xiaoya, what should I do, Li Xiu? I'm going to be on stage tonight, I'm so nervous. Li Xiu's finger quickly clicked on the screen. Didn't you rehearse it many times? You'll definitely have no problem, go for it. Su Xiaoya, cheers. Attached below is a cute kitten emoji. Although in Yuan City is a second-tier city, but the size of the city's population at least exceeded the 10 million mark, in the radio station on New Year's Eve, the night of the organization of the city's Spring Festival Gala. One of the program segments was to select one student from each of the elementary schools, junior high schools, and in Yuan University and in Yuan City to represent the city's students and send New Year's wishes to the public. The student representative of an Yuan University is undoubtedly the hexagonal warrior, Su Xiaoya, who has scored perfect marks in morality, intelligence, physicality, aesthetics, and face value. Su Xiaoya's selection, Li Xiu did not doubt it, but what he did not expect was. The cell phone buzzed and vibrated again. Zhao Xian, brotherly, I'm nervous. Waiting to go on the program with a mouthful can be what to do. But what if I perform too well and the girls in the city like me? Through the cell phone screen, Li Xiu seemed to be able to see Zhao Xian's smug face. That's right, Zhao Xian was the representative of high school students. Don't look at his late stage of middle-aged disease appearance, just from the academic performance, it is indeed counted as outstanding, for the character of righteousness, coupled with the family conditions of difficult hidden factors, in line with the poverty-stricken students' positive, rely on knowledge to change the fate of the political needs. So, Zhao Xian put on a clean school uniform, was the school leader kicked on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala in Yuan City. To Zhao Xian, Li Xiu's reply was, drink more water and pee more. After saying that, he put away his cell phone and focused on the action at hand. At this moment, Li Xiu was sitting in a transportation vehicle, and across from him sat a middle-aged man in his late 50s with short, florid white hair, black-framed glasses, and a kind face. His name was Zhang Ming, one of the relatives of the 6 members of the mountaineering club 20 years ago. According to the emergency regulations, all the relatives were required to go to the Special Affairs Bureau every 3 days regularly for a full-body checkup to avoid them from being buried in cursed gold coins by the god's messenger. Today, it was Li Xiu and Lin Yibai's turn to be in charge of their safety and protection, and then drive them back to the centralized isolation point after finishing the examination. In the isolation point, there were at least 3 field officers guarding them 24 hours a day to ensure their safety. Although this would affect their normal lives, it was a helpless move considering that once some of them were demonized, it would cause mass casualties. I'm really troubling you today, Zhang Ming said with embarrassment. Originally, he was supposed to ride back with the others, but he didn't realize that on the way to the checkup, his years-old heart problem broke out, and he received 3 hours of treatment in the medical section before he was relieved. The first group of people asked Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqing to send them back first, and Li Xiu escorted Zhang Ming alone. It's okay, this is my job, Li Xiu said. After a few minutes of silence, Zhang Ming covered his chest, feeling the faint beating of his heart, and finally, he asked the question he had suppressed in his heart. May I ask how much longer we need to keep this up? Noticing the anxiety in the depths of his eyes, Li Xiu asked, is it an emergency? Zhang Ming rubbed his hands together, I don't know if it's right to say that it's an urgent matter. My wife, who lived with me for 20 years, passed away from stomach cancer last fall. Li Xiu froze for half a second, condolences. Zhang Ming shook his head, it might be good for her, this disease tormented her for a long time. Speaking back to my matter, my wife and I are college classmates, Wulan University, I don't know if you have heard of it. The one that blooms with cherry blossoms every spring? Li Xiu was under the impression that the cherry blossoms at Wulan University in March had become a famous local, and even national, attraction. That's right, my wife and I met during the cherry blossom season, and her last wish before she died was for me to bring her ashes and see the cherry blossoms in the school again. Zhang Ming revealed a smile, the corners of his eyes filled with crow's feet. She said that she would be able to go to reincarnation with a satisfied heart. I thought of bringing her there earlier, so that she could start her new life earlier with peace of mind. It was now mid-February, and the cherry blossoms in Wulan City would be in full bloom from the end of February to the middle of March, which was already a bit of a tight schedule, so if she missed this year, she'd have to wait another whole year. Moreover, I don't know if my body can last until next year, Zhang Ming said as he patted the location of his heart. Since his wife's death, his heart disease had gotten worse. There must be no problem, Li Xiu said. Tomorrow morning, the bigwigs of the task force would take a special plane straight to Yuan City. As long as they arrived, the god's envoy would definitely not be able to make any waves, and by the end of February, Zhang Ming would be able to get on the train to Wulan City. Before getting off the train, Zhang Ming thanked again and said, thanks to your good advice, I hope everything goes well. Li Shou nodded at him. When the time comes, Brother Zhang, if it's convenient for you, take the time to take a few pictures for me so that I can enjoy them as well. Of course. After parting ways with Zhang Ming, Li Shou's work for the day came to an end. Ding bell. Another message popped up on his cell phone. Lin Yibai, hurry back, we're all waiting for you. Tonight, it was a day of family reunion for ordinary people, but for the field officers of the Special Affairs Bureau, in order to ensure that the city's residents could have a good year, they had to be on standby together 24 hours a day. But rules are dead, people are alive. Getting together and being on standby didn't mean you could only wait in dead silence. In the first squad, those who didn't work started to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner in the afternoon: vegetables, meat, seafood. Anyway, the back kitchen of the cafeteria has everything, just bring it over directly. As for why not let the professional chefs do a good job in serving over? The New Year's Eve dinner is not the lively feeling of everyone cooking their own food. Special Affairs Bureau has a special large reception room, which comes with a kitchen, usually used to receive important guests, but on New Year's Eve, will be provided to the field staff to use the convention. Other departments, you can stay on duty, others go home for New Year's Eve, but only the field staff must be on duty. There was payment, and there were corresponding benefits. When Li Shou pushed the door and walked in, Lin Ke was competing with a weak-looking man in one-handed push-ups. Next to him stood a tall and robust man with long hair as if he were an artist, handsome in appearance and elegant in demeanor, taking videos of them with his cell phone. These two were also members of the first squad. One of them, who was competing with Lin Ke in one-finger push-ups, was called Ji Yanghua. The handsome man taking the video was called Lei Long. Although it sounded like a villainous drag queen and didn't match his temperament, it was indeed the original name given by his biological parents. Ji Yanghua and Lei Long had been seriously injured in the last night demon crusade, and were conditioned until the last few days when they were discharged from the hospital. Li Shou still had his first official meeting with them. However, everyone was a man, so there wasn't much formality, and after a few simple pleasantries and a few complaints about the low wages and intense work of the Special Affairs Bureau, they quickly became acquainted. It has been proven that scolding the leader is always the best way for the lower-level employees to enhance their relationship. Hearing the sound outside, Lin Yibai wearing an apron poked out a cute little head from the kitchen, and when she saw Li Shou, her eyes lit up. Finally came over, everyone is here, ready to eat in 5 minutes. Looking at the back of Lin Yibai, who drilled back into the kitchen, Li Shou asked in a somewhat worried whisper, "Is she cooking?" "That's right, Sister Shuqin is giving her a hand," Lei Long said. Hearing this, and thinking of Lin Yibai's usual silly appearance, the uneasiness in Li Shou's heart intensified. It wouldn't be some scary dark cuisine again, right? Chapter 58, Reasons for Withdrawal. It wouldn't be some horrible dark cuisine again, would it? Li Shou worried in his heart. However, when a colorful and flavorful dish was served on the table, he completely froze. Braised elbow, steamed carp, beef with 5 spice sauce, spare ribs with millet sauce, 3 cups of chicken, and braised prawns. All made by you? Li Shou asked in shock. Aha! Lin Yibai crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly, her face filled with a cute expression of pride. Cheng Shuqin wiped her hands and walked out from the kitchen, helping out by saying, "But I only did the simple work of cutting and preparing vegetables, the rest was all done by little Yibai." After everyone's explanation, they realized that Lin Yibai had been interested in food since she was a child, and when she got a little older, she started to think about recipes and make some food that interested her. Her family wasn't bad with money, so as long as it was an ingredient she was interested in, she would buy it back on the same day, and with an ample base of experimentation, Lin Yibai's culinary skills skyrocketed. Li Shou chucked a piece of green vegetable and took a shallow taste. It was as if there was an invisible wind that blew into his heart, dispelling all the fatigue, dispelling excess emotions, and focusing on the food in front of him. This was no longer a level that could be described as delicious, right? It's still just green vegetables. Rich in flavor and texture, Li Shou simply couldn't describe this flavor that instantly exploded in his mouth. His taste buds felt like they were wrapped in all directions, doing an immersive massage. Seeing the shock in Li Shou's eyes, Lin Ke proudly explained. After awakening metal frenzy, this ability can be applied to cooking as well. Don't forget that pots and pans can be metal objects. Cooking skills practiced for years plus top-notch knife skills obtained from using the moonflower blade plus all-around enhancement of metal frenzy. The table of rice was simply like a little Chinese pawn that was glowing faintly, and after taking a bite, it was close to having a special effect of exploding clothes. The meal was served, and the people sat around the table. Lin Ke, Cheng Shuqin, Lin Yibai, Li Shou, as well as Ji Yanghua and Lei Long, who had returned from recovery. This was the entirety of the current first squad. Lin Ke, who was the captain, raised his cup. This year, we've encountered a lot of things, thank you all for your dedication. This year, we have welcomed new teammates. Lin Ke looked to Li Xiao and nodded slightly. It's also a bummer to send off our old teammates. Ji Yanghua raised his cup and smiled apologetically at everyone. Aside from Lin Ke, the others had shocked expressions. They didn't expect Ji Yanghua to quit the team after he had only just recovered and returned. Cheng Shuqin asked, any difficulties? Or did the injury appear unhealable? Ji Yanghua scratched his head awkwardly. Lei Long, who was recuperating with him, obviously knew the news earlier than the crowd, patted Ji Yanghua's shoulder and said to the crowd. Old Ji is going back home to get married. Everyone froze for half a second, followed by an outburst of cheers. Really? Who is the woman, you can hide it so deep? Nope. Lin Yibai discovered the crux of the matter. Why do you have to leave the team to get married? Hearing this, embarrassment shifted from Ji Yanghua's face to Lin Ke's. Lin Ke stiffly helped Ji Yanghua out and said, because I told this kid to think it over and not make the same mistake I did back then. Alright, in short, new people come, old people go, whether they come or go. This year has been hard work, and in the new year, I have to ask you all again. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. 6 cups clinked together in mid-air. In the identical glasses were colorful drinks. Since they were still on standby, they couldn't drink alcohol and could only use tea and drinks instead. Putting down the cups, the crowd began to officially move their chopsticks. Turning on the TV, various TV stations were filled with a festive atmosphere, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, the Yuan City Spring Festival evening began on time. Taking advantage of the gap between the crowd chatting and talking, Li Xiao whispered to Lin Yibai beside him and asked, what was that about? What was that about your brother's mistake back then? Want to know? Lin Yibai asked with a bad smile. Li Xiao nodded his head obediently. What was actually in his heart was that when the task force arrived tomorrow and took out the God's envoy, there wouldn't be much point in him continuing to stay in the Special Affairs Bureau. He wanted to find out what mistake Lin Ke had made back then, and how Ji Yanghua had utilized the loophole of that mistake to easily leave his job. It's not impossible to tell you, but there are conditions. What conditions? Lin Yibai pointed to the cassoulet prawns on the table. Help me peel the shrimp. It wasn't something difficult to accomplish. In order to get a clue to easily leave the team, Li Xiao wiped his hands with a wet towel, carefully removed the shrimp heads and shells, and had a careful draw off the shrimp threads. While Li Xiao peeled the shrimp, Lin Yibai didn't forget to help him with the food, or else in a while, the food on the table would be snatched up. Finally, Li Xiao put a clean shrimp on Lin Yibai's plate. Lin Yibai used her chopsticks to pick it up and put it in her mouth, and once she bit into it, the smooth and cute taste of the shrimp meat made her unable to resist swaying her true body slightly and squinting her eyes happily. Can you tell me now? My brother and sister Shuqin's matter, you already knew about it last time, but actually they didn't really organize a wedding. Lin Yibai came over and whispered, my brother awakened his transcendent power a week before the wedding was held and became one of the first Special Affairs Bureau field officers. At that time, Sister Shuqin was still an ordinary person. After learning about the dangers of field officers, he was worried that one day he would die in the middle of an operation, leaving behind orphans and widows. He didn't want to see that, so he volunteered to end the wedding. That was the first time my brother and sister Shuqin had a fight. The content of the fight is anyone's guess. Anyway, the result was that the wedding was cancelled. At that time, the invitations had already been sent out, and in order not to embarrass Sister Shuqin, he took the initiative to knock on the door to door, taking the blame and withdrawing the invitations. Our own family is fine, to Sister Shuqin's family is. Abuse, drive out or light, some of the explosive temper, almost take a guy to do it. Li Xiao could understand the reaction of Cheng Shuqin's family. Just like men have dreams of being a hero, women have dreams of becoming a princess, and the moment they put on a wedding dress, the woman is the center of attention. A wedding, often half a year in advance, or even a year to elaborate preparations, in which the woman usually pay more energy, time. As a result, a week before the start, because of this reason to give up? If it were Li Xiao, the gates of hell would probably have already opened. Anyway, yeah, that's it. For 5 years, my brother doesn't have a girlfriend either, and Sister Shuqin doesn't have a boyfriend either. Especially after Sister Shuqin awakened her ability and joined the first squad, the two people have been getting along in this kind of twisted relationship. Given. Lin Yibai said, using her white hand to similarly peel a shrimp and put it on Li Xiao's plate. Thanks. Li Xiao thanked and picked up the shrimp and ate it. In this way, Ji Yangbua quit the team because he wanted to get married and didn't want his wife to live in fear in the future, not to mention that he didn't want his family to receive news of his death one day. This kind of reason for withdrawing from the team is human nature and can be understood. But Li Xiu realized that he could not learn awe. It can't be that he can't put his future on the line in order to carry a bucket and run away. As he thought, suddenly, his cell phone vibrated and received a message. When he opened it, it was Su Xiaoya's selfie. She was wearing a snow-white dress, wearing light makeup, and her long black hair fell naturally. The environment she was in was a TV station's dressing room, and the bright light unique to the makeup mirror shone on her like a glittering shimmer, like a fairy from the firmament. It's almost my turn. Behind it was a kitten cheering emoji. Li Xiu similarly returned a cheering emoji over and quickly tapped his fingers on the keyboard. You're very pretty today. Before he could send it over, suddenly, Chang Shuqin, who was sitting on the other side of the room, came over and whispered in a voice that only two people could hear. Eating shrimp peeled by a girl's hand while complimenting another girl for being pretty. Li Xiu student, can't see it, awesome. Seeing Li Xiu's awkward expression, the corners of Chang Shuqin's mouth couldn't help but rise. He was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. Drip drip drip. The lights overhead suddenly turned red and flashed rapidly. In the end, something has happened. Li Xiu silently put down his chopsticks and stood up. Chapter 59 Heavy Gunner Thunder Dragon. The Special Affairs Bureau building echoed with the sound of sirens. The frequently flashing crimson lights indicated that the situation was critical to the extreme. Support squad, report the situation immediately. Lin Ke shouted. A voice came over the radio in the reception room. 3 minutes ago, the centralized protection point suffered a major attack. 2 members of the second squad were seriously injured, and the enemy took captive all the people in the protected. The 6 members of the mountaineering club, counting the elderly and children, had a total of 29 relatives with blood relations in Yuan City. In normal times, they were ordinary people, but once they fell into the hands of the God Emperor, they would become the most terrifying weapons. Did the God Envoy do it? Chang Shuqin asked the crucial question. Highly likely. The support team gave a reply. This is the live footage. The television in the hospitality room automatically switched the picture, dropping a blurry image material with quite a few snowflake dots. A man in a black robe stood silently in the middle of the ruins, and behind him, an innocent person was wrapped in a blood-red sphere. Among them was Zhang Ming, who had just talked to Li Xiu during the day. Judging from the clothing, it does look exactly the same as the God's Envoy recorded in the Night Demon's diary, but his black robe seems to be a cursed item, able to isolate all the equipment on the scene from probing, and unable to lock onto the other party's transcendent rank, type, or even the positive or negative value of their abilities. No need to be sure. Li Xiu stared tightly at the screen. Even though he had never actually fought with the other party yet, his intuition told him that the man in the screen was the God Emperor. Where is the enemy's current location? Li Xiu asked. At. The support team hesitated for half a second and gave an answer that silenced everyone. In various parts of the city. On the screen, densely packed red dots appeared on the map of Yuan City, each of which represented a transcendent out-of-control demon, and the red dots were spreading their light outwards, the range of destructive influence it was able to cause. At this moment, Yuan City was almost crimson in color, as if it was caught in a sea of fire. When the boots burn with the most dazzling flames, Yuan will be plunged into eternal darkness. Li Xiu softly recited this metaphor as he gazed at the screen. Is this what's called a blaze? Lin Ke heavily tapped on Li Xiu's shoulder. No time to delay, start moving. Li Xiu, Lei Long's group, deal with the out-of-control incident within the AG area. One group of Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin, deal with the HL region. The rest of Lin Ke said, leave it to me. Hey! Brother, are you acting on your own? That doesn't fit the regulations. Lin Yibai said. Lin Ke glanced at his own sister as if to say, you, a repeat offender, mentioning regulations to me? I'm the captain, I call the shots. There was no time to follow the regulations now. If it wasn't for the safety of his team members, Lin Ke would want to go all alone, spreading out as much as possible and covering as much area as possible. Lin Yibai glanced at Li Xiu. She really wanted to be grouped with Li Xiu. However, both Lei Long and Chang Shuqin's frontal combat power in the squad were slightly inferior, and had to be paired with an attacker. Assigning it like this now was the most appropriate way to group up. Just then, Ji Yangbua stood in front of the door, blocking Lin Ke. Captain, my bloodline weapon was retrieved, give it to me, I'll go over with you guys. Lin Ke coldly reprimanded, since you've decided to return to your family, don't hesitate and make your wife worry. After reprimanding, Lin Ke patted Ji Yanggua's shoulder again and walked past him. You're already an ordinary person now, it's our responsibility to protect you, wait here honestly, and when you come back, the job of heating up the food will be yours. Ji Yanggua's eyes were slightly red. He slightly lowered his head as countless self-reproaches welled up in his heart. The second person to walk over was Cheng Shuqin, who gently patted Ji Yanggua's back. Going home or staying, either decision requires a lot of courage, you don't need to blame yourself. Every member of the team that passed by would give Ji Yanggua a pat on the back, saying goodbye to this comrade who had fought side by side in this way. Until Li Xiao. From the time I joined the Special Affairs Bureau, all I thought about was how to wool gather and leave. But Li Xiao flashed a smile. At least for tonight, I'll try to work overtime along with your share. After all, I'm also considered half of your replacement. Click. The door to the reception room closed. Li Xiao's 5 people walked towards the battlefield, and through a thin wooden door, Ji Yanggua crouched on the floor and wept bitterly. On the top floor, 3 helicopters had long been prepared, the sky was cloudy, not seeing half a starlight or moonlight, and the air was heavy. Lin Ke stepped on the helicopter pedals with one foot and turned back to the crowd and said at last, all of you come back alive, don't forget, the New Year's Eve dinner is not yet finished. The crowd smiled at each other and each boarded the helicopter, heading to the target location. Sitting in the helicopter, Li Xiao looked down on the city below where he had lived for 20 years, the New Year's Eve atmosphere echoing in all corners of the city. And the screams were hidden in the laughter. Once 29 ordinary people transformed into demons at the same time, even if only 1/3 of them were able to become fifth-order demons, it would be a terrifying destructive force for the city. Li Xiao was in charge of the old city, which was very close to his house, and was able to protect his neighbors in the meantime, which made him relax a little. However, Li Xiao turned back to look in the direction of Yuan City's TV station. Lin Yibai and Cheng Shuqin were in charge of the city center. If a demon really broke into the TV station, it should be fine with them, right? Right, there was also Zhao Xian. Li Xiao looked up at the sky. It seemed like it was about to rain. Li Xiao. Thunder Dragon's call snapped Li Xiao out of his thoughts. While we're on the road, I'll introduce my abilities to you, so that we can better cooperate when we act later. In fact, before he set off, Li Xiao thought that it would be fine for him to act alone, just like Lin Ke, and that Lei Long could be arranged to be among Lin Yibai's squad. But after proposing it to Lin Ke, he was rejected. The reason given by Lin Ke was not a statement that he was worried about Li Xiao's safety and had to act in groups of 2. In the current situation, blindly complying with the regulations was a foolish approach, and Li Xiao's previous record of instantly killing fifth-order demons time and time again proved that he was no ordinary transcendent. The reason why Lin Ke made sure to put Li Xiao in a group with Lei Long was because Lei Long's ability was able to perfectly complement Li Xiao's, far more efficiently than putting him in Lin Yibai's squad. My ability is in the Energy Control Department, name, Destruction Heavy Cannon. I'm able to fire energy cannonballs to kill enemies from a long distance. With the help of my bloodline weapon again. Lei Long patted the suitcase that he had carried all the way over, which was as tall as a person, and when he opened it, inside was a gun with a rugged shape and full of wasteland technology. The muzzle was as thick as an adult's arm, and rather than a gun, it was more like a single-manned artillery. Bloodline weapon, bomber. With its power, my precision range can be increased to 800 to 1 kilometer, and if I don't need precision aiming and range bombardment, the range can even reach 2 kilometers. Just then, the voice of the support squad came in his ears. Li Xiao, Lei Long, please pay attention, a demon has been spotted at a position of 900 meters from you. Lei Long smiled faintly and shouldered the bomber, opening the hatch of the helicopter and setting it up at the hatch. The gusty wind blew his long hair. Aim, lock, fire. After a few seconds of waiting, violent fire appeared on the ground. Target dead, en route to next target. Lei Long put away his heavy cannon and smiled, enemies below the 5th rank, 1 shot apiece. Above the 5th rank, I can also inflict heavy wounds on the enemy before it rushes over. Heavy Cannoner Lei Long, in the first squad, the only member of long-range combat, and the strongest long-range shooting ability in all of Yuan City, besides the captain of the second squad. Low-ranked demons, no need to get close, 1 shot saves time. Middle and high-ranked demons, who were blown up and came in a rage, thinking that they could harvest Thunder Dragon's head, but ended up meeting Li Xiao, who was even more terrifying than a demon. This is what Lin Ke said. Maximum efficiency. Chapter 60 Blade Demon. Help! Monster, monster! In an old neighborhood, a cold light suddenly appeared on the top floor, accompanied by rumbling and booming sounds. The top floor collapsed diagonally. It then landed with a bang. And above the floor, a living room that had been cut in half was revealed. From afar, it looked as if it was a studio for a sitcom. However, no one could laugh at the sight of the monster standing in the middle of the living room. It was a demon covered in hard armor, 3 meters tall, with a right arm that was 7 or 8 meters long. The end of its terrifying right arm was extremely sharp, like a blade. Just now, it was relying on this arm that it directly chopped off a floor. On the floor of the living room was the upper half of a man. The man was clutching a kitchen knife in his hand, looking like he wanted to fight the monster. But where was an ordinary man a match for the demon? A mere chopping blow cut the man into 2 pieces. The lower half of the man's body was being carried in the blade demon's hands, cackling and chewing like a snack. Oh. Mom, Dad is dead. Blade demon slowly turned around when he heard the cries of a small child. A woman was holding a child in her arms and was crushed under the rubble of the collapsed building. The blade demon's terrifying scarlet eyes stared at the woman and the child in her arms, carrying half of the man's leg, and opened his mouth to say, "I pursued you back in the day, but in the end, you chose such a loser? You are." The woman vaguely recognized the face that had once been there since between the blade demon's features. It was the teenager who had expressed his affection for her during his student days more than 10 years ago, but was rejected. Just because of this kind of thing. The woman was about to break down emotionally. From the monster in front of her eyes, to the house collapsing, and finally the death of her own husband, everything was because of this ridiculous reason. Indeed, for ordinary people, this was a very incomprehensible reason. But for demons, lust and obsession is everything. They lived and died for it. When I eat your son, you will realize what a foolish mistake you made back then. The blade demon said, walking towards the woman. At that moment, next door, in the neighbor's house, which also had its roof cut off, an old man suddenly jumped out, holding up an old, obsolete machete and slashing towards the back of the blade demon. Because the roof had been cut off, it could be clearly seen from above that the old man's home contained a number of old photos, military uniforms, and medals. He was a veteran and seemed to have fought in the war when he was young. Despite his old age, his cloudy eyes shone with the light of his youth as he charged, and underneath the hilt of his blade, a red ribbon fluttered in the wind. Thud! The blade smashed into the back of the blade demon. Yet, it didn't even leave a single white mark. The blade demon scratched its back and turned its head to stare at the old man, endless anger surging in its eyes, old man looking for death. It waved its right arm, and in the next second, the old man would be chopped into 2 pieces. Just then. Boom! A crimson cannonball accurately hit the blade demon's head. But the smoke cleared, and it merely stumbled slightly for 2 steps before standing straight again and looking at the helicopter flying high in the sky. No, this is a 5th-order demon. We can't kill it just with concentrated artillery. We must rely on wide-range bombardment, but there are still ordinary people on the scene. Lei Long let go of the hand that was pulling the trigger. He spoke quickly, but his handsome face could not see much worry. Because he was clear about his position within the team, clearing out the stragglers. The real. Why tough bones? Li Xiao stood up to the hatchway, stomped hard, and leapt out in the air. Lei Long hemmed and hawed. The truly difficult bones were handled by this great god. The blade demon stared at Li Xiao in death. As one of the 29 relatives, he recognized Li Xiao. When he was still a human, he might have even chatted with Li Xiao, and perhaps had an appreciation for this serious young man who worked hard. But after becoming a demon, all the kind emotions from the human period completely disappeared. It gazed viciously at Li Xiao, its right hand blade flung behind its back, slightly storing up its strength. Seek death. The blade that was strong enough to cut through buildings and slice through steel swung out. The blade demon revealed a fierce smile. It was as if it could see the image of Li Xiao being cut in 2. It looked into Li Xiao's eyes, wanting to see the emotion of fear in it. Human fear was always the demon's favorite seasoning. It was disappointed. Not only was there no fear in Li Xiao's eyes, it was only when he got closer that he even noticed that the focus of his sight never fell on the blade demon. Even for a second. The blade flashed by, and Li Xiao and the blade demon crossed paths. Li Xiao drifted down to the ground and reached out his hand towards the woman and child who were crushed in the rubble, and in his eyes was a kindness that was warmer than the sun. Injured? Don't worry, I'll get you guys out now. The woman pointed at the blade demon behind Li Xiao. Be careful, it's... The woman didn't finish her words when the gusty wind brought by the helicopter blew by. The blade demon's massive head slowly slid down diagonally, followed by its arms, body, and legs. The momentary exchange of blows, no, for Li Xiu it simply couldn't be considered an exchange of blows. Merely passing by. A blade demon of the lower 5th stage, with super high defense and attack power, was precisely sliced into square pieces of flesh of the same size by the black mist that surrounded Li Xiu's periphery. Weak, too weak. Ever since he had fought the puppeteer, an opponent of this level wasn't even worthy of being looked at by Li Xiu. Would you take the initiative to look at an ant? Puppeteer's words inexplicably appeared in Li Xiu's mind. He threw away the superfluous thoughts and waved his hand. The masonry that was pressing down on the woman was pushed away and he carefully rescued the woman and the child. Don't worry, someone will come later to take you to the hospital. The old man with the machete approached. Young man, you are. The old man had gone to war when he was young and had always felt that he had seen a lot, but what happened tonight was really beyond his imagination. Li Xiu took out his documents and showed them to the old man. Don't worry, official. Of course, I'm just a temporary worker. The old man looked at Li Xiu in dismay, and then at the corpse of the blade demon on the ground. Good lord, a temporary worker is like this, a regular worker wouldn't take off? The old man guessed correctly, the official workers were indeed flying in the sky. Sitting on the helicopter, Lei Long couldn't help but whistle. What kind of monster has Team Lin recruited in? If this continues, useless old members like me are going to be discouraged, right? After resolving the blade demon, Li Xiu slightly bent his knees, jumped, and his figure instantly spanned a distance of tens of meters to get back into the middle of the helicopter. Master, next. Li Xiu said habitually, as if he was greeting a cab driver. The corners of the two helicopter pilots' mouths twitched slightly, and when they thought of Li Xiu's battle record in terrifying efficiency, they again had no complaints. Master is master, as long as they can save more people, not to mention letting them fly the helicopter. Even if Li Xiu wants to ride them, he can run. The helicopter pulled up slightly and quickly tilted its fuselage again, heading in another direction. Target spotted. But it's a bit different? Li Xiu looked down, and in the area labeled Transcendent Out of Control, he saw an oddly shaped cherry tree. And in the middle of the cherry tree, there was a face he was familiar with. Zhang Ming. Chapter 61 The Boot Building. Even Zhang Ming. For this middle-aged man who was infatuated with his wife, Li Xiu had quite a lot of good feelings, and he really hoped that Zhang Ming would be able to fulfill his wish and go to Wulan University with his wife's legacy. Pity. Placing his sadness in the bottom of his heart, he sympathized with the other party, but there were too many people to sympathize with this night. Many people had suffered an undeserved death, and when death became a norm, grief lost its meaning. I'm sorry now, all I can do now is kill you as soon as possible before you hurt more people. Li Xiu took a step and free fell from the helicopter, and on the way down, he locked eyes with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's transformation was especially thorough. His body transformed into a huge, dense cherry tree, each cherry blossom blooming with a blood-like color. His face was embedded in the trunk of the tree, and in his eyes, mouth, and nose, it was pitch black, like his soul that had fallen into darkness. A thick transcendental force field emanated from the inside out, and from the strength of the transcendental force field alone, one could roughly determine his rank, mid-5th stage. This was already the rank of most field members. Coupled with the unknown nature of the ability, it was extremely easy to kill at first sight. Under normal circumstances, dealing with a mid-5th order demon would often require the collective action of an entire squad. But today, there was only Li Xiu. The hellish black mist formed a thin sharp blade and flew towards Zhang Ming, who had been thoroughly demonized. Zhang Ming slightly raised his head, and countless cherry blossoms floated down, forming a three-dimensional defense network in mid-air. By the time the hellish black mist actually landed on Zhang Ming's trunk, its power had already been drastically weakened, and it disappeared after merely cutting out a wound a few centimeters thick. White resin flowed out from the wound, and in the blink of an eye, healing was achieved. Sakura Tree Demon Zhang Ming. This was the most powerful opponent that Li Xiu had encountered tonight while running all the way here. But it was only the most powerful of the enemies he encountered. Gently landing on the ground, Li Xiu stretched his right hand forward, and the pitch-black hell gateway appeared behind him, and with just a thought, it would officially open, releasing the power of the extremely cold hell. But right at this moment, Li Xiu suddenly hesitated. Zhang Ming estate. Seems to be a bit off? You're here. It seemed that because of turning into a plant, Zhang Ming spoke each word slowly, and in his empty eye sockets, there was a beam of sight full of madness looking over. But Li Xiu didn't feel even a trace of hostility from it. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Li Xiao had never heard of a situation where a human was able to maintain his sanity after transforming into a demon. Usually, in the first moment of transforming into a demon, humans would be engulfed by their own desires and all sorts of negative emotions, and their humanity disappeared along with them, ceasing to exist. Zhang Ming nodded slightly. I was turned into this appearance, but it's good, it's her favorite appearance. Are you alright? I seem to be fine. Zhang Ming lifted the branch as if he was looking at his hands as he said, at first, watching them turn into madmen one by one, I thought it was such a painful thing. But after actually becoming this way, I realized that it's nothing more than this. He tapped the trunk of the tree with a branch, seemingly pointing to the location of the brain. More crazy noises here, and then, a blockage in the heart, wanting to go free, to do something bad, but that's all. Compared to the kind of pain I felt when my wife died, this bit of annoyance and longing now is nothing at all. A piece of Zhang Ming's heart had long since died along with his wife's death. He had no desire, or rather, his only desire was to bring his wife back to life, but let's not even talk about a god emperor. If there were true gods in the world, a true god descending wouldn't necessarily be able to do the thing of coming back from the dead. For Zhang Ming, before he died of a heart attack, his last desire was to take his wife's ashes to see the cherry blossoms. Now that this wish had been realized, his wife's urn was protected by countless branches and held in his palm, and he himself was the most beautiful cherry blossom in the world. There was no desire, no hatred, no hurt. In this state, Zhang Ming became an extremely rare, non-aggressive demon. Li Xiao looked around. Outside of a few sedans that crashed into tree trunks and were bounced off, there was no more destruction to be seen, and as for the blood and the dead, there was none. What he said was true. Zhang Ming hadn't harmed anyone after transforming into a demon. The hell gate behind him quietly disappeared, and Li Xiao was slightly relieved. Old Zhang, it's good that you're fine, then I have other things to do. You stay here first and don't move around. I'll wait to deal with the other demons outside and then come over to you. There were still quite a few rioting demons within the city, so Li Xiao had to hurry and deal with them. You can't leave. The cherry blossom tree branch reached over and stopped Li Xiao. Old Zhang, what do you mean by this? Li Xiao asked. Old Zhang's movements were gentle, without a hint of hostility. But he didn't fight, and he didn't let go, so Li Xiao couldn't figure out what he was up to. Zhang Ming stretched out his hand and pointed remotely in the direction of the city. His speech was still slow, but his tone was urgent. The monsters within the city are just a front for the god's envoy. His real purpose is the Boots Building. Boots Building? The Boot Building was the nickname of the Yuan City TV broadcasting building. Because the entire building was L-shaped and had a curvature that resembled that of a boot, it was jokingly called the Boot Building by the citizens. When the boot burns with the most dazzling flames, Yuan will be plunged into eternal darkness. Could it be that this Boots refers to the Anwan City Television and Broadcasting Building? The logistics section had produced dozens of speculations after getting hold of the metaphor above, which naturally did not spare the Yuan City television station. The Special Affairs Bureau had turned the Boots building over several times before and after, and hadn't found the cursed item, and the logistics section, as well as the captains of the 3 field teams, couldn't think of anything that the God Emperor could be doing at the TV station. Could it be a citywide broadcast to reveal the existence of the mysterious side? Then why bother going to the TV station? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go to the pedestrian street? Nowadays, in the age of information technology, everyone can use their cell phones to broadcast live. There is no need to go to the TV station. In the end, Yuan City's television and broadcasting building was labeled as potentially dangerous and temporarily safe within the Special Affairs Bureau's system, and only maintained an ordinary level of supervision. By placing demons across the city, wasting cursed gold coins, and going out of its way to allow the demons that were so easily transformed to be broken by each and every one of them, the Divine Messenger is actually distracting the Special Affairs Bureau's attention? Its real target is the Yuan City TV station. Then what exactly does it want to do? In the face of Li Xiao's question, Zhang Ming pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head. I can't see through him, this question, I can only leave it to you to find out. I only know one thing, with the God Emperor's insanity, if he is allowed to continue doing what he is doing, the entire city might be destroyed. Li Xiao nodded heavily, and suddenly, he reacted furiously. Su Xiaoya and Zhao Shen, as well as quite a few teachers and students from Yuan University, had been invited by the Yuan TV station and were broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala live in the radio and television building. If what Zhang Ming said was true, then they were most likely with the Divine Messenger. Chapter 62: The Death Star Ring. Support Team. Li Xiao pressed the communication headset. There was no need for him to specifically ask, as early as when Li Xiu was conversing with Zhang Ming, the support team started contacting the TV station. After realizing that the contact was all broken, the support team directly hacked into the internal monitoring network, the cell phones of nearby personnel, and various types of smart devices along the network cable. In short, any device on the scene that was still connected to the network would become the eyes and ears of the support team. Almost at the same time that Li Xiu pressed the communication headset, the intelligence from the support team came back. The network data inside the radio and television building is all interrupted and cannot be retrieved remotely. About a minute ago, a weak reaction of transcendent power appeared inside the internal TV building, just below the frequency band that the equipment was probing, yet it was enough to cover the entire building, so the electronic equipment was destroyed. Drones have been dispatched to probe, and all drones are automatically blowing up with internal combustion after coming within 50 meters of the TV building. There are no survivors escaping from the radio and television building for the time being. Listening to one piece of intelligence, Li Xiu's fists gradually clenched. It seemed that Zhang Ming was right. Now that the radio and television building had completely become an unexplored dark zone, no one knew what exactly the God's messenger wanted to do. There is one thing that can be determined: what the God Emperor wants to do is definitely not to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Yibai's voice came from the headphones. "Where are you?" Li Xiu asked. He remembered that when the mission was divided, Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin were the ones in charge of the downtown direction. Lin Yibai raised her head and looked at the boot-shaped building in front of her, which was plunged into darkness and towered into the clouds. "I'm right in front of the broadcasting building. I know Su Xiaoya is inside, don't worry, I'll save her out." Li Xiu steeply frowned. "Wait a minute." However, without waiting for him to speak, Lin Yibai switched to full-band communication mode and said to all the field personnel on mission, "Attention all squads, this is Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin. We are about to break out into the radio and television building." The support team had already synchronized and shared the intelligence obtained by Li Xiu among all the squads, and now everyone knew that it was highly likely that the God Emperor was hiding in the broadcasting building. Chang Shuqin added, "In order to avoid this being a ploy by the enemy to move the tiger away from the mountain, please ask each squad to continue with their current mission within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if you haven't received any news from us, please proceed to the broadcasting building in time for support." Above. The full band broadcast ended. Regardless of whether it was Li Xiu, Lei Long on the helicopter, or Lin Ke who had chopped off the demon's head in another corner of the city, all of them fell into silence. From a personal emotional standpoint, they didn't want Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin to enter the TV building. It was highly likely that the God's envoy was a peak 5th order, or even 4th order demon, and once they did encounter one, it wasn't in existence that they would be able to fight against. But rationally speaking, sending a two-man team into the suspicious area to investigate was the optimal choice. Now that the entire city was in chaos, the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't be like a fly without a head, catching the slightest hint of wind and swooping in with all hands. That would only result in someone catching the pain and falling into the enemy's trap. Take care. Pay attention to safety. The prayers of the team's field officers came from within the communication channel. Li Xiu glanced at the time and said to Zhang Ming in front of him, "Old Zhang, I'm leaving, time is running out." Zhang Ming slowly nodded his head. "Before you leave, do me a favor. Go ahead. Kill me." Zhang Ming slightly closed his eyes. Having passed the most crucial information to Li Xiu, there was no point for him to continue living. Death was where he belonged. At the same time, the voice of the support team was heard in his ears. "Please don't kill him. Demons that are not hostile to humans are extremely rare research material. Li Xiu, please capture Zhang Ming and bring him back to headquarters alive." Listening to the voice within the headset, Li Xiu sighed slightly. Research material? Zhang Ming was ready to meet death. Li Xiu stood still. He didn't make a move to kill Zhang Ming, nor did he follow the instructions from the rear to capture Zhang Ming. "Old Zhang, I can't kill you. At least, I can't kill you with my own hands." It wasn't that he had to follow the Special Affairs Bureau's instructions, but the power of I Am Hell was too terrifying, and once Zhang Ming was killed by Li Xiu, he would be dragged into the extremely cold hell and tortured for eternity. This was too unfair to Zhang Ming. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't harmed anyone, and he was the real victim. Li Xiu raised his right hand, black mist mixed with ice slag in his hand, forming a palm-sized circle. The circle rotated rapidly, and because of the ultra-high speed, it gradually emitted an extremely sharp high-frequency chirp. The high-frequency chirping changed with the condensed transcendent force field, and when it fell on the ears, it unexpectedly had a kind of indescribable and melodious charm. However, after listening to it for a few more seconds, there was a feeling that the blood would freeze, the heart would stagnate, and the soul would be drawn out with it. It's simply like a song from hell. Zhang Ming let out an exclamation. The support team hurriedly turned off the live audio reception, and the helicopter hovering above drew up to get as far away as possible from the waves of sound. A perfect ring formed in Li Xiao's hands, resembling a celestial star ring. Old Zhang, for some reason I can't kill you, but this thing. He raised his finger, and the pitch-black star ring gently floated above his fingertips. It is a gadget I researched some days ago, while exercising my abilities, and I call it the Death Star Ring. As long as it is punched into your body, it will endlessly destroy your body until you die. But there will be a small period of time between when it hits your body and when you die. When you feel like you're about to die, set it off. Li Xiao took off a high-explosive grenade from his waist. Remember, not too early, not too late, and definitely die in the grenade explosion instead of being killed by me. He stood in front of Zhang Ming's huge tree trunk. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to end your life? I can take you back to the Special Affairs Bureau and assist in the research. They aren't saying how good they are, but they aren't bad either, and you'll still be alive to reminisce and think. Zhang Ming's dark eyes revealed exhaustion. I'm tired, let me end it. Good. The Death Star ring flew out from his fingertips and gently landed on the tree trunk. Boom! Half of the tree trunk was instantly crushed. This was just the beginning. The pitch-black nebulae were like rain, merging into the interior of the tree trunk, and the fine transcendent power, spinning at high speeds, was like a sharp blade, obliterating the enemy's life from the root. After doing all this, Li Xiao did not continue to look at Zhang Ming, his knees slightly bent, and randomly jumped onto the helicopter. Looking at Li Xiao's distant back, Zhang Ming said a hard thank you. He looked down at his arms, his wife's urn. Using his last ounce of strength, he opened his arms, and countless branches lifted up, and all the petals of the cherry blossoms bloomed, and with a gust of wind, they flew all over the sky. Boom! The fire from the explosion lit up the night. Li Xiao took one last look at the burning cherry tree and pulled the helicopter's hatch closed. Depart, go to the radio and television building. Chapter 63 Relative Blood Relative. And Yuan City Radio and Television Building. This building that was always lit up 24 hours a day on weekdays, at this moment, there wasn't a single bit of light. From afar, it looked like a dead beast that was silently emitting a faint putrid odor outward. After a full broadcast within the communication channel, Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin were the first to enter the interior of the broadcasting building. A very bizarre transcendent force field. Chang Shuqin looked down at her wristwatch. The value displayed on it was extremely weak, and wouldn't attract attention at all in normal times. The reason why it was said bizarre was because just this level of transcendent force field could only cover a range of 1 or 2 meters at most. But right now, the entire radio and television building was wrapped in a weak transcendental force field, isolating it from external probing. If it's the effect of a cursed item, I wouldn't be surprised. After all, cursed items have 1,000 different abilities. But if it's made by a divine messenger? Chang Shuqin's eyes narrowed slightly. Just this ability to manipulate the transcendent force field alone is already terrifying. Chang Shuqin's transcendent ability, Virtual Cell, touched the cellular level and required meticulous manipulation, but even she couldn't do this level of transcendent force control. It's almost as if the cheese layer of a pizza was constantly pulled and made bigger, and finally a super supreme pizza was used to wrap around the entire building. Lin Yibai said with a grave expression. Chang Shuqin had long since gotten used to her marvelous analogies and nodded. Now was not the time to lament the enemy's abilities. Time was running out as they each released their bloodline weapons and probed upwards along the broadcasting building. 2 silver bee needles flew out and hung above the duo's heads, holding up a thin invisible curtain, completely isolating their breath from the outside world. One layer at a time, they moved upwards. Lin Yibai cruised left and right and whispered, "It's a bit strange, how come there is no one? Even a corpse. Tonight is New Year's Eve, other units can rest, but the broadcasting station is the busiest and most in need of manpower. And Yuan City Radio and Television Station, just a local TV station, there is no set of spare staff team. Most of the staff, such as photographers, cameramen, lighting, stage, etc., are staggered to serve multiple program groups. Now every floor was empty, which was unreasonable. Chang Shuqin tapped her wristwatch and pointed upstairs. There seems to be a large number of life reactions up there. Further up, there was the Yuan City Spring Festival Gala Broadcast Hall. Could it be that the Divine Messenger had gathered all the people together? Why? Lin Yibai couldn't understand. The 10 minutes from their appointment was coming up soon, and they hesitated for a few seconds before making a decision. Continue scouting, at least to see the enemy and make sure that it wasn't a trap for tuning out the enemy. They carefully went up the stairs, walked out of the safe passage, and after confirming that no one was there, they found the OB hall. Lin Yibai slightly opened a crack in the door. A ghastly, twisted face that was half a person tall was staring at her. It was a demon. Lin Yibai's fighting instincts reacted almost instantly, and with a push of her thumb, the moonflower blade was about to be sheathed. However, her hand was held by Chang Shuqin. The 3 silver bee needles pierced the demon's brow, jaw, and chest with greater speed and precision. The demon instantly became stiff. It didn't die and couldn't make a single movement, as if it was under a spell of immobilization. Chang Shuqin put her finger on her lips and made a shushing gesture as she pointed to the interior of the broadcast hall. Through the gap, Lin Yibai saw that it was densely packed with people. There were staff from the broadcasting station, performers in dresses, and audience members from various organizations who had been invited over to watch the show. All of them stood below the stage, their faces terrified, a hideous demon guarding the entrance and exit of the venue, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. And a man dressed in a long black robe was standing right in the center of the stage. God Envoy. Seeing the iconic black robe, Lin Yibai's pupils narrowed slightly. There was no need to speculate. Just by gazing at the other party from a distance of tens of meters, Lin Yibai felt a chill originating from deep within. This was definitely not something that ordinary demons could imitate. The last time he had a similar feeling was when he was facing a puppet master. Thanks to Chang Shuqin's timely intervention, otherwise, once she had decapitated the demon in front of her, she would have to face the attack of the divine messenger in the next second. Chang Shuqin pulled Lin Yibai's arm. After confirming the identity of the enemy, we should go. They wanted to rush in and save everyone, but with their strength, it was simply a pipe dream. Lin Yibai carefully nodded her head and was about to follow Chang Shuqin out. Suddenly, she saw with her remaining light that 6 men were being pushed onto the stage. Lin Yibai looked at them with some familiarity, and she quickly remembered that these 6 men were exactly the 6 people in the photo, in the mountaineering club 20 years ago. Very different from the spiritedness in the photo, the youngest of the 6 men on the stage now were in their 40s, and the oldest was already in his 70s. Each of their faces were horribly haggard, and it could be seen that in recent days, because their relatives had turned into monsters one by one, they had endured tremendous psychological pressure. And now, it was their turn. Lin Yibai, who was lying by the door, saw the God Envoy lift his cloak, and at his waist, there hung a purple cloth bag inlaid with intricate patterns of gold trim. The divine messenger put his hand into the cloth bag, and when he took it out again, there was already a handful of cursed gold coins in his hand. Lin Yibai gulped slightly. This handful of cursed gold coins amounted to 13 or 14, enough to create an army of demons. What exactly are you going to do? This question appeared in everyone's mind. On the stage, one of them couldn't endure the psychological pressure and questioned out loud. It was only when the words were spoken and the divine messenger's gaze slowly drifted over that he felt a renewed sense of awe and his legs involuntarily trembled. What am I going to do? The God Emperor's voice echoed through the venue. His voice was younger than expected, with a strange tone that didn't resemble a human's, sounding very odd and with a certain wild charm. The divine messenger walked up to the 6 and said in an odd but sincere tone, "I want to free you from the sea of suffering in the human world and enjoy the pinnacle of extreme happiness." You? What you call extreme happiness, is to become a monster? In your understanding, yes. The divine messenger said, getting rid of the weak human body, no diseases, no work, no oppression. Because you are human-turned demons, you will also have clear memories, not be muddled like ordinary demons, and with my help, gain powers you can't even imagine. You can do anything you want, fulfill any desire in any way, and no one can accuse you, let alone sanction you. What is this if not extreme bliss? One of the oldest men, trembling, said, "I don't want the extreme happiness you speak of, please, let me go." That won't do. You are my blood relatives, how can I let you continue to sink in the sea of bitterness? The divine messenger turned to the man who was the oldest and threw out 2 words. Father. Chapter 64, The Rainy Night. Father. With the appearance of these 2 words, all the clues in Lin Yibai's mind connected. 20 years ago, the 6 men on the stage and the missing Chu Menglan went hiking together. Unexpectedly, they unfortunately stumbled upon a once-in-a-century flash flood. In the police records at the time, Chu Menglan was unfortunately caught in a mudslide and disappeared, and the police and rescue teams searched for a week without finding the body. The 6 men survived because they were lucky enough to hide in a cave in the highlands. This case had a lot of suspicions at the time. For example, why was Kemalin the only one missing? Why were there no clues found near the torrents? And why did all 6 of them carry injuries on their bodies? There were many suspicions, but the scene was almost completely destroyed by the torrential rain and the flash flood, and no remains of Chu Menglan were found, and most importantly, the 6 men's statements were surprisingly consistent. The police felt that even if someone had evil intentions towards Chu Menglan, it was impossible for all 6 to be murderers at the same time. After all, in addition to hiking hobby, 6 people's social relations, personal background are not the same. But this father of the gods envoy said a lot. Lin Yibai guessed that among these 6 people, there must be a person who forcibly had a relationship with Chu Menglan and gave birth to the god envoy, the son of the devil. However, Lin Yibai's mind was still too kind and innocent. She simply couldn't imagine how strong the evil of the human heart would be on a particular occasion. Stage. He's your father, so, that has nothing to do with us anymore, can we go now? The other man asked. No. The god emperor removed the hood of his robes, revealing a ghastly face that resembled a man or a beast. His eyes were pitch black and flowed with warring thoughts of evil. He spoke words that shocked the entire room. You are all my fathers. Lin Yibai, who was hiding outside, secretly videotaping with her badge, almost coughed out in shock. Regardless of whether it was her or the people eating under the stage, their minds were all blank, and the horrifyingly depressing atmosphere seemed to have been washed away. One by one, they stared at the god emperor's human-like head, expecting him to say more gossip. The divine messenger didn't let them down, still in an odd tone, telling what happened on the rainy night 20 years ago. 6 men in Chu Menglan were trapped in a narrow cave by a flash flood, and the packages and food they brought with them were all washed away by the flood on the way to escape. They were cold and hungry, and their body temperature dropped rapidly. At this time, one man secretly hid in a corner and ate the food he had brought with him, only to be discovered as 6 men fought like wild animals over a mouthful of food. One of the strongest men grabbed the food. But that bit of food was not enough to eat at all. As time passes, despair spreads. Finally, at one point, one of the men broke down and began to beat the others indiscriminately, blaming them for the plague. The 6 men fought each other, but as they fought, their eyes fixed on Chu Menglan, who was sitting in the far corner. They were going to die anyway. Before death, have a good time. Unpleasant things happened 6 times in a row, and when it was all over, Chu Menglan, who had a death wish, rushed out of the cave and ran into the middle of the rainy night. No one went after her. On the one hand, they had already lost their humanity and didn't care in the slightest about the death or life of their companions. On the other hand, they didn't worry about Chu Menglan going to the police, because with the bad weather outside, if she ran out, she would only end up dead. The 6 men felt that sooner or later they would die, it didn't matter. However, they did not expect that after a few hours, the rainstorm stopped, and at noon the next day, they were taken out of the cave by the rescue team. After getting out, they were on edge, afraid that Chu Menglan would show up and take them to court. In order to avoid jail, the 6 colluded in their confessions, saying together that Chu Menglan had acted alone and disappeared. But no one thought that within minutes of rushing out into the rainy night, Chu Menglan's abdomen began to bulge, and half an hour later, she went into labor and gave birth to a baby, and then died. No one knows for what reason. Perhaps Chu Menglan's constitution is special, or the malice in the hearts of the 6 men coalesced into Chu Menglan's body through intercourse, and some kind of mutation occurred in the once-in-a-century flash flood. In short, the pregnancy was conceived that night, and the labor was delivered that night. As soon as the baby was born, it would not cry, and in its round eyes, there was only the purest, as if black-jeweled evil thoughts. This is my story. This paragraph, the god angel waited for 20 years, and finally spoke to the 6 fathers. The secret that had been buried in the bottom of their hearts and feared for half a lifetime was told in public, and the 6 men completely lost the last trace of fluke. They knew that someone might be able to walk out alive tonight, but they were definitely not included. The cause of that year caused the fruit of today. After hearing this, the melon eaters under the stage couldn't wait to rush up and beat those 6 assholes to death. It was because of them that a Yuan city was thrown into the midst of chaos. However, while the ordinary people didn't notice, Lin Yibai and Shang Shuqin noticed that as they listened to the divine messenger tell the story, a link between the transcendent power was created between them and the other party. He really isn't telling stories for nothing, Lin Yibai thought to herself. But what exactly is he going to do? Only to see the divine messenger on the stage grab the first man, pinch open his mouth, and with the other hand holding the cursed gold coins, as if pouring water, pouring one gold coin stained with evil, horrible grudges into the man's mouth. When the gold coins were finished pouring, the god messenger casually threw them away, and the man fell to the ground and couldn't stop dry heaving, first blood, then internal organs, and finally, his mouth couldn't stop growing, and he even vomited himself out from the inside out. A barely visible humanoid demon appeared, dense and crazy transcendental force field, soaring rapidly. Sixth order. Fifth order. Middle fifth order. Fifth order. Peak. In just a few seconds, an ordinary person had transformed into a peak fifth order demon. Lin Yibai couldn't believe his eyes. How many of the Special Affairs Bureau's field officers, who worked tirelessly to exercise their abilities, killing demons on the front lines day and night to improve their fit with their abilities, spent years of effort before barely reaching the peak of the 5th rank? For a god emperor, all that was needed was a blood relative and a handful of cursed coins. However, the peak of the 5th rank seemed to be the limit of the god envoy, and even after investing in more cursed coins, it was impossible for the demon's rank to break through to the 4th rank. This was sort of the only good news. Having obtained the information they wanted, Lin Yibai and Chang Shuqin planned to leave immediately. But right at this moment, inside the venue, a few staff members who had gathered together thought that the God Emperor was focused on creating new demons, and that this was a perfect opportunity to escape. One of them violently pulled down the electric switch next to them, and the interior of the venue was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. "Run!" they shouted. If they continued to stay, everyone would probably die, so it was better to seize the opportunity to fight in the dark and get out alive one by one. However, ordinary people couldn't even imagine the true power of demons. To humans, the darkness of reaching out for the darkness; for demons, it instead made their senses sharper. The divine messenger didn't bother with the commotion behind him, and after transforming the last man into a demon, he gave his orders. 5. Go outside and stop anyone who tries to break in. Leave 1 to keep an eye on the group. I need them to help me with the final steps. The 6 demons that had lost their humanity nodded their heads in unison, and under the pouring of countless cursed gold coins, each of them had the power of the peak of the 5th step. This power, coupled with the demons that popped up from all corners between the cities, was enough to slow down the Special Affairs Bureau. After the arrangements were made, the God Emperor stopped paying attention to them, and a vine grew from beneath his feet, toppling through the roof and growing and spreading all the way upwards. The God Emperor stepped on the vines and disappeared into the studio hall. The 5 demons rushed out of the building, leaving behind the demon that had first transformed and vomited itself out. It was nearly a humanoid, its skin covered in pus and emitting a foul odor, its 5 senseless face looking from side to side, and finally, fixated on a woman in a snow-white dress. That woman, out of nowhere, had gotten a bow and arrow. In the pitch-black environment, with only the faint green light of the escape passage, she completed her aim and shot an arrow precisely through the eye of a gatekeeper demon. "That's you." The pus demon decided to kill the few who dared to resist, and the rest would be as honest as quails. It quietly came behind the white dress woman. A peak 5th rank demon had to choose a sneak attack when dealing with an ordinary person with no transcendent power, so it had to be said that such a thing as despicability didn't exist just because one had become a demon. It silently came behind the woman, raised its sharp claws high, and swung down in a whirlwind. Clang! A sword glittering with moonlight suddenly appeared, stopping its sharp claw. "You are." Su Xiaoya, who had retrieved a life, shot an arrow and twisted her head to look at her savior. "Meeting again," Lin Yibai said. Chapter 65. Group of Demons. Tonight's in Yuan City was a little too lively. In the eyes of most ordinary citizens, there were gas explosions one after another in every corner of the city, and the fire alarms seemed to have never stopped sounding. There are also helicopters in the sky, and if you look up, it won't take more than a few minutes to see one speeding by. A few minutes ago, the TV station forcibly cut off the signal, saying that because of technical reasons, tonight's in Yuan City Spring Festival Gala was terminated early. The young people didn't care, they didn't have the habit of watching the Spring Festival Gala anyway. The older, more traditional old people were so angry that they were cursing the country. They had waited for a year to see the local dances and songs of Yuan City at the Spring Festival Gala, and it was terminated early. People who knew nothing were happy. At least they didn't have to face the loss of their loved ones and the threat of death. The howling gusts of wind messed up Li Xiu's hair. He stood in front of the helicopter hatch and stared at the distant radio and television building. Others needed to wait 10 minutes before going over. Li Xiu didn't need to, under his cooperation with Lei Long. The demons in the area he was in charge of had already been eliminated as much as possible. Looking at Li Xiu's back, a feeling of solidity inexplicably surged in Lei Long's heart. Even when he acted together with Lin Ke, who had long since stepped into the 4th rank, Lei Long had not experienced similar emotions, but for some reason, after only one night of working with Li Xiu, he had developed a feeling of, "There's nothing this person can't do." Lei Long shook his head and shook off the unrealistic thoughts. thinking that he really hadn't been on a mission for too long and a certain dependency emotion had appeared. Watch out! An alert from the support team appeared in their ears. A transcendent force field reaction has been detected. It is spreading outward from the radio and television building. The ability level is the peak of the fifth order. There's a lot of them. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 heads. Lei Long pressed the headset. Understood, the strongest is the peak of the fifth order. Where are the others? What are the respective ranks? The support team also seemed to be shocked by the data that came back, pausing for half a second before regaining the courage to say, there are no others, all of them are at the peak of the fifth order, all of them. There was a deathly silence within the full communication channel. 5 peak fifth order demons, what was that concept? Once all of them went berserk, the mysterious leakage was not to be mentioned. The small half of the city would be thrown into chaos, and the lives of thousands of people would be threatened. In another direction, the same helicopter was flying in the direction of the TV station. This was the members of the third squad, who had departed later than Li Xiao, but because of the distance, they arrived almost at the same time. However, just as they approached within a kilometer of the broadcasting building, a huge bat-like demon flew out of the building. It slammed into the helicopter and directly smashed the helicopter into a fireball. The fireball fell straight to the ground, sending out a loud explosion. The 2 second team field officers, along with the pilot, were still alive or dead. Be careful, one of them is heading towards you. There was no need for the support squad to warn them. The enemy didn't cover their transcendent force field in the slightest. As they approached, the air seemed to boil, and a smell of burning corpses appeared. Roar! It was a demon whose entire body seemed to be burnt, emitting a scorching, malevolent aura. All of its clothes were scorched clean, and beastly hairs grew out of its pores. The hairs were bonded together, hard and with jagged edges, forming a special kind of armor and weapon. Lei Long lifted up his heavy cannon and only just took aim when the beast demon rushed in front of him. He could only barely shoot an energy cannonball. As a result, it was easily dodged by the beast demon, and not even a single hair was knocked off. Lei Long's face was so bad that it was the worst enemy he could handle, an opponent that had already closed in and had super high-speed movement. He turned his head and yelled at the pilot, abandon the helicopter and prepare to jump. No need. Li Xiao patted Lei Long's shoulder and passed by him, heading towards the demon that was charging up and meeting him. One person and one demon suddenly collided in the air. Like a comet hitting the earth, the shockwave that erupted caused the helicopter at the back to sway left and right, lurching uncontrollably. Too risky. Having cooperated over the night, Lei Long was clear that Li Xiao was strong, terrifyingly strong, but the other party's peak fifth order transcendent force field was equally thick and terrifying, and more importantly, they didn't know the enemy's ability yet. One must be cautious and cautious again when fighting an unknown higher order demon. Hasn't he learned it in an online course? Abandoning the helicopter at the first opportunity, taking the pilot away, taking advantage of the enemy destroying the helicopter, observing the enemy's ability form and designing a combat plan from there. That was the operational steps of a mature field officer. But Li Xiao's thought was, how could you just throw away a thing as expensive as a helicopter? There's an enemy flying over? Just dry flip it. That's what Li Xiao thought, and that's what he did. He collided with the beast demon after beast demon, the black mist cutting into the enemy's hair that seemed like armor, making the sound of metal clashing. Li Xiao seized the opening and pressed his right hand dead center on the enemy's chest, and the coldness that froze his soul spread all over the beast demon's body along his palm. He dragged the beast demon down from high in the air, ruthlessly smashing into the middle of a shopping mall. The walls collapsed, the masonry fell, and countless dust obscured their fighting figures. Lei Long, who jumped down from the helicopter, could not see the details of the battle, and in his ears was the hissing of the beast demon. Only, this hissing sound seems to be getting weaker and weaker? The landing helicopter brought up a gust of wind, the dust was blown away, and Lei Long saw that in a collapsed ruin, Li Xiao stood quietly at the very top of the ruin, and under his feet stepped the unstoppable beast demon from before. The beast demon's limbs were all broken, and its body was sealed by layers of cold ice. Even so, it was still struggling for its life. The foot on its back, which didn't seem to exert much force, was like a mountain, pressing the beast demon to the ground. Behind him, the light from the helicopter shone obliquely on Li Xiao's back, and when viewed head-on, a halo formed along his body. At this moment, a thought surged through Lei Long. Other people were worried about transferring the tiger away from the mountain, but Li Xiao didn't need to worry. Because he was that mountain. It's a bit strange, this thing, it seems like it can't be killed. Li Xiao's words interrupted Lei Long's thoughts. The soles of his feet slightly exerted force, shattering the beast demon's entire body of bones, but in an instant, an extremely evil power surged out of its body, and its injuries healed extremely quickly. There was no telling how much time would be consumed if one wanted to kill it. The black mist swelled around Li Xiao. There were still 4 demons. He didn't want to waste too much time on one demon. A layer of cold ice froze up, using the fastest way to seal the mobility of one first. The remaining 4 heads, sensing Li Xiao, rushed towards him. If he wanted to enter the broadcasting building, Li Xiao had to face more than just 4 5th-rank demons. Below the broadcasting building, a vine grew out and wrapped the entire building. At the top of the vines, an extremely colorful snow-white flower grew, and the seemingly simple flower, when viewed from the perspective of a transcendentalist, formed an impermeable barrier. Li Xiao sensed the thickness of the barrier. It would take quite a bit of effort to break the barrier, in which he would also have to deal with the attacks of 5. Now 4 demons. It seems like the enemy is determined not to want us to disturb it. Li Xiao said. Lei Long said, the less the enemy wants to do, the more we have to do. Right? Of course. Li Xiao wiped the soles of his shoes on the ruins and gently jumped down. The 4 demons gathered together, and their aura seemed like a rushing wave, almost swallowing Li Xiao and the Thunder Dragon. Facing a peak 5th stage demon, Li Xiao was able to forcefully seal it, but facing 4 in one breath, trying to resolve them all in a short period of time would not be an easy task. What was even more troublesome was that since there was a bloodline connection between them, after transforming into demons, this intrinsic connection made the 4 demons work extremely well together. When Li Xiao tried to forcefully kill one of them, the other 3 demons would fight to the death to support him. Facing this level of enemy, the role that Thunder Dragon was able to play was no longer very useful. The speed of the exchange was too fast, and his energy projectiles simply couldn't hit the enemy. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Li Xiao glanced at him and reminded, stay away from me, 200. No, 500 meters away, and don't come close to me until I tell you to come over. Li Xiao's face was as usual, but those pitch-black pupils gave Lei Long an unspeakable majesty and fear. It was as if it was a deep and eerie road that led to hell. Chapter 66, Support Arrives. Ever since he gave up suppressing the power of I Am Hell, Li Xiao had been getting stronger every moment. As long as it wasn't a puppeteer kind of character, an ordinary 5th-order transcendent or demon didn't require much seriousness for Li Xiao to deal with. Even the peak of the 5th rank. But right now, the 4 demons that worked well together and complemented each other were far more effective than 1 + 1 being greater than 2 with the 4 bizarre abilities. When they were together, relying on the cooperation originating from their bloodline, they could basically be treated as a demon of the lower 4th rank. For an opponent that had crossed over 1 rank, even Li Xiao found it a bit tricky. He had worked out quite a few new tricks these days. For example, the black mist silk threads that were as thin as cicada wings and could easily cut through the enemy's armor. The Death Star ring that could invade the enemy's body and cause great damage from the inside. Li Xiao was quite comfortable applying these 2 tricks, but if he wanted to deal with the 4 monsters at the moment, relying on these 2 abilities would not be enough. After the black mist filament suddenly expanded and forced back the 4 monsters, Li Xiao took a deep breath and turned his head to the Thunder Dragon behind him. Stay away from me, 200. No, 500 meters away, and don't come near me until I tell you to come over. The next ability that Li Xiao was about to cast was completely beyond his control. As the caster, Li Xiao wouldn't be affected, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of Thunder Dragon. Feeling the unprecedented pressure, Thunder Dragon obediently hugged the destruction heavy cannon and ran out of the 500-meter range. The 4 demons didn't pay attention to the faraway Thunder Dragon. The order they received was to stop anyone who tried to enter the radio and television building, and right now, the only one who was a threat was Li Xiao. The 4 demons surrounded a killing formation and charged towards Li Xiao in unison. Facing the 4 very different, evil, weird, heavy, and tyrannical powers, Li Xiao didn't dodge or avoid them, and even closed his eyes. He raised his hands slightly, and in an instant, everything within a 500-meter radius was projected into his heart under the perception of his transcendent power. Thunder Dragon, who was in between runs, looked back. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world became blurry, a shaking residue similar to poor signaling appeared, and distant, agonizing screams of despair were vaguely heard in his ears. In an instant, Lei Long's hair shrugged, and the instincts originating from the depths of his genes were frantically crying out. Run! 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 He did not know what was happening, but he knew that there was a thing that was enough to destroy everything in front of him. Is about to descend. Li Xiao raised his arms to the sides and spread his hands wide, his eyes opened a slit, and following the slit, it was as if he could see the world cracking. Just then, the whine of a helicopter came from the sky. Boom! Lin Ke descended from the sky, 6 shadow teammates whose abilities materialized surrounding him. The war commander's ability was unreservedly utilized, and by himself, he was a squad. Li Xiu's raised arms slowly lowered, the war-inducing pressure abruptly disappeared, and only then did the Thunder Dragon, who had run away, try to breathe. Almost suffocating, he gasped for air and was glad in his heart. If the thing summoned by Li Xiu really came down, his intuition told him that everything in the neighborhood would be destroyed. However, with regret, Lei Long's curiosity had been fully mobilized, and he really wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering power could bring such horrifying pressure to people. The 6 shadow teammates tangled with the 4 demons, and for a short period of time, they were fighting a battle. Lin Ke asked, "What did you want to do just now?" A few hundred meters away, Lin Ke detected the terrifying power originating from Li Xiu's body, and if he didn't know that Li Xiu was one of his own people, he would have thought that a demon of extinction had appeared. Li Xiu said bluntly, wanted to make a big move and finish off those 4 guys together. Lin Ke pursed his dry lips. If this kid didn't say anything, he would have thought that he was planning to directly blow up the radio and television building. Lin Ke looked at his shadow teammates, who were in a fierce battle with the demons, and said, "The demons in various parts of the city are like crazy, disregarding their lives to destroy them. The others are being held back temporarily, and there's no way for them to come over to provide support." As the 4 demons fought with the 6 shadow teammates, Li Xiu observed for a few seconds and asked Lin Ke, "Can we hold on?" Lin Ke heard the meaning of his words. "You're going to let me hold them off and go in yourself?" Li Xiu nodded. He wasn't going to keep waiting. There were too many people he cared about inside this dark building. Lin Ke stared at Li Xiu with complicated eyes. As the captain of the first squad, Lin Ke had carefully read every one of Li Xiu's operation reports, and he knew very well how strong the potential of his temporary worker teammate in front of him was. Lin Ke believed that as long as Li Xiu was given a certain amount of time, not too much, at most half a year, Li Xiu would be able to become the strongest transcendent in the entire Yuan city with crushing strength. There wasn't one. Lin Ke was very much looking forward to that day. However, it took time for potential to be realized, and the current Li Xiu had yet to reach true invincibility. Lin Ke wanted to say that this was too dangerous. But he couldn't say it. Field operations were like that. It was impossible to be perfect. Perfection was only possible when there was room for it. Now that the entire city and the Special Affairs Bureau had been pushed to the edge of a cliff, waiting for a more suitable opportunity to strike would only give the enemy more time. Lin Ke was suitable for large-scale melee battles, but one-on-one sparring battles with the enemy, Li Xiu's transcendent ability was indeed going to be more suitable. Allowing Li Xiu to take the lead and enter the radio and television building was the optimal solution for the moment. Lin Ke took a deep breath and stretched out his hand towards Li Xiu. "Make sure to hold on, 10 minutes at most. Is there anything else you need? Weapons, equipment?" "None of it." Li Xiu held his hand and said with a smile, "Just remember to send me triple pay for overtime work during the Spring Festival, as well as the night shift allowance." Lin Ke's expression that had been brewing with difficulty froze on his face, and then he laughed out. This was the Li Xiu he knew. Li Xiu let go of his hand and walked towards the radio and TV building. Lin Ke shouted at his back, 3 times the salary, plus mission bonus and 15 days of paid vacation. The personnel section won't approve it, I'll go find the old director. Li Xiu turned his back to Lin Ke and gave an okay gesture. As long as the money was manageable, Sensei God Envoy or Devil Envoy, he could over them all. Besides, Lin Yibai, Su Xiaoya, and Zhao Xian are all on it. Official requirements and personal grudges were stacked on top of each other. Li Xiu walked to the barrier made up of countless vines. A slim black mist flashed by. Clang! The sound of metal clashing sounded as the black mist and the vines collided. The black mist, which was enough to decapitate a 5th-stage low-level demon with a single strike, didn't cut through the vines, and merely left a small scratch on them, from which purple juice flowed out. A faint aroma drifted out from the juice, and when one smelled it, the evil thoughts in one's heart surged, and one could not wait to rush into the crowd to kill. However, the flavor that could cause ordinary people to fall into a frenzy couldn't shake Li Xiu's tough spirit at all. If one black mist couldn't cut through, then 10, 100, 1,000. He raised his hand, his index finger pointing ahead, and countless hellish black mists that were even thinner than the blade of a knife poured out, like a torrential downpour, and like a waterfall. The vines held out for less than half a second before they were violently torn open, and a passageway that could accommodate one person to pass through appeared. Seeing this scene, the 4 demons hissed madly, but they were deadlocked by Lin Ke. "Go on, Li Xiu, leave this place to me." Without looking back, Li Xiu rushed into the pitch-black building. Chapter 67 Pus Demon. The sky was covered in dark clouds. Inside the darkened studio building, the ground was littered with the corpses of ordinary people. The air echoed with the sound of the young girl's violent gasps, and at times, the sound of the demon's shrill laughter. Lin Yibai inhaled the dull air into her lungs, her body heavier with each breath. The light of the moonflower blade in her hand gradually dimmed as she stared at the terrifying demon across from her, not daring to be half distracted. A few minutes ago, it was still an ordinary middle-aged man. But after a dozen cursed gold coins were poured into its mouth, the thick, massive evil power grew and expanded within its body, eventually forcing its body to turn inside out and vomit itself out. It was roughly a humanoid, with 4 limbs, but no features at all, and its skin was like a toad, full of uneven bumps. The most disgusting thing is that those pimples are constantly flowing out yellow and green pus. Once one accidentally got into this pus, whether it was the skin or the blade, one's body would become heavy, weak, and accompanied by severe pain in one's internal organs. At the moment, a narrow slash on the pus demon's body was rapidly healing, as if it wasn't skin at all, but a special thing similar to Play-Doh. Lin Yibai shook off the pus from the moonflower blade. In less than half a second's work, because of the pus staining the monster, the long knife that was connected to her bloodline became heavy once again. Lin Yibai's afterglow caught a glimpse of Cheng Shuqin, who had fallen to the ground. Facing a peak 5th rank enemy, Cheng Shuqin exploded her full strength at the first moment of the encounter. 9 silver bee needles came out in unison, and the subtle beeping sound was like a dance song. But no one expected the enemy's ability to be so bizarre, able to ignore defenses, and just by touching the pus, the damage would be fed back to the manipulator himself. Cheng Shuqin's ability, Virtual Cell, was all about subtle manipulation, and the connection between her and the silver wasp needle was much closer than that of an ordinary bloodline weapon. The enemy's power was transmitted to Cheng Shuqin's body almost unhindered. By the time she reacted and tried to cast her ability to heal, she couldn't even move a single finger. Lin Yibai had a transcendent force field wrapped around her hand, forcibly using her power to isolate the connection between herself and the moonflower blade, preventing the pus demon's power from invading her body along the bloodline weapon. In a way, the pus demon in front of him was the natural enemy of all Special Affairs Bureau field personnel. Blocking the use of the bloodline weapon could weaken a field officer's combat power by at least 30%. The pus demon touched the healed wound, clearly having no 5 senses, but giving the impression that it was staring straight at Lin Yibai. It once again pounced on and Lin Yibai entangled, the 2 silhouettes in the darkness constantly staggered flashed, the time-lapse, who can see? Lin Yibai was gradually losing ground. Because unlike other transcendents, Lin Yibai was blocked not only the bloodline weapon, but also the ability of Metal Frenzy. She didn't dare to transfer her ability to the blade, which would accelerate the progress of her infection. Lin Yibai purely relied on her exquisite sword skills to fight with the demons. How could a human's physical ability be compared to a demon? In another exchange of blows, Lin Yibai slowed down by half a disc, and the pus demon suddenly accelerated, its sharp claws grasping towards her forehead. Boom! Boom! The sound of a gunshot rang out. A bullet accurately hit the pus demon's calf. Su Xiaoya was half kneeling on the ground, holding a pistol equipped by the Special Affairs Bureau in her hand, and a tiny amount of nitrous smoke was drifting out of the muzzle. This was Cheng Shuqin's matching gun, which was handed over to Su Xiaoya before she fell unconscious. The bullet's penetration caused the pus demon's actions to stall for half a beat, which gave Lin Yibai the opportunity to slash at the pus demon's abdomen. Bear! Countless yellow and white pus spurted out, and Lin Yibai swung her sword to dodge and avoid it. Under her excellent blade technique, not half a drop of pus landed on her body, but the moonflower blade in her hand was once again damaged. The moonlight dimmed away, and the blade was covered in patches of rust. The pus demon wiped at its abdomen and the wound healed automatically as it snorted, "I'll see how much longer you can hold out." The pus demon was a production manager within the company in its lifetime, responsible for the management of the production line, and under its hand it managed 100 or 200 girls working in the workshop. On the surface it cleaned up meticulously on a daily basis, treating its female subordinates at a distance, but in reality, for more than 10 years, he had been doing the business of forcing good girls into prostitution. Many of the girls in the workshop are only 18 or 19 years old, just came from the township, less social experience. It takes advantage of age and occupation to trick a simple girl into bed in a month or 2. When it had eaten them dry, it would then drive them out of the factory. When it encounters pretty girls, it will even use bed photos as a threat to send them to a windy place. Because of this superficial inner nature, it spat out its rotten inner self only after becoming a demon. As the battle continued, Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya, two people who hadn't crossed paths much in their lives, unexpectedly found that they worked well with each other. Blades and bullets kept hitting the pus demon. Unfortunately, the gap in rank could not be bridged by skill. If the pus demon was a mid-5th rank demon, no, a high 5th rank demon. Even if it was able to block the power of its bloodline weapon, even if it possessed the ability to regenerate at super speed, with the subtle cooperation of the two girls, they would be able to kill it before it could regenerate. However, the subtle gap between the high stage and the true peak made it so that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up with the speed of their enemy's wound healing. What was even more desperate was the Moonflower Blade was getting duller and duller. Until a certain moment. Lin Yibai once again dodged the pus demon's attack and dodged to appear on its side. At the same time, 3 bullets almost connected in a straight line, striking the pus demon's forehead. Under the impact of the bullets, it was forced to tilt its head back, and a large portion of its neck was exposed. A perfect decapitation angle. Nice, Xiaoya. Lin Yibai complimented, her body naturally rotating with the sprint, the inertia transferring from her legs, waist and stomach to her arms, and ultimately all of it landing on the blade. She was going to chop off the pus demon's head with a single slash. However, the surefire blade was stuck dead center at the pus demon's neck. Because the exchange was too intense, Lin Yibai didn't have any time to observe, and it wasn't until now that she realized that the moonflower blade in her hand was already full of rust, and as she waved it around, pieces of debris were falling off of it. This bloodline weapon that had accompanied Lin Yibai for a long time and saved her life several times was like a flower that was about to wither, just like a flower that had come to the end of its life. The pus demon slowly turned his head, a lustful gaze silently emanating from a slice of his smooth features. In the end, it's just a woman. The pus demon's words emanated from within its rotting abdominal cavity. It opened its arms and swung over towards Lin Yibai. Right now, Lin Yibai had two choices: either abandon the moonflower blade and immediately back away to avoid the enemy's attack, or a white light shone in her pupils. Either she gave up on defense, dodging, and truly gripped the hilt of the blade. Lin Yibai chose to let the moonflower blade bloom with light before it completely withered away. With all the negative effects from the pus demon attacking her, she clenched her teeth in death. Metal Frenzy was launched at full strength. The dim moonflower blade bloomed with the bright and cold moonlight for the last time, and the blade stuck between the pus demon's neck became sharp again. Ah! The pus demon participated in hideous agony as it clawed at Lin Yibai's shoulders. Just then, another succession of gunshots appeared. Su Xiaoya's wrist was trembling slightly. The Special Affairs Bureau's matching gun was specially designed for field personnel, and its power and recoil were both incredibly high. In order to support Lin Yibai, Su Xiaoya had emptied 4 magazines, her wrist and arm were on the verge of dislocation, and every time she pulled the trigger, it would bring her intense pain. But she still didn't stop, a pair of clear eyes locking onto the enemy in death. A few bullets that hit the pus demon's arm, causing its movements to slow down by a fraction of a second. The crucial fraction of a second. Lin Yibai let out a furious cry from his mouth, his hands gripping the hilt of the blade, the moonflower blade releasing infinite light, almost illuminating the pitch-black studio hall. The blade sliced through flesh and blood, rapidly surging forward. She was about to cut down the pus demon head. Ka-da! Tiny cracking sounds appeared. Lin Yibai swung her hands out and dodged to appear a few meters away. The pus demon's head, which was supposed to fall off, only had the last centimeter left, and under a tiny bit of skin connection, the head was still connected to the body, hanging from the neck. And in Lin Yibai's hand, only a hilt remained. Zhao Shen, who was supporting Cheng Shuqin, clenched his fists as he stood up, wanting to go do something. But it wasn't raining in the sky, and he couldn't exert his abilities. Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya's eyes were gradually filled with despair. Ha ha ha! The pus demon let out a maniacal laugh. Just a moment ago, it had truly felt death, but it was the subtle difference that had the goddess of victory standing behind it. The one who survives is me, you will all die, and before you do. It stared at Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya, the looks of the two women made it unable to resist trembling. Suddenly, the door to the studio hall was opened, and in the darkness, a silhouette walked in unhurriedly, bringing in a trace of coldness that seemed to come from hell. What do you want before you die? Li Shou asked. Chapter 68 Crushing. Brotherly. Zhao Xian was practically crying out. Li Xiu. Su Xiaoya softly called out his name. The moment she saw him, the memories that had been modified by the Special Affairs Bureau broke through the heavy mental bindings and surfaced once again. Li Xiao nodded at Zhao Shen as he walked in front of Su Xiaoya, half squatted down, looked at her slightly trembling shoulders and arms, and saw the complex emotions in her eyes. All remembered? Su Xiaoya nodded. Li Xiao slightly embarrassedly averted his eyes. After the Night Demon Crusade ended, he promised Su Xiaoya to tell everything, and in the end, he went back on his word. Su Xiaoya saw his embarrassment and revealed a nice smile, shaking her head slightly. If you have something to say, after it's over, say it slowly. Aha! Li Xiao stood up and walked over to Lin Yibai. Holding a broken sword in her hand, Lin Yibai alerted the pus demon while warning, be careful, its ability is weird, as long as the body touches it, it triggers a series of negative effects, and it possesses super speed regeneration. Her physical strength was on the verge of its limit, and her body shook slightly as she spoke. Li Xiao supported her. Don't rush, speak slowly. Li Xiao turned his head to gaze at the pus demon not far away, and said in a calm but extraordinarily certain tone, with me here, no one will be able to hurt you guys again. With the warmth coming from her palm, Lin Yibai relaxed. Whether it was the 5th stage high or peak, she firmly believed that as long as Li Xiao was there would definitely be no problem. Lin Yibai had blind trust in Li Xiao, and he had never failed her. The previous despair was swept away, as if Li Xiao just standing there quietly was enough to bring hope to everyone. Hope for Lin Yibai's few people, and for the pus demon, the most heavy, depressing, and terrifying despair. Under Li Xiao's gaze, the pus demon had the feeling of being gazed upon by a superior demon. How is this possible? He is clearly just a human. I remember that he's just a temporary worker of the Special Affairs Bureau, a mongrel in charge of escorting missions. Even Vice Captain Cheng Shuqin isn't a match for me. Why does he have such a terrifying pressure? Could it be a fake? Or is his ability just disguised as powerful? Should I make a move to test it out? The pus demon clenched and unclenched its fists hard, as if there was still sweat coming out of its palms, and just as it was getting nervous, Li Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Where is the god envoy?" The pus demon froze for half a second. It didn't want to answer Li Xiao's question, but its gaze subconsciously looked towards the vines that had broken through the roof and spread upwards. When it came back to its senses, an endless sense of humiliation and anger swirled in its heart. Regardless of whether it was a human or had become a demon, it had absolute confidence in itself. No one had ever belittled it like this. I admit that it puts a lot of pressure on me, but whether or not I can win, that's something you have to fight to know. The pus demon spoke the lines of a hot-blooded teenage manga protagonist as it charged towards Li Xiao. Its eyes were filled with violent anger. Driven by its anger, its ability exploded 120%, and its aura rose once again, as if it was really able to kill Li Xiao over the level. Kada! The pus demon stumbled on its feet. At some point, a thick layer of frost appeared on the floor. The cold spread upwards along the soles of its feet, trying to freeze it. Get out of here! The pus demon violently erupted with power, shattering the pieces of cold ice spreading on its body. As a peak 5th stage demon, ordinary cold ice alone couldn't bind it. It instantly appeared in front of Li Xiao and swung out its fist with a windy sound. Without exerting its abilities, with just this punch, it could defeat the vast majority of 5th stage high stage transcendents. In the face of the enemy's incoming attack, Li Xiao's response just looked flat. He raised his hand, and countless black mist threads extended out from under Li Xiao's feet, tightly binding the pus demon's limbs and torso. All of the pus demon's attacks came to nothing. Li Xiao flipped his palm. The pus demon was pressed to death on the ground under the pull of the silk threads. It tried to struggle, but comparable to its strength, it was no match for the countless black mist filaments, and its ability to cast pus was even more so when it didn't wait for it to touch the black mist. It naturally froze into tiny ice cubes. You seem to be angry at me for belittling you. Li Xiao half crouched down, and a round of Death Star rings appeared on his fingertips. The moment it saw the Death Star ring, the pus demon's body involuntarily trembled. It truly felt the threat of death. Unprecedented fear of death. Even when it was facing the god envoy, it hadn't produced a similar emotion. Li Xiao said, I'm not belittling you. If I threw you outside you could easily kill thousands of people, and I know that you're even more difficult to kill than an ordinary demon. Li Xiao's finger gently tapped on the pus demon's forehead, making a subtle tinkling sound, and there was a cursed gold coin there. A gold coin is equivalent to a life. It's not hard to kill you once, but to finish you off over and over again, even I would find it troublesome. But by coincidence, I happen to have recently figured out a new ability application technique, and you are the first test subject. Previously, when he used the Death Star ring on Zhang Ming, Li Xiu was worried about actually killing him, and had to be careful when applying the ability, with the ability stowed away. Against the pus demon, there was no such concern. A pleading voice came from the pus demon's abdominal cavity. No, don't, I beg you. I'm wrong, I'll change. It did not want to die. But, the person it killed equally didn't want to. The Death Star ring slowly disappeared into the pus demon's body. Its body continued to twist and swell, and chunks of flesh and blood fell off and rotted on the ground. When the injuries reached a certain level of severity, the cursed gold coins would shatter one and its body quickly healed. It was also the first time that the pus demon discovered that cursed gold coins had this kind of effect. In the past, it would probably be excited about having a dozen more lives, but now, the extra lives were nothing more than prolonging the time it suffered. One by one, the cursed gold coins shattered, and the pain and death drew a little closer. When he was still a human, this was how he slowly broke through the defenses of ignorant young girls, forcing them to give up their female dignity, and ultimately dropping a pure white heart into the darkness. Now this kind of thing really fell on his body. On the physical plane. Click. The last cursed gold coin shattered, and the pus demon was cut into minced meat from the inside, collapsing to the ground like slime, lifeless. 2. Strong right. Zhao Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, a peak fifth-order demon like a great demon king couldn't even last a second in Li Xiu's hands. This couldn't be described as strong, it was simply crushing. Literally crushing the opponent directly into mincemeat. And among the few people present, the one who was the most shocked was Cheng Shuqin. Su Xiaoya was an ordinary person. Zhao Xian had just awakened and wasn't clear about the equivalence between transcendence. Lin Yibai was not to mention that she wouldn't be surprised if Li Xiu went up to the heavens and plucked the stars down. Cheng Shuqin, who was the vice captain of the first squad, had been a field officer for 4 years, and she had experienced large and small operations. It was the first time she had seen one that could be like Li Xiu, gently ignoring the gap in rank and resolving the opponent. It was important to know that in the Special Affairs Bureau's records, Li Xiu's transcendent rank was only the middle of the 5th rank. The normal picture of a mid-5th order, crossing 2 small levels to face a peak 5th order demon head-on shouldn't be. Friendship, courage, and hot blood in one. Li Xiu recalling the past, exploding his power in the moment of crisis, and killing his opponent under serious injury? Cheng Shuqin couldn't understand Li Xiu more and more. In between her thoughts, Li Xiu twisted his head and asked, "Can you still walk?" Chapter 69, Chains. Lin Yibai said, "We're okay, Sister Shuqin can't stand up, she needs to be treated immediately." Li Xiu's eyes swept over the faces of Lin Yibai, Su Xiaoya, Cheng Shuqin, and Zhao Xian, and he had quite a lot of things he wanted to say about each of them. But now was not a good time to talk. Li Xiu pointed in the direction of the safety stairs. "You guys go to the first floor first. Lin Ke is tangling with the demons outside. The support troops will probably be able to come over in a few more minutes, so when the barrier blockade on the first floor opens, you guys will leave immediately." Among the 4, Cheng Shuqin had completely lost the battle. Without rain, Zhao Xian wasn't much stronger than an ordinary high school student. Lin Yibai had forcibly used the power of Metal Frenzy in order to swing the final blade, and was invaded by the pus demon's ability. Luckily, her physical quality was far better than Cheng Shuqin's, and she maintained a certain level of fighting strength for the time being. Lastly, there was Su Xiaoya. Her right hand that was gripping the pistol was involuntarily trembling slightly, on the verge of its limit. Continuing to let them stay would only put them in danger. Hearing the meaning in Li Xiu's words, Su Xiaoya worriedly grabbed his arm and asked, "You're going to stay alone?" "I'm going up to take a look." Underneath the calm tone was a determination that had long been made and could not be backed down. "No, you don't have to, that person. Monster, too dangerous." Su Xiaoya tightly grabbed Li Xiu's arm. She still remembered how she felt when she was on the stage, looking at the god envoy. His terror was not from the appearance, nor was it the ability to create demons, but something deeper and more terrifying. Su Xiaoya couldn't say. She only knew that it was definitely not something that should be found on Earth. Su Xiaoya's intuition was always accurate. She didn't want Li Xiu to go. Maybe this idea was selfish, but she only wanted Li Xiu to leave safely. There were so many people in the hole in Yuan City, so many leaders in the Special Affairs Bureau. How come it was Li Xiu's turn to fight for his life as a temporary worker? Why should he be allowed to risk his life? "I have to go up and take a look." Li Xiu repeated what he had said as he added, "There's not much time left." He wasn't Lin Ke's kind of responsible, worrying character. Li Xiu had never had the dream of saving the world, and he was satisfied when he was able to make the people he cared about happy. But after the God's envoy caused a massive riot throughout the city to divert the Special Affairs Bureau's attention and was discovered, he created 6 peak 5th rank demons. All of this was used to stall for time. The divine messenger was plotting something extremely important. Thinking about the metaphor that the puppeteer had informed him of, his intuition told Li Xiao that once he let the divine envoy's plan succeed, all of the people he knew and cared about in the entire city would be harmed. He didn't care about strangers, but for the people who had helped him and cared about him, Li Xiao couldn't do it to put them in danger. Seeing the persistence in Li Xiao's eyes, Su Xiaoya silently loosened her hand. She suddenly felt that the Li Xiao in front of her was a bit strange. There was a time when Li Xiao always stood behind her, closed himself off, and whenever he was in danger, Su Xiaoya would hold on to his hand and protect him. But now Li Xiao no longer needed any protection, he had the strength and determination to guard himself and others. Lin Yibai wanted to go up with Li Xiao. She looked down at the broken moonflower blade in her hand and eventually gave up on the idea. She told Li Xiao all of the information about the God Envoy, especially the story of the God Envoy's birth. As Lin Yibai finished speaking, a transcendent force field chain suddenly appeared and wrapped around Li Xiao's ankle. What is this thing? Li Xiao held the chain and felt a faint, yet extremely pure malice. Lin Yibai shook her head. I don't know, it seems that if you know about the God Emperor's past, you will be entangled in this chain. Li Xiao tugged at it, but it wasn't difficult to entangle, and it ripped off with a gentle tug. After recounting the situation, Lin Yibai helped Cheng Shuqin towards the stairs. Before leaving, she said seriously to Li Xiao, I'll wait outside for you to come back. Good. Looking at the crowd disappearing into the hallway, Li Xiao took a deep breath. Looking up at the vines extending into the darkness reaching out from the roof, it was impossible to say that he wasn't afraid. Li Xiao was also a human being, and a human being would have the emotion of fear of the unknown. The enemies he faced in the past could be easily crushed with the power of I Am Hell, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The God Envoy was different. He had a similar flavor to the puppeteer. Li Xiao wasn't sure he could defeat the other party. Failure would mean death. The fear of death was written in the biological genetic instincts, and Li Xiao slightly closed his eyes to feel the emotions from his instincts, the fear, worry, and retreat. Without opening his eyes, he continued to probe deeper into his consciousness. Thud. 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 It was the sound of a beating heart, and with each sound, it was like a thunderclap resounding above the clouds. Beneath all the negative emotions, in the deeper depths of Li Xiao's consciousness, a longing that was normally suppressed and hidden by him began to grow. Destruction, destruction, fighting, and killing. Li Xiao violently opened his eyes, and in his dark eyes, a trace of longing and madness flashed through. He clenched his fist hard and reminded in a small voice, Relax, Li Xiao, relax, don't let your emotions control you, but don't be careless. Tear down this building. In the back, Uncle Sam and his sister stood in the darkness. As Li Xiao spoke, the sisters appeared and disappeared. She smiled, revealing 2 rows of shark-like sharp teeth, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at Li Xiao in death, as if waiting for him to say a certain extremely important sentence. Uncle Sam exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and a large hand gently fell on his sister's head. It's not time yet, just wait a little longer. The younger sister puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction and shook her head vigorously, shaking off Uncle Sam's hand and jumping into the darkness to disappear. Uncle Sam similarly disappeared into the darkness. After they disappeared, the killing intent in Li Xiao's eyes gradually faded away, restoring the clarity of the past, leaving only an exuberant desire to fight. The black mist twisted into filaments and carried Li Xiao as he moved upwards along the hole broken through the roof. After 10 seconds or so, Li Xiao flew out from the hole on the top floor. He leaped high up and froze as he looked at the scene on the top floor. The God Envoy stood alone in the very center, countless vines stretched out from under his feet, spreading outwards and eventually connecting with the broadcasting station, a line opposite. A cursed gold coin flipped between the God Envoy's fingers, and the gold coin glittered in the dark night, emitting a fascinating and dangerous light. Li Xiao's gaze fell on the purple, gold-rimmed pouch at the God Envoy's waist. From it, the smell of a large amount of cursed gold coins emanated outward in a steady stream. The Night Demon had once said that the God Envoy would use extremely evil souls in exchange for knowledge or cursed gold coins, and everyone, the evil in human nature was limited. Often, an extremely evil soul would require the lives of several people, or even dozens of ordinary people, to be formed. With so many cursed gold coins, just how many people would have to be killed? What exactly does he want to do? Li Xiao gently landed on the ground. A large number of cursed gold coins, god angels, and TV towers. Li Xiao felt that he vaguely caught a certain clue. Perhaps because he had come outdoors, the communication headset, which had been silent for a long time, once again intermittently heard the voice of the support squad. Li Xiao, can you hear me? We've discovered a new problem. The entire city has received an audio. The content of the audio is about the birth experience of the divine messenger. Now, the entire city is wrapped in an invisible chain. Chapter 70, Messenger of the Gods. The citizens of are all entangled in an invisible chain. Hearing this, Li Xiao blurted out, modal contamination? Yes. Anyone who had heard of, or knew about, the past of the God Emperor would be entangled in an invisible chain. To a transcendentalist, it might just be a chain that could be ripped off with a little bit of force, but to an ordinary person who couldn't even see it, how could they break free? The people in the research and development section were desperately trying to crack it, trying to find the break in the logic chain and cut it off in one fell swoop, but time may be too late. Li Xiao's line of sight locked onto the thin, single back of the God Envoy standing on the edge of the top floor. Noticing the line of sight from behind, the God Envoy slowly turned around, a pair of beast-like eyes, brewing the most innocent malice. There was not a trace of unnecessary impurities, not mixed with half a bit of personal desires. The existence of the God Envoy seemed to be the embodiment of evil. The reason why he did evil was not for the sake of profit, power, or desire, he just wanted to do evil, that's all. The corners of the God Envoy's mouth rose as he bowed slightly as a way to show his respect for Li Xiao. Mr. Li, hello. The God Envoy's voice still carried an odd tone, sounding both charismatic and bizarre, and paired with his human-like face, it was almost as bizarre as a wild beast coming to life. You recognize me? Li Xiao didn't know when he had become so famous. The puppeteer, the divine envoy, all these guys hiding behind the curtain seemed to know a little bit about him. The God Envoy grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Of course, you're different from most people. Mr. Puppeteer should have mentioned it to you, the concept of ants, pets, and humans, the 3 classes. You and Mr. Puppeteer, as the humans of the new era, have the qualifications to serve my lord. My lord? What kind of new setting is this? Li Xiao had an ominous feeling. It couldn't really be a plot that hit the young ones and came to the old ones, could it? A single God Envoy had caused a mess in Yuan City. If his boss came over, wouldn't he still have to tear down the entire city? Li Xiao asked, do you have someone above you? No, I'm a God Envoy, and my master, naturally, is a god. What? The gods? Li Xiao quickly analyzed. Either the God Envoy in front of him was a person with late-stage middle-aged disease. Either the puppeteer had said that the God Emperor had once invited him to act together, but was rejected by the puppeteer, who reasoned that the God Emperor was unworthy. Although the puppeteer despised the God Emperor, he didn't take direct action against the God Emperor, but instead left a message to use the power of the Special Affairs Bureau to deal with the God Emperor. This showed that the God Emperor had a power in his hands that the puppeteer was afraid of. This power is the so-called gods? Do gods really exist in this world? Or is it some sort of higher-order transcendent demon? Although there have been large-scale mysterious phenomena around the globe, in the past 5 years, no country has claimed to have met a god to the outside world, and there is likewise nothing in the Special Affairs Bureau's files. No, if I keep thinking, I'm going to grow a brain. Li Xiao gave up on continuing to speculate. This kind of thing that hurt his brain and made his hair fall out was better left to the group of bigwigs from the logistics section who specialized in criminal investigation, so Li Xiao didn't bother. Since the bull spirits and feudal superstitions that were knocked down in the last century are borrowing the background of the mysterious revival and crawling out from the nooks and crannies again, then it's good to knock them down again. I don't care about other places, but in Yuan City, there's no room for your crooked ways to survive. Li Xiao hated this kind of guy who pretended to be a god. The God Envoy had secrets? Have a background? That would be the best. Later on, he would throw the God Envoy to the extreme cold hell to pile up snowmen, see what flowers he could say. Li Xiao raised his hand and was about to explode his transcendent force field at full power, when suddenly, he thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, I don't feel a pure demonic force field on you, you should be a transcendent, right? It is true that I am not a pure demon. The divine messenger replied evasively. Li Xiao took out the Special Affairs Bureau's credentials from his pocket. According to the regulations, I need to give a warning to an out-of-control transcendent. God Envoy, you have one chance to choose to surrender. The God Envoy and Li Xiao looked at each other, and they both read a sense of teasing and anticipation in each other's eyes. The God Emperor said, I refuse. The worry on Li Xiao's face disappeared, and he gradually revealed a smile while putting away his documents. That's really A million thanks. Tonight's chaos caused the deaths of thousands of people, others or even the God Envoy. Must die. The transcendent force field exploded at full power. A line of pitch-black silk, thinner than a hair, instantly occupied the entire space of the top floor of the radio and television building. Li Xiao stretched out his hand and made a power fist towards the god. The tens of thousands of black mist silk threads sealed off all of the God Emperor's evasive space, and he had no second choice but to take it hard. In the face of the sharp black silk threads, the vines under the God Emperor's feet grew rapidly, encircling him. Snow-white flowers grew out of the vines, and a layer of barriers filled with evil thoughts arose, canceling each other out with the black mist filaments. The roiling black mist filaments nearly pulled back the curtain on Li Xiao's offense. In the palms of his left and right hands, the black mist of hell swirled rapidly as two Death Star rings formed. Li Xiao continuously injected transcendent power, and the size of the Death Star rings rapidly expanded, becoming huge rings that were dozens of meters in size. The Death Star rings emitted a high chirping sound outwards. The ordinary people inside the radio and television building who had managed to escape to the ground floor instantly fell into a state of disorientation, their mouths half open as if their souls had been drained away. Outside the building, Lin Ke, who was in a fierce battle with 4 demons, appeared in a momentary trance, and he seemed to hear the gentle call of his deceased grandmother. If it weren't for his extreme mental toughness, he almost couldn't help but respond. Thanks to a layer of vine barriers in the radio and television building, which limited the spread of the Death Star ring's chirping sound, or else all the ordinary people within 2 to 3 kilometers of the vicinity would have been affected. Death Star ring hanging in the air, black fog and silver-white ice debris, in the rapid rotation, actually looks really have a few parts of the beauty of the star ring. The 2 star rings were like a pair of eyes opened in the sky, staring at the God Envoy who was trapped in the center by the black fog threads. Li Xiao pointed at the divine envoy and gave an order. Strangle him. 2 Death Star rings floating silently whistled across a distance of several dozen meters, one on the left and one on the right, appearing beside the God Emperor. The God Envoy's vine defense lasted less than 2 seconds under the destruction of the Death Star rings, and the 2 huge star rings crossed left and right, tearing the God Envoy's body apart. Seeing that his enemy was seriously injured, Li Xiao did not let his guard down. He could sense that the enemy's transcendent force field was still stable and didn't look like it was injured at all. Moreover, the demons created by the God Emperor had the ability to revive from serious injuries, so how could the God Emperor himself not have similar means? As expected, countless vines likewise grew from within the body of the God Emperor that had been torn into pieces, entangling between the vines and the severed limbs, recovering almost instantly from a serious injury. Boom! But the just recovered body once again exploded. Eh? The God Emperor let out a question, followed by a dazed sigh from him. That's quite an interesting design. The God Emperor said in admiration. In just a few seconds, the God Envoy saw through the nature of the Death Star ring's endless destruction, and the flesh and blood that had been contaminated by the Death Star ring all turned into vines and flowers that fell to the ground. Eliminating the part of the body that was touched by the Death Star ring was indeed the optimal solution, but this method required extremely subtle perception and power manipulation. The essence of the Death Star ring was the spinning, cohesive to the extreme hellish black mist and cold ice power. Once the 2 forces entered the body, they would spread inside the enemy's body along the blood and muscles in an irregular manner. The most important thing was the irregularity. The Divine Messenger's operation was like throwing down a handful of weeds in a turbulent river. The weeds had already drifted along the river to the tributaries and oceans, and as a result, he hardened himself to find all the weeds and pick them out as much as he could. This was simply something impossible to do. You seem surprised? A golden cursed gold coin hovered between the Divine Messenger's fingers as he drew on the power in the coin, his transcendent power climbing. Don't forget, I'm different from all of you, although I don't have the enviable talent of you or the puppeteer, I've had the longest awakening. Your awakening events lasted for 5 years at most, but I was born with transcendent power, and my degree of control over power is something you can't imagine. Chapter 71, Flower of Evil. 5 years ago, there was a mysterious resurgence, with transcendents and demons appearing on a massive scale across the globe. Then, what about before that again? Could it be that the world had never had an existence with mystical powers? Of course it couldn't be, otherwise where did the myths, legends, and folklore shenanigans come from in every country around the globe? The vast majority of the legends that have been passed down by word of mouth since ancient times are fabricated stories based on falsehoods, but there are also things that have actually happened. The source of the birth of the God Emperor, perhaps because of extreme evil, perhaps because of the power of the mountain god, in short, is no longer traceable. The only thing that can be confirmed is The God Emperor possessed transcendent power at the beginning of his birth. He was a born transcendent, and he had been using transcendent power from the moment he descended into the human world for more than 20 years now. Li Xiu had been awakened for 2.5 years, the vast majority of which had been spent suppressing the power, and only in the last few months, when he had started to formally study the ability, had he figured out the various uses of I am hell. Of course, there was an element of talent involved, but the God Emperor didn't look like a cutie. Diligence can make up for clumsiness, and even if his talent wasn't as good as Li Xiu's, after more than 20 years of water polishing, the God Emperor's degree of manipulation of transcendent powers had reached an unimaginable level. The body had no fixed shape, and the moves had no fixed style. All of Li Xiu's attacks on the God Envoy would be easily erased by him, and even if he was seriously injured, he was able to recover quickly under the effect of the cursed gold coins. With each injury and recovery, the God Emperor's power was still increasing, and the power of the cursed gold coin not only compensated for the wounds, but the remainder would also be integrated into his body. There was a quick exchange of blows between the two, colliding, fighting, and separating in an instant. In less than a minute, the top floor became a ruin, with traces of destruction everywhere. The sky seemed to have sensed the murderous intent that was so dense that it became even lower, as if it would collapse at any time. In the middle of another exchange, Li Xiu suddenly stumbled his feet. A white flower was abruptly born from the black mist of hell. As the white flower bloomed, a subtle fluctuation appeared in Li Xiu's control of transcendent power. The fluctuation appeared for less than a fraction of a second, and it was still seized by the God Envoy. A few meters away, the divine envoy disappeared into petals with a bang and appeared at Li Xiu's side, his right hand gently touching Li Xiu's body. Countless vines grew out of half of Li Xiu's body, a blooming snow-white flower that exuded intense malice. This malice severely affected Li Xiu's control of power. The hellish black mist coalesced into threads that disintegrated and became a mass of black mist again. It looked like there was more of it, but the destructive power actually decreased drastically. The divine messenger approached once again, attempting to continue touching Li Xiu. Boom! The pitch-black hellgate appeared out of nowhere and landed between the divine envoy and Li Xiu. Obviously unable to see or touch it, the God Emperor acted as if he had sensed it, and neither wrote on it nor chose to use the effect of the cursed gold coin to exchange injuries for injuries. He drew back, his black gem-like eyes filled with vigilance. Is this your true power located at the top? It's still terrifying. The God Emperor said terrifying on his lips, without the slightest bit of fear in his tone. The hellgate bought a moment of time for the disordered transcendent power to restabilize, and Li Xiu ripped off the snow-white flower on his body. Intense to the point of malice, this is your ability, flower of evil. A vine in the flower of evil withered and fell off Li Xiu's body. By touching it was able to make the seeds of the flower of evil parasitize the enemy, drawing on the opponent's transcendent power to make the flower of evil take root. In the case of the flower of evil blooming, the transcendental force field will fluctuate, affecting the ability to perform the ability, and the inability to perform the ability, in turn, will be continued by the enemy to attack and plant more seeds. To deal with this ability of the flower of evil, it was either to rely on the majestic transcendent force field like Li Xiu and harden the body to kill all the parasitic seeds and roots. Either it was like what the Special Affairs Bureau required, a team of at least 2 people, with one person being parasitized and the other quickly supporting to provide time for their teammate to be deparasitized. If you accidentally hit a move, you'll be chained to death. What a bug-level ability. This was still just one application technique of the flower of evil. Vine barrier, parasitic seed, petal incarnation, attacking, defending, and responding to surprise attacks. Under 20 years of sharpening, the flower of evil had evolved into the perfect ability. Not to mention. Li Xiu glanced at the purple and gold cloth bag hanging at his waist by the Eye Angel, which was obviously a powerful forbidden item. There are also unlimited red and blue pills. The ability level looks like it's 4th order, it's not clear if it's low or middle, in short, it's 1 level higher than me. Li Xiu waved his hand and dispersed the black mist filaments that were entangled around him. The majestic pressure that lingered on the penthouse disappeared, and the chill in the air converged as much as it could. If not for the fact that the top floor had become a ruin, it would seem as if the previous battle had never happened. Li Xiu stood there quietly, and without the entangling hellish black mist, he seemed harmless and not half as threatening. The polite smile that always hung on the God Envoy's face, however, gradually disappeared. The God Envoy arched his back slightly in vigilance, and suddenly, he realized that his hands were trembling slightly unconsciously, and froze for a full half-second before he reacted. It was because of fear. This fear, transcending his consciousness, descended directly onto his body, completely irresistible. The last time the God Envoy had a similar experience, it was still in the face of the true God he served. The God Emperor raised his head violently and stared at Li Xiao dead in the face. At one time, the God Envoy thought that Li Xiao and the puppeteer were on the same level, located below the gods and at the highest level of the human transcendent realm. But now, it seems that the abilities controlled by Li Xiao had just exceeded the limit of human beings. This limit had nothing to do with the rank of the ability. Even if it was a first-ranked ability user, they might be able to instantly kill a God Emperor in seconds, but they couldn't give the God Emperor this kind of feeling. What the hell are you? The God Envoy's voice trembled slightly as he spoke uncontrollably. Upon hearing the God Envoy's question, Li Xiao didn't answer. At this moment, he slowly raised both of his hands, and the gate of hell appeared behind him, solidifying like never before. During this period of time, Li Xiao had continuously expanded the scope of the extremely cold hell, and his control over hell had reached its peak. During a certain attempt, he actually summoned the extreme cold hell into reality. It wasn't the previous kind of summoning that was indirect and could only show cold and snowflakes, it was truly moving part of the extreme cold hell into reality. Absolute control, absolute low temperature, absolute. Unable to escape. This was Li Xiao's biggest card. With both hands raised, the transcendent force field was utilized to the extreme, and the muscles and veins of his arms rippled. Under the massive transcendent stance, there was no need for deliberate maneuvering. Li Xiao naturally rose into the air as he softly chanted. Descend. Extreme cold hell. Boom. The gates of hell, which were deathly entangled by chains, opened with a roar, and the cold ice of hell that froze the soul, in an instant, poured down on the earth. Chapter 72 Extreme Cold Hell. Descended. The power that didn't belong to this world, descended. 100 kilometers away, the puppeteer, who was sitting in a villa holding his daughter, looked down at the cold hairs standing up on his arms and raised an eyebrow. Still really scary, guys. 100 kilometers apart, it still managed to stimulate his sense of danger if he were to deal with it head-on. Might die? No, it's not possible, it's definitely going to die. The puppeteer made an affirmative conclusion as he smiled and whispered, "Luckily, I'm a puppeteer and there's no need to fight a monster like Li Xiao head-on." Dad? The daughter in the puppeteer's arms blinked her crystal-clear eyes curiously, not understanding what her dad was talking about. Puppeteer didn't explain the complicated things between adults to his daughter as he affectionately pinched her little nose. "Little cutie, do you want to go to the scene with Daddy?" Downstairs of the radio and television building, Lin Ke was still fighting the 4 demons. Even if it was him, it wasn't an easy task to quickly kill 4 peak 5th stage demons with his own strength. He needed a bit of time. The 6 shadow comrades and Lin Ke's main body darted wildly around the radio and television building, exchanging blows with 4 enemies one after another. The shockwaves triggered by the collision of transcendent force fields turned the nearby streets and stores of several hundred meters into ruins. The logistics team in charge of wrapping things up tomorrow morning will probably go crazy, right? Tonight's mess is too big, I really don't know how to cover it up. Divergent thoughts abruptly interrupted. Lin Ke dodged to avoid the enemy's attack, and the demon's distinctive fishy odor snapped him back to his senses. There were often 2 cases of rambling thoughts during an engagement. The first was when the enemy was too weak and could wander off to think about something else. The other was when the pressure brought on by the enemy was so great that the body and mind fell into a state of exhaustion at the same time, and the attention flared uncontrollably. Obviously, Lin Ke belonged to the second kind. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and with the fact that he had been in a high-intensity battle tonight, he was in a terrible state. Right at this moment, an invisible and shadowless, yet tangible power fluctuation spread outwards from the top of the radio and television building. The familiar cold, heavy transcendent force field. Lin Ke's heart stopped half a beat as he looked in the direction of the top floor. Li Xiao is starting to fight for his life. Then I as the captain can't lag behind too much. Lin Ke looked at his wristwatch, took a deep breath, and said to the 4 demons that surrounded him, 10 minutes. 10 more minutes to play with you guys. The moment the gates of hell truly opened and the ice and snow from the extremely cold hell fell into the human world, several hidden existences in this city were mentally sensed at the same time. Among them, the one who was most drastically affected was of course the God Envoy standing in front of Li Xiao. The calm, polite smile disappeared, and the God Envoy slightly lowered his body, his whole body's muscles tightened, and the vertical pupil of his eyes shrunk into an extremely thin thread, just like a threatened beast in the jungle. The God Envoy was born between the mountains and forests, growing up with the most intense and pure malice in the world, and he spreads death and savors death, but truly faces death. This is the first time so far. Snowflakes appeared in the sky, and the silky breeze swirled the snowflakes as they fluttered about, and if one were to just look at this scene, it could be said to be quite a moody one. However, every snowflake that landed on the ground would instantly freeze a range of several dozen meters. In just a few seconds, a thick layer of ice appeared on the top floor, and the temperature fell off a cliff. When the temperature dropped to a certain critical point, the vines spread out by the God Emperor actually began to wither rapidly. It was important to realize that these were no ordinary plants. They were all molded by the God Emperor's transcendent abilities and were not affected by heat or cold. However, the vines were now like natural enemies, withering and crumbling one after another, and the God Envoy could clearly feel that, contained between the vines, his transcendent power was being affected by this bizarre cold. Kill. The God Emperor, who had been awakened for more than 20 years, had seen collisions and counteractions between transcendent force fields, but it was the first time that he had seen someone's transcendent force field that could kill someone else. The God Emperor could clearly perceive that his own power was being frozen and crushed by the extreme cold, eventually losing contact with him, and immediately afterward being engulfed by the cold, turning into the sustenance of this extremely cold field. No, it's not just the vines that are emanating out, even myself is similarly affected. The God Emperor was alarmed to find that the ability he had exercised for over 20 years and was familiar with was being suppressed at an extremely fast pace. As if he was in the middle of the deep sea, a transcendent force field that was so huge that it was terrifying squeezed his torso, deadlocking his power inside his body and preventing him from releasing it. Even more frightening is that this pressure is not satisfied with suppression, but is also penetrating inward, skin, muscles, bones. The power that the divine messenger was already proud of was losing ground under the suppression of the extreme cold hell. 1 minute? 20 seconds? It wouldn't take long for him to become an ordinary person, freezing to death in the middle of this icy sky and snow. The God Envoy stared blankly at Li Xiao, who was quietly floating in midair, his intuition telling him that this was just the beginning. There was no possibility of confrontation, the only option left was to escape. The God Emperor was worthy of being a natural awakened, and even though his transcendent force field was being fully suppressed, he still accurately judged the scope of the extreme cold hell's descent. He grabbed a handful of cursed gold coins from the purple cloth bag at his waist. Click, click, click. Inside the God Emperor's palm, the cursed gold coins piled up from human lives seemed to pop like popcorn, shattering one after another, releasing the evil thoughts and transcendent power contained within them, buying the God Emperor a brief respite. A mere one could only buy him a fraction of a second, but it was enough. The God Emperor erupted with all his strength, not skimping on the consumption of the cursed gold coins in the slightest. If he wanted to live, he had to stay away from this extremely cold field under Li Xiao's control, and if he continued to stay, he would surely die. As for the long-planned plan, that would have to wait until he survived. Under the full force of his outburst, the speed of the God Emperor soared, the edge of the rooftop was close at hand, and he calculated in his mind. The isolation boundary of the radio and television building hasn't broken yet, so as long as I leap down from the rooftop, I'll be able to temporarily escape from this weird cold range. Li Xiao's short hair danced gently with the breeze from hell behind him, and with him at the center, the range of 500 meters was transformed into an extremely cold hell. Phew! Li Xiao took a deep breath. Li Xiao was very familiar with the clean smell unique to the icy sky and snow, and every time he smelled it, there was a sense of peace of mind that originated from the depths of his heart. Accompanying it was a familiar sense of control. The peak of the fourth order or the third order of the opponent, Li Xiao is not sure, but on the current in Yuan City, in the range of 500 meters. He was the only master. Until the God Emperor ran far away and was about to leap out of the range of the penthouse, Li Xiao was turning his head and looking at the God Emperor's back. I still like how you were untamed just now. Li Xiao raised his hand and hooked his finger. In the next instant, the God Emperor lost control of his body, and the cold that had previously invaded his flesh, blood, and bone marrow turned into an invisible chain. With Li Xiao's will, he was dragged back by force like a dead dog. The God Emperor was dragged on the ground, his hands clasped to the ground in death, leaving 10 deep blood marks. The God Emperor was dragged in front of Li Xiao, and it was as if the terrifying transcendent force field that the entire world was pressed down on him so much that he couldn't even stand up, and just laying on the ground caused the God Emperor to feel suffocated, and his spine and ribs let out a mournful roar. Li Xiao stood in the icy sky and snow, with frost still pouring out from the hell gate behind him, as he raised his hands, and the two frigid longswords naturally condensed into his hands. He half crouched down and looked down at the God Envoy who was lying on the ground, struggling like a bug. A lot of people died today, a lot of people, and as a matter of fact, I should say something for them, but I don't want to ramble on too much and end up giving you time to flip or something, so The long, cold sword stabbed down, one piercing the God Emperor's brow, damaging the brain and destroying his transcendent force field. With the second sword, Li Xiu aimed at the God Envoy's heart, and as long as he stabbed it in, he could completely obliterate the last vestiges of his life. The long sword pierced through the skin and landed on the beating heart, cutting a small opening. A few grains of sand that seemed like gold flowed out from inside. Chapter 73 Golden Fine Sand. The long icy sword pierced through the skin and landed on the God Envoy's beating heart, cutting a small slit. Instead of crimson blood, what flowed out of the tiny wound, which was only the size of a fingernail cap, was fine sand that looked like gold. The long ice sword was naturally not an ordinary ice sword, it was the condensed product of Li Xiu's transcendent force field, and in the current situation where the extreme cold hell had truly descended, this sword could be said to represent the rules within a 500-meter radius. Within a range of 500 meters, this cold sword was capable of freezing everything. However, the moment the long sword touched the fine golden sand, Li Xiu encountered a strong resistance. The cold ice and the golden sand were like two very different force fields, and the moment they touched, a violent explosion erupted. The shockwave of the explosion sent Li Xiu flying out, and countless winds and snow faithfully guarded in front of him, blocking the explosive force. Li Xiu floated a few dozen meters away and looked towards the center of the explosion. As if free from gravity, the God Emperor stood up vertically, and the wound in his chest was slowly flowing golden fine sand outward. This is... Li Xiu stared at the fine sand that fell to the ground. The golden fine sand falling in the icy sky and snow was like a fiery flame in the core of the sun, and the ice and snow from the extremely cold hell was unexpectedly melted and forced back. What it emitted outward was not only scorching heat, but also an indescribable power. Just like the suppression that the extremely cold hell had on transcendents of the same rank, the golden fine sand seemed to come from a higher dimension, and as it flowed silently, the realm that the extremely cold hell descended to create was collapsing at an extremely fast speed. Even while gazing at the golden fine sand, countless unnameable illusions appeared in front of Li Xiu's eyes. He couldn't describe what the illusions looked like. They were the product of a mixture of colors, emotions, and history, but he could savor the sensations in them. Grand, majestic, and affectionate. Like a stern father and a kind mother, one could not help but want to crave the other's touch, want to gain the other's approval, want to fall into the other's embrace and sob happily. Li Xiu was unable to fathom why a cloud of distorted illusions could bring him such complex emotions. Countless snowflakes surrounded Li Xiu's body, and the snowflakes shattered and disappeared, finally pulling him reluctantly out of the illusion of golden fine sand. Before, although the God Envoy claimed to be a messenger of the gods, all he had cast before was his own transcendent power, and the cursed gold coin was nothing more than the effect of a forbidden item. Li Xiu gazed at the golden fine sand flowing out from the God's Envoy's chest, feeling the other party's rapidly climbing transcendent force field. Is this the power that the gods have truly bestowed upon you? Li Xiu's voice pierced through the wind and snow, but he could not get a response. The state of the divine messenger was very wrong. The cold ice longsword that Li Xiu had pierced through his brow had already been melted by the power of the golden fine sand, but the wound at his brow still remained intact, and through the wound one could clearly see the slightly writhing brain that emitted a dazzling light. His consciousness had been controlled by the golden fine sand or the power of the gods. The divine messenger lost his sense of self, and the moment the power bestowed by the gods exploded, he became a puppet of this power. He stiffly turned his head, his pair of golden eyes locking onto Li Xiu, and at that moment, Li Xiu had the feeling of being locked by some kind of higher dimensional existence. Li Xiu seemed to be able to see the word danger written above his head. Almost at the same time, the God Envoy appeared in front of Li Xiu. The God Envoy raised his right hand, and in his hand, golden sand condensed into a heavy hammer that emitted golden light. The moment the heavy hammer appeared, the entire sky, whether it was the dark clouds high in the sky or the falling snowflakes, stagnated for a moment. With the heavy hammer as the center, the air showed irregular fluctuations, and its weight seemed to drive a change in gravity, devouring the air, the cold, and the light, and the moment it was raised high, the entire world was pitch black except for this heavy hammer. Roar! Until this moment, the God Envoy broke through dozens of meters of distance and came in front of Li Xiu, triggering the sound of the penthouse masonry shattering and the air being torn apart to come belatedly from behind the God Envoy. Like thunder, like a dragon's roar. It was too fast. Li Xiu's consciousness tried to maneuver his body to dodge, his body was simply too late to act, and he stared blankly at the golden heavy hammer raised high in the air, with just one thought in his head. Good guy, no more acting, directly opening up, right? The golden hammer fell heavily, and in a fraction of a second, all Li Xiu could do was to do his best to defend. He raised his arms above his head, and all of his transcendent force field was concentrated at his small arms, and the transcendent force field that was compressed to an extreme point formed a substance, and dozens of layers of translucent barriers appeared. The heavy hammer fell. The force field barrier shattered layer by layer, and the ground under Li Xiu's feet was simultaneously smashed apart by this heavy to the extreme force. Boom! Li Xiu smashed through the roof of the top floor and fell downwards. Driven by the heavy and terrifying inertia, Li Xiu was like a human-shaped steel nail, smashing through the walls and falling down layer by layer. Inside the hall on the first floor, nearly 100 people sat together. These were the survivors of the radio and television building, and among them, there were also a few familiar faces to Li Xiu, classmates and teachers from Manhwa University. At this moment, they were centered around a few people, Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya, and they gathered together, waiting for help from outside. There were quite a few people who were weak inside, sitting on the ground, burying their faces between their knees and crying secretly. "What's that sound?" Suddenly, someone said. Lin Yibai raised her head to look upwards. The sound of the collapse was getting closer and closer. "Everyone get out of the way. Move back." The people who were originally sitting on the ground hurriedly climbed up and backed away. One of them, an older man who was the vice president of Manhwa University, was half a beat slow because his legs were numb from sitting for too long, and stumbled and ran 2 steps before the ceiling above his head broke open. A silhouette slammed heavily on the ground, smashing the marble floor with countless cracks. The vice principal, who was running behind in fear, sat on his but as a stone the size of a human head fell and landed between his legs, less than a few centimeters away from the retired little brother. The vice principal was so scared that he froze in place. He looked at the falling thing and thought it was some kind of monster, but when the smoke cleared, he realized that it was Li Xiu? He is aware of Li Xiu. Don't look at the vice principal over half white. Usually will still use a small number to sneak into the school bar. Check the latest information posted by the students. Li Xiu became a popular figure on campus during the New Year's Day period, and the vice principal was still a bit impressed. But the vice principal looked up and saw that the cavity smashed out of the ceiling, layer after layer spreading upwards, and it seemed that he couldn't see the end. A normal person would have died a long time ago if they fell down like that, right? Not only was he the one who had this thought, everyone gathered around, with Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya running at the front, wanting to check Li Xiu's state. But when they got close, Li Xiu, who had fallen vertically from the top floor, stood up as if he was fine, in the eyes of a crowd of stunned people. On his exposed arms and cheeks, there wasn't even a single wound. The crowd was so shocked that they didn't dare to speak, and a few students who knew Li Xiu secretly took out their cell phones to take pictures. In this regard, Li Xiu saw it, but ignored it, and turned back to the logistics section to delete the photos one by one, without him having to worry about it. Li Xiu raised his head and looked up. His line of sight seemed to be able to penetrate the floors and lock eyes with the god's envoy on the top floor. Falling down with a few special cells, but it didn't even catch up? Thinking of the power that erupted from the god envoy the moment they exchanged blows just now, Li Xiu frowned slightly. Chapter 74 Force Field Strength. The top of the radio and television building. The god emperor didn't ride the wave of victory as he stood frozen at the edge of the rooftop, his pair of golden pupils gazing at the chaotic city on New Year's Eve. His consciousness was completely blurred, and the only thought he had left was to complete the plan. The god envoy's previous attack on Li Xiu was because Li Xiu had threatened his plan, and now that Li Xiu had disappeared, he lost the purpose of continuing his pursuit and returned to his previous actions. The god envoy took off the purple cloth bag from his waist and opened the mouth of the bag. This action seemed to have some sort of magic power. Since the interior of the radio and television building, countless ordinary people who had just been brutally killed were transformed into thick blood and water that climbed up along the walls and flowed into the purple cloth bag. Ding! The first blood-stained cursed gold coin fell, followed by the second and third. Countless cursed gold coins poured down from it. The cursed gold coins fell from the edge of the penthouse and shattered in mid-air, turning into powder that drifted into the air. The powder scattered with the wind, and a chain could be seen, the end of which was linked to the god envoy standing on the edge of the rooftop, while the other end fell into the city. The other end fell into the city, onto the wrists of all the ordinary people who had heard the story of the god emperor. A few hundred meters away from the radio and television building, a couple hid in their home. They turned off all the lights in their house and hugged each other tightly. The hissing of the monsters and the screams of the innocents outside the neighborhood had the young wife trembling in fear, and the meal on the table had long since gotten cold, just as she was feeling at the moment. Don't be afraid, I'm here." The husband gently patted his wife's back in comfort. The wife asked with a shivering voice, "Husband, you say, those monsters should not run to our home, right? It won't. The husband comforted, "Don't worry, everything has me, even if it really comes, I will protect you." "But this kind of me. You also want to protect?" The husband snapped back to his senses, and he realized that the wife in his arms was as cold as a corpse, her face had 8 spider-like compound eyes, and her mouth was filled with disgusting, mutilated teeth. On his wife's left hand, there was a vaguely visible chain, which stepped over a distance of thousands of meters, ignoring the walls and doors of the room to transform her into a half-human, half-demon monster. Ah! The husband didn't have time to let out a scream before his throat was bitten off by his wife. The wife lay on his corpse, gnawing on the body of the one she loved most, and even more horrifyingly, her eyes were still filled with love, as if by eating each other, they would never be separated. Similar tragedies appeared in various places throughout the city, and anyone who had heard the story of the god's messenger through the radio was contaminated by the corresponding mold and began to mutate irreversibly. The evil in the hearts of men turned them into the most hideous of monsters. Climbing up, Li Xiu looked above his head. The golden fine sand of the god's messenger is diametrically opposed to the power of I, the hell, and the moment they come into contact, they erode and obliterate each other. Li Xiu looked above in deep thought. Su Xiaoya and Lin Yibai walked over. "Are you all right?" Lin Yibai asked, reaching out with a big grin and feeling around his arms and back, looking for any hidden wounds. Li Xiu shook his head. "I'm fine." He was unharmed thanks to the height of the tens of floors of the radio and television building. The walls that were sturdy in the eyes of ordinary people were the most comfortable cushion for Li Xiu, whose entire body was wrapped in a thick transcendent force field. Originally, Li Xiu thought that with the help of falling, he would lure the god envoy to chase him down and he would take the opportunity to counterattack, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't chase him down at all. He looked at the nearly 100 people present and asked Lin Yibai, "Why don't you take them out? Hasn't the support come yet?" Outside, Lin Ke had held back 4 peak 5th Order demons on his own, and counting the time, the rest of the Special Affairs Bureau's field officers should have rushed over and broken the force field blockade outside the radio and television building. Lin Yibai explained, "Support has already arrived. They tried to tear apart the blockade force field and create an escape route. But just as the blockade force field was about to break, the state of the force field suddenly changed." "Change?" Li Xiu reacted, "It should be because of the golden fine sand on the god envoy's chest." Now the one who was controlling the blockade force field was not the god envoy, but the so-called gods behind him. Li Xiu walked to the door of the first floor of the TV building, and there was a layer of golden light faintly lingering on the vines blocking the building. When he touched it with both hands, it immediately sent back a strong counter-vibration force, and the thick transcendental force field between his palms was shaken apart, slightly numbing his palms. If he were an ordinary field officer, he would probably fall into serious injury and faint at this moment. Li Xiu frowned slightly. "It looks like we're sealed in here. Without resolving the god's envoy, the people outside can't enter and we can't get out for the time being." Lin Yibai asked in surprise, "Even you can't open it?" In her mind, as long as it involved the transcendent realm, there was nothing Li Xiu couldn't do, and she had this kind of blind faith in Li Xiu. No, at least. Not for the time being. There were many factors that affected a transcendent's compatibility, such as rank, restraints between abilities, mindset, and the environment in which they fought. But the most direct influencing factors were 4. Equal rank, ability positive and negative values, skill, and force field strength. In terms of equal rank, the God Emperor is stronger than me. He's in the middle of the 4th rank and I'm in the middle of the 5th rank, a big difference of 1 equal rank. In terms of ability positives and negatives, I don't have the feeling of being suppressed, I should be basically equal. Skill-wise, the God Emperor is still stronger than me. After all, he has been awakened for more than 20 years and has been practicing day and night, and I have only been truly accepting the power of I am hell for a few months. The last thing is on force field strength. Force field strength is the purest matchup between transcendent force fields, putting aside abilities. Li Xiu's force field strength was already very strong, but it was still 1 point weaker than the god envoy wielding the golden heavy hammer. It's like the difference between bronze and steel. Lin Yibai and the others seemed to understand, and only Cheng Shuqin in the room understood what he meant. As the vice-captain of the first squad, she had touched the edge of the 4th rank, and most of the lower-ranked ability users had weak transcendent force fields and relied more on the direct use of their abilities. But abilities vary, and can always lead to weaknesses, but transcendental force fields don't. They're like the purest form of Nenbutsu, capable of dealing with any occasion. It's only the 5th order. Li Xiu, are you already thinking about using force fields in a combat mode? Cheng Shuqin didn't know how many times she had sighed at Li Xiu's growth rate. Li Xiu didn't know what she was thinking and came to the vines blocking the gate, stretching out his fingers, which were haunted by the black mist condensed into silk threads. He tried to deconstruct the force field barrier that wrapped around the entire building, and after a moment, Li Xiu said to Lin Yibai, who was looking at him expectantly. There are 3 ways to unravel this barrier. The first one is for me to break through the current level of rank and directly charge through it by relying on a power that's more massive than the other side. The second is to find the weak point of the blocking force field by relying on a means of transcendent force field control that is more refined than that of a god emperor. Hearing these 2 solutions, Lin Yibai, who had blind faith in Li Xiu, was agitated, as if she was waiting for him to make a big move. But Cheng Shuqin, who was lying on the ground, knew that these 2 methods wouldn't work at all. Li Xiu's promotion speed was already considered extremely fast, and in order to break the blockade of the Divine Envoy he needed to at least break through to the 4th rank. 5th rank to 4th rank was a very difficult threshold. Even if Li Xiu's talent was high, it would be impossible for him to advance tonight in a clinical battle. As for the second method, Cheng Shuqin had an absolute say in the field of transcendent force field fine manipulation, and after a few times of cooperation, she roughly understood Li Xiu's combat style. Wide open, power crushing. It wasn't that Li Xiu didn't have the talent for fine manipulation, it was still the same problem. The time was too short. Li Xiu had joined the Special Affairs Bureau in less than 2 months. It was impossible for him to be all things to all people. Whether it was the god envoys who had practiced for 20 years, or the gods behind him, their finesse in manipulating transcendent powers was far beyond what Li Xiu, as a novice, could compare to. Cheng Shuqin waited for Li Xiu to say the third method, expecting him to have a way to break the situation. Third. Li Xiu paused and said, "It's to raise my force field strength bronze to steel or even tungsten steel. This is even more impossible." Cheng Shuqin shook his head and sighed. Raising the strength of a transcendent force field was far more difficult than the first 2. If one said that rank and skill enhancement could be honed by time, transcendent force field strength was purely dependent on talent. She stared at Li Xiu's back in a daze and really couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "It's impossible for you to raise your talent overnight, isn't it? I've been a member of the Special Affairs Bureau for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone with this kind of ability, not even demons." Li Xiu turned his head to Cheng Shuqin, who was leaning against the wall, and said jokingly, "Hey, you're about to see it today." Chapter 75, Mutation. Hey, you're about to see it today. Li Xiu was tempted to give Cheng Shuqin this back. However, under the expectant gazes of nearly 100 people, he still held back his habitual spitting thoughts and maintained his professional and serious image. This group of people were panicking to death in their hearts, and Li Xiu had to give them confidence. Li Xiu's method of raising the strength of his force field was simple. He killed a lot of demons tonight, and the new demons that had settled in the extreme cold hell provided Li Xiu with new power, greatly shortening the distance between him and the ice secret tree. After opening the ice tree and gaining control of the last territory of the extreme cold hell, Li Xiu would be able to fully utilize the power of the extreme cold hell and further enhance the strength of the transcendent force field. This was the only way to decapitate the god envoy and save everyone. Time was running out, so Li Xiu no longer delayed as he found a seat against the wall and sat down. "Give me a few minutes," Li Xiu said to his third uncle and sister who were standing in the corner. "Keep an eye on me for a while, I'll be right out." Lin Yibai thought it was addressed to her and gave an okay gesture, standing by Li Xiu's side alert to the threat. Although Su Xiaoya didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, when Li Xiu closed his eyes, she similarly gripped her pistol and silently stood behind Li Xiu, wary of any demons that might appear. The rest of the group stood with uneasiness and anticipation, with Li Xiu as the center, waiting for the ending. The world flipped, and Li Xiu entered into the extremely cold hell, stepping on the thick snow and walking towards the frigid ice coffin secretaries. Inside the first floor hall, the marble floor was hard and icy, cackling his buttocks uncomfortably after sitting for a while. But after experiencing tonight's horrible encounter, even the most pretentious people understand what it means to be content. Compared to the unlucky ones who died at the hands of demons, the fact that their asses still felt pain was already a rare happiness. Zhao Xian sat in the crowd, disguised as an ordinary student, his eyes pretending to scan the surroundings as if nothing had happened. This was something he had volunteered for when he was going downstairs. As a middle-aged teenager, Zhao Xian had read a lot of post-apocalyptic novels and anime, and when faced with danger, the evil of human nature would often be exposed. Now Cheng Shuqin was seriously injured and lost her mobility, Lin Yibai was similarly injured, the moonflower blade was shattered, and although Su Xiaoya had a gun in her hand, there were very few bullets left. In this situation, Zhao Xian was worried that some people would have evil intentions and want to capture Lin Yibai and the others to defect to the divine messenger. After all, compared to death, becoming a rampaging demon seemed like a good option. Along with the passage of time, Zhao Xian could hear whispers in the crowd as anxiety and despair festered in a small group, spreading rapidly. Death, like a huge vice, clamped down on everyone's brain. Under this kind of pressure, reason, patience, hope and other good intentions were gradually eroded by all kinds of negative emotions. In the end, what was left would only be madness. Zhao Xian looked at Li Xiu, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center, and he silently prayed in his heart, "Brotherly, you have to wake up quickly." Suddenly, in the air, something that loomed as if it was a centipede attracted Zhao Xian's attention. He turned back to look at Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya. Both of them were focused on Li Xiu and had yet to notice the abnormality in the air. Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stimulated his weak transcendent force field. His vision instantly became clear, and the hall that was originally dim because of the power shutdown seemed to brighten up. He stared at the writhing centipede in mid-air, and after half a second, Zhao Xian finally determined what it was. Chains? Chains? The moment Zhao Xian saw the chain clearly, the chain seemed to sense that it had been discovered and suddenly straightened up. One end of the chain pierced through the wall and led to the top of the radio and television building, and the other end. Zhao Xian looked along the chain. A man with a big belly, a vest jacket, and a full beard was seen. Zhao Xian remembered him as the cameraman for tonight's Spring Festival Gala in Yuan City, the good old man who smiled at everyone. When Zhao Xian was in rehearsal, the cameraman saw that he was nervous and even came over to give him chocolate. Before the chains appeared, the cameraman was still smiling and comforting the little girl next to him. The little girl was obviously frightened by what happened tonight and couldn't help but whimper. The cameraman took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. The little girl's tears hung in the corners of her eyes. She looked at the bearded uncle in front of her, and then at the chocolate, and was about to reach out for it. "Don't touch him!" Zhao Xian fiercely stood up and yelled. Everyone was startled by Zhao Xian's voice and turned their heads to look at him, and then followed his line of sight to the direction of the little girl. The little girl's tender little hands had already grabbed the chocolate, and when she heard Zhao Xian's roar, she looked towards him just like everyone else. "Ah! Monster!" A scream came from next to the little girl. Everyone nearby frantically moved away from the little girl. The little girl didn't understand what was happening. She soon felt a coldness in her right hand and looked down. The cameraman's warm and wide palm was currently covered in scales like those of a poisonous snake, and his nails were as sharp as knives. The little girl's hand was being tightly wrapped around the viper like cold, sticky claws. The little girl was completely frozen. Lin Yibai reacted the fastest, pulling out the tactical dagger on his leg and rushing over. Next was Su Xiaoya, muzzle raised, sight crossing the gap of the running crowd and locking onto the mutant cameraman's brow. However, the first to save the little girl was not Lin Yibai's dagger, nor Su Xiaoya's bullet, but another sharp claw slashed down heavily, directly cutting off the claw that was holding the little girl tightly. The cameraman endured the pain, his deformed and twisted face barely revealing a gentle smile as he gently rubbed the little girl's face with the back of his hand. "Uncle won't hurt you, don't worry." After saying these words, he used what was left of his sanity to run wildly towards the gate. His mutation was synchronized as he ran. The parts of his body that belonged to humans were getting less and less, but his speed was instead getting slower and slower. What was he going to do? This question appeared in everyone's mind. Zhao Xian, who was standing in the crowd, was closest to the cameraman, and he read his opponent's eyes. The cameraman was seeking death. He knew that he was about to lose control, and he wanted to kill himself by crashing headfirst into the blockade stance before he lost control and hurt someone. The reason why his speed was getting slower and slower was because his sanity, which belonged to a human being, was being eroded, and his demonized instincts didn't want to die. The cameraman's speed was getting slower and slower, to the point that in the end, he looked like a dying old man, staggering and walking towards the blocking stance one step at a time. In the end, he stretched out his hand covered in ghostly green scales and touched the blockade stance, and the terrifying shockwave instantly shattered his body. Before dying, the cameraman looked back at the crowd. "Good death. The monster is finally dead. I didn't expect that there would still be a monster hiding amongst us. It's fortunate that he went crazy and died." Many people let out cheers. Zhao Xian felt a pang of sadness. Compared to the clean and dry them, the cameraman who couldn't see a human appearance at all seemed more like a human. Among the cheering crowd, the guy who screamed the most cheerfully suddenly felt a little hard on his wrist and looked down to see that he didn't know when there was an extra chain on his wrist. Chapter 76 3-Man Defense. What the hell is this? The man wrapped in the chains tugged and found that he couldn't undo it at all. At the same time, his afterglow noticed the horrified sights of the people around him. The crowd moved away from him. "Hey! What are you doing?" The man found their sight so strange, so repulsive to him, that he couldn't help but want to kill them. "Monster! Another monster. Ah. There's one over here too. More and more people were entangled in chains, transforming into half-human, half-demon monsters. Lin Yibai could see clearly that this was triggered by the chains landing in the sky. Is this the modal infection triggered by the god's messenger? She didn't have time to think about it, her tactical dagger spun in her hand and rushed into the crowd, chopping off the chains that appeared one by one. Fortunately, those who were cut off wouldn't turn into monsters, but unfortunately, there were still too many people, and she couldn't match the speed of her heyday after the successive battles earlier. Lin Yibai was only able to save about a third of the people, and there were still more who were caught in the chains and transformed into bloodthirsty half-demons that lost their minds. Among them, there were also smart guys who, because they didn't want to be killed by the people who transformed into monsters, simply threw themselves into the monster camp. Even after Lin Yibai chopped off the chains on their wrists, they even had to rush into the monster group and take the others' manifested chains and actively wind them towards their own wrists. For such fools, the end would be to be bitten off at the neck by the newly transformed half-demon. The arteries were bitten through, and under the impetus of the heartbeat, blood sprayed everywhere as far as the eye could see. Su Xiaoya stood behind Li Xiao, and while she shot to force back the monster that wanted to attack Li Xiao, she was distracted to think about the whole thing tonight. During the previous break, Lin Yibai had told Su Xiaoya the general situation tonight, and she quickly analyzed the possibilities. Tonight's events seemed complicated. First, the entire city, from all corners, erupted with demonic incidents, dispersing the Special Affairs Bureau's power into the middle of the city. Immediately after that, the God Envoy raided the radio and television building, turning it into an inescapable prison. He made his only remaining blood relatives into demons and began a killing spree, but he's more concerned about the spread of Dian contamination than killing people. Su Xiaoya made a speculation. Just for the sake of killing, there was no need for the God Emperor to specifically pick this place, and he had specially branched out the Special Affairs Bureau's field personnel for fear of disturbing his actions. So his real purpose is to wrap invisible chains around more people's wrists through modal contamination. Tonight is the Spring Festival Gala, and more people than usual will gather in front of the TV to watch. It was true that the internet was more convenient and faster than television, but the network administrators of the Special Affairs Bureau were no vegetarians. Under 24-hour monitoring, the first time a modal contamination appeared, the corresponding data would be erased. Real-time live television is indeed the most suitable opportunity. What is the purpose of the God Emperor doing this? Simply creating chaos? Creating more killings? Or is there a deeper plan? Being in the midst of a chaotic battlefield, for some reason, Su Xiaoya's brain became clearer. Since the other party is called a God's envoy, what he does will often be closely related to the religion or God he is in. In religions, killing is not just ending a life, it is usually linked to sacrifice, offering, and blessing. In an instant, Su Xiaoya surmised a possibility from the intertwined clues. Ordinary citizens turning into monsters and going on a killing spree isn't the end. The God Emperor's plan may not have truly begun until now. Between thoughts, she fired 3 shots in succession with a bang. The 3 bullets, specially modified by the research and development section, whirled and spun in the air, 2 hitting the chest, and when the pouncing half-demon's body became stiff under the impact, the last bullet found its head. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the forehead. This was Su Xiaoya's most skillful shooting method. Su Xiaoya did not hesitate. Almost at the same time as the bullets were fired, she withdrew from the emptied magazine and replaced it with a new one. Even while thinking, she was still able to aim accurately and even memorize the number of bullets remaining in the pistol. After replacing the new magazine, Su Xiaoya's heart sank. Only the last magazine is left. She had to change her shooting technique to finish one off with 1 shot as much as possible. But with knife-like pain coming from her wrists and shoulders, Su Xiaoya didn't know if she would still be able to make accurate shots. It was important to realize that she was different from Lin Yibai and Zhao Xian. She was just an ordinary person. At most, she was considered to have a little bit of shooting talent. Suddenly, Su Xiaoya's afterglow skimmed a person, pursed her lips to endure the stabbing pain at her shoulder, aimed, pulled the trigger. Zhao Xian heard the sound of wind behind him and was about to turn around when his legs were held by a half-demon in a death grip, and the wind behind him had already come to the back of his head. It was as if the disgusting smell of stinky fish and shrimp mixed with the stench of summer fat man's armpit sweat came with it. Zhao Xian didn't know whether he was going to be bitten to death or smoked to death when a spinning bullet flew past in front of him. At that moment, Zhao Xian could even make out the magnificent runes drawn by the research and development section on top of the bullet. It's so beautiful. At the moment of life and death, this thought inexplicably appeared in Zhao Xian's mind. Boom! The sound of the half-demon's head exploding brought him back to his senses. The back of his head wrapped around his back was covered in all sorts of unknown slime, and Zhao Xian revealed a disgusted expression as he looked at Su Xiaoya in aggravation. Su Xiaoya nodded her smooth forehead, signaling him to pay more attention to his surroundings and never wander off. Zhao Xian nodded heavily. This middle-aged teenager who had once defied all odds and wanted to elope with his teacher had quickly grown up after witnessing deaths over and over again this night. He held a baseball bat in his hand, which was still a performance prop that he had found in the warehouse when he went downstairs, not expecting it to be unexpectedly sturdy. Because he was on the show today, his favorite teacher Su, as well as his parents had likewise come. They were standing behind Zhao Xian, looking at him worriedly. Now that the weather wasn't raining, Zhao Xian couldn't perform his transcendent ability. In order to protect the people he loved, he can only do his best to squeeze the physical strength of being a transcendent. Zhao Xian had never undergone any combat training and relied purely on brute force, and it didn't take long before he was panting with exhaustion, and thin bits of wounds gradually appeared on his body. Not only him, Lin Yibai and Su Xiaoya were also on the verge of reaching their limits. Once the defense line formed by the three of them joining forces collapsed, the ordinary people behind them would be exposed to the half-demon army and be easily torn into pieces. Li Xiu would also be in danger, and if something did happen to him, then there would really be no one left to stop the Divine Messenger's plan. Zhao Xian, Su Xiaoya, and Lin Yibai simultaneously looked towards Li Xiu, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, and prayed in their hearts, "Li Xiu, hurry up and wake up." The next second. Hiss. A wound appeared on Li Xiu's body, and blood that had condensed into ice crystals gushed out from the wound, and his face suddenly turned pale. Zhao Xian, Su Xiaoya, and Lin Yibai gulped at the same time, their hearts a little panicked. Chapter 77, Climbing. Extremely cold hell. Li Xiu was only the last half a meter away from the frigid ice coffin's secret agent. But it was this last half meter that became the most distant and insurmountable moat in the world. Li Xiu took a deep breath to keep his body stable. The uncontrollable wind and snow cut through his skin, leaving a thumb-deep wound, but his eyes remained resolute. Li Xiu paused in place, his body heat gradually being stripped away. He was turning into a humanoid ice sculpture, but if you got close enough, you could hear a dull thud like a war drum. That was Li Xiu's heartbeat. The sound of the heartbeat was slow at the beginning, but it rapidly accelerated as time passed, and the hot blood was squeezed, contracted, and released in the heartbeat, just like magma about to erupt from a volcano crater, providing strength to the body. Until at a certain moment, the wind and snow seemed to stop abruptly, and Li Xiu moved. His right foot slammed out, taking the final step, his hands pressed on the frigid ice coffin tree, and he waited quietly for a few seconds. There was no change. Just touching, isn't that enough? Li Xiu looked up, the 20 to 30 meter high huge coffin, like a wall appeared in front of him. Do we have to climb to the very top and open this coffin with our own hands in order to know the way to control this out-of-control field? A strong sense of disparity appeared. The desperation. Snap. Li Xiu slapped his hands heavily on his face. Now is not the time to despair. He looked at the wall in front of him. Isn't it just climbing the wall? Back in the day when I skipped high school to work part-time, I didn't climb over the school's walls a lot, at least now there's no defense section grandpa chasing me with a stick. Thinking of the memories of fighting with the gate guard grandpa during his high school days, the corner of Li Xiu's mouth rose slightly as he clapped his hands together and grabbed the intricate patterns on the surface of the frigid ice coffin secret agent with one hand. At the moment of touch, the coldness penetrated along the skin, accompanied by piercing pain. Li Xiu pretended not to feel the pain. Few start. He climbed upwards, the distance rising and the wind and snow becoming more violent. Sometimes he had to stop and wait for the wind to die down a little before he could continue climbing. It didn't take long before his fingers froze to a purple-black color and he lost feeling, and a seeming murmur was faintly heard over the sound of the wind and snow. Give up, it won't hurt if you go down. Go back, this is not the place for you. You're already strong enough, there's no need. To these murmurs, Li Xiu's response was just two words. This is it? This bit of cold, compared to when he graduated from his senior year of high school and went to a big stall in the middle of the night to scrub dishes in cold water to make money, what was it? What was this tiredness compared to the 14 hours of takeout during his summer vacation? Li Xiu fixed himself on the edge of the frigid coffin secret agent in a not very nice, but extraordinarily energy-saving way, and he grinned and said, "Nothing can beat me except poverty." Located in the extremely cold hell, Li Xiu was not aware of how dangerous the situation outside was. No, even if he knew, there was no way he would give up climbing and choose to return to reality. Li Xiu's physical strength didn't allow him to return to reality to resolve all the half-demons before returning to the extreme cold ground to challenge the frigid ice coffin secretaries once again. Tonight's opportunity was only this once, and once he missed it, Li Xiu could only watch as the god's envoy destroyed in Yuan City. Countless innocents, countless people who had cared for Li Xiu and helped him would be sacrificed in the disaster. If this kind of thing really happens, then what's the point of me awakening this bull power? After spanning dozens of meters of vertical distance, Li Xiu's stamina had been completely overdrawn, and there was only one last meter left from the real top. However, further up the outer wall of the secretarial tree had no pattern for him to climb. Li Xiu rested for a full half a minute, a pair of eyes staring dead center at the edge position, took a deep breath, and then Li Xiu's legs powered up and violently leapt upwards. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a bird, truly soaring in the sky. Snap! The palm of his hand slapped heavily on the cold ice casket, missing the last 5 centimeters. He failed to grab the edge of the cold ice casket. The body paused in the air for a fraction of a second, and then began to fall. Li Xiu looked down. It was too late for him to regain his grip on the pattern below to fix his body. According to the current momentum, he would fall back down to the ground. And his physical strength did not allow him to try again. In a split second, Li Xiu made a decision. The 4 fingers of his left hand were brought together, and the fingers that had become black from frostbite, at this moment, seemed to have become the hardest steel. The 4 fingers carried the last of Li Xiu's strength and violently pierced into the outer wall of the frigid coffin secret agent. Ka-ching! Drilling pain. The fingers broke. Li Xiu wasn't sure how many were broken, but he revealed a smile. The momentum of his landing stopped. With both feet on the wall, he used the left hand inserted into the wall as a borrowing point and jumped upwards again. After exhausting all of his physical strength, breaking nearly all of the 4 fingers on his left hand, and suffering from large and small scratches and frostbite on his body, at this cost, Li Xiu managed to reach the top. Li Xiu propped up his knees to catch his breath, slowly raised his back, and looked around at the bottom from the highest point. The view can be really. Li Xiu habitually wanted to sigh, but after looking carefully for half a day, he still couldn't praise it against his will. Regardless of which angle he looked at, it was always the same snow-capped mountains he was familiar with, and it didn't change in any way because of the height. It was good that Li Xiu climbed up not to enjoy the scenery, and turned towards the top center position of the cold ice coffin secret agent. Is that a rune paper? Putting aside the demons that Li Xiu had taken the initiative to invite in, this was the first time he had seen something that had nothing to do with ice and snow in the extremely cold hell. He squatted down and scrutinized the paper that was embedded into the frigid ice coffin of the secret agent. It was filled with ancient and simple words, which of course Li Xiu couldn't read with his knowledge. However, when he touched it, the ancient and simple writing on it lit up, and there was no need to recognize it, as the content of the writing naturally transformed into the meanings it contained and entered his brain. Thought there could be some new news, or is there a sinner sealed inside that won't let me open the words? If Li Xiu had minded any sinners, seals, or the like, he wouldn't have spent so much effort climbing up. Smashing away the thin layer of ice on top, Li Xiu picked up a corner of the paper with his finger, and the touch of his finger was slippery. Not like paper, this touch is more like black silk? Seemingly hearing the words black silk, the ancient rune felt insulted. The light above it shone even brighter. Repulsive force appeared, resisting Li Xiu's touch. The ancient rune released a very high layer of power. If it was placed outside, Li Xiu wouldn't really be able to uncover it, but in the extreme cold hell, Li Xiu's authority was the highest. He grabbed a corner of the ancient rune and tore open a gap. This movement moved countless wind and snow in the air, and the originally irregularly fluttering wind and frost found an enemy in an instant, falling down towards Li Xiu. However, the blades twisted by the wind and snow were forced to stop halfway through their fall. Li Xiu's pitch-black pupils flowed with intimidating fluctuations. He was the lord of this hell. The wind and frost that was about to fall in the sky solidified. Click. 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 The ancient runes were uncovered little by little, while a crack appeared on the huge frigid ice coffin tree, and a ghostly azure light was released outward along the crack seen from the very core. The ancient runes were screaming in his head, and he completely ignored them, grinning. Why does it feel like releasing Sun Monkey from Five Finger Mountain? Hiss. The ancient rune was completely torn off, and the frigid ice coffin tree collapsed with a bang. Li Xiu stood up in a patch of flying snow, felt the line of sight behind him, turned around, and locked eyes with the owner of the line of sight. It's really you. Chapter 78 Power Boost. It really is you. Li Xiu let out an exclamation. A few steps away, in the ruins made up of the collapsed cold ice coffin secretaries, a woman dressed in a classical white gown lay quietly on her side in it. A head of green silk was pulled behind her head without too much decoration, and while she was leaning against the hard ice and snow, she had an aura of gentleness like water. At first glance, the woman looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, with the youthfulness of a young girl, but after a closer look, she looked like she was 25 or 26 years old, with the charm of a mature woman. Especially when the breeze blew, driving the hem of her skirt, silently outlining the graceful curve of the waist. Putting aside the subjective emotions towards Su Xiaoya or Lin Yibai, the woman in front of him, from a purely face and body perspective, she was the most beautiful of all the women Li Xiao had ever seen. There was no one. This kind of beauty had already transcended the scope of appearance, and was more like an advanced grade of transcendent ability that acted directly in the heart. Su Daji? The other party nodded slightly, sort of recognizing Li Xiao's guess. This sinner who had transcended thousands of years and resurrected in hell was none other than the most famous woman of the Shang dynasty, Su Daji. I just don't know which version. As Li Zhangwei pondered in his heart, the half-lying Su Daji slightly raised her eyes, her white fingers pinching up the ancient piece of talisman paper from before. As she slid her finger on it, Li Xiao felt that some kind of connection appeared between himself and Su Daji, and the knowledge, common sense, language and other messages in his memory were rapidly being shared with Su Daji. His memories of knowledge, common sense, language and other messages were rapidly being shared with Su Daji. A few seconds later, Su Daji said in extremely standard Mandarin, the version of you uncovered is the remnants of the list of gods, specifically used to seal me. Li Xiao froze for a moment. You can read minds? Not mind reading. While alive, my job is to guess what's in a man's mind and... Su Daji's pink moist lips rose slightly. Your mind doesn't seem to need guessing at all. Didn't your friend mention to you that you can easily write your thoughts on your face whenever you think? Li Xiao was a bit embarrassed. It was like this before when he was facing Su Xiaoya. The thoughts in his heart were always easily guessed. Even Chang Shuqin, who didn't know him very well, could occasionally guess his thoughts in advance. It seemed like only the dull and stupid Lin Yibai had no way to see through his heart. The cold ice coffin secretaries disappeared, and the power of the extreme cold hell began to penetrate in, repairing Li Xiao's injuries. He was gradually taking control of this area as the extreme cold hell became complete, and the strength of the transcendent power increased rapidly. This kind of enhancement was even more exaggerated in the eyes of the onlookers than being hung up. It was almost as if the code had been modified directly in the background of the system. All of Li Xiao's previous efforts and pain had not been in vain. Elegant side-lying Su Daji carefully observed Li Xiao's complexion, and when she saw how happy he still looked because of the power he had gained, she sighed slightly in her heart. She had seen too many men in her lifetime who were intoxicated with power and strength and wanted to stand at the head of the crowd, and the end of these people were often death. Su Daji was tired of this kind of ending, and even more tired of being around men who were full of ambition. Therefore, when she heard Li Xiao propose, by releasing you, can I truly control the extremely cold hell? When this question was asked, Su Daji's response was very cold. Yes. The seal tablet has been drawing on part of the power of hell to seal me, and now that the seal has been lifted, that part of the power will come back under your control. Li Xiao nodded and was about to leave the extremely cold hell and hurry back to reality to resolve the god envoy when he heard Su Daji continue, my existence is likewise made up of this hell. If you desire more power, you can kill me so that you can truly and completely control this hell. Hearing this, Li Xiao froze. Kill her? How could someone make such a request? Are you serious? Li Xiao asked. Su Daji nodded slightly. Of course she was serious. After the battle 1,000 years ago, she was judged and killed, and even her soul couldn't get a good ending, sealed in this icy hell. Suda had long ago grown tired of her heart. To put it bluntly, she hadn't been very willing to accept that job of compelling King Zhou in the very beginning. Every time she offered to return to the organization, the people above her told her to wait around. After 3 years of waiting and 3 years of waiting, she almost blended in as an enemy boss. Unexpectedly, when the war was won, she became the backstabber, mixing from undercover agent to sinner. Destroy it, hurry up. She was fed up with this unfair workplace bullying. Su Daji even complained a bit about Li Xiao. What was the point of releasing her? Stagnant thinking in the sealed state was no different from death, so why not just let her stay sealed for eternity, lest she wake up and get all pissed off remembering that year's bull. Yes, this Miss Su Daji, who is so beautiful that she can't be seen, is actually a miserable social animal who was PUA to the point of losing her motivation to live in the workplace 1,000 years ago. Li Xiao couldn't hear Su Daji's inner subtext, and he was still pondering why the other party was seeking death. Demons and devils. Li Xiao had killed many, but he had never harmed a real living person. He pondered for half a second and asked, "Are you real? Or is it my imagination?" The number one character, Sudaji, did exist in history, but it was a bit beyond Li Xiao's imagination for such a mythological character with legendary colors to appear among his transcendent abilities. However, Sudaji did not directly answer Li Xiao's question as she said, "True or false, what difference does it make to you?" She was a character from 1,000 years ago, her physical body was dead, and there was no way to verify the truth or falsity of her identity. Li Xiao understood what she meant, real existence or not, false imagination in the realm of consciousness or not, none of this mattered. What mattered was Li Xiao's choice. "There's no other way but to kill you?" "No," Suda said dryly. Li Xiao bowed his head in contemplation as he felt the level of control he had over his transcendent power at this moment, compared to the power that the God Emperor had erupted earlier. It seems like there's still a slight subtle gap. Li Xiao glanced at the close, undefended Suda. He had already regained control of the nearby wind and snow and could kill her with just a thought. Hesitating, Li Xiao sighed and said, "Forget it. Killing you to gain power is similar to the doomed villain in the story." Li Xiao said helplessly, "Carrying this kind of mental baggage, how else can I go and fight the God Emperor?" Su Daji froze. When Li Xiao's gaze landed on her, she was already prepared to meet her death, but she didn't expect Li Xiao to give such an answer. Killing a stranger to gain power, this kind of good thing was something that almost no one would refuse in the era that Su Daji lived in. Not to mention strangers, Su Daji had witnessed an unknown number of gruesome killings, many tragedies of killing wives and abandoning their children, in order to be able to gain more power and strength. Li Xiao waved his hand, "I will go out if there is nothing, and when we finish solving the enemies above, we will slowly chat. If I am still alive at that time." Looking at Li Xiao's faraway back, Sudaji said in a voice that only she could hear, "Don't even want the power that comes to you, really an indecisive man. Too much kindness is no way to achieve great things." But the corner of Suda's mouth turned up slightly. To the point of not being annoying. Chapter 79 Red High Heels. 5 minutes ago, in the real world. Endless killing, the ground of the first floor hall was covered with a thin layer of blood. The defense line consisting of Lin Yibai, Su Xiaoya, and Zhao Shen was on the verge of collapsing, and the enemy was even tougher than expected. If it was only a part of the team that had mutated, with the three of them's combat strength, they might still be able to barely manage. But along with the killings, the transcendent power of this group of half-demons was rapidly soaring. Evil thought. Cheng Shuqin, who was lying on the ground, keenly detected the transcendental force field floating in the air and analyzed it in a weak voice. The God Emperor uses the cursed gold coins as a medium to distribute his transcendent force field to all corners of the city, and whenever there are evil thoughts, they will resonate with his transcendent force field, thus gaining the power he grants. Lin Yibai dodged a half-demon's attack. What should we do then? Cheng Shuqin was silent. She couldn't think of a way. Cheng Shuqin was doing her best to drive the transcendent force field, compressing the venom that had invaded her body into her liver. There was certainly a huge risk in doing so. Even if she went back alive, it was likely that after this operation was over, she would need to undergo extensive organ surgery, or even quit the field team due to her health. But now was not the time to think about the future. She had to stand up as a vice-captain. As long as her swarm could still fly, she could protect her team. When the battle at the front was at its most urgent, among the survivors at the back, 4 of them gathered together and rustled something in low voices while looking at Li Xiao, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. One of them, a bald man, said, "That person called Li Xiao, he should be very powerful, right? Let's hurry up and wake him up." A high school girl wearing Zhao Shen's same school uniform said, "But I heard that he's looking for a solution to the monster? Would it not be too good to wake him up?" "What's not too good?" The woman with short hair and high cheekbones next to her glanced at the retreating Lin Yibai trio and sped up her speech. "People are dying, what's not good about it?" "I don't care, one of them is superhuman, I'm not, I don't want to die." The last old man in the group of 4 said, right, we'll just go wake him up, it's not like we're harming him. Besides, I'm this old, can they still give me a hard time?" The 4 of them looked at each other, nodded, and quietly felt their way to Li Xiao's position. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle at the front line, no one paid attention to them, and even if someone noticed, after seeing their movements, they all remained silent as if they didn't see it. At this time Li Xiao is extremely cold hell climbing ice coffin secretaries, just like to the most difficult point, the slightest difference, will be abandoned, lose the last hope. Getting closer and closer, the old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, till Li Xiao slowly stretched out his hand full of age spots. Click! A rolling pistol was pressed against the old man's forehead. Su Xiaoya's voice came from above. What do you want to do? The old man was scalded and let out a miserable scream in pain as he fell to the ground. According to his usual habits, he should have wailed obediently to gain sympathy. However, the moment he locked eyes with Su Xiaoya, all of the old man's petty thoughts disappeared. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen such a terrifying look in his eyes. Su Xiaoya, who used to smile at everyone and was always gentle in Li Xiao's eyes, did not have the slightest emotion in her eyes. Like a cold machine. Su Xiaoya's right hand hung down powerlessly. Because she had fired too many shots, her right hand cracked at the tiger's mouth and oozed blood. If she took off her jacket, she could clearly see the bruises on her wrist, elbow, and shoulder. Now she was holding the gun in her left hand. But that didn't affect her play. The old man was pulled up by the female high school student. Su Xiaoya suddenly turned her gun around, aimed at the right rear, and fired a bullet with a bang. The bullet missed the attacking half-demon. She slightly adjusted her angle and pulled the trigger again. This time it hit, accurately hitting the half-demon's forehead. Su Xiaoya did not take her eyes off the four from start to finish, and once again asked, "What do you want to do?" Under the muzzle of the gun, the old man and the female high school student didn't dare to speak. The bald man stepped forward and said, "We're not trying to cause trouble, and we're doing it for everyone's good. At this point, if we don't wake him up, we're all going to die." The bald man was right. They were standing on the edge of a cliff. The next second Lin Yibai and Zhao Xian's front line of defense could collapse and everyone would die. Waking up Li Xiao at this time did seem like the right choice. But in this world, if you asked who knew Li Xiao the most, it was Su Xiaoya. From Li Xiao's expression before he fell into a deep sleep, she knew that he was going to do something very dangerous. Now that Li Xiao was probably in a critical moment, once he was woken up, it was likely that his life would be jeopardized. Su Xiaoya had a big picture perspective. She was clear that waking Li Xiao up would be able to save everyone present, but for her, Li Xiao was her big picture. Su Xiaoya's tone was icy cold as if it was the wind and snow of an extremely cold hell. As long as I live, no one can touch him. Seeing that the old man, the female high school student and the bald man didn't dare to speak, the short-haired woman clenched her teeth and scolded Su Xiaoya. "Of course you guys aren't afraid, you are monsters just like them, how can we ordinary people compare to you?" She glared viciously, as if she was a wild dog that had gone mad. She appealed to the group of survivors behind her. "She just wants us to wait for death, let us go ahead and stall them for time. What's wrong with us just wanting to live? I see you're in league with those monsters. For everyone's sake, I'm just going to go wake up Li Xiao, so if you have the ability, shoot me to death and let everyone see the identity of your monster accomplices." The short-haired woman spoke with righteous indignation, but in reality, she had a good little plan in her heart. Before she came over, she had eavesdropped on Su Xiaoya's conversation with a few people, and learned that Su Xiaoya was not a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, but just an ordinary college student with somewhat good marksmanship. Su Xiaoya could shoot a monster with one shot. This point was indeed very powerful, but did she really dare to shoot at ordinary people? Monsters and ordinary people, those were two different things. The short-haired woman saw through this very point and took the initiative to pick her head. She held her head high, ignoring Su Xiaoya's gun and striding towards Li Xiao. She had seen too many young girls Su Xiaoya's age, and facing the pressure of a group of people, Su Xiaoya would surely back down, right? Boom! A dull gunshot caused the short-haired woman to experience a brief ringing in her ears, and she found her body tilting uncontrollably. Plop, the short-haired woman fell heavily to the ground, blood marring her heavily made-up cheeks, looking particularly appalling. What happened? The short-haired woman still didn't understand what had happened. She lowered her head and saw half of her white calf on the ground, which was still wearing a red high-heeled shoe on the foot. Those were the new heels she had bought especially for today's spring gala. Ah! My leg! Earlier, many people had leapt to their feet at the instigation of the short-haired woman. Now that the gunshots faded, the blood and severed limbs on the ground were like steel needles that pierced into their eyes. Among the survivors present were also Su Xiaoya's college colleagues and teachers, who couldn't match the frosty-faced girl in front of them with Su Xiaoya, who usually spoke softly to everyone. They didn't realize that during the time when Li Xiao was bullied as a child, this was how she protected Li Xiao from that group of school bullies. Su Xiaoya hadn't changed, she had always been like this. She lowered her muzzle and stood quietly in front of Li Xiao, not saying a word as an invisible abyss appeared between her and the crowd. Just then, Zhao Xian, who was covered in dirty blood, fell heavily to the ground, and there was a narrow wound on his abdomen. He tried to continue to get up, but just as he did, his intestines almost flowed out, causing Zhao Xian to fall to the ground in pain. The pressure in front of him was all focused on Lin Yibai. Chapter 81 Man's Hero. Zhao Xian lay on the ground, covering his stomach, looking at the fully collapsed defense line, his heart gradually falling into despair. Under the violent emotional fluctuations, his transcendent force field changed with it, and it seemed to resonate with a certain force field in the sky in the underworld. Rumble. Dull thunder resounded through the sky. Wow. The heavy overcast clouds that had been suspended above in Yuan City all night finally rained heavily at this moment, under the opportunity to resonate with Zhao Xian's transcendent power. Most of the rain fell on the outside of the radio and television building, and because of the blockade of the God Envoy's transcendent force field, this part of the rain couldn't enter at all. However, Li Xiu fell vertically from the top of the building, relying on his body to smash out a channel that led straight to the sky. A few drops of rainwater drilled through the layers of empty holes and drifted down. Zhao Xian raised his hand, and only a few drops of rainwater stagnated in mid-air. It's only this much. The walker in the rain with a plus-minus value of 59 had harsh execution conditions, but once it was actually executed, it had a combat power that far exceeded that of the same rank. Zhao Xian was currently still at the 6th rank, at the bottom of the transcendent hierarchy, but the combat power he was able to erupt in a short period of time was no less than that of a transcendent who had just entered the 5th rank. Rainwalker. Zhao Xian's hands spread out, and the rainwater, under his control, seemed like a javelin as it pierced through the bodies of the half-demons and nailed them to the ground. Lin Yibai's pressure was instantly reduced. Watching ahead of half-demons being killed, the survivors hiding in the back let out cheers, thinking that the crisis was about to be lifted. Only Zhao Xian's girlfriend, Teacher Su, could see that something was wrong with him. Zhao Xian's pupils were spreading and shrinking at a very abnormal rate, and his face, which was originally pale due to the bleeding in his abdomen, was now showing an abnormal crimson color. Chen Shuqin's weak voice drifted over from the back, "Stop, Zhao Xian, you'll die." Not everyone was Li Xiu. Most transcendent powers with high positive and negative ability values corresponded to abilities that were difficult to control, not to mention that Zhao Xian was still the 6th rank with the most drastic power fluctuations. He was forcibly overdrawing his power, and if he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before his brain would melt into mashed potatoes under the heat. This wasn't an exaggerated metaphor, but a statement. Zhao Xian certainly knew this. But he wouldn't stop. As a middle-aged teenager, he dreamed of becoming a hero who saved the world, and especially after obtaining transcendent powers, this thought appeared in his fantasies moment after moment. In Zhao Xian's imagination, he was supposed to save the day, destroy the enemy, save the entire city, and finally kiss Mr. Su passionately in front of a crowd of cheering people. Well, his fantasy did have parts of the plot copied from Spider-Man and Thor. But now this. Zhao Xian glanced at Teacher Su, who was anxiously running over. It doesn't seem too bad. He didn't need to be everyone's hero, just be hers. Would be enough. Zhao Xian raised his hands, and with him as the center, the air around him appeared to twist irregularly. This was due to the abnormal phenomenon triggered by the undulating fluctuations of the transcendent force field being too violent. A dozen drops of rainwater stagnated in mid-air, and if one looked closer, they could see that the raindrops were trembling in synchronization with Zhao Xian's heartbeat, which seemed like the beat of a drum. Every time it trembled, the kinetic energy contained in the raindrops increased by 1 point, and inside the translucent raindrops, there was a hint of dark red light that appeared faintly. That was the light released by the transcendent power that had been compressed to the extreme. Zhao Xian couldn't hold out much longer, his brain was about to melt, and he wanted to take as many enemies as possible before he died. He finally looked towards Teacher Su, who was running over to him, and revealed the characteristic sprightly smile of a teenager. Goodbye. Zhao Xian unleashed his ability. In the next second, raindrops that had exerted countless amounts of kinetic energy in mid-air fell down, falling to the ground and merging into the bloodwater without a sound. Zhao Xian froze, and he then realized that a hand had landed on his head at some point. An ice-cold transcendent force field wrapped Zhao Xian's, physically cooling his hot head and isolating the connection between him and the rain. Zhao Xian was just about to turn back when a familiar voice came in synchronization. "You shouldn't die in a place like this. There will be times in the future that will make you a hero, but for now, just leave it to me." Zhao Xian looked at the familiar back, and the burden that had been pressed on his heart was instantly released, his eyes slightly red. He knew that he had survived, everyone had survived. Li Xiu looked at the hall that was in a mess, and third uncle, who was waiting outside, told Li Xiu briefly what had happened. "I didn't expect so many things to happen outside after entering the extreme cold hell for a few minutes." Li Xiu was glad that he came back in time, or else Zhao Xian, this brat, would really have to be sacrificed. He turned to look at the half-demon group. Under Li Xiao's gaze, the group of bloodthirsty monsters were fixed in place, unable to move even a single finger, and not even a single hiss could be emitted. Lin Yibai stood at the very front, and she could see most clearly that the half-demons' bodies were entangled with countless black silk threads that were even thinner than hair strands. The black silk threads were getting tighter and tighter. Boom! As the survivors watched, the half-demon that had pushed them to the brink of extinction became a crumb of shattered ice when it faced Li Xiao with just a single glance. Li Xiao half squatted down and gently wiped on the wound on Zhao Xian's abdomen, and the cold ice froze the wound so that it wouldn't continue to bleed for the time being. He turned back to Su Xiaoya, his eyes falling on her lowered right arm and the wound at the tiger's mouth that was still dripping blood, his half-open mouth not knowing what to say. Su Xiaoya noticed Li Xiao's line of sight, turned slightly sideways, hiding her right arm, reappearing with a gentle smile, in turn comforting Li Xiao, "Don't look at me like that, don't worry, it doesn't hurt." Li Xiao nodded, "I'll send you guys out now." Lin Yibai, who had just walked over, heard this and wiped the blood from her face. "Did you find a method to lift the stance blockade?" "Not a method." Li Xiao walked to the blockade force field of the first floor's main door and directly stretched out his hands as if he was grasping a piece of face skin, and yanked it to the left and right. No sound appeared, but a haunting tearing sound inexplicably appeared in the crowd's heads, as if something that had imprisoned their souls had been torn apart. The exterior of the radio and television building. Broken open? Lin Ke stared at the building in front of him in a daze. As he watched, the light golden blockade force field on the exterior snowflake like flakes shattered open, and bunches of flowers of evil fell down and dissolved in mid-air. Of the 4 demons that had surrounded him, there were still 2 left, and support from the Field 2 team had arrived, and they helped Lin Ke share the pressure. Because of the God's Messenger's Dian contamination, there wasn't a single peaceful place in Yuan City, and the entire city was on the verge of destruction. The old chief was clear that there was no point in having his team put out fires everywhere anymore. Focusing all of their strength on getting rid of the real enemy would give them a chance to save the city. A dozen or so people ran out of the radio and television building, and Sister Controller Lin Ke caught a glimpse of Lin Yibai in the crowd, as well as Cheng Shuqin, who was being supported by her medical team. Lin Ke shouted, welcoming them. "You guys finally came out." "Wait." Lin Ke looked left and right. "Where's Li Xiao?" Lin Yibai pointed to the top of the building. "He went up. He's going to end this." Chapter 81, The Audience. Lin Ke asked, "He charged up alone?" Previously, they knew nothing about the God Emperor, and the Special Affairs Bureau hadn't been able to judge the God Emperor's true fighting strength, but after this round of widespread die-cause infections, that mysterious thread of causality in the Bureau relied on a single causality chain to back out the God Emperor's strength. Unrivaled might. His might transcended the concept of equal rank. If you looked at it purely from the transcendent rank, the Divine Messenger was still located in the middle of the 4th rank. Theoretically, only 2 captain levels would be needed to deal with the God Emperor, but the transcendent power the God Emperor displayed far exceeded the Special Affairs Bureau's perceptions in terms of intensity, skill, and nature. Based on the data model, a conclusion could be easily drawn if one were to make a projection of the battlefield situation. The Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau is unable to resolve the transcendent out-of-control incident codenamed God's Envoy. Due to the widespread modal infection and the fear of contaminating other city residents, it is impossible to evacuate the masses using the Class A013 emergency plan, and with immediate effect, the Special 001 plan will be activated to unleash the hidden transcendental force field in the city generator and blockade the entire city. The Special Affairs Bureau had several sets of emergency plans for dealing with transcendent events, of which the special plan had only been put into effect 3 times nationwide. 2 of them were in uninhabited mountainous areas or deep oceans, and the special level plan was actually activated in the city. This is the first time ever. If half an hour ago the Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau was still thinking about how to hide the phenomenon of a transcendent going out of control from the world, then now, there was only one thing they were thinking about. How to keep more people alive. After the transcendental force field blockade was lifted, the instruments placed near the radio and television building were able to capture the transcendental force field fluctuations of the God Emperor. The value of the fluctuations is rising rapidly. Listening to the field team's report, Lin Ke frowned. The captured values were already far beyond the limits of humans or demons. Lin Ke quickly reacted, the true purpose of modal contamination isn't to create chaos. When a divine messenger spread modal pollution, his true purpose was to draw power from it. It's a ritual we've never known before. Everything that was laid out tonight, everything that was done was for this moment. It's not equilibrium he's after, he's trying to Rinko thought about it for half a day, but he didn't know how to describe it. He is trying to shed his half-human, half-demon body and become a true God servant. Puppeteer said softly. He was floating silently high in the air a few kilometers away, holding his daughter in his arms. They had black strands of hair wrapped around their bodies, and looking upwards along the strands of hair, one could see a large human head balloon. On the faces of the human head balloons, all of them were wearing happy smiles, which was extraordinarily bizarre. The puppeteer father and daughter were relying on the human head balloons to levitate in mid-air. God's messenger? The daughter raised her head, blinking her big sparkling eyes and asked, "Daddy, isn't he a God envoy now?" "It's God servant, God servant." The puppeteer patiently explained to his daughter, "A God emperor, a messenger of the gods on earth, sounds good, but in the end, it's still the realm of humans. A divine attendant is different. He is detached from the definition of human, demon, and is truly standing beside the gods, a type of lifeform in a higher dimension." The little girl's two small white hands were clasped in vain, made to look like binoculars, and looked at the God Emperor who was metamorphosing in the distance. "Aren't we going to help Brother Li Xiao? Can he beat the bad God servant?" "He should." The puppet master felt the transcendent force field fluctuations in the air and hesitated for a long time. "I don't know, but we can't make a move. Once we do, we'll be breaking the rules." The little girl seemed to understand and nodded. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "Daddy, do gods really exist in this world? Gods, can you change me back? I don't want to eat my sister's entrails anymore, it doesn't taste good at all." "God." Puppeteer stroked his daughter's hair. "Daddy doesn't know either. But don't worry, there will be a day when you won't have to eat anyone's entrails anymore. It won't take long." High in the sky more than 1,000 kilometers away from Yuan City, a vehicle filled with technology rose vertically, breaking through the atmosphere to outer space. Transcendent force field barrier stabilized, entering near Earth orbit. 10 seconds later, second acceleration with the help of the planet's rotation force. Inside the craft, 4 men and 1 woman, 5 people wearing black uniforms were sitting on chairs. These 5, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau's headquarters task force. The lowest transcendent rank was the 4th rank, having fought hundreds of battles and carrying plural forbidden items. The youngest among them looked like they might only be 16 or 17 years old, and the older ones had long been full of gray hair. Temperament also varies. Some look like soldiers, short hair, no smile, sitting on the chair, waist straight. Some just have a hangdog look, with permed yellow hair, shoes off, legs crossed, cigarettes in their mouths, and a bottle of wine in their hands. In front of them was a huge screen, and in the screen was the current situation of Yuan City today. When looking at the picture inside, it was the yellow hair that was more immodest, but also could not help but be stunned, and the wine that was sent to his mouth was forgotten to drink. "Boss, this. Are you sure we want to be useful? The situation in Yuan City, the army has to be deployed, right?" Yellow hair spat out the cigarette in his mouth and pointed at the picture within the screen. This was simply not a problem that could be solved by a few transcendents going there. The one who was called boss was not a stout soldier or the oldest old man, but the teenager who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. There was a wisdom in his eyes that did not fit his age, as if in this body was a wise man who had survived for hundreds of years. The teenager's finger moved, and one of the dozen or so viewpoints that were separated in the screen was suddenly enlarged. It was the image of the Yuan City Boots Building radio and television building, with data on the surrounding transcendent force field fluctuations attached to it. Yellow hair oohed and awed. "This kid is quite a tiger. Self just rushed up to fight the boss." "Wait a while?" The bottle of wine in yellow hair's hand fell to the ground in a crash, and he sat up, just short of plopping down on the screen. What happened to their transcendent force field values? Both are mutated demons? The tall soldier slapped yellow hair on the head and scolded, "His name is Li Xiao, he's one of our own, don't see him wearing a Special Affairs Bureau uniform, think before you speak." Receiving a big pen pocket, yellow hair didn't take it seriously, he just stared straight at the image of Li Xiao and the God Envoy duo exchanging blows. Suddenly, he turned his head to the teenager who was called Boss and asked, "Boss, can the strength and quality of the transcendent force field soar this high if you explode at full power? Don't let's rush over there with great effort, it'll be funny if we can't beat it." The teenager didn't directly answer yellow hair's question, but only said, "My level is higher than theirs." Through the window of the craft one could see the dark universe outside, as well as the azure planet. As they spoke, the craft prepared for secondary acceleration, and a huge inertia fell on each of them. Enough inertia to make an ace pilot faint and die on the spot, but the 5 acted as if nothing had happened. We are flying directly in near-Earth orbit. We expect to arrive at our destination in 1 hour and 17 minutes. We will now start assigning combat missions. Yellow Hair asked, Boss, do you think that kid named Li Xiao can't beat the God Emperor? I don't know. But I always feel. The teenager stared at Li Xiao, who was fighting with the God Envoy in the screen, and finally said, he seems to be missing something. Right now, he's not fully utilizing his own power. Chapter 82, One Step Too Late. The top of the radio and television building. Li Xiao and the God Emperor seemed to transform into two beams of dazzling light, colliding recklessly in the air as shockwaves scattered in all directions, shattering the rain in the sky. Without needing anyone's reminder, and with just one frontal impact, Li Xiao was able to determine their respective strengths. After unlocking the last piece of the extremely cold Hell's map, Li Xiao's force field strength was already higher than the God Envoy's, which allowed him to take more initiative in a head-on encounter with the God Envoy. However, the God Envoy's advantage was also very obvious, and that was the skill of power exertion. The God Emperor was able to use the smallest amount of power to maximize its effect, achieving the effect of a 4-2 jackpot. The two attacked each other's weaknesses, searching for breaks and not giving the other party breathing room, exchanging blows hundreds of times in a very short period of time. In another collision, Li Xiao was sent flying out by the force of the recoil. The transcendent force fields of both sides destroyed each other in the moment of the exchange, and Li Xiao's Special Affairs Bureau uniform already had channels of tears on it. The God Envoy didn't fare well either, with a huge cavity in his abdomen. Li Xiao landed on the top of the rooftop, and his transcendent force field tumbled. Extreme cold hell, descend. The pitch-black hellgate appeared behind Li Xiao and boomed wide open, rolling wind and snow from the extremely cold hell gushing out. After destroying the cold ice coffin treasure and getting his hands on the last piece of the extremely cold hell's map, Li Xiao was already able to descend the complete hell into the human world. The cold that froze the soul was accompanied by a tsunami-like ferocious transcendent force field that surrounded the divine envoy. Li Xiao stood on the rooftop, with his hands, index fingers and thumbs forming a triangle, and right in the middle of the triangle was the divine envoy. He slammed his hands together and gave the order, annihilate. Endless frost covered the God Emperor in the air. They were pervasive, consuming the golden fine sand surrounding the God Emperor. A grain of golden fine sand that had lost its light fell down and became ash, completely dissipating. The God Envoy lost his self-consciousness, his fighting instincts were still firmly memorized by this body, and he held a heavy hammer condensed from golden fine sand in both hands, ruthlessly smashing it into the unoccupied air. Hit empty? This thought flashed through the minds of quite a few people who were paying attention to the battle, and someone quickly reacted. It's not hitting empty, this is an extreme manipulation of power. At the same time that the puppet master uttered these words, wisps of cracks appeared at the landing point of the golden hammer that smashed into the air, as if the hammer had directly smashed through the dimensions of space. It wasn't a shattering of space. Because the transcendent force field that Li Xiao had blasted at the God Envoy had been extreme. Compressed, it had formed a substance visible to the naked eye. This hammer from the God Emperor happened to hit the weakest part of the transcendent force field, causing a crack to appear in the muddy encirclement. Perfect fighting instincts, skills beyond human imagination, and strength of power far beyond the mundane. What's even more terrifying is that he's still getting stronger as the Dian contamination spreads. The puppeteer narrowed his eyes. The changes in the God Emperor were visible to the naked eye. It wouldn't be much longer until he completely got rid of his half-human, half-demon body and became an existence of a higher order. Li Xiao, can you hold out until that moment? The puppeteer couldn't guess the final outcome. He couldn't see through the God Emperor because his change had intervened in a certain high-latitude existence. He likewise couldn't see through Li Xiao, the young man who was always lazy, who in only a few minutes of work had become stronger in a way he didn't understand. Those following the battle were all speculating where Li Xiao's limits would be, and whether the God Emperor would continue to evolve endlessly. The current transcendent runaway incident in Yuan City was the most serious and socially widespread runaway incident since the outbreak of transcendence 5 years ago. All the major forces and organizations at home and abroad watched the battle between the two through various means, and after looking at the numerical fluctuations under the live observation, a phrase emerged in everyone's mind. Monster. Two monsters. The battle between monsters did not need to abide by common sense, as the white frost and golden fine sand collided with each other, erupting outwards in a circle of ripples. One was Li Xiao, who was in complete control of the extreme cold hell, and the other was a divine envoy who had been practicing for more than 20 years, and neither of the two were able to gain an absolute upper hand. The radio and television building, which was shaped like a boot, served as the battlefield where the two men exchanged blows, collapsing extensively under the impact of the majestic force. Li Xiu grabbed the god envoy in a death grip and swooped downward from the air. They crashed through the rooftop of the radio and television building with a loud bang, and then impacted downward layer by layer with unabated speed. A thick transcendent force field surrounded both of them, and with them at the center, no matter whether it was masonry or steel, as long as they approached within a dozen meters or so, they would be crushed into debris. For every floor they descended, that floor of the building would collapse. When Li Xiu grabbed the god envoy by the neck and slammed him heavily onto the ground on the first floor, the radio and television building, an important landmark in Yuan City, collapsed into rubble. Too many people had died tonight for Li Xiu to be in the mood to focus on a building's problems. He didn't have to pay for it anyway. He pressed down on the God Emperor with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, the thick transcendent force field on his fist faintly emitting a haunting white light under Li Xiu's deliberate compression. Die. The fist smashed through the God Envoy's head and landed heavily on the ground as if it were a meteorite. The ground appeared to fluctuate like boiling water. Boom, boom, boom. Layer after layer of vibrations, the solid marble floor completely shattered into powder, and the ground sunk downward by nearly 10 meters. Not only that, with the fist as the origin, within a range of 500 to 600 meters outwards, it was almost like experiencing a magnitude 8 earthquake. Everything around became rubble. Dead? Puppeteer gently licked his lips. The task force members sailing in near-Earth orbits similarly moved closer to the big screen, trying to see the truth behind the dust. Not far away, Rinko and the others, who had rushed over for support, stood not far from the rubble and cast concerned glances over their shoulders. Sand. The golden fine sand made a tiny sound as it flowed. The sound was small and tiny, yet somehow, it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. Phew! A gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust around them. Li Xiu maintained his swinging posture, and his fist did penetrate the god envoy's brain. However, the disgusting brain matter could not be seen on the ground, only the fine golden sand that kept flowing. One step too late. The puppeteer shook his head. The battle between Li Xiu and the god envoy was more than time. Whether Li Xiu could push himself to his limits and familiarize himself with the power he had just gained faster, or whether the god emperor could complete his metamorphosis faster through modal contamination. The puppeteer could see that in the short few minutes that the two had fought, Li Xiu had adapted to his newly acquired power at an extremely terrifying speed. That punch just now was already a peak performance of power utilization in the puppeteer's opinion. However, Li Xiu wasn't able to kill the god envoy before he could. By a fraction of a second, the God Emperor had completed his metamorphosis even faster. He got rid of the bondage of his physical mortal body, and his whole body was made up of fine golden sand filled with divinity, and the so-called weaknesses, fatal wounds, all these things ceased to exist. Chapter 83 Invincible. This city, no one can kill him anymore. Puppeteer came to his final conclusion. Perhaps if a different higher-ranked ability person, such as the teenage boss of the task force who debuted, would have other means to be able to kill the God Emperor, but purely with the current Li Xiu. The puppeteer shook his head. The result is doomed at this moment. The God Envoy's body completely sanded away, and along with Li Xiu's falling fist, the God Envoy's body spread out on the ground, and again in front of Li Xiu's eyes, slowly coalesced. In the God Envoy's pupils, the last trace of light belonging to humanity disappeared, including the evil thoughts that had carried out his entire life. He lost all his thoughts, and his consciousness rose to another dimension that didn't belong to the mundane. When the God Envoy turned to look at Li Xiu, without waiting for him to make any unnecessary movements, countless golden fine sands whirled and spun, forming a storm that engulfed Li Xiu. Li Xiu! Lin Ke shouted. He forced his own potential and once again condensed 5 shadow warriors to pounce in this direction. Only just as they approached, the 5 shadow warriors who had fought hundreds of battles and didn't fear death were imprisoned by the infinite golden sands. The golden fine sand had some sort of magical power, and the moment it made contact, Lin Ke realized that the transcendent force field was being rapidly absorbed and swallowed. Not only that, the golden fine sand was like an invisible bridge, and he could clearly feel the spiritual world of the God Emperor. Ah! Lin Ke covered his head and half-kneeled on the ground. With just a split second of contact, Lin Ke felt the intense spiritual pollution, his thoughts were distorted in a split second, and he even entertained the idea of suicide at that moment. Fortunately, Lin Ke cut off the connection with the Shadow Warrior in time, and then with the sufficiently tough spirit of a 4th-ranked ability, he was able to get rid of the effects of the spiritual pollution. Lin Ke looked at the golden fine sand in front of him that was getting bigger and bigger with the Dian pollution, and when he thought that Li Xiu was still trapped inside by this damned mass, he couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Li Xiu. You should still be alive, right? He's dead. The puppeteer turned around, ready to leave, and the daughter in his arms asked, "Dad, not going to watch anymore?" There's no way Li Shou can win, there are only two endings for him. Either he dies, or he becomes the next god's envoy, and then is worse than death. The puppeteer thought of the group of people who suddenly visited him a few months ago. The people from the Dead Sea organization commissioned me to look after the god envoy. I originally thought it was just a small trouble, but I never expected. Standing high in the air, he looked down on the entire city. Destroying a city and crafting such a horrible thing. As the puppeteer walked, he pondered the true purpose of the God Emperor and the Dead Sea organization behind him. Some of the people watching this battle had already turned off their screens. This battle was over, the human side was the loser, and the next question to consider was how to wrap things up, and what to do to prevent something like this from happening again. Inside the city of Anyuan, all the members of the Special Affairs Bureau who still maintained their combat power came near the radio and television building. They silently looked at the God Emperor in the very center, and the golden fine sand that was expanding more and more as he manipulated it. The headquarters of Kikyo City had given the order to retreat a minute ago, but no one chose to leave. They were the guardians of this city, living and dying for this city. Aside from the RD and logistics sections that had to stick to their posts to provide remote support, everyone else came over. The civilian staff held their guns, some of them wouldn't even turn on the safety, and there wasn't a single field staff member who didn't have injuries on their bodies. Some wounds were still bleeding outwards. The old director stood at the front, dropping the cane in his hand and pulling out an assault rifle from under his trench coat, nodding back at the crowd. The God Emperor, who stood in the middle of the golden fine sand, had lost his autonomous consciousness, and he had not paid the slightest attention to the crowd of Special Affairs Bureau members before he was attacked. It wasn't until the first bullet hit him that the God Emperor jerked his head around. Under his gaze, a layer of transcendent force field was inspired, and because it was too solid, it emitted a colored glow even in the darkness of the night. Whether it was bullets, long-range shurikens, energy blasts, or anything else, they all died out when they touched the God Emperor's transcendent force field. Boom! A dull, loud gunshot appeared, and a thumb-thin, nearly 20-centimeter long, brass-colored bullet spun and flew out from 500 meters away. That was the leader of the field section's second squad, Kong Jia. The strongest long-range sniping ability within this city. The bullet instantly crossed a distance of 500 meters and touched the transcendent force field barrier of the God Envoy. Everyone stared at the place where the bullet and the barrier came into contact, and after a brief pause, penetrated. The crowd cheered. Kong Jia's bullet had the ability to deceive. From the most basic deception of the five senses, which could not be predicted, sensed in advance, or avoided, to the deeper deception of the transcendent force field, which disguised itself as the enemy's transcendent force field to penetrate and directly attack the body. In a non-frontal encounter with the enemy, his sniper rifle was the most terrifying weapon in the city. The bullet accurately hit the God Emperor's body. However, the moment the bullet collided with the God Emperor's chest, the kinetic energy contained in the slug was absorbed by all of the golden fine sand underneath the skin. The golden sand scattered on the ground trembled slightly, removing all the kinetic energy, and the God Emperor didn't even move from the beginning to the end. He turned to look in the direction where the bullets were flying from, gently waved his hand, and countless golden sands danced past. A few seconds later, in the darkness, Kong Jia's body fell. Life and death were unknown. The tiny bit of hope that had just arisen was instantly dashed, and the despair that surged up from the depths of their hearts almost swallowed them up. Continue the attack. The old chief didn't give up. He dropped the emptied magazines and skillfully replaced them with new ones. The equipment was still recording data. They had to learn as much as they could about the enemy's capabilities to provide information to the members of the task force. It was the only thing they could still do. One field officer swung a bloodline weapon and pounced on it, holding on for a few seconds before being knocked away and devoured by the golden fine sand. Lin Yibai, who had just undergone emergency treatment, carried a standardized long knife and wandered in the middle of the battlefield, looking for a chance to break through the golden fine sand and write out Li Shou. She wasn't the only one who had this thought. Zhao Xian was lying in Teacher Su's arms with his abdomen covered, his right hand raised high, feeling the rain in the sky, his eyes closely following Lin Yibai's back, waiting for the most suitable moment. Boom! A machete heavily smashed into the God Envoy's leg. Half of the God Envoy's leg was chopped off, and the field officer who did this was knocked out by the God Envoy, a large chunk of his chest dented, and a large portion of his internal organs estimated to have shattered. Even though he was severely injured, the field officer was still laughing as he spat blood forth outward without a care in the world and yelled, "He's not invincible, a stance-wrapped weapon can hurt him." It was true that the God Emperor had been freed from the constraints of his physical body and had his body constructed from the fine golden sand of a higher tier order, but his current transcendent equivalent order was still only the fourth order. Perhaps when the God Emperor completed the sacrifice ceremony and utilized the Dian contamination to transform all the lives of this city of 10 million people into golden fine sand, he would be able to disregard the equilibrium order and become an existence on another level. But at least for now, he couldn't be called invincible. He would be injured. But it was only an injury. That field officer who had been knocked out of the room, regardless of whether the result was dead or alive, had lost his ability to continue fighting this evening. For a God Emperor, this level of injury would only take a breath of time to heal. Those present were either battle-hardened warriors or experts in charge of battlefield deployment, command, and analysis in the rear, and it was impossible for them not to notice this problem. However, all of them had smiles on their faces as they gripped their weapons tightly, a forward-looking light shining in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Ke stood on the high ground, re-summoning the 6 shadow warriors while giving a tactical command. Under his orders, a familiar comrade and colleague rushed forward and back towards the God Emperor. Some of them were sacrificed, some were deeply and seriously injured, and at this moment, Lin Ke, who cared most about the life and death of his team members, seemed to have lost his emotions. He consumed human lives just to tear a hole in the enemy's defense. Like his ability, Lin Ke became a true battlefield commander. Because of his violently fluctuating mental state, Lin Ke's transcendent rank was rising rapidly at this moment, and one by one, the departed members of the team detached themselves from their corpses, resurrected themselves, and entered the battlefield once again under Lin Ke's subconscious thoughts. Under Lin Ke's command, the God envoys were injured one after another. The God envoy's battle instinct locked onto Lin Ke, who was standing at the very back, and with a bang, the God envoy's body exploded into countless fine sands, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Lin Ke. He held a heavy hammer shining with golden light high in his hand, and was about to kill Lin Ke right away. Chance! Lin Yibai, who had been wandering around waiting for an opportunity, suddenly appeared. The standardized longsword in her hand was not smooth, but under her metal frenzy ability, this ordinary longsword emitted a surfeit of white light. Transcendence abilities had their own characteristics, and if one were to say who in Yuan City's Special Affairs Bureau was the best at attaching a transcendent stance to their weapons, it was only Lin Yibai's metal frenzy, bar none. Her ability didn't have any fancy special effects, all she could do was attach it to metal products to boost their power, that was all. Because it was pure enough, it was powerful enough. The blade swung, so fast that even the air was cut away, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Yibai shouted, "Give Li Xiao back to me." In the face of the sudden attack, the God envoy, who was always calm, turned his head for the first time, and his gaze landed on Lin Yibai. The God envoy's gaze carried a hint of divinity. Under his gaze, Lin Yibai's movements appeared to stagnate for 0.0 seconds, a very short moment, and even Lin Yibai herself felt that her heartbeat had only slowed down by half a beat. But the God Emperor accurately grasped this brief moment, his 2 fingers gently clamped down on the blade. With a click, the blade was broken, and with a flick of the God Emperor's fingers, half of the broken blade flew towards Lin Yibai, who was close at hand. When Lin Yibai reacted, his eyeballs had already felt the coldness of the blade's tip. Chapter 84, Kill? Do not kill? In the extremely cold hell, Li Xiao quietly looked at Su Daji in front of him, who looked like she was at the mercy of the king. What are you still hesitating for? Su Daji's slender finger pointed up. In the real world, your friends and women are going to die soon, so aren't you going to kill me and boost your power? There was a certain difference between the flow of time in the extremely cold hell and the outside world, so Li Xiao still had a little time to think. The woman in front of him, who called herself Su Daji, let's call her a woman, took the initiative to ask Li Xiao to kill her. This was an easy thing for Li Xiao. He was in complete control of the extreme cold hell, and with just a thought, the wind and snow would turn into sharp blades and slice Su Daji into pieces. But was this really the right thing to do? It wasn't that Li Xiao was being melodramatic. The entire city was in meltdown, and his closest friends and family that he cared about were in danger. If through him bearing the condemnation of his heart, he came to be the bad guy so that he could save everyone, Li Xiao was willing to do so. He was even glad that he had the chance to be the bad guy and save everyone. But for some reason, his intuition told Li Xiao that he shouldn't do it. Once he really killed Su Daji, in the distant future, he would definitely regret it. Li Xiao sat on the snow, habitually balling up snowballs, using this way to let his mind spread out. After a long period of silence, suddenly, Li Xiao looked up at her and asked, "Do you really want to die?" Su Daji didn't expect Li Xiao to ask this question after holding back for half a day. She almost blurted out the word "of course." For so many years, Su Daji had been looking for death. If she died, she would be able to end this miserable life, and she would not have to think about the past, everything would be empty, and she would be done with it. However, after meeting Li Xiao's serious eyes, Su Daji could not open her mouth. In this instant, she meditatively sensed that the next answer would not only concern her own fate, but also the future of the young man in front of her. Su Daji, who was very comfortable dealing with any man, was rarely silent. Do you really want to die? Li Xiao asked this question for the second time. Su Daji froze there slightly. Yes, do I really want to die? As soon as I was born, I was assigned a job, and when the job was over, I took the blame, and then I was judged and endured countless curses. What Su Daji longed for was not death, but rather, she wanted to get away from the kind of environment she was in. Death was just a way to get away. She was worried that as long as she was alive, she would be counted and framed. She wanted to go and enjoy her life, but in this world, how could there be such a perfect way? Su Daji's mood sank and she was about to give her final answer when Li Xiao patted his butt and stood up. There's nothing perfect in the world, just do the best you can. Li Xiao grabbed her hand and shoved the freshly balled up snowball into her palm. You won't die. At least until I do. A gust of wind blew by and Li Xiao slowly disappeared. Su Daji looked at the crooked snowball in her hand. Fell into a deep thought. In reality, Uncle San and his sister were standing in the middle of the golden fine sand. The golden fine sand, which was capable of swallowing human bodies in transcendent force fields, looked as if it hadn't seen them and automatically bypassed the two of them as it passed by. My sister picked up a handful of sand, chewed it in her mouth, wrinkled her nose at the unpalatable food, and spat it all out. She turned to Uncle San and asked, "Do you think brother will kill that woman?" Uncle San didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you hope?" Slaughter her, of course. The younger sister danced with excitement. As long as we kill her, we can get the key to enter the next round of hell and increase the power of the extreme cold hell. The younger sister, who was only concerned about the world, was obsessed with killing. Uncle San's expression was serious, or rather he acted preoccupied when the golden fine sand began to flow from the God Emperor's chest. Uncle San knocked out a cigarette and held it in his mouth but didn't light it. Li Xiao is in a daze. You chose to kill, so I'll choose to be conservative. The three of us have to be different. Killing her is certainly beneficial, but keeping that woman is also good. Look, he came out. Because he was still in the battlefield, Li Xiao had only stayed in the extreme cold hell for a few minutes, which, when converted to real time, was less than 3 seconds of trance. Feeling Li Xiao's unchanged transcendent force field, his sister bared her teeth in dissatisfaction. Now that Li Xiao was trapped by the enemy's golden fine sandstorm, he simply couldn't break through the endless sand prison blockade in his current state. Other people, the younger sister didn't care, but if this continued, Li Xiao would probably die. Just as she decided to pounce over and take a bite to wake up this foolish brother, a subtle fluctuation appeared on Li Xiao's back. This fluctuation was like the flickering of a network when it was unstable. That's... The younger sister froze. Third uncle's brows, which had been tightly locked, finally stretched when he saw the faintly flickering remnants. Third uncle pulled out the silver-white lighter that Li Xiao had given him back then, lit the flame, took a comfortable drag on his cigarette, and let out a sigh. Finally, I'm willing to come out. Li Xiao, who had just returned to reality, felt a slight coldness behind him, and turned his head to see Su Daji's slowly coalescing phantom. How did you follow me out? Since getting the I Am Hell ability, Li Xiao hadn't rarely filled the hell with new occupants, but it was the first time he had seen one that could walk out of the hell. Hearing Li Xiao's question, Su Daji looked around at the world that had long since changed, sighed lightly, and said to Li Xiao, "You're still a good man." Li Xiao? Why are you suddenly handing out good guy cards? Su Daji continued, "So, I don't want to watch you die for the time being." Li Xiao reacted, "You're planning to make a move?" Su Daji nodded, and before Li Xiao could be happy, she said with a serious expression, "But remember, because you didn't choose to kill me, I made an exception to help you. It doesn't mean that I will work for you in the future." Li Xiao smiled and nodded, "Of course." The golden fine sand swirled and whirled, forming a storm that surrounded Li Xiao. He couldn't see the tragic scene outside, but Su Daji, who was holding the remnants of the seal god list, could see it. Li Xiao was a good person. He didn't hold Su Daji hostage just because he released her, much less kill her for power. Most importantly, she and Li Xiao, Su Daji felt a long-lost respect. It wasn't the reverence of the power treating her as a god, nor was it the loathing that arose from her once demonic and evil identity, nor was it the lustfulness of coveting her beauty. Simply, the respect between two living individuals. Su Daji looked at the side of Li Xiao's face. "Since you gave me freedom and enough respect, then I will help you once, as boarding rent in the extremely cold hell." She shook the remnant pages of the sealed god list in her hand, and without the need for Li Xiu to maneuver, the extreme cold hell naturally descended, countless frosts whistled, and the transcendent force field manipulated the wind and snow in an extremely special way. Each snowflake could precisely find a grain of fine golden sand, and the two collided and cancelled out in the air. It was important to realize that if they were purely competing for the strength of the transcendent force field, Li Xiu, who had unlocked all of the extremely cold hell editions, was much stronger. The reason why he was suppressed by the God Emperor was entirely because the God Emperor had energized himself, making it difficult for Li Xiu to inflict damage on the God Emperor, and the God Emperor was stronger than Li Xiu in terms of subtle manipulation. However, when Su Daji really stepped in, the gap between the two was completely reversed. 20 years of cultivated fighting instincts? Su Daji had been lying still in the extreme cold hell for thousands of years. No one knew how to manipulate transcendent power better than her. Although Li Xiu still wasn't sure if this was the I Am Hell's ability setting or if it was really true. In any case, Su Daji was willing to help out, which made Li Xiu's power utilization several times more efficient than before. In the past, even though Li Xiu had full control of the extreme cold hell, at that time, when he used it, it was like using a computer with a DOS operating system from the last century. It was true that he could control it in its entirety, but if he wanted to realize any operation, he had to input the commands himself byte by byte. Now, this whole system had been upgraded not to Windows, but directly to Jarvis Iron Man's AI assistant. With just one thought from Li Xiu, the commands would be implemented and all the transcendental force fields would operate in an optimal way. Even Suda, as a self-aware individual, she was able to make judgments faster and earlier than Li Xiu. It was as if a snowflake really possessed life, and Li Xiu felt the subtle changes and realized. This was the true power of the extreme cold hell. Accompanied by Su Daji waving the remnants of the sealed god list page, the snowflakes and the golden sands precisely collided with each other at the same moment, and the blockade circle formed by the golden fine sands dissipated with a bang as the two diametrically opposed forces cancelled each other out. In the gap of the roiling smoke and dust, Li Xiu saw the tragic battlefield, saw countless corpses, injuries, and Lin Yibai, who was about to be pierced through her pupils by a sharp blade. Daji! Li Xiu violently stretched out his finger in Lin Yibai's direction. Got it, got it. The phantom of Su Daji standing behind her disappeared, and in the next instant, her white palm blocked Lin Yibai's eyes. The blade touched her palm and pieces shattered. Su Daji's appearance made the god envoy feel threatened, raising the golden heavy hammer in his hand and smashing it towards Su Daji. She once again turned into a phantom and disappeared, and the god envoy smashed a blank and was about to look for a target when he heard the sound of whistling wind from behind his head. Li Xiu had already arrived in front of the divine envoy, and on his fist, a fear-inducing ethereal orchid-colored light was wrapped around it. Li Xiu came too fast for the god envoy to dodge or disappear into sand. Li Xiu slightly arched his back, the glowing orchid-colored light wrapped around his fist. That was Su Daji's specially tuned transcendent force field. The moment she fought with the God Emperor, she grasped the fluctuation of the other party's transcendent force field. The God Emperor was indeed very strong. Half of his feet had already stepped into another realm, using his transcendent abilities to construct his body. Ordinary ability users of the same rank were simply unable to injure the God Emperor. But he wasn't the only one who was special in this world. Li Xiu, too, was special. Chapter 85, A Long Night. Previously, when Li Xiu tried to compress the transcendent force field, it was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't translucent enough. Now, Su Daji rearranged and compressed Li Xiu's power to form a bomb. Li Xiu flashed in front of the god envoy. Uppercut. Li Xiu's fist struck the god envoy's stomach with a solid blow. Ah! The god envoy let out a muffled grunt of pain. This time, his body wasn't able to rustle again. The ethereal orchid-colored light on Li Xiu's fist forced the god envoy's body to coalesce, forcing him to withstand the power of the punch. The god envoy was sent flying through the air. Su Daji, who appeared in the other direction, lightly snapped her fingers. Boom! The transcendent force field that had punched into the God Emperor's body exploded, and under the impact of the explosion, the God Emperor once again fell downward rapidly. Li Xiu and Su Daji flew towards the God Emperor at the same time from both the front and back directions. The three intersected in the air. Dang, dang! A thigh and a small arm fell down, and without waiting for the sand to dissolve, they were wiped out by the snowflakes that swooped up. The divine envoy barely exploded his power, trying to force back Li Xiu and Suda. Before the god envoy's transcendent force field could get close, Li Xiu retreated first, and Su Daji even simply dispersed her phantom. The god envoy's all-out attack completely missed. The god envoy, who had seemed invincible a few seconds ago, had long since become tattered and torn, and he tried to dissipate his body and regroup it with other fine golden sand. However, the transcendent force field that Li Xiao had struck into the god envoy's body didn't completely explode, and there was still a small portion of it that resided in his body, constantly interfering with the god envoy's control. In the past, it was always the god emperor who used the flower of evil to influence the abilities of others, but he never thought that it would be his turn today. Since he couldn't dissipate or coalesce, the god emperor tried to summon the fine golden sand to fly over and make up for the wound. The flying golden sand was cancelled out by an equal amount of snowflakes before it could get close enough. The snowflakes used to cancel it out were not too many and not too few. This was Su Daji's precise to perverse maneuvering power. From the time Li Xiao appeared until the god envoy was caught in a stalemate, the entire process took less than 3 seconds, and the original desperate situation was instantly reversed. Waves appeared in the god envoy's godless eyes, and since it was no longer possible to continue fighting by instinct alone, the consciousness that had been suppressed to the depths of his mind was released. "Yo, this one is awake." Su Daji's lazy voice appeared from behind the divine envoy, startling the divine envoy to turn around violently, just to see a white, slender palm land on his forehead. Another thick transcendent force field invaded in, and the god emperor tried to resist. He could feel that there wasn't much of a gap in the transcendent force field between his current self and Li Xiao Su Daji. But just like before when the god emperor showed off his operation and bullied Li Xiao, it was now his turn to be suppressed by the operation. The god emperor couldn't move at all. The god envoy caught a glimpse of an ice-cold spear coalescing in Li Xiao's hand in his afterglow, and he tried his best to dodge it. "Be good and it will be easier when you die." Su Daji's voice appeared in the god envoy's ears. The ice-cold spear flew, and the god emperor could only watch as his chest was pierced through and fell downwards with great inertia. However, a smirk of a plan succeeding appeared in the god envoy's eyes. He guessed that Li Xiao would definitely shoot through his chest and deliberately twisted his body just to fall in that direction. The god envoy had long ago quietly maneuvered the golden fine sand to dive into the ground, bypassing the blockade of wind and snow, and hiding underneath that surface. As long as the god emperor touched the ground, his injuries would be healed. Getting closer and closer to the ground, the excitement in the god emperor's eyes was hard to hide. "That's it, that's right, just fall down. Just get there." Boom! The god emperor crashed into the transparent ice layer. The inertia of the ice spear nailed him to the ice layer dead. Li Xiao landed in front of the god envoy. "Do you think I didn't realize the small moves you made underground?" The god envoy's eyelids fluttered. Obviously, with the Dian contamination, his power was still increasing, and obviously there were countless golden fine sands that could be used to renew his life, but at this moment, the god emperor realized that he couldn't do anything. Except for waiting with his eyes open for death to come. Li Xiao wouldn't say half a word to the god envoy. Countless cold spears and long swords coalesced in the air, with a thick transcendent force field wrapped around each weapon. He raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the god envoy. Before today, he thought that no one in this world would be more annoying to him than the night demon who had almost hurt Su Xiaoya. But now there was. There were too many deaths tonight, and Li Xiao wondered if any of them would be people he cared about. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." Thousands of weapons flew towards the god emperor. Facing death, the god emperor erupted his last strength, and the golden fine sand hidden in the ground surged out, no longer estimating its consumption, and crazily impacted the cold ice defense line. Finally, the defense line was reopened. The god emperor's body that was about to collapse began to regroup. Seeing this scene, Lin Ke, who had been a spectator for quite a while, snapped back to his senses and yelled, "All hands, shoot!" Bullets, darts, and all sorts of transcendent abilities stormed down on the god emperor's body, and the speed at which the golden fine sand made up for it gradually couldn't keep up with the speed at which his body was breaking down. Until a certain moment, the last grain of golden fine sand was consumed, and the god emperor, who was nailed to the ice, hung his head powerlessly. "It's over?" Someone wanted to go up and probe, but in the very next second, the god emperor raised his head again. His eyes emitted golden light, and a radiance called divinity enveloped the earth. The line of sight filled with divinity crossed the sky, crossed the earth, and landed on Li Xiao. At that moment, the wind and snow surrounding Li Xiao stagnated. Su Daji was forced to disappear, and his heart even stopped beating directly, as if his life was going to be stripped away under the gaze of the other party. Not only Li Xiao, with the broadcasting and television building as the center, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau within a radius of 100 kilometers all felt this line of sight to a greater or lesser extent. The person behind those eyes was definitely not a divine messenger. Fortunately, the gaze only lasted for an instant. The being hidden deep within the God Emperor's pupils seemed to be still half asleep, and with the death of the God Emperor, only slightly opened his eyes by a slit and glanced outward before falling back to sleep. The radiance quickly faded, falling into a grayish color. After a long time. Dead? A logistician asked cautiously. Seeing Li Xiao, who was standing at the very front, nodding his head, everyone let out cheers and hugged together, while others directly knelt on the ground and cried. Finally. It was over. Too many people really died tonight. The old chief threw away the gun in his hand, held his waist, and sat trembling on the ground. What a long night. Li Xiao sighed as he looked at the ruins in front of him. He felt a gust of wind, and just as he turned back, there was a softness in his arms, as well as a slightly choked voice. I knew it. I knew you could definitely do it. Li Xiao gently patted Lin Yibai's back, soothing the young girl's emotions. Suddenly, he looked towards Su Xiaoya with a little bit of trepidation. Su Xiaoya was leaning on a collapsed piece of wall, and when she saw Li Xiao looking over, she raised her thumb with a smile. Her lips were slightly open and closed, and because it was too familiar, Li Xiao read her lips. When we get back, I want to know everything. Everything about you. Chapter 86, The Vanishing Soul. The body of the God Emperor was nailed to the huge ice surface, and as soon as one lifted his head, he could look at the culprit who had caused the destruction of Azumoto City. He was dead. The logistics team brought in heavy equipment and ran a series of tests on the God Emperor's body. His was indeed dead. This flesh had lost all vital characteristics and would never have faked his death. But a very strange thing happened. Li Xiao's original intention was to get information about the so-called gods from the mouth of the god's envoy, as well as to ask if the god's envoy had any other accomplices. When Li Xiao took advantage of the break to enter the extreme cold hell, he didn't find the soul of the divine messenger. What's going on? Li Xiao encountered this situation for the first time. He turned his head to Su Daji and asked, "Do you know what this is about?" To this, Su Daji, the woman who claimed to be from 1,000 years ago and whose face and figure were explosive, she replied. Ha! I don't build it. After resolving the God Emperor, Su Daji silently returned to the extremely cold hell. She built a small house out of ice and snow, and on the beams of the room, she even made a special hammock, which was lined with soft snowflakes. When Li Xiao came over to look for her, Su Daji was lying in the hammock, squinting her eyes, crossing her legs, and wobbling around. Li Xiao looked left and right, and froze and read out the word salted fish from Su Daji's beautiful face. She was just lost in thought and didn't hear Li Xiao's question. Li Xiao had to repeat it again. Su Daji thought about it, took out the pages of the list of the gods, fingers on the top of the point. Her movements, Li Xiao looked left and right, how to see how familiar, a while before remembering, this is not his usual lying in bed to play with the phone posture. Looking again at this house made of ice and snow, it was clearly a modern style. Whether it is language, behavior, or living habits, Su Daji is adapting to this era in all aspects. However, Li Xiao looked at Su Daji, who was paralyzed in the hammock. It seemed like the direction of adaptation was a bit off. Her learning object is me, right? Li Xiao couldn't remember when he was salty. He was the one who worked hard every day to make ends meet. Su Daji tapped on the remnants of the sealed god list page for a while and came to the conclusion, there are indeed no souls of God's envoys in hell. Why is that? Li Xiao asked. The God envoy was the strongest opponent Li Xiao had ever fought since his awakening, and if his soul could be absorbed in, Li Xiao's power would definitely be further enhanced. Most importantly, Li Xiao was really interested in the secrets of the God envoy. Hearing Li Xiao pursuing the question, Su Daji, like a social animal on vacation who was still being chased by her co-workers on WeChat to ask about her work, let out a flirtatious light sigh and said, "Your hell is capable of actively absorbing souls. As long as they die under your ability, even the strongest of people can't escape this destiny. There are two possibilities for the divine messenger's soul not appearing here. The first one, the God Emperor didn't die." Li Xiao shook his head. It was impossible for the God envoy not to have died. He had already killed the other party from both the physical and spiritual levels. This, Su Daji was also clear about this and continued, the second possibility is that his soul was taken by another being. Li Xiao knew what she was referring to. The gods. The true owner of the golden fine sand, it opened its eyes to look at the world moments after the death of the divine messenger. Recalling the other party's haunting gaze, Li Xiao couldn't help but recall a song lyric and spat, "It's really one more look and it'll explode, but do gods really exist in this world?" Su Daji shrugged her shoulders in a very modern manner and shook the seal of gods that she used as a cell phone. With my memories, my worldview, gods do exist in this world. Once my boss also promised me that he could let me seal the gods after work. Ended of course, the ending, the cakes drawn by the boss are all fake. But Sudaji's tone changed. We can't be sure if my perception is true. Sudaji appeared in the extremely cold hell, which in turn was a manifestation of Li Xiu's ability, a product of consciousness space of sorts. Transcendents were roughly divided into 6 factions, of which those with abilities in the mythic branch line would be able to use mythic powers from myths and folklore. Just like what Sudaji said, she could really be from 1,000 years ago, or she could be an illusion manifested by Li Xiu's ability. Even Suda herself couldn't say for sure. Whether or not the so-called gods existed became a mystery. This kind of brain matter, it's better to organize it and leave it to the bigwigs in the logistics section and RD section to burn their brain cells. Not getting the answer he wanted, Li Xiu decided to leave the extremely cold hell, and was about to leave when Sudaji called out to him once again. When I went out just now, I sensed that there are still quite a few demons in the city, remember to kill a few more. Li Xiu thought of Sudaji's true identity. You're going to eat them? Sudaji rolled a nice wide eye, threateningly revealing 2 small tiger teeth. What am I going to eat them for? It's for you. Me? The next layer of hell, it's about to open. Li Xiu froze. He had been awakened for almost 3 years, and had been piling up snowballs in the extremely cold hell, almost forgetting about the ability of I am hell. There were 7 hells in total, and there were still 6 remaining hells waiting for him to explore. Sensing the state of his own transcendent power, with the division of the Special Affairs Bureau's ranks, Li Xiu was probably between the high and peak of the 5th rank, and he surmised that he should break through the 4th rank, and then he would be able to open the 2nd layer of hell. As soon as he thought of this, Li Xiu had the excitement of being about to open a blind box, and asked Sudaji, then what is my 2nd hell? I don't know, my exploration is limited to the extremely cold hell, so if you're interested, go and cut down the demons. Sudaji patted Li Xiu's shoulder with an expression of brave teenager, go and create miracles. Oh. Li Xiu was said for a moment, did not react, answered to sound back to reality, just took 2 steps, he a moment to find the flavor. Wait, this woman won't be for the sake of a better swing in the future, deliberately letting me hurry to open the 2nd hell? Thinking of Sudaji lying on the hammock, pleasantly salty posture, the more Li Xiu thought about it, the more he thought it might be possible. But salty fish is salty fish. Li Xiu smiled and shook his head. There were no occasions in the future where she would need to come out and help, and that would be the best thing. Although the battle with the God Envoy was over, the work of the Special Affairs Bureau had just begun. Su Xiaoya, Lin Yibai, Chang Shuqin, and the other injured personnel had already been taken back for treatment by the people from the medical section, and the logistical personnel at the scene were running around busy. Li Xiu found Lin Ke, who was busy with personnel deployment. Is there anything I can help with? Thinking that it wouldn't be long before the 2nd hell could be opened, Li Xiu's work ethic was very high. There were 2 doctors beside Lin Ke who were urgently treating his wounds, and a single potion was injected in to forcefully boost his physical state, ensuring that Lin Ke could still hold on to the front line. Other people could withdraw, but as the chief commander of the front line, he had to command the entire team to act. Hearing Li Xiu's voice, Lin Ke's tightly frowning brows slightly loosened as he handed over the tablet in his hand and said, according to the Bureau's detection devices deployed throughout the city, at least 120,000 abnormal reactions have been detected. 120,000 abnormal reactions, which means there were 120,000 ordinary citizens who had been transformed into half-demons. Chapter 87, Dumplings. 120,000 people. Even though Li Xiu knew that he had been spreading his influence when he fought with the Divine Messenger, Li Xiu was still stunned when he actually heard this number. 120,000 people had been alienated into half-demons. This didn't include the remote suburbs that hadn't been fitted with detection devices, and the true number could be even higher. What was even more terrifying was that the disaster was far from over. These 120,000 citizens who had been transformed into half-demons would go on to attack and kill more innocent ordinary people, causing a diffuse secondary disaster. The longer it dragged on, the more people would be harmed. Lin Ke opened a silver-white safe, which took out an injection and handed it to Li Xiu. This is an agent that the research and development section has expedited and rushed to make, and after injecting it into the bodies of the mutated victims, it will be able to cut off the modal chain between the mutants and the gods' angels, restoring them to ordinary people. Li Xiu received the injection. He didn't expect the research and development section to develop an antidote so quickly. Slightly lifting it up, the transparent liquid in the injection was under the huge illumination lights around. Plain and unadorned, not a bit of radiant light could be seen. Li Xiu didn't dare to underestimate the RD section's results and asked, "What is this made of? Are there any precautions to take when using it?" Lin Ke shook his head and said, "No, it's only composed of tap water and salt, except that when it was produced by the RD section's large-scale equipment, it added a transcendent force field that specializes in cracking modal pollution." Li Xiu drifted off, "It's just enchanting the potion." Lin Ke's expression stiffened for half a second and nodded. With 120,000 people spread out over the entire city, the screams of people could be heard in almost every street and neighborhood. No matter how fast Li Xiu was, it was impossible for him to take care of the entire city by himself. There were people near and far, and he returned to his old neighborhood at the first opportunity to check if his neighbors were injured. The old neighborhood was very quiet. Li Xiu moved his nose and smelled a bloody odor. The smell came from. He turned his head to the community service center. In the past, the ants in the community had given Li Xiu a lot of help, whether in life or at work, and he remembered the smiling faces of each and every one of them. Thinking that the people who had cared and helped him might have been killed, Li Xiu's face couldn't help but sink. As the black mist of hell filled the air, Li Xiu grabbed the door of the community service center and slammed it open. Phew! A gust of wind came from above his head, and a blood-stained shovel slashed towards Li Xiu's head. Without even lifting his hand, Li Xiu was about to maneuver the black mist to twist into a silk thread to slice the shovel along with the assailant into meat, when he heard a familiar voice coming from inside the darkened room. "Little Li?" The shovel stopped half a meter above Li Xiu's head, and when he looked along the handle of the shovel, it was a man who wore short sleeves and had very strong muscles in his bare arms. The old man. Li Xiu, Uncle Lu? Uncle Lu was a retired teacher. After retirement, everyday fitness exercise, a muscle do not know how many old ladies charmed. Li Xiu's line of sight crossed Uncle Lu and saw more than 100 people crowded inside the community service center. They were all residents of the district, some of them with injuries, tearing open their clothes to do a simple bandage. In the corner of the service center, there were 4 mutated half-demons tied up. They were hissing madly, and because they were still only half-demons, without awakening their transcendent abilities, and their body structures were roughly the same as humans, they were bound by twine to death and could not move. "You guys caught them?" Li Xiu asked, pointing at the 4 half-demons. Uncle Lu and the 7 or 8 community Amazons nodded in unison. Mutants like half-demons, besides being stronger and having sharper claws, actually didn't have a high combat power. 3 to 5 young adults could deal with a half-demon. But most of the people saw their terrifying appearance, they got scared and softened their legs, they didn't dare to make a move at all. In the end, instead, a large number of ordinary people were chased and slaughtered by a few half-demons. Li Xiu looked at the 4 half-demons with hideous and gruesome shapes and asked, "Aren't you guys afraid?" Uncle Lu laughed, patted his chest and said, "I'm an old party member. When something like this happens, who will be on if not me?" "That's right." The ants in the back responded. Li Xiu counted the number of people, a little bit of the right to ask, "Are all the residents in the small area here?" The ants spoke up and said, "Most people went out to spend the new year with their children, and you know that we are an old neighborhood, and many old people's children are outside. The rest of the people either ran away early or..." "Xiaoli, we also went to your house to look for you, and found that you did not come back, but also worried that you were killed. See, you are fine, we are relieved. This neighborhood is too old, originally the housing vacancy rate is high. Those who live here are either tenants trying to get a cheap deal or elderly people. Every holiday season, the elderly were picked up by their children to go there, making it even more vacant." There were still many people waiting for Li Xiu in the city, so without any further delay, he walked to the 4 mutants, half squatted down, and opened the suitcase. The people saw an injection in the case and curiously came over. Li Xiu drew out the injection, put it on the fixed gun syringe, and quickly finished injecting the 4 potions. Only to see the 4 half-demons, who were still roaring angrily in the last second, gradually fall silent, their bodies burning and falling into unconsciousness, while their deformed bodies gradually returned to human form. "All right. Little Li, this god of yours is A crowd of grandparents were dancing happily. The mutated 4 were their old neighbors and old friends. Now that their old friends had returned to normal, how could they not be happy? Li Xiu was similarly laughing, and as he laughed, his smile faded. "What about Granny Wang who lives downstairs from me?" Li Xiu remembered that Grandma Wang had said that her children were busy working this year and wouldn't be returning to the country for the New Year's Eve, so she should be at home by herself. Li Xiu thought she was resting behind the crowd, and when everyone came over to watch him heal the mutant, he realized that there was no one behind him at all. Hearing Li Xiu's question, the crowd fell silent. Li Xiu's heart stuttered. Without a word, he twisted his head and rushed out, returning to his own flat, and was about to go upstairs when he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow on the ground in his afterglow. Before he could walk over, the strong smell of blood hit him. There are two corpses on the ground, one with deformed limbs and long sharp nails, just like a mutant. The other is precisely the Wang granny that Li Xiu is most familiar with. Li Xiu lowered his head and picked up the glass shards on the ground, looked up, walked into the hallway, and went all the way up to the 5th floor. Pushed open the door of Wang granny's house and walked in. On the table were dumplings and meals that had long been cold, one of which was also served out separately in an insulated lunchbox, and on the table was a note that had been written halfway through. Xiaoya, this is Granny Wang cooked dumplings and ribs. I see that you are not at home, so I put it at your door first. Remember to heat it up and eat it when you go home. The first half of the handwriting was beautiful, but when the last word came, it suddenly became crooked. Li Xiu looked up at the TV and walked to the window again, finding sharp scratches. Li, are you okay? A community ant who had caught up with her asked, a little girl following behind her. Li Xiu remembered her. She was the girl who lived next door to Granny Wang's house. The girl's face was still tear-stained, and when she saw Li Xiu looking over, she red-eyed and said in a broken voice, "My dad turned into a monster. Grandma Wang tried to save me." Time seemed to flow backwards at this moment, and Li Xiu seemed to see everything that had happened before. Granny Wang was watching the Spring Festival Gala while cooking, and the old neighborhood was so remote that the initial commotion did not affect it. Because she was spending the Spring Festival alone, she had specially invited the father and daughter of the family next door to spend the new year with her. When the meal was ready, Granny Wang specially served out some and put it in a thermos box, intending to put it in front of Li Xiu's door later. That way, no matter how late Li Xiu came back, he would be able to have a hot meal. While she was writing the note, the man in the house next door was contaminated by a mold cause and turned into a half-demon, and Grandma Wang pushed the mutated man down the stairs along the window with all her might in order to protect the little girl. Li Xiu stood at the window and looked at the body on the ground. He thought he would be sad and cry, but he didn't know why. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly empty inside. One layer of steps, Li Xiu slowly walked down the stairs, and when he walked to the first floor, more ants from the neighborhood committee looked over with concern. Li Xiu squeezed out a smile. "Don't worry everyone, I'm fine." Who? A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky. Li Xiu raised his head, and a streamlined flying machine filled with sci-fi hovered in the air. This sci-fi movie-like scene watched the ants of the neighborhood committee's jaws drop. Only to see the hatch of the flying machine open, a young man with dyed yellow hair shook the Special Affairs Bureau's ID in his hand towards Li Xiu and waved with a smile. Li Xiu nodded at him and turned his head to the community ants. "You guys hide in the service center and lock the door. As long as you don't open the door and don't make any noise, those things won't be able to break in." After explaining the situation, the black mist of hell wrapped around, and Li Xiu gently jumped high into the air. A 16 or 17-year-old teenager came over and extended his hand to Li Xiu. "Hello, we are the members of the task force for this visit. My name is Bu Shengsheng. I'm the captain of this lead team." "Hello." Li Xiu shook Bu Shengsheng's hand as he lifted the case in his hand. "What's the matter?" "Right now the whole city is full of half-demons that have mutated and hurt people, and I need to change as many people back as possible." Bu Shengsheng gave a gesture of a little peace and quiet, and without any nonsense, he directly said, "We are looking for you for this matter. I contacted the research and development section of your Yuan branch, and found a method that can solve the problem more quickly. This method requires your assistance." "Good." Li Xiu didn't hesitate to directly agree. "What do you want me to do?" "There's no rush first, there's still a bit of preparation time needed. You've also been busy all night. Sit down first to rest and have something to eat." Bu Shengsheng brought Li Xiu to the rest barn and greeted him as he sat down. The yellow-haired team member next to him, who looked like he was flowing, extraordinarily enthusiastically handed over a serving of dumplings. "Quick frozen, just threw them in the microwave to heat up, don't mind." Li Xiu said thanks, took the chopsticks, and stuffed them into his mouth one after another. It wasn't until now that he reacted to the fact that he was really hungry and his stomach was empty. Before the action started, he hadn't eaten more than a few mouthfuls of rice at all. Li Xiu ate the dumplings woodenly, and a thought flashed violently through his blank mind. It's still really quick frozen, even though it's all stuffed with celery and pork. It's just not even close to Granny Wang's hand-packed ones. As soon as this thought popped up, it could no longer be stopped, and the grief overwhelmed Li Xiu in an instant. Chapter 88, The Age of Chaos. Yellow Hair thievishly came over to Bu Shengsheng's side, looked back at Li Xiu, who was eating dumplings while tearing up, and cautiously asked, "Boss, what's the situation with this dude? Are our frozen dumplings that good?" Bu Shengsheng glanced at his stupid teammate and shook his head, not bothering to answer this question. He had read Li Xiu's resume before he came, including the records of every action. Li Xiu's life wasn't considered lucky, and he had suffered a lot since his parents disappeared. But in terms of the transcendent world alone, Li Xiu was a deserving son of heaven. His abilities were powerful and comprehensive, and every action was an instant kill as long as his opponent dared to appear in front of him. He could basically declare the action a perfect end. Bu Shengsheng could understand Li Xiu because he was a genius of the same type, an existence that stood at the top since the moment of his awakening. When he first joined the Special Affairs Bureau, Bu Shengsheng also felt that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't handle properly. Such unrealistic fantasies only fade away when one faces real death for the first time. This world is too big, there are too many people worth caring about, and the enemy is too cunning, we can't do it to protect everyone. Bu Shengsheng looked back at Li Xiu's back. Too many people had died in this city tonight, and Li Xiu had done well enough, beyond everyone's expectations, that no one would blame him. Except for Li Xiu himself. If only I had been faster, if only I had been stronger, if only I hadn't made that decision and had chosen another. Such and such thoughts would have arisen. Bu Shengsheng had seen too many people wallow in self-blame after facing their first setback, and he didn't want Li Xiu to waste his own talent. Bu Shengsheng was about to walk over and try to re-energize Li Xiu's fighting spirit, but in the end, just as he took a step, he saw Li Xiu stuffing the rest of the dumplings into his mouth as if they were in a whirlwind, and pouring the vinegar in the dish next to him directly into his mouth. He chewed hard and wiped his hands across his face to wipe away all the tears. Gulp! The sound of hard swallowing was heard by everyone in the craft. Li Xiu wiped his mouth and turned his head to look at Bu Shengsheng. I'm done eating, when do I start working? Because of his crying, Li Xiu's eyes were still lightly reddened, but it was this red color that reflected his eyes like the sky after a watery wash, extraordinarily bright and clear, without a trace of confusion. Drowning in sadness was painful, but it was also very relaxing. Just let go of your thoughts and keep remembering, crying and grieving. Li Xiu didn't like that. Granny Wang had sacrificed her life in order to protect two others. Rather than drawing a circle and being stuck in grief himself, Li Xiu chose to carry on Grandma Wang's legacy and go and do his best to protect as many people as he could. Although Bu Shengsheng had the face of a teenager, his demeanor always showed extreme maturity and stability. He sensed Li Xiu's determination, and a rare hint of hot blood appeared within his rippling heart, as Bu Shengsheng asked the driver, "Is the RD section ready?" The driver gave a thumbs up. The equipment has already been moved to the top floor. Li Xiu looked out the window as they arrived at the Special Affairs Bureau building. Dozens of people were busy on the top floor. They carefully placed a heavy equipment with a length and width of nearly 20 meters and a height of about 10 meters, according to the placement line on the ground. After all this was done, the people on the ground waved small flags towards the sky, using semaphore to indicate that it was ready. The craft slowly descended and finally hovered above the heavy equipment. A docking port deep in the bottom of the craft clicked into place, fitting perfectly with the port on top of the heavy equipment. The top floor crew danced the flag again. The pilot gave a thumbs up at the window to indicate that everything was in order, and then the craft slowly took off. Li Xiu witnessed the series of operations. Bu Shengsheng pointed to the heavy equipment hanging below the craft at his feet and said, "This is the core equipment that produces the blocking potion. As long as the corresponding frequency band is inputted, the power supply can be converted into a transcendent force field of the corresponding frequency band." Li Xiu nodded. That was where the potion in his suitcase came from. Bu Shengsheng continued, "There are 120,000 people in the whole city, so it's too time-consuming to just rely on the potion to hit them one by one, so I came up with a solution. Mix the transcendent force field of a specific frequency band into your ability to create cold ice, and then, having your power cover the entire city, instantly stabbing the cold ice into the mutants' bodies, accompanied by the natural melting of the cold ice, will complete the blockage and turn them back into humans." Li Xiu was dumbfounded by this plan. What am I hearing? Covering an entire city with the ability? Launching an attack on 120,000 mutants at the same time? Moreover, everyone's transcendent force field is like DNA, completely different. How is this going to pinch two different bands together? This was simply like a pie in the sky. Seemingly seeing Li Xiu's skepticism, Bu Shengsheng smiled and said, "Haven't done a formal self-introduction yet. Bu Shengsheng, Senior Field Officer of the Special Affairs Bureau's Headquarters Task Force, 3rd Order, Mythic Branch Lineage, Ability Name. Age of Chaos." A series of popular heroes and gods emerged from mythology. However, before these immortals and gods appeared, there was a period of the most primitive and budding girl. Chaos. Heaven and earth were indistinguishable, and yin and yang were mixed. Because of chaos, therefore, there are no rules. Because the true world has yet to be opened, therefore, as long as the corresponding price is paid, all things are possible. Within the scope of my ability, there is no distinction between up and down, good and evil. Bu Shengsheng said the most domineering words in the calmest tone. When I say that two transcendent stances of different bands can be fused, then they can be fused. When I say that your ability will cover an entire city, you will be able to. As he spoke, Bu Shengsheng unleashed his ability. Li Shou could clearly see that with Bu Shengsheng as the center, space and things were all distorting and becoming hazy, but if he looked a few times more closely, he would feel that it was supposed to be like that. Bu Shengsheng's domain spread to Li Shou's side, and a barrier formed by the black mist surrounded Li Shou, preventing his existence from being tampered with by Bu Shengsheng's power. Relax and accept my power, Bu Shengsheng said. Li Shou withdrew his force field, and immediately felt everything around him change, as if his mind was able to extend infinitely. Puppeteer, God Envoy, and Bu Shengsheng, each of their abilities had their own characteristics, and they could definitely be called hangers-on. In contrast, Li Shou felt that he was each extraordinarily plain and unassuming. Of course, no one other than Li Shou seemed to think so. It's not just space. Feeling it up close, Li Shou was able to more intuitively understand the other party's ability. Not only was it spatial distortion, but it seemed that even an abnormal flow in time had occurred. Suddenly, Li Shou raised his head and stared at the other party's green and tender face. Without waiting for Li Shou to ask, Bu Shengsheng answered his question first. I'm 29 years old this year, and as my ability level rises, and as I continue to use it, my physical age will become younger and younger until my existence completely disappears. The stronger the ability, either the more difficult it was to raise it, or the stronger the corresponding side effects. Truly perfect transcendent powers did not exist. Back to tonight's question. Bu Shengsheng said, I'll assist you later. There's only one thing you have to do, release your power and save the city. Chapter 89 Dawn. At 5:48, the craft arrived at the location of a Yuan city center. At 5:49, a line of hellish black fog, thinner than a hair, extended straight out from the interior of the craft, spreading all the way to the end of the city. Afterwards, the hellish black mist began to extend downwards, eventually connecting to the ground, forming a thin wall that spanned half of the city. The wall rotated clockwise, sweeping over the half-demons on the ground like a radar. Due to the fact that it was still dark, coupled with the fact that the thickness of the wall was only a few millimeters thin, the half-demons had no way of noticing when they were being scanned over. At this moment, a map of a Yuan city appeared in Li Shou's mind, and with the rapid sweeping of the hellish black mist, the location of a head of half-demons was perceived by Li Shou. A scarlet dot was gradually filling up the entire map. A certain puppet master who had just returned to the villa after watching a good show had a chill on his back. He hurriedly closed one eye. At the roof, a crow-like sculpture slowly opened its eyes. The raven stone sculpture was carved into a spiral-shaped eyeball, staring straight at the rapidly approaching black fog of hell in the northwest. When did Li Shou know this kind of thing? Oops, it's going to be probed over. There were too many things in this villa that couldn't be probed, and there were no less than 50 corpses hidden underground alone. The puppet master hurriedly snapped his fingers, and the eyes of the beastly stone statues that stood at the four corners of the villa suddenly lit up with a dark red glow. A thin layer of transcendent force field covered the villa, disguising the entire house as an ordinary residence. Similar things happened occasionally within the city. Or hidden force fields, or runic interference, certain existences that didn't want to be perceived hid their identities in their own way. After 3 scans, the hellish black fog disappeared. The air within the city seemed to permeate with a force that ordinary people might not be able to feel, but transcendents and half-demons could feel the heaviness and oppression in the air. All of the Special Affairs Bureau's cadres all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, waiting for a certain moment to arrive. Buzz. A circle of azure-blue ripples spread rapidly outwards. On the ground. A half-demon was squatting on the ground and devouring human flesh. It casually threw its licked clean ribs aside and smashed into a trash can when it hit. The trash can received an impact and fell heavily on the ground. Ouch! A miserable scream came from inside the trash can, and a young man wearing glasses crawled out from it. He had used the smell of the rotting garbage in the trash can to dodge the waves of half-demons, but he didn't expect to be so unlucky as to be smashed out by a casually thrown bone. The half-demon laughed as it threw down its half-eaten entrails and chased towards the young man. The young man frantically fled. He noticed a motorcycle in front of him that had collapsed on the ground with the keys still inserted. The young man hurriedly picked himself up and rode the motorcycle, dodging the half-demon's sharp claws. He just breathed a sigh of relief, from the second floor of the neighborhood next to him abruptly jumped down a half-demon, pouncing him even with a car. Grass, dying. The young man had just thought so, when he realized that the half-demon holding him was not moving. He hurriedly backed away and stood up. Only then did he notice that the half-demon had a slender ice pick stabbed into its back. As the ice cone slowly melted, the half-demon's sharp claws and deformed body gradually recovered, and before long, it became an ordinary man with a big belly. The young man who had survived the attack gasped for air. He looked around, and the survivors like him were similarly looking around in bewilderment. The half-demons that had been chasing them the last second were all slowly recovering their human forms. It's over. He dropped helplessly to the ground. I don't know who was the first to cry out. Cries and sobs spread within the city. The disaster was over, and the grief that had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart in order to survive was finally released. Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his forehead while nodding to Bu Shangshang, indicating that it was over. Bu Shangshang retrieved the Chaos Era's domain and handed over a microphone. Tell everyone the good news. Is it appropriate for me to come? Li Xiu pointed to his nose. I'm just the temp. Bu Shangshang smiled. No one is more suitable than you. Li Xiu thought back to everything that happened tonight, the victims, the survivors, the enemies, the comrades. He brewed his emotions for a moment and took over the microphone. This is Li Xiu. As of 5:51 a.m., a total of 14,627 half-demons have all severed their modal contamination chains and reverted back to normal. Li Xiu took a deep breath. The disaster is over. There was a 5-second long silence. Suddenly, the entire city erupted in cheers. Cheers that Li Xiu could hear from the flying machine. He opened the hatch of the flying machine and looked down, and he heard the words he had just spoken being played over and over again on the radio throughout the city. Li Xiu stiffened and twisted his head around, asking Bu Shang's voice, "What is going on here?" He thought he was on the Special Affairs Bureau's internal communication channel, telling the good news to his comrades who were fighting side by side. How did it become broadcast all over the city? Shopping malls, schools, streetlights, including cell phones and computers that could still be turned on, as long as they could link up to the network and play audio, all of them were playing what Li Xiu had just said. It was important to realize that talking normally and listening to one's own recordings were two very different feelings. There are many people who find it particularly difficult to listen to their own recordings. Li Xiu is one of them. He sends voice messages to others, never click to listen. Especially the first sentence on Li Xiu, directly reveal his identity, is simply the social death of social death. Li Xiu's face is red, pointing at the step Shangsheng Yui half a day, hate to jump up and pinch his neck. Bu Shangsheng smiled and explained, I'm afraid that if I tell you in advance, you'll be nervous and unnatural, and... Bu Shangsheng collected his laughter and said seriously, the residents of this city have suffered too much pain tonight, and need a heart-strengthening agent that will uplift their spirits and give them back hope. It was you who saved this city, who saved them, and it is only right that you, too, bring hope to them. Looking at Bu Shangsheng's serious and rigid demeanor, Li Xiu's anger gradually subsided, leaving only a bit of hopelessness. Worthy of being a big brother within this system who is mixed up to the task force, his speech is really dripping with water. Bu Shangsheng laughed and didn't say anything else. The flying machine stopped at the top of the Special Affairs Bureau building. As Li Xiu listened to the cheers coming from the ground, the gloom in his heart gradually dispersed, and he found a window seat inside the flying machine and sat down on his butt. The fatigue that had been pent up for the whole night instantly surged up, and even with Li Xiu's transcendent physique, he almost blacked out and fainted. Li Xiu closed his eyes and panted heavily. In order to allow more people to survive, Li Xiu gave up the slaughter of the half-demons and instead used potions to transform them back. This caused him to consume a large amount of power again instead of advancing. At this moment, although the half-demons had all been resolved, there were still many people in the city waiting to be rescued. Li Xiu wanted to help, but the high intensity of the battle, the gnashing of teeth to break through within the extreme cold hell, and the final mega range attack that affected the entire city. He was really too tired. At this time, a female logistician came over and gently patted his shoulder. Go downstairs and take a nap, the lounge has already made a bed. Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes and squeezed out a smile. Thanks, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, I'll go downstairs after a little rest. The female logistician saw his exhaustion and thoughtfully handed over a cup of warm water. Li Xiu thanked him and took a small sip of the water, quietly looking out the window at the Special Affairs Bureau employees who were busy working. A glow appeared in the eastern sky, followed by a warmth that seemed like a century's worth of broad daylight. It was dawn. Chapter 90, Urban Renewal. Destruction only took a few hours, but reconstruction could take decades. As a native of an Yuan city, Li Xiao didn't know how many years of reconstruction the city would have to go through before it returned to its former prosperity. And how many generations of people would need to go through the oral transmission of this painful memory before it would fade into oblivion in the next generation, and the next, and become just a piece of history, and no longer a scar that would be uncovered at any time. Li Xiao didn't know if he would have the chance to see the scene in his lifetime. Fortunately, this city, the people of this country, would not be crushed by any setbacks. Other countries might have riots and $0 purchases after a disaster, but the people of this country, educated since childhood, would not allow them to do such things. Even if they only have a bun in their hands, they may not have enough to eat themselves, but once they see their neighbors starving, they will share half of it with them without a second thought. On the second day of the disaster, support from other cities arrived one after another, and on the fourth day, support teams from the international community arrived in Yuan City. In the face of the problems caused by the demon rampage, people forgot about the differences between countries. At least at this moment, everyone had only one identity: humanity. Half a month passed in a flash of time, and this disaster had already been known by all the countries in the world, and along with it, there was a transcendent leak on a global scale. In the past, transcendental out-of-control incidents were either small, or the location of the outbreak was remote, and even if they occasionally occurred in the city, the local government and the Special Affairs Department were able to use accidents such as gas leaks and explosions, along with the memory erasure device to cover up the past. But this time, the incident was too big to hide. Ordinary people all over the world woke up to a flood of news. Many people hadn't even woken up yet, they were woken up by a phone call with a dumbfounded look on their face, and when they opened the teaser in Gallipoli, they were swiped by the video footage recorded at the scene. Bull right. Is this a promo for some movie? After the entire crew went through a series of mental journeys from skepticism to shock, finally, everyone understood. This world really existed superpowers like in the Marvel movies. For a time the internet was variously. May I ask if it's normal for me to be 18 years old and still not have my sharpening will eyes open? If my awakened ability is 3 heads and 6 arms, will one of the heads get a cerebral thrombosis and the other 2 get it? Can a transcendent in the psychic perception department withdraw money from his brain into a bank card? And so on were filled with sandy questions. Many netizens had stated that they had become transcendentals in order to rub off on them, and some of them even opened classes. And Yuan University, on the lawn outside the classroom. Hey, Li Xiao, there's a teacher here who said that if you listen to his class, you'll be able to get a packet of awakening in a month, and a packet of refund if you can't become a transcendent for only 998 yay. The one who spoke was Li Xiao's best friend in the university, Ji Shukuan, Chicken. And Yuan University was similarly affected by the disaster half a month ago. A teaching building collapsed, and there were also many dead bodies in the classrooms. Those corpses were people who had been chased by half-demons and fled in panic. Of course, the corpses had long been cleaned up by the Special Affairs Bureau, but the trouble was the bugs. People who were bitten to death by half-demons had their wounds stained with the half-demon's saliva, and after the blood system ran its course, that corpse became a petri dish carrying a weak demonic transcendent force field. Because of the lack of manpower, many corpses were found with a number of bugs already born. Those bugs had likewise undergone a weak mutation and were hiding in various corners of the classroom, and when ordinary people were bitten, they had to be sent to the hospital for detoxification. The Special Affairs Bureau had developed a specialized insecticide, and was the first to distribute it to hospitals, schools, and other places, but the medicine was available, and there was still a lack of corresponding manpower to deal with it. If it were normal, it would be fine to spend money on hiring people, the school is not that bad. But now, at this juncture, no one was happy to do this kind of work. How enthusiastically people pursued transcendent powers, how much they feared contact with demonic things. No one was taking orders, and the personnel of the Special Affairs Bureau, the police, and the firefighters were busy with more important matters, but the matter of the bugs couldn't be left unattended. After all, the thing was multiplying too fast. So the school administration had no choice but to delegate the job of killing bugs to teachers and students. Usually elegant professors have changed clothes, tightened the belly, raised the buttocks to the medicine box stuck, squinting at the table cracks, corners, began to kill insects. Teachers were particularly active as their salaries, bonuses, and titles were involved, but not many students showed up. There was still more than a week until the end of the vacation, and considering the state of Yuan City at the moment, parents from out of town didn't want their children to come early. Only students who were local and would be attracted by the wages and credits offered by the school would come over. Today, Li Xiao had his shift off, so he came over to work in order to pull the wool over the school's eyes, and as for Chicken, Chicken failed several classes last semester and had to come over to earn some credits in order to graduate successfully in a couple of years. They are taking off their heavy clothes that resemble chemical-resistant suits during break time, sitting on the lawn outside the school building, drinking the juice that the school sends out for free. A winter vacation has not seen. Chicken seems to have done some kind of physical work, thin a lot, with that perennial and variable center-parted hair. Far from the look there is even a little bit of cleanliness. Recently, the network emerged one after another on the Transcendentalists. The chicken brother Harditch, he handed the cell phone to Li Xiao. When Li Xiao took it, he heard a man with a big backcombed hair shouting excitedly. My course only costs 998, becoming a transcendent can be a step to heaven, even if you can't succeed, your classmates and your teachers are all transcendents, so you won't be earning 9,980,000 in the future? Listen to understand applause. Chicken snapped and clapped his hands in excitement. Li Xiao covered his forehead and didn't know how to advise Chicken not to spend money in vain. There were too many of these crooks on the internet, and the people in the Internet Police Department of the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't catch them in 24-hour rotations every day. Li Xiao was tempted to say, give me the money and I'll teach you. At least compared to this awakening master, Li Xiao was at least a genuine transcendent. However, the Bureau had given instructions to the transcendents in the city to make sure to protect the secret that they were transcendents. This was mainly to protect the transcendents. Ordinary people were still the majority in society, and the identity of a transcendent was likely to trigger jealousy in a portion of the population and cause unnecessary social unrest. Not to mention, some people are also superstitious about the saying of replacing one's form with another, fantasizing about capturing a transcendentalist, sucking blood and eating flesh, and perhaps awakening their own transcendental abilities. This is not an unfounded fear, as several foreign video bloggers who are confirmed transcendentalists have been attacked one after another, and one of them was found in a river a week after he disappeared. By then, he had become a corpse to be parted with. This kind of person was definitely in the minority, but it couldn't be helped that with the country's huge population base, there were always going to be all kinds of stupid guys. Li Xiao is not worried about being attacked, but he doesn't want to be surrounded by people all day long. It's cool to make money as an Edison, and the most important thing is, Li Xiao didn't want to affect his normal life. Patting his butt, Li Xiao stood up, drinking the remaining juice in one go, aiming at the trash can and casually throwing it away. The direction of the juice bottle was obviously wrong. Li Xiao stole a glance at Chicken and maneuvered the black mist of hell to slightly change the direction of the bottle's flight. Precisely into the hole. Let's go, get back to work. It's only been 10 minutes of rest. Big brother, are you the Huang Shiren sent by the school? Chicken said bitterly. Get up, I have something today, I have to go home early. Chicken stared at Li Xiao suspiciously. What's going on with you lately? You're always in a hurry to run home. Li Xiao smiled and didn't answer. 2 hours later, they finally finished the insecticide work. Chicken went to a nearby internet cafe that was still open to charter a room, and Li Xiao walked home on foot. On the way home he bought fruit and milk. After the God's Envoy incident, the Special Affairs Bureau had given him a large bonus. Saving money was definitely a must. Li Xiao didn't have to live on a shoestring like he did in the past. Returning home, the old neighborhood was still in the same dilapidated state. Li Xiao walked into the building and went up one floor at a time, waiting until he reached the door of his house. He took out his key and was about to open the door. Click! The door opened from the inside. Inside the house was Su Xiaoya, who was wearing an apron. She reveals a gentle smile like the river water in early spring. I guessed it was you as soon as I heard the footsteps going up the stairs. Quickly wash your hands, the meal will be ready soon. Chapter 91. 3 People. Hearing Su Xiaoya's words, Li Xiao's expression froze for half a second. This was the third day that Su Xiaoya had moved in with him. Due to the Spring Festival riots, many buildings in Yuan City had collapsed, many people had been displaced, and public transportation, such as trains and airplanes, had all been affected and were being repaired. Some of the poor people who lost their homes chose to leave the city by bus to join other relatives in other provinces and cities, while others who didn't want to leave or had no one to join chose to rent a room for the time being. Some of them do not want to go or have no one to go to, so they temporarily choose to rent a room. The conditions may be relatively simple, but the advantage is that food and lodging are provided free of charge, which can help people get through the most difficult period at first. Su Xiaoya's house was similarly affected, with most of the walls crumbling and the load-bearing walls collapsing, making it a dangerous house to live in until repairs are completed. Her father, who happened to have a job that needed to be handled out of town recently, wanted to take the family out for a while and come back when the house repairs were completed. After Su Xiaoya had considered it, she decided to stay in Yuan City. Because there was no place to stay, she offered to temporarily stay at Li Xiao's house. Anyway, school was about to start and Li Xiu's old house wasn't too far from the school. As a matter of fact, the parents wouldn't agree to their own daughter living in another man's house. Although they had watched Li Xiu grow up, but a man and a woman alone, spreading the word is always bad publicity. Su Xiaoya did not know what method to convince the parents, and finally stayed, since the Special Affairs Bureau of the hospital after discharge, moved into Li Xiu here to live. When Su Xiaoya stayed, Li Xiu was of course very happy. Every day as soon as he opened his eyes, he could see Su Xiaoya, which gave Li Xiu a feeling of returning to his childhood. But Su Xiaoya was always thinking about cooking, which made Li Xiu cringe. He still remembered her handiwork. Saying dark cuisine was an exaggeration, it was clearly Cthulhu-based cuisine. Li Xiu rushed home early these days so that he could go ahead and cook, avoiding his stomach from being tortured. I didn't expect to still be a step late. Li Xiu whispered in his heart and stepped into the house, and just as one foot stepped in, the pungent fragrance came to the tip of his nose. The action of taking a deep breath was almost made subconsciously, and before seeing the dishes, the fragrant, refreshing, thick, spicy, and various flavors that could not help but drool floated over. The flavors and tastes were like 7 colored thin cords twisted into twine. On the one hand, the boundaries between the thin cords and the thin cords were clear, letting people know clearly what food they came from respectively, and on the other hand tilting all the impacts down in a single stream. Li Xiu couldn't help but gulp. What's the situation? He had just thought so when he saw Lin Yibai emerge from the kitchen, her arms crossed, and she said with a hefty smile, "Didn't expect it. It's me who came." Li Xiu suddenly realized, no wonder the aroma of the dishes had a sense of familiarity. It turned out to be Lin Yibai who came over to cook. No, how did the two of them get together? Li Xiu's back was slightly cold. Su Xiaoya took the fruit in Li Xiu's hand. After a busy day, quickly go and change your clothes. Li Xiu had no choice but to obediently do as he was told, and when he changed into the clothes he wore at home and came out, sitting on the sofa, he heard 2 women's voices coming from the kitchen. "Yibai, your cooking is really super high level, I envy you too much." Lin Yibai let out a giggle and after a while, whispered, "I also envy you. Being able to grow up with Li Xiu and now living with him. I also wanted to move over, but my brother wouldn't let me. Said that if I dared to move over, he would get someone to pull over a cannon and blow up this old building." Li Xiu's sister controller Lin Ke's expression of wanting to kill appeared in his brain. After the Spring Festival disaster, most of the tenants moved out, and there weren't many people left in this building to begin with, so Lin Ke might not really be able to do such a thing. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoya's job was to prepare the food and deal with some chores. The real job of spooning was given to Lin Yibai. When she heard that Lin Yibai wanted to move in here, Su Xiaoya's action of arranging the dishes slightly paused for a moment, and then instantly returned to normal. Su Xiaoya turned her back to Lin Yibai and casually asked, "Why do you want to move here? This is an old house. If you haven't lived here before, there will be a lot of things you won't be used to." Lin Yibai said, "Because I think it will be fun for everyone to live together. It's the same as the dormitory in college days," and Su Xiaoya didn't hear the subsequent words. The electric rice cooker happened to finish its work, bearing its steam out, interrupting their conversation. 5 dishes were on the table. Su Xiaoya set up the dishes, and Lin Yibai came out of the kitchen. The 3 of them sat down and raised their glasses of cola. Cheers! The 3 of them ate the hearty meal. No one spoke for the first 5 minutes, all their energy was focused on the dry rice. It wasn't until they were 4 or 5 minutes full that they let out a sigh of contentment. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled at each other, and under the orange light overhead, the smiles were extraordinarily warm. At this time the sound of dripping came from the kitchen. Lin Yibai stood up. "The soup is ready, I'll go and bring it back." While Lin Yibai went to serve the soup, Su Xiaoya picked up a Coke and helped Li Xiu fill up the empty cup. "I remembered that you said you wanted to quit the Special Affairs Bureau after everything was over. Memory erasure surgeries could not be performed multiple times consecutively in a short period of time, and with less than 3 months separating the Night Demon incident to the God's Envoy incident, the doctors in the Special Affairs Bureau's medical section did not recommend Su Xiaoya to undergo memory erasure. Forcing the surgery would probably cause more serious harm to the brain. So Su Xiaoya still retained all her memories. She just needed to go to the Special Affairs Bureau's medical section regularly to receive psychological treatment just like the other people who had encountered demons during the disaster." Su Xiaoya continued to ask, "Now that the God Envoy is dead, don't you consider leaving while you can?" Li Xiu shook his head and said, "Not now." "Why?" "I need to utilize the resources of the Special Affairs Bureau to help find clues to my parents, and..." Li Xiu looked in the direction of the kitchen. "And again." Su Xiaoya put down the chopsticks in her hands. She grew up with Li Xiao and knew Li Xiao's character better than anyone else. He would always keep a certain distance from strangers, but as long as he entered his circle of life and treated people who were good to him, he would never be able to let them go. Although the God Envoy was gone, there might be other enemies behind him. And Yuan City was in shambles, and with Li Xiao's character, even if he didn't have the matter of searching for his parents, he couldn't do it without leaving behind his comrades who fought side by side, and left alone. That's why I'm worried. Su Xiaoya thought in her heart. Always like to rush to the forefront of anything, wanting to take on more responsibility for the people he cares about, obviously exhausted, when others ask, still able to show a nice smile and say it's fine. Decided? Su Xiaoya finally asked. Decided. Li Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Su Xiaoya slightly straightened her slender waist and placed her hands on her lap. Her face was an expression of I really can't do anything about you. Then I've decided, I'll also join the Special Affairs Bureau. What? Li Xiao coughed violently. Chicken soup is here. Lin Yibai came out from the kitchen and placed a pot of chicken soup in the middle of the dining table, seeing that neither Li Xiao nor Su Xiaoya moved their chopsticks. Eat, why aren't you all eating? Su Xiaoya thoughtfully helped her pull out her chair. If the chef isn't coming, how dare we move our chopsticks? Lin Yibai looked at Li Xiao who was still coughing, and asked Su Xiaoya, what's wrong with him? Su Xiaoya smiled and explained, nothing, he was too happy to hear that I wanted to apply to join the Special Affairs Bureau. You want to join the Bureau? Lin Yibai's eyes widened in surprise, then she yelled out that it was too good to be true and hugged Su Xiaoya. She didn't think that much. Lin Yibai only remembered that the last time she worked with Su Xiaoya was just too perfect. If she could work with Su Xiaoya every day, the work would be a lot easier. Su Xiaoya felt the heavy squeeze from Lin Yibai's chest. She awkwardly raised her hand and gently patted Lin Yibai's back. There was inexplicably more of a sense of crisis in her heart. Chapter 92 Captain Su. Su Xiaoya had been an independent girl since she was a child. Once she made up her mind about something, no one could persuade her to give up. Instead, they would be negligently persuaded by her. The next day, Li Xiao accompanied Su Xiaoya to the Special Affairs Bureau building. Hearing that Su Xiaoya wanted to join the Special Affairs Bureau, Lin Ke naturally agreed 120%. In the God's Envoy incident, the exquisite marksmanship Su Xiaoya displayed was evident to all, and more importantly, she showed absolute calmness on the battlefield where demons were rampant. Nothing seemed to be able to shake her heart, a quality that was especially valuable. Among the personnel of the Special Affairs Bureau who were out on missions, the field section, which was full of combatants, was the absolute core, as they had to face the vicious and cunning enemies head-on. In addition to the field section, the Special Affairs Bureau had many other personnel that played a huge role. The reconnaissance section, which was responsible for preliminary reconnaissance work, the logistics section, which was responsible for logistical wrap-up, and the medical section, which was responsible for treatment after the battle was over. As well as the field support section, which sits between the combatants and the support staff. On the one hand, the personnel of the field support section have to assist the field personnel in cleaning up the battlefield, and on the other hand, when there are mass casualties on the scene, they have to help evacuate the people, and sometimes they also have to be responsible for emergency treatment. The field support section was like a free agent on a volleyball court. They would appear wherever support was needed, and were the closest personnel to the front line outside of the field section. Although Lin Ke suggested Su Xiaoya to join the logistics section, which would be higher in terms of safety, she insisted on joining the field support section. For this request, Lin Ke really couldn't refuse. Especially after a series of written and practical tests, even the stricter examiners had to nod their heads in approval. This is the most versatile newcomer I've seen since I joined the Special Affairs Bureau, bar none. Li Xiao witnessed the entire process of the test. Because of the special nature of the position, the content of the field support section's test was extremely complicated, ranging from emergency measures and first aid techniques to firearms knowledge and the handling of various chemical explosives. Su Xiaoya is simply like knowing the answers in advance, not even needing to think, directly writing the correct answer. The pistol program in the on-site practical test even directly obtained full marks. The teacher in charge of invigilating the test couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Su Xiaoya smiled without answering, and Lin Ke, who was in charge of the test together, said, "I heard from the doctors in the medical section that you have been reading and studying during your hospitalization, just for today's test, right?" The scope of the exam in the field support section was not a secret, because the knowledge was so vast that there was no need to carefully hide it as a secret. As long as someone was able to memorize all of the vast amount of knowledge. It turned out that Su Xiaoya had guessed that Li Xiao was most likely unwilling to leave the Special Affairs Bureau since the end of the God's Envoy incident, and had the intention of joining. Li Xiao was not a cutie. He knew clearly that Su Xiaoya didn't lack this salary from the Special Affairs Bureau. She didn't think of joining the system after graduation, and even if she needed seniority, she didn't need to do this dangerous job. The reason why she chose to join the Special Affairs Bureau, or in addition to the field team, the most dangerous field support section, is for Li Xiao. Su Xiaoya didn't feel relieved that Li Xiao was facing a terrifying enemy alone. She wanted to protect his safety in her own way. She didn't want to be like the time of the God Envoy, where she could only silently watch him fight alone. Su Xiaoya wanted to stand with Li Xiao. Holding a copy of the qualified test results, Su Xiaoya smiled sweetly at Li Xiao, bent down slightly, looked at Li Xiao from the bottom up, and said, "This way I can work together with you. Please take care of me more in the future, senior." Li Xiao's face turned red at this senior and he awkwardly looked away. Just like this, Su Xiaoya's career in the Special Affairs Bureau began. And Yuan City was currently in a state of flux, and there were too many things that needed to be dealt with. The city-wide transcendent out-of-control incident, Li Xiao had killed 99.99% of the half-demons that night with the help of the power of the chaos era of Bu Shangshang's voice. But the city was too big, and there were inevitably one or two leaks that needed to be dealt with. Of course, something like half-demons, after a few days of official propaganda, people knew that this thing was just looking bluff and could be handled by 3 or 5 strong green men, so people weren't so afraid. The more troublesome things within the city lately were the various stray animals, feral cats, and dogs as well as rats. The stray animals surviving among the city had undergone secondary mutations after accidentally eating the corpses of the half-demons, and the animals' personalities had changed from fearing humans to being bloodthirsty and eager to hunt and kill them. The field support section was recently responsible for dealing with the various mutated animals within the city. A few days afterward, Li Xiao watched Su Xiaoya leave early and return late recently, and was a bit worried about her safety at first. After a few days, seeing that she was not only unharmed, but also in exceptionally good spirits, Li Xiao gradually felt relieved. With Su Xiaoya gradually getting on with the work, the common topics between the two people are also a lot more, which makes Li Xiao feel very happy. It was only a little strange that. Have you guys heard? There's an extraordinarily powerful newcomer in the field support section. Similar rumors spread rapidly within the Special Affairs Bureau, and it only took 3 or 4 days for Su Xiaoya's name to spread throughout the Special Affairs Bureau. When the 6th day rolled around, this strange feeling became even more powerful. Li Xiao had just bought back breakfast for 2 when he saw Su Xiaoya changing into the black uniform of the Special Affairs Bureau early. Going out so early? I remember you're only on vacation today. Su Xiaoya straightened her tie in the mirror. The bureau is temporarily holding a captain's meeting, and the notice was just sent out, so I won't eat breakfast. That's not good. Li Xiao hurriedly packed 2 buns and a cup of soy milk and was about to hand it to Su Xiaoya when he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Wait, did you say captain's meeting? Yeah. Then why are you attending? Su Xiaoya set her tie straight, picked up her handbag, and changed her shoes while explaining, the field support section was short on manpower, and a new squad was temporarily added, so I got lucky and was appointed as the captain of the temporary squad. Li Xiao's mouth grew bigger and bigger. Su Xiaoya took the breakfast from the fuming Li Xiao. I originally wanted to give you a surprise during the weekend, but I didn't realize that I was exposed early. It's too late, I'm leaving first law. Only when Su Xiaoya closed the door did Li Xiao return to his senses. He heard the sound of parking downstairs. The Special Affairs Bureau's vehicle was waiting for Su Xiaoya downstairs, and a female driver from the logistics section had thoughtfully helped Su Xiaoya open the car door in advance. Li Xiao had thought that Su Xiaoya was like him, a similar temporary worker and intern. Good guy, I didn't expect that after only less than a week's work, I've mixed up with the management, and I even have a car to pick up and drop off. He logged into the background of the Special Affairs Bureau system to check Su Xiaoya's recent work content, and when he just clicked on it, the web page was stuck for half a second, and then a long list of work results popped up. Hunting half-demons and mutated beasts, saving companions, and rescuing civilians. Li Xiao almost thought she was looking at some superhero's resume, and what was even more horrifying was that this was still the first page, and there were 11 more pages of similar work achievements. It had only been 6 days since she joined the company. Li Xiao's eyelids picked up and silently closed the page. It's really the Su Xiaoya I know, the eternal child of someone else's family. Buzz. A message popped up on Li Xiao's cell phone, and the sender was Lin Ke. Your bloodline weapon is ready, prepare for a trip to Qingjing. Chapter 93 Ms. Square. The high-speed train was about to depart in 3 minutes. Li Xiao sat on the chair and adjusted the backrest. Lin Yibai sat on Li Xiao's left-hand side by the window. She just sat down and opened her backpack. making the sound of clattering bags. Li Xiao took a glance. Her backpack was full of snacks, fruits, and game consoles. Yesterday, Li Xiao received a text message from Lin Ke, informing Li Xiao that the train line had been repaired, and he was told to head to Qingjing City immediately to receive the bloodline weapon. As for Lin Yibai, her moonflower blade was severely broken, so the headquarters recreated an upgraded version according to the original data. Thus, the two of them boarded the train together and headed to the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters. Before departing, Lin Ke reminded Li Xiao that this time, it wasn't just as simple as collecting his bloodline weapon. Just in time for the beginning of the year, Li Xiao would be invited to participate in the annual Newcomer Exchange Conference. What is this convention for? Li Xiao remembered the web novel he had read earlier. It's not going to be about getting a ring and competing to see who's the strongest, right? Lin Ke laughed and said, "You think it's the world's first martial arts conference? Transcendents have different abilities from one another, and not everyone is suited for fighting. The exchange conference is more of a way for the leaders above to conduct ideological propaganda, so that the newcomers who joined the Special Affairs Bureau in the same year can get together to facilitate future cooperation in various places. If there are martial arts, there are indeed, but on a small scale, and according to the requirements of previous years, there are many restrictions on the use of transcendent powers, so you can understand that the comparison is more of a fighting level. Transcendence than fighting level." Li Xiao immediately understood what the nature of this so-called newcomer competition probably was. Lin Ke continued, "By the way, there are also awards for the outstanding newcomers of the current year." Speaking of awards, Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Handing out money? Lin Ke guessed that Li Xiao would say this and put down the teacup in his hand. Medals, money, promotion, all of it, only. Li Xiao had a bad feeling when he saw Lin Ke's pretense of being deep in thought, and didn't bother to follow his words down the line. Lin Ke also does not care, self-concerned to continue to say, "Only you are still a temporary worker, these belong to the welfare treatment of the formal workers, you can enjoy it is not known." Li Xiao let out a silly sound, pretending not to understand. When Li Xiao was first recognized as a temporary worker, one of the major reasons was that the personnel section of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters thought that his ability positive and negative values were too dangerous and there was a risk of mutation. After the God Envoy incident, Li Xiao proved his worth and his risk factor was drastically reduced. Lin Ke received orders the next day to include Li Xiao in the official employee system and promoted him one after another. If Li Xiao was willing, he could immediately have the qualification to lead a squad, and even Bu Shengsheng applied to his superiors to incorporate Li Xiao into a special task force that would specialize in docking high-risk missions across the country. Promotion is good, but Li Xiao refused all of them. With the city level of in Yuan City, the 3 squads were already full, and if Li Xiao really became the captain, he would be transferred out of the city where he had been living for 20 years to serve in another city. Li Xiao had no plans to leave in Yuan City for the time being. Lin Ke could see that Li Xiao was playing dumb, shook his head and laughed, but didn't insist. The reason he would mention this was entirely for Li Xiao's personal development. Li Xiao himself didn't have this idea, and Lin Ke, as the captain, was happy to have such an amazingly battle-hardened player on the team. "Then let's go to Qingjing, keep invoices for travel, food and lodging, the bureau will reimburse them all." Thinking about the last sentence Lin Ke said, Li Xiao adjusted the seat backrest. The so-called full reimbursement means that the high-speed train can only be a second-class seat, right? Li Xiao spat at Lin Yibai beside him. He had thought that he would be able to luxuriate at public expense, but he didn't realize that there was a clear standard requirement for reimbursement. Lin Yibai handed over potato chips and smiled to console. "After all, our salary is taxpayers' money. Special Affairs Bureau and the equipment, medical research and development, operational support, is not stingy a little money, but when it comes to other aspects, it becomes extraordinarily stingy." Lin Ke, captain-level part-time field section chief of the Guy, according to Lin Yibai said, not counting the action outstanding performance bonus, on the pure salary, less than 200,000 a year. Or before tax. Li Xiao thought, took the chips from Lin Yibai's hand. Trains and airplanes are resuming operation on the first day today, and before departure, the little rich girl Lin Yibai also asked Li Xiao if he wanted to book a first-class ticket on the airplane, which she paid for out of her own pocket, but was rejected by Li Xiao. Gathering the wool of the Special Affairs Bureau Li Xiao can accept, let the girl spend money to upgrade the cabin, there is always a feeling of eating soft rice. For Lin Yibai there was no difference between taking the train or airplane, as long as she was with Li Xiao, she was happy. The train trip was a bit longer, and she could also look at the scenery outside the window, she was going to like it more. Lin Yibai had the bag of chips in her arms, one hand holding a Coke, the other hand pinching out chips from the bag. The small tabletop that had been put down was set up with a flat screen, and was playing the recent variety show Sister-in-Law Riding the Waves. Lin Yibai's body swayed slightly with the light music of the headphones, her smile was innocent, and her two shallow dimples were particularly cute. Today's weather was gloomy, but looking at her, Li Xiu inexplicably felt that the entire carriage became bright. She ate snacks while not forgetting to feed them into Li Xiu's mouth. As they waited for the train to depart, a humming sound came from the side. A woman who was about 1.5 meters tall, weighed 150 pounds, and wore a short skirt was struggling to hold a suitcase about the same size as her and move it to the luggage rack. Li Xiu looked at it, didn't care, and continued to play with his cell phone. For strangers, Li Xiu's credo was default to not needing any help until someone asks for it. As a result, Lin Yibai, a silly girl with a good heart, saw this fat sister unable to move up after puffing and puffing, and had to stand up to help. They sat in a row of 3 seats. Lin Yibai sat on the left side of the innermost, Li Xiu sat in the center, the right side is that fat sister. Li Xiu saw Lin Yibai standing up and sighed. "Forget it, I'll do it, don't come out." Li Xiu stood up and helped the fat sister put the box on, and was habitually planning to say "you're welcome." Just see the other side look Li Xiu up and down. After seeing that it was not a handsome man with a 1.85 meter, double-door refrigerator body, this fat sister said with a face full of disgust, "I have a boyfriend." Li Xiu was not angry, looked back at the stunned Lin Yibai, smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and said with his mouth, "Let go of the helping complex and respect the fate of others." Lin Yibai came back to her senses, like a pissed-off kitten, and wrapped her arms around Li Xiu's arm, as if swearing sovereignty, and said, "He has a girlfriend too." This sentence directly confused Li Xiu. Lin Yibai came to his ear and whispered, "We can't lose in terms of momentum." The slightly moist air in his ear, the soft, elastic touch he touched between his arms. Li Xiu's brain boomed and burned, and his heart thumped violently. When he fought with the God Envoy, his heart didn't even beat this fast. The fat sister took a look at Lin Yibai's outstanding face, her thick, finely fluffy lips wriggled slightly, and finally snorted coldly as she sat on Li Xiu's right-hand side. The row of seats shook slightly before returning to calm. The high-speed train departed, and Li Xiu didn't take the small hiccups during the trip seriously. When he was working part-time outside, he had encountered many more strange things than this, and this kind of small matter was no longer enough to arouse Li Xiu's emotions. After the train departed, Lin Yibai pretended to forget, always maintaining the posture of holding Li Xiu, from time to time stealing glances at Li Xiu's expression. Seeing Li Xiu sitting upright, gazing out of the window with a deep gaze, Lin Yibai's rosy lips revealed a nice curvature, with a happy look of having succeeded in her cunning plan. In reality, Li Xiu's entire body's blood was focused on his right arm that was being held, and his brain had fallen into a blank because of the lack of blood supply. I don't know how long it took, but a scream from the side broke the tranquility. The fat sister sitting next to her suddenly grabbed Li Xiu's left hand that was holding the cell phone and shouted loudly, "Call the passenger police. This pervert is secretly filming the bottom of my skirt." Li Xiu was confused. "What?" Li Xiu looked down at the fat sister's two thick legs, a sit-down, 2 thigh-meat knots to cover the so-called underskirt. Does Li Xiu's cell phone have an X-ray function? Can penetrate the thick layer of flesh? Well, he thought about it, but also does have. The RD section trait cell phone, interspersed with transcendent technology, was designed with a similar function in order to facilitate the search for enemies and wounded in the ruins. If you shoot the human body, you can just see the internal organs and bones. True. The fat sister's voice focused the eyes of the entire carriage. Li Xiu took a look at the blushing fat sister, not flustered in the slightest or angry when he was accused, took a deep breath and calmly said, "This square lady, you are insulting my taste." Put. A few young people in the next seat couldn't help but laugh. The fat lady glared with both eyes, "You are discriminating against obesity. If you're not vain, show me your cell phone album." Chapter 94, Keep Driving, Don't Stop. The passenger police and stewards heard the commotion and rushed over. The passenger police asked, "What's the situation?" The fat sister pointed her thick finger at Li Xiu, "He's secretly filming me. Stealing pictures of me." Li Xiu remembered the Bureau's identity confidentiality regulations and pointed to the carriage aisle, "Let's talk outside." The fat sister naturally wanted to follow along, and while walking, she added fuel to the fire by saying that Li Xiu was sneaking around and taking pictures of her with his cell phone. When there were no other travelers, the passenger police reached out to Li Xiu, "Comrade, please open the photo album for us to see." In fact, if Li Xiu took out his Special Affairs Bureau credentials, he didn't need any explanation to make the passenger police trust him. However, he had a clear conscience and there was nothing unseemly in the photo album, so he opened it and handed it over. The passenger police took it and slid it one by one. Inside was a selfie of Li Xiao and Lin Yibai at the train station before they left, a photo of them having dinner with Su Xiaoya as a souvenir, and a photo of the last time they went to the hospital to visit Cheng Shuqin and the others. Looking at a beautiful woman with a very different style within the photo album, the passenger police officer looked back at Fat Sister again, probably understood what was going on in his heart, and stopped flipping. Fat Sister shouted, "You flip back, maybe hidden in the back." Li Xiao took the cell phone from the passenger police. "You can't look further back, something will go wrong." Further back were the photos that Li Xiao had taken at the scene after the God's Envoy incident ended in order to write an action report. It was too bloody, and there were demonic corpses, not suitable for ordinary people to see. Unexpectedly, Fat Sister immediately came to her senses when she heard this. He's weak-minded. He definitely has a problem. People like Fat Sister would only ever export their emotions, as for the logic of reality was not even in their consideration. The photos taken by the cell phone were arranged according to time. How could the first few not be there and instead be at the back? She didn't care at all, yelling and reaching over to grab the phone. Li Xiao looked down at the Fat Sister, his patience gradually being worn clean. "I'm using the normal way to deal with you now. If you apologize now, I can pretend that what happened before never happened." Transcendent's temperament was already different from normal people, not to mention that Li Xiao had killed demons one after another. On weekdays he deliberately restrained himself and gave people an easygoing feeling, but as long as he was a little bit more serious, he would give people a very different sensation. Just like a lion licking its paws and washing its face in the grassland, it might still look a bit cute and silly. But when the lion really stands up and calmly stares at its prey, no one will still use cute to describe it. To put it metaphysically, again, aura and temperament are actually the pheromones of an organism. Although all countries claimed that there was no difference between transcendents and ordinary people, after awakening their abilities, transcendents were already one step ahead on the path of evolution compared to ordinary people. Sister Fatty was scared by the wisp of aura Li Xiao emitted and took a step back, her lips trembling slightly. She didn't know what she was afraid of and instinctively felt awe. That should be about right, right? Li Xiao thought, waiting for the other party to apologize and end this farce. However, like an enraged old hen, Fat Sister took out her cell phone, opened the video, and pointed it at Li Xiao's face. "Everyone, come and see, this person not only secretly filmed me, but also tried to hit a woman with his hands." Snap! Li Xiao snatched the cell phone and deleted the video of her filming herself. The Fat Sister was thrilled to see this scene. Hands off, this time the public opinion will definitely be on her side. As she was thinking this, suddenly, she felt a trace of Li Xiao's emotionless gaze fall on her body. Fat Sister brain buzzing a moment, there is a kind of broad daylight is possessed by the feeling of ghosts, a finger, no, even eyelids cannot blink. The passenger police saw that something was wrong. "Sir, you?" Li Xiao pulled out the Special Affairs Bureau's ID from his pocket and handed it to the passenger police. After the God's Envoy incident, the personnel of the national police system, likewise, had received a certain level of training on transcendent events, and the passenger police were clear about the meaning of this ID. Especially when he opened the document and saw that the name column had the word Li Xiao written on it, his body couldn't help but stand still, saluting towards Li Xiao and handing the document back with both hands. "I didn't expect it to be you." Unknown in other cities, in Yuan City, Li Xiao was the hero who saved the city, and countless people inquired about the owner behind this name. Li Xiao's classmates and acquaintances had sent him messages, getting close and asking if they had awakened their transcendent abilities. For those with good relationships, Li Xiao patiently explained that it wasn't, and for those with average relationships who kept pestering him, Li Xiao simply borrowed money from them. Sure enough, the mention of money, one will be quiet. Li Xiao took back his documents and smiled at the passenger police. He patted the other person's arm, and this simple action made the passenger police look like they were inspired, and their entire mood immediately became high. Take her away and deport her back at the next station. Since the formal way couldn't solve the problem, Li Xiao chose to directly dispose of the problematic person. The Fat Sister's body was shivering, but her mouth wouldn't back down. "Who do you think you are? Just let me go." "Okay." The passenger police nodded without hesitation. "What? You can't do this." But no matter how much she screamed and insulted, under the concerted efforts of the passenger police and the stewardesses, she was still pulled away stiffly like a sow waiting to be slaughtered in the spring festival. Together with her luggage, the Fat Sister was sent to the crew lounge. Airplanes and train lines, today is the first day of resumption of operation. The Fat Sister is looking for scalpers, additional money to buy a ticket. "I did not expect to be sent back, the ticket money and scalper money, adding up to thousands of dollars all down the drain. Fat sister still want to splash and roll, did not expect the passenger police directly warned her, if continue to make trouble, will mark her as a serious breach of trust, the next year to prohibit travel by train. Fat sister this is not dare to make a move, full of upset stomach had to vent to the internet. She first topped the beautiful avatar on WeChat and a few unidentified licking dog chat for half a day, and then opened the teasing sound, to find out the watermelon strip special effects, family who understands today encountered a shrimp head man. She was just halfway through recording when the door to the lounge was violently kicked in. Two men with black hoods rushed in. They had numbers on their hoods, 9 and 11 respectively, and they were dragging a person in their hands, which was clearly the passenger police officer from before. The police officer had blood on his head and was obviously knocked out. The fat sister was so scared that she hurriedly turned her cell phone to the two people. "What are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm recording the video here." "Record your mom." The man with number 9 written on it kicked the fat sister. She let out a miserable scream with an ow, unbelievably shouting, "How dare you hit a woman, are you a man?" Number 11 was still looking out, and when he heard this, he was so angry that he came over and swung his palm round to smack the fat sister in the face. "Just you ing still a woman, the bulldozers I used to drive were smaller than your physique." This hand slap directly to the fat sister fainted. The 11th man shook off his raw and painful hand. Old me was already annoyed, gibbering makes people disturbed. "Lao Jiao, how's the progress of Lao San and the others?" Number 9 replied, "Almost there, it is estimated that there are still 10 or so minutes to get it done, thanks to Big Brother there are so many things, we are still afraid of what?" Just see number 9, number 11 waist bulging, from the traces can probably tell are knives and pistols. Similar to their total of more than 20 people, divided in the train among the carriages, the passenger police, stewards control. They were a roving gang of criminals who, after hearing about the disaster in Yuan City, had quietly slipped into the city and, relying on the chaos of the city and the lack of police energy, had stolen, burglarized, and killed people, doing whatever they could. With Yuan City quickly getting back on track, they realized that if they stayed any longer, they would be caught 100% of the time, so they thought about leaving the city. At first, they were thinking, just like when they came, to drive 2 or 3 sets of cars and sneak away in the night. Their boss, however, was extraordinarily crazy. After inquiring that this was the first train to leave Yuan City and head to Qingjing, they hit upon the idea of robbing the train. Because of the disaster in Yuan City, many people had dragged their families and planned to leave Yuan City for a while. A large portion of this train had this idea in mind. Changing to a different city for development, furniture and such could be mailed, but valuables such as gold and silver jewelry were definitely carried on their bodies. This group of bandits thought that they were going to leave anyway, so they might as well take advantage of the opportunity to make more money in. It would be good to leave before the police arrived when the scavenging was done. If it was just 24 people, it would be a fool's errand to try to control an entire train. But they didn't know what method they used, and all of them were carrying guns, short knives, and other deadly weapons. Boom! Dull explosions came from the very front of the train, and a door that had been blown open came crashing down. A thin man stepped into the cab. His black hood had the number 1 written on it. The man pulled out the gun in his pocket and pressed it against the driver's forehead. "Keep driving, no stopping." Chapter 95 Temporary Overtime Work. Li Xiao returned to his seat, not realizing that the train had been occupied by robbers. Just like the robbers didn't know that there were 2 transcendents on the train. Seeing that Li Xiao returned unharmed, a few young boys his age gave him a thumbs up as they passed by, whispering things like "brother is great." They had witnessed the whole process from the argument to the little fairy suitcase being carried away. They had thought that this was just another case of an ordinary man being falsely accused and persecuted, but they didn't realize that Li Xiao had actually won. Li Xiao returned to his seat. Lin Yibai did not ask about the outcome of the matter. This matter, compared to the work and enemies they faced every day, it wasn't even worth their energy to discuss. Lin Yibai handed over the headphones. Li Xiao naturally took them, his body slightly tilted in her direction. Lin Yibai did the same, and the two of them leaned on each other, enjoying the journey under the steady speed of the train. Unfortunately, this peace did not last long. A few travelers stood up with their backpacks, looked at the time on their cell phones, and muttered, "It's not right, usually at this time of the day it should be almost at Changsha station, how come the train hasn't slowed down yet?" Li Xiao poked his head out and noticed through the glass doors between the carriages that not only their carriage, but also the carriages in front and behind them, some people stood up, and some people came to the window to check. Through the windows they could see that they were about to enter the inner city. In order to ensure safety, the high-speed train will slow down when it is about 7 to 9 kilometers from the stopping station. According to reason, it should be able to clearly feel the speed slowing down now. Li Xiao looked up at the indicator screen at the very front of the carriage, displaying the speed of the train. 300 kilometers per hour. The speed was still going up. Something's not right. Lin Yibai took off her headphones, the clear stupidity in her eyes faded, and she entered into a working state, her temperament becoming sharp and alert. Li Xiao asked, "Is there something wrong with the train?" Lin Yibai put her right hand on the train and activated her metal frenzy ability, and after sensing it for a few seconds, she gave an answer, "There's nothing wrong with the train, and I don't sense any pain or other emotions on it." Li Xiao nodded. There was no problem with the train, so it was a human problem. Li Xiao stood up, "I'll go to the front to take a look." "I'll join you," Lin Yibai said. They had just stood up when the commotion came from the front once again. "Why can't the door open?" "Get out of the way, I'll try." "Groove. It's locked." Only the inductive doors of the carriages were locked, and people were sealed in one section of the carriages, unable to move in or out. The older man standing at the front door shouted through the glass, hoping that the people on the other side would help call the crew, but the man in the opposite carriage likewise said something through the glass. Because there was a distance of 2 to 3 meters between the two carriages and the sound of the train moving, they couldn't hear what they were saying to each other. The older man standing at the front had no choice but to use his hands to gesture, when the expression of the man in the opposite carriage suddenly became horrified. Boom! The sound of a crisp gunshot appeared. A bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the man in the opposite carriage, and blood radiated all over the glass door. The passengers forgot to speak, their bodies stood in a daze as if they were frozen in place, watching as the face of the man on the opposite side of the car was pressed against the glass door and slowly, little by little, it fell, leaving behind a vertical trail of blood. Through the blood-stained glass door, the passengers saw a tall man with a black hood with the number 4 written on it, and in his hand, he was carrying an old rifle. Li Xiao's mouth was half open, looking at the opposite side of the number 4's hand, the extremely familiar stylized firearm. Bull, right, AK, how did this thing get on the train? It wasn't that Li Xiao was afraid of the other party's firearms, with his and Lin Yibai's fighting strength, ordinary bullets couldn't hurt them anymore. What he didn't understand was the way the other party had gotten the weapon onto the train. The first gunshot signaled that the train robbers had officially begun their work, and a hoarse and sinister voice came from within the train radio. "You may call us the Faceless Men, and from now on, this train is ours to run. I'm not interested in your lives, and I don't plan on wasting bullets, so please cooperate and take out any valuables you have on you ahead of time and have them ready for someone to pick up later. If, and I mean if, someone chimes in and refuses to take them out, and we find them, then you as the center, the 3 rows of people in front, back, left and right. All will die. Okay, now please return to your seats quietly, you have 30 seconds to prepare. Countdown, begin." The broadcast interrupted. The crowd froze for half a second, then began frantically rummaging through their backpacks. Some hastily took down their gold rings and hid them under their seats, while others took out piles of cash from their bags and fell into hesitation. Some were simply out for work, with nothing else on them but their computers and cell phones, and were not afraid of being robbed, but they were equally nervous. Because it was highly likely that they would be killed by the people around them. The death that happened in front of them stimulated everyone's heart. The passengers had all traveled from an Yuan city and had just experienced the God's Envoy incident, so it was hard to pick up a life, no one wanted to die. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai looked at each other, not expecting that this seemingly easy journey would also encounter something like a train robbery. Get to work. Li Xiao took down 2 black suitcases from the luggage rack. In the past, field section operations almost didn't need to hide their identities, anyway, demons were all killed, ordinary people were captured and taken back to clean their memories, and if there were any civilian transcendents they had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Overall, everyone's mind was more on getting things done. As the transcendental world became more known, although the memory cleansing was for the good of ordinary people, people would always be more resistant to the idea of someone else laying hands on their brains. In response, a new order was conveyed from above that no memories should be deleted from ordinary people unless it was necessary. This placed more demands on the work of the field officers of the Special Affairs Bureau. In order to protect the identity information from being leaked, the Research and Development section had dedicated this half-month to spend time designing equipment that was easy to carry around. The material of the suitcase itself was a special alloy, and the case alone was able to withstand large-caliber sniper bullets, and it was also laced with lead powder, so that it wouldn't be probed by X-rays to find out what was inside the case. Inside the case was a Special Affairs Bureau combat uniform, a 12mm pistol, 30 special rune bullets, a tactical grenade, a flashbang, and on top of that, a variety of first aid potions. God knows how the people in the research and development section managed to stuff this entire set of contraptions into a tiny suitcase. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai carried the suitcase towards the direction of the restroom. The passengers were busy rummaging through their bags. No one paid attention to them. Lin Yibai walked to the blocked glass door and activated her ability. The metal structure inside automatically functioned and the blocked glass door opened. They each walked into the bathroom and opened their cases. Li Xiao quickly changed into a black trench coat with a slightly tight-fitting combat uniform inside, and on his tactical belt were a pistol, grenade, and short knife. From the moment he put on the uniform, his vital signs information was linked via satellite to the logistics section monitoring station in the rear. Li Xiao pressed the communication headset. This is Team 1, Li Xiao and Lin Yibai. We're on the G233 train we're traveling on and we've encountered train robbers, requesting a mission. After a few seconds of waiting, within the communication headset, the female operator of the logistics section used her best voice and said the coldest words. Application passed, no need for warning, can directly kill the bandits. Roger that. Before hanging up, the female operator said, I didn't expect to encounter robbers on a business trip, your luck is a bit bad. Li Xiao finally snapped on his metal mask, covering most of his face and revealing only a pair of eyes. It's not me who has bad luck, it's this group of robbers. He opened the bathroom door, and Lin Yibai on the opposite side came out at the same time. Starting to move. Chapter 96, Ancient Paintings. Li Xiao pointed to the front carriage. I'll go to the front, you go to the back? They were in the 11th carriage, and there were 6 more sections towards the back. Lin Yibai nodded. With her stature, even without a bloodline weapon, using a saber was enough to deal with ordinary people with guns. The only thing she needed to be careful of was stray bullets hitting the passengers. Therefore, she had to fight quickly and not give the other party time to shoot. As for Li Xiao, if she would still be in danger when facing this level of enemy, it would be a bit impolite to the dead god emperor. When Li Xiao walked into the carriage, 2 robbers with 5 and 7 written on their black hoods were intimidating the passengers while stuffing all kinds of valuables into the bags they had prepared in advance. Old 5 was the first to see Li Xiao and froze for half a second, then sneered and patted his accomplice. Old 7, look, masked rider. Old 7 looked up and blurted out. What the is this? The 2 of them looked Li Xiao up and down, their mouths letting out giggles. Old 5 held up his pistol and gestured towards Li Xiao. Kid, what's wrong? You're stupid from watching cartoons and want to be a hero? Li Xiao looked at the firearms in their hands. All of them were the style of the Malwashan country, and all of them were also old models. This kind of firearms, rarely seen in the country, they came from abroad? Li Xiao asked between thoughts, how many of you have come? Is the boss in the driver's side of the car? Chow, didn't your mom teach you not to answer questions with questions? The grumpy old 7 rushed over with a few big strides, the AK in his hand against Li Xiao's chest. The safety of the gun had long been open. As long as he pulled the trigger, the bullets would pour out. Li Xiao shook his head. Forget it, it's better for me to find my way there directly. Seeing that his deterrence was ignored, old 7, he angrily shouted, I think you're really looking for death. He wasn't going to listen to Li Xiao's continued babbling. The boss didn't give them much time. The order they received was to hurry up and get the money, and they had to run away within 15 minutes. If anyone dared to obstruct or play tricks, there was no need to hesitate, just shoot. Attendant of old 7 directly pulled the trigger, intending to kill pretending to be crazy Li Xiao. But the sound of the gun did not appear. Splat! A severed finger fell to the ground, and the wound was covered with a thin layer of frost, which didn't allow blood to spurt out. Ah! Old 7 let out a miserable scream. Li Xiao put his finger to his lips. Shhhh, keep it down, there are still children in the car. The black mist of hell quietly appeared and wrapped around old 7's mouth, hands, and feet. Li Xiao snatched the AK rifle from old 7's hands and walked towards old 5 while quickly disassembling the gun. In 2 or 3 steps, the gun was disassembled into a field of parts, ensuring that no one would be able to hurt anyone with it again. Old 5 looked at old 7, who was lying on the ground, wide-eyed but unable to move, raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Li Xiao, yelling and pulling the trigger. Successive shots rang out, however, none of the bullets managed to hit the target. Just as the bullets spun and flew out, they were enveloped by a filament made up of hellish black mist. Dozens of bullets hovered in the air, spinning continuously, and eventually, losing all kinetic energy, they crackled to the ground. Old Five stared at Li Xiao in a daze, then noticed the badge on the collar of his trench coat and said in despair, "You're from the Special Affairs Bureau. You're a transcendent. It's good to know, just lie down properly and we'll clean you all up together when it's over." Li Xiao looked at the body of the man who died at the very beginning. He was lying alone on the ground. No one dared to come forward. It was evident that his relatives were not on this train. Li Xiao did not have a Batman-like no-kill principle. The two robbers in front of him, he could execute them with a single thought. However, if possible, Li Xiao hoped that the victim's relatives can witness the murderer was sentenced to death. Dare to armed robbery train plus murder. These guys, there is a count one, all will be fixed sentence. Li Xiao continued to walk toward the front carriage. No one can stop his footsteps. Guns? Ineffective. Rushing over and waving a knife in melee? Ineffective. Using hostage threats? Also ineffective. From the beginning to the end, Li Xiao didn't even need to move a single finger, and the pitch-black hell-black mist was able to solve all the enemies in front of him. When Li Xiao left, the hellish black mist dispersed, leaving the robbers behind. Their mouths and limbs were all entangled in thick cold ice, which froze their skin to a purple color in gusts of stinging pain, and they couldn't even let out a wail of pain. The only thing they could do was to lie on the ground, wriggling on the ground like worms, accepting the spit of a whole bus full of passengers. A young passenger came over, half squatted down, and touched the cold ice on the robber's wrists. He said in a slightly unbelievable tone, "Chill, Special Affairs Bureau. He can't be the one. Is it Li Xiao? That Li Xiao? It must be him. Besides him, who else in the Special Affairs Bureau is so powerful? This bunch of stupid robbers, they've run over a gun." The robbers lying on the ground were dumbfounded when they heard this. It wasn't that they hadn't seen transcendence before. Their boss was a fifth-order transcendent. He had popularized it to his subordinates. Ordinary transcendents were frankly just humans with a little bit of special ability, and unless they were of a very high rank, such as the captain level of the Special Affairs Bureau, there were definitely various weaknesses. But when their boss introduced them, he specifically emphasized one person. That was the only temporary member of the Yuan City Special Affairs Bureau. The little brother among the robbers had asked what to do if they really encountered it. Their boss's reply everyone remembered very clearly. "If we really encounter that person, just wait for death." Lying on the ground of the robbers are still in despair, sitting in the corner, wearing a duck-tongued cap passenger quietly took out his cell phone, editing a text message sent out. At the same time, inside the cab at the front of the train, the thin boss's cell phone buzzed and vibrated. He pulled it out, and there was only a short sentence on the screen, "Li Xiao is in the car." It was such a simple 5 words, and he stared at it for 10 whole seconds, confirming that he hadn't misread every word, and he violently threw the phone to the ground and smashed it. Are those guys from the Special Affairs Bureau poor and crazy? Just can't take a ING airplane. This boss was holding a small metal box in his arms. The reason why he chose to rob this train was to rob the rich people leaving in Yuan City, according to his subordinates, but in reality, his real purpose was this metal box. The museum in Yuan City was similarly attacked during the God's Envoy incident, and many artifacts were lost and damaged. Sealed in this box was an ancient painting from the Sui and Tang dynasties that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This painting was partially broken during the disaster, and due to the lack of equipment and conditions in Yuan City, there was no way to repair it, so it had to be rushed to the first train, secretly sent to Qingjing City, and handed over to the professional team there. Because of the excessive value, this news was extremely hidden, and as a result, it was still inquired by the robber boss. He got up the idea of taking it all for himself, and enticed his brothers to rob ordinary people, while his attention was always on the word painting. The robber boss thought that he might run into problems and meet the transcendentals accompanying him, but he didn't expect that the person who came would be Li Xiao. When Li Xiao and the God Envoy exchanged blows, he had hidden in the corner of the ruins and witnessed the whole thing. That guy isn't even human, he's a monster. The robber boss pulled out a detonation device from his pocket, looked back at his brothers who were still in the carriage behind him, and after hesitating for less than 3 seconds, his face suddenly became sinister and he pressed the detonation switch. Chapter 97, Princess Elsa? The train shuddered violently as the robber boss pressed the detonator. Passengers clutched onto their seats for fear that they would be thrown off. Li Xiao reached out to support an old woman to prevent her from falling to the ground. Did you feel it? Lin Yibai's inquiry came from within the communication headset. It looks like the entire train was affected, luckily it didn't derail. Wait, something's not right. Li Xiao looked out the window. It wasn't his illusion, the train's speed was dropping rapidly. The car stopped? Li Xiu thought of a possibility and took a big step forward, passing through 3 carriages, and he finally realized what was happening. The link between the third and fourth carriages had been blown off. The locomotive continued barreling forward with cars 1 through 3, and the cars behind were left on the tracks. Li Xiu told Lin Yibai about the situation ahead, and after pondering for a few seconds, she said, "The explosion just now didn't just blow off the link between the trains. It's important to realize that high-speed trains are different from the old green trains of the past in that the power system isn't just placed at the head position, but is evenly distributed across multiple carriages. Theoretically, even if separated from the front of the train, the remaining carriages would be able to maintain their speed and continue moving forward, but now the power system of the rear half of the train that was thrown off has almost completely failed." Li Xiu looked back at the 3 robbers who were kneeling on the ground, covering their heads in despair, carrying bags of loot in their hands, money they would never be able to spend. They had been abandoned by the boss they trusted. From the time Li Xiu started to act, to the time the boss blew up the carriages and escaped, it was less than 3 minutes in between. This efficiency was too high. Just then, feedback from the logistics section came from within the communication headset. "Based on the list of hijackers that have been captured, we have conducted a big data comparison screening of all the remaining passengers in the train and found a suspicious person who should be a scout lurking among the passengers and responsible for observation. This boss's identity, we've also found out." Li Xiu raised his arm, and on the terminal screen on his wrist, a thin face appeared. Zhou Mang, male, 33 years old, worked as a mercenary abroad, was confirmed to be awakened and became a transcendent after sneaking back into the country, but has been hiding from the Special Affairs Bureau. Transcendent level unknown, ability unknown. Surprisingly, it's a transcendent in hiding. This group of robbers can bring their weapons on the train, and it's related to Zhou Mang's transcendent ability? While Li Xiu was pondering, something was thrown out of the head of the distant train, followed by an even more violent explosion. Dust filled the front and it was impossible to see what was happening. The logistics section warned sharply, "Be careful, satellites show that the section 600 meters ahead of you has been blown up." A gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust and revealing the bombed-out railroad tracks ahead. "We must find a way to stop the train, otherwise there is a 79.63% chance of the train capsizing due to derailment. Hundreds of people could die by then." Although the power system was destroyed and the train's speed dropped, the train's inertia was too great under the influence of its weight and initial speed. Even now it still maintained a speed of 130 kilometers per hour moving forward. The leader of the robbers, Zhou Mang, he didn't just want to leave his companions behind and escape alone, he was trying to kill everyone behind him. This way, even if Li Xiu could escape with his great strength, in order to save the ordinary people, he wouldn't have the time to chase Zhou Mang. This ruthless man, from the very beginning, had considered the most extreme situation and planned a back way for himself. Li Xiu scanned left and right. The train had already passed through the city and was about to drive out of the suburbs too. In front of him, he could see a large area of farmland. Li Xiu raised his hands, and the dense black fog of hell was released, twisting into silk threads that shot out in all directions, wrapping around buildings, trees, and bridges. He wanted to emulate the old Spider-Man and stop the train before it capsized. But soon Li Xiu had to abandon this plan. The black mist of hell was intangible and didn't need to be considered broken, but the distance left for Li Xiu was too short, a distance of 400 to 500 meters in the blink of an eye, not giving the train time to slow down at all. Forcing it to stop by brute force would only cause the front few cars to stop, and the cars behind it would still maintain their inertia and crash up, eventually overturning. What to do? Li Xiu's brain turned rapidly. The people in the frontmost carriages similarly saw this scene. Some of them clasped their hands together and trembled as they prayed to the gods that they never believed in on a regular basis. Some hugged those around them tightly, whether they were family members or strangers, trying to feel the last bit of warmth in their lives from each other. Some ran frantically toward the cars behind them, trying to escape the initial impact. Others knew they couldn't outrun the train and simply didn't bother to struggle, sitting quietly in their chairs, wide-eyed, as if they were on a roller coaster, waiting for death to come. Life is different. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. The distance was shrinking infinitely as they sped along. They could clearly see the blown-up railroad tracks. At the current speed they rushed through, at least 1/3 of this train would die. Li Xiu always stood at the very front. The back that wasn't really that wide, at this moment, gathered the hopes of everyone on the train. The logisticians at the back stood up, and in front of them were several large screens, showing the train's final journey towards death in a satellite overhead view. They clenched their fists. No one knew what they were expecting. A disaster of this magnitude was beyond the capacity of one or two transcendents to solve. But once they thought of Li Xiao standing at the front, there was a flame called hope in their hearts that refused to go out. Dodgy. The communication channel was always open, and Li Xiao's call was heard by everyone. A phantom emerged from behind Li Xiao and instantly coalesced into a charming and colorful woman dressed in a snow-white dress, provided that her lazy demeanor was ignored. Still really good at making people work. Su Dodgy took off floating like a fairy, her body spinning in the air like a dance. Oh hoo! When Su Dodgy appeared, everyone in the carriage, regardless of gender, couldn't help but let out a gasp. She turned back to the crowd with a faint smile, winked her eyes, and put her white palm on her lips to give the crowd a shallow flying kiss. An elderly grandfather, covering his chest, eyes rolled over, directly fainted. Su Dodgy flew out of the carriage, hands on the broken railroad track flicked, 2 ice rails suddenly appeared. A child in a princess dress pointed at Su Dodgy and shouted, "Mommy, it's Princess Elsa." The cold ice extended to the side, wrapped around in an arc, and then finished connecting with the broken rail at the other end. Dang! The train landed on the frigid rails and slipped slightly, tilting to the side and looking to overturn. Li Xiao's right hand grabbed the hellish black mist that was wrapped around the buildings and trees, and with a forceful tug, the slightly tilted train returned to the right track, passing through the section of the frigid railroad track without any danger. The entire crew survived without casualties. At this moment, the staff of the logistics section let out cheers, while the crowd on the train hugged each other. Tears of survival from the aftermath of the robbery left their eyes. Even the robbers, who were so fierce before, were completely convinced at this moment, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing vigorously to Li Xiao. Lin Yibai rushed over from the back. Li Xiao asked, "Did you solve all the robbers in the back?" Lin Yibai tilted his head, smiled and gave a thumbs up, indicating that everything was under control. There were 21 robbers in total, and all of them were bound. The ordinary robbers will be handed over to the police, and the rest is Zhou Mang, the transcendent criminal. Li Xiao looked at the train that had become a small dot in his line of sight. Others could run, this guy had to die. Li Xiao pressed the communication headset. Is there any way for me to catch up with him? Chapter 98, The Spear of Judgment. As the transcendent world became public, transcendent criminals, the concept became more and more popularized in the folklore. In the past, transcendent criminals would still cover up in order to not draw attention from society. After all, if they really caused a transcendent to leak, the efforts to track them down would instantly rise by several levels. But now, transcendent criminals were becoming more and more wild and unscrupulous. Zhou Mang, for the sake of his own little self-interest, was willing to sacrifice an entire trainload of people in exchange for time to escape. Li Xiao squatted down, touched a crying baby, and stared back at the distant train. This kind of person was not worthy of death. Is there any way I can catch up with him? Li Xiao asked. The logistics section gave an answer. The train's current speed is 320 kilometers per hour, too fast to catch up. All we can do is to notify the members of the Special Affairs Bureau in the next city as soon as possible so that they can intercept it en route. Li Xiao said, that would be too late. If Zhou Mang was allowed to leave, when he found a place away from the city, jumped out of the car, and burrowed into the deep forest, it would become extremely difficult to find him. Zhou Mang was someone who had been a mercenary overseas, and Li Xiao did learn a little bit of tracking and tracing techniques at the Special Affairs Bureau, but truth be told, as strong as his frontal combat power was, his level in this area was as poor as it was. Just when everyone was at a loss, Su Xiaoya's voice suddenly came from within the headphones. Can Li Xiao hear this? Can I? Why are you in the logistics section? I came over, just so happened to have worked to find the logistics section to dock. These are not important, I found a possibility. You check your terminal monitor right away. Li Xiao raised his arm. A map of the surrounding 50 kilometers appeared on the terminal display, which showed the nearby terrain and indicated the train's route and current speed in green. Su Xiaoya spoke faster and asked Li Xiao, if I ask you to maintain a speed of over 150 kilometers in 5 minutes and go over the mountains, can you do it? Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, I can try. The sound of rapid keyboard tapping came from within the headset, and a moment later, a straight route appeared on the ARM terminal display. Because of the mountains ahead, the train needs to go around, but you don't have to. Su Xiaoya said, follow this road and keep charging forward. If you can really manage to maintain a speed of 150 kilometers per hour for 5 minutes, according to the calculations, you will be the first to arrive at the location where the train is traveling after the next 5 minutes and 11 seconds to intercept the enemy. As you can see through the map, the road can't even be called a road. Mountains, rivers, bridges. It was a road that could not be crossed by any vehicle and could only be traveled on foot. Understood. With time running out, Li Xiao nodded to Lin Yibai. There were still robbers in the car, and she needed to be left to watch over them to avoid them causing any more problems. Li Xiao jumped off the train, his legs slightly bent, and with a fierce force, he heard a bang. The ground appeared in a circle of outward cracks, and he had already suddenly appeared 100 meters away through the force transmitted up from the ground. Li Xiao didn't have the ability to get rid of gravity for the time being, but he could make up for that in other ways. He could use the black mist of hell to wrap itself around buildings and trees, pulling them in midair like the Sacrifice Your Heart investigative core. Or create ice out of thin air and use inertia and gravity to glide through the air. When the speed drops, return to the ground, and then retread a piece of ground. On the large screen at the back, Li Xiao's speed soared for a short period of time, like a missile traveling straight ahead along a plan line. 130. 150, it's really too fast. At the current speed, it's really too late. The logisticians sitting in the tactical command room let out cheers. They turned their heads and looked at Su Xiaoya with eyes full of admiration. This kind of method, when the operation was over and the review was done, someone would surely come up with it and come up with more accurate calculation data. But in those short seconds, the idea that flashed by was instantly transformed into accurate data to give the optimal solution for the field personnel fighting in front. This kind of mental quality and calculation ability was too terrifying. The person in charge of the logistics section was a lady wearing thick glasses, and she had already begun to figure out how to ask the field support section for someone to transfer Su Xiaoya to the logistics section. Rank, treatment, everything was good. Just when the section chief of the logistics section was wondering how to abduct Su Xiaoya's good-looking eyebrows suddenly wrinkled slightly. The speed of the train is not right. He is speeding up. Under satellite measurements, the train's speed was slowly rising. The robbers had once again abandoned the back three carriages, leaving only the locomotive, and with the loss of the carriages dragging behind, the train's speed soared to more than 350 km per hour, and it was still accelerating. Su Xiaoya quickly made the judgment that Li Xiao's speed had to be increased to 180 km per hour. With his current speed, he would miss the train by 930 meters. Once the train left the bypass area and traveled in a straight line, no one would be able to compete with the high-speed train unless they were an ability person specializing in speed in flight. Su Xiaoya did not open her mouth to urge. In her calculations, the current speed was already Li Xiao's limit. What she wanted to do was not to uselessly urge, but to bypass the difficulties and come up with another way. Su Xiaoya stared at the big screen. She wasn't controlled by anxious emotions in her brain. Her heart was as quiet as still water. But not everything has a way. It doesn't work? She murmured in a low voice. Leave it to me. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, Li Xiao's voice appeared in the combat command room. He had arrived at the top of the mountain, and looking down, he could see the speeding train. Li Xiao maintained the momentum of his charge as his transcendent force field formed substance and violently blasted the ground. Flying sand and stones splattered in all directions. Li Xiao's blow hardened the mountain peak, and a good mountain was shortened by nearly 10 meters out of thin air. Under the reaction force, Li Xiao leapt up 100 meters, reaching the highest point. He stalled for half a second, his body turned in the air, head down, feet up, the transcendent force field coalesced on the soles of his feet. Boom! After the transcendent force field was compressed and condensed, it exploded under Li Xiao's deliberate manipulation. Layer by layer, the force field exploded, the impact force kept accumulating and superimposing, and under the impact force, Li Xiao was like a judgment spear from heaven, whistling and flying towards the locomotive. 108. 200. 300. The speed soared in an extremely appalling manner. Almost instantly, the spear of judgment penetrated the train, and under the terrible impact, the train head broke like a cake, and under the inertia, it reversed 180 degrees in the air, and finally smashed down heavily. Li Xiao carried a driver, stepped on the cohesive ice, and slowly landed on the ground. As soon as the driver landed, he couldn't help but vomit, and Li Xiao patted his back. Cough. The sound of coughing up blood came from the ruins. A piece of thick metal plate was pushed away. Zhou Mang crawled out from the rubble with great effort. He stared at Li Xiao with a deadly stare. His hands were open, the air below his palms unexpectedly cracked, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless gap. Zhou Mang drew out 2 grenade guns from the gap. Rare spatial ability. No wonder he was able to dodge the security guards and bring the weapons on the train. Come on. Let's see which one of us can mess up who. Zhou Mang was completely insane. For the sake of that pair of calligraphy and paintings, he had killed people, abandoned his men who had been following him for many years, and even messed with the Special Affairs Bureau. As a result, that pair of calligraphy and paintings became ashes under the impact just now. and everything he did became a joke. Li Xiao stared at Zhou Mang, who was bleeding and panting heavily across the room, and was a bit hesitant. Originally, Li Xiao wanted to directly freeze Zhou Mang into a popsicle, and just based on the crimes he committed and the people he hurt, he could slowly pile up snowballs in the extreme cold hell for the rest of his life. But after the Bureau found out that Zhou Mang's ability was spatial, they considered taking him back and using him as a guinea pig on the test bench for the rest of his life. Although it's tempting to send you to pile up snowmen, but for the sake of getting better equipment. In the future, forget it, put down the gun yourself, so you can still pick up a life. Li Xiao said, helping the train driver to sit down. This unguarded posture, angry Zhou Mang shivered. He no longer cared about what was strong or weak, he just wanted to pull the trigger and blow up Li Xiao, who had destroyed everything in front of him. Zhou Mang roared, I want you to die. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Li Xiao pointed at the grenade gun in Zhou Mang's hand. Back when Zhou Mang took the gun out, the hellish black mist had already destroyed the firing structure inside. Zhou Mang said that he was the leader boss of the robbers, but he usually bullied ordinary people and rarely encountered demons or transcendent opponents, so he didn't even know how to utilize his transcendent power to create a defensive barrier around his body, allowing the hell black mist to penetrate in. Ah! Zhou Mang couldn't listen to Li Xiao's words at all as he pulled the trigger with both hands, and in the next second, his double grenade gun blew up, and the impact of the explosion directly blew him away. The blazing flames completely wrapped Zhou Mang. Because he was a transcendent, his body was strong. Even though he was wailing and crying in pain from the flames, he still didn't die. Li Xiao fished him out of the flames and threw him on the ground, and said with a bit of trepidation, this should still be able to be used as an experimental material, right? Chapter 99. I take you as a teammate, but you want to. About 5 kilometers away from the city, the smashed locomotive is lying quietly in the farmland, next to the burned half-charred, small wailing Zhou Mang. A dozen or so farmers stood a few dozen meters away, cautiously surveying, not daring to come over. I don't know where to come out of the social cattle. Small yellow dog, slinking pacing over, sniffing at Zhou Mang, seems to think that this baked meat flavor is a little fragrant, open mouth to eat. The result of the back of the neck was pinched and lifted up. Ow ow. Li Xiao angrily rubbed the dog's head, rubbing the curious little yellow dog wailing and begging for mercy, before letting go of it and patting its butt. Go back to your master. The little yellow dog woofed twice and ran away without a trace. Zhou Mang, who was lying on the ground, strained to open his eyes and cast a grateful look at Li Xiao. Don't thank me, it's not for you. I don't want a good puppy to accidentally eat human flesh. If its owner sees it and dislikes it, then its dog life is too much of a loss. Li Xiao moved a piece of the locomotive wreckage and sat down, and not long after, a dozen black Volkswagens bearing the logo of the Special Affairs Bureau drove over. The car doors opened and dozens of people walked down, with Lin Yibai mixed in among them. A man in his 30s, nearly 2 meters tall, with powerful muscles smiled and strutted over. He extended his hand towards Li Xiao. Hello, I'm Changsha City's Special Affairs Bureau, Field Section Chief, Jin Hangan. Hello, I'm. Before Li Xiao could finish, Jin Hangan said in a loud voice, no need for an introduction, Li Xiao, as famous as thunder. I haven't heard a lot of rumors about you these days, and today I finally have the honor of meeting you in person, and I also want to thank you for helping our Changsha City to solve this transcendent out-of-control incident. Jin Hangan looked at Li Xiao as if he was looking at a rare animal, clasping his hands and shaking them up and down, shaking Li Xiao so much that he was about to fall apart. No. Guest. Gas. Being shaken by Jin Hangan, Li Xiao spoke with a trill. Section Chief, please pay attention to the sense of boundaries. Standing behind Jin Hangan, separated by a step, was a woman with the same tall figure, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her hair coiled at the back of her head, her demeanor coldly staring at her own section chief. After an introduction, Li Xiao knew that this lady was their deputy section chief, and in addition to the daily work of cutting down demons and removing devils, the biggest challenge was to control their section chief Shen, lest he do anything out of the ordinary up there. The scene was handed over to the personnel of the logistics section to take care of the finishing touches, so Li Xiao and Lin Yibai got into the car and headed to the city. Li Xiao had wanted to take the next train to Qingjing, but Jin Hangan interrupted him with a clap of his hand. It's even if you didn't come, now that you're in my territory, letting you guys go without a meal. When you guys go back to Yuan City, when old Lin knows about it, he won't be able to read me to death. The female deputy section chief on the side also pushed her glasses and said, the train line is destroyed. If you want to go to Qingjing, you can only take the airplane. The earliest flight is tomorrow morning. You can totally stay for one more day. The words were already there, so Li Xiao had no choice but to nod his head and agree. Changshi City and Yuan City are not far from each other, and there are work exchanges from time to time during weekdays, and the Special Affairs Bureau of the two sides is considered to be a brotherly department with a very close relationship. Because it was still daytime, Jin Hangan arranged a lunch for them, calling on 2 or 3 young people in the bureau who were good at drinking and enlivening the atmosphere together. The location was of course the Special Affairs Bureau building in Changsha City, and when the chef in charge of the back kitchen heard that his colleagues from the next city had come over, he was afraid of losing face for Changsha City, and hurriedly fried a table of hard dishes for them. Lin Ke and Yan Hangan had had several collaborative operations and side-by-side combat experiences in the past few years, and could be said to be comrades in arms who trusted each other. All through the table Jin Hangan was telling Li Xiao about Lin Ke's dark stories. One time was the most dangerous. Jin Hangan said with a bad smile, "Old Lin's looks aren't still okay. 3 years ago we carried out a covert mission, sneaking into a bar to look for transcendent criminals in hiding. I didn't realize that old Lin was just defending himself against the transcendents and didn't notice that the woman he was using as a cover had drugged him. By the time I got there, he was stripped down to his pants and almost lost his virginity." Li Xiao was dumbfounded by what he heard, half unable to speak. He didn't expect that the usually calm and collected Lin Ke would still have this kind of black history. As her own brother's black material, Lin Yibai listened with extra vigor, saying, "There's more, there's more." The more Jin Hangan talked, the happier he got, and bottles of wine were opened. Li Xiao's drinking capacity is very bad, drink a few cups to feel dizzy. I did not expect Lin Yibai's drinking capacity is unexpectedly good, the small face of the red fluttering drink extraordinarily cute. Seeing that Jin Hangan was interested in the Divine Messenger incident, she began to tell it from her first perspective. In Lin Yibai's description, Li Xiao had simply become a super expert who was able to anticipate everything like a god and was able to do anything, suppressing the cricket Divine Messenger from beginning to end. Even though Li Xiao had a thick skin, after hearing a few sentences, he covered his face and felt embarrassed. Jin Hangan and the others were particularly happy to hear, and I don't know if they were drunk or not, but when they heard Lin Yibai use the wineglass as a shocking wood, snapping it down on the table, and proclaiming that the God Emperor had been pierced by tens of thousands of cold ice swords, and could not be dead anymore, Jin Hangan and the others let out a cheer at once. Several people were transcendents with large meals, and they ate and drank while the back kitchen did the work. The meal lasted for 3 hours and didn't end until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Xiao had long been drunk and unconscious, so Lin Yibai helped him, said goodbye to the equally drunk Jin Hangan, and walked into the reception room that had been arranged for them. The reception room was 3 rooms and 1 hall, with enough space for them to have a good rest. Lin Yibai helped Li Xiao and threw him onto the bed in the bedroom and was about to wobble away. Suddenly, she noticed Li Xiao's slightly furrowed eyebrows under the effect of alcohol due to his discomfort. Lin Yibai stretched out her white fingers, afraid of waking Li Xiao up, and carefully helped him smooth out the creases in his eyebrows. At first when she smoothed it out, Li Xiao would frown again. Lin Yibai did not give up, still gently touching. Perhaps it was the cool soft touch from her fingers that made Li Xiao feel better, his tightly furrowed brows gradually loosened. Seeing her success, Lin Yibai reveals a happy smile. She lies on the edge of the bed, her hands propped up on her chin, observing Li Xiao's sleeping face from a close distance. To be honest, a drunken man's face couldn't be said to be good looking, but Lin Yibai still looked at it with great interest. She gently stroked Li Xiao's eyebrows, ran her fingers across the bridge of his nose, and finally landed on his lips. Gradually, Lin Yibai came closer, she closed her eyes, her cheeks were scarlet, and the characteristic wet breathing of a young girl drove the ambiguous atmosphere. Plop! Her head hit Li Xiao's chest heavily like a stone thrower. Wine mixed with sleepiness, Lin Yibai slept through. Li Xiao was hit like a heavy blow, his breath didn't slow down, his eyes stared round and he woke up violently. In the moment just now, Li Xiao seemed to have seen his Thai milk waving at him. He looked down at Lin Yibai, who was lying on his chest and was drooling and huffing as he fell asleep. "Good guy, I take you as a teammate, but you want to assassinate me while I'm sleeping?" Li Xiao picked up Lin Yibai's head, afraid to wake her up, slowly placed on the pillow, and from the nightstand to pull out paper towels, was about to help her wipe away the saliva at the corner of the mouth. I didn't expect that after lying down, Lin Yibai seemed to feel uncomfortable in her clothes, and even in her sleep, her hands automatically started to take off her clothes. A button to undo, neck, collarbone, and then down there. White tender skin shook Li Xiao's heart stopped. Li Xiao also did not care what to wipe the saliva, grabbed the door and fled. Chapter 100, Come with Good Intentions. Li Xiao looked at the removed door and awkwardly locked eyes with Lin Yibai, who rubbed her eyes and walked out from the bedroom. This door is not of good quality, it fell down by itself. After saying this, Li Xiao couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth, such a stupid excuse, little cutie. Only then would he believe it. Oh, so it's like this. Okay, this silly girl really believed it. Won't want us to pay for it? Lin Yibai asked. There's no way, if it's not possible, we'll pay for it. Li Xiao did everything for one person. Besides, how much money can a door cost? Li Xiao thought this way and listened to Lin Yibai. I heard that the bureau's doors, windows, tables, chairs and benches are specially ordered. This door is estimated to cost $8,000 or $9,000. Fortunately it's not very expensive. What? Li Xiao voice hoarse. Going on a trip, instead of eating the reimbursement and kickbacks, he had to pour in his own money? Lin Yibai rubbed her chin and thought about it, and suddenly, she shouldered the door and found the toolbox from under the coffee table again. The layout of the hospitality room of the Special Affairs Bureau in each region was basically similar, finding a hammer and nails. She bit the nails in her mouth, and the pupils of her eyes emitted white light, as if she was using her metal frenzy ability. Clanking and hammering for a while. Lin Yibai turned around and gave Li Xiao a happy smile, made a yay gesture, and pointed at the repaired wooden door. Alright. This shouldn't make us lose money. Awesome. He. Lin Yibai scratched the back of his head and twisted his body in embarrassment, with a look that said, compliment me again. Really awesome, really awesome. He. Lin Yibai, who was complimented to have her tail up, rotated the hammer in her hand and said, I can do other things too, just wait, I'll make a cabinet for you. Seeing Lin Yibai's excitement to dismantle the table, Li Xiao hurriedly stopped her. That's not necessary. That night, Jin Hangan wanted to arrange another meal, but it turned out that the action came temporarily, and the reconnaissance section found the trail of a gang of transcendentalist criminals who had been tracking them for a long time. Li Xiao and Lin Yibai had eaten someone else's meal for nothing at noon, and since they were idle and free anyway, they followed Jin Hangan's squad. The other side had a full 7 transcendents, 3 fifth order and 4 sixth order, which was already a fighting force to be reckoned with when placed in the urban area, and when left open, a few minutes of fighting could destroy a neighborhood. Li Xiao didn't give them a chance to utilize their strength. The black mist of hell directly filled the entire field, tying them up in death before they could react and unleash their abilities. The boss among them was more alert and ran away early, only to run into Jin Hangan. The enemy boss was a flame-type ability user, summoning a circle of scorching flames. Jin Hangan, a big brother with a figure comparable to Hulk's, is of the most primitive object manipulation flesh enhancement faction. He didn't even use his bloodline weapon, and with his bare hands, he punched out the flames summoned by the enemy, and in the end, knocked the enemy unconscious with a single punch. The whole process of the fight from start to finish was less than 5 minutes. After having a late-night snack and returning to the hospitality room, the night was peaceful. The next day, Jin Hangan sent Li Xiao and the two of them to the airport to take the airplane to Qingjing. Li Xiao was unfamiliar with the process of taking an airplane, but fortunately, there was Lin Yibai by his side, and she helped Li Xiao complete a series of check-in operations. An hour later, after a burst of speed, the airplane broke away from gravity and rose high into the sky. Observing that Li Xiao was a bit nervous, Lin Yibai handed over a chocolate and asked, "Is this your first time on an airplane?" Li Xiao wanted to take the chocolate in her hand, but she insisted on bringing it to his mouth, so Li Xiao had no choice but to open his mouth. The sweet, silky texture of the chocolate melted in his mouth, and Li Xiao's nervousness gradually eased as he thought for a moment and said, "Not really the first time. 12 years ago, when I was 8 years old, I flew on an airplane with my parents. It was the first time we traveled abroad, to Thailand." Even when his parents were still alive, Li Xiao's family was not considered to be rich. Before that trip to Thailand, the family hadn't traveled out for many years, and 12 years ago, also not long after New Year's Eve, his father's company was doing well, and he was given an extra month's year-end bonus. The father planned to take the family abroad for a good time. Li Xiao still remembers his parents' discussion at the time. "We first wanted to go to the beautiful country or northern Europe, but it was too expensive, and then we looked at the kimchi country and the eastern Japan country, and the price was still not cheap. In the end, we chose Thailand at the time. That was the cheapest country to go abroad." A nostalgic smile couldn't help but surface as Li Xiao recalled the events of that year. "I still remember that my parents took me to see the Siren exhibition at night, and when the exhibition was over, I could pay to touch their breasts. I heard that kids don't need to spend money to touch them, so my mom fooled me into going to touch them one by one." Lin Yibai puffed and laughed out, "And then?" "I was also stupid, I just touched them one by one. Dad saw me running far away and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find me, so he hurriedly followed me. I didn't realize I ended up touching a tourist. She was wearing something rather revealing, and I was too young to tell the difference, thinking she was a performer too. The tourist thought I was being directed by my dad, which was fine by me, but my dad somehow got slapped because of me." My mom laughed all night when she heard. After 12 years of memories, Li Xiao still remembered it clearly. He remembers his father's innocent expression at the hotel, his mother's face as she rolled around on the bed clutching her stomach. The seafood he ate the next day was really good, the beach where he accidentally drank several mouthfuls of water, and the little castle that his father had made for him on the beach, which was just a mound of dirt now that he thinks about it. And remember the first breast you ever touched in your life. Lin Yibai's cheeks puffed up slightly and she put on an exasperated look. She wasn't really angry, she could see that Li Xiu's mood was a bit low and wanted to help him adjust in this way. Li Xiu froze and finally laughed dumbly. That's right. Lin Yibai similarly laughed out, and when the laughter passed, she raised her small fist. I will help you find your parents, for sure. Li Xiu clenched his fist and lightly touched it on her snow-white little fist. Thanks. I will find them. In the past, there were no clues, no way. Now that he had the resources of the Special Affairs Bureau, Li Xiu believed that day wouldn't be too far away. 2 hours later, they arrived at Qingjing Airport. Just after getting off the plane and not waiting to go through the security check, 2 men dressed in black suits with an aura that looked like public officials approached them. They nodded slightly to Li Xiu. Welcome to Qingjing, time is tight, please follow me. If you leave now, you should be able to catch the afternoon training. What training? Li Xiu froze for a moment. The staff said, of course it's this year's newcomer exchange. The first morning is the opening ceremony, the training starts in the afternoon, and it goes on until the third day for exams and newcomer competitions. Didn't your captain tell you about it? Lin Ke had roughly mentioned it before, speaking vaguely. Li Xiu only thought it was an event that ended when he came over to attend a few meetings and listen to the leaders' speeches. No wonder Lin Ke said that taking yesterday's train was just in time for the newcomer exchange meeting, so it stuck in time. If there hadn't been yesterday's train robbery, Li Xiu would have arrived in Qingjing yesterday evening. Lin Yibai didn't count as a newcomer anymore, she had only come over to receive her bloodline weapon this time and wouldn't participate in activities related to the newcomer exchange. Wait. Li Xiu asked, wouldn't that mean that I'm the last current newcomer to arrive? Yes. The staff member replied briefly. This. Li Xiu couldn't help but think, being late on the first day of the event, it won't give the leaders a bad impression and put shoes on me, right? He was still thinking about the bonus that Lin Ke said he would receive, and wondered if he would be paid for his temporary worker status. The 2 Special Affairs Bureau staff members led Li Xiu outside. Don't you need to go through security? Li Xiu asked. The 2 staff members laughed and tapped their fingers on the Special Affairs Bureau logo on their chests. We're the Special Affairs Bureau, we do special things, we don't need to follow these rules. It really deserved to be the national headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau. Listen to this tone of voice of others. Li Xiu sat in the car and walked around for a while before realizing that the car didn't need to wait when passing through any gate. The personnel on duty saw the license plate from afar and opened the gate in advance to release the vehicle. Eventually, the vehicle stopped in front of a building that was majestic in its low profile. On the front was a stone tablet inscribed with Qingjing City Special Affairs Bureau Headquarters. Li Xiu raised an eyebrow at Lin Yibai, who exaggeratedly pouted. Headquarters is headquarters, there is no cover-up, directly revealing the identity. Just as Li Xiu was still admiring the architectural style of the headquarters, an unfamiliar voice came from the side. Is this the great hero of a Yuan city, Li Xiu, who solved the super-transcendent criminals alone and saved a city? Following the direction of the voice, Li Xiu saw a group of young people around his age. What a hero, appearing for the grand finale and coming last. Hearing the other party's barbed words, Li Xiu scratched his face and whispered to Lin Yibai, the visitors are not good. Lin Yibai reminded in a small voice, we're the ones who came. Chapter 101 Old 6. 10 minutes ago. Qingjing City Special Affairs Bureau Headquarters Cafeteria, Zhang Yifeng waist straight, sitting on a chair, big mouthful of steamed buns, while eating and thinking. This Qingjing's food is good, is that this steamed buns do not work, the problem of flour, replaced with our northeastern flour should be a little more strong. As he thought in his heart, he heard the people at the table in front of him say, have you heard? The one from Yuan City is arriving this afternoon. That one? Who are you talking about? Who else could it be, just that Li Xiu who was able to over a 4th rank at the 5th rank and saved an entire city by himself. Hearing Li Xiu's name, the people next to him immediately became interested. This person I know, recently the old fire, my captain every day in front of us to read his name, take Li Xiu and us to compare, said all our newcomers, how the gap is so big. Li Xiu. What I remember is that he didn't participate in formal training before his awakening, he is a liberal faction, right? If he's willing to fight on behalf of the liberal faction, then this year's encounter between the liberal faction and the academy faction will be interesting. Who is the academy faction's boss? When these words came out, the people at the opposite table suddenly quieted down, carefully twisting their heads to look at Jiang Yifeng, who was eating. Sensing the sight of them looking over, Jiang Yifeng raised his head and a friendly smile appeared on his tanned face. "What are you looking at? Eat your meals." The woman sitting next to Jiang Yifeng said that her name was Qining, Jiang Yifeng's childhood friend and comrade in arms. Qining didn't wear powder, kept short hair like a tomboy, a pair of sword eyebrows were exceptionally sharp, and looked exceptionally valiant. Qinin's ability direction focuses on perception, her 5 senses are stronger than ordinary transcendence, she can hear more than half of the people in the cafeteria discussing Li Xiao and Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng, awakened for 9 months, currently at the peak of the 5th rank. He has already reached the threshold of the 4th rank, and only needs an opportunity to complete his advancement. As an academy school with a military background, they were different from the liberals, and there were coordinated drills between the various units from time to time during the weekdays. Jiang Yifeng's title as the first person of the academy school was not something he had self-appointed, it was something he had fought out through one action or battle after another. In Qin Ying's eyes, Jiang Yifeng was the strongest newcomer this year, no, in the last 3 years. Waiting for a few years properly, he would become a member of the task force, rushing to the front line, fighting the most difficult and cunning enemies, enjoying the fire and glory of battle. However, right now, most of the people in the cafeteria even looked down on Jiang Yifeng, which made Qining very unhappy. Qining clenched his fists and said irritably, "Isn't it just taking out a 4th rank enemy? It's not like we haven't fought with 4th rank demons before." Jiang Yifeng laughed and didn't take the windy words seriously. At this time, someone outside the cafeteria suddenly shouted, "Li Xiao is coming over, anyone want to go take a look?" Walking. Go see the pandas." The people in the cafeteria were all transcendents, newcomers who just joined the Special Affairs Bureau this year. To say how much they worship Li Xiao was definitely an exaggeration, everyone was just curious about what kind of a great god it was to be able to be hung up on by their own captain every day. As soon as Qining heard Li Xiao's name, he pulled Jiang Yifeng up and took a big step outside. "Come on, let's go take a look too." Jiang Yifeng grabbed the half-eaten steamed bun in his hand. "I haven't finished my meal yet." Qining said with hatred, "What are you eating? I want to see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms that Li Xiao has." Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to follow Qining, following the crowd of people towards the location of the headquarters main gate. Just as they arrived, they saw a mediocre young man and a super beauty. So Li Xiao is a female? Li Xiao, who came out from the other side of the car door, was completely ignored by the guys. As soon as Li Xiao and Lin Yibai got out of the car, they realized that they were being surrounded by the crowd, and some of them even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Li Xiao looked down to make sure that there was no red carpet on the ground and no paparazzi around, and then he looked at the words Qingjing City Special Affairs Bureau Headquarters on the stone monument to make sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Qining, as a soldier, she especially disliked people who were not organized, undisciplined and lacked a sense of time. Seeing that Li Xiao was the last one to arrive, she couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "Is this the great hero of Yuan City, Li Xiao, who solved the super transcendent criminals alone and saved a city? It's really worthy of being a hero, appearing for the grand finale and coming last." As soon as the words full of provocative meanings were uttered, the surrounding onlookers quieted down, and immediately afterward, one by one, their eyes all lit up. Fight. This group of guys who were only concerned about the chaos in the world were close to moving a small bench with a handful of melons in their hands to wait for the next good show. As soon as Qin Ying's words fell, a young man with a ponytail stepped out from amongst the crowd. He walked over to Li Xiao and said to Qin Ying and the others, "What are you Academy faction doing? Bullying people based on the number of people?" Upon hearing this, the liberal faction wild transcendents who were still spectating immediately couldn't sit still, and came behind Li Xiao to give him a boost. The Academy faction members on the opposite side also stood behind Jiang Yifeng. Seeing that the two groups of people were gradually quarreling with each other, Li Xiao, who was the party involved, hurriedly rounded up the scene, pulling out the specialty pastries that Yuan City had brought from his bag and distributing them to the crowd. Don't be angry, come and eat something." The people from the liberal faction treated Li Xiao as one of their own, so of course they wouldn't get angry. Most of the Academy faction on the opposite side were from the military, and their temperament was straight. If Li Xiao was arrogant and domineering, they might have just made a move. Seeing that Li Xiao was polite and courteous, they were too embarrassed to get angry. When Li Xiao put a small piece of pastry into their hands, but also a little embarrassed to scratch his head, feel that he just spoke a little heavy, Jiang Yifeng peeled off the pastry's cardboard, naive smile, and said, "You're still weirdly nice." Even Qining, who had the most violent temper, lost his temper at this scene. When the crowd dispersed, the young man who first helped Li Xiao stretched out his hand. I haven't heard much about your story in the past half a month. I'm Lulu, a liberal. My friends call me Old Lu. You can also call me Little Lu. Li Xiao, hello, Lao Lu. Lin Yibai, hello, Lao Lu. Lu. Lu pretended not to hear and skipped over the topic, heading in the direction where the group of Academy faction members had left, and asked Li Xiao, I thought you disliked me just now, but I didn't expect you to have such a good heart that you actually endured it. Lin Yibai explained, we're all comrades on the same front in the future, there's no need to quarrel and hurt the peace. Most importantly, there's no benefit to winning a quarrel or a fight, so what's the point of bothering with that effort? Lu nodded, this one is? Li Xiao said, my mouth replacement. Lu, 6. Chapter 102 Visiting Missions. Lin Yibai had participated in the newcomer exchange meeting last year and won an award, so she lost the qualification to participate this year. She and Li Xiao separated at the entrance and went directly to the RD section of the headquarters to receive the bloodline weapon, while Li Xiao followed Old Six to the newcomer exchange venue. Ooh! As soon as he entered, Li Xiao let out an exclamation. The fan-shaped meeting site, from the layout of the tables, chairs, and benches to the podium, was all about the main theme. Old Six brought Li Xiao to find an empty seat. The lunch break had just ended, and a few leaders of the Special Affairs Bureau were making their opening remarks, talking about the history of the Special Affairs Bureau, their burdens, and other words. Li Xiao roughly calculated that there were almost 300 people on the scene. This was all the newcomers who had joined the Special Affairs Bureau in the past year. More than 300 people seemed quite a lot, of which less than a third were actually combatants joining the field section, estimated to be only about 90 people, and the rest were logistics, reconnaissance, research and development, and so on. The 90-odd people were divided into various cities across the country, and on average there might be just one person in each city, and in some places there might not even be a single newcomer to the field section. There might be quite a few newly awakened transcendents nationwide, but not all of them were suitable to join the field section. The stability of the awakened ability, whether or not it is suitable for combat, the mindset of the transcendent. All sorts of factors will determine whether or not a newly awakened newcomer will have a chance to join the field section. Even if all these factors are met, it is still up to the transcendent to decide what they want to do. After all, this job is not a fat job, the danger and income are not proportional. Calculating the extremely high probability of injury of the current field personnel. The Special Affairs Bureau is still very short of manpower, especially after the global transcendent leaks. There are more and more transcendent criminals. More people chose to utilize their abilities for their own profit than to use their abilities to maintain order and earn dead wages. Li Xiao dispersed his thoughts while quietly observing his contemporaneous teammates on the scene. He could easily tell who was a liberal and who was an academy. He could tell from the most basic sitting posture. The academics were all sitting with their backs straight, hands on their knees, gazing at the leader on the speaker's platform, and when they got to a crucial point, without being reminded by anyone, they would put up their pens and start to take notes on the books in front of them. According to the usual practice, the national newcomers would be divided into two factions, Academy and Freedom, to compete, and the competition was further divided into two segments. The written test and the martial arts competition. However, the Free faction had always had very low scores on the written test, so almost no one took the written test seriously, and the focus was placed on the final tournament. Listening to the sound of the Academy faction fighters writing in unison, it was capital organized and disciplined. And the liberal faction people. Listening to the main theme of the leader's speeches on the podium, not to mention taking notes, one by one, their eyes were dull, their hands propped up on their chins, forcing themselves not to fall asleep. Li Xiao also listened to the same drowsy, beside the Old Six as secretly took out his cell phone to play elimination music. The leader on the podium spoke at the end. He stood up and slightly bowed toward the crowd, and the academy immediately broke out in applause. Old Six pretended to clap his hands and continued to play with his phone. At this time of the afternoon, I can see that everyone is a bit sleepy. An old woman with white hair walked up to the lectern. Her demeanor was kind and serene. She clearly looked to be over 70 years old, but her eyes seemed as clear as a child's. No matter who met her gaze, they would feel affectionate from the bottom of their hearts. Who is this? Li Xiao poked Old Six. Old Six put down his cell phone, and his head, which had been lowered for the whole afternoon, finally lifted up. That's our Director General, Ms. Gu Sixian. Director Gu gently tapped the microphone, waking up quite a few confused people as she smiled kindly and said, "There's a piece of news that I originally wanted to wait until the end of the training, but I'm a person who can't hide secrets in my heart, and I think it might be more interesting to tell you all in advance, so I don't care about any of the bureau's rules, just take it as a caprice of an old lady like me. In previous years, our national match, when we say it's a match, it's actually a platform that we hope everyone can use to get to know each other, young people who don't fight each other. Therefore, in previous years, we would suppress the play of transcendent powers, and the sparring is, well, focused on the point. But this year will be a bit different. When these words came out, the members of the liberal faction who were lying on the table, one by one, all perked up their ears. Director Gu smiled and said, in 4 days, the joint mission of the Pretty Country, Pickle Country, and Eastern Ing Country will come back to Qingjing for a visit, and at that time, this year's newcomers representing the 3 countries will come together. We will select 3 candidates from among you through the newcomers' assembly to have friendly exchanges with the foreign friends. The exchanges will include culture and, of course, what interests you. Ability cutting. When these words came out, all the people on the scene, whether they were liberals or academics, came into the spirit. Director Gu concluded, therefore, the top 3 winners of this year's National Newcomer Exchange Conference will be able to receive the honor of representing the country in foreign exchanges. The Academy's military men clenched their fists. Also able to obtain the opportunity to cut a deal with foreign countries. The people from the liberal faction let out cheers. This opportunity to beat up foreigners, especially foreigners from Pretty Country, Kimchi Country, and Eastern Ing Country, they didn't want to let it go. And $100,000 in prize money. Director Gu concluded. Old Six was still excited by the news when suddenly, he felt a stirring aura around him. Turning his head to look, Old Six was taken aback. Li Xiao, who was still a salted fish looking like he was going to be trapped to death just now, at this moment, burned with an aura that was visible to the naked eye, and his hair was windless, as if he was about to turn into a Super Saiyan. Old Six was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but think. Truly worthy of being the rumored strongest newcomer of the current session, before he was unwilling to start a conflict he must have just found it uninteresting. Now that he heard that he can represent the country and fight with the transcendence outside, the nature of a strong man won't allow him to continue to keep a low profile. It must be like this. If he knew what Li Xiao really thought, he would probably vomit blood in disappointment. Director Gu continued, the selection of the 3 representatives is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the written test, and the content of the test is what was included in the 2 days of training. The second stage is the martial arts competition, and on this occasion, we won't limit everyone's transcendent power anymore, you can play to your heart's content. There's still a written test. Someone let out a wail. Old Six shook his head and said, of course we have to take a test, it would be fine if it was just our internal training, since it's going to be external, then as a representative of the country's people, their words and behavior must necessarily be in line with their status. Director Gu smiled and clapped his hands, well, the old lady's ramblings end here, come back to our lesson today, the next thing I'm going to introduce is the state's policy on managing transcendence. No one was sleepy this time, and they all took out their pens and started taking notes. Time passed in a flash, and on the 3rd day of the newcomer exchange, Li Xiao finished the morning's written exam and stretched out of the exam room. He and Zhang Yifeng, who was also walking out of the examination room, exchanged glances. It was time for a real fight in the afternoon. Chapter 103, A 100-Year-Old Shop. Finally, the exam is over. Li Xiao stretched his back and walked out from the examination room. Lin Yibai waited outside early, seeing Li Xiao come over, a smile suddenly emerged on his dull and bored little face. She jogged over and handed over water from her bag. Hard work. Li Xiao thanked and took the water. The 2-day training time was over, and Li Xiao had just finished the written examination session. Old Six next to him revealed an envious look, I also want a beautiful girl in her flower season to bring me water. Virtuous. Ning, who had just walked out of the examination room, said. Noticing Zhang Yifeng who walked out with a frown, Li Xiao asked, what's wrong, didn't do well in the exam? Zhang Yifeng rubbed his temples and said, I was never good at liberal arts memorization and stuff like that since I was a kid. There are still 2 hours before the afternoon's actual combat engagement. Lin Yibai smiled and said, don't think about it, let's go, I booked the old Qingjing hot pot in advance, so of course we have to go and celebrate after the exam. Li Xiao Lao Lu Zhang Yifeng, yeah. Lao Lu suddenly twisted his head and stared at Zhang Yifeng, what are you good yay for, are you guys going to shamelessly follow me here too? Ning snorted coldly, who's happy to go? Zhang Yifeng looked at Li Xiao blearily, his stomach still making gurgling sounds. Of course Li Xiao wouldn't refuse and invited, let's go together. Although Ning didn't want to eat with Li Xiao and the others, she couldn't argue with Zhang Yifeng, so she had to follow along. When the 5 of them walked to the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau talking and laughing, they saw a black Lincoln commercial car waiting at the entrance at a glance. You called the car? Li Xiao asked to Lin Yibai. Is the economic situation this bad now? People who drive luxury cars are all out to run dropshipping? Lin Yibai waved her hand and explained, it's the family's car. Didn't I tell you about it? Most of my family is in Xinjiang, and I'm staying at home these days. Li Xiao recalled that a few days ago, Lin Yibai seemed to have mentioned this, and at that time, his entire focus was on memorizing the book, so he didn't remember what she said. Seeing them come over, the driver's seat walked down to a middle-aged man in his 40s with meticulously groomed hair and a suit. He came over and opened the door, waiting for the crowd to get on the car and then closed the door before returning to the driver's seat. Lin Yibai said, Uncle Sun, the people are all here, let's get going. The driver, who was called Uncle Sun, said, Okay, miss, I'll inform the store to prepare on in advance. Only when this conversation ended did Li Xiao ask Lin Yibai in a low voice, Who is this? Uncle Sun, who has been working at my house, my elder, and has been driving me to various places since I was a child. Hearing this, Uncle Sun smiled imploringly, Miss, you flatter me, I'm just an ordinary driver. Everyone sit tight, we are now departing. Ordinary driver? After these months of work experience in the Special Affairs Bureau, Li Xiao's eye for people was much stronger than in the past. This Uncle Sun was definitely not some ordinary driver. Firm muscles were hidden under his formal attire, and there were calluses on his palms, and he had a steady pace, with each step as if it was rooted in the ground, so that once he encountered an unexpected event, his legs would be able to instantly borrow strength from the ground and react at the fastest speed possible. Definitely as a practitioner, and not Li Xiao, this kind of only learned a few months, a fight purely rely on extraordinary strength of half-assed. It was an expert who had really practiced for decades. Not only that, Li Xiao also felt a hidden transcendental force field on Uncle Sun. The level cannot be judged, but the force field does not have half of the irregular fluctuations, at least it is to step through the 6th order, the probability of around the middle of the 5th order. A transcendent who was proficient in martial arts, but willingly gave Lin Yibai's family as a driver. In the past, Li Xiao knew that Lin Yibai's family was rich and that she was a small rich woman, but now it seems that the word small can be deleted. The car turned around and came to an old hot pot restaurant in the center of Xinjiang. At the top was an old wooden plaque with the words Old North Gate Hot Pot written on it. It is said that this plaque alone has a history of nearly 150 years, through prosperity and decay, peace and war, and if you look closely, you can still find bullet holes from the last century in the plaque. Wooden 3-story building, and next to the tall reinforced concrete building presents a stark contrast. Before entering the house, you can smell the aroma of hot pot and hot air. The 5 got out of the car and saw that there was already a long line of customers in front of the door. Old 6 swiped his cell phone and said, I've seen this store on the niche review, the oldest hot pot store in all of Xinjiang. The flavor is authentic, coupled with the fact that the price of food hasn't risen in the last 10 years. No matter what time of year you come, it's always overcrowded, and you have to wait in line for a long time. Li Xiao counted the number of people in line and looked at the small 3-story building in front of him, estimating that it would be afternoon by the time they ate. He said, Why don't we change the place? There was a martial arts session in the afternoon, and they had to be back by 2 o'clock, and if they were late, they would be considered to have forfeited their spots. If the 2 top-seeded players from the free school and academy school lost their spots because of the hot pot queue, then Li Xiao and Jiang Yifeng would be completely famous. From now on, the annual newcomer exchange would be taken out for public execution. It's okay, we don't have to wait. Lin Yibai said, walking at the front to enter the store. The waiter standing in the front hall seemed to have known that they were coming, and without even asking, directly led their group towards the upper floors. Seeing this scene, the people in line behind them immediately became upset. What's going on? Why don't they have to line up? That's right, we've been waiting for almost an hour. People didn't care if they waited for a long time, as long as everyone was the same, they had to wait for everyone together anyway. But someone cutting in line was a different matter. Someone saw the business car that Li Xiao and the others were sitting in, and said even more dissatisfiedly, being rich is amazing, right? We Xinjiang people who pour money, I for ring 3 sets of houses enough? The waiter hurriedly explained, it's not a matter of money. Then why don't they have to wait in line? Didn't they say that your house can't be booked in advance and you can only wait in line? The people's anger piled up, and their anger was like a rainbow as they stared at the waitress little sister in front of them. The waitress little sister cried and laughed as she replied, it's not a matter of making reservations either. Because the one walking at the front is our boss. Oh. The customer's anger was instantly allayed. What kind of reason is there for someone's boss to go back to his own home to eat and still have to queue up? Another customer asked, then the matter of your family's 10 years of no price increase. It was set when our boss was 10 years old. Egu, you don't say, this since childhood is the main house hard ah. The waiter's words were also heard by Li Xiao. He thought that the Lin family was rich, and that this century-old store might be owned by one of Lin Yibai's relatives, so they didn't have to queue up to come in directly, but he didn't expect that it was actually owned by her herself. Lin Yibai explained, my uncle gave it to me as a birthday gift on my 10th birthday. Hey! Who gives a 10-year-old a store for his birthday? Shouldn't the normal ones be pirated Barbie doll figures, little frozen skirts, or something? The four poor people following behind Lin Yibai looked at each other and simultaneously let out a soul cry. Chapter 104 Narrowing the Corridor. Following the dog Dato, no, rich woman Lin Yibai, a group of 5 people managed to eat hot pot. Old Qingjing hot pot was different from Sichuan and Sichuan hot pot, the soup base was light, and the relative variety of seasonings was more, mainly eating the flavor of the sesame sauce and the flavor of the meat itself. Different parts of freshly cut beef and mutton with different textures are brought up, among which there are also bone and mutton and beef cut to just the right size, so that not only can you eat the meat after cooking, but you can also inhale the bone marrow. Then with a portion of exquisite small dishes, the crowd ate a mouthful of oil, only. Li Xiao saw that the meat he had just put down was chucked away before it was cooked, and couldn't help but say, can you guys slow down, this is raw, don't eat diarrhea. Lao Lu hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth while saying, don't underestimate the digestive system of a transcendentalist. Jiang Yifeng echoed, that's right. Lao Lu was tall and sturdy, and at a glance, he had a lot of food, and although Jiang Yifeng's size belonged to the level of a normal person, he was from the military, so his food was naturally not small, and the two of them grabbed the most aggressively in the whole scene. Li Xiao shook his head, and was planning to fish some vegetable leaves from the pot to eat, when a small bowl was pushed over next to him, and inside was a full serving of meat. Lin Yibai revealed a wry smile and whispered, I took advantage of their inattention and hid it underneath with chopsticks in advance, then pressed it down with a bone, and only fished it out when it was cooked. Eat quickly, you still have a competition in the afternoon, don't get hungry. Looking at the innocent smiling face close at hand, Li Xiao's heart stopped for half a beat. He lowered his head and pretended to eat, not daring to meet Lin Yibai's eyes. Staring. The more he did so, the sight around him came closer and closer. I'm going to the bathroom. Li Xiao stood up violently and ran out as if escaping, preparing to wash his face. Lin Yibai stared at his back, her eyes narrowing slightly, the tip of her pretty nose twitched, the smell of a weak heart. In the afternoon, there was still the actual combat competition, so the crowd put down their chopsticks after eating 8 or 9 minutes of fullness. That was it, the 5 transcendents still ate a 10-person portion, and that wasn't even counting the fact that after the meal, Lao Lu and Jiang Yifeng heard that the ice cream was free and dazzled each of them with a dozen or so more boxes of ice cream. They returned early to the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters at 1:30. As soon as they returned, they felt the buzz of the scene. Since only the newcomers from the field section were competing, the Transcendentals newcomers from the other departments started organizing handicaps, betting on who would last until the end, who would last for a few rounds, and so on. The stakes were not money, but the local products of each family. The loser, when this exchange was over, would have to mail local specialties to the winner. There wasn't much money, but instead, it was a way to maintain the bond between fellow members of the Special Affairs Bureau in each region, and was more like a lottery than a win or a loss. Even if the leadership of the Bureau knows, will not interfere, playful, will join the game on 2 games. At 2 o'clock, the newcomer combat competition began on time. Li Xiao originally thought that the location of the fight is similar to the world's first martial arts will be the ring, and so follow the staff to the Special Affairs Bureau building underground, through a narrow corridor, only to find that it is actually a piece of artificially created city. There's a city underneath the headquarters? How did this happen? At the end of the corridor, Bu Shang was waiting for them. He was the safety officer and referee for today. Seeing the crowd shocked by the city in front of them, he opened his mouth and explained, there's no need to be surprised, this is the effect of an artificial forbidden item, the shrinking corridor. Shrinking corridor? Li Xiao looked back at the corridor that he had just walked over, which was nearly 100 meters long. He didn't think that this would be a forbidden item, and it was also artificially created. Bu Shangsheng explained, this time, the Bureau specially requested that there be no restriction on you guys to utilize your abilities, and in order to avoid accidentally causing casualty incidents during your use of transcendent powers to engage in combat, the Bureau specially prepared 2 insurances. The first insurance is the narrowed corridor that you guys just walked through. As long as you go through the corridor, your bodies will shrink by tens of times, and correspondingly, the power of the transcendent force field will also shrink by the same amount. Of course, the method to change back is also very simple: walk back the same way, or you can break free with a little force yourselves. Li Xiu sensed for a moment and realized that at some point, an extremely thin layer of bizarre transcendent power had fallen on his body. Presumably this was the effect of shrinking the corridor. The second insurance is me. I will oversee the entire process of your actual combat engagements, and when casualties are about to occur, I will appear to call off the match. Bu Shangsheng's ability was the Age of Chaos, and within the scope of his domain, the rules of the world would all be in order to be modified. For example, if two people stabbed each other through the heart, they might die for sure when placed outside, but when they entered Bu Shangsheng's domain, he could completely modify the rules within the domain too. The person who pierces the heart will not die. This would give the medical section plenty of time for first aid. Upon hearing these two protective measures, some of the people who didn't have great control over their transcendent powers and were worried about injuring their opponents instantly let go of their hearts. The Special Affairs Bureau had used practical actions to tell them that when they said there was no limit, they meant there was no limit, and it was fine to blow up this makeshift city. Anyway, it was all built with models, counting the labor cost of less than $5,000. The reason why they chose to build a city model is because 99% of the battlefield of the field section is in the urban area. High-rise buildings, narrow alleys, different terrain, able to play different abilities. There were a total of 116 people participating in the competition on site, of which 69 were from the Liberal faction and 47 from the Academy faction, and they were randomized to fight in groups of 2 by 2. The winning side advances, waiting for the first round to be all over, all rest for 10 minutes, start the second round, then the third round. Until the final 4, selecting 1, 2, 3. Bu Sheng voice finished the short answer rules. The top 3 will get the victory and honor. Li Xiu below added in a whisper, there are also prizes. Bu Shengsheng said helplessly, yes, there are also prizes. The large screen located at the very top of the participants lit up. It was actually a cell phone holder plus cell phone, displaying their respective opponents, as well as the randomly divided engagement locations within the city. It didn't take long before the artificially constructed city was abuzz with war and fighting. Of course, this hilariousness referred to others and had nothing to do with Li Xiu. Because when dealing with the remaining 120,000 half-demons in Yuan City, Li Xiu didn't choose to kill them, but instead restored them all to ordinary people, and he didn't take this opportunity to successfully advance to the 4th rank. Currently, Li Xiu's equivalent rank was still at the high stage of the 5th rank. However, the combat power he presented an absolute crushing stance amongst the entire field section newcomers. Instead of fighting, it was more like one-sided bullying. However, the force was crushing, and in terms of posture, Li Xiu was still very polite. Another battle ended. Li Xiu dispelled the cold and took out the blanket and hot water prepared in advance and handed it over. Brother, tired, hurry up and warm up your body. The opponent is shivering while saying from the bottom of his heart, it's really worthy of being called a hero, the loss is convincing. Some other day you come to the city where I'm on duty to travel, I'll eat, accommodation all inclusive. Li Xiu patted the other party's shoulder, good talk, let's add WeChat later. In this way, Li Xiu used the blankets and hot water provided by the Special Affairs Bureau to harvest a bunch of favors without doing anything. Over the next 10 years, he wouldn't need to spend any money when traveling to most of the cities in the country. A steady profit. The battles between the Transcendents were fast-paced, and it wasn't even 5 o'clock before the top 4 candidates were chosen. Li Xiu and Zhang Yifeng. These two unsurprisingly stood at the end. Next were Qining and Old Six. These two didn't seem to be strong, it was a matter of who they were compared to, and their equal rank was similarly at the high stage of the 5th rank, which was at the forefront of all the newcomers. Next was the grouping of the top 4, and after a few rotations on the screen, the grouping results came out. Li Xiu versus Zhang Yifeng. Lu versus Qining. Seeing this ranking, both those who were eliminated and those who were watching the battle from outside instantly became excited. It was finally coming. The Free faction and the Academy faction, the fight between the two representatives of this year. Chapter 105 Explosive Arms. It's finally time to start. Li Xiu looked across at Zhang Yifeng. This dark-skinned opponent was moving his fists and feet, and noticing Li Xiu's sight, Zhang Yifeng grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. The two people took an airplane, a small drone as arranged by the system, and traveled separately to the designated place of engagement. Who do you guys think will win? The audience under the stage were talking and discussing, and the handicap of betting on specialties had already entered a white-hot stage, as if at this moment, everyone had become a master tactician and commentator. After a round of competition, the abilities of Li Xiu and Zhang Yifeng were no secret, everyone had seen them at one time or another. Li Xiao's ability is cold ice. In addition to cold ice, he also has the bizarre and unpredictable black mist as a secondary means of attack, and the transcendent force field is so strong that it doesn't even look like someone of the 5th rank. I'm betting on Li Xiao to win, betting on 30 Yancheng Lake hairy crabs, all female crabs. How can you bet on Li Xiao? Zhang Yifeng's transcendent force field isn't weak either. Moreover, once his ability explosive arming is activated, his whole body is full of weapons, together with his close combat ability. I bet on Zhang Yifeng, and the bet is a sheep. The audience had their own subjective judgment. In the process of them placing their bets, Li Xiao arrived at the designated location by drone. Entering the final round, there was no limit to the range of the battlefield, and the entire city could be used as a battlefield. However, because the range was too large, fearing that some people would play negatively or be really unlucky enough to never run into their opponents, the Special Affairs Bureau had installed a positioning device on their combat uniforms, broadcasting the opponent's location for 30 seconds every 5 minutes. Arriving at his drop location, Li Xiao looked down from a high altitude, the gusty winds from the rotor blades above his head blowing over and messing up his hair. He didn't choose to use a parachute, and straightaway leaped and fell from high in the air. Just when Li Xiao was still 3 or 4 meters away from the ground, the first silk thread condensed by the black mist of hell popped out, followed by the second and third. Countless silk threads that wrapped around the nearby buildings, unloading Li Xiao's downward impact and quickly converting it into the kinetic energy of forward sprinting. The first round of positioning began. Zhang Yifeng was in the due west. Li Xiao didn't have the idea of a guerrilla attack, i.e. hell lacked the ability to attack from a long distance. The most comfortable fighting distance for Li Xiao was within 200 meters. He had to close in on Zhang Yifeng as soon as possible and pull his opponent into his rhythm. Countless hellish threads were involved, and Li Xiao's speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. Shoo! Just then, a sharp, shrill sound came from the air, getting faster and faster. Li Xiao hadn't been in battle before and didn't know what this sound represented, and the Academy faction members who were watching the match through the screen were shocked into a cold sweat when they heard this sound. The liberal faction member next to him bumped his shoulder and asked, "What kind of movement is this?" Cannonball. The Academy faction member who was asked gulped and added, "A cannonball that is flying at high speed and is about to fall." Li Xiao jerked his head up, and high above his head, a cannonball was falling straight down towards him. What? For Zhang Yifeng, the man who was probably the strongest opponent in the room, it wasn't like Li Xiao hadn't seen him fight before. Didn't he just change out pistols, grenades, or whatever before? How come he changed to cannonballs when it came to me? As Li Xiao tried to attempt to dodge, the cannonball in midair suddenly cracked, splitting into dozens of smaller cannonballs, expanding its cage even further. Surprisingly, it's a cluster cannonball. Li Xiao stomped on the ground with both of his feet, utilizing the reaction force to instantly swipe backwards, trying to move away from the bomb's explosion range. He had just left his original position when the tail end of a small artillery shell suddenly ejected flames. Their trajectory changed as they fell through the air and flew after Li Xiao. And with aim? Li Xiao didn't think that he would be able to fly faster than the missiles, and he immediately made a judgment and gave up his intention to continue dodging. Standing with his feet firmly planted, Li Xiao opened his hands wide, and his transcendent force field was pushed at full power. The solidified force field caused the air to slightly distort and faint-colored ripples appeared. Boom boom boom. In a series of bombardments, one layer of the transcendent force field defense barrier crumbled and was recompensated. A few seconds later, the smoke cleared and Li Xiao stood unharmed. With him as the starting point, the ground and buildings backward were as good as new, while in front of him appeared a half-meter deep pit that was still rolling and smoking. Without waiting for Li Xiao to catch his breath, an extremely dangerous transcendent force field fluctuation appeared from the southwest. Just as Li Xiao turned his head to look, an azure light shot over. While Li Xiao couldn't see it clearly while he was in the middle of the battle, the spectators outside were able to see it clearly from God's perspective. It's an electromagnetic cannon. Someone who knew what they were doing saw it. Someone analyzed, through the previous battle records, Zhang Yifeng judged that Li Xiao was a medium to close-range combat type, and after he found out that the two of them were farther apart, he immediately chose to play to his advantage of being able to strike at a long distance. Zhang Yifeng first forced back Li Xiao through the cluster missiles, binding him to a fixed area, and then, after charging and storing up his power in advance, he shot out a powerful electromagnetic cannon. If it hits, this battle will be over. Li Xiao was strong, ridiculously strong, but the power of an electromagnetic cannon wasn't something a fifth-order transcendent could block. Bu Shangshang, who was originally sitting on a chair, stood up, and a hazy chaotic power appeared in his palm, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng's electromagnetic cannon had already been fired, and all the attention inside and outside the arena had fallen on Li Xiao. Dodge? Li Xiao rejected the thought as soon as it popped up. The speed of the electromagnetic cannon was too fast, not to mention dodging. Li Xiao felt that the speed of his mind couldn't catch up with it, and by the time he came up with the idea of dodging, the electromagnetic cannon had already crossed half the distance. We can only resist. Li Xiao slammed his hands together, then crossed his fingers. Extreme cold hell, descend. The hellgate behind his back suddenly opened, and cold wind that was enough to freeze the soul surged out, instantly covering the surrounding buildings and ground with a layer of cold ice. Li Xiao stared at the electromagnetic cannon that entered the extreme cold hell. The snowflakes covered it layer by layer under his control. The speed of the electromagnetic cannon was getting slower and slower. The power wrapped around it was swallowed and absorbed by the extreme cold hell. Dan gang. A thumb-sized, cylindrical metal rod fell to the ground. It was hot and sizzling, and emitted gusts of steam when it landed on the snow, but in the next second, it was submerged by the snow, and was completely motionless. Gulp. The newcomers watching the battle involuntarily gulped. This is too fierce. If Jiang Yifeng's electromagnetic cannon were to be replaced by them, it was estimated that before they could react, their bodies might have already been shot and half of their bodies torn apart. But Li Xiao surprisingly didn't dodge or defend, relying hard on his transcendent ability to dissipate the kinetic energy of the super electromagnetic cannon. Is this the true power of a hero? At the top of a tall building a kilometer away. Giggle. Jiang Yifeng's arms and shoulders revealed mechanical holes, emitting gusts of hot air. His entire arm turned into a large firearm, and the position of his palm was red from overheating. Jiang Yifeng shook his hand, and the mechanical and electronic structure of his arm automatically changed, reverting back to the appearance of an ordinary person's arm. This was his ability, explosive armament. Jiang Yifeng was able to mechanize his entire body and use his transcendent power to create weapons and ammunition out of thin air. As long as this body could withstand it, he was a terrifying mobile battery. He exhaled his rolling breath. The body is overloaded and overheated. It will take at least a minute to cool down before I can shoot the second electromagnetic cannon. In the meantime, just find a way to play gorilla. The positioning time of the first round was about to end. Hiding in a corner that Li Xiao couldn't discover, when the cooling time ended, he would be able to fire the super electromagnetic cannon again. Li Xiao's cold ice field was indeed frighteningly strong, but Jiang Yifeng didn't think that Li Xiao could release it endlessly. The longer he dragged it out, the better his chances of winning. Tactics considered clearly in an instant, Jiang Yifeng sprayed fiery flames from his feet and prepared to leave, waiting for the cooldown time of the electromagnetic cannon. Suddenly, he realized that the rising momentum had stopped, and when he looked down, the flames on the soles of his feet had been frozen at some point. The cold ice was like two chains, imprisoning him to death. Where do you want to go? Li Xiao's voice came from behind Jiang Yifeng. How could it be so fast? Chapter 106 Super Electromagnetic Cannon. A few days ago, when dealing with the train robber incident, Li Xiao had worked out the method of detonating his transcendent force field as a reaction force to forcefully accelerate in a hurry. In his normal state, he might have had to restrain his force a bit, not to accidentally injure himself with the explosion of his transcendent force field, but after summoning the extreme cold hell descent, Li Xiao didn't have such concerns at all. From a small snowflake to an entire field, all the transcendent force fields within the range were under his control, and not a single point of power would be wasted. Locking onto Jiang Yifeng's position, Li Xiao directly detonated all the transcendent force fields within the field, his speed instantly breaking the sound barrier. From the viewer's god's perspective, he could clearly see that Li Xiao was like a burning hot steel blade. The skyscrapers in front of him were like butter, easily penetrated by him, and he couldn't be delayed for even half a second. Phew! Waiting for Jiang Yifeng to see Li Xiao, a belated gust of wind whistled down on his face, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it broke through the sound barrier. Fast, too fast. Li Xiao didn't give Jiang Yifeng a break to catch his breath. His right hand lifted up and held it in a false grip at Jiang Yifeng, then tightened it violently. Freeze! The cold ice on the ground spread upwards like vines, and in the blink of an eye, it froze Jiang Yifeng's calf. At this rate, in less than a second, Jiang Yifeng would be like Li Xiao's previous opponents, frozen in the middle of the cold ice, waiting for Li Xiao's blanket plus hot water service. Jiang Yifeng could see it too, but he didn't want to give up. Just as he heard a click, Jiang Yifeng was directly disconnected below his knees, leaving only his two calves frozen in the cold ice. Li Xiao was confused by this scene. Is there any need, big brother, a friendly match only, 2 legs are getting amputated? Zhang Yifeng didn't have the slightest bit of pain on his face, and from his knees, he spewed out fiery flames once again as he reascended into the air, pulling away from Li Xiao. I'm going, Iron Arm Astro Boy. The onlookers also saw Zhang Yifeng's move for the first time and their jaws dropped in shock. Then they looked at Li Xiao, who was waving ice and snow in the cold ice. This is not a fight between liberals and academics, this is clearly the Iron Arm Astro Boy versus the male version of Princess Elsa, is the war between Japanese secondary and European and American Disney. Regardless of what the spectators thought, Li Xiao would not give Zhang Yifeng another chance to open up the distance and bombard him with long-distance attacks. A block of ice coalesced in the air, and Li Xiao engaged Zhang Yifeng in the air as if he were walking on the ground. After losing the distance advantage, Zhang Yifeng didn't fall into a complete disadvantage as expected. He was extremely maneuverable in the air, and one by one, tracking missiles and artillery shot out from unexpected positions. The two of them exchanged quick blows between the cities. A building was bombarded into pieces by ice or missiles. There was smoke and dust everywhere. The viewers looked at the screen and smacked their lips a little bit in disinterest as they looked at the cloud of dust. Can't see anything. Let them go work on a demolition team. It's more promising than being in the field section of the Special Affairs Bureau. Someone couldn't help but spit. After a while. Look, it's coming out. In the smoke and dust, a silhouette suddenly drew up and rose high into the air. It's Zhang Yifeng. Only to see Zhang Yifeng's chest revealing a cannonball flashing with electricity, infinite electricity wrapping his entire body, his arms stretched out as a trajectory for the cannonball to shoot out, and continuously accelerating in the process. This was using his body as a gun and his arms as a trajectory. Super electromagnetic cannon. Zhang Yifeng's eyes electronically locked onto Li Xiao and the smoke below through infrared thermal imaging. The extreme cold hell was released, and countless cold long swords and lances coalesced out of thin air and floated behind Li Xiao, as if a war treasury had been opened. As the gusty wind blew away the dust, Li Xiao and Zhang Yifeng looked at each other, and the two men revealed smiles at the same time. The super electromagnetic cannon and endless cold ice weapon shot out at the same time. The transcendent force fields in the air collided and annihilated, bursting out with infinite power, a shockwave spreading outwards and countless skyscrapers collapsing. After a short period of scorching, in the end, it was the super electromagnetic cannon that was more powerful. It landed between the cities with a bang, and the ground was seen trembling, instantly triggering an earthquake, and half of the city became ruins under the endless tremors and impacts. Lost. Zhang Yifeng said helplessly. His entire body looked like a red-hot crayfish, emitting rolling heat outwards, while Li Xiaozhuang stepped on a piece of cold ice and stood behind him. It was true that the super electromagnetic cannon was more powerful, but it wasn't like Li Xiao was fighting him against the wave, so there was no need to have to stand still and fight hard. After releasing the cold ice weapon, Li Xiao detached himself from the battlefield and came behind Zhang Yifeng. Even though Zhang Yifeng had detected Li Xiao, who had come to his back, his entire body's mechanical tissues were completely overloaded after he had released the super electromagnetic cannon. Within 3 minutes, he could only maintain minimal flight and could do nothing else. Lost, heartily. Zhang Yifeng asked, "You haven't utilized your full strength yet, right?" He had checked Li Xiao's action report and knew that when Li Xiao defeated the God Envoy, he had a too pretty to be human female phantom by his side. Too pretty to be human was the description of the person who wrote the action report. Since it was a friendly match and not a life-threatening situation, Li Xiao didn't think to ask Su Ji to come out and help, letting her lie at home as a salted fish. Li Xiao smiled and said, "Aren't you too? I feel like you should still have a backhand." Zhang Yifeng shook his head and said, "Indeed I do, but that isn't something you use on your comrades?" After saying that, Zhang Yifeng wobbled and flew down, finding his frozen up 2 legs in a piece of rubble. Li Xiao snapped his fingers, defrosting the cold ice on them. Zhang Yifeng clicked his fingers, and then he pressed the broken legs back on, stood up and took 2 steps, and realized that something was wrong. The left and right legs were pressed the wrong way. He re-clicked and ripped it off, swapped left and right, and installed it. Plug and play, so convenient. It was the first time that Li Xiao had seen this kind of ability, and paired with the limb regeneration technology of the medical section, Zhang Yifeng's ability could be utilized perfectly without restriction. And so on. A thought popped into the minds of Li Xiao and the audience present at the same time, their gazes involuntarily looking towards Zhang Yifeng's lower body. The legs could be hot-swapped, so... Zhang Yifeng shivered in his heart as they looked at him. Old Six came over to Qin Ying's side and asked in a low voice, "Is his legs okay or not?" Qin Ying glared at him and kicked Old Six in the buttocks, reddening his face. "How do I know?" "Ch." Old Six rubbed his butt. "If you don't say it, but you also did it." Other people are too embarrassed to ask, but Lao Lu is thick-skinned. Seeing Li Xiao and his duo come back on the drone, he wanted to go over and ask. As a result, just after getting off the drone, Jiang Yifeng covered his stomach and went to the restroom, running away in a puff of smoke. Surprisingly, he ran away in the name of going to the restroom. Old Six shook his head in dissatisfaction. Li Xiao, who had just stepped off the drone, said, "It doesn't seem like he's faking it." On his way back just now, he felt that his intestines weren't very comfortable. It should be because some of the meat in today's hot pot wasn't cooked. "Are you all right? The competition is coming up soon. Do you want to make an early trip?" Li Xiao remembered that Old Six and Jiang Yifeng ate the most. Because they fought with each other, a lot of meat went down half-cooked. "I'm fine, manly man, not that pretentious." Lao Lu patted his stomach, signaling that everything was fine. At this time, the radio prompted that the next round of competition was expected to start in 5 minutes. Li Xiao clenched his fist and gave a cheering gesture to Lao Lu. Old Six patted his chest. "Just watch, the last spot out of the lineup will definitely be our liberal factions. Watch how I'll beat the crap out of that fake kid Qining." He boarded the drone, and 5 minutes later, Old Six landed in the ruins of the city, confident. Grunt. Suddenly, his stomach growled abnormally. This. Chapter 107 Old Six True Power. Qining landed on the battlefield and immediately looked at the display terminal at her wrist. She was very close to Old Six. By watching the records of previous actual combat engagements, she knew that Old Six's abilities seemed to be of the flesh-strengthening category. When activated, strength, speed, and resistance to strikes would increase drastically, and the more they fought, the fiercer they became, seeming to be able to continuously improve with the battle, making it very tricky. However, Qin Ying's ability skyrocketed this type of silly, big, black, and thick ability user. Name of ability, Spirit Body Phantom. She was able to summon a spirit body that was exactly the same as her own. The spirit body had many abilities such as stealth, possession, instantaneous movement, etc. Ordinary weapons could not harm the spirit body at all. Even if a transcendent force field was attached to the weapon, it could only hurt it temporarily, and as long as it was given a little bit of time, it would be able to recover as good as new. Li Xiao flipped through the information in his hands and muttered in a low voice, "The spirit body phantom is simply like a weaker version of a god envoy." Only that the god envoy Sanded was really not having too many weaknesses, while the spirit body phantom would be troublesome once it found the body's location. That was why distance and concealment were the key to this battle. Qining had thought that Old Six would be the first to rush over, and she twisted her head and ran for half a day until the 30 seconds for the first round of positioning had ended, and Old Six hadn't moved from his spot. What is this guy doing? Qining pondered. Could it be that he realized that the distance at the beginning was too short and decided to show gentlemanly manners, wanting to wait for me to pull away before exchanging blows? No, absolutely not. The field section of the Special Affairs Bureau was a department that trained warriors, and while there might be differences between men and women and occasional modesty on weekdays, no one would pay attention to gender once they were on the battlefield. Not to mention Old Six, this cheeky fellow. Qining found a ruined building and hid in an unoccupied corner. She closed her eyes and released her spirit body. The light blue spirit body loomed and flew close to the ground, arriving in a short while at the location where Old Six was in the previous positioning. Stealth was unleashed, and the spirit body completely faded in the air as she lay down in one of the ruins, carefully surveying Old Six, who was 10 meters away. After observing for a few seconds, Qin Ying's heroic eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Under Qin Ying's gaze, Old Six was holding onto a pillar, his 2 legs dead together, his calves bent and slightly trembling, a face that would turn red for a while and then turn pale. What is this guy doing? Not only Qining, the onlookers outside the arena were also thinking. Old Six had shown great courage in the previous rounds of actual combat, and the first time he appeared on the stage, he piggybacked and attacked fiercely, and many opponents who had just fought with him were blinded by this frenzied stance, and they lost with a grudge. Li Xiao clenched his right hand into a fist, gently slapped it on his palm, and said in a voice that wasn't too big or small, but loud enough to be heard by everyone around him, "He can't be trying to take a..." The crowd was silent for a moment, looked up at Old Six who was covering his stomach, and after a few seconds, burst into unrivaled laughter. Jiang Yifeng, who had just come out of the bathroom, weakly held onto the wall as he looked at Old Six on the big screen, the only one in the entire room who understood how Old Six felt. Old Six was so remorseful that he was practically in tears. "I shouldn't have been greedy for a small bargain. After eating the half-baked hot pot, I heard that the store's ice cream was free, so I dazzled another dozen cups." If it were any other place, he would have had a big deal to disengage from the fight and find a bathroom for convenience. But now, the city was in ruins from the last round of fighting, and there were no bathrooms or places like that at all. There were also more than a dozen drones overhead, following the camera from a dead angle. No matter how thick-skinned old Six was, he couldn't possibly take off his pants in front of the entire Special Affairs Bureau rookies. Xining, who was in the arena, didn't hear Li Xiu's analysis, and she said in her heart, with this guy's insidiousness, this must be a trap used to lure the enemy. She thought and maneuvered her invisible spirit body to carefully approach. When it reached a step away, the spirit body suddenly revealed itself, both fists clenched, and while old Six was off guard, it struck old Six with a hook punch, hitting him hard in the abdomen. With that, it rolled over, stomped heavily on old Six's butt, and disappeared once again. The audience let out a simultaneous gasp, and couldn't help but feel a tightening of the jugular on behalf of old Six. How was this beating someone up? This was clearly beating up old Six's few remnants of dignity. This guy, if he really gets the beaten out of him in a friendly match. Li Xiu just imagined it, and his toes began to involuntarily exert themselves, awkwardly trying to snap out a three-roomed room in his shoes. How about forfeiting? Li Xiu thought, it's just a friendly match, there's no need to fight so hard, right? The other spectators likewise couldn't help but shout. Abstain, brother, we understand you. Don't be tough. However, although old Six smoked and drank and tattooed, he was a good boy. The liberal faction had been suppressed by the Academy faction for the past few years, and in the previous 2 years, there was only one, if any, of the 3 outgoing spots for the newcomer competition each time. This year, it was not easy to come up with such a demon as Li Xiu. It was the best opportunity for the free faction to turn over a new leaf and become the master, and old Six inexplicably had an extremely strong sense of collective honor in this regard. He couldn't hear what the shouts from the distant audience were actually saying. Thinking that they were cheering him on, old Six gritted his teeth and pushed on. Xinying's spirit body is still waiting for an opportunity to move next to him, from time to take the time to float over to punch. She did not know what happened to Lao Lu, found that hitting Lao Lu's abdomen and buttocks is particularly effective, then moves not away from these 2 places. Old Six's clothes were ragged and his body shivered. His hands were propped up on the ground, his face was saucy, and his voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Xining, I know you like Zhang Yifeng, you abstain this time, and when I go back, I'll help you get that cutie. Chase her to your hand, okay? Old Six's voice was small, thinking it was something that only he and Xining could hear. But he had underestimated the equipment of the RD section of the Special Affairs Bureau, not to mention whispering. If he even farted, the recording equipment of the drone above his head would be able to record it one by one and relay it outside. When the audience heard old Six's words, they turned their heads to look at Zhang Yifeng with obscene expressions. Woo! Zhang Yifeng made a stern face and pretended not to hear it. Being so far away from each other, Xining heard the snickering from the audience, and suddenly her cheeks turned red as her attacks on old Six became more and more ferocious. Old Six covered his stomach and was tired of dealing with it as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm giving you one last chance to abstain and give up on your own, and when I utilize my true strength, the scene may be very ugly. This is my ultimatum. Xining was unmoved. You can give up if you say so. She wanted to see how ugly it could be. The preliminary test session was over, and Xining intended to maneuver her spirit body to launch a final strike to end this lopsided and boring farce. Old Six saw Xining's intentions as he stood up trembling. You forced me to do this. He pulled something out of his arms, an action that saw Xining's heart startled, thinking, after holding back for half a day, you finally couldn't resist bringing out the trap? The spirit body jumped backward, keeping a safe distance. Li Xiu was also curious as to what exactly old Six's stance was and looked at the big screen. When the crowd saw what old Six was holding, they realized that it wasn't a trap at all. It was merely a bottle of Wawa crying mineral water. Old Six unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, raised it above his head, and with a firm squeeze of his palm, the water flowed down turbulently, drenching him from head to toe. Li Xiu revealed a black question mark expression. What kind of fast-footed earthy plot is this? Just when the crowd thought that old Six had been suffocated to the point where his brain was swollen and his mind was not normal, old Six's body suddenly changed. He was glowing. Under the crowd's gaze, everything around old Six was emitting white light, and his body unexpectedly took on a 7-colored glow, and the audience could only see a 7-colored silhouette. And this silhouette? Shrinking in height, a softer body shape, and all sorts of cute social death? Movements. For every action made, the 7-colored silhouette's naked body would have an additional cute costume. 3 seconds later. Bu Ling. The light dispersed, and a cute young girl with a double ponytail, wearing a sailor uniform of the Eastern system, white garter stockings, and about 1.5 meters in height appeared at the original old Sixth's position. This young girl was posing in an extremely retro appearance move. Old Six was full of petulance. I am the magical girl who utilizes the power of the uncanny to create miracles as well as solve problems and fend off foreign black forces. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then all of them chorused in unison. Chapter 108, Award Presentation. Li Xiao was all confused. I treated you as a brother, and you ended up being a ladies' man? Old Six was cheerful and outgoing. He usually got along extremely well with quite a few people, and sometimes he would even laugh and joke around and move his hands, and when they saw the scene, quite a few of them spat out. Damn, it's so beautiful, but when I think of Old Six's appearance, it's so disgusting. Puking, they looked at the magical girl Old Six's fair skin, slender figure, and white silk. It doesn't seem to be a no-no? Hiss. Li Xiao looked at this group of two-eyed glowing old colorful batch and sucked in a mouthful of cool skin. I've always been out of place with you guys for not being perverted enough. After getting over the initial shock, Li Xiao realized the more crucial issue. Old Six's transcendent force field had changed. It was important to realize that the transcendent force field was like everyone's fingerprints and DNA, and that the amount and strength of the force field could be continually enhanced through acquired exercise, but the aura of the transcendent force field wouldn't change. What it was like at the time of awakening was what it would be for the rest of one's life. But after Old Six completed his transformation, the transcendental force field gave off a feeling as if he had completely changed, and both the intensity and quantity were greatly enhanced compared to his previous male state. The audience was still dumbfounded, and Bu Shangshang, who was sitting at the safety officer's position, had long gotten a detailed record of everyone's abilities in advance. Lu, rank, 5th order high, ability, soul of 2 bodies. Male, berserker state, superb melee combat ability, excellent speed, strength, and resistance to blows, and the ability to store energy for the body through combat. Splash cold water on the body to cover more than 80% of the skin to transform into a female, magical girl. After the transformation, her abilities are increased in all directions, and she possesses superb long-range striking ability, as well as various unknown magical abilities on the magic side. Ability ± 66. The only limitation of this ability is that it requires a male state and relies on fighting opponents for energy storage. When the stored energy disappears, the magical girl state loses its power and becomes a normal teenage girl who can only re-transform into a male again by sleeping or pouring hot water on her body. The soul of 2 bodies had all sorts of complicated limitations and the risk of social death, but it had to be said that it really had no shortcomings in terms of outstanding abilities during the transformation. After the transformation, Old Six's legs were still X-shaped, slightly trembling, with an expression of being on the verge of tears. Obviously the intestines were still on the verge of breaking down. However, Old Six's aura was completely different from just now. Raising his right hand, his hand suddenly changed into a pink, flower-filled wand with a small heart at the top. Old Six held the wand and hummed delicately. Die for me. Boom boom boom. Thousands of strange magic bombarded the ruins of the city, directly shattering Qin Ying's spirit body. Bunny, find her. Old Six waved his wand and a spell formation appeared on the ground, summoning a snow-white bunny with a golden hairband on its head. The little rabbit stretched out its little hand, saluted at Old Six, and scurried out with a whoosh. 15 seconds later, Qin Ying's position was exposed. 30 seconds later, the battle was over. 10 minutes later, Old Six walked out of the bathroom refreshed. He had changed back into a man. Old Six looked serious as he found Li Xiao and patted his chest, fortunately. Li Xiao thought about it and said, "You are also not easy." Old Six's feigned nonchalance instantly collapsed altogether and came over and whispered, "I have no choice, for the rise of the liberal faction. I'm feeling like a thorn in my back and a needle in my seat right now." Li Xiao turned his head sideways and took a look at one of the bearded, inch-haired, burly, white-socked oldest brothers with an extraordinarily hot sight. "Are you sure it's like a thorn in your back, not like a thorn in your butt?" Li Xiao asked. Old Six, huh? Li Xiao thought of a possibility. This kind of transformation type ability, will it have an effect on your psyche? How could it? I'm a pure man. Well. Li Xiao stroked his chin in thought, pulled out his cell phone, and found a picture to show Old Six. What color is this? Violet color. Hey! This is the color purple. Other than those in art, which pure man would say this is a violet color? Li Xiao found another rainbow pattern. What's this? Lao Lu said with a straight face, a symbol of diversity and tolerance. Hey! This is a ing rainbow. Li Xiao asked, pure man? Pure and innocent. Favorite type of woman? Liu Yifei. Hearing this name, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. There was still room for salvation. He patted Old Six's shoulder and said seriously, "It's better to use less transformation skills in the future." Old Six was uncertain and nodded his head woodenly. After the match between Old Six and Qining ended, it was supposed to be the winner, Old Six, who fought with Li Xiu to choose the final first place, and the third place between Qining and Zhang Yifeng. However, both Old Six and Qining gave up. The city that had been reduced to rubble silently reminded them that these two had already exceeded them by a level, and there was no point in competing. Moreover, Qining is familiar with Zhang Yifeng and can fight whenever he wants. As for Old Six, he doesn't want to transform anymore for the time being. At this point, this year's newcomer practical exercises officially ended. The results of the morning's written test had come out a long time ago, and now that the practical drill was over, it was time for the final awards. Because the results of the practical drill accounted for 70% and the results of the written test accounted for 30%, Li Xiu's first place wasn't actually ensured, and in terms of the prize money, he carefully checked the rules. The first place was 100,000, and the second place was 80,000. A ranking between the difference of 20,000, this 20,000, I have to wear a doll set in the milk tea store, hopping how long to earn a. Thinking about this, Li Xiu was still a little apprehensive in his heart. He followed the large force together to go forward, a group of people through the narrowing corridor. Change will be the original size. Li Xiu stretched out his waist, and suddenly, an extremely large giant? Li Xiu reacted, "We haven't changed back yet?" This giant was wearing a white lab coat, and judging by the thinning of his hair, he should be from the research and development section. He said, "I'm really sorry, there's a small problem with the shrinking corridor. We're in the process of repairing it, so we might have to trouble you guys to maintain the current state." Someone asked, "Isn't it just a matter of tearing off this layer of transcendent force field on your body?" The man from the RD section hurriedly folded his arms and pleaded, Don't ever, this will feed back into the shrinking corridor and cause further damage to the equipment. Trouble you all, just bear with it a little, just a few hours." Hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to remain in the shrunken state and wait for the equipment to be repaired. But small was small, and it didn't image the subsequent awarding session. The logistics section had prepared a scaled-down version of the awards podium and trophies in advance, and placed them on the table, and a row of small miniature benches all put together with Lego were set up right across the table. Director Gu stood at the table, and without the use of a microphone, he directly read. The final rankings of this year's newcomer exchange conference are as follows. 3rd place, Lu, 3rd place in the competition and 7th place in the written test. 2nd place, Zhang Yifeng, 2nd place in the martial arts competition, 12th place in the written test. 1st place. Director Gu revealed a kind smile. Li Xiu, 1st place in martial arts and 4th place in the written test. Li Xiu clenched his fists. The three stood on the podium, and Director Gu used small tweezers to give them awards in turn. In addition, there is another reward to be enacted. The crowd froze for a moment as to how there was more, and then reacted. It was this year's Outstanding Newcomer Award. Chapter 109, Tiny is Cute too. The Outstanding Newcomer Award is extremely gold. To use an analogy, the Newcomer Exchange was like the NBA's All-Star Game, bringing together stars from all walks of life for a friendly and playful fight that would seldom result in a real fight, and a fight to the death was even more unlikely. Just like the fight between Li Xiu and Zhang Yifeng. Li Xiu hadn't summoned Sudaji, and Zhang Yifeng hadn't used his full strength. They were both closing in on the fight. The Outstanding Newcomer Award was different. This one looked at the performance of newcomers who joined the Special Affairs Bureau that year, during their first year of work. It is the achievement of killing with demons and transcendent criminals. There was no half water. Presenting the Outstanding Newcomer Award now meant that the owner of the award was one of the three people, Li Xiu, Zhang Yifeng, and Old Six. Otherwise, it would definitely wait for the three of them to go down before presenting the award. Who would it be? Li Xiu was a bit nervous. He knew about Zhang Yifeng's deeds from Old Six in the past 2 days. Zhang Yifeng had joined the Special Affairs Bureau half a year earlier than Li Xiu, and with his outstanding ability, he had solved far more out-of-control incidents than Li Xiu. And Li Xiu's advantage lay in the fact that he had solved the God's Envoy incident, saving hundreds of thousands of people in one breath. Li Xiu and Zhang Yifeng glanced at each other, seeing anticipation in each other's eyes. The winner of the Outstanding Newcomer Award is... Director Gu followed the example of the host of Mango Channel and deliberately dragged out a long note, and seeing the anticipation on the faces of the crowd, he smiled and said, "It's Zhang Yifeng." There was a wail from the members of the liberal faction, and the academics all cheered. Li Xiao sighed and was about to go congratulate Jiang Yifeng when he heard Director Gu continue. As well as Li Xiao, congratulations to both of you. Two people winning Outstanding Newcomer at the same time? This was the first time in the 5 years since the Special Affairs Bureau was established. Director Gu made a helpless expression and said, "We have considered and weighed the situation for a long time, and we really can't tell which one of you is more suitable for this award. In less than a year's time, the two of you have helped too many people, and no matter who you give this award to, it is well deserved." Two people winning the Outstanding Newcomer Award together was something no one had expected, and considering that Li Xiao had also taken first place in the newcomer exchange, the liberal faction felt a raised eyebrow. The Academy faction side. According to the two factions bet at the very beginning, for the next 3 days, the free factions meals within Qingjing City were covered by the Academy factions people. When the awards were over, Li Xiao held the trophy for the first place in the newcomer exchange in his left hand, and the Outstanding Newcomer medal in his right hand, and smiled from ear to ear. These two awards together could be $200,000. Counting the various salaries, benefits, and bonuses that were scattered before, Li Xiao's savings would soon exceed $400,000. This amount of money, for the rich, may not be able to buy them half a car, but for the poor 6 years of Li Xiao, simply have a kind of clouds to see the sun, turn over and sing the feeling. The award ceremony was over, and Director Gu informed everyone that they were free to move around. Before leaving, she told Li Xiao, Jiang Yifeng, and Old Six to remember to come to her office tomorrow morning. The joint mission will arrive at noon tomorrow, so I'll talk to you in advance about the reception arrangements tomorrow. Director Gu continued to go back to work as the newcomers on the scene went to dinner in 2s and 3s with familiar friends. Lin Yibai came over to celebrate and said, "Congratulations." Looking at the delicate and beautiful but huge Lin Yibai in front of him, Li Xiao said helplessly, "It's great to win an award, but the shrinking body is really a bit troublesome." Lin Yibai opened her right hand and Li Xiao jumped to the center of her hand. Lin Yibai brought her hand closer, scrutinized the shrunken version of Li Xiao, and said with a smile, "It won't be, Tiny is also very cute." Li Xiao felt a bit wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. In the evening, Lin Yibai prepared a celebration banquet. The 5 people who ate were still at noon, and the location was also still arranged at Lin Yibai's hot pot restaurant, but the hot pot was eaten at noon, so they definitely couldn't eat it again at night. This time, the most authentic chef of old Qingjing was specially invited. Qingjing was an imperial city in the past, and this chef's ancestors were imperial chefs in the palace, and the craft was passed down from generation to generation, and optimized and improved according to the times. This table of ingredients from the south and north of the sky, the past emperors couldn't always eat together. Lin Yibai said, "This is the truth, the ancient emperor is the power of the sky, there is no modern low-temperature refrigeration technology, many ingredients sent to Qingjing has long lost that flavor. The ingredients are the best ingredients, the chef is the best chef, but the trouble is that the 5 people sitting at the table, in addition to Lin Yibai, the remaining 4 people are all only the size of their thumbs. They could only ask the back kitchen to help them serve the dishes in advance, and some had individually cut small portions, and the chef in the back kitchen said with dissatisfaction, was eating with the boss. Chicken Little? Eating like this was troublesome, and some of the food had lost a bit of its original flavor, but on the other hand, there was a novel experience that had never been experienced before. The meal dragged on for an hour. Jiang Yifeng, Qining, and Old Six went back to the Special Affairs Bureau to rest first, while Li Xiao came to Qingjing for a few days to enjoy the city's night view for the first time. And Yuan City, where Li Xiao had lived for 20 years, was a very amazing city. The city was not small, with a population of 10 million people, and the degree of economic development was considered to be at the forefront of the country, making it a first-tier city that deserved to be recognized. However, there was no nightlife in this city. After 9 o'clock at night, not many people could be seen on the road. As for night stalls and night markets, there was basically no room for survival in Yuan City. I grew up in Qingjing until I was 9 years old before I went to Anyuan with my brother. Lin Yibai said, as she led Li Xiao down the alley she had traveled in her childhood, occasionally remembering the various embarrassing things she had done as a child. She pointed to a big tree with a history of nearly 100 years and said, "When I was 7 years old, I had a date with junior high school students, saying that it was a one-on-one fight, but in the end, I was ambushed, and they hooted and hollered a dozen or so people." Lin Yibai clenched her small fists in dissatisfaction. "I couldn't beat them, so I ran all the way over and climbed the tree. They didn't know how to climb the tree, so they could only surround below and throw stones at me." The image of tiny Lin Yibai, lying on the tree and confronting a dozen middle schoolers naturally appeared in Li Xiao's mind. It was pitiful and funny. "Then how did you solve it later?" Li Xiao asked. Later I found a beehive on the tree, so I stabbed the hive down, and the guys who surrounded me were chased by bees and stuck in their asses. Witty. I was admiring myself for being smart at first, and I was laughing in the tree, but no one told me that the bees would still turn around and sting me. Lin Yibai cried. She scratched open her cell phone and found an old photo that was scanned into an electronic version. The girl in the photo had a face swollen into a small pig's head, and was in the hospital, while receiving treatment, while taking a shot of the camera at the same time the other hand, but also did not forget to the side of the junior high school students who were also receiving treatment of the heavy fist. Li Xiao, who was sitting on Lin Yibai's shoulder, couldn't straighten up with laughter. The two are transcendentalists. Physical strength is different from normal people, strolling all night also do not feel tired. To the next morning, the two had breakfast, but also rushed to the earliest time, went to the Universal Studios in Qingjing City. Has not yet arrived at the opening time, do not know Lin big rich woman Yibai used what method, let the staff early put them in. Inside the empty park, there were only the two of them. They arrived at the Harry Potter area, and Li Xiao held up a matchstick-length branch as a wand and, following the example of the movie, shouted, "Except for your weapon." Lin Yibai corrected, "That's really Qingjing, you should say, get rid of your weapon, but..." Suddenly, the thin layer of transcendent force field on Li Xiao's body faded. He was finally getting bigger. A few seconds later. It's finally restored. Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Snap. Li Xiao followed the sound and saw a staff member who was crouching in the bushes, tidying up the wiring. His hand was still in a holding position, and the screwdriver in his hand had long since fallen to the ground in shock just now. "Boss! The hell!" The staff member shouted and ran outside. Li Xiao and his duo fled in a hurry, and waited until no one was around. The two of them laughed recklessly and... After laughing for a long time, Lin Yibai wiped the tears that came out of her laughter and suddenly pulled Li Xiao's arm. "Can I beg you for one thing?" "What is it?" "In 2 days. Can you accompany me to go home?" Chapter 110, Unbelievable Strike. Back, home? The sudden invitation scared Li Xiao's mouth bars. "What's the situation?" "It's like this," Lin Yibai patiently explained. It turned out that 10 days later was Lin Yibai's grandmother's 70th birthday, and since Lin Yibai's line was the clan family of the Lin family, all the big and small relatives of the clan family and the sub-family would come to celebrate this birthday banquet. Lin Ke, as the eldest grandson, should have had to attend, but he was presiding over the big picture in Yuan City, and there was really no way for him to come back. So, I'm going to have to take on more for my brother. As soon as Li Xiao heard about Zongjia, Benjia, family, and the like, he was dizzy for a moment, and then when he heard Lin Yibai mention taking on more, and thought of all the various hooked peace strife inside the Great Mansion and Legend of Concubine Genuine that he had once watched, he couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Will there be a fight? Or will there be assassinations and such? Lin Yibai froze for a moment, understood what Li Xiao meant, and said with a smile, "You're overthinking it, it's to assume more gossip. After my brother and sister Shuqin separated, whenever there's this kind of large family event, there's a bunch of people pulling for him. Some people persuade him to get back together, some people introduce him to their girlfriends, and the core purpose is for him to hurry up and have children to continue the bloodline for the Lin family." Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lin Ke's cold face, surrounded by a group of 7 aunts and 8 uncles. Ridiculously laughing, he looked at Lin Yibai and figured out the crux of the matter. This year, Lin Ke was not here, and the person who was being read by the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts has become you. So, what do you want me to do? Help me support the scene. Lin Yibai crossed her arms and said, "When the day of the birthday banquet comes, you accompany me home, and when it does, I'll introduce you as my teammate." Just this? Li Xiao thought Lin Yibai would ask him to pose as his boyfriend. Lin Yibai covered his head and said with a despondent face, "I want you to act as my boyfriend, but no, once it's really confirmed that it's a boyfriend, they will urge to hurry up and get married, hurry up and have a child, have a second child, and have a third child. It's scary just thinking about it. But a teammate who goes home together would be perfect. It's a good place to retreat to. If people ask about our relationship, we smile. If people introduce me to their boyfriends, I'll duck behind you and, well, keep smiling. That way we'll be able to budge through safely." "Great. Wait a minute?" Li Xiao asked suspiciously, "Did you come up with this plan?" In his impression, Lin Yibai couldn't come up with such a subtle, preserving herself and caring about the face of her relatives. If it was her, then she should. Li Xiao's mind naturally surfaced. Lin Yibai was surrounded by a group of relatives. She covered her ears and shouted, "ABA, ABA, ABA, can't hear, can't hear." Lin Yibai scratched the back of his head, he giggled, this is my brother in the past 2 days to figure out. His original words are Li Xiao at least better than the group of spirit of 3 ants, and their introduction of the group of spirit of the young man looked reliable. In fact, Lin Ke also had the second half of the sentence remind Li Xiao, if he dares to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move on my sister, I'll come back and break his legs even if I have to fight for my life. Of course, this sentence was automatically ignored by Lin Yibai. Li Xiao nodded, probably understanding his position. Schrodinger's boyfriend. As long as they didn't open their mouths, this boyfriend was in a quantum superposition of existence and non-existence. For enthusiastic relatives, whether they said it was a boyfriend or not, they would crack it with a series of tricks that they had learned from their rich experience. But Li Xiao and Lin Yibai's punches pressed no pattern at all, so they couldn't be cracked in a short period of time. By the time this group of good relatives thought of a way to crack it, Li Xiao and his duo would have already fled back to Yuan City by train. Seeing Lin Yibai's nervous and expectant eyes, Li Xiao solemnly nodded his head and stretched out his fist. Comrade Lin Yibai, I will fight alongside you in this birthday banquet. Lin Yibai similarly extended her fist. Good. Wait for us to kill a Lang Lang. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds, then laughed. They didn't stay in Universal Studios for too long and returned to the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters before 9 o'clock. Having not slept all night, Lin Yibai went back to catch up on her sleep, and Li Xiao met up with Jiang Yifeng and Lao Lu and headed to Director Gu's office together. Knock knock knock. Come in. Li Xiao pushed the door and walked in, and saw Director Gu wearing old-fashioned glasses, looking at the documents in her hands while taking small sips of tea. Seeing them enter, she revealed a kind smile. Quickly sit, sorry for bringing you young people here so early in the morning. Come, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Seeing that the ancient director wants to personally make tea for them, the 3 big boys who can still sit still, hurriedly get up to help. After a few minutes of work, 4 people each held a cup of tea and sat down. Tea curls, the ancient director from the drawer out of a vellum bag on the coffee table, pushed over. Li Xiao picked up, craft paper bag written on the top secret. Director Gu nodded and said, open it and take a look. After opening it, inside were 4 pieces of information, each corresponding to a transcendent, abilities, past action reports, personality, hobbies, and so on. Director Gu continued, you should be clear on why you were called here today. This afternoon, a joint mission from the Pretty Country, the Eastern Kingdom, and the Kimchi Kingdom will arrive in Xinjiang. The 3 nodded their heads. This matter had already been mentioned by Director Gu on the first day of the Newcomer Exchange Conference. But do you guys know why they will come? And why would they just happen to rush over on the second day of the end of the Newcomer Exchange Conference? Jiang Yifeng and Old Six shook their heads in unison, and only Li Xiao thought of a possibility as he asked tentatively. Because of what happened in Yuan City? Director Gu blew on the tea leaves floating in her cup, took a sip, and slowly but heavily nodded her head. She didn't sell out and bluntly explained for the 3. The God Emperor incident led to a global-scale transcendent leak. Although after our subsequent research, we know the special nature of the God's envoy, who cannot be measured by the existing equilibrium and power system, some countries still put the responsibility for the transcendent leak on our heads. The special nature of the God's envoy, Li Xiao had the most right to speak about it. That guy's power was not only on the power level, but also the terrifying range-spreading ability. It could be said that all over the world, no matter which city, wherever the God envoy appeared, a disaster of the same level would erupt. No, because without Li Xiao, the ending could be even more brutal. Director Gu continued, of course, things have already happened, and we won't run away from the responsibility that we should take. During this period of time, the above has allocated a large amount of manpower and material resources to support the transcendent out-of-control incidents in the impoverished areas overseas. Since things have already happened, what we want is to solve the problem and save more people. However, Director Gu's finger gently tapped the craft paper bag. Some of them want to use this opportunity to make things happen. They want to cut down our influence in the international transcendent realm, and to do so, they are spreading all sorts of fabricated negative news on the one hand, and on the other. Director Gu raised his head and looked at Li Xiao's trio. They sent a transcendent mission composed of newcomers to have friendly exchanges and sparring sessions with us as a way to prove that our newcomers, that is, you, unbeatable.